When a man first encounters martial arts and practices swordsmanship, the basic sword technique unexpectedly upgrades to the sky-cutting sword art. Then he took a sip of the inferior life water. His life force instantly exceeded 10 million, a bottomless blood pool. It was thrust directly against the enemy's forehead. Countless big shots exclaimed that it was impossible. The 3 major academies of the mansion are eager to strengthen, and you are invited to join. All of this is because you awakened a critical hit enhancement panel. No matter what you do for the first time, it will trigger a critical hit effect. Brother Chen, I plan to give up martial arts. You looked at the young man before you, nodded in agreement, but your eyes also held a hint of reluctance. 1,000 years ago, a world catastrophe occurred, and countless disaster beasts poured in. However, due to limitations in resources and talent, only a few could awaken their abilities to become dancers. Therefore, the Academy holds an oath-taking ceremony every year to divide students into martial arts and liberal arts classes. Even if you rank in the top 100 in the province for martial arts assessments, getting into a martial arts university is nearly impossible. The expenses of practicing martial arts are astronomical. At this moment, you arrived at the martial arts area of the academy. I remember that last semester, this martial arts area was overcrowded. It seems everyone has come to terms with reality. Subconsciously, you walked over to the weapons rack and picked up the wooden sword you were used to. The sword rolled smoothly in your hands, your movements fluid and graceful. After several twists, you thrust the sword forward, faintly grazing the first stage of perfection. At that moment, a familiar voice called from the door, and you instinctively turned your gaze. Upon seeing the person, you immediately greeted, Teacher Chow. That last strike was beautiful. As he spoke, the rain suddenly stopped. He understood your situation, his brows furrowing slightly, ultimately turning into a deep sigh. You have good talent, but unfortunately, your family's circumstances are too poor. Otherwise, you might have had a chance at the martial arts university. The few students nearby saw his figure and also paused their actions to greet him. He is the school's dance teacher, known for his good character and exceptional skills, well liked by the students. Teacher Chow nodded at them, then cast a glance your way, his face showing hesitation. If you can truly master the basic sword technique to perfection this week, then come find me, he said this before turning to leave. You watched his departing figure, your eyes lighting up briefly, but it quickly dimmed again. Achieving perfection in the basic sword technique? Huh? As your words fell, a virtual game-like interface appeared before you, displaying your current stats such as life force and speed. A brief question mark appeared above your head, then, as if recalling something, your pupils suddenly constricted. The system awakened. You were naturally no stranger to it from the last century. You hurriedly rubbed your eyes, and when you saw that the virtual panel was still there, a smile unconsciously appeared on your face. You finally found it, but you didn't know what functions it had. You discreetly glanced around, noticing that the 3 classmates were continuing their previous training after the teacher left. Better to find a deserted place. With a system like this, it's wise to be cautious. You quickly found a secluded corner, pulled out the panel again, and carefully examined your 2-3 life force value. It was similar to last week's test results. The melody and speed had slightly increased, while the weapon progress was stuck at 97%. It was the mental strength that caught your attention, your brow furrowing. You weren't too clear on the role of mental strength. After all, the school couldn't measure it. You had only heard that it was particularly important in the later stages of martial arts. You shook your head. This wasn't the time to focus on that. The key now was to study the panel's functions. Looking at the panel, the only special thing was that both life force and weapon had a plus sign next to them. You focused your thoughts on the plus sign to see the effect, but with insufficient energy, the enhancement failed. You squinted. Could it be that energy was? You pulled out a small white bottle from your pocket, poured out a blood-red pill, and swallowed it. It tasted terrible. But what most people can use is this basic life force pill, which costs 3,000 for a bottle of 30. Its function is simple, to help martial artists replenish their depleted life force. However, because it's cheap, its effect is quite limited. After swallowing 1 basic life force pill, your gaze remained fixed on the panel, wanting to see if there would be any reaction. After taking the basic life force pill, you gained 0.1 energy. Since it was your first time using it, the tenfold effect was triggered, increasing your energy by 1. You felt a surge of joy. You hadn't expected this tenfold effect. You focused your thoughts on the plus sign behind the life force. You saw the life force on the interface change from 2-3 to 2-4, and at the same time, you felt a warmth rising within you. It seemed your strength had increased. You forced yourself to calm down. You still had over 3,000 martial coins on you. That was just enough to buy another bottle of basic life force pills, but relying on this amount of money to increase energy and get into the elite class wouldn't be easy. You exhaled, literally speaking, Taking a new pill for the first time grants a tenfold effect, the second time gives 5 times, the third time 3 times, the fourth time 2 times, and then it returns to normal. With this, it seems possible to improve in a short period. While pondering, you went to the homeroom teacher's office and signed the application for the martial arts class. The homeroom teacher naturally went on a long-winded speech, trying to persuade you to abandon martial arts for academics, but you were resolute and unmoved. Suchan, I won't submit this application for now. Think it over for another 2 days, he said. You have good aptitude, kid. If you study hard, getting into a prestigious university won't be a problem. After leaving the office, you hurried to a grocery store near the academy. Compared to those nationally renowned stores, the prices here are much cheaper, but unfortunately, there are too many types of pills in this grocery store. There are only 2 types that increase life force. One is the basic life force pill you usually take, and the other is the enhanced version. Uncle Zhao, how much is one of these enhanced life force pills? You knew the owner, having worked part-time here a few times. It's you, Ah Chin. Uncle Zhao smiled warmly upon seeing you. Why the sudden interest in the enhanced life force pills? They're not cost-effective. One costs 550. While their effects are much better than the basic life force pills, for you, they would waste a lot of life force. I understand what you're saying. The class placement exam is coming up soon, and I want to make a final push, you explained with a smile. I want 4 of them. Can you give me a discount? You don't really know how much energy this enhanced vitality pill can provide, so buying 4 first is more cost-effective. 4, ha? Uncle Zhao thought for a moment and finally gritted his teeth. Alright, that'll be 2,500 coins. You were delighted. Having worked at the grocery store, you understood that while Uncle Zhao could still profit from this price, it was really quite reasonable. You brat, why are you being so polite with me? Uncle Zhao's smile widened even more. You took the bottle containing the pills and hurried home eagerly. You poured out the enhanced vitality pills, and unlike the sharp plastic smell of the basic ones, the enhanced pills had a subtle fragrance. Don't let me down, you whispered and quickly tossed it into your mouth. You gained 0.5 energy from taking the enhanced vitality pill. Since it was your first time using it, you triggered a tenfold effect, increasing your energy by 5. You were overjoyed. The effect was much better than expected, so you quickly swallowed the remaining piece. Suddenly, your panel showed 10.9 energy. If you added this to your vitality, it could sustain your training for nearly 2 months. Add it. You suppressed your excitement and allocated all the energy to your basic swordsmanship, increasing it from 97 to 100. To break through to the second stage, you needed 10 energy, but you only had 7.9 left, so you fell into deep thought. With not enough balance on you, it would be better to go to the Star Club first and see if you could earn 5 coins to continue leveling up. In the first grand finals, there were probably 5 or 6 in the school, but as for the second finals, there should be none yet. Moreover, the basic swordsmanship from the second finals would receive better treatment at the Star Club as well. After more than 10 minutes, you jogged all the way to the entrance of the club. Just as you entered the door, you heard a somewhat familiar voice and couldn't help but look over. Cousin Lining, the familiar figure and name overlapped in your memory, and you called out her name. What a coincidence, you're training here too. Lining was not alone. There were 2 boys and 2 girls around her in branded sportswear. The 4 of them were also sizing you up, their eyes filled with scrutiny. I'm not here to apply as a sparring partner. You didn't care about their opinions and boldly stated your purpose. Oh, I see. Lining is your cousin, and her family is doing quite well. Although neither your uncle nor aunt has entered the ranks, they both work in reputable positions, so they treat you fairly well. Lin Ying's attitude towards you was warm and friendly overall. Her family's character seemed decent, and they didn't exhibit any disdain for poor relatives. Cousin, I'll head in first, you said with a smile before walking into the main hall. As your figure disappeared from view, the short-haired girl beside Lin Ying casually remarked, so this is the poor relative you mentioned. He is indeed handsome, but it's a pity he will never enter the ranks. Otherwise, I would have wanted you to introduce him to me. Upon hearing the words poor relative, Lin Ying frowned slightly, looking displeased. However, she didn't say much more, just nodded slightly. What good is being handsome? In this world, only by becoming a dancer can one rise above the rest. A somewhat mature-looking boy beside them raised his head high, appearing quite proud. Indeed, if you don't enter the ranks, you are merely immortal. Lin Ying didn't refute this, because only by entering the ranks can one have a certain status in this society. His parents hoped for this as well, which is why they invested so much effort into him. Fortunately, he has decent talent and hopes to get into one of the top 5 schools, bringing glory to his family. You were unaware of the outside matters, and even if you knew, it wouldn't change anything. After all, you, with your abilities, were no longer in the same category as them. You entered the main hall and went directly to the front desk to explain your purpose. You're here for the first stage perfected quality swordsmanship, right? Please fill out this information as a high school senior of this year. The receptionist was a sweet-looking girl. There was no sign of condescension in her demeanor, and she was very friendly towards you. There's a reason why the Star Club has developed so rapidly. You looked at the form. It didn't have much written on it, mostly some basic information. Of course, the most important parts were your vitality and the basic skills you excelled at. After some thought, you filled out the information and handed the completed form to the receptionist. All set. Please follow me. I'll take you for the test, the receptionist said with a smile as she took the form and led the way. 2 to 3 minutes later, you arrived at a large room that was about 100 square meters. You handed the form to a middle-aged man, saying, "Brother Shang, this is the young man here for the sparring test. Please take a look at his information." Brother Shang took the form with one hand, but instead of looking at the information right away, he sized you up first. His gaze was very sharp, giving you a prickly feeling. Brother Shang's strength was definitely formidable. "Ah, the first stage perfected basic swordsmanship." Brother Shang nodded slightly and casually said, "Let's see what you can do." You were not the least bit intimidated. Your demeanor brought a smile to Brother Shang's face. "There are long swords over there, just grab one and attack me." You quickly walked over to the weapon rack, picked a suitable wooden longsword, and practiced a few moves. You turned to Brother Shang and said, "Alright, I'm starting now." Brother Shang casually picked up a stick from the side, leaned slightly forward, and entered a combat stance. With the long sword in hand, your momentum instantly became sharp and fierce. This display made Brother Shang nod slightly. As the saying goes, an expert shows their skill immediately. You took light steps and quickly approached Brother Shang. You didn't attack with a direct thrust. Although the thrust is the most commonly used move in basic swordsmanship, it has too wide of a range. If you started with a thrust like that, anyone could easily deflect you and make you uncomfortable. You opted for an upward slash, a technique that is faster and easier to change, suitable for mounted fighters. Brother Shang raised his stick and pressed down. A huge force came from his grip, which you were not surprised by. Brother Shang had a strong presence. His vitality was definitely not below 7 and could even be close to 9. The dancer was fully focused, without a hint of hesitation, while Brother Shang controlled his strength, trying to let you showcase your swordsmanship. As time passed, his smile became even brighter. Your foundation was indeed good. After about 5 minutes of fighting, Brother Shang still looked relaxed and composed. You gasped for breath as you sheathed your sword, your arms trembling slightly. "I've assessed your strength. I can offer you 2 options." Su Chen looked seriously at Brother Shen. You said, "First, it's normal practice. When there's a need, I'll call you, and I'll pay you 600 per hour." Su Chen nodded, not saying anything. "Second, you will sign an exclusive contract with our Star Club. Once signed, you will be our exclusive practice partner. As for the price, the base salary is 3,000 a month, and the practice fee is also 600 per hour, but you need to spend a total of 150 hours at the Star Club during normal working hours. What if my skills improve and I reach the second tier in basic swordsmanship?" Su Chen didn't agree directly but asked a question that left Brother Shen stunned. "Second tier?" Brother Shen couldn't help but laugh. "Interesting, this little brat is quite to my liking. If you can reach the second tier before the college entrance examination, I can give you a base salary of 10,000, plus 1,500 per hour for practice." Su Chen nodded. He understood that his status as a student still held an advantage. If it were after the college entrance examination, even with second-tier basic swordsmanship, he wouldn't be able to get such a high price. But there are differences in second-tier basic swordsmanship, and I will also be learning advanced martial arts by then. Su Chen just nodded, and Brother Shen understood what he meant. "You little guy." Brother Shen smiled helplessly, his eyes carrying a hint of appreciation. "How about this? Besides what I mentioned, I will also include other benefits and promotion methods for different levels of practice partners in our Star Club, so you have room for advancement. But the subsequent difficulties will be too great. You'll basically have to wait until after you graduate." "Okay." Su Chen finally nodded in satisfaction. "Then follow me." Brother Shen took Su Chen to print the contract, which clearly outlined the information. 7 Chi and blood plus second-tier basic technique, plus mastering an advanced skill and reaching the first-tier proficiency stage, could apply to become a bronze-level practice partner, with a monthly salary of 20,000 and 3,000 per hour for practice. 9 Chi and blood plus first-tier mastery of advanced skills could apply for silver practice partner review, with a monthly salary of 50,000 and 8,000 per hour for practice. The later ones became increasingly exaggerated, even including benefits for martial artist stages. Su-Chen just glanced and didn't pay much attention. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in reaching those levels, it was just unnecessary to look at so much. Brother Shen, what is it? Can I advance my salary for the first month? Brother Shen's forehead first showed several question marks, then he looked seriously at Su-Chen and his slightly worn clothes. Alright, since February is almost over, I'll advance your salary for February. This time it was Su-Chen who was stunned, but this month indeed had only 5 days left, but advancing 500. Just kidding. A month is 3,000, plus this month's 5 days, I'll directly advance you 3,500. Brother Shen couldn't help but laugh when he saw Su-Chen's dazed expression. The finance staff beside them couldn't help but give Brother Shen a look, but he was completely oblivious. Thank you, Brother Shen. Su-Chen finally smiled and wrote his name on the contract. Now this Brother Shen sounds friendly. Brother Shen smiled happily. Brother Shen, I can start working right now. Alright, it's a little past 6. You can work for another 5 hours. I think so too. You little rascal. Alright, you can go to the martial arts room to rest first. Someone will contact you later for practice. Thank you, Brother Shen. Su-Chen said gratefully. Brother Shen was quite nice. After Su-Chen left the room, the finance staff turned to Brother Shen and said, Brother Shen, we can't advance salaries. I know. Then why are you? Give me his bank card. The finance staff trembled at his words. Brother Shen, why are you talking so much? There are still quite a few people practicing basic sword techniques. The 3 categories of knives, guns, and swords are major categories, with about 80% of people choosing one of these 3. For high school students, having a first stage perfect basic sword technique as a sparring partner is still in high demand. After all, rarity makes things valuable. There are many who have reached the first stage perfection in basic sword techniques, but high school students are quite rare. After all, at this stage, those who can cultivate basic sword techniques to first stage perfection in Green City are not few, and even if they do, their family conditions are usually good, so they wouldn't come out to be sparring partners. In one night, Su-Chen had 2 sessions, earning 1,200 martial coins, and he couldn't stop smiling. This is so great. At midnight, the Star Club closed. Su-Chen was exhausted, but his eyes were incredibly bright. There was no way around it. Earning money felt too good. If it weren't for the fact that the grocery store was already closed, Su-Chen would have rushed to buy a batch of basic vitality pills to swallow, allowing his basic sword technique to undergo a transformation. Looking at the numbers on his bank card, he couldn't help but laugh. 6,016 martial coins. The 3,500 martial coins that Brother Shen had advanced were credited around 10 o'clock. This made Su-Chen marvel at how efficient big clubs are. Time to go home. Su-Chen dragged his tired body home, feeling for the first time that the streets at midnight were so bright, warming the heart and making one feel comfortable. It was truly wonderful to see hopeful days ahead. Moreover, the Star Club was very friendly to sparring partners who signed contracts. During non-working hours, they were allowed to arrange their own time in the club and use some equipment as long as it didn't affect the customers. The next morning, Su-Chen went to the grocery store to buy vitality pills. Boss Xiao was really nice to Su-Chen. With 6,000 martial coins, Su-Chen had 2 options: 12 enhanced vitality pills or 2 bottles of basic vitality pills, plus 2 extra as a gift. Su-Chen calculated the cost-effectiveness of both options. The first option, 12 enhanced vitality pills, each increased energy by 0.5, totaling 6 points of energy. The second option was 62 basic vitality pills, totaling 6.2 energy. It was clear which was better. Su-Chen chose the 62 basic vitality pills, and after obtaining them, he immediately found a secluded place to show off. After swallowing 62 pills, Su-Chen gained an additional 6.2 energy points, bringing his total to 14.1 energy points. Now I can upgrade my basic sword technique to the second stage. Su-Chen grinned and directly chose to allocate points. At this stage, being able to cultivate the basic technique to the second stage, there probably wouldn't be more than 5 people in the entire Green City, right? With 4.1 energy points remaining, Su-Chen allocated 4 points to vitality, leaving him with 0.1 energy points that couldn't be used. Awesome! After doing all this, Su-Chen felt his strength had significantly increased. He opened his panel and couldn't stop smiling. Name, Su-Chen, Vitality, 2. 37 plus, punching power, 248 kilograms, speed, 13. 1 meter per second, spirit, 9 plus, skill, basic sword technique, second stage 1% plus. There are still 6 days left. With my second stage basic sword technique level, I just need to go to the Star Club to upgrade the contract. A base salary of 10,000, plus 1,500 per hour for sparring fees. As long as I get enough people to book me next, I can buy real vitality pills. Vitality pills. These are good things that only the wealthy can afford, costing 20,000 each. The nationwide retail price is 20,000, and they are only sold in some large stores, as selling them requires qualifications. If I can buy a vitality pill and enhance my effects tenfold, wouldn't I just take off? Even if the effect of this blood chi pill is quite average, only worth 10 energy points, with a tenfold boost, it can turn into 100 energy points. If all of it is added to my blood chi, it would directly increase my blood chi by 1 point. Su Chen's breathing became rapid. With his strength, if he added this 1 point of blood chi, he would directly have 37 points of blood chi. With 37 points of blood chi, even in the elite class, he would probably rank in the top 30, right? Su Chen forced himself to calm down. This was still just a possibility. No need to rush. Moreover, 37 points of blood chi was nothing compared to a true genius. Su Chen's ambitions grew larger. Now to school, to find Teacher Chow. Upon arriving at school, Su Chen immediately went to Teacher Chow's office. Unfortunately, Teacher Chow was not in the office, so Su Chen could only wait until after class to come back. Fortunately, this time he didn't come up empty-handed. Teacher Chow. Before Su Chen reached Teacher Chow's office, he saw Teacher Chow holding some materials, seemingly lost in thought, his attention completely elsewhere. Su Chen? Teacher Chow was slightly taken aback upon seeing Su Chen. Teacher Chow, my basic sword technique has reached the first stage of perfection. Su Chen stated his purpose directly, without beating around the bush. What did you say? My basic sword technique has reached the first stage of perfection. Only then did Teacher Chow remember that he had told Su Chen yesterday that if his basic sword technique reached the first stage of perfection, he could come to find him. Realizing this, a complex expression appeared on Teacher Chow's face. He somewhat regretted saying that yesterday. This year, many good talents had emerged from the first high school, likely taking up many spots. With Su Chen's blood chi value, even if his basic sword technique reached the first stage of perfection, he might not be able to secure the genius loan. Of course, the main concern was still about Su Chen's future. Teacher Chow. Su Chen noticed Teacher Chow's expression and felt puzzled. Sigh, I told you. Teacher Chow shared his thoughts on the situation regarding the genius loan with Su Chen. Su Chen was now over 18 years old, an adult, and could take responsibility for his own matters. Genius loan? The minimum tier is 50,000? Su Chen's eyes immediately lit up. 50,000. If he could get that 50,000, wouldn't his strength skyrocket? He had to go for it. This genius loan was meant for him. Teacher Chow, you are worried that I won't make it into the elite class and won't get into Wu University, so in the future, not only will I have no university to attend, but I'll also have to bear this 50,000 debt, right? Yes. Teacher Chow's tone was melancholic. It would have been better if Su Chen's family conditions were decent. At this stage, only about 5 people in the entire school had managed to cultivate their basic techniques to the first stage of perfection, which was a pity. Although basic techniques were important, in the college entrance examination, blood chi value accounted for a much heavier score. Moreover, with a significant gap in blood chi, it was difficult to make up for it with basic techniques. Those whose basic techniques were not as good as Su Chen's but could compete with him would all have basic techniques that were at least 90% of the first stage. Teacher Chow, what if my basic technique is at the second stage? What? Teacher Chow's tone suddenly rose sharply. I'm coming. Su Chen prepared to show Teacher Chow with action, his hand transforming into a blade shape, quickly slashing towards Teacher Chow. As a teacher specializing in skills and proficient in sword techniques, Teacher Chow's eyes were naturally sharp, and he immediately saw through Su Chen's intentions. Teacher Chow's eyes lit up. This kid actually had such a trick up his sleeve. Watching Teacher Chow casually deflect his hand blade, Su Chen smiled and said, Teacher Chow, is the second stage basic technique enough? It's enough. It might even have a chance to compete for the second tier. How much is the second tier? 100,000. Hiss. Su Chen exaggeratedly made a hissing sound, earning a roll of the eyes from Teacher Chow. So dramatic. 100,000. Su Chen was overjoyed. If he could really get that 100,000, wouldn't he be able to soar? First, he would fill up on chi blood pills, and his strength would rise like a small rocket. Alright, since you've reached the basic knife technique of the second stage, this material can be filled in. I'll help you apply for the second tier. Don't worry, even though your chi blood isn't high, you can still manage the basic knife technique of the second stage. Even if you can't get the second tier, the first tier is secure. Thank you, Teacher Chow. Su Chen was delighted. Next, Teacher Chow took him to the testing room to measure Su Chen's strength and speed. These needed to be documented, so they couldn't just be filled in casually. Since only Su Chen was being tested, the results came out quickly. 248 kilograms, 13.1 meters per second. The calculated result has already reached a chi blood value of 2.4. Teacher Chow frowned. With this chi blood value, you naturally can't enter the elite class. Even the second stage basic technique is a bit lacking. Unless you can learn the advanced techniques in the next few days, then there might be some hope. Advanced techniques. Su Chen's eyes lit up at the mention of these 4 words. Advanced techniques, as the name suggests, are upgrades of the basic techniques. The basic techniques involve learning various fundamental moves with different weapons, such as slashing, chopping, thrusting, and flicking with a knife. These are all basic actions. By practicing these moves until familiar and then combining them, one can form a method suitable for combat, which is the basic technique. Advanced techniques, however, build upon the basic techniques by employing special methods to unleash greater power. Basic techniques can be learned by anyone willing to put in the effort, but advanced techniques are different. To learn advanced techniques, one must first cultivate the basic techniques to 100% mastery of the first stage, and this is just the foundation. It doesn't guarantee that you can learn them. Many people with insufficient comprehension, even if they cultivate the basic techniques to 100% of the second stage, still cannot enter the door. Even many geniuses spend several days at the second stage of the basic techniques before they can begin to learn advanced techniques. 6 days is really tight. Teacher Chow, you want to learn, right? Yes. Alright, come find me tomorrow. I will organize some advanced knife techniques for you to see which one suits you. Whether the advanced techniques are suitable is really important. If they are suitable, you might be able to get started in just a few days. If they are not suitable, it could take months to even get started. By the way, let me give you a heads up. Because our school's performance last year wasn't very good and we were overshadowed by the third school, the principal went out to secure a sponsorship, specifically for the elite class. If you can enter the elite class, with your talent for techniques and the resource allocation, you might even get into a key martial arts university. As a teacher, Teacher Chow was naturally skilled at painting a bright picture. Even Su Chen, who had lived a second life, couldn't help but feel his blood boil. After all, advanced techniques are bonus items in the college entrance examination. Although the martial arts college entrance examination tests chi blood plus basic techniques, if you master advanced techniques, you can apply to showcase them, and you will receive additional points based on your performance. Moreover, advanced techniques and basic techniques influence each other. Learning advanced techniques can also accelerate the progress of basic techniques. Green Capital No. 1 High School. As the absolute ruler of Green Capital, the status of Green Capital No. 1 High School is extremely high. In the last month of the first semester of the third year, Green Capital No. 1 High School had already divided the elite classes. Not just one, but 2 elite classes. 1 strong and 1 weak. The strong elite class had most of its members from key martial arts universities last year. This is a key martial arts university. There are 72 martial arts universities nationwide, and only those ranked in the top 20 are considered key martial arts universities. Last year, only a little over 50 people from the entire Green City were admitted to the prestigious Wuda University, with more than half of them coming from Green City No. 1 High School, which shows just how strong its capabilities are. Last year, there were 7,000 candidates in Green City, among which over 1,100 chose to apply to Wuda, but out of these 1,100, fewer than 300 succeeded in advancing, with the rest failing miserably. Of these 300, nearly half were from Green City No. 1 High School. In fact, over 90% of those who get into Wuda each year come from Green City No. 1, No. 2, and No. 3 high schools, while the other 6 high schools combined account for less than 10%. This clearly shows how strong Green City No. 1 High School is. If it weren't for the elite class only accommodating 100 students, along with personal connections and the mindset of preferring to be a big fish in a small pond, even more people would apply to Green City No. 1 High School. The elite class 2 is considered a weak elite class. Linning is in this class. Linning, look, it's Luo Xiao. A short-haired girl who was with Linning suddenly screamed, as if she had seen a celebrity. Luo Xiao? Where? Before Linning could react, the other girls in the class were already excited, all looking in the direction the short-haired girl was pointing. There, a boy with a black buzz cut walked in with a cold expression, carrying a saber on his back. So handsome. If I could be friends with Luo Xiao, I'd be willing to live a few decades less. The short-haired girl looked starry-eyed, but no one around seemed surprised. This boy was none other than the top student from Green City No. 1 High School, Luo Xiao, the heir of the Luo family. Not only was he talented, but he also came from a powerful family, a true second-generation rich kid. No, it should be said that he was from several generations of wealth. The Luo family ranks among the top in all of Green City, with a lineage spanning hundreds of years, producing several martial artists in every generation, making them a well-known prominent family. Such a presence is naturally very eye-catching. Lin Ying's gaze towards Luo Xiao wasn't as exaggerated, but it was still quite fervent. In the evening, Su Chen returned to the Star Club, this time heading straight to the big room he had been in yesterday to find Brother Chen. "What do you want, kid?" Brother Chen was a bit surprised to see Su Chen come looking for him. "Brother Chen, my basic sword technique has reached the second stage." Su Chen simply stated his purpose, and Brother Chen was taken aback. "Second stage? Yeah." Brother Chen walked directly to the weapon rack and threw the battle knife that Su Chen had used yesterday over to him. The throw was not light, clearly considering Su Chen's intentions. Su Chen's gaze was calm as he stepped back and caught the battle knife steadily in his hand. Brother Chen also took a similar battle knife and slashed at Su Chen. Brother Chen's speed was very fast, and this slash left Su Chen no chance to dodge. With such power coming at him, Su Chen could only raise the battle knife to block, his body sinking down to absorb the impact and fend off Brother Chen's attack. Bang! Brother Chen pressed on relentlessly, his battle knife turning into a blur in his hands. Such a fast blade, Su Chen thought to himself, marveling at the speed of Brother Chen's initial slash, which was different from a regular downward cut, with very few openings. Faced with Brother Chen's assault, Su Chen could only grit his teeth and hold on. His palms felt slightly numb as he kept retreating, like a small boat swaying unsteadily. Just as Su Chen was barely adapting to Brother Chen's rhythm, Brother Chen stopped his attack. "Not bad. You really are at the second stage. Then I'll have someone update your information now, and tonight you'll be paid 1,500 per hour for sparring. And there's a base salary, yesterday doesn't count, so that's 4 days, and I'll count you 300 a day. I'll transfer you 7,800 martial coins later, as an advance on your salary for next month." "Thank you, Brother Chen." Su Chen was overjoyed, not expecting that without him saying a word, Brother Chen would directly arrange everything. It was so thoughtful of him. "No need to thank me, this is what you deserve. Also, if you have any questions about your sword technique, feel free to ask me." Brother Chen's expression was cold and stern. When he said this, he seemed afraid that Su Chen might misunderstand something, so he added, "It's free, no charge." Luo Xiu arrived at the Star Club as usual. Although the Star Club wasn't the best club in Green City, with his qualifications, he could go to a better one. However, he was still accustomed to this place, and it was closer to Green City No. 1 High School. Luo Xiu walked in with ease, ready to say the same as usual when the front desk lady spoke first. "Young Master Luo, today we have a high school student just like you, also practicing the second-tier basic sword technique." "What?" Luo Xiu looked up at the front desk lady. "Here's his information." The front desk lady handed Luo Xiu a tablet, which displayed Su Chen's information. Luo Xiu took a serious look, and when he saw that Su Chen was a student from No. 2 High School and also practiced the second-tier basic sword technique, surprise appeared in his eyes. Second-tier basic sword technique, interesting, but why is his vitality so low? Only 2, 3? Several questions popped up in Luo Xiu's mind. He had more than that when he was in his first year of high school. "Forget it, I'm here to hone my basic sword technique anyway, vitality doesn't matter, I'll take him. 3,000 per hour, that's cheap." Luo Xiu directly chose Su Chen, adjusted the number to 3, and placed the order. For Luo Xiu, even if Su Chen didn't perform well, he didn't care. At worst, he could switch to someone else. 9,000 martial coins were nothing to him, he wouldn't even bother to pick them up if they fell. 9,000 martial coins just disappeared like that. If Su Chen knew, he would be heartbroken. "What? You say that 4,500 martial coins are Su Chen's? Then it's fine. Please continue. When you're chopping, you can lower the height a bit, don't overcharge. You can definitely use the chop to gain the upper hand." Su Chen was asking Brother Chen for advice on how to conserve energy during practice, focusing mainly on talking and demonstrating. And over here, Brother Chen's movements stopped because Su Chen's wristband lit up. This wristband was worn by the sparring partner, and its purpose was simple: to find the sparring partner as quickly as possible and have them take on clients. In the club, work comes first. Seeing the wristband light up, Su Chen raised his wristband and glanced at the information. "Room 3, Golden, booked me for 3 hours?" Su Chen smiled, not expecting that just after leveling up, he would get a big order. 3 hours meant 4,500 martial coins. Adding this to his advance salary, he would have 12,000 plus, not far from 20,000. However, Su Chen knew that sparring partners weren't available every day. Like other sparring partners, averaging an order every 3 to 5 days was quite normal. Moreover, this also varied by season. During the period close to the college entrance examination, naturally, more people would seek sparring partners. "Someone booked you? Then go ahead." "Thank you, Brother Chen." Su Chen was extremely grateful to Brother Chen, who was like a benefactor to him. Without him, his start would have been much slower. After Su Chen left, a smile appeared on Brother Chen's previously stern face. This kid's comprehension is indeed good, but it's a pity his vitality is too poor. If his vitality were higher, I could recommend him as a sponsor. What a shame. After leaving Brother Chen, Su Chen was led by the front desk lady to room 3, Golden. The Star Club operated on a membership system. This room 3, Golden, could only be used by members who held a Golden membership card, free of charge. However, this Golden membership card wasn't something everyone could apply for. Although Su Chen had only been at the Star Club for 2 days, he understood that the person who booked him had a significant background. Pushing the door open, he saw a black-haired boy with a buzz cut, holding a precision steel sword about 1.5 meters long, practicing basic sword techniques in the room. The speed of the sword was fast, and the movements were steady. Su Chen could tell at a glance that the boy's basic swordsmanship was stronger than his own. Su Chen? With the confirmation, the boy put down the steel sword in his hand and walked over to the weapon rack. Come on. All right. Su Chen was also straightforward. As a sparring partner, he naturally followed whatever the customer said, as long as his safety was ensured. The two used similar wooden combat swords, without employing any blood energy, purely relying on technique to spar. Although you've just stepped into the second tier, your foundation is solid. It's barely usable. This boy was Luo Xiao, and with his strength, he naturally had the upper hand against Su Chen. However, Su Chen was quite resilient, and with a good foundation, he could provide Luo Xiao with effective training. Although Su Chen couldn't achieve the results Luo Xiao wanted, his martial arts talent was decent, allowing him to absorb some experience from Su Chen, significantly improving his basic swordsmanship. Over the next 2 hours, Luo Xiao certainly didn't monopolize the time. Even he couldn't handle 3 hours of sparring. They would spar for a while, then take a break, discussing with Su Chen. Su Chen's insights and perspectives were also greatly beneficial to Luo Xiao. In this way, the 3 hours quickly passed. I'll come again tomorrow. Before leaving, Luo Xiao left this remark. Su Chen was slightly taken aback, then a smile appeared on his face. Luo Xiao? Huh? That name sounds familiar. He seems like a nice guy. The next day, Su Chen went to school and found Teacher Chow. I've found 7 high-level techniques, let me demonstrate them for you. Teacher Chow was very responsible and directly took Su Chen to the martial arts room. Although there weren't as many people in the martial arts room today as before, there were still quite a few. These people had already made their choices, preparing to work hard before the class division to see if they could achieve better results. Since Su Chen was going to learn high-level techniques, Teacher Chow naturally couldn't stay on the first floor but took Su Chen to the martial arts room on the 3rd floor. The first floor martial arts room was a public space, particularly large, about 1,000 square meters. The 2nd and 3rd floors were different. The 2nd and 3rd floors had separate martial arts rooms, varying in size, meant for individual use. All right, Su Chen responded, his gaze serious. High-level techniques were hard to come by outside. The country controlled them very strictly. They were mainly concerned that young people would aim too high and waste their precious time. Generally, one could only learn a high-level technique for free within the school, and the responsible teacher had to write a request report, limiting how much they could teach. This one is the Long Yuan Dominating Blade. It's an incredibly powerful and imposing sword technique. Its moves are like a dragon emerging from the sea, with a magnificent momentum. Every strike carries a strong gust of wind, capable of easily cutting through steel, with astonishing power. However, practicing this sword technique requires immense strength and superb skill. I'm not particularly good at this technique, and what I can show you is just the surface. This one is the Phantom Splitting Blade. Its technique is as elusive as a phantom, making it hard to distinguish between true and false. When using the Phantom Splitting Blade, one can simultaneously create multiple sword shadows to confuse the enemy's vision, then exploit the opening to launch a fatal attack. This set of sword techniques emphasizes the combination of body movement and swordplay. Only by reaching the realm where the mind moves with intention and the person and sword or one can its true power be unleashed. To learn this sword technique, you'll also need to learn the Phantom Step technique, which can be quite troublesome. Teacher Chow demonstrated while explaining, quickly showcasing 6 types. Su Chen watched intently from the side, especially excited to see the power displayed by these 6 high-level techniques. Is this what high-level techniques are like? So cool! The first 6 are excellent high-level techniques, specially selected by the teacher for you. After demonstrating the 6 high-level sword techniques, Teacher Chow stopped and looked at Su Chen with a smile. Su Chen nodded, a bit curious. Teacher Chow, didn't you say there were 7? Indeed, there are 7 types, but this 7th type. Teacher Chow hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, the 7th type is also what the teacher has learned, but this advanced skill is too difficult. It's hard to get started, hard to learn, and even harder to master. The teacher now regrets learning it. Upon hearing Teacher Chow's words, Su Chen's interest grew even more, and his eyes lit up. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Teacher Chow didn't keep him in suspense and continued, the 7th type is called the Drawn Blade Slash. Oh, Drawn blade slash. Su Chen immediately became excited. He practiced with a sword, and the drawn blade slash was a part of that. Su Chen thought the drawn blade slash was incredibly cool. With one slash, it could determine victory or defeat, and even life or death. The drawn blade slash often results in a one-hit kill, and its specific forms can vary greatly. It sounds simple, but in practice, it's really difficult. It's not just a simple draw of the blade, it's a powerful attack skill derived from ancient swordsmanship schools, known for its astonishing speed and destructive power. To use the drawn blade slash effectively, one must have an extremely high talent for swordsmanship, able to integrate everything into the blade. Only by truly achieving the unity of man and blade can one unleash the true power of the drawn blade slash. As Teacher Chow said this, he walked to the side, where there happened to be a wooden sword with a wooden sheath, and he took it down directly. Watch! Teacher Chow's aura was completely different from before. In the previous 6 demonstrations, he was not skilled in those techniques. He had only learned them for teaching purposes and understood them superficially. But this time was different. The drawn blade slash was his major advanced skill, honed over decades of effort. In Su Chen's perception, Teacher Chow was like a famous sword hidden in its sheath, waiting for the right moment to be drawn. Drawn blade slash. Fast. Su Chen didn't even see how Teacher Chow made his move. What he first saw was the wooden dummy in front of him being neatly sliced in half. Su Chen felt as if he was being targeted by death itself. Sheathing the sword, Teacher Chow exhaled, and that feeling disappeared. Su Chen couldn't help but swallow. This Teacher Chow was impressive. That last slash was extraordinarily powerful. This is the drawn blade slash. It looks very simple. There's only this one move, from start to finish, just this one move. It's just a simple draw of the blade. But this slash requires you to invest all your will into it. Otherwise, what you produce is just a simple drawn blade slash, not the advanced technique. There is an essential difference between the two. Now, which one are you prepared to choose? Teacher Chow's gaze fell on Su Chen. I choose the drawn blade slash. Su Chen's answer did not surprise Teacher Chow. He knew that once Su Chen learned about the drawn blade slash, there was a high probability he would choose it, just like he had back then, as expected. But there's one thing I must remind you. You only have 5 days. If you don't learn the drawn blade slash before the class assessment, you will likely miss out on the elite class. With your talent, if you choose any of the other 6, there's still a good chance you could learn them in these 5 days. Teacher Chow spoke sincerely, and Su Chen understood what he meant. If I didn't have the panel, I might have chosen one of the first 6 to try to get into the elite class. After all, entering the elite class allows access to resource support, which is very important to me. If I can't get it, I'll fall behind step by step. But since I have the panel, why should I settle for less? Su Chen thought, then spoke with determination. Teacher Chow, the moment I saw the drawn blade slash, I felt it was perfect for me. Alright then, for the next few days, I'll be waiting for you here at 9 in the morning. Today, we'll start with the most basic draw of the blade. Follow my lead. Concentrate your energy and spirit, and draw the blade with complete focus, doing it without distraction. For the next 4 days, Su Chen was at school, home, and the Xingqian Club, following a 3-point line. He would wake up around 6 in the morning to head to the club, using the equipment there for training. By 8:30, he would arrive at school to learn the blade draw from Teacher Chow. After finishing, he spent most of his time at the Xingqian Club. In the evenings, Luo Xiu would usually come by. However, unlike the first day when he stayed for 3 hours, he only stayed for 2 hours this time, and even took a day off in between. Under these circumstances, Su Chen managed to gather 20,000 martial coins just a day before the class division test. 20,001 martial coins. Su Chen looked at the number on his bank card, his smile radiant. Now I can head to Tianbao Pavilion. Tianbao Pavilion is open 24 hours, which Su Chen was quite pleased about. Otherwise, it would be past 11 at night, and there would be no place to buy chi blood pills. Su Chen checked in at the front desk, chatted with the receptionist for a bit, and then left the Xingqian Club, heading straight for Tianbao Pavilion. His efforts over the past few days had indeed paid off. Su Chen's talent for skills was quite good. His basic sword technique had improved from 1% to 3% in the second stage, entirely due to his personal effort without any points allocated. Along with that, his chi blood value also increased by 0.01 points, reaching 238. Unfortunately, he still hadn't grasped the blade draw. As Teacher Chow had said, the blade draw was too difficult. Even Teacher Chow had spent a month just to get the hang of it. Su Chen wasn't a stranger to Tianbao Pavilion. He had previously come to broaden his horizons. There were a total of 7 floors, each with a considerable area filled with items. The higher up, the more precious the items became. The 6th and 7th floors were accessible only to martial artists. Su Chen didn't waste any time, asked a staff member, and headed towards the location of the chi blood pills. On the 3rd floor, chi blood pills were not cheap. Each pill came in a beautifully crafted jade bottle, looking quite luxurious. Su-chen estimated that just the jade bottle alone would cost over 100. He picked up a bottle and went to check out. There were no dramatic incidents during the process, everything went smoothly. After paying, Su-chen watched his originally 21,000 savings get wiped out, leaving him with just over 1,000, which made his heart ache. Money really doesn't last long. But thinking about how this chi blood pill was a new type of pill that could provide a tenfold effect boost, Su-chen's heart surged with excitement. Tenfold effect. It's all up to you now, I hope you won't let me down. Su-chen kept the chi blood pill close to him, as this was his ticket to the elite class. Time to go home. Su-chen hurried home. Dad. As soon as he reached the bottom of the stairs, Su-chen saw his father dragging his weary body home. Su-chen knew that his father had just come back from work, and his eyes felt a bit moist. Ah-chan, you're back. Su-kwan's body jolted, straightening up immediately, forcing a smile on his face. He didn't want to show his weakness in front of his child. Yeah. Su-chen nodded, and under the streetlight, his father's white hair stood out even more. Dad, what's wrong? Nothing. Su-chen opened his mouth but still didn't reveal his current situation. He planned to wait until he entered the elite class to tell his father. Wanting to spare him from so much fatigue, he could earn the money himself. Let's go home. Okay, let's go home. Under the streetlight, the shadows of Su-chen and his father, Su-kwan, stretched long. Once home, Su-chen spent some time with his father before returning to his room. Father, just wait a little longer, I will soon be able to support this family. Su-chen was very rational. He understood that at this stage, he needed to quickly enhance his strength and advance in a short time to fundamentally resolve the family's issues. He wouldn't blindly spend money, that would only deplete resources. Su-chen's gaze became more serious. He was the only hope for his family. Blood chi pill, it's up to you. Su-chen opened the exquisite jade bottle containing the blood chi pill and poured it out. The fragrant aroma made Su-chen's mind clear up. Is this the blood chi pill? No wonder it's a pill only the wealthy can afford. Su-chen sighed and swallowed the blood chi pill. He didn't feel much because, as he swallowed it, the pill was converted into energy by the panel. Taking the blood chi pill, energy plus 15. Since it's the first time taking it, a tenfold effect is triggered, energy increases by 150. 150 points. Just as Su-chen had expected, the cost-effectiveness of the blood chi pill was not as high as that of the basic blood chi pill. This was quite normal. One blood chi pill could never be better than 200 basic blood chi pills. Having 15 points of energy, Su-chen was very satisfied. Perfect. This 150 points of energy is enough for me to directly increase my blood chi by 1.5, which can push it to 3.88. Su-chen's breathing became rapid. With a blood chi value of 3.88, he estimated that even if he couldn't make it into the top 10 of his grade, he could at least secure a spot in the top 20, right? No, I can't put it all into blood chi. Su-chen took a deep breath. He understood that his previous test of blood chi was too low, and such a sudden increase was too strange. I need to take it slow, step by step, for the best effect. What I need to do now is to establish myself as a martial arts genius and use this identity to gain more resources, thus rationalizing things. As a transmigrator, Su-chen thought deeper. This world had its privileged ones, and martial artists were among them. He just wanted to ensure his safety as much as possible. Then let's raise the blood chi value to 2.5 first. Consume 12 energy points, blood chi value raised to 2.5. The energy value decreased from 151 to 138 points. Next, I need to continuously invest points in basic swordsmanship to comprehend the draw sword slash. Start investing points. Consume 2 energy points. Basic swordsmanship second stage 3% increased to 4%. Consume 2 energy points. Basic swordsmanship second stage 9% increased to 10%. With each improvement, Su-chen would pause, absorb the gains from this enhancement, and then continue. Soon, his basic swordsmanship rose from 3% to 10%, and at that moment, Su-chen had a sudden insight into the draw sword slash. He immediately picked up the crude wooden short sword by the bed and closed his eyes. Grip the sword. Draw the sword. Slash. In an instant, it felt as if he had poured all his strength into the short sword, slashing out. Sheathing the sword. Su-chen slowly opened his eyes, and his calm face was suddenly filled with excitement. Awesome! I finally comprehended the draw sword slash. Ha ha ha! Su-chen couldn't help but laugh. He immediately opened the panel to check. Name, Su-chen, blood chi, 2. 5 plus, punching power, 263 kilograms, speed, 14. 1 meter per second, spirit, 9 plus, skill, basic swordsmanship, second stage 10% plus, advanced skill, draw sword slash, first stage 1% plus, energy, 124. 1. With this strength, I should have no problem getting into the elite class. The assessments for the elite class in previous years were similar to the college entrance examination, based on blood chi plus basic techniques, but if one could master advanced skills during the class division, it could also be showcased for extra points. Even if it's not enough, I still have a day tomorrow. I can invest more points in the draw sword slash, and it will definitely be secure. Su-chan temporarily didn't use the remaining 1 energy points. Each use would enhance his strength, but from his earlier observations, it was best not to use too much at once. Waiting until he consumed some before using it again would yield better results. You can sleep now, and make sure to be in good spirits. As the last day before class division approached, the entire Green Capital No. 2 high school was shrouded in a strange atmosphere. The class was no exception. Most of the students who applied for the martial arts class had basically stopped coming to the classroom. After Su-chan submitted his application for the martial arts class to the homeroom teacher that day, he also stopped attending class. Because for their upcoming college entrance examination, although there were requirements for multiple cultural subjects, the cultural scores did not count towards the total score. They were merely a standard for admission. This meant that if you wanted to attend WUDA, you had to meet a certain score in cultural subjects to qualify for the exam. The score requirement was not high, and with Su-chan's cultural grades, he could easily meet the standard, so there was naturally no need to waste time. Martial arts room, 3rd floor. What? You mastered the draw slash? Teacher Chow arrived at the martial arts room as usual and saw Su-chan performing the draw slash movement, leaving him stunned. Teacher Chow, I suddenly had an epiphany before bed last night and understood it, Su-chan explained as he stopped his movements upon hearing Teacher Chow's voice. Suddenly had an epiphany. Teacher Chow repeated, his expression complex. Mastery of skills is all about insight, and Su-chan's ability to grasp the basics of the draw slash in just 4 days proved that his talent in this area was indeed quite remarkable. If that's the case, your entry into the elite class is basically assured. Teacher. After understanding the draw slash yesterday, I feel like my vitality seems to have improved. Teacher Chow was momentarily taken aback and then took Su-chan to the testing room. When he saw the results of Su-chan's test showing a vitality value of 2.5, he couldn't help but look at Su-chan a couple more times. This kid really knows how to surprise people. Is this even possible? Could this kid be the chosen one? That evening, Luo Xiu arrived as promised and trained Su-chan for another 2 hours. After a few days of interaction, the two had gotten to know each other. As soon as Luo Xiu entered room 3 of the gold building, he casually asked, tomorrow, your No. 2 high school will start dividing classes, right? Su-chan was taken aback for a moment and nodded, and Luo Xiu didn't continue the conversation. As usual, they engaged in basic combat training, but today's situation was somewhat different. In the past, Luo Xiu would dominate the fight, and Su-chan would barely defend, serving as Luo Xiu's target for basic techniques. But today was completely different. In the face of Luo Xiu's attacks, Su-chan defended effortlessly and even managed to counterattack a few times, which surprised Luo Xiu. He then increased his intensity, and Su-chan took it all in stride. Luo Xiu was increasingly astonished. How did Su-chan's basic swordsmanship suddenly improve so much? Although he still couldn't match Luo Xiu, the gap had narrowed significantly. This was getting more interesting. After 2 hours, Luo Xiu had gained quite a bit. As they finished, Luo Xiu suddenly said, keep it up. Su-chan was once again taken aback, and then a smile appeared on his face. Thank you. The highly anticipated 100-day oath ceremony finally arrived as scheduled. On this day, high schools across the country held their 100-day oath ceremonies, and many high schools also began to establish martial arts elite classes. In fact, some powerful high schools had started their elite classes in the first year of high school. They had abundant resources to cultivate students from the very beginning. However, for the vast majority of high schools, the martial arts elite class only started on this day. Green Capital No. 2 high school was no exception. Although they had previously conducted elite training, the number of students was limited to just 10. This meant that there were 10 fixed spots in this martial arts elite class, and the remaining students would compete for the other 40 spots. The 100-day oath ceremony at Green Capital No. 2 high school attracted a few media outlets, but most of the media were more focused on Green Capital No. 1 high school. After the student representative of this cohort, Xiao Yixue, delivered her speech on stage, the audience erupted in excitement. Xiao Yixue, the absolute NO. 1 of Green Capital No. 2 high school, was a talent that the school had invested considerable resources to retain. Xiao Yixue's strength can consistently rank in the top 5 at Green City No. 2 high school, and she can even compete for a spot in the top 3. She is the hope of Green City No. 2. Last year, the best result for Green City No. 2 was 8th place in the city, with only one person making it into the top 20. which was indeed a disgrace. This also led to the less than ideal enrollment situation for this year's freshmen. This is why teacher Chow mentioned that the principal had secured a substantial sponsorship. Under the vows of all the senior students, the 100-day oath ceremony came to an end. Next, the class divisions began. The elite class is not only the martial arts elite class but also the liberal arts elite class. Today's class division assessment is not just for martial arts, it applies to the liberal arts as well. However, the martial arts assessment focuses on vitality and skills, while the liberal arts assessment is a written exam. After all, Green City No. 2 High School, or rather most high schools, primarily focus on liberal arts, with liberal arts students making up the majority of the school population. Students participating in the liberal arts written exam, please take your assigned seats and prepare for the test. Students participating in the martial arts assessment, please gather in the martial arts room. With the announcement over the loudspeaker, the students on the playground began to take action. Kan, good luck. The boy who started called softly to Su Chen. You too, good luck. Su Chen encouraged the boy, then headed to the martial arts room with the other 4 classmates who chose the martial arts assessment. Su Chen, I didn't expect you to really choose the martial arts class. Su Chen had a decent relationship with these people, they were classmates, and there was no deep-seated hatred. Moreover, Su Chen had a good reputation in class and was known as a talent and skills, but unfortunately, his family conditions were poor, and his vitality was too low. Otherwise, Su Chen could have secured a position. The speaker was a boy with yellow hair, who had a good relationship with Su Chen, named Huang Zongbao. He came from a decent family and worked hard, consistently ranking in the top 2 in overall grades in class. Yes, Su Chen, your academic performance is so good, you're the top student in class, and you could even rank in the top 10 in the whole school. With your academic results, if you focus on academics later, you could have a good chance in the liberal arts classes of the top 10 universities. Your future is limitless. Another girl named Zhou Ling couldn't help but say. In fact, they all admired Su Chen. He usually devoted most of his time to skills but still managed to achieve first place in academic subjects and rank in the top 10 in his grade, which was indeed impressive. If it weren't for Su Chen's poor family conditions, he would definitely have a place at Wu University with his talent. Su Chen, your academic performance is so good, after the martial arts assessment, you can talk to the old class teacher. Given how much the old class teacher values you, maybe you can persuade the school to let you return. The 4 of them were all thinking of Su Chen, and he felt comforted by their goodwill. That makes sense. Let's see the results after the assessment. Seeing Su Chen so receptive to their advice, the 4 of them smiled with satisfaction. The distance wasn't far, and soon the 5 of them arrived at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Several teachers were already there organizing the students to line up for their assessment results, with signs posted nearby prohibiting noise and maintaining silence. The 5 of them quieted down and lined up obediently. Since not many people applied for the martial arts class, the process was quite fast. In less than 5 minutes, Su Chen received his assessment results. First, proceed to the second floor for the strength and speed tests, then go to the third floor for the basic technique test. The teacher distributing the results reminded. Teacher Zhou, if we need to test advanced techniques, where should we go? Su Chen glanced at the assessment results, which had 5 categories: strength, speed, vitality, basic techniques, and advanced techniques. Strength and speed are assessed through vitality, using these 2 to test the quantity of vitality for scoring, with no upper limit on the score. The same goes for basic techniques, which also have no upper limit on scores, but both have a base score, a vitality value of 2. 5 is the base score, and for every additional 0, 1 in vitality, 10 points are added. The basic rule is that the first stage of minor success serves as the foundation, and reaching the standard earns 10 points. However, the basic rule is somewhat subjective, with scores for minor success in the first stage ranging from 10 to 50. The evaluation is based on performance. Good performance earns 50 points, while poor performance results in only 10 points. If it's perfect, it's directly 60 points. The subsequent scores pertain to the second stage. The final column is for advanced skills. As long as one learns them, 20 points are added, and there is no upper limit based on mastery. However, under normal circumstances, given the strength of the students at Green Capital No. 2 High School, advanced skills are generally not assessed, as aside from Xiao Ishua, no one else is likely to have learned them. Naturally, there is no upper limit on the final total score, but this score is specifically set for this test and is not the score for the college entrance examination. The total score for the college entrance examination is 750 points, which is completely different. Green Capital No. 2 High School sets its scores based on past year's situations, making it more characteristic of the school. Of course, to ensure fairness and justice, there is still a specific range for these scores, and the scoring for the basic rule is done by 5 teachers. When calculating the scores, the highest and lowest scores are deducted, and the average of the 3 middle scores is taken. Advanced skills? Teacher Joe clearly paused, but seeing Su-chan's serious expression, he still replied, "If you need to take the assessment for advanced skills, just tell the teacher of the basic rule later." "Okay, thank you, teacher." Su-chan thanked him and headed to the second floor of the martial arts room with his assessment score sheet. Naturally, following Su-chan was Huang Zongbao, who had overheard the conversation and couldn't help but glance at Su-chan a couple more times. Advanced skills? How is that possible? Su-chan's talent is indeed good, but how could he possibly have advanced skills? Huang Zongbao couldn't help but chuckle to himself, but thinking about Su-chan's character, which didn't seem like someone who would ask nonsense, made him swallow hard. Classmate? Ah, teacher, my name is Huang Zongbao. Huang Zongbao finally came to his senses and hurriedly took the assessment score sheet from teacher Zhou. Su-chan, please perform 10 punches within 30 seconds. The final average number will be your punching power score. The countdown begins. Bang, bang, bang. Su-chan simply gathered his strength and began to punch quickly. 268, 266, 266. The total punching power for 10 punches is 2,669 kilograms, with an average score of 266, 9 kilograms. The teacher in charge of the test filled in the score of 266, 9 kilograms on Su-chan's assessment score sheet and signaled him to go inside for the speed test. The speed test is simpler. It involves running 1,000 meters, and the result is obtained by dividing the distance by the time taken. The outer circle of the martial arts room on the second floor has a track that can accommodate 6 people starting simultaneously. Once Su-chan entered, there were exactly 6 people, and the test began. The ranking is not important. What matters is the time consumed by each individual. 1,000 meters is considered a middle distance run in the previous life, but in this world, it can only be considered a sprint. With their strength, running at 80% speed is absolutely no problem. The 1,000-meter run took 69.93 seconds, with an average speed of 14.3 meters per second. After writing down the score, he handed his score sheet to the teacher in charge of data statistics, who input the results, and Su-chan's vitality value appeared. Final assessment result, vitality value 2.5, base score 10 points. 10 points, just as I estimated. Su-chan looked at the 10 points on the score sheet, not surprised, and headed to the third floor. Su-chan, your vitality? As soon as he came out, he saw Huang Zongbao and Wang Ling entering one after the other, asking in a low voice, 10 points, 10 points? Your vitality has reached 2.5? The two were somewhat surprised, but due to time constraints, they couldn't ask too many questions and just brushed past each other. Third floor. Su-chan arrived at the teacher's office on the third floor, presented his assessment score sheet, and the teacher glanced at it, expressionless. Room 3. Okay, teacher, but I would like to apply for the advanced skill assessment. I heard from the teachers below that I should talk to you. Advanced skills? The teacher clearly paused before speaking. You want to apply for the advanced skill assessment? Yes. After receiving Su-chan's confirmation, the teacher fell silent for a moment before saying, then you should go to room 1 later. Only the teacher there is qualified to test, but they haven't finished yet, so you'll have to wait. Also, if you haven't mastered the advanced skills, you will lose points later. Are you sure you want to apply? The teacher reminded him. I want to apply. All right. The teacher marked a check next to the advanced skills section, as normally, advanced skills were not assessed. They hadn't planned to include the advanced skills section on the assessment score sheet, but because Teacher Chow suggested it, they added it. Teacher Chow also specifically mentioned that among the 3 rooms for basic skill testing, it would be best to have one room set up to assess advanced skills. Then you can sit over here for now. Okay. Su-chan replied and sat down on a nearby chair. There were 6 people in Su-chan's group, all of whom had run the kilometer together, so besides Su-chan, there were naturally others present. They watched the entire conversation between Su-chan and the teacher, and while they understood every word Su-chan said, they couldn't grasp the meaning when it was all put together. Applying for the advanced skill assessment? Was this person trying to show off? However, the 5 did not speak, only casting curious glances at Su-chan, and soon one of them was called in for testing. Su-chan had to wait for room 1, and there was someone in front of him waiting for the next batch. Coincidentally, while waiting, Huang Zongbao and Wang Ling also arrived. Su-chan noticed the happy expressions on their faces, knowing that both must have performed well. They also saw Su-chan and smiled at him without saying a word. Next. Upon hearing this, Su-chan stood up and strode into room 1 for testing. Upon entering the room, Su-chan saw 5 familiar figures. Teacher Chow was among them, but he was not in the center, he was in the second position on the left. All 5 were excellent martial arts teachers at the school, all proficient in advanced skills. Please choose your weapon. When Su Chen entered, Teacher Chow wore a stern face, showing no expression, but if someone stared at him long enough they would see a hint of a smile deep in his eyes. Su Chen bowed to the 5 teachers, placed his assessment score sheet in front of the teacher in the middle, and then went to the weapon rack to choose his weapon. A wooden sword with a sheath. One of the 5 teachers at the judging table stepped forward, and it was none other than Teacher Chow, who also chose the same weapon as Su Chen. According to the rules, each of the 5 teachers had their own preferred weapons. They would generally decide who would take action based on the weapon the student used. If none of the chosen weapons were their major, they would proceed in order. The teacher in the middle was responsible for recording the overall score, meaning he was the one who wrote down the scores. He casually glanced at Su Chen's assessment score sheet. He specialized in firearms, so he didn't know much about Su Chen and had little impression of him. However, he generally remembered students with outstanding scores, and at first glance, he thought Su Chen's ranking shouldn't be very high. Upon seeing the vitality score on the assessment score sheet, he nodded slightly. A vitality value of 2.5 was indeed as he expected. A vitality value of 2.5 basically made passing unlikely. Based on past year's scores, a basic vitality value of 60 points is needed to have a chance of passing. That is a health value of 2.8, plus a decent performance in the basic technique, which adds up to a score of 60. If the scores are the same, we will rank based on the scores given by the 5 teachers, then by strength, and finally by speed, to select 40 people for the elite class. With only a health value of 2.5, it's basically destined for elimination. These thoughts flashed through Teacher Li's mind in an instant, but when his gaze fell on the checkmark for the advanced technique, he was momentarily taken aback. Advanced technique? This made Teacher Li suddenly look up at Su Chen, his expression strange. Teachers, I am ready. It was still Su Chen's voice that brought Teacher Li back. He nodded. Let's begin. The assessment was about to start. The other 3 teachers sitting in their seats had no reaction since they hadn't seen the score sheet. Their posture was slightly relaxed. After all, it was just some first-level basic techniques, which didn't require too much seriousness for their level. Even if it wasn't a basic technique they excelled in, they could still see it clearly, with minimal error. However, as Su Chen wielded the wooden sword, the 4 teachers, including Teacher Li, underwent a change. Second-level basic sword technique? Surprise appeared in the eyes of all 4 teachers. This was a second-level basic technique. Among them, the 3 most popular basic techniques were present, but even counting all 10 of those who could refine basic techniques to the second level, there were probably only about 5 people in the entire school. How did this suddenly emerge? This second-level basic sword technique is quite well mastered. It's not just a beginner's level. The 4 were astonished, especially Teacher Li, who glanced down at the prominent checkmark, then raised his head, his calm eyes suddenly filled with anticipation. Is it just for show? Or does he really have the strength? And it seems old Chow isn't surprised at all. Teacher Chow was feeding techniques to help Su Chen achieve a good score, preparing for him to fully showcase his abilities. This kid has improved again. While feeding techniques, Teacher Chow was also somewhat surprised. Since the day before yesterday when Su Chen comprehended the draw sword slash, his understanding of sword techniques could truly be described as progressing by leaps and bounds. Yesterday, Su Chen mentioned that his comprehension of the basic sword technique deepened because of the draw sword slash, and today, his basic sword technique improved again, truly remarkable. If this kid can really maintain this pace, he might have a chance to master the draw sword slash before the college entrance examination. A mastered draw sword slash could earn a 100-point bonus. 100 points, even if this kid's health value is a bit low, he still has a chance to compete for a spot at the major martial arts university, or even the top 10. Teacher Chow thought about this while his actions in hand did not slow down, steadily pressing Su Chen to let him showcase his level. Under such circumstances, what was originally a nearly 2-minute assessment lasted 5 minutes before it concluded. Not bad. Teacher Chow praised, then turned back to his seat and wrote down his score, 86 points. The other teachers also began to score. 85, 88, 87, 87. After removing the highest and lowest scores, the average score was 86, 77 points. Teacher Li wrote down the scores given by the 5 teachers, along with the average score, and then gestured for Su Chen. Continue. The other 3 teachers had question marks on their foreheads. Continue? What do you mean continue? Isn't the assessment over? Teacher Chow stood up and walked towards Su Chen. Seeing Teacher Chow's demeanor, Teacher Li knew that old Chow must have realized something. This guy was hiding his talents so deeply. It seemed that only Xiao Ishua in the entire school could consistently outperform Su Chen in the basic technique he just displayed. Everyone else was below him. Advanced technique assessment, focus your attention, Teacher Lee reminded them, and the three teachers trembled, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Su Chen. High-level technique? Teacher Chow. Su Chen sheathed the wooden sword and respectfully addressed Teacher Chow. Come on. A brilliant smile appeared on Teacher Chow's face, feeling really good. Showing off in front of colleagues, especially with that old guy Lee around, was truly exhilarating. Ha! Su Chen closed his eyes. The next second, several teachers, including Teacher Lee, couldn't help but stand up from their seats. Draw and slash. Bang! Teacher Chow raised the wooden sword in his hand, and it broke with a sound. Teacher Chow's pupils involuntarily shrank. This guy. Thank you for your guidance. Su Chen opened his eyes, sheathed the sword, his gaze calm. Little did he know, Su Chen was also feeling exhilarated. Seeing Teacher Chow and these well-known teachers from the school showing such exaggerated expressions made Su Chen feel great. It was worth the points he added yesterday. Su Chen had added points to the draw and slash technique yesterday and just now. The added points not only improved his mastery of the draw and slash but also significantly enhanced his basic swordsmanship and vitality. Name, Su Chen, Vitality, 2. 54 plus, punching power, 269 kilograms, speed, 14. 5 meters per second, spirit, 9 plus, technique, basic swordsmanship, stage 2 16% plus, high-level technique, draw and slash, stage 1 5% plus, energy, 84. 1. If it weren't for the high-level technique's energy consumption being too high, needing 10 energy points for just 1%, he would have wanted to max it out directly. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, so he could only save it a bit, little by little, slowly. Green Capital Martial Arts Bureau, 3rd floor approval room. You want to apply for a second-tier genius loan with 2. For vitality? Is this Chow Rui crazy? Lu Qing looked at the information on the approval form, pouting. These schools have indeed gone crazy in recent years, each one filling in data randomly. Do they really think our martial arts bureau is a refugee aid center? Lu Qing wanted to directly mark it with a cross, but seeing the basic swordsmanship at the second stage filled in later, her action paused, and she still didn't mark it. She just made a note at the back. Second tier not approved, transfer to first tier. 42, 47, 55. With Su Chen's cough, several teachers quickly wrote down the scores on the report card. After deducting the highest and lowest scores, the final average score was 49, 33. Teacher Lee looked at Su Chen with a complex expression before writing down Su Chen's score on the final total. 146. 1 points. Su Chen took the report card, and seeing this score, a smile appeared on his face. This score naturally secured him a spot in the elite class, and he even had hopes of breaking into the top 30. Thank you, teachers. Su Chen thanked them and walked out of the testing room with a light step. Old Chow, you really held back a big move. Where, just casually taught a bit. I didn't expect him to be so impressive. If it weren't for the smile on Teacher Chow's face turning into a flower-like expression, they might have really believed it. Su Chen, you finally came out. In front of testing room 1, 4 people were sitting, 2 more than the other 2 testing rooms. Huang Zhongbo was among them, looking a bit anxious. As soon as he saw Su Chen come out, he couldn't help but step forward. How did you know I scored 146 points? Su Chen pretended to be surprised. What 146 points? Huang Zhongbao was completely stunned. 146 points? His strength limited Huang Zhongbao's imagination. He couldn't connect Su Chen with scoring 146 points in this exam. After all, for Huang Zhongbao, it was completely impossible. Quiet. The teacher in charge frowned upon hearing the noise. Just then, the next person testing in room 1 was Huang Zhongbao, who walked in with a puzzled expression. Teacher. Su Chen handed the assessment score sheet to the teacher, who was responsible not only for arranging the rooms and high-level skill applications but also for collecting everyone's completed assessment score sheets. The teacher nodded and took it from Su Chen's hand, preparing to check if he had left anything out. Vitality 2. 5, base score 10 points. Basic technique 86, 77? The teacher was clearly taken aback. Although he wasn't the one grading inside, he had seen the grading standards. To score over 60 points, one needed to cultivate the basic technique to the second stage, right? Su Chen's 86, 77 points were a bit exaggerated. This was not just stepping into the second stage but achieving something significant within it. Damn! He recalled that Su Chen had just applied for high-level skills, and he couldn't help but look further down, exclaiming out loud, because he saw it. High-level skills, 49. 33 points. The teacher's outburst caught the attention of the other students. They couldn't help but cast curious glances, wondering what had happened. The teacher couldn't help but look up, his gaze shocked as he stared at Su Chen. I did not fail my mission. Seeing the teacher's reaction, Su Chen grinned. As the saying goes, wealth and honor do not return home, like wearing fine clothes at night. Su-chen had not yet reached the stage of abandoning such mundane pleasures, he was still enjoying it. After saying this, Su-chen turned to leave. With the score sheet submitted, this round of testing came to a close. Next, they would wait for the assessments to finish, and the school would rank everyone and arrange classes. But all of that would have to wait until the afternoon. It wouldn't be that quick. Naturally, he couldn't just sit there waiting. With the martial arts hall occupied, he planned to go train at the club. It's a pity I want to improve my treatment. With my current strength, I'm still far from it. Bronze-level sparring partners require 7 vitality, plus mastering a high-level skill to a proficient stage, which will take some time. Green City No. 2 High School, 4th floor of the martial arts room. In fact, this martial arts room has 5 floors, but the top 2 floors are not open to the public, and Su-chen had never been up there. Those 2 upper floors are specifically for the elite class members to train. They even have a dedicated elevator. It's not very convenient to go up from the 3rd floor. One must swipe a special elevator card to access it. Currently, the elite class is not open, so only those 10 people can use it. Old Zhu, who do you think will be first in this test? In the hall of the 4th floor martial arts room, 5 or 6 boys and girls sat on the sofa, eating nutritional meals and chatting casually. These people are the strongest 10 at Green City No. 2 High School, selected for the elite class since their first year. To be precise, they should be called the elite group, enjoying special treatment. It should be Xiao Hai. My spot was almost taken by him back then, the boy called Old Zhu said teasingly. It was indeed very close. Xiao Hai and you were only slightly apart. It really depended on who performed better. Yeah, but that was then. Now Xiao Hai can't even catch up to you. Old Zhu smiled non-committally at this, feeling quite fortunate. Of course, if he had lost to Xiao Hai, then now Xiao Hai would be able to easily defeat him. But Xiao Hai has been working hard these past 2 years. He has always held the top score in martial arts. Ha, isn't that because the 10 of us didn't participate in the assessment? True. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Just then, someone walked out of the elevator, his face showing a hint of shock. Brother Guan, what's wrong? Big news. Brother Guan, hearing someone call him, immediately rushed over to them. What big news? Did someone take Xiao Hai's first place? Brother Guan shook his head. Not at all. The first place is still Xiao Hai. What big news could there be? The others didn't care, because even the first place Xiao Hai was not taken seriously by them. Someone has cultivated the basic technique to the second stage. Ha! Upon hearing this, they finally quieted down, somewhat surprised. Second stage? It seems that even among the 10 of us, only 5 have reached the second stage, right? Tisk TSK, I didn't expect such a genius to emerge outside, but if he's already at the second stage of the basic technique, why isn't he first? Lao Zhu was astonished, as he himself had not reached the second stage of the basic technique, still stuck at the peak of the first stage, having been stuck for a full 6 months without finding a way forward. Although the basic technique has basic in its name and involves learning some fundamental things, mastering it is not an easy task. The first and second stages cannot simply be broken through by hard work, it requires comprehension. His vitality value is too low. How much? 2, 5. Ha, a vitality value of 2, 5? As soon as this was said, everyone on the scene gasped. Not because 2, 5 was too high, but because it was too low. Really too low. Is it that low? I remember our vitality values were higher than this when we were in the second year of high school, right? You're not mistaken, but with a vitality value of 2, 5, plus just entering the second stage, TSK, this kid probably won't even make it into the elite class. What a pity, what a pity. If only such a good talent in the basic technique were mine, then I wouldn't have to always be at the bottom. When a few of them heard that it was only a vitality value of 2, 5, they all showed relaxed expressions, except for Brother Guan, who remained serious. Brother Guan, why do you care so much about a guy with only 2, 5 vitality? For a martial artist, the most important thing is still vitality. With a vitality value of 2, 5, no matter how exquisite his techniques are, I can take him down with just one move. Everyone except Brother Guan agreed. Yeah, if it were Xiao Hai who had reached the second stage of the basic technique, he might pose a threat to our training slots next month. But a guy with a vitality value of 2, 5 is useless no matter how he struggles. However, when Brother Guan said the next sentence, they all froze in place. He has comprehended a high-level technique, the blade draw. High-level technique, blade draw? Impossible. A guy with a vitality value of 2, 5. By the afternoon, the whole school was in an uproar. After all, this was a high-level technique. Only in 01 Xiaoishue, the unparalleled genius brought in at great cost by the school, had achieved this. Who would have thought another one would appear? No, This one is different from Xiaoishue. Xiaoishue is in existence with both vitality and high-level techniques at a monstrous level. Su Chen, did you say 146 points is the score for this assessment? Huang Zongbao felt dizzy upon hearing this. When he entered the first testing room, he was still wondering what Su Chen meant by 146, and he didn't expect it to be heartbreaking. Huang Zongbao felt a mix of emotions. He had prepared for this elite class placement exam long before, and his father had spent a huge amount of money to buy him 5 major vitality pills, which amounted to 30 vitality pills, along with several private tutors for the basic technique, spending countless resources just to keep his score above 108.45. But Su Chen? Huang Zongbao admitted that Su Chen worked hard, but who doesn't work hard? Sigh. Huang Zongbao shook his head. He wasn't jealous of Su Chen, just a bit unable to accept it. No, I have to work even harder from now on. In the afternoon, the results of the martial arts assessment for the whole school were released, and at 2:30 p.m., they were posted on the bulletin board by the playground. The whole school. Well, only the students applying for the martial arts class went to check. Due to today's test, the first and second year students have a holiday. As for the liberal arts class students, sorry, they are still sitting in the classroom taking the exam. I scored 2.8 in Chi and Blood, got 30 points. The basic law performance was also good, scored 46.78 points, which adds up to 76.78 points. This score would have placed me in the top 50 last year, so this year should have a good chance. Zhou Yu squeezed into the back of the announcement board, starting to look for his name from the 40th position. Not there, not there. How could it not be there? Zhou Yu's face turned ugly. With this score, he should have been safely in the top 50 last year. Moreover, it was said that fewer people applied for the martial arts class this year, so it should be even more secure. Little did he know, although fewer people applied today, none of those ranked at the top had given up. It was just that last year's results made many underperformers realize their own limitations and give up, which would not affect the top 50 scores at all. 58th place. Zhou Yu, not believing in evil, looked further back and was shocked to find his score was 58th, eliminated. This year's score is much higher than last year. I scored 87.12 points and only got 49th place. This score would probably have placed me in the top 45 last year. It has indeed increased. Last year's 50th place score was 76.19 points, and this year it jumped to 86.28 points, a direct increase of 10 points. Zhou Yu stiffened again. Why was he born this year? It's too hard. Sob sob. I got eliminated. I made it. Su Chen's 4 classmates naturally squeezed in first, some happy, some sad. 2 were eliminated, 2 advanced. Huang Zongbao's strength was good, and during this time, his dad had prepared a lot of resources for him, and his results had improved rapidly, directly surpassing the original class leader to become the new class. Well, still second. Zongbao, you actually ranked 36th? That's terrifying. The original first place couldn't help but gasp when he saw Huang Zongbao's name above him. Luck, luck. Huang Zongbao chuckled, and at that moment, the eliminated Wang Ling said dejectedly, strange, why didn't I see Su Chen's name? Didn't see Su Chen's name? As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned and began to skin further back. But they looked all the way to the last place and still didn't see Su Chen's name, which surprised them even more. Could it be that Su Chen gave up the exam? That's not scientific. Wait. Huang Zongbao seemed to think of something and suddenly scanned up from his score. Damn, 146 points. So that's what it means. Soon he saw Su Chen's name at 26th place, prominently displaying a score of 146. 1 points. 146 points? Zhao. They all saw Su Chen's name, along with his prominent ranking and score. The score column only showed the total score, without detailed scores. Meanwhile, the top 10 only had names, no scores. They were not surprised by this, as the top 10 did not participate in this test. They were the absolute top 10 of the school. With the appearance of the score column, the school also instructed each class teacher to inform the students entering the elite class to gather at the martial arts room on the first floor at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. In the office, Class 7's teacher, Mr. Liao, looked at the score sheet, especially Su Chen's name, feeling a bit dazed. Su Chen, 26th place? I said, how could this kid be so unwise? Turns out he was hiding such a hand. And Zongbao actually managed to surpass Sakai this time, but still second. Mr. Liao shook his head with a smile and first called Su Chen to share the good news. 26th place? After hanging up, a smile spread across Su Chen's face. I can go home tonight and tell my parents this good news. Let them be happy too. Su Chen had been waiting for this day for a long, long time. He hadn't seen a genuine smile on his parents' faces for a long time. Come home early tonight. Su Chen began to look forward to getting off work. Around 7 o'clock, Luo Shou came again and booked Su Chen for 2 hours. After last night's conversation, their relationship had improved quite a bit, almost like friends. However, neither of them was particularly talkative, and when they reached room 3, they got straight to the point and started battling. It was mainly Luo Shou attacking while Su Chen defended. 2 hours passed quickly, and it was still not yet 10 o'clock. Usually, at this time, Su Chen wouldn't go home. He would leave himself some time to train, but today he was eager to return home. After taking a shower at the club, Su Chen bought some barbecue from a street vendor, packed it up, and headed home. Their home was too small, with no private bathroom. To shower or use the toilet, they had to go outside to a shared one. When he got home, his father, Su Quan, had not yet arrived. At this time, Lin Susu was already asleep. Her health was weak, and she usually went to bed by 9. Su Chen placed the barbecue on the small table and waited for more than 20 minutes before he heard the sound of the door opening. Dad, Ah-chan? Su Quan, holding a worn yellow workshop hat, was surprised to see Su Chen sitting in the cramped dining area. Dad, I got into the elite class. Su Chen stood up, his face beaming with a radiant smile. Bang! The workshop hat in Su Quan's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Hoo! The hat made a noise as it hit Lin Susu, prompting her to call out warily. But Su Quan didn't pay attention to that. His gaze was fixed on Su Chen. Ah-chan, what did you say? He knew better than anyone what it meant to get into the elite class. He had woken up countless times feeling guilty and helpless, shedding tears. It was all because he felt so useless. Huff! Su Chen exhaled. Dad, I got into the elite class, with a total score of 146. 1, ranking 26th. Su Chen had never thought a person's smile could be so beautiful, especially with tears in their eyes. Good, good. Lin Susu also got up. The soundproofing in their home was too poor, and she had heard every word of Su Chen and Su Quan's conversation. Dad, my talent and skills is quite good, and the Xingqian Club has signed a contract with me. I only need to spend a little time there every day, and I can earn tens of thousands a month. And I've entered the elite class, which will provide plenty of resources every week. You won't have to work so hard anymore. I can earn a lot of money, and once I become a martial artist, I can. Silly child. Su Quan's eyes were filled with tears. He was never good at expressing himself. He simply walked over and placed his large hand on Su Chen's head. The next morning, Su Chen got up early. Although the golden finger effect was good, personal effort was equally important and could save a lot of money. Su Chen's talent and skills was indeed impressive, especially in the art of drawing the sword, as if he was born for it. By 7:30, Su Chen arrived at school, following what teacher Liao had said yesterday, and went to the first floor of the martial arts room. The martial arts room was not open to the public that morning, only accepting elite class students. Arriving at 7:30 was relatively late, as everyone seemed excited and had come early. Su Chen, here. In a place with people, there were naturally small groups. As soon as Su Chen arrived, Huang Zongbao and Lu Zikai spotted him, and Huang Zongbao immediately greeted him. Seeing familiar faces, Su Chen walked straight over. The rest of the classes were similar, with only a few individuals standing alone. Su Chen? A small group of 3 was resting with their eyes closed nearby. But when they heard the name Su Chen, they all opened their eyes in unison and turned their gazes toward him. Is he Su Chen? The only other person besides Goddess Xiao who has comprehended advanced skills? It seems like he's just a bit more handsome than me, nothing special. Xu Jiafan couldn't help but curl his lip. The people he disliked the most were those who were better looking than him. Should we go over and give it a try? No need. Although he has mastered advanced techniques, his vitality is too low, not even half of ours, so he poses no threat to us. Before old Zhu could speak, the person in the middle spoke up. That makes sense, then let's quietly wait for the teacher to arrive. After that, the 3 fell silent until Xiao Yixue entered, at which point they couldn't help but exclaim, Goddess Xiao is here. Yeah, it's been over a month since we last saw Goddess Xiao. I wonder how strong she is now. Xu Jiafan spoke with a tone of admiration. He truly respected Goddess Xiao from the bottom of his heart. Didn't we just see her yesterday? Is that the same? Xu Jiafan couldn't help but roll his eyes. When Xiao Yixue entered, it wasn't just the 3 of them who were excited. Almost everyone in the room was thrilled. Oh wow, Goddess Xiao is here too. Huang Zongbao was as excited as a baby weighing 180 pounds. Xiao Yixue, huh? Su Chen's gaze also fell on Xiao Yixue, but unlike Huang Zongbao, Su Chen's eyes were filled with curiosity. I wonder how strong she really is. Xiao Yixue walked into the martial arts room, casually found a spot to sit alone, and then closed her eyes to rest. At 7:50, all 50 students of the elite class had gathered, including the 10 who did not participate in the exam but still occupied the top 10 spots. At 8 o'clock sharp, a middle-aged man with a noticeable scar on his face walked in. He wore simple sportswear and had a serious expression, giving off a cold instructor vibe. His presence was commanding. As the middle-aged man entered, all 50 students stood up. "Hello everyone, I am the head of your elite class, Yen-jun." Yen-jun smiled, but his smile was even more intimidating than his serious demeanor. "Next, follow me. There are only 2 elevators, and we have quite a few people, so we'll probably have to split into 3 batches." After saying this, Yen-jun turned and led everyone out of the martial arts room's hall to the side elevator, swiped his card, and the elevator doors opened with a beep. Suchin didn't rush. Being a little late or early made no difference, and he wasn't worried about the time. However, he was a bit curious. He knew about the 4th and 5th floors of the martial arts room. He just had never been there, only heard people talk about it. It was said that these 2 floors belonged to geniuses, and only those who entered the elite class could step inside. The elite class's classroom was on the 4th floor of the martial arts room. Rumor had it that there were all kinds of high-tech facilities up there, and the school invested a lot of money in them every year. "We'll see it soon." Su-chen was in the 2nd batch to go up. After arriving, someone was waiting at the door to guide them to the elite class. "You are Su-chen?" Coincidentally, the person responsible for guiding this batch was Zhu Jiafan, who usually trained up there and was very familiar with the layout. He happened to be in the 10th position and had just been assigned by Yen-jun. "Yes, and you?" "I'm Zhu Jiafan, the last one in the elite team." "Huh?" Zhu Jiafan laughed heartily. Being the last in the elite team was no big deal. "I heard you learned the blade draw?" Seeing Zhu Jiafan's friendly attitude, Su-chen nodded. There was no need to hide this. "Impressive." Zhu Jiafan couldn't help but give a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Huang Zongbao and Lu Zikai had been with Su-chen all along and naturally heard the conversation between Zhu Jiafan and Su-chen. However, they were a bit confused. "Learned the blade draw? What kind of nonsense is that?" They didn't understand. But wasn't Zhu Jiafan one of the top 10 big shots? Why was he trying to get close to Su-chen? It was truly puzzling. The journey was short, and Zhu Jiafan and Su-chen exchanged only a few words before arriving at their destination. It was a classroom that was not much different from an ordinary one, with only 50 seats inside. Su-chen and Huang Zongbao sat together, while Lu Zikai ran off to team up with another acquaintance. Soon, the 3rd batch of people arrived, and the entire classroom was filled to capacity, with not a single empty seat. Everyone's gaze fell on Yen-jun at the podium, eager to see how this homeroom teacher would begin. Yen-jun's gaze was sharp. He scanned the room from start to finish before speaking. "You are all the cream of the crop from Luduno 2 High School. Each of you is a genius-level student here." This statement made many people proudly lift their heads, but Su-chen did not react much, as he felt this was just a formality, similar to what had been said before. As Su-chen expected, Yen-jun soon opened the multimedia and started the PPT. "But do you really have a reason to be proud?" Without waiting for a response, Yen-jun displayed the first slide. Last year, there were over 23 million candidates nationwide, but only 460,000 applied to martial arts universities, which is about 2%. There are 72 martial arts universities in the country, and to be precise, the number of enrollments is 228,000. 460,000 and 228,000 mean that for every 2 applicants to martial arts universities, only 1 gets in. This ratio does not apply to our elite class, because last year, all of our elite class students were admitted. As everyone listened to Yen-jun's words, they were still somewhat confused. Some students even felt that Yen-jun was indirectly praising them. However, this number did not really represent much, as there were not many students in the martial arts classes, and each school would conduct screenings, directly advising those with no hope to withdraw. In such circumstances, a 50% elimination rate was already quite high, because if we consider the more than 22 million candidates who gave up, that would be a 99% elimination rate. Yen-jun did not care about everyone's thoughts and asked back, "But is this really something to be proud of?" He pressed the button for the next slide, which displayed new data. There are 36 provinces and 402 cities in the country. Without considering the size of provinces and cities, on average, each province has 12,700 martial arts candidates, and each city has 1,144 martial arts candidates. But what about our Haishi province? We only have over 9,200 people. Although we only have 11 cities, shouldn't there be 12,500? In Ludu, the number of applicants is not small, with over 1,100, which meets the average. But you should also be aware of how many are just filling the numbers, right? If you are not clear, then let's look at the rankings of the martial arts assessments. On average, each province has over 6,700 people admitted, but last year, our Haishi only had over 4,800 admitted. Ludu is even worse. On average, each city should have over 560 admitted, but last year, the entire Ludo had less than 300, which is quite dismal. Do you still think this is something to be proud of? This time, the vast majority of students could not help but lower their proud heads. It seemed that Ludo really was quite lacking. Some may say that we have fewer people in Ludo, and achieving such results is already quite good, right? Yen Jun seemed determined to make everyone fully recognize the facts and continued to present a set of data. I won't show you the national rankings. Let's just look at the provincial rankings. How many from Ludo made it into the top 100 in the province last year? The PPT displayed a pitiful 3 people, with the highest ranking being only 34th, which made Zhu Jiafan and others widen their eyes in disbelief. Was it really that bad? And what about our Ludo No. 2 high school? At this point, Yen Jun scoffed. Not to mention the top 100. There isn't even one in the top 200. By the way, last year, the 3rd middle school actually made it into the top 100, pushing you all behind, which is why your principal spent a huge amount of money to invite me here. Many students felt a sense of frustration upon hearing this. Su Chen instinctively glanced at Xiao Ishue and noticed that she didn't seem too affected. Yen Jun continued to strike down the morale of the crowd. There are 72 martial arts universities nationwide, among which the top 20 are key martial arts universities, the top 10 are double key universities, and the top 2 are the martial arts universities in the capital and the Magic City. These 2 schools rank among the best in the world and are the pride of our Donghuang country. But according to the admission limit of 3,000 students per martial arts university, only those ranked in the top 6,000 nationwide can enter these 2. Last year, all 10 students we trained at Green City No. 2 high school were completely defeated. Only 3 managed to get into the double key universities, while the other 7 were all from key universities. As for the others, they are just ordinary martial arts universities. When Yen Jun reached this point, he felt it was about time to wrap up. Continuing to strike down would likely crush everyone's fighting spirit, so he began to summarize. Some schools that rank first can still compete at the provincial level, even making it into the top 10 of the province. But some schools that rank first can't even make it into the top 200 in the province. No, 2 high school is small, and Green City is also small, but Haishi province is still quite large. Don't let a single leaf obscure your view. Alright, this year your principal has specially invited me to guide you in order to change this situation, and he has spent countless amounts of money and connections for you. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends on you. Let's take a look at the benefits. Yen Jun pressed the slide again, and a benefits chart appeared. Ranked first, a reward of 100,000 points. Ranked second, a reward of 80,000 points. Ranked third, a reward of 70,000 points. 4th and 5th, 60,000 points. 6th to 10th, 50,000 points. From 11th to 20th, 30,000 points. 21st to 30th, 20,000 points. 31st to 40th, 10,000 points. The last 10 will receive 5,000 points. This is a weekly reward, but since this week is relatively short, with only 3 days left until next Monday, the next rewards will be distributed the Monday after next, giving you 10 days. Exactly 10 days later, there will only be 90 days left until the college entrance examination, and there will also be a citywide simulation at that time. Your principal has also fought for a benefit for you. Those who can rank in the top 60 of the city simulation will have the opportunity to train in the provincial capital. This training opportunity is quite rare, and the training camp is in the provincial capital. In addition, different rewards will be given based on your rankings. Oh, I forgot to mention the value of these points. These points can be exchanged for various rewards or converted into martial coins at a 1-to-1 ratio, but I believe no one would want to exchange them for martial coins. Yen Jun switched the slide again, and the main exchange items appeared, which were only 2. Enhanced blood chi pills, 410 points each. Blood chi pills, 16,000 points each. At their stage, enhanced blood chi pills and blood chi pills were the most important resources, the rest were just guidance. Aren't there any basic blood chi pills? Su Chen's eyes lit up at the value of the enhanced blood chi pills, but upon not seeing the basic blood chi pills, he muttered. With his ranking, he could get 20,000 points, which would allow him to exchange for 48 enhanced blood chi pills, providing him with 24 points of energy for free, which made Su Chen quite satisfied. However, that qualification for training in the provincial capital should be quite good. I must find a way to secure it. Su Chen clenched his fists, his fighting spirit ignited. This was an opportunity. The money from the club was not very stable, and the amount he had was almost entirely thanks to Luo Xiu's support. If Luo Xiu stopped supporting him, his funds would take a significant hit. Money, he needed money so badly. Also, this time the school has specially invited corresponding martial arts instructors based on the weapons that the 50 of you excel in. However, most of them are martial arts teachers from your school who possess advanced skills. Only if there are truly none available will we look for someone from outside. By the way, I personally excel in knives, guns, and swords, all three with advanced skills, so you can also consult me. Alright, each of you come up to receive a watch. This watch corresponds to your names, and your points are also on it. If you want to exchange for resources, you can do so through the watch. If you want to book a martial arts instructor, you can also do it from there. Yenjun signaled everyone to come on stage to collect their watches. Once everyone had received their watches, Yenjun smiled and said, "From now on, as long as you come every Monday, well, actually it doesn't matter if you come or not, as long as you make good use of the master guidance function on the watch. Every Monday, this ordinary person, will just talk a bit. Whether you listen or not is irrelevant. If there is important information, I will directly post it in the group." Yenjun raised his hand, which also had a watch like theirs. Dismissed. After saying this, Yenjun turned and left without any hesitation. Suchen didn't mind. After all, the homeroom teacher was indeed just a tool. What he was more concerned about now was the exchange function. 80 martial coins can be exchanged for one basic blood essence pill. Suchen's eyes lit up. That's 25 energy. I'll exchange for this. Suchen grinned. Although one energy wasn't much, even a mosquito's leg is meat. But before exchanging, I should calculate whether it's more cost-effective to exchange these 3 blood essence pills here or buy them outside. Outside, if I buy in large quantities, Uncle Zhao should be able to bring it down to 90 each. The blood essence pills can't be changed. 20,000 can only be 20,000. Buying 3 requires 60,000 coins or 48,000 points. If it's 48,000 points, I can buy 600 basic blood essence pills. But 60,000 coins can buy 666 basic blood essence pills. Definitely buy the blood essence pills here, and use martial coins to buy basic blood essence pills. It's a simple calculation, and Suchen naturally knew what to choose. But 20,000 points is only enough to exchange for one. Next time, if I secure a spot in the top 20, I can get 30,000 points. But that won't be enough to exchange for the remaining 2, so it seems I need to keep 2,000 points aside. Suchen muttered and directly started placing an order on the watch. 1 blood essence pill, plus 25 basic blood essence pills, total price 18,000 points, balance 2,000 points. Perfect. After placing the order, a message came through on the watch, instructing Suchen to go to the warehouse on the easternmost part of the 4th floor of the martial arts room to collect it. Just then, Huang Zongbao also exchanged for a blood essence pill, and the two went together. Suchen, why are you still exchanging for basic blood essence pills? The cost-effectiveness of basic blood essence pills is indeed very high, but considering our body's absorption capacity, being able to digest 6 a day is already pretty good. It wasn't a problem before when I had no money, but now that the school has given us so many resources, I definitely want to get the enhanced version of the blood essence pills. Huang Zongbao's words were completely valid. For the vast majority of people, this was indeed the case. Pills have an absorption limit. The effect of basic blood essence pills is low, but being able to absorb 6 a day is about right. The enhanced version of the blood essence pills can also be absorbed at 5 or 6 a day. In a situation where one has money, naturally, the enhanced version of the blood essence pills is more effective. Of course, finished pills like the blood essence pill are not included. Finished pills are more difficult to absorb, and one might not even fully digest one a day. The best way is to take one every 2 or 3 days to perfectly unleash the effects of the blood essence pill. Suchen just smiled at Huang Zongbao's words, but it did serve as a reminder for him. Although the cost-performance ratio of the basic qi and blood pill is higher, exchanging too many basic qi and blood pills would seem a bit strange. It seems I need to control this going forward. Suchen had no choice. He couldn't possibly tell others that he was different, right? Fortunately, the cost-performance ratio between the basic qi and blood pill and the enhanced version wasn't significant, so Suchen could accept it. As soon as he received 1 qi and blood pill and 25 basic qi and blood pills, his phone buzzed with a text message. Your debit card account 1882 received, online banking interbank, 50,000. 00 yuan on March 3rd, balance after transaction 54,082. 61 yuan, Dongwang Bank. Seeing such a large sum of money credited, Suchen's first reaction was that this silver card must have received a wrong transfer, right? If the bank made a mistake, it would likely be reclaimed quickly, so should he. Just as Suchen was contemplating whether to rush out and spend the money, his phone rang. He picked it up to see it was Teacher Chow, so he answered directly. Suchen, has the money from the Genius Loan arrived? How much is it? Genius Loan? Suchen then realized this was the loan Teacher Chow had helped him apply for a few days ago. He felt foolish for being so happy for nothing. 50,000. Is that only 50,000? Teacher Chow frowned and continued, come to my office, we need to write another application. This time, we'll apply for the third tier of rewards. How much is the third tier? Su-chen instinctively asked. 200,000. I'll be there right away. Su-chen promised that he would not be motivated by the 200,000 but out of respect for Teacher Chow. 3 minutes later, Su-chen arrived at Teacher Chow's office. Su-chen, you did a great job this time, jumping straight into the 26th place. That's still because your chi and blood value was too low. Now with this genius loan, plus the resources from the elite class, your chi and blood value can definitely be raised a tier in a short time. Maybe even break into the top 20. Teacher Chow's tone was filled with pride. Hee, that's thanks to your excellent guidance, Teacher Chow. You brat. Teacher Chow scolded with a smile. Fill out the form. If the review is quick, the money can be released within a week. It's a pity your chi and blood value is too low, otherwise, the third tier would be a sure thing. Teacher Chow handed the form to Su-chen with a look of regret. Having had the experience from the first time, Su-chen filled it out quickly. There was no need to retest the data. The results from yesterday could serve as proof. It's a pity that breaking into the top 60 is almost impossible for you. Otherwise, if you could get in, you would secure a spot in the Holy Hall training camp. Teacher Chow casually lamented, as breaking into the top 60 was indeed very difficult. In the first high school, there are 20 elite group members. The second and third high schools each have 10. Among 6 high schools, there are a total of 20. This adds up to 60 people. Although the standards of the other 6 high schools might be slightly lower, they definitely occupy more than 50 spots. This means there are only a few positions for them to compete for, not to mention the geniuses from the first high school. According to Teacher Chow's thoughts, aside from these 10, perhaps only Nyahai has hope. Holy Hall Training Camp? Su-chen couldn't help but ask upon hearing this. He had never heard of this name before. Yen-jun should have mentioned it to you, right? Yes, but he only said that the top 60 can enter the training camp. He didn't say anything else. In that case, let me explain. Teacher Chow cleared his throat and slowly said, the Holy Hall Training Camp is one of the top 3 genius training camps in Haishi Province. Every year, they recruit a batch of talented students from all over the province to undergo a 20-day training in the camp. Of course, if I say it this way, you might not fully understand the value of this training camp. If I put it in monetary terms, you might get it. If you want to enter this training camp, in addition to having a certain level of talent, you also need to have the corresponding connections, plus 2 million martial coins. 2 million martial coins. Just as Teacher Chow thought, when converted to money, Su-chen instantly understood the meaning. Yes, 2 million martial coins. Moreover, all the martial arts teachers in the training camp are renowned masters, and there are even guides who are entry-level powerhouses. Entry-level powerhouses. Su-chen's breathing quickened. These are entry-level powerhouses. Although every year, 72 martial universities recruit more than 220,000 martial arts students, the vast majority of these students can become entry-level powerhouses after graduation. However, the road to becoming a martial artist is not smooth sailing, and the mortality rate is not low. According to unofficial statistics, less than 30% of those who can graduate alive each year. Most of this 30% run to big cities, with only a few going to small cities or returning to their hometowns. Moreover, even after graduation, the mortality rate for those who become entry-level martial artists is still not low. In this dangerous world, it is because of these entry-level martial artists carrying the burden forward that there is a so-called peaceful time. Therefore, everyone has no dissatisfaction with the privileges enjoyed by entry-level martial artists, the privilege of being superior, because they deserve it. Yes, it is the guidance of entry-level powerhouses, and it is said that there is also the latest technology inside, which can accelerate the improvement of skills. Every person who enters for training, even if they do not know high-level skills, can learn high-level skills in these 20 days. As for someone like you who already knows, your high-level skills can also be significantly improved. Teacher Chow continued, and his words filled Su-chen with longing for this Holy Hall training camp. Alright, I won't say any more unnecessary words. I can only tell you that Yen-jun is not simple. If you can consult him, it's best to ask him more. He was invited out from the Holy Hall training camp by the principal, and he seems to have a special recommendation quota, if you can satisfy him. In the evening, Luo Xiu arrived as promised, but this time he brought Su-chen some news. I probably won't be coming for a while. Su-chen looked up at Luo Xiu, did not ask why, just nodded. I should go out for training for a while. My family has found a better way for me to hone my skills. I came today to say goodbye. Luo Xiu explained the reason himself. You learned high-level skills? Su-chen nodded again. Very good. Then let's have a thrilling battle tonight. Okay. The fighting spirit appeared in both Su-chen and Luo Xiu's eyes. The two first sparred using basic techniques, and then began to compete with high-level skills. Naturally, Suchen was still not as good as Luo Xiao. After all, Luo Xiao was a top genius from Green Capital High School, consistently ranking in the top 3, his strength not weaker than Xiao Ishua, and possibly even stronger. During this time of battling with Luo Xiao, Suchen felt the terror of Luo Xiao. Suchen's progress was fast, but Luo Xiao was not slow either. "I'm leaving, this is my phone number. You can contact me if you need anything. I still have some face in Green Capital. Goodbye, goodbye." Watching Luo Xiao's disappearing figure, Suchen let out a breath. Luo Xiao was quite a good person, not at all like a young master. Of course, the most important thing was that with Luo Xiao leaving, his biggest source of income was cut by more than half. Suchen felt heartache to the point of being unable to breathe. But Suchen had no choice. He couldn't force others not to leave or give them money, could he? "You learned high-level skills?" At that moment, Brother Shen's figure appeared behind him without him noticing. "Brother Shen." Suchen immediately turned around and nodded at Brother Shen. "Yes, I learned high-level skills." "What is it?" "Blade slash." Suchen replied flatly. "Come in and try." Suchen could clearly feel that Brother Shen's eyes lit up. Although Suchen didn't understand why, he still followed him inside. "Come on, use all your strength to perform the blade draw slash." Brother Shen took out a beautifully crafted steel sword still in its sheath and handed it to Suchen. Suchen hesitated as he took the exquisite steel sword. "Brother Shen, isn't this a bit too sharp?" "It's fine, just feel free to attack me," Brother Shen said confidently. Although the power of the blade draw slash was strong, he was sure he could easily handle Suchen's attack. "All right then." Seeing Brother Shen so confident, Suchen didn't say much more and directly closed his eyes to adjust his state. Although he could unleash the blade draw slash anytime and anywhere, to truly unleash its power, he still needed to close his eyes and gather his strength for a moment. The gathering time was very short, just a second or two. Blade draw slash. Fast. Especially fast. With this slash, Suchen felt his understanding of the blade draw slash deepen even further. As Suchen made his move, Brother Shen's hair stood on end. The relaxed demeanor he had just moments ago immediately stiffened. Clang! Cold sweat appeared on Brother Shen's back. That slash had almost taken him out, it was too fast. It was only because of his overwhelming strength, far surpassing Suchen's, that he barely managed to control the steel rod in his hand, otherwise, he would have really been split apart. Even so, the steel rod in Brother Shen's hand almost slipped from his grasp due to that slash, sending waves of shock through him. Why is this kid's blade draw slash so terrifying? This is definitely a blade draw slash he just learned. Brother Shen glanced at the steel sword that had been slashed and now had a notch in it, feeling utterly shocked. However, Brother Shen still maintained a calm facade. Very, very good. Your blade draw slash has reached a certain level. In that case, I have something regarding the Star Club's Genius Training Program that I want to discuss with you. Genius Training Program? Suchen was taken aback. Did the Star Club really have such a thing? Yes, the Genius Training Program. Our Star Club naturally needs some geniuses to help us expand our reputation and attract more members to the Star Club. To this end, we have specifically launched a program called the Genius Training Program, aimed at establishing good relationships with geniuses, which will increase the club's visibility. Genius Training Program? Suchen wasn't foolish. He understood what this term meant as soon as he heard it. Yes, you're quite lucky. I happen to have some recommendation authority at the Green City branch. Although your vitality is a bit lacking, your background and your talent and skills are remarkable, giving you a great chance to be selected as one of our representatives in Green City. As Suchen listened to Brother Shen's words, he felt excited. He lacked resources, especially. Although he had joined the elite class and could receive a lot of resources from it every week, along with his salary from the club and the Genius Loan, this amount of money was really not enough. Not to mention the subsequent cultivation of martial artists. Just reaching the martial artist stage required a lot of money. However, I only have recommendation authority. Whether you can pass depends on the review from above. If you're interested, I can put your name forward. What do I need to repay for this? Suchen was naturally interested in this program, but he still needed to clarify the subsequent situation. Sure enough, upon hearing Suchen's question, admiration appeared in Brother Shen's eyes. What you need to do is not much, just cooperate with the club by participating in a few advertisements and promotional posters, etc. Of course, all of this will be written into the contract, along with some club battles, but these are not mandatory, and participation will also yield extra benefits. There are also some reward mechanisms, such as being rated based on the results you achieve in the upcoming city mock exams, provincial mock exams, and national mock exams. However, the most important thing is still the college entrance examination. After the exam, there will be certain rewards based on your rankings. If you're interested, I can submit an application, and you can take a look at the contract when you come over tomorrow. Don't worry, Our Star Club has a great deal of respect for geniuses, Brother Shin said sincerely. The Star Club has had a good reputation in recent years and is quite well known throughout the province, consistently ranking in the top 5. The next day, Su Chen's routine was no different from usual. However, most of his training time was spent at school instead of the club, specifically in the martial arts rooms on the 4th and 5th floors. The 4th floor had a large comprehensive training area with various equipment and a dedicated martial arts instructor available for guidance. The 5th floor had 50 independent training rooms, each person having their own space for solitary practice. Additionally, each school had 3 opportunities for private instruction each month, allowing students to request guidance from any teacher on their wristband, with the limitation that each person could only request Yen Jun once. Under these circumstances, Su Chen naturally focused his training time at school. He planned to check in at the club later in the evening. However, this plan changed in the afternoon when he received a call from Brother Shen. Su Chen, I spoke to the higher-ups about you this morning, and coincidentally, there's a special envoy in Green City who is very interested in meeting you, but he won't arrive until tonight. If you have time now, you can come over, and I'll show you the contract. Okay, I'm on my way. Su Chen put away his sword, ready to take a break when he received the call, so it was a good opportunity to go. 15 minutes later, Su Chen arrived at the Star Club. The receptionists were already familiar with him and greeted him warmly. Brother Shen, here's the contract, take a look. But this is a template contract, and some clauses can be modified. Brother Shen handed Su Chen a contract, which was about 10 pages long, not too many. Su Chen took the contract and began to read it carefully. C-level Genius Training Program Contract. In fact, there wasn't much useful content. The main focus was on benefits and obligations. You can receive resources worth 500,000 in 3 installments. The first for being in the top 20% of the first simulation, the second for the top 30% of the second simulation, and the third for the top 50% of the third simulation. The 3 simulations corresponded to the city, province, and national levels. If you achieve excellent results in the simulations, you can apply for a higher-level Genius Training Program, and if approved, you can receive the previously promised resources. Finally, if you get into Wuda during the college entrance examination, you'll receive 50,000 martial coins. If you enter a key martial university, you'll receive 200,000 martial coins. If you get into both key universities, you'll receive 500,000. If you enter the 2 supreme institutions, Su Chen's breathing quickened because the figure was a staggering 2 million. If you can rank in the top 100 in the province, you'll get an additional 1 million. Su Chen remembered that last year, only 142 people in the entire Haishi province entered the 2 supreme institutions, so ranking in the top 100 required a higher position. 3 million. Entering the top 50 would earn you 5 million. The top 10 is 10 million. My God. If you can become the provincial champion, you'll receive a reward of 30 million. Su Chen admitted he was going crazy. If he could get that 30 million reward, wouldn't he just take off? Not to mention the subsequent national top 10 and the 100 million martial coins reward for being first in the nation. What do you think? Brother Shen observed Su Chen's reaction. Brother Shen, when is that special envoy coming? Ah, you rascal. Both Brother Shen and Su Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. The commissioner did not keep Su Chen and Brother Shen waiting long. She arrived around 6 in the evening. She was a young woman with long black hair, beautiful features, and a naturally perfect figure. Su Chen learned her name from Brother Shen. Her surname was Wen, a relatively rare surname, and her full name was Wen Mushue. Sister Wen, Su Chen greeted her warmly upon seeing Wen Mushue. Wen Mushue nodded and directly stated her purpose. Let's begin. First, we'll conduct a vitality test and a basic technique test, and finally, a skill test. Okay. Su Chen had no objections to Wen Mushue's straightforwardness. He preferred people who were direct like that. Punch strength test, 288 kilograms, speed test, 8 meters per second. Vitality value calculated, 2.8. Soon, Su Chen's vitality value information came out. Even though Wen Mushue was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but frown upon seeing such a low vitality value. It was too low. 2.8. Brother Shen was somewhat surprised. He remembered that Su Chen's vitality test was 2. For about 8 or 9 days ago, he didn't expect it to rise to 2.8 so quickly. It seemed that Su Chen's vitality talent wasn't lacking but was constrained by resources. I'll do it. Brother Shen prepared to test Su Chen's basic technique with a weapon but was stopped by Wen Mushue. Attack me with all your strength, using a real blade. Okay. The feeling of a real blade was quite different from that of a wooden training sword. By the time they reached the elite class, Yen Jun had them switch to real weapons. According to Yen Jun, the goal was not to train them to be mere showpieces but to cultivate true warriors who could fight on the battlefield against disaster beasts. Moreover, the college entrance examination also used real weapons, so to help them adapt early, all subsequent training was conducted with real weapons. The basic technique test began. Su Chen's swordsmanship was solid, every movement had been honed through countless repetitions, fast and precise, with his own thoughts and ideas. When Mushue initially intended to just give it a casual try, but upon doing so, she showed an unexpected expression. The vitality value is particularly low, far below the signing standard. But this basic technique can rival that of a B-level genius, or rather, it can be considered excellent among B-level geniuses. Lucian really did recommend a martial arts talent. As long as he can perform the blade drawing / later, he can sign, since C-level geniuses require fewer resources. If Su Chen knew when Mushue's thoughts, he would probably be envious. After all, C-level resources were worth at least 500,000, but in her mind, it was just that the required resources were not much. That's enough. Just use high-level techniques directly. With a flick of her hand, when Mushue pushed Su Chen back several steps, just as Su Chen was preparing to attack, he heard Mushue's words, which made him stop in his tracks. Blade drawing / Su Chen was decisive, without any hesitation. To prepare for this test, Su Chen had used quite a bit of energy. He had consumed the vitality pill he got yesterday and 25 basic vitality pills, which raised his energy value by 77.5 points. Coupled with the consumption over the past few days, Su Chen's overall strength had significantly improved. Vitality, 2. 76 plus, technique, basic swordsmanship, stage 2 25% plus, high-level technique, blade drawing / stage 1 10% plus, energy, 100. 6. This vitality value was indeed not high, but looking solely at the basic technique and high-level technique, Su Chen could firmly place in the top 6 in Green City, competing with those 5. This speed, Su Chen / even surprised when Mushue a bit. This speed was nothing in her eyes, as she was just one step away from entering the next level. With a vitality of 9, she had even mastered the high-level technique to 100% in the first stage, with astonishing combat ability. Clang! When Mushue easily blocked Su Chen's blade drawing /, not even taking half a step back. After executing this /, Su Chen sheathed his sword and looked at Mushue. You passed my assessment, this contract can be signed. 100,000 resources have arrived. It was charged to the account of the Star Club, so purchasing the elixirs was naturally a bit cheaper. 40 bottles of basic Qi blood pills. This was the first batch of resources that Su Chen applied for. Although the price was higher than at school, it was still limited. After all, this was 1,200 basic Qi blood pills. When Su Chen proposed to exchange everything for basic Qi blood pills, Brother Shen was stunned, clearly not expecting Su Chen to do that. Brother Shen reminded him but didn't say much more. After all, everyone has their own secrets. That night, Su Chen didn't open for business. Without the support of young Master Luo Xiao, Su Chen's income plummeted, making him miss the days when young Master Luo was around. The resources came quickly, arriving the next day. 40 bottles of basic Qi blood pills, totaling 1,200 pills. Even though the size of these pills was similar to that of Lu Wei Di Huang pills, it was still 1,200. Su Chen couldn't show them all off at once and had to do it several times. Showing them off was painful, especially the taste of the basic Qi blood pills, which was like chewing wax. Su Chen took a long time to finish them all. Fortunately, the outcome was good. The 1,200 basic Qi blood pills contributed another 120 energy points to Su Chen, elevating his energy value to a new height. For a while, Su Chen settled into a stable routine of 3 points: school, home, and the Star Club. He even got up at 5 in the morning and worked hard until 11 at night, quite diligent. Time passed, and it was the day before the city simulation, the first simulation. It had been 9 days since Su Chen entered the elite class. As Yen Jun sent a message in the class group about the citywide unified exam taking place tomorrow at the city sports square, all students registered for the martial arts assessment would gather there for a unified evaluation. The teachers responsible for the assessment were all brought in from outside the city to ensure fairness and justice. Time flies, Su Chen thought as he looked at the messages in the group, not paying much attention. Let's finish early tonight. Home by 9 to ensure a good state, Su Chen muttered and continued with his own tasks. March 13th, Monday, suitable for testing. Before 8 in the morning, the gates of the city sports square were packed with people. Su Chen was naturally among the crowd. Although he had been running to school often during this time, He wasn't very familiar with the elite class students, as they hadn't interacted much, so he still stood with Huang Zongbao. Lu Zikai had mixed well with others and was now in someone else's small team. Su Chen, we're about to take the first simulation exam, and this time the exam will rank all the students in the city together. I'm so nervous. After all, according to the ranking, I'm only 202nd, not even in the top 200. Huang Zongbao was indeed very anxious. The city ranking, he didn't know how well he could rank. Based on last year's results, with his scores, he would be at 202nd. During this time, Yan Jun had been very meticulous in the group, sending out some information and forms to help students have a clearer understanding of their current situation. However, this year, the number of students registered was quite different from last year. Last year, 1,124 people registered, with 297 passing and 52 entering key schools. This year, the number of applicants dropped by more than 100, with only 998 people registering. But according to teacher Yan Jun, the overall level hadn't changed much. This year, it was estimated that around 300 people would be able to enter the Martial University. Last year's ranking? Su Chen also looked at the form. If he referred to his previous ranking, which was 26th in the elite class assessment last year, his ranking in the city simulation would be 134th. Just use last year's ranking as a reference. After all, we are us, and they are them. Yes, recently my dad gave me a whole bunch of chi blood pills just to help improve my ranking a bit. Although the 52 schools behind aren't key ones like Wuhan University, they are still ranked. There are first tier, second tier, and third tier schools. Each tier has its distinctions. If they can't get into a prestigious university, they can only try to get as close to the first tier as possible. A whole bunch of chi blood pills. Su Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes at Huang Zongbao. This flaunting of wealth was too shameful. How nice it would be if he could have that many for himself. But then Su Chen thought of his father. He refused to take his money, saying this period was too important for Su Chen, and even if he couldn't help him, he shouldn't add to the chaos. Naturally, Su Chen disagreed, but what Su Quan said next made him agree. If you want your mom to fully recover, you need to work hard. Only if you succeed in advancing will there be a chance for your mom's illness to improve. Su Chen took this to heart. At the same time, Su Quan also promised that he wouldn't work so late in the future and would earn money while ensuring his health. Poor parents everywhere. Su Chen felt touched and worked even harder. Su Chen? At that moment, Su Chen heard a somewhat familiar voice and turned to look. Cousin? Su Chen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect to run into his cousin Linning again. But then he thought it was normal. After all, Linning had good talent, so it made sense for her to take the municipal martial arts entrance exam. You actually signed up for the martial arts class. Linning frowned. She understood Su Chen's situation and his family's circumstances very well. In her opinion, someone like Su Chen, who had no talent and came from a poor family, shouldn't waste time and energy on the martial arts class. He should focus on studying and aim for a good non-martial arts university. Su Chen, forget it. Linning shook her head. Although they were relatives, they weren't that close, and she wasn't the type to lecture others, so she held back. However, the disappointment in her eyes was hard to conceal. Linning, do you know Su Chen? At that moment, a boy next to Linning spoke in surprise. He saw Su Chen there and was about to greet him. He's my cousin. Linning hesitated but told the truth. What Linning didn't expect was the boy's astonishing response. I didn't expect Master Su Chen to be your cousin, the boy exclaimed. Master Su Chen? Linning was a bit confused. How did Su Chen become Master Su Chen? Master Su Chen? The boys from last time also remembered who Su Chen was when they saw him. There was no helping it. Su Chen was handsome. Handsome people are indeed easier to remember. They were also surprised to hear the title Master Su Chen, knowing that the person speaking had considerable strength. Although they were all members of the weak elite class, they were only average within it. The boy speaking was named Zhang Qingjia, ranking in the top 10 of the class, and his basic swordsmanship was exceptionally skillful. Master Su Chen. Zhang Qingjia didn't have much else on his mind and grinned at Su Chen. Zhang classmate. Su Chen smiled wryly. He still had a strong impression of Zhang Qingjia, especially since after Luo Xiu left, very few people pointed him out. Zhang Qingjia was one of them and had pointed him out 3 times. Plus, Zhang Qingjia was so enthusiastic, constantly calling him Master Su Chen, which made Su Chen remember him. Master Su Chen. I'm looking forward to your performance this time. Zhang Qingjia winked at Su Chen, looking quite comical. Linning was puzzled. How did Su Chen become so close with Zhang Qingjia? Su, brother Su, you're here. Another voice rang out. Linning felt it was somewhat familiar and was about to turn around to see who was speaking when she first heard her best friend's exclamation. Luoxiu. Lin Ying's pupils suddenly constricted as she looked at Luoxiu in shock. How does Luoxiao know Su Chen? What is going on? Lining felt her mind go blank, unable to react at all. You're back from training? Su Chen smiled upon seeing Luoxiao. After all, he was his benefactor. Luoxiao nodded and then shook his head. Not exactly back. I just took some time to come and take a test, to see how those guys are doing. Su Chen understood Luoxiao's status and nodded in acknowledgement. Only those few people were worth Luoxiao's attention. So you're the interesting friend that Luoxiao mentioned? Another playful voice rang out, and everyone turned to look. Lining was completely petrified. Another one. Let me introduce myself. I'm Hong Lin, a student from No. 1 High School. A slightly cute girl walked over to Su Chen, her gaze seemingly fixed on him. However, Su Chen wouldn't naively think that this girl named Hong Lin was looking at him. She was entirely here for Luoxiao. Hong Lin, Luoxiao, Xiao Yixue, and Xiao Yang, these four were equally powerful, each a well-known figure among this year's senior students. As for why there were four, the one ranked first was in a league of his own, stronger than these four. He had always been first, with the remaining four competing for the following spots. This had been the case since freshman year. You all came. I thought you were going to hold back a bit. It's Xiao Yang. Xiao Yixue is here too. With Luoxiao's appearance, all four were present. Su Chen happened to be at the core, including Huang Zongbao. However, compared to Su Chen's calmness, Huang Zongbao was extremely nervous. What right did he have to be surrounded by so many powerful figures? To be watched by countless people? Huang Zongbao was so flustered that he just wanted to escape. Su Chen, on the other hand, didn't mind. He had his own confidence. Right now, the spotlight was on the four of them, and he was just a minor character. But Su Chen was confident that it wouldn't be long before he became the center of attention, the only one. Lining and her small team were also shocked. When had they ever been treated like this? Especially the short-haired girl, who felt like she was going to be blissfully crazy. Luoxiao was so close to her, and this Luoxiao even called Lining that poor relative, Brother Su? The short-haired girl suddenly had a thought. Maybe being poor wasn't so bad after all. Her family was wealthy. Fortunately, this storm didn't last too long because that person appeared. Shan Ping is here. Someone shouted, and the four, including Luoxiao, turned their serious gazes toward him. Shan Ping, with a buzz cut, was wearing a striking red tracksuit and a red cape, walking step by step with a blank expression, showing no signs of nervousness despite the many eyes on him. This guy is really flashy, Luoxiao couldn't help but mutter, but the fighting spirit in his eyes was incredibly intense. Not just him, the other three looked at Shen Ping with the same intensity. You four are quite early, Shen Ping smiled, as if only they existed in his eyes. However, his gaze was different from Luoxiao's. Theirs was filled with fighting spirit, while his was calm. Shen Ping, this time I won't lose to you, Xiao Yang couldn't help but say. Shen Ping glanced at Xiao Yang and replied calmly, I'm looking forward to it. With Shen Ping's arrival, Luoxiao and the others dispersed, no longer gathering around Su Chen. The assessment was about to begin. Many teachers in special uniforms also entered, and the announcement broadcasted information about the upcoming city simulation martial arts assessment. All 998 students participating in the assessment are present. Please proceed to your designated locations according to your candidate numbers for the assessment. The number of candidates is large, so please everyone hurry up. The announcement played 3 times in a row before it finally stopped. Su Chen, which exam room are you in? Room 4. Then I'm in room 6, it seems we'll have to part ways. Huang Zongbao glanced at his number and couldn't help but shake his head. Because there were many participants, it was naturally impossible for everyone to squeeze together, which would take a lot of time. There were a total of 6 exam rooms, each with over 160 people, so the speed would be much faster this way. The testing sequence here started with a speed test, with 30 people at a time, 5 from each exam room. After the test, these people would go through their respective channels to the strength test location. Although everyone was heading to the playground for the speed test, the entrances and such were different, so Su Chen and Huang Zongbao indeed needed to part ways. After that, they would proceed to the basic technique test room. If someone needed to apply for advanced technique testing, they would go to the innermost room. There was only one such room, meaning that all the candidates from the 6 exam rooms who needed to apply for advanced technique testing would have to go there. However, according to past years, not many people applied for advanced technique testing during the first simulation, at most no more than 20, and most of them were from the first high school. Normally, a second test was needed, meaning that after this test, each school would showcase their skills through various means of teaching, and the number of advanced technique talents would gradually increase. But the increase was limited. I'm number 128 in exam room 4, that's really quite far back, Su Chen muttered, and could only head to the waiting area for exam room 4. Fortunately, the overall speed of the testing was still quite fast. The kilometer run took less than a minute for the fastest, and just over a minute for the slowest, with basically no one exceeding 90 seconds. After all, those who could apply for the martial arts class had a certain confidence in their own strength, otherwise, who would apply? Plus, once on stage, the time consumed for each group of matches wouldn't exceed 3 minutes. 3 minutes per round, 5 from each exam room would go, so Suchen only needed to wait a little over an hour. In fact, this time was even faster than Suchen had imagined. In less than an hour, he was already waiting in the running area. Once the gun went off, the next round would be theirs. Suchen and the others were in a place where they could see the competition, watching the straight track with 30 lanes specifically for the kilometer test, and Suchen felt a bit shocked. Indeed, it was a straight line a kilometer long, with no curves. The final college entrance examination also used such a track for speed testing, which could better measure the students' straight line speed. Bang! With the sound of the gun, 30 figures shot out like arrows released from a bow. Among them, one figure was far ahead, pulling everyone behind from the start, leaving them in the dust. What incredible speed! Suchen was immediately taken aback. This speed was probably not less than 30 meters per second, with only a small difference. That person seems to be Chao Yang. Unfortunately, the distance was too far, and Chao Yang's speed was too fast for Suchen to see clearly. This speed is really outrageous. Suchen sighed. If he were to race against Chao Yang, by the time he reached the finish line, he would probably have only covered a little over half the distance. The gap was too large. As this group of tests ended, Suchen also saw the results of this group. There were no names, only numbers. Number 6118, kilometer test time 34, 56 seconds, average speed 28, 9 meters per second. This was about what Suchen had estimated. This speed was indeed very close to 30 meters per second. So fast, the second place's speed was only 14 meters per second. Don't think that a difference of just over 4 meters per second is insignificant. In real life, that difference is enough for an average athlete to break the world record in the 100 meters. The next round of the kilometer run test showed that a difference of 4 meters per second could stretch the distance by over 100 meters. Group 20. In the 20th group, there weren't any exaggerated competitors, but the fastest still reached a speed of 25 meters per second. This is just a city-level simulation test, and the standard is already this high. What will it be like at the provincial level? Suchen couldn't help but exclaim. Just as Yen Jun had said, the second high school was small, and Green City was also small. When it was Suchen's turn, he didn't want to think too much. It was his time to perform. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Suchen was in great shape, his reaction quick, and he immediately shot out, being one of the fastest to leave. Unfortunately, Suchen's vitality was a hard limit, and his speed wasn't fast, so he was quickly overtaken one by one. 18th place. Fortunately, this result wasn't too bad. During this time, Suchen had also improved his vitality quite a bit, and in this test, his vitality had caught up to the level of the majority, no longer at the bottom. He completed the kilometer in 94.95 seconds, averaging 18.2 meters per second. Not bad. Coincidentally, Lining was just 2 groups behind Suchen and saw his test results throughout. 18.2 meters per second? Lining was somewhat surprised by this result. This speed was already quite good. She knew that in the school's test yesterday, she was only a bit faster than Suchen at 18.6 meters per second. How did Suchen's speed suddenly become so fast? Wasn't my parents just telling me that Suchen's martial arts results were not ideal? And Suchen not only knows Zhang Qingjia but also seems to be on friendly terms with Luo Xiao. What is going on? Lining really couldn't understand. Looks like I need to talk to Dad about this when I get back. 388, 387, 389. The total punching power is 3,889 pounds, with an average punching power of 388.9 pounds. Overall speed is 18.2 meters per second, and the tested vitality value is 3.5, scoring 115 points. The results came out. Suchen was not surprised at all by his score because during this time, with his efforts and energy boosts, his vitality value had just reached 3.5. The speed and punching power tested were about the same, with little difference. 120 points, which is considered average at this stage, but still not enough. Suchen had looked at last year's rankings at this stage. The person who ranked 26th in the elite class of the second high school had also been 26th in the first city simulation, performing very steadily. In the entire city, he ranked 134th. His results were a vitality of 3.9 and 128 points. The basic martial arts first stage was 100%, with 120 points. The total score was 248 points. Of course, Su Chen's goal was not him. Su Chen aimed to break into the top 60 and secure that spot. He had allocated most of his energy points just to compete for that spot. Let's head to the basic martial arts testing area. There were 2 machines for the punching power test, which were very fast and could basically handle the influx of people from the kilometer run. However, the basic martial arts test required waiting, as each testing room only had 3 rooms, and each basic martial arts test took nearly 3 minutes. This meant that in an hour, only 60 people could be processed, far less than the speed of the punching power and speed tests. But it was still okay. 3 hours was enough for everyone in each testing room to finish. Wow, no wonder she's called the Goddess Hong. Her basic martial arts are incredible. As soon as Su Chen arrived at the basic martial arts testing area, he heard exclamations. Hong Lin? Upon hearing this name, Su Chen couldn't help but recall the cute girl who had introduced herself to him earlier. Do you know what level her basic whip technique has reached? Basic whip technique? Su Chen's expression was strange. Whip techniques were not easy to learn and were considered very difficult weapons. Especially mastering them was incredibly challenging. Unexpectedly, Hong Lin was actually skilled in whip techniques. Su Chen's mind involuntarily conjured up the image of Hong Lin's petite figure attacking with a whip. What level is that? Almost proficient in the second stage. What? Proficient in the second stage? How is that possible? Everyone was astonished, even Su Chen was momentarily stunned. Proficient in the second stage? So impressive? It's not proficient in the second stage, it's almost proficient in the second stage. Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be just almost proficient in the second stage. She scored 184 points, and you know that 190 is the standard for proficiency in the second stage. One person, fearing that others wouldn't believe it, quickly added, 184 points. That score is indeed very high. This is just a genius from Green City. It's hard to imagine how strong those geniuses in the province are. Thinking of this, Su Chen felt no fear at all. On the contrary, he was even more excited. I saw Hong Lin's vitality test score earlier, an 8.2 vitality value, TSK. That could get 236 points. This Goddess Hong doesn't even count as a high-level technique, and her current score is already 420 points. It's really exaggerated. You should know that this score directly exceeds last year's top score by almost 40 points. So strong, with 90 days left until the college entrance examination, the scores are already so outrageous. I feel like I won't even reach such a high score by the time of the exam. Don't feel that way, it's a fact. The score line is not a secret. You can find it easily with a quick search. Even the lowest admission scores from last year for individual schools can be checked. At the same time, each university has specific admission requirements. For example, many of the first batch of non-key martial arts universities have a restriction that one must comprehend high-level techniques to apply. Last year's score line for the first tier below non-key martial arts universities was only 382 points. Don't think that 382 points is easy. Most of the people present wouldn't reach that score during the college entrance examination. Last year, only 102 people in Green City scored above 382 points, while the rest all failed miserably. It's worth noting that over 1,000 people participated in the martial arts college entrance examination last year. If this Goddess Hong adds high-level techniques, she might be able to break into a key martial arts university right now. A key martial arts university? It is said that once you enter a key martial arts university, it's like having one foot in the realm of martial artists. Most students from key martial arts universities can become martial artists before graduation. So envious. The crowd once again showed envious looks. A key martial arts university? Su Chen pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. Last year's admission scoreline for key martial arts universities was 449 points, a score that was very difficult for Su Chen at this moment, with a significant gap. But with 90 days left until the college entrance examination, Su Chen didn't feel that he couldn't enter a key martial arts university. His goal was 2 supreme academies. The testing was still ongoing. The basic technique test was indeed quite slow. Su Chen waited at the entrance for nearly an hour before it was his turn. Or rather, it was his turn to go in and wait. In martial arts examinations, generally, one student is testing while another is waiting in the testing room, able to observe the other student's test. However, aside from the testing student, there is only one teacher present, as this is not for teachers to conduct tests, but rather for specialized robots designed for martial arts examinations. This robot can continuously adjust the progress percentage of the basic technique, thus scoring accordingly. Of course, the performance on site will also affect the final score. After all, it's normal for the state to influence the score by 1 or 2 percentage points, especially since this specialized robot for martial arts examinations was only invented in recent years. It has certain flaws. Su-chen watched as the candidate finished their test before it was his turn to step forward. Su-chen handed the form to the chief examiner. "What are you skilled in?" "Basic knife techniques." The chief examiner glanced at Su-chen's form and filled it out. "What is the initial assessment progress you are applying for?" "Stage 2, 30%. The examiner wrote down Su-chen's request, then suddenly reacted, looking at Su-chen in astonishment. "Are you sure?" Su-chen's vitality value was also on the list, only 3.5. According to normal progress, a strength with a vitality value of 3.5 would have most basic techniques at 90% to 100% in the first stage, with few able to enter the second stage. As for someone like Su-chen, he had never seen before. As Su-chen nodded, the examiner squinted his eyes and still set the robot accordingly. However, he reminded him, if you can't pass the initial value set, it will be judged as 0 points. "I know. Then let's begin." After setting the robot's values, the examiner stood by. The real weapons used for the assessment were the same for both Su-chen and the robot. Although the robot had some mechanisms set to avoid harming the candidates, there would always be accidents. Its existence was to prevent harm to the candidates in case of unexpected events. Start. The battle began. The examiner initially thought Su-chen might not be able to withstand even one move, but he never expected that Su-chen would easily take the robot's attack and even counterattack. The robot would respond based on Su-chen's reactions, continuously simulating the most suitable basic technique level for Su-chen's current state and giving scores. This would generally be completed within 2 to 4 minutes. As the battle started, a new student walked in. This kid. The surprise in the examiner's eyes was impossible to hide. A vitality value of 3.5 could master the basic techniques to this extent? Truly incredible. The time lasted less than 3 minutes before it ended, and the robot quickly gave the result. Basic sword technique 47%, score 177 points. With the previous vitality score of 120 points, that made a total of 297 points. That's 2% more than the 45% on the panel. It seems I performed well. Su-chen nodded in satisfaction. But for now, 297 points isn't quite enough. Being in the top 60 of the city isn't that easy. Last year's 60th place had a vitality value of 5.7, plus a 5% progress in the second stage, totaling 299 points. The situation this year is still unclear, but with the scores from advanced techniques, it should be stable. Su-chen walked out with a beaming smile. Su-chen. Just as he was about to pass through the corridor to the only place for advanced technique testing, he bumped into Lin-ing, who was walking towards him. Lin-ing looked at Su-chen's smiling face, curious about his score, and couldn't help but call out, "What's wrong, cousin?" Su-chen replied with a smile. "Su-chen, what's your score?" "Not bad." Su-chen's smile became even brighter as he naturally showed his score report to Lin-ing. Showing off in front of others, especially relatives, felt really good. Vitality 3.5, score 120. Lin-ing looked down and instinctively read Su-chen's score. Basic technique second stage 47%, score 177 points. Total score 297. Lin-ying's tone was initially very flat, but when she mentioned the basic technique, her tone changed to one of shock. Finally, she looked at Su-chen in astonishment. How could this be possible? 297 points. This score could almost rank in the top 60 in the entire city. As long as he could maintain this ranking, he would definitely secure a spot in the first batch of martial arts universities. This was much better than her. It should be noted that although her vitality value was higher than Su-chen's, reaching 3.8, her basic technique was still stuck at 100% in the first stage, giving her only 246 points, a full 34 points behind. "Cousin?" Su-chen saw Lin-ying's expression and actions, feeling quite pleased. But he still needed to play it cool, so Su-chen deliberately called out a couple of times, and when Lin-ing didn't respond, he raised his voice. "Ah, Su-chen, you." Lin-ing finally reacted, her tone complex, but after starting the conversation, she didn't know what else to say. Fortunately, it was soon her turn, ending this awkward moment. Watching Lin-ing walk into the martial arts testing room, Su-chen reined in his smile and headed towards the area for advanced techniques. This sports arena was designed with the consideration of being an examination venue. The martial arts college entrance examination would also be held here, so the routes inside were meticulously planned. Each of the 6 basic technique testing areas had a path leading to the central circle. The central circle had 7 main routes connecting it, 6 of which linked to the basic technique testing areas, and the last one, right in the center, led to the advanced testing area. Student, you've taken a wrong turn. At the fork, Su-chen happened to see someone from the speed test. Su-chen was right next to him, and their speeds were similar, so Su-chen had a bit of an impression of him. Su-chen remembered he was from testing area 5. Wrong turn? Su-chen was taken aback for a moment, then glanced at the sign, which indeed indicated that the advanced techniques area was ahead. It quickly dawned on Su-chen that he wasn't the one who was lost, it was this person who misunderstood. Student. I'm not lost. Su-chen casually played it cool, turning to walk towards the advanced technique testing direction. Not lost? The person looked at the ground sign in surprise, frowning. Could it be that I read it wrong? It shouldn't be. Doesn't it say exit? He was feeling a bit insecure because of Su-chen. Forget it. I'll follow and take a look. He immediately followed, but just a few steps in, he saw a teacher sitting ahead, blocking the path. There was also a sign hanging that read Advanced Technique Assessment Application. Then he saw Su-chen hand a form to that teacher. Countless question marks appeared on his forehead. He hadn't taken a wrong turn. But how could Su-chen dare? How could he apply for the Advanced Technique Assessment? It was known that if you applied and couldn't do it, your score would drop to 0. Student over there, are you also applying for the Advanced Technique Assessment? He was immediately startled, quickly waving his hands and turning to leave. I'm not. I didn't. I'm leaving right now. Hearing that familiar voice, Su-chen revealed a playful smile. How did this silly kid follow him? This added a bit of fun for Su-chen. Go inside, someone just went in, and by now, others should be coming out. The teacher had initially wanted to scold Su-chen upon seeing his low vitality, but after noticing how high Su-chen's basic technique was, he held back. Although he had never seen anyone master advanced techniques with such low vitality, the world was vast, and there must be some extraordinary individuals. With a 47% progress in basic sword techniques, the probability of comprehending advanced techniques was not small. Thank you, teacher. Su-chen expressed his gratitude and walked into the passage. Just then, the door to the advanced technique testing room opened, revealing a familiar figure. It was Chao Yang, which didn't surprise Su-chen. During the speed test, Chao Yang had been 2 groups ahead of him. It was normal for there to be some delay since they were not in the same testing area. Su-chen? Chao Yang stepped forward, his gaze lingering on Su-chen for a moment before recalling his name. Second high school, Su-chen. Su-chen generously acknowledged it, which momentarily stunned Chao Yang. Interesting. Third high school, Chao Yang. The two introduced themselves and brushed past each other without sparking much interest. Chao Yang was merely someone intrigued by Su-chen and did not truly see him as a threat. As Chao Yang's figure faded away, a smile appeared on Su-chen's face. This time, you are the main character. Next time, it will be my turn. Advanced skills, sword draw 22%, score 54 points. Final total score. With the end of the advanced skills test, Su-chen's results appeared before him. 351 points. The score was decent. If it were last year, this score could directly qualify him for the second batch of martial arts university. It's worth noting that half a month ago, Su-chen was almost ready to give up on applying for the martial arts class, but unexpectedly, in such a short time, he was already stable. The top 60 is definitely secure, just don't know what rank I'll ultimately get. Su-chen smiled brightly. The situation varied every year. Just like Su-chen knew, this year, Green City seemed to have increased resource investment due to last year's poor results. In such circumstances, the overall scores would naturally improve. By how much, Su-chen was unsure. I estimate we'll know the results by 12 o'clock. The martial arts assessment had few schools, and the results were announced on site. Once Su-chen and the others submitted their score sheets at the exit, the teacher responsible for collecting them would directly input the names and scores into a form. Once all students finished, it wouldn't take long to input everything and sort it. 3 teachers were doing this, each had to tally, and when the 3 compared their results, if there were no discrepancies, they could send the scores to their respective schools. Starting from 8 in the morning, it normally ended around 11, so the results would likely be out before 12. Just as Su-chen thought, at 11:52, the ranking list was directly sent to the education department heads of each school. Shortly after, Yan Jun posted the score sheet directly in the class group. The speed in small cities is indeed faster. In Haishi City, it usually takes until 2 or 3 in the afternoon to get the results. In the office, Yan Jun smiled when he saw the message from the education department head and opened the score sheet. To be honest, he didn't have high expectations for this assessment result. He had analyzed it. Previously, he had been doing data analysis at the Sanctuary training camp. The only ones likely to advance to the top 60, besides those 10, were only Nya Hai. Although he had discovered a promising talent, the foundation of this talent was too weak, making it nearly impossible to enter the top 60 this time. Let's see the rankings. First, Green City No. 1 High School, Chinping, Chi and Blood 9, Basic Swordsmanship Stage 2 60%, Advanced Skills Stage 1 30%, total score 520 points. This score is quite good. It could rank in the top 10 in Haishi and probably in the top 20 in the province. Yen Jun was somewhat surprised to see Chinping's score. He didn't expect a genius to emerge from this year's Green City. Yen Jun continued to look down and saw Xiao Ishue's name in 4th place. 4th, Green City No. 2 High School, Xiao Ishue, 8. 1 Chi and Blood, Basic Swordsmanship Stage 2 50%, Junzi Swordsmanship Stage 1 20%, total score 463 points. A bit lacking, this score barely makes it into the provincial top 100, but it's better than last year. However, these 5 from Green City are the only ones worth noting, the rest are simply dismal. The 5th place was Chao Yang, with a score similar to Xiao Ishue's, 461 points, a very small difference. In fact, the scores from 2nd to 5th were not far apart, not exceeding 20 points. The 6th place score dropped significantly, with only 7. 3 Chi and Blood, Basic Skills at Stage 2 30%, and Advanced Skills just learned not long ago, only at Stage 1 5% progress. The score was only 389 points. This was a difference of 72 points from the 5th place, creating a significant gap. According to Yen Jun's estimation, the 5th place could barely hang on to the top 100, but the 6th place was directly outside the top 300, and might not even make it into the top 400 in the province. The gap was too large. Yen Jun continued to look down, his disappointment growing heavier. 14th place, 17th place, 22nd place, 28th place. There's only these 4 in the 11 to 30 ranking stage, and in the top 10, aside from Xiao Ishue, there's no one else. Sai, this year's Green Capital No. 2 High School only has Xiao Ishue who is decent. The others are not much different from last year. Yen Jun was quite disappointed. With these results, if it weren't for the principal of Green Capital No. 2 High School giving too much, he really wouldn't want to come. 31st place, Green Capital No. 2 High School, Su Chen, Vitality 3. 5. Basic Swordsmanship 2nd Stage 47%, Drawing Sword Strike 1st Stage 22%, total score 351 points. When Yen Jun saw this information, he was completely stunned. Yen Jun was shocked and looked at this information again, the whole piece of information. He felt that the entire message was filled with strangeness. This guy Su Chen, he couldn't help but read it again, looking at it word by word. A vitality of 3. 5. Basic Swordsmanship 2nd Stage 47%, Drawing Sword Strike 1st Stage 22%. These things appearing on this report card were quite normal, but having a vitality of 3. 5 in the same column was very disharmonious. Yen Jun, as an analyst from the Sanctuary training camp, had seen a lot, but he had never seen someone with such an exaggerated high-level skill progress with just a vitality of 3. 5. Thinking of this, a brilliant smile couldn't help but appear on Yen Jun's face. I didn't expect to encounter such a talent in this small green capital. Interesting, really interesting. Yen Jun's mood instantly improved, and even when he looked at the dismal results afterward, he felt it was somewhat pleasing. He only looked at the top 60 rankings and directly forwarded the list to the class group. 12 spots, a bit more than expected. Although the overall results were not ideal, with Su Chen's sudden rise, Yen Jun was still very satisfied. Just right, this time going to the sanctuary, he could properly tap into Su Chen's potential, hoping Su Chen wouldn't disappoint him. How could I be the only one shocked? Yen Jun's mouth immediately twisted. The results are out. As Yen Jun forwarded the results to the class group, everyone who had been waiting in the group immediately clicked to open it. Wow, as expected of Goddess Xiao, 8. 1 vitality, 50% in the 2nd stage of basic swordsmanship, and 20% progress in the gentleman's sword technique. Truly amazing. Tisk TSK, 463 points. This score can directly get into a key martial university. That's outrageous. There are still 90 days left. With Goddess Xiao's speed of progress, isn't it easy to get into the 2 top universities? So exaggerated, but Brother Young's results are also good. 14th place, 7. 1 vitality, 22% in the 2nd stage of basic law, plus 3% in high-level skills, also has 374 points. This score is quite excellent, definitely stable for the top 10 super key universities. Brother Yun is also not bad. Everyone looked at the results, chatting in the group. Teacher Chao was also in the group, and as the guiding teacher, he was very curious about everyone's results. I wonder how Su Chen's results are this time. Especially for Su Chen, he was even more curious. He was just about to click on the report card when he saw someone seem to mention Su Chen. Brother Kan's results are also good, 351 points, especially this 3. 5 vitality. Who is Su Chen? The person who said this suddenly shook in reality. He had no impression of this person, it seemed he wasn't from their elite team. But he glanced at the school in front of Su Chen's name, confirming it was indeed Green Capital. No. 2 High School, no mistake. Could it be that someone hid their name, and it was only revealed this time? But how could this 3-5 vitality appear here? For some reason, the once lively class group suddenly calmed down, and no one spoke. Yin Jun saw this scene, and his smile grew even wider. He could already imagine everyone's current reaction. One by one, they must be shocked, right? The lively class group was quiet for a full minute before someone sent a message. Brother Ken is amazing, majestic and imposing. A 22% progress in the blade draw. Is this even human? This is even higher than Goddess Xiao's advanced skills. This is just ridiculous. Brother Ken actually killed his way in with a health value of 3-5, TSK. As someone sent out the message, the entire class group was instantly flooded with countless messages, all praising Su Chen's awesomeness. Teacher Chow also saw it, and he quickly opened the score sheet, found Su Chen's name, and stood up excitedly. Ha ha ha, an application, we must apply. This genius in the 3rd tier is definitely qualified. Even a genius in the 4th tier can give it a try. That's a quota of 500,000. Crazy, really crazy. With the appearance of the scores, or rather, Su Chen's scores, the martial arts students of this year's Green Capital High School were all shocked by Su Chen. A health value of 3-5, a 47% basic sword technique in the 2nd stage, plus a 22% progress in the blade draw in the 1st stage. This score truly dazzled everyone. How is that possible? Lining had already been shocked by Su Chen twice in the morning, and she didn't expect that what she discovered in the morning was just the tip of the iceberg. 351 points, a 22% blade draw in the 1st stage. This was Su Chen's true score, and it was incredibly extraordinary. Lining fell into a daze, and it wasn't until several minutes later that she came back to her senses and quickly took out her phone to call her father. My progress this time is not small, but their improvements should not be weak either. The trainer, Xiaoishua, who wore a black tight-fitting outfit that perfectly outlined her figure, also checked the scores at the first opportunity. However, she only looked at the top 5 and was too lazy to check the rest, having no interest. Still 4th place? Xiaoishua sighed. These guys were too difficult to deal with. She had worked so hard, yet still couldn't pull away. Just as she was about to put down her phone and continue eating, she saw that Brother Kan's score was also quite good, and then she frowned. Although she wasn't familiar with the other 9 elite group members, she had at least remembered their names after being in the same group for 2 years. It seemed there was no character for Kan. At that moment, Su Chen's handsome face unconsciously appeared in her mind. Is it him? What's wrong with him? Xiaoishua hesitated for a moment, then saw the class fall into an eerie silence. This Su Chen. Xiaoishua wasn't foolish. She could sense that something was off, so she clicked on the score sheet again and quickly saw the information in Su Chen's column. Especially the 22% progress in the blade draw made Xiaoishua freeze for a moment. Then a smile appeared on her face. Interesting, as expected of someone I recognize. Luo Xiu also looked at the scores, but even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked to see that Su Chen's blade draw had actually reached 22% progress. I heard that your 2nd school is preparing to go to the Holy Hall for training. Looking forward to our next battle. This time I will take it seriously. A brilliant smile appeared on Luo Xiu's face. Honglin, Chao Yang, and even Chen Ping, who ranked 1st, also saw Su Chen's scores, especially surprised by Su Chen's 22% blade draw. One by one, they became interested in Su Chen. However, they still didn't take Su Chen to heart. There were only 90 days left until the college entrance examination, and that time was too short. A health value of 3-5 was too low, which basically represented that Su Chen's talent in health was lacking. Health was fundamental. If Su Chen couldn't improve his health, he posed no threat to them. In fact, he didn't even have the qualifications to threaten them. They were only interested in Su Chen's talent and skills, nothing more. Haishi City. As the capital city of Haishi Province, Haishi scale was naturally not something Green Capital could compare to. Although Green Capital was not small either, it had a population of over 5 million. The population of Haishi City is only about 1.5 times that of Lvdu, but the level of prosperity in the two cities is completely incomparable. The education level and the overall strength of martial arts students are the same. Last year, Lvdu had over 1,100 applicants, but only 298 were admitted to WUDA, and including those who were accepted into key universities above WUDA, there were only 57. But what about Haishi City? Over 2,300 people applied, and more than 2,100 were admitted to WUDA, with as many as 800 entering key universities. It can be said that Haishi City, as a single city, occupies about 20% of the entire population of Haishi Province, and they account for nearly half of the students admitted to WUDA. To know how many people applied in the entire Haishi province last year? How many were admitted to WUDA? How many were admitted to key universities? Over 9,200 people applied. More than 4,800 were admitted to WUDA. 1,388 were admitted to key universities. From this, one can see just how strong Haishi City is. It can be said that Haishi province is supported by Haishi City. The topic has strayed. In a place like Haishi City, where every inch of land is precious, a relatively large club stands in the city center, which also shows the strength of this club. What did you say? Su Chen is ranked 31st in Ildu, and this time he is preparing to go to the Holy Hall for a 20-day training? This club is none other than the Star Club. Inside the Star Club, when Mushue held her phone, listening to the news coming from the other end of the line, and couldn't help but exclaim. It was simply unbelievable. In When Mushue's eyes, Ildu and Haishi were naturally incomparable, but Ildu was still a big city with a population of 5 million. Vitality 3.5, Basic Technique Second Stage 47%, plus 22% progress in blade draw. When Mushue felt her head buzzing, she remembered that just a few days ago, when she fought Su Chen, his vitality was only 2.8, and his basic technique was only at 25% progress in the second stage, with blade draw at just 10%. How could it suddenly become so exaggerated? Could it be a sudden enlightenment? When Mushue could only think this way, as it was really hard to explain. If the facts weren't right in front of her, she would absolutely not dare to believe it. On the other end of the line, Brother Chen was also very shocked when he learned the news. So, do we need to increase Su Chen's training level? Brother Chen asked, and when Mushue fell silent, should they increase the training level? Based on Su Chen's current data, he was still a bit short of reaching the B-level genius standard. Just yesterday, they had signed a B-level genius with a vitality of 8.4, basic technique second stage 52%, and advanced skills 20%. Only then did they successfully sign and obtain resources for a B-level genius. Su Chen only met the standard for advanced skills, was a bit short in basic technique, and was far off in vitality. When Mushue remained silent for about 30 seconds before she slowly spoke. Approve it. You tell Su Chen, but this will take some time. When Su Chen comes out of the Holy Hall training camp, we will sign with him. Okay. Brother Chen showed a look of surprise. The gap between a B-level genius and a C-level genius is quite large, and being able to sign a B-level genius is also a significant achievement for Brother Chen. What resources did Su Chen apply for? What did he apply for? He applied to exchange everything for enhanced vitality pills. Enhanced vitality pills? When Mushue was shocked. Why exchange so many of these? Why not exchange for vitality elixirs? When Mushue's face turned red as she said this, because she thought of Su Chen's background, which was different from hers. Her words had a hint of a why not eat porridge meaning. Then, let's exchange for Su Chen at the value of 420 each. 420 each? Then, make up the difference, give him 360 pieces. With a high vitality value, it not only represents strength but also various qualities of oneself. She thought for a moment and roughly calculated. Good. The call ended. A smile appeared in When Mushue's eyes. This Holy Hall training camp specializes in skills, just perfect for you, Su Chen. I am really looking forward to your growth. Name, Su Chen, vitality, 3. 54 plus, punching power, 393 kilograms, speed, 18. 9 meters per second, spirit, 9 plus, skill, basic sword technique, stage 2 48% plus, advanced skill, blade draw slash, stage 1 23% plus, energy, 13. 1, only 13. 1 energy left, I need to replenish some resources. The next day, Su Chen opened the panel, and after the points allocation yesterday, his strength had improved a bit more. Resources were distributed yesterday, and I made it into the top 6 of the class, plus a citywide ranking of 31. The school directly awarded me double points, 100,000 points. Teacher Yin said yesterday that we should tidy up and arrive at school before 9 a.m. today, preparing to take us to the Holy Hall training camp in the provincial city. This Holy Hall training camp is a closed training. It seems I will have to spend the money I have. Su Chen glanced at the balance of 136,100 in his bank account and smiled. Later, I will exchange that 100,000 points for 2 vitality pills, and the remaining 130,000 martial coins will all be exchanged for enhanced vitality pills. Su Chen really didn't want to show off the basic vitality pills anymore. The taste of the last 1,200 pills was still fresh in his memory. With that thought, Su Chen got out of bed. It was just past 6, time for breakfast, then to Uncle Zhao's to buy some resources, and maybe do a bit of exercise. I wonder when Teacher Chow's genius loan will come through. This was his 3rd application. The first and second loans had already come through, totaling 100,000 martial coins. Yesterday, Teacher Chow found him again and asked him to apply once more, saying the third tier was definitely secure, and the fourth tier would depend on the situation. If the fourth tier could be approved, that would be 500,000. Even if Su Chen had already received 100,000, that would still leave him with 400,000. Brother Tan also took leave, and I applied for a second batch of 150,000 resources, all to be exchanged for enhanced vitality pills. Brother Tan told me to pick them up in the morning. Also, Brother Tan told me that it has been approved for me to become a B-level genius, but it will take time to go through the process. I can sign the contract once I come out of the Holy Hall training camp. Thinking of the treatment of a B-level genius, Su Chen's heart surged with excitement. The treatment for a C-level genius is 500,000, but for B-level, it's 2 million. 2 million? How many resources could he buy with that? With that thought, Su Chen excitedly grabbed the luggage he had prepared the night before and left his home. After a simple breakfast downstairs, he headed straight to Uncle Zhao's grocery store. Under Uncle Zhao's astonished gaze, he purchased 310 enhanced vitality pills, spending 130,000 martial coins. Each pill cost 420 martial coins, and Uncle Zhao rounded it up for Su Chen, making it exactly 310 pills. According to Uncle Zhao, 420 martial coins was his cost price. He really didn't make a single cent profit, and even lost a little. This was his support for Su Chen, hoping he could continue on the path of martial arts and go further. Su Chen naturally remembered Uncle Zhao's kindness. He didn't use the remaining 6,100 martial coins, he needed to keep some money on hand. Then he arrived at the Star Club and collected 360 enhanced vitality pills, bringing his total stock to 670 pills. The enhanced vitality pills were significantly larger than the basic ones, and a bottle could only hold 20 pills, which amounted to over 30 bottles. Su Chen stuffed them all into his backpack. Too many, I can't eat them all at once, it's really a headache. With so many enhanced vitality pills, he definitely couldn't consume them all at once, he could only eat them slowly. 670 pieces, each worth 0.5 energy, 335 energy, and unprecedented wealth. This is just a part, there will be more in the school later. Su Chen casually ate 2 bottles, replenished his energy, and stopped eating. There was plenty of time, no need to rush. Su Chen immediately went to the school and exchanged all his 100,000 points. 2 blood chi pills, 165 enhanced blood chi pills, and he still had 350 points left. 835 enhanced blood chi pills, TSK. For a normal martial artist, even if they take 6 a day, this could last over 100 days. Plus 2 blood chi pills, which can provide 3 times and 2 times the effect. That's 492. 5 energy. Adding the remaining 13. 1 energy I have, that brings my energy value to 505. 6. Su Chen couldn't help but gasp. Over 500 energy, if all of it is added to my blood chi, how much can my blood chi reach? 8. 59 blood chi, which is 8. 6 blood chi, that means my score would directly increase by 131 points, making my total score 482 points. 482 points, that's just second to Chen Ping. Su Chen fantasized for a moment and let out a terrifying laugh. Time to work out. Su Chen left the exchange room and arrived at the elevator door. As soon as he opened the elevator, he saw his classmates. Usually, when these people saw him, they would just nod, a simple greeting. But today, when they saw him, their eyes lit up, and smiles filled their faces. Brother Can. Good morning, Brother Can. Awesome, Brother Can. Please, Brother Can. Their attitude towards Su Chen had made a complete 180-degree turn, so fast that Su Chen felt a bit unaccustomed. Coincidentally, the elevator door next to him also opened. A figure walked out, and it was none other than Xiao Ishue. As Xiao walked out of the elevator, it was clear she hadn't expected to meet Su Chen so soon. Usually, Xiao Ishue was as cold as her name, almost expressionless. But upon seeing Su Chen, she surprisingly showed a faint smile, nodded at him, and then left the elevator. Everyone witnessed this scene. Oh my god, Goddess Xiao actually smiled at Brother Can. Go for it, Brother Can, win over Goddess Xiao. Su Chen looked at the amusing crowd and couldn't help but touch his nose. He actually preferred how these people used to be. Their current behavior was too ridiculous, and he felt a bit out of place. He entered the elevator, reached the 5th floor, and arrived at his own martial arts room. He took out 2 blood chi pills and directly tossed them into his mouth. The taste was delightful. These blood chi pills are so good, I want to eat more. Su Chen licked his lips. The difference between pills and pellets was indeed very obvious. Pellets were like grinding various herbs into a paste and then forming them into balls through a special method. Pills, on the other hand, were made by refining the essence of the herbs and removing impurities, which preserved the medicinal aroma and made them taste quite good. Watching his energy increase by 75 points, Suchen smiled and began his training for the day. The medicine couldn't stop, and the training couldn't stop either. Both had to progress together to effectively enhance his strength and better convert the increased strength into his own power. Around 8:50, Yan Jun notified the group to gather at the school gate. Suchen felt the vibration of his wristband, sheathed his sword, grabbed his luggage, and hurried to the school gate. By the time Suchen arrived, most of the people were already there, and Yan Jun was present as well. At the same time, Suchen also saw a small spaceship. That's right, a spaceship. In the high martial continent, danger lurked everywhere. Inside the city, it was fine, protected by barriers and patrolled by the defense army, preventing disaster beasts from rushing into the city. But it was different in the wild. Outside, danger was everywhere, and disaster beasts were quite terrifying. Adult disaster beasts can only be countered by warriors who have entered the ranks. Each disaster beast possesses terrifying power, capable of easily smashing a building with a single punch. In such circumstances, humans dare not leave the city at will. The only way to travel between two cities is by using flying vehicles like spaceships. These vehicles are equipped with protective shields, and with strong individuals guarding inside, along with regularly cleared flight paths, they ensure a certain level of safety during flight. Although there are quite a few flying disaster beasts in the sky, they only fly in the air and do not settle there, which is completely different from the ground. Of course, the main reason is that humans have discovered a substance that emits a scent that flying disaster beasts dislike. They will avoid it from a distance and rarely attack spaceships. Is this a spaceship? So cool! Zhu Jiafan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the small spaceship. This is the K-105 Sparrow, with a maximum speed of 3,000 km per hour, costing up to 300 million. Nia Hai, standing beside him, glanced at Zhu Jiafan and mentioned, 300 million. Zhu Jiafan gasped. Even if he were sold, he couldn't afford it. Everyone's here, so let's set off. It wasn't even 9 o'clock yet, but everyone had arrived. Yan Jun naturally wouldn't wait until 9 to launch the ship. He directly let everyone board the spaceship and took off. The interior of the spaceship was exquisitely decorated, and the space was spacious enough not to feel crowded. There were a total of 17 seats, enough for Suchen and the others. As everyone boarded the spaceship, the pilot controlled the ship, flying towards the sky, quickly leaving the ground. The spaceship was very stable. Suchen looked out the window. In his previous life, Suchen had naturally flown on airplanes, so he didn't feel much. What intrigued Suchen more was this world, looking down at it from high above. Wow, look, the second high school has become a small dot. So small. We've taken off. Listening to his companions' excited voices, Suchen's lips curled up slightly. More than 10 minutes later, the spaceship left Green City, quickly heading towards Haishi. Through the window, Suchen could see a huge city wrapped in light blue, contrasting sharply with the desolate outskirts. Is this the high martial continent? Inside the barrier, tall buildings stood. Outside the barrier, ruins thrived. The vast majority of humans could only live within the barrier. Only by becoming warriors could they have the qualification to control their own fate and the ability to step out of the barrier alone. Warriors? Huh? Wait for me, I will become a warrior soon. Suchen clenched his fists and murmured to himself. At that moment, Zhu Jiafan asked a question. Teacher, can humans fly like spaceships? Zhu Jiafan's words caught the attention of all the students on the ship, including Suchen. Suchen also didn't know much about the realms of warriors. He only knew that without entering the ranks, one could not be considered a warrior, only a martial artist. Only by successfully entering the ranks and pushing their vitality to 10 points could they be considered to have entered the ranks and become a formal warrior. Fly? Yan Jun was slightly taken aback by Zhu Jiafan's question. He hadn't intended to speak about it, but seeing the students' eager gazes, he couldn't bear to refuse and smiled. Of course, it is possible. Really? Everyone was instantly excited. Then, Teacher Yan, what kind of warrior can fly in the air? What kind of warrior? Yan Jun fell into thought. He also had limited knowledge about the realms after becoming a warrior. I'm not sure about the specifics, but I once participated in a mission to encircle disaster beasts and saw a warrior who flew in the air, casually waving his hand to smash a disaster beast the size of a hill into pieces. What? He smashed a disaster beast the size of a hill with a casual strike? That's terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Teacher, I heard that warriors after entering the ranks are also called extraordinary beings? Yes, after entering the next stage, they can indeed be considered extraordinary beings, as their life structure has already changed, and their lifespan will increase accordingly. Just like us, our lifespan usually only ranges from 80 to 100 years, but after successfully entering the next stage, it generally won't be less than 200. Moreover, their recovery ability is also exceptionally exaggerated. As long as the heart and brain are not damaged, they can heal themselves with their powerful recovery ability. For minor injuries, they just need to activate the extraordinary power within their bodies, and they can recover to their original state in just a few minutes. Yen Jun thought for a moment and decided to talk about martial artists to inspire his classmates' yearning for them, creating motivation. Just as Yen Jun thought, longing appeared in the eyes of his classmates. Xiao Yixue felt the same way. Although some of them had martial artists in their families and had a high probability of becoming martial artists themselves in the future, who wouldn't yearn to be a martial artist? Truly powerful martial artists can fly and traverse the earth, capable of anything. A single strike can cause landslides and earthquakes, possessing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. However, classmates, don't aim too high for now. Let's first focus on the challenges ahead and prepare for the college entrance examination. The Holy Hall Training Camp. The Holy Hall Training Camp is located in the suburbs of Haishi City. After all, they are quite special and different from clubs, not needing to be built in the city center to attract traffic. Their students are introduced through various connections, batch by batch, so they are never short of people. Old Han, are there any promising students in this batch? This time, the Blood Prison Training Camp has recruited a promising student. Old Zhu has been showing off in front of me every day. In the director's office, a tall man, at least 2 meters tall and weighing no less than 250 pounds, was making faces at a small, thin middle-aged man. The thin middle-aged man, referred to as Old Han by the robust man, raised an eyebrow. There are indeed a few good candidates, but none of them reached that level. Old Han casually picked up a list from the table, a double-sided printed A4 paper, and threw it at the robust man. Yes, he threw it. The thin A4 paper flew towards the robust man like a stone. The robust man casually moved, and the A4 paper landed in his hand. The list on the A4 paper was not long, only 84 people, covering 6 schools. There was no way around it. Good candidates were indeed hard to find. Some of the province's outstanding talents were sent to national-level training camps, while others had strong individuals and their families to train them. The rest were divided among the provincial training camps. However, their holy hall could only rank third among the provincial training camps, and with the first and second camps already dividing the few good candidates, there were even fewer left. The Blood Prison Training Camp was not far from them, ranking fourth. However, the situation at the Holy Hall was not good these days, as they were about to be caught up by the Blood Prison, which made Old Han very anxious. If the Holy Hall fell out of the top 3 under his watch, he feared his father would come out of the secret realm and kill him. But what could he do? After all, the Blood Prison had brought in a super genius a few years ago, making a name for itself and advancing rapidly. This training camp naturally could not only conduct training for this batch before the college entrance examination, they also undertook training for university preparation after the college entrance examination, referred to as the High University Connection. At the same time, they also had various youth training camps, university camps, and so on. All he could do was hope that this year's group wouldn't disappoint him. Fan Rue, Blood Phoenix Technique 28% progress. I like this one, don't you dare compete with me. The robust man's surname was Nio. No one will compete with you. Old Han rolled his eyes. But the quality of this year's batch is indeed not great. The highest mastery of advanced techniques is actually this Fan Rue, and not a single one has even reached 30%, let alone exceeded it. The old cow sighed. 30% is a hurdle. Once you get past it, you move from being a novice to being skilled, and you'll have a deeper understanding of advanced techniques, allowing you to unleash greater power. Yeah, but those who exceed 30% can rank among the top 20 in the province, and those are not easy to come by. Old Han naturally understood. Let's give them a bit more reward this year. Initially, let's go with 1 blood essence pill every 2 days. They can watch the teaching videos freely, and in 3 days, they can seek guidance from a master. For a first-level teacher, it's up to them. Just hand that Fan Rue over to me. Sure, Old Han casually nodded. Although this didn't conform to the rules, just thinking about the challenge from the blood prison made his head ache. If they lost, they would truly become fourth. Calculating the time, they should be arriving soon. About right. When everyone is here, should I, Old Cow, go up and take charge? The old cow looked eager to try, and Old Han instinctively wanted to refuse, but suddenly thought that the blood prison training camp seemed to be good at pulling tricks, which made it more acceptable. All right. By the way, didn't you catch a disaster beast a couple of days ago? What do you want to do? The old cow immediately showed a wary expression. That's my food. Old Han grinned lewdly. Just borrowing it for a bit. The spaceship was indeed very fast. Green City and Haishi were in the same province, not too far apart. After flying for just over an hour, they could see the outline of Haishi City from afar. The first impression it gave was that it was big. Wow, Haishi's population is only 3 million more than Green City, just about 1.5 times, but why does Haishi's area look so exaggerated? Zhu Jiafan couldn't help but exclaim at the scale of Haishi. Did you learn geography for nothing? Niahai couldn't help but roll his eyes, then began to explain. Although Green City has a population of over 5 million, just 3 million less than Haishi, the land area between the two has nearly a five-fold difference. 5 times? So much? Not only was Zhu Jiafan shocked, but several classmates also showed expressions of astonishment. Su Chen, however, remained calm because he had understood it long ago. Lack of education is truly frightening, Niahai scoffed. You're the one lacking education. Seeing the two about to argue again, everyone burst into laughter. Niahai and Zhu Jiafan's relationship was indeed very poor. In just over an hour, they had already clashed 3 times. Amid the laughter, the spaceship began to descend. After more than 10 minutes, the spaceship landed at the dock of the Holy Hall Club. We've arrived, disembark. Finally here. Let's see the prosperity of this provincial capital city. Zhu Jiafan and the others were naturally very interested in Haishi. Since childhood, they had heard adults say that Haishi City was the most prosperous city in Haishi province, and also the provincial city, where the air was sweet. So, they all excitedly got off the spaceship. But as soon as they landed, they felt a bit disappointed. It didn't seem much different. Liqing, as one of the top 3 cities in Haishi province, had quite good overall strength. At the entrance of Liqing No. 2 Middle School, a spaceship marked with the Holy Hall logo was parked. More than 20 boys and girls from Liqing No. 2 Middle School boarded the spaceship. One particularly burly and anxious-looking boy, carrying a battle axe taller than himself on his back, boarded the spaceship with an intimidating demeanor. Ruiji's aura is still so domineering that no one dares to approach. No kidding, if it weren't for the college entrance examination not having practical combat segments, even Kong Sheng from No. 1 Middle School might not be Ruiji's opponent. Ruiji's bloodthirsty battle axe, TSK, its power is quite astonishing. It's just a bit slow, otherwise, Ruigo would be invincible. But I heard that the Holy Hall emphasizes training in advanced techniques and practical combat. Isn't that Ruiji's paradise? As long as it's not those few monsters, where can't Ruigo go to wreak havoc? Once you go outside, don't be so arrogant. Don't embarrass us from Liqing No. 2 High School. As everyone burst into laughter, a handsome, somewhat effeminate young man suddenly spoke up. The laughter quickly quieted down, revealing the young man's status within the group. Such scenes unfolded in various places in Haishi province. Schools from Shangqing, Tingcheng, Rongqing, and Yanqing sent their strongest students based on the results of the first mock assessment. They were all heading to the Holy Hall training camp. In fact, many spaceships had launched today. Besides the Holy Hall training camp, other major training camps were also accepting students. Haishi province has 7 training camps with provincial labels, and every year around this time, schools with decent strength contact these camps to send their outstanding students for training. Su Chen and his group were not the first to arrive. Yan Jun brought them to the dormitory, where some people were already moving about. Since there were no conflicts for the time being, everyone smiled and nodded, acknowledging each other. After all, they were all training in the same place and were all excellent students. 3 people to a suite, 1 room each. The accommodation was quite nice, a 120 square meter suite divided into 3 rooms, each with its own bathroom, and a fairly large living room outside. There was no kitchen, as no one would waste time cooking while training here. The suite was decorated in a high-tech style, filled with smart features. Yan Jun let them familiarize themselves, saying they would gather downstairs at 11 o'clock to take them to the cafeteria for a meal. The official gathering was at 2 in the afternoon. Su Chen glanced at the date, March 14th. According to teacher Yan, today also counted as training time. The training lasted for 20 days, until April 2nd. They would all return home on April 3rd. I wonder what the benefits and treatment are like here. I hope it won't disappoint me. Su Chen looked at his panel, then thought of the enhanced blood essence pills in his backpack, patting it, feeling more confident. Let's take off, starting from the Holy Hall training camp. At 2 in the afternoon. 6 schools, totaling 84 people, gathered in the main hall of the Holy Hall under the guidance of their respective teachers. As the clock struck 2, everyone heard heavy footsteps, drawing their attention. A 2-meter-tall muscular man appeared, holding something over 3 meters high, obscured by a black cloth, making it impossible to see what it was. The muscular man calmly brought the object forward and casually threw it to the ground. Boom! The ground shook with a tremendous sound, trembling, accompanied by a weak roar. However, the noise was drowned out by the vibrations, and no one heard it. Gulp! Everyone was startled by this action. They thought the object must be heavy, but judging by its trembling, it seemed to weigh at least 2,000 or 3,000 pounds. Wow! This muscular man could carry such a heavy object without changing his expression. How strong could he be? A martial artist. This muscular man was definitely a martial artist. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly possess such terrifying strength. With this thought, Su Chen's gaze towards the muscular man changed. "Hey, everyone, I'm Nyo Damu, but you can call me Instructor Nyo. I am the chief instructor for your training this time." Nyo Damu grinned, but his smile, combined with his appearance, exuded an invisible sense of intimidation. "Deputy." Suddenly, another figure appeared. Su Chen and the others didn't even see how he showed up, as if he had been there all along. A small, thin middle-aged man stood beside Nyo Damu, creating a stark contrast between the large and the small. "Old Han, at least give me some face and let me say a few more words before coming out," Nyo Damu said, his face full of indignation. Old Han completely ignored Nyo Damu, raising his hand slightly, and the black cloth that shrouded the object suddenly flew into the air, revealing what was underneath. It was a large cage. Inside the cage lay a massive creature, its face fierce, as if it were a demon from the depths of hell. It resembled a tiger but was not quite one, completely pitch black, with several sharp backward-facing spines on its body. However, it looked very weak, as if it had sustained serious injuries. Even so, at the moment the black cloth disappeared, the terrifying aura emanating from this massive creature still seeped out. It was a solid malevolent energy. If a timid person saw this creature, they would probably be so frightened that their legs would go weak, and they would fall to the ground, losing control of themselves. What a terrifying aura! Even so, many people took several steps back under the onslaught of the malevolent energy, their faces turning pale. Disaster beast! Su Chen did not retreat, but the moment he saw this monster, he recognized its identity. Tiger Chong. Tiger Chong is a type of disaster beast similar to the northeast tiger. According to the descriptions in the book, an adult tiger chong has at least 10,000 pounds of strength and can easily jump over buildings more than 10 meters high. Su Chen never expected that upon arriving at the Holy Hall, he would encounter a real disaster beast, and one with a relatively high danger level like Tiger Chong. This Holy Hall is quite interesting. Su Chen's eyes began to blaze with excitement. With the appearance of Tiger Chong and the reactions of the crowd, Nyo Damu and Hanzei observed everything. Their purpose was to see everyone's reactions upon suddenly encountering a disaster beast. They were quite satisfied with the results. Although many people turned pale and took a few steps back, at least no one fell to the ground in fear. A few individuals performed well, merely surprised for a moment before returning to normal. Their mindset was relatively good. Wait, why does that kid's expression look like? Hanzei and Nyo Damu both noticed Su Chen's reaction. At first, Su Chen's response was normal, just showing surprise, but how did he become excited after that? This kid. Hanzei and Nyo Damu exchanged glances, both intrigued by Su Chen. This kid is quite interesting. As you can see, this is a disaster beast, named Tiger Chong. It is also our greatest enemy as humans, and the enemy you will face in the future. Hanzei's gaze swept over the crowd, his expression slightly cold. Gulp. Many people swallowed hard. Could they really fight against such a terrifying existence? Do you see the weapons over there? Hanzei continued, pointing to the side. Su Chen and the others looked in that direction, where dozens of weapon racks held hundreds of weapons neatly arranged, all genuine. Pick up a weapon and launch an attack on Tiger Chong. As long as your attack lands on Tiger Chong, you will complete the task and earn 10 points. The first to act gets 20 points. By the way, these points can be exchanged for chi blood pills, with 1 point redeeming 1 chi blood pill. Bang! As soon as the words fell, Su Chen immediately shot out. 1 point for 1 chi blood pill? 20 points for the first to act? Ha ha! Even if it meant attacking a real disaster beast, Su Chen wouldn't hesitate. After all, with the protection of the Holy Hall training camp, Su Chen didn't believe they would really let him die at the hands of a disaster beast. By the time Su Chen had already dashed out, many people were just beginning to react. Although they were all faster than Su Chen, and his chi blood value on sight was definitely the lowest, the time wasted was enough for Su Chen to launch his attack first. Su Chen came equipped with a knife, which gave him an advantage over many others. Humph! Fan Rui snorted coldly, his movements just half a beat slower than Su Chen's. He was simply not good at speed, and with his battle axe strapped to his back, it would take time to take it down. But what about Su Chen? Draw the sword and slash. Fast. Especially fast. A streak of light cut through the air as the steel knife in Su Chen's hand struck at a tricky angle. Clang! Sparks flew. Su Chen's attack landed on the weak Hu Chong lying in the cage, causing him no harm at all. On the contrary, the tremendous recoil hit Su Chen, making his tiger mouth tingle slightly. Su Chen was shocked. Was this the disaster beast? Terrifying. A severely injured disaster beast lay right in front of him, and he couldn't even inflict a scratch. No wonder there was a saying, without entering a rank, everyone is an ant. In front of a disaster beast, numbers are useless. Only ranked warriors can harm the disaster beast. Bang! Another attack followed. It was a massive battle axe, glinting coldly, indicating that this axe was not simple. With one swing, Hu Chong let out a painful roar, clearly suffering from the blow. A faint trace of blood appeared on his body. Su Chen was taken aback. This boy's attack was so strong. Gentleman's sword. Then, several strong and quick-reacting individuals rushed in. Xiao Yixue was one of them. However, Xiao Yixue was not calm. She was startled when she first saw Hu Chong and took several steps back. When Han Zhe ordered them to attack, she didn't react immediately, which left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Su Chen. She softly called Su Chen's name in her heart. He had already left a mark in her mind, which was gradually becoming clearer. As Xiao Yixue and the others launched their attacks, the remaining people charged in as well. Although a few were terrified, they still mustered their courage to rush forward. In less than a minute, everyone had completed their tasks. Very good. It seems that there are no cowards among those who came for special training this time. Hanzei nodded in satisfaction. The step should have ignited some of their fighting spirit, right? Old Nyo. Seeing everyone's gaze fall on him, Hanzei gestured to Nyo Damu beside him. A look of heartache appeared in Nyo Damu's eyes, but for the sake of the holy hall, he still complied. A massive battle axe appeared in his hand, exuding an imposing aura. Open the sky. Next, Nyo Damu's actions left everyone dumbfounded. Wow, so strong. Su Chen swallowed hard. Was this the power of a ranked warrior? Terrifying. Su Chen barely caught a glimpse of Nyo Damu's movements. The massive battle axe moved at an absurd speed. With one swing, both the cage and Hu Chong were cleaved in two. Perhaps because it was too fast, when Hu Chong fell apart, no blood spilled out until he hit the ground, at which point blood gushed forth. Quick, bathe in tiger blood. Hanzei roared, and Su Chen immediately rushed over, letting the tiger blood drench him. The others finally reacted and rushed over one by one. However, there were too few spots to bathe in tiger blood, and very few could truly be drenched in it. This kid is quite clever, not bad. Hanzei and Nyo Damu were both satisfied with Su Chen, though Su Chen's vitality was too weak, which gave them some headaches. This kid has mastered the draw and slash well. Old Han, that old guy Wei Handong should be in the camp, right? Should we ask him to come and give some guidance? He might surprise me. I can't necessarily call Uncle Wei over. Hanzei felt a headache at the mention of this name. Wei Handong was a person associated with his father, currently living in the training camp, managing the warehouse, and not teaching at all. You can appeal to his emotions and reason with him. Upon hearing this, Hanzei couldn't help but roll his eyes. Appeal to his emotions and reason? You know very well Uncle Wei's temper. It's terrible. As the warm tiger blood fell on him, Su Chen also activated his own vital energy, communicating with the energy contained in the tiger blood. Su Chen had read in a book that the blood of disaster beasts contains powerful energy, but this energy quickly dissipates after the beast dies. To absorb this energy, one must kill the beast on the spot. Just like now. Some powerful individuals would do this to hone the foundation for their descendants, bathing in the blood of disaster beasts or even swallowing it whole. The benefit of this practice is to establish a solid foundation, strengthen the body, and slightly increase the vital energy value. Su Chen also planned to imitate this, suddenly raising his head and sucking the gushing tiger blood into his mouth. Absorbed first-tier disaster beast blood, gaining plus 12 energy points. What? At that moment, Su Chen saw this message, his eyes revealing a look of shock. This disaster beast blood works too? If that's the case, can I go out into the wild to kill disaster beasts and drink their blood? Just from this one sip, I gain 12 energy points. Su Chen couldn't think too much. The energy contained in the tiger blood was about to dissipate quickly, so while there was still energy, he took a few more sips. Unfortunately, the energy dissipated too fast. Su Chen managed to drink 2 more sips, gaining 24 energy points. Adding the first sip, he accumulated a total of 36 energy points, which made Su Chen show a disappointed expression. However, at that moment, Su Chen thought of something. That is energy. It seems my golden finger isn't just limited to using pills like the vital energy pill to convert into energy. It seems that anything containing energy can be converted. If that's the case, then there are more things that can be converted. It's just that this type doesn't seem to get a multiple bonus, even for the first time. Su Chen frowned. There were too few examples, and he couldn't make a decision for now. I'll experiment further later. I just wonder if the meat of the disaster beast can be converted into energy. Su Chen thought, and at that moment, Hanzei also instructed everyone to return. Nyo Damu then collected the corpse of the tiger. Alright, later I will give each of you 10 points, and Su Chen will get 20 points. Also, don't lose that watch you have, it can be used here as well. With Hanzei's words, Su Chen's gaze turned to the watch on his wrist. This watch was issued when they entered the elite class, no wonder teacher Yen told them to bring it. It seems this watch was indeed issued here. Next, let me explain the benefits and treatment of our Holy Hall Club. The operation method is quite similar, but the actions inside have changed. The only item for points exchange is the vital energy pill. When you need to exchange, just place an order, and someone will deliver the items to your residence. At the same time, there are renowned teachers and first-level teachers available for guidance. After placing an order, just agree on a location and go directly. The guidance is free, but first-level teachers can only provide guidance once a day for 2 hours, while renowned teachers can guide once every 3 days for only 1 hour. By the way, first-level teachers have comprehended high-level skills to the first stage at 100%, which is enough to guide you. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately showed expressions of surprise. First-level teachers have comprehended high-level skills to the first stage at 100%, but what about the renowned teachers? As you might expect, all renowned teachers are martial artists. Everyone gasped in astonishment. They never imagined that renowned teachers would be martial artists. Hanzei was very pleased with their reaction and continued, at the same time, we will give each of you 1 point every 3 days, which can be used to exchange for vital energy pills. After that, if you complete tasks or achieve something, you can also earn extra points. By the way, if someone is the first to accumulate 200 points, I have a mysterious special reward here. Hanzei piqued everyone's curiosity, pulling at their expectations. But you don't think our Holy Hall training camp is just this, do you? It shouldn't be, right? There's more? Su Chen was a bit surprised this time. Each person was given 10 Qi blood pills at the start, with 1 more every 3 days. These were things everyone could get. There was also guidance from famous teachers every 3 days and from first-level teachers once a day, which was already quite good for Su Chen. From now on, every morning at 8, you can enter the virtual space for training. The duration of training mainly depends on yourselves. Virtual space? Su Chen showed a look of confusion, and not just him, the vast majority of people looked puzzled. What was this? Only a few showed understanding. Yes, it's the virtual space. This is the latest technology developed by the country, which can perfectly replicate a person into the virtual space through scanning, allowing for training and combat within it. This technology is still not mature enough. It must be supervised by a martial artist to ensure the user's physical safety at all times. Moreover, the virtual space devices are expensive and require complicated maintenance, so they are not widely used yet. Only some powerful clubs, training camps, or top-ranking universities can use them. However, most of them are standalone, meaning you can only train inside and set up characters for combat. Forget it. Instead of telling you so much, why not experience it for yourselves? Follow me. Hanzei smiled as he turned around, looking at the curious gazes of the crowd. By the way, our Holy Hall doesn't have many of these devices. There are only 20 sets in total, so you'll need to queue to use them. Of course, don't worry, 20 sets are definitely enough for you all. As for the reason, you'll understand soon. Hanzei's smile was playful. Under Hanzei's guidance, everyone passed through numerous obstacles and arrived at a heavily guarded place. This is the virtual space device. You can have 20 people experience it first. Who goes first? The crowd exchanged glances, maintaining a sense of caution towards this new thing. The virtual device was a series of virtual pods, looking quite cool and very high-tech. I'll go. Me too. Soon, several people excitedly stepped forward. I'll go too. Seeing their reactions, Su Chen raised his hand as well. Alright, you all go in first. By the way, this virtual device consumes mental energy, so if you feel dizzy, come out immediately. Also, try to avoid dying in the virtual space, as dying inside can cause significant mental stress and greatly reduce your training time. I won't say much more, you can go in and experience it. The rest of you can either move around freely or wait here. Hanzei gestured for Su Chen and the others to enter, and they exchanged glances before walking towards the virtual pod. Once they all entered the virtual pod, someone asked, "Instructor, how long do we have to wait?" How long? Hanzei's smile grew wider. About half an hour. Welcome to the virtual world. I am your assistant. You can call me Xiaoyi, or you can set a new name for me. Would you like to set one? Lying in the virtual pod, it activated immediately. Suddenly, a magical force acted upon Su Chen, linking with his mental realm, and then Su Chen felt the world before him, or rather his mental world, materialize. Su Chen didn't know the principle behind it, but everything around him felt incredibly real. A palm-sized little angel with a pair of pure white wings fluttered in the air, smiling at Su Chen as it spoke. Is this Xiaoyi? Let's use this, no need to change. Su Chen seemed to remember something, his tone slightly strange. Alright, how would you like me to address you? Master. And your name in this world? Anything is fine? Normally, yes. Then let's call me Ji Buochang. Su Chen smiled playfully. Okay, Master, your name has been changed to Ji Buochang. What functions do you have? After setting the name, Su Chen was filled with curiosity about this magical virtual world, mainly because it felt so real. I have many functions, but for now, only these 3 are available for you to choose from, Master. 1. I can materialize the scenes of powerful beings at various stages of basic techniques, most high-level skills, and can suppress their strength to a certain extent through algorithms, allowing you to battle against them. I can also simulate disaster beasts from the database, creating simulations of various levels of disaster beasts, or some war scenes, allowing you to join in and experience the battle firsthand. Hearing this first function, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Isn't this similar to the virtual games that appeared in novels from his past life? This function is great. No wonder Teacher Chow said that the quota for this sanctuary is so precious. It seems the principal has indeed invested heavily this time. The second function is the key to earning points this time, the Tower Challenge function. Inside the tower, everyone's strength will be limited to 9 vitality, with only the basic techniques and high-level skills differing. The higher the level of the tower you challenge, the more points you can earn. Su Chen nodded upon hearing this. And the last function? The third function is the arena function, but currently, the virtual space is in single-player mode, so player matching is not possible. You can only match against AI. Only after the local area network mode is open can player matching battles occur. Winning in player matches or ranking up will earn you extra points. Which function would you like to activate, Master? By the way, consuming in the virtual space uses your mental energy. When your mental state reaches a certain threshold, Xiaoyi will remind you. After 2 reminders, you will be forcibly logged out. Su Chen understood all 3 functions. Let's take a look at the first one, focusing on strong being skilled in basic sword techniques and drawing sword strikes. Alright, Xiaoyi will serve you now. Please make your selection. Soon, dozens of phantoms appeared before Su Chen, along with their life information floating in front of them. Just recommend one suitable for me. My situation is 48% in the second stage of basic sword techniques and 23% in the first stage of drawing sword strikes. Okay, I will choose for you. Selection successful. Your guiding teacher is Shui Jingfeng. Shui Jingfeng. Vitality value 3. 5. Basic sword techniques 48%. Drawing sword strikes first stage 23%. A figure appeared that was indistinguishable from a real person. This virtual space was so realistic that even the wrinkles on his face were simulated. Do you need to adjust the data? No need. Su Chen simulated his sword, and the battle began. A real battle. With every clash, Su Chen felt a sensation similar to that in reality. No, it was even more real. In reality, the opponents he faced were all beings far beyond his own strength, and battling them felt like they were just feeding him moves. Although it was comfortable, it lacked a certain feeling. Here, Su Chen felt a genuine sense of danger, something that could not be brought from the outside. Moreover, he could continuously adjust his opponent's strength, constantly applying pressure on himself. At first, under similar data conditions, Su Chen was not Shui Jingfeng's opponent, retreating step by step, but after a period of adaptation, Su Chen not only stabilized himself but also brought immense pressure to Shui Jingfeng. After a stalemate of 7 or 8 minutes, Su Chen seized a flaw. Draw the sword and slash. The blade cut through Shui Jingfeng's body, blood splattering onto Su Chen's face, a somewhat warm sensation. Is this the feeling of killing? Perhaps because this place was a virtual space, even though the sensations felt very real, Su Chen's heart remained calm. A bit tired, but I can accept it. Is this what virtual space is like? So amazing. If I could battle in this virtual space for a while longer, my strength would see a tremendous boost. Su Chen was very excited. The real combat without fear of death was a great help for him to digest energy. Outside. As time passed, the more than 60 people remaining outside did not leave. They all wanted to see the experiences of those who came out. Su Chen also went in, but his vitality is so low that he is likely to be the first to come out. Xiaoyi Xue did not enter in the first wave. She was now more concerned about Su Chen's performance. She had always been the top student of the second high school, and now being suppressed by Su Chen for 2 consecutive times made it hard for her not to notice him. Fortunately, Su Chen's vitality was too low to pose a temporary threat to her. Someone is coming out. Just a little over 14 minutes, a red light on a virtual pod lit up. This indicated that someone had already exited the virtual space. So fast? The crowd was somewhat surprised and turned their gazes toward Hanzei, as this seemed quicker than he had mentioned. Hanzei appeared natural, showing no surprise, even smiling as he said, "The first one lasted over 14 minutes, not bad." His words seemed to trigger a chain reaction, and 3 more red lights lit up. As the red lights illuminated, the virtual pods opened, and 4 people crawled out. Compared to how they looked when they first entered, the faces of the 4 were somewhat pale, with one of them even appearing a bit unsteady on their feet. What happened to you? The crowd was worried, but what they did not expect was that although the four were not in good condition, their eyes were all shining. Incredible! So amazing! I never expected such miraculous technology. Instructor, can we rest for a bit and go back in? Just being in there for a short while, I feel like I've gained some insight into advanced techniques. Maybe if I go in 2 or 3 more times, I can comprehend advanced techniques. The boy with unsteady steps spoke with great excitement. What? As soon as the boy spoke, most people showed expressions of shock. Advanced techniques. Although the more than 80 people who came to the Holy Hall were the best students from various universities, mastering advanced techniques was not that easy. Just like during the 100-day oath ceremony, at that time, only 3 people from Green City No. 2 high school had mastered advanced techniques. One was Su Chen, one was Xiao Ishue, and the last was He Yong. Only these 3 had mastered advanced techniques. Although in the following 10 days, more people gradually mastered advanced techniques, as of now, only 5 people had done so. The other schools, aside from the relatively higher standard of Lee City No. 2 high school, were on par with Green City No. 2 high school. They also had few people mastering advanced techniques. Among the more than 80 people who came this time, at most only about 30 could master advanced techniques. The boy's words made the vast majority of people's eyes turn red. No, you can't go back in. This virtual space is a limit for you. Going in once a day is the maximum. Going in again could easily cause irreversible damage to your mind and body. Upon hearing this, everyone showed disappointment. Moreover, the virtual space mainly hones the basics, advanced techniques, and the application of real combat. Hanzei summarized, and then saw everyone crowding around. Instructor, I want to go in. Next, I'll go. Don't worry, someone will be eliminated soon. You can adjust your state outside before going in. As Hanzei's words fell, several red lights lit up again, but this still couldn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Hanzei had no choice but to say, then let's go by the results of your tests from each city. This is the fairest way. There are 7 positions now, and I'll call out the names to go in first. First, Zhou Chang'en. Second, Xiao Ishue. Fan Rue was the first in this assessment, but he had already gone in during the first batch. Xiao Ishue's total score ranked 4th, and being 4th again left her speechless. What kind of fate did she have with the number 4? I hope this can enhance my strength. When I go back this time, I must break into the top 3. Definitely. This was Xiao Ishue's last thought before entering the virtual space. Xiao Ishue's mental strength was quite good. She stayed in for 24 minutes before being kicked out due to lack of energy. Climbing out of the virtual pod, Xiao Ishue finally understood why those few people looked so pale. The mental drain was indeed significant. Even she felt mentally exhausted and just wanted to find a place to rest properly. But the effect is really good. Just being in there for a while, my understanding of swordsmanship has improved a lot. If I can go in a few more times, plus the guidance from the master every 3 days, my strength can be greatly enhanced. In that case, next time I absolutely won't lose to Su Chen in high-level skills. Su Chen had outperformed her by 2 percentage points in high-level skills, which was hard for Xiao Ishue to accept. As soon as she came out, Xiao Ishue scanned the area, trying to find Su Chen's figure. Not here? Looks like he has already gone back. Not seeing Su Chen, Xiao Ishue felt a bit disappointed. However, she still walked over to her roommate, a girl who was staying with her this time. Xiaoyan, Su Chen has gone back, right? Xiaoyan, whose full name was Wang Yan, was one of the 3 girls in the elite team. In this city simulation, she ranked 28th, 5th in the elite class, with a solid foundation. In fact, she had ranked 3rd in the internal team test at the end of the last semester. However, this time she hadn't grasped high-level skills, and her score had dropped to 5th. Su Chen? Wang Yan clearly paused when she heard Su Chen's name. It seems Su Chen hasn't come out yet. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized, wait a minute, Su Chen seemed to still be inside. Everyone began to look at each other in confusion. Su Chen hasn't come out? Xiao Ishue was also stunned. She never imagined she would hear such an answer. Su Chen hasn't come out? Hanzei was also taken aback. He thought something felt off, and it turned out they had overlooked Su Chen. That kid has been in for almost 40 minutes. Hanzei glanced at the time. It was over 39 minutes, just 20 seconds shy of 40 minutes. Hanzei hurried towards Su Chen's virtual pod, wanting to see if there was a problem with it. There had been people who stayed in for that long before entering the next level, even some who had lasted an hour and a half. But those were all top talents with incredibly strong mental gifts, and their vitality values were at least above 8, even reaching the limit for martial artists, a vitality value of 9. But what about Su Chen? With a vitality value of 3. 5. Hanzei couldn't help but worry if there was a problem with the virtual pod. The others also heard that Su Chen was still inside. If it were anyone else, they might not remember the name, but for the one who had made the first move in that little test and was the only one to score 20 points, how could they possibly forget? No problem. Hanze checked and found that everything was fine. The virtual pod was in perfect condition. Then this kid's talent in mental strength is indeed quite good. Hanze let out a sigh of relief. As long as the person was not dead, that was good enough. Then let the next one in. Part of Hanze's attention also shifted to Su Chen. Not just him, many others were subconsciously watching the position of Su Chen in the virtual chamber. Xiaoyixue was even more so. She had originally planned to go back and rest, to recover her mental state, and continue practicing at night, but now she didn't want to rest. Even though her condition was poor, she didn't want to take a break. She wanted to see how long Su Chen could last inside. Time quietly passed while they waited. One batch after another went in and came out, and soon, out of more than 80 people, only 5 or 6 had not gone in. How long has Su Chen been in? 1 hour and 20 minutes. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyixue couldn't help but clench her fists, her face growing paler. Is this guy's mental strength really that powerful? Xiaoyixue found it hard to accept this reality, but the facts were right in front of her. What could she do? She had to accept it, whether she wanted to or not. She was just curious about how long Su Chen could hold on. Not just Xiaoyixue, but the others felt the same. Even the first batch that went in, like Fan Rue and the others, rushed over from the dormitory upon hearing the news, just to see how long Su Chen could last. One could say, he should be coming out soon. After all, it's been over 80 minutes. Blade drawl. A streak of light flashed, and another figure fell under Su Chen's blade. Ha! Su Chen's eyes brightened. The energy points can be applied here. It seems that because I'm adding points based on my own insights, the insights are also circulating here. The effect is great, really amazing. In just 1 hour, Su Chen added 1 percentage point and improved himself by 1 percentage point. Now Su Chen's blade draw had reached 25% progress. And this was just for blade draw. Su Chen's basic technique had also improved by 2 percentage points, which was achieved without adding points to the basic technique. However, since comprehending advanced techniques, Su Chen had not added points to the basic technique. The improvement of the basic technique was entirely based on Su Chen's understanding of the advanced techniques. So compared to Xiaoyixue, Su Chen's advanced technique was 2% higher than hers, but his basic technique was 5% lower in progress. That was the difference. Now I can try to challenge the tower. Su Chen glanced at the time. He had been in for just over an hour, and his mental state was slightly fatigued. But overall, he was still in decent shape. He would see what this tower was like. Xiaoyi, activate the tower challenge function. Okay, master. As the words fell, the scene before Su Chen changed once again. A majestic and towering pagoda appeared in front of him. The pagoda soared into the clouds, exuding an extremely ancient aura. Just standing before this pagoda, Su Chen felt a sense of insignificance. This tower. Master, this tower is called the Racial Tower. Racial Tower? How do I start? Just go in directly. After clearing it, you will receive corresponding point rewards. Good. Upon hearing this, Su Chen strode forward. As soon as he entered the tower, he felt everything around him change. This is, welcome to the Racial Tower. Do you wish to start the challenge? Su Chen looked around, as if he had arrived at a vast plain. The surroundings were incredibly open, with no end in sight. First level, start. A vague voice echoed, and Su Chen felt his vitality surge wildly, rapidly reaching a value of 9. Su Chen was not surprised at all. Xiaoyi had told him in advance that whether in the tower or in competitions, their vitality would be unified to a value of 9. What they would compete on were the basic techniques, advanced skills, practical combat techniques, and so on. Prairie Wolf. In front of Su Chen appeared a prairie wolf over 3 meters tall, its massive and powerful body imposing. Its gray-brown fur stood upright like steel needles, shimmering with a cold light, as if it could withstand any attack. Its large head bore sharp fangs protruding from the corners of its mouth, revealing a chilling ferocity. A pair of blood-red eyes burned like flames, fixed intently ahead, filled with wildness and a desire for slaughter. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. If he hadn't seen the tiger outside earlier, he might have been a bit shocked. But this prairie wolf was in no way comparable to that tiger. In terms of size and aura, it was on a completely different level. The prairie wolf is also a type of disaster beast, belonging to a social species, and adult prairie wolves possess tiered strength. However, this prairie wolf has been processed by the race tower, suppressing its strength to a value of 9 vitality. Su Chen saw the fleeting information above the prairie wolf's head and exhaled. Oh whoa! Don't underestimate the prairie wolf just because its name has prairie in it, thinking it's a herbivore. Disaster beasts are never purely herbivorous. Their preferred food is humans. The prairie wolf's strong limbs were like thick tree trunks, with clearly defined muscles. It stomped the ground fiercely, charging at Su Chen like thunder, moving incredibly fast. Its sharp claws were like curved blades, easily capable of tearing through an enemy's flesh. If Su Chen, with only 3.5 vitality, faced this prairie wolf, he would have no ability to resist. Fortunately, his strength had risen to 9 vitality, allowing him to clearly perceive the prairie wolf's movements despite its speed. Su Chen felt no fear, his gaze locked tightly on the fierce prairie wolf, his hands gripping the long knife firmly. Just as the prairie wolf lunged at him, Su Chen suddenly exerted force, his arm muscles tensing as he swiftly drew the long knife from its sheath. In an instant, a cold light flashed, and a sharp blade cut through the air, directly slashing toward the prairie wolf. Accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing through the air, the long knife, infused with all of Su Chen's strength, struck down on the prairie wolf like a thunderbolt. With a loud crack, the incredibly sharp blade cleaved the prairie wolf from head to tail, instantly splitting its body in half. Blood splattered, staining the surrounding grass. The two halves of the wolf's body flew off to either side, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Ha! Su Chen exhaled, sheathing his knife, his expression filled with joy. Instant kill. It seems the training just now was quite effective. If it had been me before the training, I could have killed this prairie wolf, but I definitely couldn't have done it with such an instant kill. I might have even fallen into a tough battle. Passed the first level, gained 10 points. Do you want to start the second level? Start. That last knife slash looked like an instant kill, but in reality, it was Su Chen's full-powered strike. All his energy and spirit were concentrated into that one powerful draw. This took a considerable toll on Su Chen. In fact, this was the essence of the blade draw. Often, a single strike can't achieve an instant kill, or if the enemy is severely injured, continuing the fight doesn't guarantee victory. The second level is generating. Generation successful. The surrounding environment remained unchanged, but this time, instead of one prairie wolf, there were two. The vitality of these two prairie wolves had increased from 9 to 9.5, and their size was even larger than the previous one. 2. The two prairie wolves, one on the left and one on the right, looked at Su Chen with cold eyes, as if he were their mortal enemy. Outside, as another red light lit up, Xiao Shui and the others quickly turned their gaze, and upon realizing it wasn't Su Chen's virtual pod, their expressions turned numb. It seems that only Su Chen hasn't come out yet? Yes, it's just Su Chen left. Han Zei was silent for a moment before responding with a complex tone. It had been 103 minutes. Everyone had come out of the virtual space, except for Su Chen, who was still inside. More than 80 people, 19 virtual pods, equivalent to 5 rounds. Su Chen was the first to enter the first round, and he still hadn't come out, having stayed in there for almost 2 hours. Such a long time, even an advanced martial artist couldn't manage that. How strong is Su Chen's talent in terms of mental power? Han Zei wondered, as he had never seen it before. Su Chen, still battling in the race tower, was unaware of what was happening outside and didn't know everyone was waiting for him. He thought everyone was like him. He must be dead by now. Su Chen's current state was a bit tragic. Half of his body had exploded, standing on one foot, with only his 2 hands intact. But they were only intact, with countless scars on them. If this were the outside world, it would basically mean he was done for. 5th level cleared, 20 points awarded. Do you wish to proceed to the 6th level? Not continuing. Su Chen shook his head decisively. Although every level cleared would fully restore his injuries, he had struggled so much in the 5th level, and in the end, he had exchanged his life for a slight advantage to win. There was no way he could handle the 6th level. Of course, the main reason was that Xiaoyi had already reminded Su Chen that it was time to go out, as his mental consumption was too great. I'll come back tomorrow to meet you. You have earned 70 points, plus the 20 points you started with. That's 90 points now. I just don't know how their results are. Su Chen muttered, glancing at his advanced skills. After such a long time of life and death battles, Su Chen had gained deep insights, and his blade draw had increased by 2 percentage points, reaching 27% progress. This time it was all based on combat experience, without any points added. This made Su Chen marvel at the benefits of virtual combat. Experiencing the feeling of life and death at such moments was truly remarkable. Of course, Su Chen also knew that being able to gain so much insight from life and death battles today was largely due to previous accumulation. Future improvements would definitely not be as exaggerated. Let's add a bit more and raise it to 28%. Tomorrow I can directly raise it to 30%, or even more. Let's go out. After raising the blade draw to 28% progress, Su Chen left the virtual space. Ding! Exactly 2 hours. The red light lit up. Everyone's gaze turned in unison, over 170 pairs of eyes, without exception. Su Chen was still unaware that so many eyes were fixed on him. After exiting the virtual space, he felt a bit dazed, as if his head was about to explode. Su Chen knew this was due to excessive consumption. Next time, I should come out earlier, this feeling is really a bit uncomfortable," Su-chen muttered, shaking his head as he pressed the button on the virtual pod, which opened. He rubbed his dizzy head and slowly got up. As soon as his head emerged, Su-chen sensed something was off. Why did he feel a strange aura? A glance revealed over 170 eyes staring intently at him, and the owners of those eyes had faces that were increasingly pale, like ghosts. What the hell? Su-chen was startled, jumping out of the virtual pod and adopting a vigilant stance. What are you all doing? What are we doing? Hanzei and the others exchanged glances. What could they do? After a while, Su-chen learned the situation from them and understood why they were looking at him like that. So it turns out the longest anyone else stayed inside was 31 minutes. And most didn't even last 20 minutes. No wonder they were so surprised. Is it because of my mental strength that I could stay in there for so long? Su-chen opened the panel. Name, Su-chen, Vitality, 3. 56 plus, Punching Power, 397 kilograms, Speed, 18. 9 meters per second, Spirit, 9 plus, Skill, Basic Sword Technique, Stage 2 55% plus, Advanced Skill, Blade Draw Slash, Stage 1 28% plus, Energy, 212. 6. Looking at the plus sign behind the Spirit, Su-chen hesitated for a moment but decided to give it a try. Previously, he hadn't noticed anything different about his spirit, and since his energy was too low, he didn't want to waste it. But now he found that this spirit seemed to increase the time spent in the virtual space, and with his current energy being quite sufficient, even wasting dozens or hundreds of energy points didn't bother him. Despite only having 212. 6 energy displayed on his panel, the enhanced vitality pills he had in his dorm could increase his energy by over 300. Plus, with the 90 points he earned today, according to Hanzei, that was equivalent to 90 vitality pills? 90 vitality pills. Even if the cost-effectiveness of the vitality pills wasn't high, each one was worth 15 energy, which directly amounted to 1350 energy points. His energy in the short term was definitely enough. If it weren't for Su-chen's concern about advancing too quickly and destabilizing his foundation, and the potential unnecessary troubles that could arise from rapid advancement, he would have wanted to rush into becoming a warrior. With his current energy, even if future bottlenecks required more energy, it would still be sufficient. With this thought, Su-chen directly focused on his spirit. Increase spirit. Consume 10 energy points, spirit plus 0. 1. Current spirit 9. 1. As the spirit increased by 0. 1. Su-chen felt the pain in his head ease somewhat. It wasn't as uncomfortable anymore. 10 energy points? That's acceptable. Then let's continue. Consume 10 energy points, spirit plus 0. 1. Current spirit 9. 2. Consume 10 energy points, spirit plus 0. 1. Current spirit 9. 9. Spirit has reached the current limit. Continuing to increase requires a large amount of energy to break through the barrier. Do you wish to continue? After consuming 90 energy points, his spirit had risen to 9. 9. The pain in Su-chen's head had mostly disappeared, leaving only a slight soreness. How much energy is needed? 200 energy points. Current energy balance insufficient. 200 is still acceptable. Then let's exchange for some vitality pills and break through the barrier directly. Su-chen glanced at the bag containing the enhanced vitality pills and decided to exchange for vitality pills instead. He could take the enhanced vitality pills slowly later, one a day, to digest them gradually. If he were to eat enough to upgrade his spirit now, he felt he might throw up. Su-chen directly placed an order on his wristband, not buying 90 vitality pills in one go, as that was too many and hard to store. He calculated and decided to exchange for 20 for now. After consuming 20, he would gain 300 energy. After deducting the 200, he would still have 222. 6 energy points left, enough for the next few days' consumption. After placing the order, the delivery speed was particularly fast. In less than 10 minutes, someone called Su-chen's wristband, asking him to come to the door to collect the vitality pills. Su-chen immediately got up and opened the door. An old man in a yellow robe pushed the door open and handed a small box to Su-chen. Here are the 20 vitality pills you need, please check. Oh, that's too much trouble. Su-chen smiled as he took the box. Although he said it was too much trouble, his hands showed no hesitation as he opened the small box to check. Upon opening the box, he found 5 exquisite jade bottles inside. The old man in the yellow robe saw Su-chen's actions and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Was this the boy who could stay in the virtual space for 2 hours, as Xiaozhe said? After counting, Su-chen opened each bottle, finding 5 vitality pills in each, with no corners cut. Su-chen nodded in satisfaction and showed the old man in the yellow robe an elegant yet polite smile. Thank you. still somewhat polite. The old man in the yellow robe curled his lips, muttering to himself. Suchin closed the door and eagerly returned to his room, preparing to eat a few chi blood pills to gather enough energy for 200. After swallowing 6 chi blood pills, Suchin felt somewhat full. It is said that these chi blood pills are made from the flesh and blood of disaster beasts, combined with some herbs, containing rich energy. Even though the energy was absorbed by the golden finger, Suchin could still feel a sense of fullness. That should be enough for now, let's begin. Energy consumed *200, breaking the mental limit, upper limit increased, current mental value is 10 points. This sentence Suchin was destined not to see, as his mental power surged from 9 to 10, Suchin felt his brain explode with a buzzing sound. What Suchin didn't know was that the threshold between mental 9 and 10 was not the difference between entering a stage or not. For ordinary martial artists to become entry-level martial artists, they only need to simply use their mental power to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, guiding extraordinary power into their bodies, merging it with their chi and blood, and mixing in a bit of mental power. To truly elevate mental power from a single digit to a double digit was something that would happen after breaking through as an entry-level martial artist. Suchin essentially jumped a stage, and what this represented was naturally self-evident. During this phase of mental power enhancement, Suchin could not bear the immense energy and fainted directly. When Suchin woke up again, it was already the next day. He stretched lazily, feeling incredibly relaxed, never having slept so comfortably. So refreshing. Suchin opened his eyes and immediately felt as if the world had become different. Why does everything seem clearer? Suchin's vision was already quite good, much better than the 5.3 of his previous life. But now he felt that he could see an ant even 100 meters away. Everything around seemed to slow down, which felt strange. Is this the effect of a mental breakthrough? Suchin instinctively opened the panel, revealing a look of shock. Name, Suchin Chi in blood, 4. 2 plus punching power, 450 kg speed, 19. 3m/s mental, 10 plus skill, basic sword technique, second stage 61% plus, advanced skill, draw sword slash, first stage 31% plus, energy, 12. 6. His strength had improved in all aspects. Moreover, this improvement was entirely due to his own training, feeling very comfortable and solid. The increase in chi and blood by nearly 0.7 was nothing to mention, as it was not difficult for Suchin. The main point was that both the basic sword technique and draw sword slash had directly crossed a level. The 31 to 60% stage belonged to the proficient stage, and 61% meant mastery. Suchin's basic sword technique had jumped from proficiency to mastery, which was a significant improvement. The draw sword slash also advanced from beginner to proficient, and Suchin felt that if he faced the ironback giant ape on the 5th level again, he could easily slay it with one slash. This was the enhancement of strength. I'll try it out later, but I'm really hungry right now. Hungry, especially hungry. Suchin directly swallowed the remaining 14 chi blood pills from yesterday, and that feeling of hunger eased a bit. Continue. Suchin grabbed a large handful of enhanced chi blood pills from his backpack and stuffed them into his mouth. In this extreme hunger, they went down quickly without that difficult to swallow feeling. After eating 5 or 6 handfuls, the feeling of hunger completely disappeared. What followed was a sense of fullness, comfortable. This time the feeling of hunger came quite nicely, helping me consume quite a few enhanced chi blood pills. Suchin looked at the many enhanced chi blood pills he had eaten, smiling brightly. Energy, 355. 6. Now there are only close to 400 left. I should be able to finish them in a week. With these added, my energy is probably around 550. There are also 70 blood essence pills that can be exchanged, which means that's 1600 energy. Suchin's smile became even brighter. 1,600 points of energy, that would be enough for him to use for a long time. We can head to the virtual space now. Continue to challenge the tower. Blood Prison Training Camp. The Blood Prison Training Camp is very close to the Holy Hall Training Camp with a straight line distance of only 1 kilometer. Director Zhu, Xin just passed the 7th level. He passed the 7th level? He broke through the 7th level in just 3 days? Director Zhu showed a look of surprise. That's great. At this rate, when the local area network opens, he can step into the 8th level. With Xian's strength, by then he will definitely rank in the top 3 among our 7 training camps, bringing fame to our blood prison and completely stepping on the Holy Hall, becoming the 3rd with a rightful name. Congratulations, Director Zhu. Ha ha, Director Zhu laughed heartily. He had been eyeing the 3rd position for a long time, and this time he spent a huge cost to let Xian join the Blood Prison Training Camp, all for this. Although many things are done in these clubs, what the outside world values most, and what is most authoritative, is still this batch before the college entrance examination. Time flies. Soon, more than a week had passed since Su Chin arrived at the Holy Hall training camp. In just over a week, with the help of the virtual space, over 90% of the people had mastered advanced techniques. The rest were on the verge of mastery, and it was estimated that they would grasp it in just a few days. As for those who had mastered advanced techniques, their understanding deepened even more through life and death battles. In the first 5 days, Fan Rui had broken through the Blood Fiend Axe technique to 31% progress and passed the 7th level. In the past 2 days, Xiao Yixue and the other 3 had also broken through their respective advanced techniques to 31% progress and passed the 7th level. However, no one was as happy as they had imagined. How long has Su Chin been in there this time? Xiao Yixue came out of the virtual space, her face slightly pale. Almost 4 hours. Xiao Yixue glanced at her own time, 25 minutes, an improvement from the start, but compared to Su Chen, this improvement speed was simply negligible. This guy. During this time, they had been sparring with each other, as their blood essence values were close, making the sparring quite interesting. Of course, they also tried to spar with Su Chen, but he refused, mainly because he found it too boring. In the virtual space, life and death battles were one thing, but doing that boring sparring outside, Su Chen really had no interest at all. Moreover, he had to engage in several hours of battles every day, so he truly had no interest. Therefore, they didn't have much understanding of Su Chen's strength, but Xiao Yixue knew that since Su Chen could train for such a long time in the virtual space every day, his advanced techniques would definitely not be lacking. Fortunately, Su Chen's blood essence value is not high, otherwise, with his talent for advanced techniques, I might really not be able to compete with him. Xiao Yixue smiled bitterly. Even she, who was proud, had to admit that in terms of advanced techniques, she was not as good as Su Chen. This guy Su Chen's mental strength is really terrifying. Fan Rui carried a blood-red battle axe. The aura of Blood Fiend was very strong. Indeed, but in the martial artist stage, what matters is still blood essence and techniques. Although Su Chen's mental strength is good, his techniques are probably on par with ours, maybe a bit stronger. The boy with a somewhat feminine appearance, like Fan Rui, was also from Li City No. 2 middle school, and was from the same family, also surnamed Fan, named Fan Xian. Although both were surnamed Fan, they actually had no familial relationship, or rather, there had been no familial relationship for several generations. It was uncertain if there was any further back. Indeed, I heard that during the city simulation, Su Chen's blood essence was only 3. 5. Another person spoke, coming from Ting City No. 1 middle school. Ting City is a relatively poor place in Haishi province. Although it has a considerable population of over 3 million, the overall education level is lacking. Lu Lianhai, as the top student of Ting City No. 1 high school and also the top student in this simulation, couldn't suppress Fan Rui at the training camp and had to settle for second place. When Xiao Yixue heard this, she frowned. Although she personally agreed, hearing others speak about Su Chen like that still made her a bit uncomfortable. However, Xiao Yixue still responded, as this was no longer a secret. TSK, with a vitality of 3. 5. High-level skills are useless even if they are calculated to perfection. Tu Lingji, the top student from Xianqing No. 2 high school, chuckled, and the others laughed along. Su Chen's mental strength indeed made them envious, but his vitality was too low to pose any threat to them. The real threats were still the people around them. Each of them had considerable strength, with none having a vitality lower than 8, and their high-level skills all above 25%, all being the top-ranked students from their respective schools, except for Fan Xian. Hearing their words, Fan Rui frowned, didn't say a word, and turned to leave. The Star Training Camp, as the top-ranked training camp in the province, naturally had a significant reputation. The geniuses recruited here were mostly from the strongest high schools in various cities. Apart from a few exceptionally talented individuals sent to the national training camp, some were snatched away by the second training camp, while most remained here. The 3 from Uldo No. 1 high school were among them. The local area network battles will start the day after tomorrow. Once the 3 arrived at the Star Training Camp, they huddled together. In the Star Training Camp, geniuses gathered in clusters. Only these 3 from Uldo No. 1 high school qualified to come here, while the others were sent to different places by the school, which is the confidence of the Star Training Camp. They didn't need to accept everyone like the Holy Hall Training Camp. They only needed to select a few outstanding individuals. Under such circumstances, they still recruited 36 people. Each of these 36 individuals had scores that could easily place them in the top 100 in Haishi, truly the pride of heaven. Luo Xiu was a true prodigy in Ildu, but here he became quite ordinary, with hardly anyone being worse than him. Only Chen Ping had some fame here, able to rank among the top few. Finally, the local area network battles are about to start. I've almost been bullied to death in here, Hong Lin said with a bitter smile. Their star training camp had started the competitive battles within the camp 5 days ago. However, this competitive battle was merely for sparring, with no scores or ranks, just to help them adapt to combat. Yeah, I've been bullied badly too. Once the local area network battles start, I can go bully some noobs. The usually serious Luo Xiu changed his demeanor in this setting. Once the local area network battles start, we should try to rank up quickly to earn more rewards. Chen Ping's eyes also sparkled with excitement. There was no way around it. Everything in the star training camp had to be fought for with strength. The rewards offered by the star were particularly enticing, compelling them to strive hard. This time, the competitive battles among the 7 major camps promised many generous rewards. If they could achieve a good ranking, it would be a significant boost for them. After this training, our positions in the top 3 should be secure. Xiao Yixue and Xiao Yang probably won't be able to keep up with us. That's for sure. Xiao Yixue is in the Holy Hall, and Xiao Yang is in the Blood Domain. Although these 2 training camps are quite good, they are incomparable to the star. Have you forgotten about Su Chen? Luo Xiu, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but picture Su Chen in his mind. Su Chen? Chen Ping and Hong Lin both paused slightly, then Chen Ping frowned. In the arena, with unified vitality, that guy Su Chen really could threaten your positions. But even if he does, it doesn't matter, his vitality is ultimately a hard flaw. Is blood energy a hard injury? Luo Xiu thought of Su Chen's rapid improvement in blood energy, murmuring to himself, is it really a hard injury? People in the 7 provincial training camps were discussing the competitive battles that would begin 2 days later with the activation of the local area network. The rewards for this competition were particularly generous. Each rank had corresponding rewards, and if one could secure a spot in the top 10, they would receive rewards from the highest official of Haishi province, the governor. However, getting into the top 10 was no easy feat, as the participants in the 7 provincial training camps were all outstanding individuals from various universities. Although the prestige was not as high as that of the provincial simulation, those who could make it into the top 10 would still rank within the top 20 in the provincial simulation. Each training camp was sharpening their skills, preparing to achieve excellent results in this competition to earn more points today and maintain their rankings. Under such scrutiny, March 24th arrived. This day marked the official start of the 7-day local area network battles within the 7 provincial training camps of Haishi province. At 7 in the morning, Han Zhe and the senior staff of the Holy Hall training camp gathered everyone together. After all, the results of this competition were crucial for them. It was related to whether they could maintain their 3rd position and receive greater financial support. The next 7 days will be the time for the Blood Domain Battle Arena to open, as everyone cannot stay in the virtual space for long, and if they die, it will further burden their spirit, reducing their available time. As Han Zhe spoke, everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Su Chen. Not staying long? Han Zhe noticed the crowd's attention and quickly added, Ahem, Su Chen is an exception. I'm talking about the vast majority. I have a few suggestions. For those strong students, don't rush in at the very beginning. Everyone's rank will be the same at first, making it easy to encounter powerful opponents. Of course, it's also possible to meet weaker opponents. You can wait for the 2nd or 3rd batch to enter. That would be more prudent. Of course, if you are extremely confident in your strength, then it doesn't matter. Also, after engaging in a match, if you find there's no hope of winning, concede in time. With only 7 days, the number of battles is limited. You must make good use of your time to earn higher points than opponents of equal strength, rise to higher ranks, and gain more rewards. Han Zhe pointed out several important things to note. Su Chen inexplicably thought of the anti-addiction system from his previous life, which limited online time daily. Wasn't that a form of anti-addiction? However, in his previous life, he could use his 90-year-old grandfather's ID to play all night, but in this life, that was no longer possible. He could only rely on his mental strength to hold on. Alright, now I'll talk about the rewards for this time. Silver rank, 10 points reward. Gold rank, 20 points reward. Platinum rank, 30 points reward. Diamond, 40 points. King, 50 points. These points can be earned again, and those who ultimately break into the top 100 will receive additional special rewards. The top 10 can even receive a summons from the governor, gaining rewards from the governor. Upon hearing the words governor, the eyes of everyone present lit up with excitement. Even Su Chen knew who the governor of Haishi province was. Zhang Ligua, a superhero of Haishi province, had once single-handedly stopped a catastrophic tide. Alright, everyone get ready. Take a break and you can go in. By the way, Su Chen, come here for a moment. Okay. Su Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect Han Zhe to call him, but he still followed him out. Leaving the room where the virtual pods were stored, the two stepped outside. Su Chen, I won't waste time with you. They don't know how you performed in the virtual space, but as the master of the training camp, I am very clear about it." Hanze got straight to the point. His tone was filled with complexity and excitement. He originally had little hope for this battle among the 7 major training camps. Fan Rui was indeed impressive, but from what he learned through various channels, Fan Rui was not as good as Gui Xian from Blood Prison. As for the others, like Xiao Shui and the others, their strength was indeed good, but Blood Prison had come prepared this time, spending a huge cost to recruit some geniuses to their camp, all to step on them on their way. This time, the 7 major training camps mainly competed on the number of participants from each camp that could enter the top 100, as well as the quality after entering the top 100. In other words, only those who entered the top 100 could earn points. If you couldn't even make it into the top 100, that would be 0 points. The higher the rank, the higher the score. If the final score was less than 10 points, they would be kicked out of the 7 major camps. He wasn't afraid of getting less than 10 points, even if their holy hall was down and out, it wouldn't come to that. What he feared was not being able to compete with Blood Domain, because this ranking was too important, especially the top 10. How many points does the 11th place have? 500 points. But the 10th place directly has 1,000 points, doubling. The 9th place has 1,500 points, and the 8th place even has 2,000 points. The higher you go, the more exaggerated it gets. The 3rd place has 7,000 points, the 2nd place has a full 10,000 points, and the 1st place has an astonishing 20,000 points. And what about the 20th place? 400 points. The 30th place only has 200 points. The 50th place has 100 points. Falling out of the top 50, the points drop even more absurdly. The 51st place only has 50 points, and for each subsequent rank it drops by 1 point, with the 100th place only having 1 point. But this time, the only person he could trust was Su Chen. Su Chen's soul was not that of a simple 18-year-old boy. He wouldn't foolishly speak out but instead looked calmly at Hanze. During this time, his gains had indeed been outrageous. But when it comes to benefits, no one would complain about having too much. Little fox. Hanze originally thought that finding a boy who had just turned 18 would be easy to handle, but seeing Su Chen's attitude, he knew that this time, it wouldn't be easy without some bloodshed. You've obtained quite a few blood chi pills from the camp. You should have enough of those, and your points will soon reach 200. Su Chen nodded. He had passed the 8th level of the tower 5 days ago, earning a total of 150 points, plus the initial 20 points, which amounted to 170 points. He was currently tackling the 9th level, which was too difficult. After 5 days, he was still struggling. Of course, this was also because Su Chen had controlled his pace and hadn't invested too heavily. He didn't want to reach 200 points too quickly. He wanted to take it slow. After all, points wouldn't run away, so he wanted to lay a solid foundation first. With your ability to pass the 8th level 5 days ago, even with many prodigies, you can still secure a spot in the top 10. And you, kid, can stay inside for a longer time. If you encounter Fan Rui and the others who have the ability to break into the top 100, I hope you can concede. Rest assured, I won't let you concede for nothing. I will personally give you a Disaster Beast Core worth 200 points. How about that? Disaster Beast Core. Su Chen's pupils constricted. There is a saying that disaster beasts are treasures all over. Whether it's their blood, meat, or bones, they are all very useful. But the most precious part of a disaster beast is the core inside it, and not every disaster beast has one. It might take 3 to 5 disaster beasts to find one with a core. Although Su Chen didn't know the exact value of this disaster beast core, it definitely wouldn't be less than 5 million each. As for the function of this disaster beast core, it is said that this core contains extremely rich energy and is one of the most important materials for refining disaster pills. The effects of disaster pills are astonishing. Whether used to enhance strength or break through bottlenecks, they have unexpected functions. Yes, the disaster beast core, but there's one premise here. You must ensure that you break into the top 10. If you encounter Fan Rui, Fan Xian, Xiao Ishuet, and others, just admit defeat. Hanze mentioned the names of 7 people, all of whom had a blood value higher than 8, true prodigies. No problem, Su Chen grinned, it was just admitting defeat. He had plenty of time, losing would only mean dropping a rank, which didn't matter. Of course, if you get this Disaster Beast Core, then the first person to reach 200 points will naturally lose the mysterious grand prize, Hanze added, and Su Chen responded, of course. Such a good item like the Disaster Core was worth it. Alright, you'll go in first when the time comes. No problem. At 8 o'clock, the personnel from the 7 major camps were all assigned. Except for the first and second camps, the virtual pods in the other 5 camps were insufficient. Even the blood prison was the same. However, combined, there were still 150 game pods, allowing 150 people to enter the virtual world and immediately activate the matching function. Su Chen was no exception. The 8 strongest individuals from the Holy Domain entered, mainly hoping to match with Su Chen and raise their ranks. Welcome to the virtual arena. Your rank is bronze. Do you wish to match for a battle? Tip: win 1 match to be promoted to silver. Start. Without hesitation, Su Chen chose to begin. Matching started, match successful. The scene changed, and Su Chen found himself in a forest. At the same time, about 10 meters in front of Su Chen, his opponent appeared. It was a tall, beautiful woman holding a long sword. Her username was displayed above her head. Yan Shushue, rank bronze, first battle. Not them, looks like this one is secure. While Su Chen was sizing up Yan Shushue, she was also assessing him. Upon realizing that Su Chen was not one of the strong opponents she had gathered intel on, she let out a sigh of relief, her face showing a confident expression of victory. Battle begins. Illusory sword technique. Although she didn't know Su Chen, and he wasn't one of the strong opponents in her intel, she understood the principle of striking hard. Her first move was a killing blow. 1. When Yan Shushue saw that Su Chen had not reacted and was still in a daze, she felt a surge of joy. She hadn't expected the first match to be so easy. It seemed just as the instructor had said, aside from their camp in Hongtu, many in the other 5 camps were just filling numbers. There were even weaklings who hadn't mastered high-level skills. Clearly, she had encountered one. Die. Blade draw slash. Just as Yan Shushue thought she had already won, she suddenly showed a look of confusion. Why was this her body? And how was she? Then Yan Shushue lost consciousness, and when she revived, she still looked bewildered. What just happened? Did I win? But why does my head hurt so much? Yan Shushue quickly checked her battle information, which clearly stated that she had already lost a match. I lost? What exactly happened? Is it a BUG? Yan Shushue couldn't believe it. She should have won just now, so how did she suddenly lose? She couldn't figure it out. It must be a BUG. Yan Shushue gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept defeat, and clicked to match again. The scene before her changed once more. Another person appeared, but when she saw the figure, Yan Shushue's face instantly darkened. Maru La. I admit defeat. Yan Shushue decisively surrendered because she recognized this person. They were among the most terrifying existences in their star training camp. Although Yan Shushue could rank among the top 100 strong, compared to such a big shot, she was simply no match. Admitting defeat was the way to go. Defeated Yan Shushue, win count +1, rank promotion, current rank silver 1 star. Do you want to continue matching? Tip: winning in the silver rank earns you 1 star, losing deducts 1 star. When the star count reaches 2 stars, the rank will be promoted. Continue. Su Chen chose to continue. He didn't dwell on the previous match where he eliminated Yan Shushue in an instant. He started a new match. After all, it was just a one-hit wonder. If Yan Shushue knew Su Chen was like this. Match successful. A new opponent appeared again. Beaming with red light, rank silver 1 star, wins 1, win rate 100%. This time, a burly man appeared, wielding a battle axe. Kid, running into me means you're unlucky. Hee, you should just admit defeat quickly, then you can match for the next round. Annoying. Su Chen glanced at the man, gripping the hilt of his sword. Kid, you have some guts, but in front of me, courage is worthless. Draw and slash. The noise abruptly stopped. The figure of the burly man vanished, and the sound of victory echoed in his ears again. Too weak. Su Chen shook his head. Let's continue. In the third match, instant kill. Su Chen's rank directly rose to gold rank, earning him 20 points. Adding the previous 10 points from promotion, Su Chen's total points reached 200. I should be the first to reach 200 points, right? Su Chen muttered, too lazy to care about it. Let's continue. The gold rank needs 3 stars, but why haven't I encountered them yet? This makes me a bit anxious about taking Instructor Han's reward. Perhaps heaven heard Su Chen's words, and in the next match, he encountered Xiao Ishue. Ji Buchan? Su Chen? What a coincidence! Su Chen greeted Xiao Ishue, whose eyes burned with fighting spirit. It really is a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you so soon, so let's have a match. Ji Buchang admits defeat, wins +1, stars +1, current rank gold 1 star. Xiao Ishue looked at the message about Su Chen's figure and the voice echoing in her mind, countless question marks appearing on her forehead. Why did this guy suddenly admit defeat? Did he think he couldn't beat her and didn't want to waste time? It must be that way. Thinking this, Xiao Ishua's expression improved a bit. Then let's continue matching. My tower has passed 7 levels, and my current score is 160 points. As long as I promote my rank to diamond, I can earn 200 points. But according to this pattern, it takes 3 matches to reach platinum and 4 matches to reach diamond. I've won 1 match, so I just need to win 6 more. The previous matches were all instant kills, plus Su Chen's concession, which gave Xiao Ishua a lot of confidence. 6 matches, just a few minutes time, it should be fine. Now I just hope those guys are slower than me. Then I have a chance to get Instructor Han's mysterious reward. Wait, Xiao Ishua suddenly thought that Fan Rue seemed to have passed the 8th level, and the 8th level could also earn 30 points, so Fan Rue only needed to promote his rank to platinum. I need to speed up. Xiao Ishua immediately chose to continue. However, this time Xiao Ishua's luck wasn't as good. She matched directly with someone from the Star Training Camp and after a tough battle, barely won. My luck is too bad. I actually ran into a strong opponent, consuming 5 minutes of my time. Continue. After each match, the status would be restored, but the only thing that couldn't be restored was the mental exhaustion. There was no way around that. Yan Shushua, rank gold 2 stars, wins 5, win rate 63%. Only a 63% win rate, this match is stable. Xiao Ishua glanced casually, not paying much attention. She thought it was just because her last match took too long. Xiao Ishua? When Yan Shushua saw Xiao Ishua's appearance, it overlapped with the image of Xiao Ishua in her mind, causing her to show a serious expression. Don't lose, I can sacrifice the luck from the first 3 matches. Yancha's luck, how should one put it? She started off by losing 3 matches in a row. Aside from the first match where she was inexplicably taken out, the next 2 were against seasoned players, and she simply conceded. Fortunately, conceding in the bronze rank doesn't deduct stars, because there are no stars to deduct. In these 3 matches, aside from the first inexplicable one, which seemed like a bug, she decisively conceded the latter 2, resulting in no real loss, just a waste of less than a minute. After that, she won 5 matches in a row before she could think about advancing to gold 2 stars. As soon as the battle began, Xiao Ishua was stunned. How could someone with a 63% win rate be this strong? Their strength was not at all inferior to her own. No, wait. Xiao Ishua suddenly realized that 5 wins meant gold 2 stars. Wasn't that a perfect win? Could it be? Xiao Ishua looked at Yanshu in shock, and Yanshu immediately understood what Xiao Ishua meant, her face turning red with embarrassment. Defeated the advancing beef tribe, win +1, rank increased, current rank gold 1 star. Defeated the concept of a hero, win +1, rank increased, current rank gold 2 stars. Conceded successfully, star count decreased, current rank gold 1 star. In the subsequent matches, Su Chen encountered several where Han Zhe made him concede, and after conceding 3 times, Su Chen finally raised his rank to gold 3 stars. Su Chen didn't feel much about it. Conceding was conceding, it only affected his win rate, which he didn't care about. It was just that this arena was too boring, with not a single capable opponent. It was either a quick kill or a concession, with no sense of participation at all. Once this batch of players is done, my rank can quickly rise, and I should be able to meet some strong opponents then, Su Chen muttered, continuing to start a new match. Yanshu, rank gold 3 stars, win 6, win rate 67%. This name sounds a bit familiar? Su Chen showed a look of surprise. On the other side, Yanshu had finally defeated Xiao Ishua with great effort and climbed to gold 3 stars. Feeling her current state, she thought she could still go for it, so she decided to strike while the iron was hot and go for another match. I'll strive to reach platinum in one go. Ji Buochang, rank gold 3 stars, wins 10, win rate 71%. Ji Buochang? Yanshu's eyes widened. Is the bug targeting me again? No, this time I must see clearly what is happening. I must. The battle began. Yanshu did not attack first but stared intently at Su Chen, fully focused. She absolutely would not let the bug catch her again. It's her. Yanshu was quite good-looking, on par with Xiao Ishua. Plus, since Yanshu was his first, Su Chen still had some impression of her. As long as it's not just those few, platinum is within reach. Su Chen grinned, but his brilliant smile appeared somewhat sinister in Yanshu's eyes. Bug, this time I won't let you succeed. Blade draw slash. Su Chen didn't hear clearly, and with a casual strike of his blade draw slash, he once again took Yanshu out. This time, Yanshu saw clearly. She widened her eyes, her mind a blur, and then she was forcibly ejected from the virtual space, waking up in reality. Wow, that was fast. Ji Buochang, who exactly is he? Yanshu gasped, her eyes filled with shock. That name must be fake, but aside from those few, who else has such terrifying strength? And they don't seem to use blade draw slash, right? Damn it, I've been killed by this guy twice, sob. This guy's blade draw slash must have reached 45% progress, otherwise, with my 32% progress of the ethereal sword technique, it would have been impossible to be taken out without any resistance. But such a terrifying guy only has a 71% win rate. How terrifying must the one who defeated him be? Yansha took a deep breath. It seemed this virtual battle arena was quite deep. It's a pity I don't have time today. What a shame. I can only continue tomorrow. As time passed, the first batch of people slowly came out. After defeating the last opponent, a prompt appeared on Su-chan's matching interface. Currently, there are no opponents in the diamond rank online. Would you like to stay in matchmaking? You will be notified when a suitable opponent is available. Is that it? Su-chan glanced at the time. It had been nearly half an hour since he entered, so it was normal not to find an opponent in the diamond rank. Su-chan checked his information. Jibwa-chan, rank diamond 1 star, total matches 19, wins 15, win rate 79%. Not bad, then I'll stay in matchmaking. There's plenty of time, let's go challenge the tower first. Today is just right to clear the 9th level. Su-chan grinned, his smile radiant. Add points. Name, Su-chan, health, 4. 5+, punching power, 490 kilograms, speed, 19. 6 meters per second, spirit, 15+, skill, basic sword technique, stage 2 88%+, advanced skill, blade draw slash, stage 1 50%+, energy, 2135. 6. This is Su-chan's current panel and remaining energy value. All the points he previously earned were exchanged for health pills, and he consumed them all. He also finished all the enhanced health pills outside. This means that before entering the virtual space this time, Su-chan used up all his stock. However, now Su-chan had gained quite a few points. Silver 10 points, gold 20 points, platinum 30 points, plus diamond 40 points. Su-chan now had 100 points. If he exchanged all of it for health pills, that would be 100, which could be converted into 1500 energy. I won't be able to use them all, not at all. Su-chan chuckled and stepped into the 9th level. This was not Su-chan's first time in the 9th level, it was his third. The difficulty of the 9th level was very high, with 10 prairie wolves at 9 health each one quite formidable and tall, especially the one in the middle, which was significantly larger than the other 9, standing about 4 meters tall, its fur glistening. This was also Su-chan's old rival, the Prairie Wolf King. Su-chan had been killed by this Prairie Wolf King in his previous 2 attempts, and this time he was ready to take revenge. Blade draw slash. The blade moved so fast that it left no afterimage, and the nearest prairie wolf instantly fell dead. Although Su-chan excelled at the blade draw slash, that didn't mean he could only use that technique to attack. His basic sword technique was also at an impressive 88% in the second stage, showcasing considerable strength. With his large blade swinging, he occasionally used the blade draw slash to take the lives of the prairie wolves. In less than 3 minutes, only the Prairie Wolf King remained, as all the other prairie wolves had been defeated. It's your turn. This time, Su-chan adjusted his state and faced the Prairie Wolf King for the final showdown. Blade draw slash. The strike didn't kill it. However, this blow took half of the Prairie Wolf King's life. Su-chan's condition wasn't great either. This life and death strike left half of his body torn by the Prairie Wolf King. Die. Fortunately, Su-chan's fighting spirit was astonishing. He didn't care about his injuries and struck the Prairie Wolf King again, finally taking its life. Cleared the 9th level of the race tower, earned 30 points. Finally cleared it. I'll tackle the 10th level another day. I definitely can't beat it right now. Another 30 points were credited, bringing Su-chan's total to 130 points. Su-chan muttered to himself and left the race tower. Matchmaking successful. After clearing the 9th level, Su-chan entered a new space, utilizing the scenarios in the virtual library to simulate several swordmasters skilled in the blade draw slash. Every blade draw is at the 50% stage, and Su-chan hopes to further enhance his strength through these people. Has the match been successful? Su-chan glanced at the time. Nearly an hour had passed, so matching was quite normal. Hongtu Training Camp. As the second largest provincial training camp after the Star Camp, it has consistently maintained this position, and its reputation is naturally good. Their student source is also excellent, and this time they have recruited many talents. 50 simulation pods, 50 prodigies. Although it cannot compare to the Star Camp, according to their statistics, there are still 20 people who can rank in the top 100 of the province, and the rest are all prodigies who can firmly place within the top 300. Ensuring a solid entry into the key martial arts university. The Hongtu training camp did not let people in immediately. They waited for just over half an hour before allowing connections. The reason is simple. They wanted to temporarily avoid the Star Camp to raise their ranks without prematurely exposing their strength. Hua Ping, based on the intelligence collected this time, the only ones who might pose a threat to your bid for first place are Deng Shiji and Lin Shinrui, and there's also Gui Xan, whose strength is decent and could cause you some obstacles. The rest should be no problem. When you go in, just charge ahead. Okay. Han Huaping held a black gold long knife. his expression resolute. "You all go in too. Our goal this time is simple: secure second place and fight for first. Secure second and fight for first." The atmosphere was lively, much more so than in previous years. After all, in past years, they had no ability to compete for first place, and the others couldn't catch up, so they were firmly in second. But this year is different. As long as Hong Huaping can seize first place, there are two super prodigies in their camp this time, which also have the potential to compete for the top 10. There is a real hope of snatching first. Go for it! Go for it! The 50 people lay down in the virtual pods and entered the virtual space. Perhaps because there weren't many people at this stage, many of them matched with their own. Hong Huaping didn't mind, as no one was a match for his blade. One blade draw, no one can block. Every strike is a one-hit kill. 3 consecutive wins, gold. 6 consecutive wins, platinum. 10 consecutive wins, diamond. In less than 5 minutes, including the matching time, he directly surged to diamond rank. Continue. The boring battles made Hong Huaping yawn. Is this virtual combat? Without those few opponents, it was really dull. Ji Buchang, diamond rank 1 star, total matches 19, wins 15, win rate 79%. Only 79% win rate. Seeing this information and the unfamiliar name, Hong Huaping didn't take it to heart. In his view, this was just fodder for his blade. Just now, his opponent was a strong player with 9 consecutive wins and a 100% win rate, and Hong Huaping was a bit excited, thinking he had encountered a strong opponent, but the result was a single strike and it was over. This left Hong Huaping quite disappointed. It seemed he really couldn't hold too much hope. Better raise the rank to the limit soon. Peerless Blade God, diamond rank 1 star, total matches 10, wins 10, win rate 100%. Peerless Blade God? Su Chen's mouth twitched upon seeing this name. Who is this, so full of themselves? 100% win rate, charging straight to diamond 1 star, should be decent, right? Su Chen muttered. Hope he can withstand my blade. The battle begins. Neither Su Chen nor Hong Huaping knew the other's inner thoughts. Both were filled with confidence in their own strength. Using a knife? Hong Huaping saw that Su Chen was using a knife and became even less interested. If he were to go all out, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to strike. Thinking this, Hong Huaping shook his head and said, "Draw your blade." Ha! Su Chen was taken aback. What did this person say? If you don't draw your blade now, you won't have the chance. Hong Huaping felt that his words deserved a score of 9. Since you have made such a request, I will fulfill it for you. Su Chen's expression was strange, but seeing Hong Huaping's confident demeanor, he chose to go along with him. Draw the sword and slash. Defeated the unparalleled sword god, victory +1, rank promotion, current rank diamond 2 stars. Is that it? Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Was this a joke? On the other side, as Su Chen placed his hand on the sword hilt, Hong Huaping still felt nothing, standing there watching. This was absolute confidence in his own strength. He was sure he could dodge Su Chen's attack and easily finish him off with another slash. He had faced several opponents like this before, just some weaklings. But the moment Su Chen drew his sword, Hong Huaping realized something was wrong. I've hit a brick wall. Hong Huaping's expression changed too late. Su Chen's speed was too fast. He wanted to draw his sword, but his reaction couldn't keep up. The final result was that before his hand even touched the hilt, he was already dead, and relevant information appeared in his mind. This guy. Hong Huaping revived in his virtual space, his face pale, filled with disbelief. When did this generation produce another expert in drawing the sword, and with such speed? This speed is not much different from mine. A serious look appeared in Hong Huaping's eyes. He acknowledged Su Chen. But give me another chance. I absolutely won't lose to you again. That last battle was a disgrace. A huge disgrace. Hong Huaping's face darkened. Continue, I must get my revenge. Hong Huaping continued to match, but now his rank had dropped, so he naturally couldn't match with Su Chen. Upon entering, he matched with a fellow from the Hongtu training camp. In the past, he might have shown mercy or offered some guidance, but now, he truly had no mood for that. He just wanted to end the battle quickly and face that person named Ji Buchang, to conquer him with his strength. He had been careless just now. For this reason, the person who wanted to greet Hong Huaping had just raised his hand when his head flew off. Continue. Currently, there are no opponents available in the diamond rank. Would you like to stay in matchmaking? You will be notified when a suitable opponent is found. Hong Huaping was filled with anticipation, only to be met with this. Countless question marks appeared on his forehead. Fortunately, he was soon notified of a new opponent, and he immediately agreed. Unfortunately, this time he did not match with Ji Buchang, but with someone else, which left Hong Huaping quite disappointed. Draw the sword and slash. Hong Huaping was not in the mood for a battle. He just wanted to eliminate the opponent quickly and find Ji Buchang to let him know his true strength. Draw the sword and slash. Perhaps because many people had entered this batch, Su Chen and Hong Huaping quickly matched with opponents 3 times in a row without encountering each other. Both of their ranks were also promoted. Su Chen had originally raised his rank to Diamond 2 stars after defeating Hong Huaping, and with these 2 matches, he directly reached Diamond 5 stars. Hong Huaping was only at Diamond 3 stars. This time, the 2 matched against each other again. Finally matched with you. Hong Huaping had quickly used the draw and slash to defeat his opponents 3 times in a row, just to have a battle with Su Chen. He didn't expect to really get his wish. This time, he would definitely let Su Chen see what a true draw and slash was. He, Hong Huaping, was the true god of the draw and slash, the most powerful existence in this generation of draw and slash. Diamond 2 stars? Quite fast. Just in time to send me to the king rank. The king rank was the highest rank, and he could finally go play around. He just didn't know how many king rank big shots were around now. Come on, draw the sword and slash. Hong Huaping was full of confidence. This time, he absolutely wouldn't repeat his mistakes. Draw the sword and slash. Seeing Hong Huaping's movement, Su Chen instantly drew his knife. Clang! Su Chen's knife was slightly faster, but Hong Huaping's strength was greater, and their blades sparked violently in the air. Su Chen's eyes revealed a look of surprise. This kid has some skills. Come again. Hong Huaping was excited. Although he wasn't the strongest among his peers, when it came to pure knife skills, there really wasn't anyone stronger than him in this generation. He didn't expect to encounter someone who also used the draw and slash technique, which made Hong Huaping quite thrilled, and his fighting spirit was completely ignited. Come! Su Chen also felt the urge to fight. In the blink of an eye, they clashed dozens of times. This battle was purely a contest of basic knife techniques, and in this area, Su Chen was clearly at a disadvantage, being overwhelmed by Hong Huaping. This unparalleled knife master is indeed impressive. His basic knife technique must have reached 90% proficiency, and his practical experience is also quite rich. Indeed, no one who has made it this far is simple. Su Chen was being suppressed, but it was only a suppression. The gap wasn't too obvious. Su Chen was also looking for an opportunity to use the draw and slash technique. He only needed half a second to draw his knife instantly. This is the chance. Su Chen took advantage of Hong Huaping's incoming strike, stepping back to gather his strength in an instant. Draw and slash. What a fast knife. Hong Huaping had no time to react and could only rely on his instincts to block. Thanks to his solid basic knife technique and quick reflexes, otherwise, the single draw and slash would have been enough to seriously injure him and render him unable to fight. Su Chen's large knife turned in his hand, slashing horizontally, switching from offense to defense. How can this guy's knife be so fast? Hong Huaping roared in his heart. If this continues, I'm going to lose. No, I can't lose. As long as I break through to the minor completion stage of the basic knife technique, I won't give Ji Buchang a chance to use the draw and slash. I can do it. Under the pressure of battle, Hong Huaping broke through. His basic knife technique progressed from 90% in the second stage to 91%, stepping from mastery into the minor completion stage. What? The advantage Su Chen had just gained was quickly reclaimed by Hong Huaping with a few strikes, and soon he was at a disadvantage. A breakthrough? Draw and slash. Hong Huaping seized the advantage and unleashed his power. Draw and slash. Su Chen gritted his teeth to keep up, his arms numb, and the knife in his hand nearly flew out. Die! Hong Huaping showed no mercy, swinging his large knife again with immense force. Facing this strike, Su Chen roared internally. Faster, faster, faster. Add some points. Under the pressure of battle and the help of adding points, Su Chen's draw and slash technique increased by another 2%. 1 point was added, and the other was a breakthrough. With 52% proficiency in draw and slash, the speed increased again, barely blocking Hong Huaping's strike. Su Chen took the opportunity to retreat, trying to create distance from Hong Huaping. The 2% breakthrough brought Su Chen's basic knife technique to 90% proficiency, and both sides were once again at a stalemate. They fought fiercely, neither willing to give way. In the end, it was Su Chen who seized an opportunity, quickly drawing his knife and successfully killing Hong Huaping. Defeated the unparalleled knife master. Victory +1, rank increased. Current rank upgraded to King, star count 1, gained 50 points. Detected that you are among the top 10 to advance to the King stage, awarded the title of Strongest King. Strongest King, huh? Su Chen glanced at his rank, now the Strongest King, and noticed an additional King leaderboard, so he curiously clicked on it. There were very few people on the leaderboard, only 4. Ranked first, Deng Shiji, ranked Strongest King 3 stars, total matches 17, victories 17, win rate 100%. Ranked second, Lin Xinrui, ranked Strongest King 2 stars, total matches 18, victories 17, win rate 94%. Ranked third, Wei Xian, rank strongest king 1 star, total matches 17, victories 16, win rate 94%. Ranked 4th, Su Chen, strongest king with 1 star, total matches 23, wins 19, victory rate 83%. So few? Su Chen was a bit surprised. According to his estimation, there should be quite a few strong players, right? Not to mention that Gai Chenping's strength shouldn't be bad, yet he hasn't even advanced to king? In the star training camp, Chenping felt a bit of an itch in his nose, wanting to sneeze. I wonder who is thinking of me. But this time the luck is really bad. I encountered Deng Shiji during my first advancement to king, and Lin Xinrui during my second, which directly knocked me out. Sigh, their strength is still a bit stronger than mine. Chenping was quite frustrated. He could have admitted defeat, which would have given him more time. But he didn't want to admit defeat. He just wanted to see the gap between himself and the two. There's no way around it. If you can't win, you can't win. After being killed twice, he was also kicked out due to excessive mental energy consumption. You're doing well. There are really too many strong players this time. Hong Lin and I only just stepped into Diamond in the final phase, and we're still only at Diamond 1 star. I don't know how long it will take to reach the king rank. Luo Xiu pouted. Previously in Green City, he thought of himself as a dragon among men, with only a few people worthy of his attention. But upon arriving at the star camp, he felt like a joke. Indeed, this world is not lacking in geniuses. If you don't step out, you won't know your true level. I just don't know how far Su Chen can go. That little friend of yours? I admit he has some talent and skills. This arena is quite advantageous for him, but his strength is probably about the same as yours at most. Chenping's words made Luo Xiu nod. He thought the same. Lost again. After being killed by Su Chen with a single strike, Han Huaping directly exited the virtual space due to excessive energy consumption. His face was pale, and he didn't look good. This guy also broke through in the heat of battle. Han Huaping's expression was complicated. Then he opened his phone and sent a message in a chat group with only 3 people. Do you guys know who Ji Buchang is? The replies came quickly. No, never heard of him. Why? I was defeated by him. Han Huaping hesitated for a moment but still sent out this sentence. Details. Bench ready. Even though he already knew the personalities of the two, a black line appeared on Han Huaping's forehead. These two guys. Too much. He is skilled in sword techniques, high-level skills like mine. It's the draw sword slash. Wait, draw sword slash? Do you know this person? No. Then, killed by my own specialty, the draw sword slash. Must feel great, right? Get lost. Han Huaping couldn't hold back and directly cursed. Speaking of draw sword slash, I seem to have some impression. At this moment, the user named Invincible Beautiful Girl sent a message. Quick, say it. I think I heard them say there's someone who comes often, strikes particularly fast, seems to use the draw sword slash. Ji Buchang, that's him. Hong Huaping was excited. Ji Buchang? Looks like there's another interesting opponent this time. The user selling boy cakes replied with a message, followed by a battle spirit emoji. By the way, how strong is that Gui Xin? Have you guys encountered him? Xin Rue encountered him, you can ask her. Pretty strong. His strength is on par with mine. I'm just a bit stronger. But in a real fight, it still depends on the performance. Invincible Beautiful Girl was silent for a moment before sending a message. So he's stronger than you, Huaping. Han Huaping directly didn't know how to reply. He couldn't just say he had broken through, right? No, that's his trump card. When he meets these two guys tomorrow, he must make them understand why the flowers are so red. After that, Su Chen could no longer match with any opponents. Kings could only match with kings. Su Chen had been inside for almost 5 hours before finally exiting the virtual space. As soon as he came out, everyone surrounded him, clearly curious about the results of his battles. Su Chen, are you in the diamond rank? Tu Mingji, the top student from Xianqing Tu High School, asked curiously. Among the 7 of them, except for Qin Rong from Rongqing one high school, who was a bit unlucky and didn't reach diamond, the rest had all achieved diamond rank. Fan Rui was the strongest, reaching Diamond 4 stars. Lu Lianhai was close, at Diamond 3 stars. Xiao Yixue was at Diamond 2 stars, and the others were at Diamond 1 star, including Tu Mingji himself. The others looked over curiously when they heard Tu Mingji's question. Diamond rank? Su Chen's expression was strange. He shouldn't be in the diamond rank, right? No. Tu Mingji immediately showed a bright smile and turned to the person next to him. I told you, Su Chen definitely isn't in the diamond rank. Su Chen frowned, wanting to say something, but after thinking for a moment, he decided to let it go. Let the bullet fly a little longer. Tu Mingji would understand the meaning of a boomerang eventually. Su Chen, don't listen to them. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Xiao Yixue couldn't help but step forward. It's fine, I'm going to rest first. Su Chen smiled, he really didn't care. Because his rank was above diamond, he was a king. Su Chen, you. Xiaoishue saw Su Chen smile and thought he was putting on a brave face to avoid worrying her, so she stepped closer, her tone filled with concern. I'm really fine, I'm leaving now. Su Chen didn't want to waste time on such boring socializing and quickly turned to leave. Once Su Chen was gone, Tu Mingji became even more brazen in his talk. So what if he has strong mental power? What good is it to stay in there for so long every day? In the path of a warrior, it's still about talent. If hard work were useful, what would we need these geniuses for? Although he didn't mention Su Chen's name, everyone knew who he was talking about and what he meant. Tu Mingji, enough. Xiao Yishue's face turned cold. What's wrong? Want to help your little lover vent? Tu Mingji scoffed. Everyone's strength was about the same. Who was afraid of whom? You. Alright, old Tu, just stop. And Ishue, although old Tu's words are a bit harsh, what he said is also the truth. Lu Lianhai stepped in to mediate, but Xiao Yishue became even angrier at Lu Lianhai's words. Boring. Fan Rue, listening to these people, spat out those two words and turned to leave. Rue Ge, wait for me. Fan Xian also found it uninteresting and hurriedly followed. Watching the two leave, Xiao Yishue suddenly felt bored as well. She hadn't come to this training camp to form cliques but to become stronger. Boring. Xiao Yishue sighed. She felt she had indeed changed a bit since coming here. Improving her strength was the true path, everything else was superficial. You all take care of yourselves. After saying that, Xiao Yishue turned and left. Seeing 3 out of the 7-person team leave, the remaining 4 also looked displeased, and Lu Lianhai couldn't help but glare at Tu Mingji, the meaning clear. It was all your fault. I didn't say anything wrong. Su Chen admitted defeat when he encountered me inside. He must not be able to beat me, that's why he did that. Tu Mingji was also unconvinced. Yeah, those 3 weren't on the same level as us anyway, it's better that they left. Su Chen was unaware that his presence had caused a rift in the small team of 7. After leaving that place, he headed straight for Hanzei's office. For Su Chen, those matters were truly trivial. What he cared about most were the resources. Hanzei had given him such great benefits, so he definitely needed to report his results well. He had to make sure they felt the money was well spent and, by the way, encourage Hanzei to increase his support. You're out? This time, the local battle competition among the 7 camps, they do not have access rights. The permissions are with the officials, and this competition is organized by the Provincial Education Bureau. Of course, with their connections, they definitely have some influence within the Provincial Education Bureau, and it's not shallow. However, this time, with the attention of the governor specifically instructed that it must be kept confidential. Therefore, no one in the Education Bureau dares to disclose anything to them, and they do not dare to ask. If they were to anger the governor, it would really just take a word for them to be replaced in the training camp. At the level of the governor, these big figures in the eyes of others are actually just ants, albeit slightly larger ants. How did you do? As soon as Hanzei saw Su Chen, he hurriedly asked curiously. Not bad. There are quite a few strong players this time. Su Chen walked into the office, naturally sat on the sofa in Hanzei's office, and crossed his legs. So what's your rank? Hanzei's tone was a bit tense. With his status, he could naturally investigate most of the situations in the other 6 camps. However, he wouldn't know about hidden players like Su Chen. I lived up to my mission and reached the strongest king. Su Chen smiled brightly. Hanzei breathed a sigh of relief. Before Su Chen came out, the others had already finished their matches, and he had also tallied everyone's current ranks. Through chatting with them, he learned about some people's strengths. 6 diamond ranks, 7 platinum diamonds, 31 gold, 32 silver ranks, and 8 bronze ranks. Don't think it's bad. Bronze ranks can be promoted to silver with just 1 win, so how could there be bronze? But in reality, for a player like Nia Hai, the win rate is really not high. Even if they win, they might be knocked out when they reach the silver rank, falling back to bronze. In such a situation, if they lose the last match, it's quite normal to end up with a bronze rank. Of course, these 8 bronze ranks have also won before and have been to the silver rank. So how many people have been promoted to king so far? Hanzei was particularly concerned about this. Including me, there are 4 people. Only 4? Hanzei was a bit surprised. Yes, just 4. Who are they? First, Deng Shiji, king 3 stars. Second, Lin Xinrui, king 2 stars. Third, Gui Xayan, king 1 star. Fourth, of course, is me, king 1 star. Is there no Hong Huaping? Who is Hong Huaping? Su Chen was a bit puzzled. Hong Huaping ah. Hanzei thought of it. In the virtual space, names can be set. Some people default to their real names, while others choose different names. He's the genius who uses a knife, just like you, learning the advanced skill of drawing the knife to slash. It's him. As soon as Su Chen heard it, he understood who it was. You know him? Hanzei was just casually asking, as the probability of Suchen knowing was not high. I know, I've fought him before. Did you win? Suchen nodded, and Han Ze was overjoyed. Great, that's wonderful. Hong Huaping, Lin Xinrui, and Deng Shiji are all from Haicheng High School. Hong Huaping is from Haicheng No. 2 High School, while the other 2 are from Haicheng No. 1 High School. These 3 are known as the 3 heroes of Haicheng. The strength of the 3 is quite formidable. Both are capable of consistently ranking in the top 20 in the province, with the potential to break into the top 10, especially Deng Shiji, who is the strongest among the 3. Han Ze introduced, and Suchun understood. Haicheng is the second strongest city in terms of overall strength in Haishi, second only to Haishi City. It can be said that in Haishi Province, Haishi City is in a league of its own, and Haicheng is also in a league of its own, just in the second tier. Compared to the other 9 cities, the gap is not small. This time, the 7 camps did not fail to recruit students from local high schools in Haishi City, but the very best batch from Haishi City has all been sent to the national training camp. In this case, these 3 are naturally the best among them. If you can defeat Hong Huapeng, then Lin Xinrui should be no problem. Gui Xian is only a 1-star king, while Lin Xinrui is a 2-star, which means Gui Xian should not be Lin Xinrui's opponent. If that's the case, you have a chance to compete for first place with Deng Shiji this time. Han Zeyue became more and more excited, and his fervent gaze made Suchen take 2 steps back, fearing that Han Zeyue might do something excessive. Then what about you inside? I only encountered it 4 times in total, and I conceded every time, so I'm only a 1-star king and didn't have the chance to fight those 3. Suchen immediately took credit. Good, very good. Your points are also the first to reach 200. So this disaster beast core is naturally yours. Han Zeyue pulled out a black, oval-shaped object the size of an adult's fist from somewhere. As for why it was called oval-shaped, it's simple, because it is indeed irregular, but overall it looks like an oval. This is the disaster beast core, and just looking at it gives a strange feeling as if it wants to suck a person in. However, this thing needs to be combined with some materials to refine into a disaster beast pill. Are you planning to take it yourself? Or should I help you find someone to refine it? As soon as Han Zeyue said this, Suchen immediately bowed in thanks. Thank you, Instructor Han. Han Zeyue was taken aback, then burst into laughter. You really know how to climb the ladder. Fine, I'll help you find someone to refine it, but you'll need to prepare the materials yourself. What do I need? It depends on what type of disaster pill you want to refine. Is there a distinction? Suchen asked curiously. He knew very little about these things, mainly because he had no channels to learn about them. Now that he had the opportunity, he certainly needed to understand more. Disaster pills are generally divided into 3 categories. The first category is the blood-enhancing disaster pill, which increases, refines, and strengthens the blood, making it more powerful. At the same time, it also has the effect of improving blood, especially the effect is best when taken for the first time. The second category is the skill disaster beast, which increases comprehension in a short time, suitable for breaking through skill realms, known as the skill disaster pill. The third category is the breakthrough disaster pill, which can be taken when the blood value is raised to the limit of 9, and it can increase the success rate by about 30%. The prices of the corresponding herbs for the 3 types of disaster beasts are naturally different, and the fees for hiring alchemists also vary. The first type is the cheapest. Usually the required herbs and the fee won't exceed 2 million. The second type may fluctuate around 2.5 million, while the last one is the most expensive because one of the herbs is quite rare. You basically can't get it for less than 5 million. Which one do you want? Han Zeyue looked at Suchen, vaguely guessing Suchen's choice. The first one. Han Zeyue showed a knowing expression. Suchen's blood was a hard injury. Although this blood disaster pill couldn't let Suchen catch up, at least it could significantly close the gap. This was also why he took out the disaster pill, as he felt it would be a real pity if Suchen couldn't get into the 2 top universities due to low blood. He himself graduated from the 2 top universities and clearly understood the difference between them and other martial arts universities. Alright, you don't need to worry about the money. You can pay me after your college entrance examination. I'll cover it for you first, Han Zeyue said with a smile, understanding the principle of helping others in need. With Suchen's talent, as long as he was given a chance, he really had the opportunity to soar. And what did he have to give? Just 2 million. If he weren't afraid that Suchen wouldn't accept it, he would have directly said he would cover the material costs. 2 million is an astronomical figure for many people, but in Han Zeyue's eyes, it could only be described as a mere sum. Instructor Han. Thank you so much. Suchen bowed again, realizing that he had quite a few good seniors by his side. If it weren't for the help of these good seniors, his path would definitely not have been so smooth. Han Ze was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a somewhat shy smile. It's all small matters, small matters. On the first day, Su Chen reaching the top of the strongest king did not cause much of a stir. After all, the three who knew about it were not big mouths and did not know Su Chen's true identity. They merely mentioned it to the instructor as a routine, and the instructor told some capable people in the diamond rank, reminding them to keep it confidential. Under such circumstances, the number of people who knew about Ji Buchan was kept to less than 20. Among these fewer than 20 people, no one knew that Ji Buchan was Su Chen, nor did anyone think of Su Chen, as only Chen Ping among them knew Su Chen. However, this matter began to boil over the next day. Ji Buchan? With a new day, naturally, new people reached the king rank. As soon as they entered the king rank, they saw Ji Buchan's name and showed puzzled expressions. Someone who could reach king rank so quickly was definitely not an ordinary person, especially since Su Chen's rank had already reached the strongest king 2 stars, placing him second, surpassing Lin Xinrui. As soon as Su Chen entered, he matched with Lin Xinrui and defeated her, achieving victory. Who is this person? With such a low win rate, he can still rank second? Wait, I think I've heard this name before. Fan Rui won 2 consecutive matches and directly advanced to king. He naturally saw Ji Buchan's name and suddenly remembered that they seemed to have mentioned that Su Chen's name was Ji Buchan. With this thought, Fan Rui's mind exploded. Not a diamond rank? His mind involuntarily recalled Su Chen's response, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. So that's what you meant by not being a diamond rank. You guy. You fooled us all, sigh. The ranking list kept changing, and as more and more people reached king rank the next day, the news that Su Chen was Ji Buchan was known by more people and exploded in various groups. I lost. Lin Xinrui touched her forehead, still a bit dazed. This guy really doesn't understand how to cherish a lady, just cut me off like that. But how is his strength even stronger than what Hong Huaping described? I was defeated in less than 5 minutes. Lin Xinrui shook her head, unable to compete. Looks like this time I can only compete for 3rd place. Let these 2 freaks compete for first. Lin Xinrui smiled bitterly. What could she do? She was quite helpless. Just when she thought it was over with the madman Deng Shiji, another one came. But this guy's strength is still a bit lacking compared to that madman Deng Shiji. Lin Xinrui muttered. Personally, she didn't have much thought or pursuit regarding rankings. She was more carefree. Where did this freak come from? Gui Xian was also killed. He was aiming for the top 3. But after being defeated by Lin Xinrui yesterday, he was defeated by Ji Buchan today, and with Deng Shiji being the recognized first, didn't that mean the top 3 were gone? Hong Huaping is not to be trifled with. What's going on this time? What is the national training camp doing, letting so many people fall behind? Gui Xian was quite irritated. Without the top 3, he wouldn't get that extra reward. Ji Buchang is Su Chen? As time passed, Ji Buchan's identity was also uncovered. After learning that Su Chen was Ji Buchang, the vast majority of people couldn't believe it. Because after checking, they all knew Su Chen's score during his first city simulation test. Chi and Blood 3-5. Although the advanced skills are quite impressive, among the participants training at the 7 major camps, they are not in the first tier, but can only be considered in the second tier. Yet, despite this, such individuals surged forward and claimed second place. How could they accept this? They couldn't accept it at all. The ones who found it hardest to accept were actually 2 groups of people. The first group consisted of those who, like Su Chen, came from Green City. This group was further divided into 2 parts. The first part included Chen Ping, Luo Xiu, and Chao Yang, among others. They were all from Green City but did not belong to Green City No. 2. When they learned this news, their expressions were quite remarkable. However, they all comforted themselves, thinking that Su Chen was just skilled, but his vitality was too poor, so it was acceptable. This did indeed make them feel a bit better. The second group belonged to Xiao Yishui and others, who were from Green City No. 2 and trained in the same camp as Su Chen. Their reactions were even more spectacular. When they heard the news, they were all dumbfounded. Of course, the fastest reaction did not come from them, but from Tu Mingji and others. Tu Mingji was initially quite happy, feeling lucky to have won 3 consecutive matches, raising his rank to Diamond 4 stars. He was sharing his joy with his companions when he heard the news. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tu Mingji went a bit crazy, but after he looked into it, the smile on his face completely vanished, gradually turning into madness. He remembered yesterday. Of course, none of this had anything to do with Su Chen. He was still matching in the virtual space. King 8 stars, King 9 stars. His star count kept rising wildly alongside Deng Shiji's. Deng Shiji's mental strength was also quite strong, holding on for almost 40 minutes, but ultimately, he couldn't match Su Chen's exaggeration. In the end, he was overtaken by Su Chen, who became first. Whether it was fate or coincidence, the 2 never faced off against each other. After overtaking, Su Chen's star count continued to rise, and by the time he logged off, he had reached the strongest king 14 stars. Meanwhile, the second-ranked Deng Shiji only had 9 stars. Star Club. When Mushue's face turned red with anger as she slammed the documents in her hand onto the table. Yu Chengwon, on what basis do you disagree with my person? This Su Chen has such great skill talent. If it weren't for his poor vitality talent, he could even try to apply as an A-level genius. Yu Chengwon, who was sitting at the desk, looked at Wen Mushue with a hint of greed in his eyes. Mushue, you know his vitality talent is poor, right? Look at the vitality on your report. 3, 5 vitality. Look for yourself. How many applicants have there been during this time? Even for C-level geniuses, how much vitality do they have? C-level geniuses start at 6, 5 vitality, and B-level geniuses need at least 8 vitality. How could your 3, 5 vitality possibly pass? Yu Chengwang stood up, holding the prepared materials, and patted them. But Su Chen is different. His advanced skills are at 22% progress. So what if it's 22% progress? Unless his advanced skills reach over 50%, this absolutely cannot pass. Yu Chengwang looked at Wen Mushue's angry expression, and his smile grew even brighter. Fine, he admitted he was being deliberate. With Su Chen's 22% advanced skills, if he loosened the criteria a bit, it would be no problem for him to pass. If it were someone else, he would let it go. But how could he easily let go of the opportunity to stir things up with Wen Mushue's words? He had this matter under control. What Yu Chengwang said was final. No one could change that. When Mushue was so angry that her hands trembled, this person was just looking for trouble. Just then, when Mushue's phone rang, she took out her phone, saw it was her best friend calling, exhaled, adjusted her mood, shot a fierce glance at Yu Chengwang, and turned to leave the office. Once when Mushue's figure disappeared, Yu Chengwang sneered dismissively. Foolish woman, your father is just a minor shareholder, how could he possibly compete with this young master? I will let you know this young master's methods, hee hee. Yu Chengwang chuckled lewdly, as lewd as one could be. At the door, when Mushue answered the phone and heard her best friend's exclamation, Ah Shui, didn't you say you signed someone named Su Chen in Green City? Yeah, why? When Mushue was a bit puzzled. Her best friend worked in the Hongtu training camp, while Su Chen was in the Holy Hall training camp. The two shouldn't have any intersection, right? Could it be that Su Chen did something significant in the training camp? When Mushue quickly shook her head, how could that be? She knew today was the second day of the regional competition among the 7 major training camps, but she really didn't have high hopes for Su Chen. Just making it to the king rank would be good enough. You've taken off this time. The Su Chen you contracted is currently ranked first on the king list, surpassing a group of prodigies. Slap. When Mushue's phone slipped from her hand and fell to the ground with a thud, but when Mushue still had no reaction, quickly squatting down to pick up her phone. What did you say? As soon as when Mushue stepped out of the room, someone called to congratulate Yu Chengwang. Yu Chengwang was initially puzzled about what was happening, but when he heard the name Su Chen, he immediately stood up, his tone shocked. You don't know? The Su Chen your club signed is currently rampaging in the regional arena of the 7 camps, directly ranking first. TSK. With that strength, he must be over 50% in high-level skills. Maybe he can break 60% coming out of the camp. Your star club is really lucky, but it's a pity his vitality is a bit lacking. Otherwise, giving him an S-level genius wouldn't be an exaggeration. Yu Chengwang swallowed hard. He remembered that the one he had just rejected seemed to be called Su Chen. It can't be that coincidental. Bang! Yu Chengwang, I will report everything you did today truthfully, and regarding Su Chen, I have decided to promote him to A-level genius. Mushue, let's talk properly. Mushue is something you can call? When Mushue was still thinking about arguing with Yu Chengwang, but she didn't expect him to bow his head directly. It seemed he had just learned the news too. Yu Chengwang was truly at a loss. As happy as he had been moments ago, he now felt equally miserable. Although his father was the top shareholder, he was not his father's only son. His father had 3 sons and 2 daughters. His entry into the club was also a test from his father. If he caused the club to lose a super talent and skills because of himself, his father would really come down on him. On the 3rd day, Su Chen finally faced off against Deng Shiji. Deng Shiji was indeed very strong, and Su Chen was suppressed from the start. But during the battle, Su Chen began to allocate points, ultimately enduring the pressure and splitting Deng Shiji in half. Of course, Su Chen didn't have it easy either. If his blade had been just a bit slower, he would have lost. With Su Chen's victory, the 7 camps went wild again. Previously, they had seen Su Chen ranked first, but they didn't truly acknowledge him. They just thought he had climbed up through time. Deng Shiji was the true first in their hearts. But today, Su Chen actually defeated Deng Shiji, directly proving that Su Chen was the real first, a genuine first. On the 4th day, Deng Shiji, unwilling to accept defeat, faced Su Chen again. But for Su Chen, as long as he caught up, it was impossible for anyone to surpass him again. Winning yesterday meant that today, Su Chen would win even more easily. The 5th day, the 6th day, the 7th day. As the final hour came to a close, the rankings were locked in. Su Chen achieved first place with the strongest king score of 66 stars. This was still due to Su Chen not participating in battles on the last day. The second place was naturally Deng Shiji, with only 52 stars. The third place was the relatively hidden Hong Huaping, with 38 stars. The fourth place is Lin Xinrui, and the fifth place is Gui Xin. Qin Ping did quite well this time, winning 6th place. Fan Rui also performed admirably, taking 8th place. The results from the Holy Hall training camp were also quite good, as Su Chen secured first place and Fan Rui achieved 8th, not only leaving the Blood Domain training camp far behind but also surpassing the long-standing second place, the Hongtu training camp, in the final scores. Although this achievement alone cannot replace Hongtu, it made Hanzei and the others beam with joy, and they even awarded each person an extra 10 points, hosting a celebration banquet in the evening. Su Chen, you are the biggest contributor this time. At the celebration banquet, Hanzei pushed Su Chen to the front seat. Su Chen had no thoughts about this position, but Hanzei was too enthusiastic. Let's raise our glasses. Cheers! April 3rd. The 7 major training camps disbanded, and each camp sent their people back. The top 100 received their corresponding rewards and happily went home. Only the top 10 remained, and under the arrangement of the City Lord's office staff they arrived at the reception hall of the City Lord's mansion, preparing to meet the top person of Haishi province, the governor Zhang Ligua. The 10 were very nervous. After all, no matter how talented they were still just talented individuals. Meeting such a legendary figure, the highest official of a province, it was impossible not to be nervous. Even Su Chen felt this way. In his previous life, he had never met anyone of this level, not even a county head. So even though many people were very interested in Su Chen, in such an occasion, they didn't dare to speak to him and could only steal glances. The governor is very busy, but he will take the time to meet you future talents of Haishi. The speaker was a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking very refined. His voice was also very friendly, making people unconsciously feel good about him. Everyone nodded nervously, and fortunately, Zhang Ligua did not keep them waiting long. In just 5 minutes, an elderly man with graying hair and a spirited demeanor walked in. He wore a kind smile, lacking the imposing presence seen on television, more like a friendly old neighbor. But those who knew him would never truly regard him as just a neighborly old man. This man had earned his reputation through strength. Governor! At the first sight of the old man, Su Chen and the others recognized him immediately and bowed respectfully. No need to be so polite, you are all the future of Haishi. Zhang Ligua smiled kindly, his smile very infectious. Just treat me like an ordinary old grandpa. Under Zhang Ligua's voice, Su Chen unconsciously relaxed, and when he realized it, he was startled. This governor could unconsciously influence the mood of others. No wonder he was the strongest person in Haishi province. Su Chen instinctively glanced at the other 9, who had all lost their previous nervousness, and his surprise deepened. Su Chen could only try hard to relax himself. This kid is Su Chen, right? Yes, although I didn't intentionally influence them just now, with my level, they would still be unconsciously affected. This Su Chen was able to sense it so quickly. His talent in mental aspects is indeed excellent, and although this kid's blood value is not high, it's not as poor as the intelligence report said. Interesting. What Su Chen didn't know was that Zhang Ligua had already taken an interest in him. Zhang Ligua didn't stay long. He just met with them, encouraged them, and after they introduced themselves, he gave each of them a spatial ring according to their rankings before leaving. Even so, everyone was extremely excited. Alright, keep this ring safe. It contains the rewards from the governor. The refined young man said gently. You can check it now. Spatial ring? Su Chen felt ecstatic upon hearing these 4 words. He had naturally heard of space rings, which were said to have been developed only in the past 2 years and had not yet circulated in the market. They were the kind of things that even the wealthy couldn't buy, so he never expected that the governor would give each of them one. Not just Su Chen, but the other 9 also revealed brilliant smiles. Not to mention anything else, just this space ring alone was precious enough. Everyone eagerly immersed their consciousness into the space ring, and Su Chen was no exception. The space was small, about the size of 1 cubic meter, and was overall square-shaped. There weren't many items inside, just a jade bottle. Su Chen curiously probed with his mental energy, and before he could see anything, he heard someone exclaiming, "Disaster pill. It's actually a disaster pill, and it's a skill disaster pill." What? It's actually a disaster pill. Everyone's breathing suddenly became rapid. This was a disaster pill. Just one disaster pill, even if it was just a blood chi disaster pill, would be worth no less than 8 million. This item was also hard to come by outside, making it a hot commodity. I have 2 disaster pills, 1 blood chi and 1 skill. I have 2 as well. I have 3. The one saying this was Deng Shiji, but everyone was not looking at Deng Shiji, they were looking at Su Chen. If Deng Shiji had 3, then Su Chen must have more. I have 4, 2 blood chi, 1 skill, plus 1 breakthrough. What? There's even a breakthrough disaster pill? In fact, what Hanzei said was really a cost price, or rather, a friendship price. Normally, the market price for a blood chi disaster pill was 8 million, a skill disaster pill was 9 million, and a breakthrough disaster pill was 12 million. The price of the breakthrough disaster pill was the most expensive because one of the medicinal materials used in its formulation was very precious and extremely rare. I envy you, 2 blood chi disaster pills, plus 1 breakthrough disaster pill. If I had all of those, I would be confident in breaking through to the warrior realm before the college entrance examination. Yeah. Many people nodded in envy, while Su Chen felt somewhat helpless. Although the energy contained in the breakthrough and skill disaster pills was immense, Su Chen understood the nature of this energy conversion. The energy contained in blood chi types was even greater, capable of converting into more energy. But since this is the first time taking these 2, with a 10-fold effect boost, it should be about the same. Su Chen muttered to himself and began to calculate his assets. Hanzei had already given him the blood chi disaster pill, which meant he currently had 3 blood chi disaster pills, 1 skill disaster pill, and 1 breakthrough disaster pill. In addition, Su Chen still had 150 blood chi pills that he hadn't consumed. As for Su Chen's current status, he glanced at his panel. Name, Su Chen, blood chi, 5. 8+, punching power, 620 kilograms, speed, 22. 9 meters per second, mental, 20+, skill, basic sword technique, stage 2 95% advanced skill, blade draw slash, stage 1 60% energy, 2711. 6. The energy usage was increasing. Su Chen had risen from the bronze rank to the king rank, earning 150 points in the process. Adding the 30 points from clearing the 9th level, and another 50 points for clearing the 10th level before coming out, he had accumulated 230 points, which could be exchanged for 230 blood chi pills. With the 150 pills he already had, it meant Su Chen had consumed 80. TSK, this holy hall training camp is really great, giving me a total of 400 points, which translates to 400 blood chi pills. I really feel like I came here to stock up on blood chi pills, Su Chen muttered, feeling that the harvest was truly immense. The improvement in his own strength was one thing, but just this gain alone made Su Chen extremely satisfied. 400 blood chi pills, 3 blood chi disaster pills, 1 skill disaster pill, 1 breakthrough disaster pill. Even if Su Chen owes 2 million, it's worth it. Worth way too much. 400 blood chi pills, even at 16,000 each, that's 4 million. Blood chi disaster pills 8 million, skill disaster pill 9 million, breakthrough disaster pill 12 million. The total value exceeds 50 million. Su Chen can really describe it as taking off in one go. Next, Su Chen just needs to control his speed of improvement, in a way that everyone can accept, but is also extremely shocking, just a period of becoming stronger. This feeling, Su Chen can only describe with one word, exhilarating. Su Chen. This time I lost to you in skills, it's because I am not as good. But soon the second simulation, which is the provincial simulation, will start, and I won't lose to you again. Deng Shiji came to Su Chen's side, his tone quite proud. Good luck. Faced with Deng Shiji's words, Su Chen remained unfazed, even wanting to laugh a bit. After thinking, Su Chen felt it was better to say something encouraging. Deng Shiji's forehead appeared several question marks. He had thought of several ways Su Chen might respond, but he never expected Su Chen would say something he couldn't understand like, good luck. Alright, you've received your rewards, and now I'll have someone take you back. The elegant young man observed everyone's reactions but didn't say much, just instructed to have someone send them back. Everyone nodded. It wasn't safe outside, and they didn't dare to go back by themselves. Xiao you take charge of the arrangements. Okay. A woman in her 30s walked in, ushering everyone to leave. After Su Chen and the others left, Zhang Ligua's figure appeared again. They're all good seedlings, no signs of foreign influence detected. Governor, with you guarding Haishi, who would dare to send people to cause trouble? The elegant young man flattered, earning a laugh and scolding from Zhang Ligua. You brat, your flattery is getting smoother. What are you talking about? I'm just someone who loves to speak the truth. You're going to learn bad things from them. But this Su Chen is indeed not ordinary, and his blood chi value isn't as low as imagined. Maybe by the time of the college entrance examination, this kid can give me a surprise. Su Chen? Should we pay special attention? We can pay attention. Alright, then I'll add him to the list. The elegant young man looked somewhat shocked. He was just casually mentioning it, but he didn't expect Zhang Ligua to actually decide to add Su Chen. It should be known that those who can be on the special attention list are all super geniuses, the kind that can consistently rank in the top 5 in the province. The imperial capital, Tianhe Training Camp. As one of the 3 major training camps in the eastern Huang Kingdom, neither the scale nor the strength can be compared to the 7 camps in Haishi province. This place recruits the most outstanding talents from all over the country. This time, only 3 people from Haishi province were selected to come to this place. Lin Xia, do you know which of the 7 major training camps in Haishi took first place this time? Lin Xia is a rather handsome boy with a bit of a rogue charm, and he is currently eating in the cafeteria. Sitting across from him are a boy and a girl. The 3 of them are all from Haishi province and are the top 3 big shots in the province. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia shook his head, his expression not changing much. The other girl also seemed uninterested in the topic. Clearly, they really didn't care about which of the 7 training camps took first place. Can you two cooperate a bit? This is really boring. You're both like wooden dolls. The boy named Wang Yuntao, although gifted, has a bit of a gossiping personality and is very interested in various matters within the province. Lin Xia and Li Lingxi learned many things through him. Oh, Deng Shiji? No. Lin Xinrui? Not that either. Wang Yuntao saw the two cooperating and immediately brightened up with a smile. That must be Hong Huaping. Not really. Wang Yuntao stood up excitedly, as if the two guessing wrong continuously thrilled him particularly. Lin Xia and Li Lingxi looked at Wang Yuntao's excited demeanor, their foreheads filled with countless question marks. What are you so excited about? They couldn't understand. The two fell silent, which made Wang Yuntao express his dissatisfaction again. Hey, why aren't you continuing? We can't guess. I knew you wouldn't be able to guess. If it weren't for the fact that the two had known Wang Yuntao for a long time, they would really think he was a fool. This time, the first place is taken by someone from Ulvdu. Ulvdu? Both of them showed surprise. For people like them who were born and raised in Haishi City, Ulvdu felt like a small town. Yes, they say it's from Ulvdu no. 2 High School. Ulvdu no. 2 High School. The two were astonished again. Ulvdu already seemed like a small city in their eyes, and they didn't expect this person to be from Ulvdu no. 2 High School, not even Ulvdu no. 1. Right, it's Ulvdu no. 2 High School. Wang Yuntao was very satisfied with their reaction. This was how it should be. This was the joy of sharing gossip. Otherwise, it would be like talking to a dead person, with no feeling at all. It's a commoner from Ulvdu no. 2 High School. It is said that during the first city simulation test, he ranked 31st in the city. By the way, they say his vitality value is 3. 5. Did you collect false information? I'm not feverish. The two looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. A vitality value of 3. 5. How could someone with a vitality value of 3. 5 take first place in the 7 major training camps? Even if they looked down on the scale of the 7 major training camps, it was still impossible for someone with only a vitality value of 3. 5 to take first place. Don't mess around, this is all confirmed information. The first place is indeed this person, his name is Su Chen. Ulvdu no. 2 High School. After they learned from Yan Jun last night that Su Chen had broken through the 7 major camps, defeating numerous super prodigies and earning the title of the strongest king, Ulvdu no. 2 High School went crazy, especially the principal of Ulvdu no. 2 High School, who would ask everyone, how do you know our student Su Chen took first place in the local network battle of the 7 major training camps? If no one answered, he would directly call and bombard them, one after another, enjoying it endlessly. As a result, the name Su Chen reappeared in the eyes of the entire Ulvdu upper management, instantly becoming famous. In fact, there was no need for the principal to promote it. Su Chen had indeed done something too remarkable this time. The high-ranking officials of the Ulvdu city lord's mansion, upon hearing the news, also began to call friends from other cities, starting to show off. There's no helping it, this is human nature. Ulvdu no. 2 High School, Ulvdu TV station, Ulvdu city lord's mansion office, publicity department, etc. A large number of high-ranking officials came to Ulvdu no. 2 High School, preparing to welcome back these little heroes, especially Su Chen. Although they all knew that Su Chen did not take the same spaceship as these people but went to meet the governor first, which might take a little longer, it still couldn't dampen their enthusiasm. Wow, is this Su Chen really that scary? The students of Ulvdu no. 2 High School, especially Su Chen's former classmates and teachers who had taught him, all felt like they were in a dream. Is Su Chen really that amazing? It doesn't seem scientific. However, this did not prevent them from showing pride, often saying, Su Chen is my classmate. I used to teach Su Chen. Although there were some comments about Su Chen's low vitality value in between, under the unified tone of the city lord's mansion, no one brought up that topic. Supporting Su Chen and treating his achievements as everyone's merit was their common task, and no one could stop it. This guy Su Chen has really soared to great heights. Huang Zongbao and the others were filled with mixed emotions. There was a time when his strength surpassed Su Chen's. But what about now? Talking too much only brings tears. Fortunately, their relationship with Su Chen was decent, and having Su Chen as a classmate was a topic of conversation. They're coming. The first batch of 11 has returned. The leaders and media rushed forward. Although Su Chen wasn't here, interviewing those who went to the training camp with him to learn more about him wasn't inappropriate. Wow, so many people. Are they here to welcome us? Zhu Jiafan looked through the window and was very excited, feeling like a star. What are you dreaming about? These people are obviously here for Su Chen. What do you count as? I count as Su Chen's classmate. Zhu Jiafan proudly lifted his head, leaving everyone speechless. The spaceship arrived. The situation was as they expected. As soon as they disembarked, people immediately surrounded them, with all topics revolving around Su Chen. Even the original NO, one of Green Capital No. 2 High School, Xiao Ishue, was ignored. Although in the eyes of most students at Green Capital No. 2 High School, Xiao Ishue's overall score was still first. Fortunately, there were many city leaders present, so the reporters didn't dare to go too far. After asking a few questions, they were cleared out. These leaders were also very curious about Su Chen. The level of the 7 provincial training camps was something they couldn't investigate too deeply with their connections, only able to learn some superficial information. After receiving their rewards, Su Chen and the others boarded the spaceship. It was a small, high-end spaceship, much faster than the one they took to get here. However, this time, there were multiple destinations, so the delay would naturally be longer. Due to the ranking issue, Su Chen was the first to be sent. The speed was fast, and when Su Chen arrived in Green Capital, many were still waiting for him at Green Capital No. 2 High School. Another spaceship is coming. It's Su Chen. This time everyone was excited, especially the media, whose eyes sparkled as if they were watching a stunning beauty dance before them, overly thrilled. Su Chen has finally arrived. Our great contributor is here. From the spaceship, they could naturally see the scene below. Su Chen, it seems you're quite popular, they remarked. The spaceship was descending, and it wouldn't be long before it landed, so everyone naturally looked out the window. They were also curious about the school that could cultivate a talent like Su Chen. It's a pity about his vitality value. If it were just a bit higher, he would definitely secure a spot in the 2 top universities. But now, it's a bit uncertain. Unless Su Chen's vitality can increase quickly, even if he scores full marks in basic techniques and advanced skills, he would only have 450 points. The scoreline for the 2 top universities is not low. Last year it was 622 points, and Su Chen's vitality value needs to reach 172 points to meet last year's line. How much vitality is needed for 172 points? A vitality value of 6. 1 is required to achieve 173 points. But the question is, can Su Chen really score full marks in basic techniques and advanced skills? Although Su Chen's performance this time was truly outstanding, pressing them down, achieving full marks in basic techniques and advanced skills is not that easy. Full marks in basic techniques require 30% in the 3rd stage. Advanced skills need to reach 100% in the 1st stage. Both of these are not easy to accomplish. Even for Deng Shiji himself, he doesn't have much confidence in breaking through to the 3rd stage before the college entrance examination. Even if he breaks through, it would only be barely entering the 3rd stage. As for advanced skills, the threshold from 90% to 91% would take him a long time. Not to mention that starting from 91%, every subsequent percentage becomes increasingly difficult to comprehend. In such circumstances, Su Chen's blood value must be at least 7.5 to have any hope. It's really a pity. Of course, if you guys got 1st place, I believe your school and city would definitely be more enthusiastic and crazier, Fan Rui said with a sneer, and he was speaking the truth. Only Chen Ping let out a slight sigh. He saw many familiar faces in the crowd, people who used to revolve around him, and now, sigh, it's hard to explain. We're preparing to land. The speaker was Xiao Yu, a 30-something woman who had appeared in the reception room. Su Chen thought that the elegant young man had definitely called her the wrong name. How could she be called Xiao, little? De Yu, big, would be more appropriate. Upon hearing this, everyone straightened up. Su Chen, Chen Ping, you two can get off here. Okay. Su Chen and Chen Ping both responded. This time, Green City had indeed gained face. Not only did Su Chen take 1st place, but Chen Ping also secured 2nd, making them the biggest winners. Even though Haicheng took second, third, and fourth, it couldn't compare to the prestige of Green City. After all, Haicheng was recognized as the second largest city after Haishi City. Although their results were good, they could only be considered decent. The spaceship stopped, and the hatch opened. Su Chen and Shen Ping stood up, while the others remained seated. Only Xiaoyu stood up to escort the two to the spaceship's door before turning back inside, showing no intention of greeting the leaders outside. Back to school. Your school. The first sentence was spoken by Su Chen, while the latter came from Chen Ping's resentful voice. His achievements were completely overshadowed by Su Chen's brilliance, otherwise, with his 6th place. No, if it weren't for Su Chen, 5th place would have been his. Boo-hoo! This left Chen Ping feeling quite hurt. This glory should have belonged to him. Unfortunately, he was outmatched. What could he do? He could only feel jealousy, envy, and hatred. Su Chen smiled faintly, not expecting that this Chen Ping, who once seemed so high and mighty in his eyes, would have such a side. Indeed, people have many facets. Perhaps the goddess in your eyes is just a clown in someone else's. Su Chen is here. The scene immediately erupted. The crowd that had originally surrounded Xiao Ishui and others to ask about Su Chen all left upon seeing the spaceship, now rushing towards Su Chen. Quick, maintain order. The public security personnel also moved in to keep the peace, but they had no way to control the frenzied media. Even with many leaders present, they couldn't stop the crazed reporters. The media, undeterred, were emboldened by the saying that the law does not punish the crowd. As soon as Su Chen stepped off the spaceship, countless microphones were thrust towards him. Su Chen, I heard you won first place in the skills competition hosted by the 7 provincial training camps. What are your thoughts? Su Chen, I heard your blood value is 3.5. With such a low value, did you spend all your time on skills? Su Chen, do you have anything to say to your opponents in this skills competition? One question after another. If Su Chen hadn't reacted quickly, a microphone would have probably already been shoved into his mouth. Su Chen's face darkened. Was the media in this world really this crazy? He wanted to ask Chen Ping for help. After all, he remembered that Chen Ping was the previous first in Green City and had always been a hot topic. But when Su Chen turned around, he found that Chen Ping had already been squeezed somewhere else, completely ignored. Su Chen was dumbfounded. In fact, Chen Ping was even more dumbfounded. How long had it been? Had he already fallen out of favor? These people couldn't be this superficial, could they? His performance this time was also quite good. Moreover, he had only lost to Su Chen in skills. In the provincial simulation 9 days later, he would definitely trample Su Chen underfoot. No, it's not just me, whether it's Hong Lin or Luo Xiu, they can all score higher than Su Chen. This time, Su Chen is very likely not even to make the top 5. Of course, Chen Ping wasn't the only one thinking this. Many people felt the same way. Low vitality had become Su Chen's Achilles heel, at least in the eyes of the vast majority. Fortunately, the city leaders were reliable. A martial artist stepped forward. With the strength of a martial artist, no one could stop him. He directly pushed everyone aside and took Su Chen away from the scene to the principal's office. Chen Ping then quietly slipped away while no one was paying attention. In the principal's office, there were indeed many leaders present. The principal was smiling the whole time. Su Chen wasn't too interested, but when he heard the Education Bureau leaders say they would allocate him a bonus of 1 million, he felt that this occasion was quite nice. If he could come a few more times, he wouldn't mind. The lunch was delayed. Well, not really delayed, since the table was filled with delicious food, even including disaster beast meat. Those leaders, holding their status, didn't dare to compete with Su Chen, so naturally, half of it ended up in Su Chen's stomach, giving him over 20 points of energy. It wasn't until the meal was finished that Su Chen was freed from the table. The gains were quite substantial, a delicious feast and 1 million in bonuses. Plus, the Education Bureau leader suggested that Su Chen apply for the 5th tier of the Genius Loan, which was set up for super geniuses, with a limit of 2 million. Su Chen had applied for the 3rd time, only passing the 3rd tier of 200,000. And the money had already been deposited into his bank account. If he could get the 5th tier, that would be another one. 8,180,000, plus 1 million in bonuses. I can consider myself a wealthy person now, right? Su Chen murmured, while also thinking about his mother, Lin Susu. When I was at the training camp, I asked Instructor Han about my mother's condition. He said her problem was congenital weakness, which isn't hard to treat. It's a kind of rich man's disease. It requires grinding the vitality pills into powder, dissolving them in warm water, taking about 1/3 of a pill each time, 3 meals a day, and sticking to it for 3 months to restore her health. 3 months, that's 90 vitality pills, which I certainly couldn't afford before. Su Chen shook his head. 1 vitality pill costs 20,000, so 90 pills would amount to 1.8 million. How could he afford that? The most important thing was that this would only restore her health, but she still couldn't overexert herself, or it would easily relapse. After that, he would also need to ensure her nutrition to truly recover completely. I can't wait to go home now. Just thinking about his mother's health made Su-chen extremely worried. Fortunately, he had brought 150 vitality pills from the training camp, specifically reserved for his mother. As for the extra ones, he could give some to his father. His parents had worked hard for most of their lives. It was time for them to enjoy some comfort. They could also move to a new house. However, better houses were too expensive, and Su-chen didn't have any ideas for the cheaper ones. I heard that if you become a martial artist, the city lord's mansion will help arrange housing for the families of martial artists, and the houses are located in the happiness community. Thinking of this benefit, Su-chen decided to wait to become a martial artist. Become a martial artist before the college entrance examination and move into the happiness community, making my parents happy. This became Su-chen's next goal. The name of the happiness community was quite straightforward, but those who could live there were indeed very fortunate. It was a well-known affluent community in Green Capital. The facilities and equipment in the community were top-notch. When he returned home, his parents had been waiting for him. How could they not know about Su-chen's situation? 2 days ago, Green Capital TV had already broadcast related information. You could say that in 2 days, it was enough for most of the people in Green Capital to spread the news about Su-chen. Of course, many people only mentioned it casually, using it as a topic of conversation when they met others, nothing more. But those who knew Su-chen were different. So, as soon as Su-chen walked into the community, the residents greeted him with smiles. This made Su-chen exclaim, "No wonder some people say that when you succeed, you find that everyone around you is a good person. Mom and Dad, I'm back." "You're back. It's good that you're back. You must be tired from being out." Did Su-chen really come in first? After 2 days, Linning still felt dazed. She remembered that a few days before the 100-day oath ceremony, she saw Su-chen at the Star Club, and he smiled and told her he was coming to be a sparring partner. She also recalled 2 sentences her companions had said. "What's the use of being handsome? In this world, only by becoming a martial artist can you be superior. Yeah, if you don't enter a rank, you're just an ordinary person." Linning thought back to the expressions of her companions when they learned the news, and the regret they showed made her smile bitterly. "Su-chen, you really hit it well. Provincial Education Bureau, Admissions Office." A middle-aged man with a receding hairline, clearly a leader, walked over. "How is the preparation for this event going?" "It's going well. The top 10 martial arts universities have all indicated they will send someone over." The young staff member quickly responded. "What about the other 2 schools?" "Yes, that's good." The speaker sighed in relief. Clearly, they were concerned about those 2 prestigious institutions. "What about the invitation letters this time?" "They've all been sent out according to the number of students admitted to the dual-key martial arts universities last year, and the seat candidates have all been confirmed." "In that case, what about Su-chen?" "Su-chen?" The young staff member was clearly taken aback. "Give me the list from Green City." The young man immediately handed over the list, and the middle-aged man glanced at it, revealing an expression of realization. "Add Su-chen's name. Last year, 624 people were admitted to the dual-key martial arts universities, and with Su-chen, that makes 625. It would be best to divide them into 32 groups, with 19 to 20 people in each group, and the top 2 from each group advancing. Then select 32 seed candidates, distributed among these 32 groups, and at the beginning, don't let them face each other." "Okay, Director, should Su-chen be arranged as a seed candidate?" The young man naturally knew about Su-chen's situation. After all, in an environment like the Education Bureau, how could he not be aware of it? The earlier mistake was simply due to carelessness. "Haven't you already sent out the list of seed candidates?" The middle-aged man glanced at the young man, who smiled awkwardly. "I just sent it out. I can still call and retract it." "No need. Although Su-chen's situation is quite sensational, his vitality value is too low. In front of martial artists, vitality is crucial. A difference of 1 in vitality makes it very difficult to break through with skill. Not to mention that every seed candidate chosen this time has a starting vitality value of at least 8. We require stability in our selections. If the chosen seed candidates can't even advance, wouldn't that reflect poorly on our judgment?" The middle-aged man's words made the young man nod. It was indeed reasonable. Just reissue Su-chen's invitation letter. After all, he has met the governor. If the governor asks whether Su-chen is participating in the competition, we won't have an answer. You're right. After Su-chen won first place in the training competition held by the 7 provincial training camps, everything about him changed dramatically. Brother Shin's status rose, directly crossing 2 levels to become the vice president of the Star Club's Green City branch, ranking first among the vice presidents. When Mu Shui also gained political merit because of Su Chen and felt a great sense of relief. Su Chen even secured a contract as an A-level genius with the Star Club. An A-level genius is worth far more than a C-level or B-level. A C-level genius is valued at resources worth 500,000. A B-level genius is valued at resources worth 2 million. An A-level genius is valued at resources worth 10 million. Even though Su Chen received so many resources in the training camp, these countless resources cannot be ignored. In order to help Su Chen maintain his leading position in high-level skills, the Star Club even specifically issued a virtual chamber to the Star Club in Green City for Su Chen's exclusive use, but only for this period before the college entrance examination. This shows how much the Star Club values Su Chen. In fact, if it weren't for Su Chen's blood value being too low, they might have even considered making him an S-level contract member of the club. An S-level contract has not been signed by the club for several years. It's not that there haven't been geniuses of this level in Haishi province. It's simply that the Star Club couldn't reach such talents. Before the second simulation, which is the provincial simulation, Su Chen's life remained very simple. He often encountered some reporters lurking around, which made him a bit unhappy. 3 points in a line: home, club, school. It is worth mentioning that 2 days before the second simulation, Su Chen received an invitation letter. The Haishi Province Genius High School Student Invitation Competition. This competition is very famous in Haishi Province and also in Green City. It can be considered the most prestigious and highly regarded high school competition in Haishi Province. However, it is very difficult to participate in this competition. Only those who receive an invitation are qualified to join. Normally, the invitations are determined based on the previous year's college entrance examination results in the city. For example, since Green City had 21 students enter the double key universities last year, this year Green City has 21 slots. These 21 slots are usually determined based on the results of the first simulation, which is also the city-level simulation. Under normal circumstances, only the top 21 can receive an invitation. Xiao Shui and others received their invitations a day earlier than Su Chen, and he thought that the officials probably did not invite him this time. For this matter, Teacher Chow and Teacher Yen made calls to the education department to inquire. Many people even showed gloating smiles. But when Su Chen received the invitation letter the next day, their faces were left stinging. Originally, only 3 people from Green City know. 2 high school received invitations, and now with Su Chen, there are 4. With Su Chen receiving the invitation, the Green City Education Bureau's official website also announced the names of the schools and students who received invitations. They specifically added a note that due to Su Chen's significant progress, the Provincial Education Bureau specially granted him a slot. Green City No. 1 high school has 12 slots. Green City No. 2 high school has 4 slots. Green City No. 3 high school has 4 slots. Green City No. 6 high school has 1 slot. Green City No. 9 high school has 1 slot. They also added a note congratulating Chen Ping from Green City No. 1 high school for winning a seed player position. Once this news came out, major websites and forums in Green City began discussing Su Chen and Chen Ping, especially many who were displeased with Su Chen. Shouldn't a poor person look like a poor person? Isn't it better to be honest? Why compare with the struggles of their family over 3 generations? I said before that Su Chen's skill talent is indeed very good. In Green City, he dares to say he is first, but no one dares to say second. But the problem is, what's the use of high skills? As far as we know, skills are only useful when the strength is similar, allowing one to better defeat opponents, or even to win against the strong with the weak under certain gaps. But what about Su Chen? His skills are indeed strong, but can this strength allow him to defeat someone with 4 blood value or even 5 blood value with his 5 blood value? That's already impressive. The Haishi Province Genius High School competition is not an exam, it's a real battle. In such a competition, Su Chen is at a disadvantage. With his strength, TSK, he will probably be the first to be eliminated, right? This post quickly became popular, receiving countless likes. Clearly, many people think the same way. Although some rebutted that 5 was just an old record, the current Su Chen must have more than 5 blood value. Such words were almost ignored by people. Online, many only cared about what they wanted to see. The major platforms in Ludo were fiercely discussing Su Chen's ranking this time. Su Chen, his exam results should be quite good, definitely in the top 10 of the city. After all, his basic techniques and skills are really strong. Based on past results, I rank Su Chen. Vitality, well, how should I put it? I'll give him a higher score, from 5 to 4. 5 in a month, that's not low. To avoid some brainless fans attacking me, that's 140 points. Basic techniques and advanced skills. According to insiders, Suchen's basic knife technique should have reached over 90% progress in the second stage. Let's say he's high, 95%. That's 235 points. Advanced skills are between 50% to 60% in the first stage. Let's take the highest value. If we say 60%, that's 100 points. So, the total score is around 475 points. This score would rank him 7th based on last year's second simulation results. TSK, I have to say, Suchen's basic techniques and advanced skills are indeed exaggerated. Even with such low vitality, he can still rank this high. Also, the level of advanced skills is definitely a height that many people will never reach in their lifetime, right? By the way, what I said above is the best case scenario. Suchen should not be able to reach this score. Waiting to be slapped in the face. This analysis post was quite reasonable. Even some who originally thought Suchen could make a comeback felt that his limits were about this much. Vitality is the core. With high vitality, basic techniques and advanced skills won't be too bad. Amidst this heat, the second simulation, the provincial simulation officially began. April 12th, Wednesday, a good day to show off. In the same place, Ludo Sports Square. This time, Suchen was different from last time. Last month, during the first simulation, in this place, Suchen was just a nobody, hardly anyone paid attention to him. He was able to attract many people's attention last month solely because Luo Xiu greeted him. But this time, as soon as Suchen entered the sports square, he became the center of attention, the brightest star in the crowd. Suchen is here. As Suchen entered, countless gazes turned towards him. No matter how people discuss Suchen online, his contributions to Ludo, defeating numerous strong opponents, and securing first place in the provincial training camp were undeniable. Moreover, Suchen's achievements in advanced skills truly deserved admiration. Suchen, you're here. Luo Xiu, Chen Ping, and Hong Lin stood together, and as soon as Luo Xiu saw Suchen, he excitedly ran over. The other two hesitated for a moment, then followed him to greet Suchen. The situation was different from a month ago. A month ago, Suchen was just a dispensable character in their eyes. Hong Lin greeted Suchen purely because of Luo Xiu. Chen Ping had completely ignored Suchen a month ago, but today, they all gathered around him. You all came too. Today's Suchen had clearly become the protagonist. Members of the elite class from Ludo No. 2 high schools surrounded him, and Xiao Ishua was also by his side. The top 3 from Ludo No. 1 high school were also around Suchen, and even Chao Yang came over, giving Suchen a thumbs up. Suchen's performance in the training camp was indeed admirable. Even someone as strong as Chen Ping had no thoughts about the 4 in front, as Suchen managed to outshine them. As for Chao Yang and the others, the best result was from Hong Lin, but her rank was only 62, not even in the top 50. The worst was Chao Yang, ranked 89, but at least he made it into the top 100. This time, Ludo performed quite well in the competition among the 7 major training camps, with 1 first place, 1 sixth place, and 4 others in the top 100. I regret it so much. The short-haired girl standing next to Lin Ing looked remorseful. If I had asked you to introduce your cousin to me back then, I would. Lin Ing glanced at the radiant Suchen and then at the short-haired girl beside her. She opened her mouth to say something but ultimately held back. The short-haired girl was quite pretty, fitting the sweet girl type. But Lin Ing couldn't understand where her confidence came from. If she had been introduced to him back then, could they have become a couple? Sigh. In the end, it's a missed opportunity. Lin Ing sighed inwardly, but the missed opportunity she referred to was not because of the short-haired girl, but because of herself. Under the spotlight, the second simulation officially began. This time, Green City No. 2 high school offered more rewards to encourage everyone. Points multiplied by 5. If you ranked high and made significant progress, it could be multiplied by 10. 10 times the points. Even Suchen was quite tempted. He had quite a few resources, but 10 times the points would mean 1 million, which was no small amount. All 982 students participating in the assessment are present. Please proceed to your designated locations according to your candidate numbers for the assessment. There are many candidates, so please hurry. The number of participants had decreased by 16 compared to the first time, as it seemed these people felt hopeless on the path of martial arts and withdrew. This was actually the case every year. The first assessment had the most participants, and each subsequent one had fewer, but many still showed up for the final college entrance exam, hoping to fulfill their dreams. This time I'm in the 6th testing area, number 36. Unfortunately, I'm in the 5th testing area. Suchen, I'm also in the 6th testing area. My number is just 1 ahead of yours. Chen Ping's eyes lit up when he saw Suchen's exam number. Suchen glanced over, number 35, just 1 ahead of him. What a coincidence. Suchen sensed Chen Ping's excitement and understood his thoughts. It is indeed a coincidence, but unfortunately, we won't be able to test together for the speed test later. Chen Ping couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He had already imagined the scene where he would lead Su Chen by a large margin, crushing him. Just thinking about it made Chen Ping feel even more elated. Although Chen Ping had no ill intentions, he had always been the best in Green City, the most handsome guy. After being overshadowed by Su Chen, he couldn't help but feel a bit concerned. The others, hearing Su Chen and Chen Ping's conversation, couldn't help but cast curious glances their way. What a pity, I'm quite far behind them, so I can't watch it live. Indeed, but it's easy to guess that Su Chen will definitely be crushed badly. The game is on. Do you think Su Chen's vitality will be over 4, 5? Regardless of how others viewed it, Su Chen and Chen Ping still walked towards the testing area, one in front of the other. Su Chen and Chen Ping weren't familiar, they hadn't spoken much, so they could only be considered acquaintances. The atmosphere was slightly awkward along the way because they really didn't know what to say. Fortunately, the teacher in charge of the exam didn't give them much time to interact, and they were soon separated, with Chen Ping in the front group and Su Chen in the back. They were then led into the kilometer-straight track with 30 lanes. With the sound of the starting gun, Chen Ping's group rushed out first. Fast, really fast. Chen Ping's speed was so fast that he only left an afterimage. The student in second place was left far behind as soon as they started, and within just a few breaths, the gap widened to over 100 meters. Number 6035, kilometer test time 32. 5 seconds, average speed 31, 2 meters per second. Number 5032, kilometer test time 40, 12 seconds, average speed 24, 93 meters per second. These were the results of the first and second places. It might not seem like much when looking at it, but it was very obvious on the field. When the first competitor crossed the finish line, the second competitor was still over 240 meters away from the finish, which is almost a quarter of the distance. 31, 2 meters per second, this speed is already above 9 in vitality. It might even be 9, 2, or even 9, 3. Su Chen saw this result and immediately began to estimate. It was truly exaggerated. So fierce, no wonder he's the best in Green City, this speed is taking off. Chen Ping's vitality value must be at least 9, 2, right? If he exerts a bit more strength, it could even be 9, 3. Su Chen is definitely going to be crushed this time. The people in the same group knew Su Chen was there, and the last comment was intentionally lowered in volume, but Su Chen still heard it. Su Chen didn't mind, his vitality value was indeed his weak point now, losing to Chen Ping was normal. Based on my current stats, I might not be Chen Ping's match. In that case, let the storm come even stronger. Su Chen's momentum and posture changed at that moment. Conceal? Still necessary, but the brilliance that should be revealed is also needed. The first in the city, Su Chen wants it. Give me a boost. Energy consumed 1, vitality value increased by 0. 0-1, current vitality value 7. 0-1, energy consumed 1, vitality value increased by 0. 0-1, current vitality value 7. 5. As Su Chen stepped onto the track and stood at the starting line, his vitality value had already risen to 7. 5. Su Chen didn't continue. A vitality value of 7. 5 was enough. Next is just to perform normally. Su Chen had seen the discussions online recently. Although he didn't care, his parents were very worried. Every time he went home and saw them wanting to say something but not daring to, Su Chen's heart wasn't exactly at ease. Fortunately, his mother, Lin Susu, was getting better and better under the nourishment of the vitality pill, which reassured Su Chen greatly. This time, let's break the rumors. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Chen Ping, who had just finished his race, deliberately slowed his pace as he left. He wanted to see how fast Su Chen was. But as Su Chen took off, the confident smile on Chen Ping's face instantly vanished. So fast? Chen Ping stopped, his eyes wide. This speed is unscientific. Didn't the internet say that Su Chen's vitality value might not even exceed 4, 5? But at this speed, he must have at least 7 in vitality, right? Isn't Su Chen's talent and vitality supposed to be quite poor? Chen Ping's mind was a bit dazed. Candidates who have finished the exam, please do not linger and leave quickly. The examiner saw Chen Ping stop. He didn't know who Chen Ping was and immediately scolded him. Only then did Chen Ping come back to his senses and walk forward in a daze. How could Su Chen's vitality value be so high? As Chen Ping left the examination room, Su Chen's results were also announced. Not first, after all, although his vitality value had greatly improved, Su Chen didn't dare to be too astonishing and still held back a bit. Third place, number 6036, kilometer test time 38, 28 seconds, average speed 26, 12 meters per second. As the test results came out, the examiner recorded Su Chen's score, and only then did Su Chen walk out. At the door, Chen Ping was waiting for Su Chen. Your speed. Upon seeing Su Chen, Chen Ping's tone was complicated. Recently, I've made a bit of progress. A bit? Yeah, just a bit. Su Chen extended his right hand, making a gesture of a little bit. Chen Ping fell silent. In a month, going from 3.5 to over 7 in vitality was more than double, and he called that a little bit? It should be your turn for the punch strength test soon. Su Chen interrupted Chen Ping's thoughts, and Chen Ping nodded. It's almost my turn. Then what are you waiting for? Ah, okay. The punch strength test began. Chen Ping's average punch strength was 928.2 kilograms, and the final assessed vitality value was 9.2, scoring 266 points. The score is quite high, with only a 34-point gap from full marks. It's important to note that there are still 60 days until the college entrance examination, and he needs to improve a bit more, aiming for at least 290 points? Or even challenge the martial artist realm? Su Chen couldn't know, as he stood in front of the punching power testing machine, quickly throwing 10 punches. 778 kilograms, 779 kilograms, 781 kilograms. Total punching power for 10 punches, 7,797 kilograms. Average punching power, 779.7 kilograms. Combining with the speed test results, the final vitality value is 7.6, scoring 218, a vitality of 7.6, which is 0.1 more than the panel. Looks like I performed quite well. Su Chen grinned. 218 points is also good, 3 points more than he had estimated, which gives him more confidence for first place. Let's go ask about Chen Ping's score. Hee, just right for Chen Ping to be one place ahead of me. Isn't this heaven helping me? Su Chen's smile became even brighter. A vitality value of 7.6. Chen Ping was indeed waiting for Su Chen outside, and the two were just one number apart, so Su Chen wouldn't affect his assessment. He looked at the scores on Su Chen's report card, speechless for a long time. Impressive, a vitality value of 9.2, that's 48 points more than my score just for vitality. Su Chen gave Chen Ping a thumbs up. Su Chen was sincere, without any sarcasm, but Chen Ping glanced at Su Chen, then at Su Chen's report card, feeling quite uncomfortable inside. Ha! Chen Ping exhaled, comforting himself. It's okay, I'm still 48 points behind. My foundational technique has reached 90% progress in the second stage, and my advanced skills are at 50%. For Su Chen to pull ahead of me by 48 points in these two areas is completely impossible. My throne of first place is still as steady as an old dog, no worries. After comforting himself like this, Chen Ping's mood did calm down quite a bit, but his gaze towards Su Chen remained complex. This guy's progress was indeed too fast. If his foundational technique and advanced skills didn't improve much by the third test, he might really be at risk of losing first place to Su Chen. This added a lot of pressure to Chen Ping. However, no matter what, this first place was definitely his. That was a fact. Let's go to the foundational technique test. Alright, the two quickly arrived at the foundational technique testing area. There were 3 testing rooms, and the teacher separated Su Chen and Chen Ping, with Chen Ping going in half a minute earlier than Su Chen. The test was quick, and the results came out just as fast. When Su Chen came out, Chen Ping was still waiting at the door. As soon as Chen Ping saw Su Chen, he immediately walked over. How was your foundational technique? Not bad. Su Chen glanced at Chen Ping's report card and saw the 90% in the second stage, with a final score of 220 points, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Not bad? Chen Ping also glanced at Su Chen's report card. Su Chen didn't hide it, and Chen Ping quickly caught up. At the moment he saw the score, Chen Ping froze. Once the foundational technique reached the second stage, the base score was 130 points, with each percentage point worth 1 point. So 90% progress naturally equaled 220 points. But the 91% to 100% stage was different. The difficulty of improvement was high, with each percentage point worth 3 points. This meant that Su Chen's score for 100% in the second stage was 250 points, 30 points higher than his. But how could Su Chen, this freak, possibly refine his foundational technique to 100% in the second stage? This was unscientific. Very unscientific. As long as Su Chen's advanced skills exceed mine by 18 points, his total score will be equal to mine. If he exceeds by 18 points, Chen Ping couldn't help but swallow, looking up at Su Chen and taking 2 steps back. This left Su Chen momentarily stunned. What was going on with Chen Ping? Su Chen had no idea that a storm had already brewed in Chen Ping's heart. High-level skills are 18 points higher than me. If it were before, Chen Ping would definitely not think that Su Chen could surpass him by that much. This was his confidence as the best in Green City. He didn't believe Su Chen's high-level skills could exceed his by so much. After all, his own high-level skills had also reached 50% progress. If Su Chen wanted to be 18 points higher than him, he would need to have 68% progress in high-level skills to be on par with him. 69% would be needed to surpass him. Was it possible to cultivate high-level skills to 69% at this stage? Impossible. Breaking through the major bottleneck of 60% was already impressive, let alone 69%. This score could probably only be achieved by the top 3 super freaks in the province, but now, he really had no confidence. Who made Su Chen's foundational method so abnormal, with 100% progress in the second stage? This was simply inhuman. Chen Ping had clearly lost his previous confidence. Let's go, it's time for the high-level skills test. This time, it was Su Chen who spoke, looking at the flustered Chen Ping with calmness. Ah, okay, Chen Ping replied, heavily following behind Su Chen. This was not their first time at the high-level skills testing place, so they were naturally familiar with the route. When they arrived at the entrance of the high-level skills test, not only were there people testing inside, but someone was also waiting outside. Compared to their first visit, there were obviously more people. A month ago, there were probably no more than 20 people in the entire Green City who had mastered high-level skills. The vast majority were those who had just grasped it, with no real strength. But this time was different. At least 60 people had mastered high-level skills, although most had only just stepped into the high-level skills stage, and their subsequent achievements were not very high. But this number was indeed much better than before. Su Chen, Chen Ping, you guys are here too. Su Chen and Chen Ping had barely sat on the chairs at the entrance for a minute when someone testing inside came out. It was someone they both knew, Chao Yang. Seeing Chao Yang, Su Chen's eyes held a hint of peculiarity. He had also seen Chao Yang at the high-level skills test last time. He came over just as Chao Yang was coming out. It was the same this time. Chao Yang naturally noticed the change in Su Chen's expression and recalled the scene from a month ago, a look of nostalgia appearing on his face. A month ago, when he saw Su Chen, although his demeanor couldn't be called arrogant, he certainly did not regard Su Chen on the same level. But now, Su Chen was indeed at a level where he could stand with him. How did you do? Chen Ping didn't have so many thoughts, he was just waiting for the person in front to go in and come out before it was his turn. So, I don't know if I can move up a rank this time. Although Chao Yang said this, his tone was very confident. He handed the score sheet to Chen Ping without any concealment, and Su Chen also looked over, mainly curious about his strength level. Vitality 8, 254 points. Foundational method second stage 78%, 208 points. High-level skills first stage 45%, 85 points. Total score 547 points. Chen Ping looked at this score with a strange expression and glanced at Su Chen. Not to mention whether Su Chen could surpass him, but Su Chen's score was definitely above Chao Yang's. Chao Yang naturally noticed Chen Ping's actions. He originally thought Chen Ping would praise him, but unexpectedly, Chen Ping looked at Su Chen. Could it be? A knot formed in Chao Yang's heart, but he felt it was unlikely. Su Chen's vitality value was so low, it was absolutely impossible for him to have a higher score than his. Chao Yang was number 28 in the third examination room, and he didn't know Su Chen's situation. Su Chen, what's your score? Chao Yang felt a vague unease in his heart. My score? Su Chen calmly handed over his score sheet, and Chen Ping's expression grew even stranger, while Chao Yang's unease continued to rise. Finally, he took the score sheet. At first glance, he froze in place, exclaiming, "What the hell? How is this possible?" Vitality 7, 218 points. The second stage of the basic technique is 100%, 250 points. The third advanced skill is empty and has not been tested yet, so the final total score is also not filled in. But Chao Yang is not a fool. He quickly calculated Su Chen's score at a glance. The first two subjects scored 468 points. There is only a 79-point gap between them. 79 points. As long as he is not foolish, he knows that Su Chen's advanced skill must be above this score, because Su Chen's advanced skill is definitely stronger than his, and he himself has already scored 85 points. This means that Su Chen's total score of 100% is even higher than his. At this moment, Chao Yang finally understood why Chen Ping's expression was so strange. It turned out to be this. Thinking of this, Chao Yang looked at Chen Ping with a somewhat resentful gaze. No way. Wait. Chao Yang came back to his senses. Just as he was about to return the report card to Su Chen, he suddenly thought of something. With such a good score this time, is it possible for Su Chen to surpass Chen Ping and become the new number one in Green City? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Chao Yang immediately looked back at Chen Ping. Take it. Chen Ping naturally understood Chao Yang's thoughts and calmly handed the report card to him. Although Chen Ping was also quite anxious inside, fearing that Su Chen would surpass him in the third simulation or even in the final and most important college entrance examination, he still felt quite secure this time. No matter what, Su Chen couldn't possibly surpass him. Vitality 9. 266 points. The second stage of the basic technique is 90%. 220 points. This total score is 486 points, 18 points more than Su Chen, Chao Yang muttered to himself. Chen Ping's advanced skill should be around 50%, even if it's a bit lower at 48%. For Su Chen to surpass Chen Ping, he would need to raise his advanced skill to 66%? No, 66% is equal, 67% is surpassing. No wonder Chen Ping's expression was so calm. He was originally confident of victory. Chen Ping saw through Chao Yang's thoughts and smiled at him. Just then, the person who was testing inside came out. Then I'll go in first. Go ahead. Chen Ping walked out with a confident stride and stepped into the advanced martial arts testing room. 2 minutes later, Chen Ping's confident stride became even more perfect. I didn't perform well, only 51% progress. Chen Ping said this, but his heart was saying something else. This time I performed well, otherwise, I usually only have 50%. In that case, Su Chen is even less likely to score higher than me. 70%, TSK, that's impossible. Chen Ping couldn't help but smile broadly. Chao Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes. What a ridiculous guy. 51%, it seems Su Chen can't catch up now. Then I'm going in. Su Chen gave Chen Ping a thumbs up. This person was just perfect. He didn't need to add points at all, just right. Su Chen brought up his panel. Name, Su Chen, Vitality, 7. 5 plus, punching power, 779 kilograms, speed, 26. 2 meters per second, spirit, 25 plus, skill, basic sword technique, second stage 100% plus, advanced skill, blade draw slash, first stage 70% plus, energy, 1881. 6. In fact, Su Chen's panel, aside from the vitality part, had not seen much improvement or change compared to 10 days ago. After all, at that time, Su Chen's basic technique had already reached 95% progress in the second stage, and the blade draw slash had reached 60% progress in the first stage. But the problem is that the subsequent improvements were not that easy. Breaking through the blade draw slash at 60% requires 100 energy. The energy needed to improve by 1 percentage point also doubles, changing from the original 10 points of energy to 20 points of energy, naturally increasing the difficulty. To stabilize his realm, Su Chen did not add points too quickly and maintained a stable state. It is a state that can be consumed, without any attempts to force growth. Otherwise, if Su Chen were to crazily allocate points, his blade draw could reach 80%, or even 90%. In these 10 days, I have used very little energy, and the resources on me have basically not been touched. The 1 million awarded by the Education Bureau, the 800,000 from the Genius Loan, and the 50,000 from the second-tier Genius Loan are all still in his bank account. In other words, Su Chen has 1.85 million martial coins lying in his bank account, 3 blood disaster pills, 1 skill disaster pill, and 1 breakthrough disaster pill. Su Chen has not used yet. For now, he does not lack energy and plans to keep them in case of an urgent need. It's a precaution. Besides these resources, Su Chen also has 320,000 points at school, which corresponds exactly to the reward for being second in the elite class 4 times. Although there have been no further tests, the school has acknowledged Su Chen's ranking as second, and all 4 times are calculated based on the second place points. Su Chen has not used these 320,000 points yet. There is no rush. At the Star Club, there are also 10 million points. Because of his excellent performance this time, when Mushue directly helped him secure the full value of 10 million points, fully credited, the previous amount given was directly wiped out and not counted. This also made Su Chen feel more favorable towards Wen Mushue. This woman is quite capable, especially since Su Chen heard from Brother Shin that the virtual device was applied for by Wen Mushue, who said she was optimistic about his future. He also left 150 blood pills for Lin Susu, intending to use them for her recovery. Aside from these, Su Chen has 2 million in external debt, but he is not in a hurry about this. Han Zhe said to pay it back after the college entrance examination. Su Chen plans to do just that, as this is not just about 2 million, there is also a favor to repay. These thoughts crossed Su Chen's mind as he entered the high-level skill testing room, because he knew that after this test, he would reach a new height in Ludu, and even in the entire Haishi province. Su Chen's lips curled up, he was ready to take off. Candidate 6036, applying for high-level skill assessment. Su Chen submitted his transcript to the examiner's desk. What high-level skill are you applying for? Blade draw, Su Chen replied seriously, only to hear the examiner ask, what is the intensity you are preparing to apply for? 70%. What? The examiner's expression remained calm. He was a teacher from Haishi City's 3rd high school. Although Haishi City's 3rd high school ranks only 3rd in Haishi City, it is still superior to even Ludu no. 1 high school. Coming to a place like Ludu, he naturally felt a sense of superiority. This was also true when facing the students' results, although the last 2 tested were excellent, especially the last one, who almost surpassed Luoqing from their school. That last one should be Chin Ping from Ludu, right? Ludu's luck is quite good this time, to have such an excellent talent. This was the examiner's thought, but when he heard Suchin say he was applying for 70% intensity, he was stunned. 70% intensity blade draw. The examiner's eyes widened, suddenly as if he thought of something. He opened his mouth to say something, but quickly realized he was currently supervising the exam. The testing room is monitored. He cannot reveal Su Chen's name. The examiner lowered his head again, looking at Su Chen's transcript, his eyes filled with disbelief. The news about Su Chen has caused quite a stir. Even far away in Haishi City, he had heard some things about Su Chen, a super skilled genius. Unfortunately, his blood value was not very good, only 3.5 during the first simulated test. When he heard this news back then, he also felt regret, as this skill talent, if only the blood value were a bit higher, his future prospects would definitely be limitless. But now it seems that this kid named Su Chen has quite a good blood talent, huh? 7.6 blood. The basic technique had 100% progress in the second stage. If this high-level skill can really be achieved at 70% difficulty, then this kid is about to take off. If his blood can keep up later, he could easily secure a spot in the top 5 of the province. This is truly a soaring moment. The examiner suppressed his inner excitement and let Su Chen choose his weapon while he approached the high-level skill robot to set the challenge difficulty. The tests for high-level skills and basic techniques are still quite different. The basic technique sets a base value and then continuously fights to improve that value. High-level skills set a maximum value that one can usually reach for testing, and the final assessment is based on the intensity of the test. You can start now. Okay, teacher. Su Chen replied and stepped up to the testing robot. As Su Chen approached, his aura completely changed. Without entering a combat state, Su Chen looked like a sunny, handsome boy next door. Now, he resembled a reaper harvesting lives. Draw and slash. Without closing his eyes, the blade fell before the testing robot so fast that even the afterimage was barely visible. Sheathing the sword, the testing robot scanned Su Chen's movements and conducted an intensity test, quickly providing the results. Draw and slash test, intensity 71%, test passed. Phew! Su Chen let out a sigh of relief, performing slightly better than what was displayed on the panel. The panel is one thing, and performance is another. The two cannot be confused. Now my score is higher than Chin Ping's. The city's first place is in the bag. Su Chen's smile was radiant, goal achieved. Gulp. The examiner swallowed hard, this guy actually passed. What a freak! Teacher! Su Chen walked over to the examiner, who then snapped back to reality and wrote down the score on Su Chen's report. High-level skill 71% progress, 111 points. Final total score. The examiner pondered for 2 or 3 seconds before writing down the total score. 579 points. As he wrote this number, the examiner suddenly thought that the previous person must have been Chin Ping, the original first place from Green City, right? His score was 577 points. The examiner's eyes widened, and he trembled all over. Is it this thrilling? At this moment, the examiner wished he could drop his identity and write a little essay on a forum or a message board. He even thought of a title: The Collapse of Morality or the Distortion of Humanity, the story of the former and current kings of Green City. Thank you, teacher. Su Chen looked at his score, unable to contain the radiant smile on his face. The examiner feigned calmness, but he really wanted to go out with Su Chen to see Chin Ping's reaction. It must be particularly interesting, right? You can go out now. Okay. Su Chen replied, not turning immediately but taking a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the smile on his face and putting on a look of deep sorrow. The examiner's mouth twitched. This kid is really something. But he liked it. After preparing himself, Su Chen resolutely walked towards the testing room. Su Chen is out. Chin Ping and Xiao Yang had not left. They were waiting at the door for Su Chen. As soon as they saw Su Chen come out, they rushed over. However, their expressions were quite different. Chin Ping looked calm, with curiosity in his eyes but not a hint of panic. Clearly, he was very confident in himself. He was just curious about how far Su Chen's high-level skills had progressed. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, looked utterly despairing because no matter what Su Chen's score was, it couldn't possibly be worse than his. He just wanted to die a little more thoroughly, to understand it all better. Su Chen, what's your score? Seeing the troubled expression on Su Chen's face, Chin Ping couldn't help but smile first. Indeed, finding joy in others' suffering is the true happiness. If Su Chen were to come out like him, completely estranged from his family, the one in pain would definitely be him. Sigh, it's hard to explain. Su Chen took in their reactions, sighed. What about you? You can see for yourselves. Su Chen looked weak and slowly raised his hand. Chao Yang couldn't bear to watch any longer and directly snatched the report card, scanning it for the advanced skills section. Advanced skills 71% progress, score. Chao Yang was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? 71%? How did this guy master advanced skills so ridiculously? How much? Chen Ping, who was calm and composed, lost his composure when he heard 71%, quickly leaning over. He directly saw Su Chen's score, 579 points. At that moment, Chen Ping felt as if his brain had been struck, like he was about to fall backward. But he still managed to hold on with his strong willpower, snatching the report card from Chao Yang's hand, eyes wide open, staring intently at the score. Gulp! Chen Ping's eyes were wide open, and Su Chen wondered if Chen Ping's eyeballs would pop out. Fortunately, Su Chen's worry was unnecessary. Chen Ping only stayed in that state for a little over a minute before recovering, though his eyes remained vacant. Su Chen and Chao Yang didn't disturb Chen Ping, they both knew his current state. The second simulation wasn't over yet, and the whole Green City was in an uproar. The reason was that Chen Ping and Su Chen's scores were released first. Chen Ping, Vitality 9. 2, Basic Law Second Stage 90%, Advanced Skills 51%, Total Score 577 points. Su Chen, Vitality 7. 6, Basic Law Second Stage 100%, Advanced Skills 71%, Total Score 579 points. Major forums and message boards were filled with the specific scores of Su Chen and Chen Ping, and the previous two posts were instantly overwhelmed. Who said Su Chen's vitality was lacking? In just a month, it went from 3.5 to 7.6. Calling him a super genius in vitality is not an exaggeration. It's too exaggerated, but there should be a reason for this sudden rise, right? I checked Su Chen's information. His family conditions are very poor, and this huge improvement is due to better resources. Also, Su Chen got first place this time, and it seems he received a disaster pill from the governor, so all of this is somewhat acceptable. Ridiculous, it's really ridiculous, ridiculous to the point of opening the door for ridiculousness. I don't know what to say, just want to vent my emotions. Countless words ultimately turned into these few characters. Su Chen is awesome. Of course, this was the online buzz about Su Chen. The entire Green City, even Haishi, was stirred up because of Su Chen. However, they didn't take any action until 3:30 p.m., when a provincial ranking list was released, causing a complete explosion. 16th place, Su Chen, total score 579 points. 16th place, entering the top 20 in the province with a vitality of 7. 6 was like a storm for the entire Haishi province. The whole province was discussing Su Chen's matter. Green City No. 2 Middle School. Principal, great news, Su Chen has entered the top 20 in the province and achieved a good score of 16th. Principal? Don't faint. Green City Education Bureau. The entire Green City Education Bureau went crazy, because their results this time were too impressive. Su Chen 16th, Chen Ping 18th. In addition, Hong Lin, Xiao Ishua, Luo Xiao, Chao Yang, and others also performed quite well. Luo Xiao ranked 58th in the province with a score of 552. Xiao Ishua ranked 60th in the province with a score of 551. Hong Lin ranked 64th in the province with a score of 548. Chao Yang ranked 74th in the province with a score of 545. Xiao Ishua surpassed Hong Lin this time, but unfortunately, she seemed to have a connection with the fourth young master. This time, her ranking in the city was still fourth, which left Xiao Ishua feeling quite helpless. Chao Yang felt even more like the sky had fallen. Originally, he was full of confidence, thinking he had made significant progress and could move up 1 or 2 places, but unexpectedly, Luo Xiao and the others had made just as much progress, and their scores were still higher than his. To make matters worse, a Su Chen had emerged from nowhere. What could he do about that? Now, Xiao Yang was at home, staring at his 6th place ranking in the city, wanting to cry but having no tears. Fortunately, his provincial ranking was still acceptable. Compared to last time, he had advanced 8 places, which was his only consolation. Increase resource investment for these students, and also apply to the city lord for that secret realm. If we can get them in, next year our Green City will gain more resources. The director stood up in the meeting room, losing his composure. After all, this was the best result since he took office, without exception. Su Chen's vitality is 7. 6. Provincial ranking 16th? In the Provincial Education Bureau, the admissions office, the middle-aged man with a receding hairline felt a headache upon seeing Su Chen's prominent name on the provincial ranking. Their arrangements this time were actually quite good, except for Su Chen, everyone else was basically within a reasonable range. The top 20 were all in the seed player lineup, without omissions. The remaining 11 spots had the lowest ranking at 38, which was also acceptable. After all, it was arranged based on the last city ranking, and having such a situation was very normal, not affecting the overall outcome. But the problem lay with Su Chen. Who exactly said Su Chen's vitality talent was too poor? In just 1 month, he raised his vitality by 4.1 points. If that's called poor talent, then there are no talented people left in the country. The middle-aged man complained, although there were many other factors that contributed to Su Chen's rapid increase in vitality. His subsequent improvement in vitality would definitely slow down, but this progress was still too exaggerated. Su Chen's vitality is only 7.6, and there are only 10 days left until the competition. He shouldn't be able to raise his vitality to above 8.2, right? This time, the lowest vitality value in the top 30 is 9. Even if he really does reach 8.2, Su Chen should still be unable to compete. The middle-aged man thought for a moment. There was no way around it. Aside from the seed players who were arranged, the rest were all randomly assigned by the computer, completely at random. Even the director of the Provincial Education Bureau couldn't modify it. Only someone of the governor's level could use their authority to make changes. But how could someone of the governor's level pay attention to such trivial matters of grouping? Xingchen Club. Good. When Mushue, sitting in the office, couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing Su Chen's report card. Provincial 16th, 7.5 vitality, 100% basic law in the second stage, plus 71% advanced skills. This guy really didn't let me down. Quick, arrange the nearest spaceship. I want to go to Green City. But speaking of it, Su Chen's talent and skills is indeed unparalleled. His advanced skills are not far off from mine. When Mushue sighed inwardly, she was also a genius, having been admitted to a key martial arts university. Currently, she was actually a college student, in her second year. Her university happened to be in Haishi City, and her father was a minor shareholder in the Xingchen Club, so he arranged for her to work there, allowing her to get in touch with some martial artists. Of course, her job was actually that of a talent reviewer, responsible for discovering some geniuses. There weren't many routine tasks, and it was relatively relaxed. She had been stuck at the 9 vitality limit for almost a year without breaking through. There was no way around it. The threshold for advancement was that difficult, trapping countless people. Many who were once more outstanding than her were also stuck at the 9 vitality limit, waiting for a breakthrough. But this step was too difficult. It couldn't be achieved just by effort alone. Haishi City Lord's Mansion. Governor Zhang Ligua looked at the report card handed over by his secretary and quickly noticed the highlighted information on it. Su Chen was also among the marked information, so Zhang Ligua quickly saw it. A blood value of 7.6. Zhang Ligua's mind conjured up Su Chen's image, and a smile appeared on his face. This kid might really bring some surprises. At home. Su Chen also received the provincial ranking list for this assessment from Yen Jun and quickly found his name. 16th place, huh? Su Chen's expression was natural. He was not surprised by this ranking. What he was more curious about were the ranks of those ahead of him. Soon, Su Chen saw several familiar names. 12th place, Wei Xan, blood value 9. 3. Basic technique second stage 95%, advanced skills 55%, total score 599. 11th place, Lin Xinrui, blood value 9. 4. Basic technique second stage 95%, advanced skills 56%, total score 604. 10th place, Hong Huaping, blood value 9. 4. Basic technique second stage 96%, advanced skills 58%, total score 609. These three guys are pretty good. The scores increased significantly starting from 14th place, as the top 14 had all broken through 90% in basic techniques. After 90%, each percentage point was worth 3 points, and the gap widened instantly. Deng Shiji is impressive, with a blood value of 9. 8. Basic technique second stage 98%, and advanced skills at 60%. His score is directly 629, but such a score is only 7th place. Su Chen clicked his tongue. It seemed he had underestimated the super talents in the province, each one more monstrous than the last. 5th place had a blood value of 9. 9. Basic technique second stage 99%, while advanced skills remained at 60%, not breaking the 60% barrier, with a score of 625. 4th place was slightly better, pushing basic techniques to 100%, with a score of 628. However, at this point, they were all considered normal levels. The top 3 were already monstrous. Even Su Chen was a bit dazed when he saw the scores of the top 3. 3rd place, Wang Yuntao, blood value 9. 9. Basic technique 3rd stage 22%, advanced skills 90%, total score 712. Second place, Li Lingxi, blood value 9. 9, basic technique third stage 25%, advanced skills 90%, total score 715. Su Chen could accept these two. Although the basic techniques were particularly exaggerated, creating a huge gap with the fourth place, at least they were within a normal range. But the first place, Lin Xia, was truly extraordinary, because his scores did not reveal the blood value, basic technique, or advanced skills, but instead, first place, Lin Xia, full score of 750. Full score. Su Chen swallowed hard. If he remembered correctly, a full blood value required entering a higher level, right? This meant that Lin Xia was an advanced martial artist? This is ridiculous. With 60 days left until the college entrance examination, he's already at full score. Doesn't that mean there's no room for improvement later? Su Chen clicked his tongue. Although there were full scores every year nationwide, those who achieved full scores in the second test were indeed rare. This guy could rank among the top in the country, right? Su Chen murmured, and then his eyes sparkled with even more intense light. Good, this gives me the motivation to move forward. Su Chen was not intimidated by Lin Xia's score, so what if it was a full score? He could do it too. Having such a competitor made things interesting. I need to work even harder in my training, earn resources, and level up. This provincial quality inspection indeed brought many changes to Su Chen, but his focus was solely on martial arts, so the impact was relatively limited. The Education Bureau and the Star Club both increased their investment in him, allowing Su Chen to gain over 5 million in resources, replenishing his recent expenditures. Su Chen also began to train his strength frantically, leveling up. With only 3 days left until the invitation competition, Su Chen received a call from the City Education Bureau, saying they had sent someone to the entrance of the Star Club to pick him up for an event. Are you joining the event? Su Chen put down the long knife in his hand. Is the Education Bureau in trouble? Brother Chen exhaled, shaking his somewhat numb arms. This kid was really getting more and more exaggerated. With his more than 10 years of cultivation in the 9 extreme contemplation, he almost couldn't hold on. Well, Brother Chen, I'm going out for a bit. Go ahead, go ahead. Su Chen returned to the changing room to change his clothes before walking out of the club. Brother Chen looked at Su Chen's departing figure and sighed slightly. I never expected that Chen Shen, would have such good fortune to meet such an outstanding young man. I just don't know how far he can go in the future. City Education Bureau. Su Chen arrived at the entrance under the driver's guidance. As soon as he got out of the car, he realized he wasn't the only one who had come. Chao Yang. Ah, Su Chen, you came too. Indeed, the first person Su Chen encountered after getting out of the car was the big grumbler, Chao Yang. Do you know what this is about? Chao Yang looked around and then leaned in close to Su Chen's ear. Su Chen shook his head. I have a little insider information. It seems the director is applying to the city lord for a secret realm. Secret realm? Su Chen's eyes lit up at the mention of the secret realm. The secret realm is a product that appears when disaster beasts descend and natural calamities occur. Initially, these secret realms were born in the form of fissures, with entrances and exits that were extremely dangerous, capable of sucking in people nearby. Inside the secret realm, dangers lurked everywhere, but so did countless opportunities. Many people rose to prominence through the secret realms, gradually reclaiming territory from the disaster beasts and establishing new cities. However, these were the previous secret realms, not the current ones. The earlier secret realms were fraught with danger and filled with risks and opportunities. But the current secret realms are those left behind by powerful beings using unimaginable means. These secret realms have become humanity's backyard. With the dangers gone, the opportunities naturally diminished. Gradually, the secret realms faded from human sight, and few spoke of them. But since Chao Yang mentioned it this way, it indicated that this secret realm had certain special characteristics. Otherwise, Chao Yang wouldn't say so. Was it approved? Yes, it was approved. It is said that this secret realm is a challenge secret realm. Once opened, those who enter will automatically become challengers and can receive corresponding rewards by clearing levels. The more levels you clear, the more rewards you get. However, this secret realm has a limit on the number of times it can be used. It's a one-time use secret realm, considered part of our Green City's heritage. The more Chao Yang spoke, the more surprised Su Chen looked at him. How did this guy know so much? Normally, outsiders wouldn't know about such matters, right? Wait, Su Chen suddenly thought of something. A few days ago, when he logged into the Education Bureau's website, he seemed to have noticed that this term's director's surname was Chao. So that's it. Su Chen revealed a refreshed expression and listened more seriously. This news was definitely not just insider information, it was news from the main road. The information was sparse, but it was roughly that this time, Director Chao of the Education Bureau applied for the Challenge Secret Realm, and it seemed that the application was successful, which was why they were all called over. Moreover, there were not just the two of them coming, but 6 people in total. Chen Ping, Luo Xiao, Hong Lin, and Xiao Ishue were also on the invitation list. Su Chen and Xiao Yang were the first to arrive, and they waited in the reception room for more than 10 minutes before the other 4 arrived. Director Chao of the Education Bureau personally came out to welcome the 6 of them. Su Chen deliberately looked at Xiao Yang and Director Chao's faces a few more times. They indeed bore some resemblance. The situation was as Xiao Yang had said, they were indeed called to challenge the secret realm. This challenged secret realm is very safe, but the pain inside is completely simulated. It's different from virtual space. So once you go in, if you really can't clear the levels, it's best to admit defeat directly. Do you understand? Also, for this invitation tournament, the Lord of the City has high hopes for you all, and we hope you can achieve good results. Xiao Wang, take them over. Okay, Director Chao. Xiao Wang, a young man standing on the side, was refined and polite. After Director Chao finished speaking, he suddenly nodded at Xiao Yang and turned to leave. If it weren't for Su Chen paying attention to the two, he really wouldn't have noticed. The future of Green City, please follow me, Xiao Wang said with a smile, his tone very courteous. Secretary Wang, you are too polite. Xiao Yang chuckled and was the first to walk out. Do you know Xiao Yang's background? At that moment, Xiao Ishue leaned closer to Su Chen. Before Su Chen could respond, she whispered, Director Chao is Xiao Yang's uncle, his biological uncle. So that's how it is. Su Chen revealed a knowing smile. It seemed that their opportunity to enter this challenge secret realm was partly due to Xiao Yang's connections. In fact, he wasn't wrong. Xiao Yang did play a significant role this time. Although Su Chen and the others performed exceptionally well, the foundation of the challenge secret realm wasn't something that could just be used at will. It just so happened that this year's results were outstanding, and with the identities of Xiao Yang, Chen Ping, and others not being simple, it pushed for the opening of this challenge secret realm. One could only say that the martial world is not just about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships and social etiquette. This principle holds true everywhere. The secret realm was naturally located in the suburbs of Green City, guarded by the military. Although the secret realm had undergone extensive research, reducing the danger significantly, it still exuded mystery. No one knew exactly what the situation was, and what if it suddenly erupted one day? Placing it in the suburbs and having the military guard it could further reduce risks. Moreover, there were not just one but several entrances to the secret realm stored in this location. Secretary Wang led Su Chen and the others, passing through several inspections before arriving at the entrance of the challenge secret realm. The entrance was filled with high technology, featuring a very cool and flashy door. At the same time, there was a detailed introduction and requirements for the secret realm at the door. Bullhead's Secret Realm. The secret realm was born in the 46th year of the new martial era and is a challenge secret realm for non-entrance level warriors. The monsters inside are mainly the immensely powerful bullhead monsters, and during battles, one must be careful not to withstand their attacks directly. Challenger restrictions: only non-entrance level warriors may enter the secret realm for challenges. The challenge has 10 levels, and the corresponding bullhead monsters will be matched based on the challenger's strength. The challenge time limit is 2 hours. During the challenge, one can concede at any time. Upon conceding, one can exit the secret realm immediately. The more levels cleared, the greater the rewards. However, after clearing each level, there will be an opportunity to choose. If you choose to end the challenge, you can receive the full reward. If you concede during the challenge, you can only receive half of the reward. The introduction was very detailed, densely packed with information. Secretary Wang brought Su Chen and the others here and asked them to read the rules carefully, and if there was anything they didn't understand, they could ask the person in charge of the secret realm. The introduction was so detailed that there was nothing that needed further inquiry. Then you can go in. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Although the projection used in the secret realm is of your body, the pain is simulated 100%. Remember to concede before death. The pain caused by death is too intense. Secretary Wang reminded them again, and only then did they walk into the flashy entrance of the secret realm under the guidance of the person in charge. Welcome to the Bullhead Secret Realm. You are the 8,887th challenger, and a body scan is being conducted. Please do not resist. As soon as they stepped into the secret realm, everything around them changed. Xiao Yang and the others also disappeared from sight. It seemed they had been separated. However, this was a solo challenge secret realm, so Su Chen didn't mind. Scan successful, vitality value 7. 9. Constructing the difficulty of the secret realm based on 7. 9. Vitality, challenge generation. Would you like to start? 10. The countdown immediately began. According to the rules, if a choice was not made within 10 seconds, the opportunity for the secret realm challenge would be considered wasted. After each level cleared, there would be a 1-minute break during which you had to decide whether to exit or continue the challenge. If no choice was made, it would be assumed that you chose to continue. After every 3 levels cleared, there would be a 10-minute break. According to the introduction of the secret realm, there would be a small boss at levels 3, 6, and 9, while the final level, the 10th, would feature the ultimate big boss. Start. Without hesitation, Su-chen chose to start. After all, he came here to challenge. How could he not? Start successful. As the words fell, everything around him changed again. Su-chen found himself in a vast grassland, where a towering and robust minotaur, about 3 meters tall, stood. It had a huge and fierce bull's head, with thick and sharp horns that seemed capable of easily piercing an enemy's armor. Its body was covered in thick, hard fur, with well-defined muscles, exuding a sense of power. Holding a massive battle axe, it gave off an overwhelming presence. Just standing in front of this minotaur, Su-chen felt a sense of dread. The first level is such a big guy? How will the next 9 levels be? Su-chen swallowed hard. It seemed he had underestimated the difficulty of the secret realm challenge. Roar! Misty sword technique. On the other side, Xiaoyixue and the others also encountered the minotaur, and due to their higher health points, the minotaur they faced was even stronger. Seeing the massive minotaur, Xiaoyixue was shocked. If it weren't for her previous time spent in the virtual space, where she had simulated some fierce disaster beasts, she might not have dared to strike against this minotaur. Roar! As the minotaur swung its battle axe, Xiaoyixue knew she couldn't wait any longer and initiated the battle. Soon, she was engaged in combat with the minotaur. The minotaur was incredibly strong, but its weaknesses were also obvious: speed and reaction time. With her combat experience, Xiaoyixue quickly grasped the minotaur's weaknesses, continuously exploiting them, and after 7 minutes of effort, she finally wore the minotaur down to death. Huff! Is this the secret realm challenge? I've only heard my sister say that secret realm challenges are generally very difficult because they are not designed for ordinary martial artists, but for geniuses. Indeed, the first level is this hard. With my strength, whether I can pass the 3rd level is a question. Sigh. Xiaoyixue sighed. As her horizons expanded, she felt increasingly ordinary. Previously, at Green Capital No. 2 High School, she was absolutely in No.1, with no one able to shake her position. Even the 2nd place was vastly different from her. At that time, she was proud. Placing herself in Green Capital, she became 4th. At first, Xiaoyixue couldn't accept it, but after working hard, she remained 4th, and she understood. She was a genius, but not the most dazzling one. Now, when simulated by the province, she realized she was just one of many talented individuals, nothing more. She now understood the meaning of the 3 simulations: to help people gradually recognize their own position. Even Su-chen would become ordinary if placed in the whole province or the whole country. On the other side, Qinping, Luo Xiu, and others also defeated the minotaur. They were among the best geniuses in Green Capital, not likely to fail even the 1st level. Su-chen had also been in a stalemate with the minotaur for about 5 minutes, and after figuring out its characteristics, he delivered a decisive slash. Welcome to the 2nd level. The monsters in the 2nd level were identical to those in the 1st level, only there were more of them. From one minotaur, it transformed into 2. The 2 minotaurs stood on either side, and the sense of oppression they exuded was truly beyond words. Draw and slash. The 2 minotaurs charged at the same time, and the ground seemed to tremble along with them. Through the battle of the 1st level, Su-chen had come to understand the various attack methods of the minotaurs. Charging was their most common attack. When they charged, the muscles of the minotaurs would become rigid, their defense would increase, and their speed would also rise. But there was a fatal flaw: they could only charge in a straight line. Su-chen slightly tilted his body and drew his long knife. An invisible blade swept across the minotaur's head. The minotaur, carrying an immense force, was split in half by the inertia of its charge. The minotaur's head was severed. The first minotaur was thus killed by Su-chen in an instant. Despite accomplishing this, Su-chen's expression remained cold and devoid of joy. Everything had been within his expectations. Moreover, there were a total of 10 levels, and this was only the 2nd level. There was nothing to be proud of. If he couldn't even clear a mere challenge secret realm collected from a city, how could he compete with the geniuses of the nation, or even the world? Draw and slash. Seizing the opportunity, Su-chen executed another draw and slash, taking the life of the other minotaur. In less than a minute, he cleared the 2nd level. Upon reaching the resting area, Su-chen rested for a full minute before stepping into the 3rd level. Although Su-chen was very confident in his strength, he knew that this resting time could not be wasted. The third level. Again, it was a minotaur, but this one was larger, and its skin color was different, giving off a more ferocious vibe. An elite minotaur? Su Chen murmured, his eyes filled with vigilance. Let's test its level. With that, Su Chen began to battle the elite minotaur. This elite minotaur was even stronger, with tough skin and thick flesh. Its defense is astonishing. If my draw and slash hit it, it would probably only cause minor damage. I need to hit a vital point. The difficulty of this challenge secret realm is really high. Fortunately, the elite minotaur was still quite slow. Its movements held no secrets in Su Chen's eyes. After a stalemate of 2 minutes, Su Chen found an opportunity and struck the elite minotaur's neck with a single blow, taking its life. I can rest for 10 minutes before the 4th level. I should take a good rest and digest the gains from the recent battle, and allocate some points. In the resting room again, Su Chen casually looked at his current information. Name, Su Chen, Vitality, 7. 92 plus, Spirit, 30 plus, Skill, Basic Swordsmanship, Stage 3 1% plus, Advanced Skill, Draw and Slash, Stage 1 80% plus, Energy, 1578. 6. Let's allocate points. First, raise my Vitality to 8. After consuming 8 energy points, his vitality increased to 8, and Su Chen could clearly feel his strength had improved. Let's also increase the Draw and Slash by 2 percentage points. With 80% progress in Draw and Slash, each percentage point required 20 energy, consuming another 40 energy. However, this was merely a drop in the bucket for Su Chen's vast energy reserves. After all, during this time, he had gained resources worth 5 million, with 2 million belonging to the Education Bureau and 3 million to the Star Club, which Su Chen had not yet exchanged. However, Su Chen planned to hold on to them for now. After all, these things wouldn't disappear. He could wait to accumulate more before exchanging for better items. Although he had quite a few resources stored up, Su Chen had a premonition that he would need a lot more in the future. For him, it was just a process of accumulation. Su Chen was waiting for an opportunity, ready to soar to new heights. The monster on the 4th level directly transformed into an elite minotaur, accompanied by 2 ordinary minotaurs. Su Chen spent some time and energy, clearing it in 5 minutes. On the 5th level, the difficulty increased again, turning into 2 elite minotaurs and 2 ordinary minotaurs. Su Chen sustained some minor injuries before he managed to clear the 5th level. The next layer is the 6th level, which is also a mini-boss level. Based on the situation of the 3rd level, it's very likely that new monsters will appear. Upon reaching the resting area, Su Chen decided to continue allocating points. Otherwise, if he got seriously injured on the 6th level, there would be no hope for the next 4 levels. On the other side, Luo Xiao, Xiaoishua, Hong Lin, and Xiao Yang found it very difficult, all passing through the 3rd level at the cost of serious injuries. After clearing the 3rd level, the 4 of them, due to their heavy injuries, did not continue and exited the challenge secret realm. Moreover, their clearing time was relatively long. They basically cleared the 3rd level just as Su Chen entered the 6th level. The time difference was not much, only a few minutes. Qin Ping was somewhat stronger than the 4, passing the 3rd level with minor injuries. However, he also sustained serious injuries on the 4th level and had no choice but to exit. Even if the difficulty of the 5th level did not increase, he felt he had no chance of clearing it. For a time, only Su Chen remained inside, clearing the levels. Outside, Taigu, is the difficulty of this secret realm really that high? Secretary Wang leaned closer to the person in charge of the secret realm, smiling as he asked. Yes, it's particularly high, replied the middle-aged man in military uniform, which had 2 stripes and 1 star. Because every time it opens, due to the high difficulty, the rewards are not much. This secret realm hasn't opened for 3 years, Taigu explained. 3 years, huh? Secretary Wang had only become Secretary Chao's assistant last year and didn't know much about the secret realm, but he had heard people mention that Green City had a particularly difficult challenge secret realm that hadn't opened for many years. Can you tell me about it? Sure, it's boring to just wait anyway, Tiger responded with a smile. The secret realm has a total of 10 levels, but since the establishment of our Green City, no one has ever cleared it. What? No one has cleared it since Green City was established? Secretary Wang showed a shocked expression. It should be noted that Green City has a history of over 1500 years, and countless exceptionally talented individuals have appeared throughout history, yet no one has cleared it? That's right, and I'm not just talking about local people from Green City. Many talented individuals from outside the city have also tried to challenge the secret realm and failed. Tai Ge's words left Secretary Wang in astonishment. Not only did Green City not have anyone clear it, but even those from outside the city didn't? The shock doesn't stop there. If I tell you that since our records began over 800 years ago, the highest record for local people in Green City clearing the secret realm is the 6th level, what would you think? The 6th level? Secretary Wang's heart skipped a beat. Tai Gu, you can't be joking, right? Joking? Tai Gu chuckled. I have no reason to joke with you, this is a fact. Since over 800 years ago, statistics have been kept on those who entered this challenge secret realm. Over the years, only 3 people have cleared the 6th level. The vast majority of the talented individuals in Green City, and I mean the best among them, managing to clear 3 levels is already quite impressive. Those who clear 4 levels take many years to appear. As for 5 levels, TSK, it usually takes more than 10 to 20 years for one to emerge. With Tai Ji's words, the shock on Secretary Wang's face deepened. It's precisely because of this, along with the fact that there are not many openings left for the secret realm, that it hasn't opened much in recent years. After all, clearing just 3 levels, while the rewards are decent, can only be considered good for these individuals. Only those who have hope of passing the 4th layer can possibly unlock it. Tai Ji's words made Secretary Wang nod. No wonder it hadn't been unlocked for so many years. So, Taigu, what do you think of the 6 this time? The 6 of them? I've heard about them too. This year's Green City is indeed quite impressive, but this secret realm is not based on age, but on the corresponding compatibility of their blood values. In that case, apart from Su Chen, the other 5 probably don't have much of an advantage. Most likely, they can only pass the 3rd layer. Chen Ping has a small chance of clearing the 4th layer, and as for Su Chen, he might be able to reach the 5th layer. Taiga shared his speculation, and Secretary Wang thought for a moment, feeling that Taiga made a lot of sense. Just as his words fell, a figure appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. The figure was none other than Chao Yang. Chao Yang's complexion was somewhat pale. The pain he felt was no joke. He had fought hard in the secret realm, losing an arm to defeat that elite Minotaur. The intense pain had nearly caused him to faint. So, as soon as he arrived in the lounge, he barely glanced at the rewards and directly took them out. Am I the first one out? Once he emerged, the intense pain finally subsided, and Chao Yang let out a slight sigh of relief. As soon as he came out, he scanned the surroundings and frowned when he realized he was the only one. Well, Secretary Wang felt a bit awkward. The director's own nephew was the first to come out, which was indeed a bit embarrassing. But just as he finished speaking, someone else came out. It was Hong Lin. As soon as Hong Lin came out, she also looked around to see if anyone was there, and upon seeing Chao Yang, she sighed in relief. Thankfully, she wasn't the first one out. Chao Yang noticed Hong Lin's actions, and the corner of his mouth twitched. This woman was too much. Following that, it was like poking a hornet's nest. Xiao Yishui and Luo Xiu came out of the secret realm one after another, and by this time, 4 people had already emerged. Similar to Hong Lin, after Xiao Yishui and Luo Xiu came out, they also looked around first, and upon seeing others, they relaxed. Especially Luo Xiu, who, upon realizing he was the last of the 4, felt his pale face flush with color. Only Chao Yang's face grew paler. He was furious. By the way, how many layers did you all pass? What rewards did you get? The 4 gathered around Secretary Wang, and Luo Xiu was the first to ask. I passed the 3rd layer and received a blood disaster pill. The reward is not bad. A blood disaster pill? I also passed the 3rd layer, and my reward is also a blood disaster pill. All 4 had passed the 3rd layer and received the same reward, a blood disaster pill. For the 4 of them, the blood disaster pill was a precious strategic resource. Such things, even their parents couldn't provide them with much. Although they all had certain family backgrounds, with elders who were entry-level martial artists, the blood disaster pill was still considered quite valuable, not something they could consume frequently, let alone give it to them. Being able to obtain a blood disaster pill was quite a significant gain for the 4. However, none of them smiled, as they knew that the challenge secret realm had 10 layers, and they had only passed a mere 3. About 10 minutes later, Chen Ping walked out of the challenge secret realm, looking pale. As soon as Chen Ping came out, he began searching for something, and disappointment appeared in his eyes as he looked at Luo Xiu and the others. He still hasn't come out. I've lost to him again, sigh. Chen Ping sighed slightly, his expression forlorn. Chen Ping, you? I only passed the 4th layer. Chen Ping quickly adjusted his state. What was your reward? A blood disaster pill, plus a skill disaster pill. The rewards are decent. Chen Ping no longer had much need for the blood disaster pill. Before the college entrance examination, pushing his vitality to the limit of 9. 9 was not a difficult task for him. With the invitation competition approaching, he urgently needed to enhance his strength, otherwise, he really wouldn't be willing to use it. This skill disaster pill was quite good. He needed this to break through his own skills. This challenge secret realm is really stingy. Every time you open it, you lose 1 chance, and it only gave us this little bit. Chao Yang pouted, and everyone nodded in agreement. Although the vitality disaster pill was good, it still fell short of everyone's expectations. After all, the expectations were too high. The legendary secret realm was said to have the power to change fate. It's down to Su Chen now. I wonder how many levels he will pass. Most likely the same as Chen Ping, 4 levels, but it could also be 5 levels. Su Chen had no idea he was the only one left, and outside, everyone was discussing how many levels he could pass. By the time Chen Ping came out, Su Chen had already cleared the 6th level. Su Chen's complexion was slightly pale. A new type had appeared on the 6th level, the Flame Bullhead Monster. 1 Flame Bullhead Monster, 2 Elite Bullhead Monsters, and 2 Ordinary Bullhead Monsters, a total of 5 Bullhead Monsters in the team. The Flame Bullhead Monster looked similar to the Elite Bullhead Monster, but its muscles were not as robust. It was entirely red, wielding a massive red axe. When the axe swung, it would unleash scorching flames towards Su Chen. This Flame Bullhead Monster could also breathe fire, like a jet of flames, making it extremely troublesome. Su Chen only managed to pass this level after paying a certain price. This challenge secret realm has 10 levels. I've only passed the 6th level and I'm already close to my limit. Su Chen muttered to himself. There was no way around it. Although his talent was decent, it was merely decent and could not compare to those prodigies. Fortunately, Su Chen was diligent enough. Sigh, let's add some points. Su Chen opened the panel again, thought for a moment, and allocated some points to his advanced skills. Let's add some points to vitality as well. After all, there are still 4 levels left, and the difficulty ahead will definitely not be small. If I don't boost it, I'll be in trouble if I get injured later. Name, Su Chen, Vitality, 8. 2+, Spirit, 30+, Skill, Basic Sword Technique, Stage 3 8%+, Advanced Skill, Blade Draw Slash, Stage 1 90%+, Energy, 1350. 6. This should be enough. Su Chen allocated quite a few points this time, mainly to prepare for clearing this secret realm. Adjusting. With the increase in strength, Su Chen's injuries also recovered somewhat. Su Chen was quite self-aware. With his strength, if he didn't add points, the 6th level would be his limit. After 10 minutes of rest, Su Chen's figure disappeared and arrived at the 7th level. The difficulty of the 7th level was not much stronger than the 6th level. It just added 1 more Flame Bullhead Monster. Su Chen realized that the difficulty of this challenge secret realm increased gradually, not suddenly by a lot. Each level increased a little, as if testing where your limit was. The only troublesome issue was the consumption. Each time he passed a level, the rest time was very short, and injuries wouldn't recover. Just like Luo Xiu and the others, they fought hard to pass the 3rd level, but even if the next level's difficulty was the same as the 3rd, they couldn't pass. Blade Draw Slash. Vitality increased by 0.2, and the progress of Blade Draw Slash increased by 8%, which made Su Chen much more composed facing the 7th level. Unhurriedly, after consuming more than 10 minutes, he passed. The 8th level added another Flame Bullhead Monster, and Su Chen also passed it in just over 10 minutes. The 9th level saw another increase in difficulty, with a new type appearing. Bullhead Guardian, a 5-meter-tall bullhead monster wielding a giant shield. The rest was the same as the 7th level, with 2 Flame Bullhead Monsters, 2 Elite Bullhead Monsters, and 2 Ordinary Bullhead Monsters. It had 1 less Flame Bullhead Monster than the 8th level. Kill. The giant shield Minotaur is too difficult to deal with. Its presence seems to enhance the defensive aura of the surrounding Minotaurs. In other words, Su Chen's blade draw has reached 90% progress. If it were still at the previous 82%, it's very likely that a single strike aimed at the elite Minotaur's vital point wouldn't be enough to take it down in one hit. Blade Drawl. Blade Drawl. 6 blade draws took down 6 Minotaurs, leaving only the giant shield Minotaur. Phew, now I can seriously contend with you. With this big guy around, it would be too dangerous not to eliminate the other Minotaurs. Su Chen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Tough. Really tough. Moreover, the shield Minotaur's shield technique is incredibly strong. Su Chen couldn't break through several times with his blade draw. In the end, he had to rely on attrition to wear down the shield Minotaur. Phew, that was tough. During this time, Su Chen didn't continue to use his skill points. He found that battling the shield Minotaur was very effective for solidifying his swordsmanship, quickly digesting the skill points he had just gained. Finally passed the 9th level. Continue. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was finally about to enter the last level. Su Chen was exhausted, his entire outfit soaked as if he had just been pulled out of the water. Congratulations to the challenger for clearing the 9th level. Would you like to continue the challenge? Reminder, the 10th level is the final boss stage, with extreme difficulty. If you give up the challenge now, you can receive 10 blood disaster pills, 10 skill disaster pills, 10 breakthrough disaster pills, plus 1 source pill. If you concede during the 10th level challenge, you will only receive 5 blood disaster pills, 5 skill disaster pills, 5 breakthrough disaster pills, and the source pill reward will be cancelled. How much are the rewards? Upon hearing this reward, Su Chen felt invigorated. 10 of each type of disaster pill is worth at least 200 million. As for what the final source pill is, Su Chen had never heard of it, but being ranked after the breakthrough disaster pill, it must be something extraordinary. The prompt didn't continue, and Su Chen swallowed hard, seeing the countdown begin. Continue, I must continue. Although the rewards were tempting, since he had come this far, if he didn't try the last level, Su Chen would regret it. Moreover, Su Chen was filled with absolute confidence in his strength. If he couldn't handle it, he could just use his skill points. The 10th level is now open. As Su Chen chose to open the 10th level, a beam of light enveloped him, not giving him a chance to react, and he was directly transported to a new place. At the same time, Su Chen felt all the fatigue and exhaustion from before vanish. He now felt only abundant energy and spirit. Young man, no one has come to this place for over 10,000 years. Just as Su Chen was astonished by the current situation, a voice suddenly rang out. Su Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a robust old man with white hair, looking at him with a kind expression. Grandpa, who are you? Su Chen was taken aback, not expecting to see a human in this secret realm. Although the old man's appearance was quite strange, he was as strong as a bull. Who am I? The old man paused for a moment, then stroked his beard and smiled. It's been so many years that I've almost forgotten my name, but it seems someone once called me the Minotaur Elder. Minotaur Elder? Su Chen's eyes widened at the name. What do you think? Isn't it impressive? The Minotaur Elder, who swallows the air like a bull, is me. The smile on the Minotaur Elder's face grew even brighter, making Su Chen doubt the old man's taste. Very impressive. However, Su Chen still gave a heartfelt thumbs up. Judging by the Minotaur Elder's tone, if there was no exaggeration, he had at least lived for over 10,000 years. Over 10,000 years. Su Chen had heard that after martial artists reach a certain level, their lifespan changes, and their longevity increases significantly. But he wasn't clear on the specifics of how much it would increase or how long they could live. Regarding the matter of entry-level martial artists, the vast majority of the populace actually knows very little. The bull-headed elder proudly raised his head, looking quite haughty. Of course, but don't think that by flattering me, I will let you pass this 10th level. However, I can give you a hint. If you can pass this 10th level, you will inherit the legacy I left in this universe. This universe? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Just as he had guessed, the High Martial Continent was merely a grain of sand in the universe. Let's begin, and by the way, I should mention that the guardian of the 10th level is a projection of a bull monster I once subdued. To avoid bullying you, I will control this bull monster to be at the same strength as you. The bull-headed elder smiled playfully. Controlled to be the same as me? Yes, and it will be the same as when you entered. As soon as the bull-headed elder finished speaking, Su Chen felt the ground begin to tremble. Bang! Ha! Bang! Su Chen swallowed hard. This couldn't be that bull monster, could it? Turning around, he saw a gigantic bull monster over 10 meters tall appear behind him. The enormous bull monster had blood-red eyes and wielded a giant battle axe over 10 meters long. The axe was incredibly sharp, and Su Chen could see the gleam it emitted. This is the final boss of the 10th level? Su Chen forced a smile. How could he possibly fight such a large bull-headed monster? Even if the bull monster didn't defend itself and just stood there while Su Chen drew his sword, he probably wouldn't be able to inflict much damage, just some superficial wounds at best. Let's begin. If you want to admit defeat, do it early, as Anyo doesn't hold back. The bull-headed elder's teasing voice came through. How could it possibly hold back? Su Chen scoffed. The bull monster in front of him was like a baby compared to this gigantic bull monster. But since he said that this bull monster's vitality is the same as when I entered, which is 7, 9, then I can fight. But it certainly doesn't look like it only has 7, 9 vitality. Su Chen smiled wryly but did not despair. Roar! The gigantic bull monster let out a roar, and the sheer volume of it made Su Chen's eardrums feel like they were about to burst. Let's take a look. So fast! Just as Su Chen was about to assess the gigantic bull monster's strength, it swung the battle axe, which was several times larger than him, towards him with a speed far beyond his imagination. Fortunately, Su Chen was also known for his speed, and he immediately dodged to the side. Bang! The entire ground was cleaved into a massive pit by the giant battle axe, shaking the earth beneath him. Su Chen's mouth twitched. If he were hit by that axe, he would probably be turned into mush. What an opportunity! Nevertheless, Su Chen seized the moment and leaped towards the gigantic bull monster. With its large size, immense strength, strong defense, and fast attack speed, such a being would be a massive reaper on the battlefield. Fortunately, there is no absolutely perfect existence. Its large size was both an advantage and Su Chen's breakthrough point. Draw the sword slash. He couldn't strike at ordinary places. Doing so would likely only cause extremely minor damage, and whether it would even bleed was uncertain. Su Chen's goal was simple: to target the weak points of the gigantic bull monster for multiple attacks to defeat it. It was a difficult task, but not without opportunity. Before that, let's test its defense. Su Chen's battle knife struck the vulnerable area of the gigantic bull monster's wrist, causing it to tremble and drop the giant battle axe it was about to lift. Roar! The gigantic bull monster let out an angry roar, and its other hand suddenly lunged towards Su Chen as if it were trying to catch a chicken. A little damage was done, leaving a scar, but the amount of blood loss is almost negligible. With a successful strike, Su Chen naturally couldn't stay in place any longer. Seeing the giant palm coming at him, Su Chen jumped towards his shoulder, and the massive bull-headed monster changed direction. Add a bit, increased the blade draw to 91%. The blade draw at 90% progress was only at the peak of proficiency, not enough. Only by reaching 91% could he enter a new stage, allowing for better defense breaking. Consuming 500 energy, blade draw breaks through to 91%. Suddenly, new insights arose from his heart. Su Chen had a new understanding of the blade draw, but the energy consumption was a bit too much, wasn't it? It actually required 500 points to break through, too expensive. Su Chen sighed inwardly and launched another attack at the weak spot of the giant bull-headed monster. This giant bull-headed monster was truly strong. If Su Chen were to face this giant bull-headed monster head-on, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow, but its massive body was its most fatal weakness. Su Chen's reactions were too quick. Relying on the barely effective blade draw, he jumped around the giant bull-headed monster, back and forth. Soon, the giant bull-headed monster let out an extremely furious roar and began to attack its own body frantically. Its body was also covered with the marks left by Su Chen. This kid. The smile on the bull-headed elder's face vanished, turning ashen. He had actually forgotten this. Normally, according to the bull-headed elder's thoughts, those who could challenge the secret realm and reach the 10th level were all geniuses who had honed themselves for a long time at the 9 health limit stage. If his Anyo could control his health at the 9 limit stage, he could fight using part of the entry-level power, and such a situation would never occur. But the problem was, this kid's health value was only 7. 9 was too low, which limited Anyo's methods, making them unusable. Let this kid take advantage. The bull-headed elder was quite troubled. He wanted to select a true super genius who could defeat Anyo head-on, not someone who took shortcuts. However, being able to master skills at this stage with a health of 7, 9 is still acceptable. The bull-headed elder comforted himself, as he could naturally see that, barring any accidents, Anyo was going to lose. He could only console himself this way. The vitality of this giant bull-headed monster was too tenacious, and its recovery ability was extremely formidable. Clearly, it had just opened a wound, and in no time, the bleeding stopped, leaving only a scar. I wonder if this giant bull-headed monster is a type of disaster beast. Su Chen muttered, then focused intently on honing his skills. He couldn't afford to be careless. Facing this giant bull-headed monster, it could make dozens or even hundreds of mistakes, but if Su Chen made a single mistake, he would go down immediately. Fortunately, the giant bull-headed monster was too large. Although it was very fast, Su Chen clung to it and attacked, and its fine movements were slightly dull, leaving it helpless. Blade draw. Finally, the last straw that broke the camel's back appeared. Due to excessive blood loss, the giant bull-headed monster ultimately fell to the ground, turning into specks of starlight and disappearing. The 10th level was successfully cleared. Finally dealt with this big guy. After defeating the giant bull-headed monster, the will that had sustained Su Chen dissipated, and he collapsed onto the ground. This battle took Su Chen nearly an hour. Adding the previous 9 levels, Su Chen had spent over 3 hours in this tower. Although there were breaks in between, the total break time barely added up to half an hour. Such a desperate fight naturally took a huge toll on Su Chen. He could only hold on until now thanks to his willpower. You actually managed to get through. With a wave of the bull-headed elder's hand, Su Chen felt his weary body instantly rejuvenate. The exhaustion on a mental level was restored as well. Su Chen's pupils constricted. This bull-headed elder was quite skilled. Mental exhaustion could hardly be recovered in such a manner. It usually required some precious spiritual materials to restore. Although there is a bit of trickery involved, this elder keeps his word. If you can pass, it's your ability, and you can inherit my legacy. I see you are using the draw sword slash. This move is indeed quite good, but your draw sword slash lacks its essence, only its form. It seems to be an issue with the inheritance. Well, I just happen to have a book on the draw sword slash, so I'll give it to you. With a flick of the bull-headed elder's hand, Su Chen felt as if his brain was expanding. Countless pieces of knowledge surged into Su Chen's mind, and due to the overwhelming amount of information, a look of pain suddenly appeared on his face. It seems a bit beyond the scope. The bull-headed elder showed a wry smile. After all, he wasn't even a first-tier life form, and was indeed too weak. Well, consider yourself lucky to have encountered me. A look of pain also appeared in the bull-headed elder's eyes, and then he pointed into the void. A burst of colorful light exploded directly on Su Chen's body with the elder's gesture. The dazzling rainbow light instantly illuminated the entire space. Su Chen felt countless energies rushing into his body, and then he fainted, collapsing to the ground. Outside, time had quietly passed for more than 10 hours. Secretary Wang waited for over 3 hours before leaving. It was already quite good for him to spare so much time. He couldn't really wait here indefinitely. The crowd had gone from shock to confusion, and finally to numbness. Su Chen, why hasn't he come out yet? Could something have gone wrong? Xiao Yishua's tone was filled with concern. It shouldn't be a problem. After all, even if he dies in this secret realm, it would only be mental damage, and there wouldn't be any real threat of death. Luo Xiu frowned. Although he said this, he was also quite worried. Among those present, Luo Xiu had the best relationship with Su Chen. Luo Xiu had helped Su Chen during his low times, establishing a friendship, so their bond was naturally special. He must have been delayed by something inside, or perhaps Su Chen found a way to rest and recover his state for the challenge, Xiao Yang said casually, and the others agreed. After all, it was impossible to truly die in this secret realm. It seemed that was the only way. What about us? Chen Ping glanced at the others. They had been here since around 9 in the morning. Now it was already 8 in the evening, and they had been standing here waiting. If it weren't for the blood-replenishing pills they had, they would have been starving. Hong Lin and Chao Yang immediately showed signs of restlessness. They didn't want to wait idly. The invitation competition was set to start the day after tomorrow, and they needed to head to the provincial city to prepare for it. They felt it was a waste to spend more than half a day here. If you want to go back, just go ahead. I'll wait a bit longer, Xiao Yishue refused without a second thought. I also plan to wait a bit longer, Luo Xiu said, looking at Xiao Yishue in surprise. You all, he's out. Just as Qin Ping was about to speak, the secret realm door lit up, and a figure appeared. Everyone instantly turned their gaze over, including the secret realm's overseer, Brother Tai. Although it was his first time seeing someone enter this challenge secret realm, as the guardian, he knew quite a bit, yet even so, he hadn't heard of anyone being inside for such a long time. Why does Su Chen look so good? Due to the night, the crowd initially couldn't see clearly. As Su Chen approached, they saw his complexion rosy and a joyful expression on his face, which made them all look surprised. In their minds, even if Su Chen had relied on consuming energy to pass, after such a long time, he couldn't possibly still be in such good condition, right? Su Chen, did you pass? Luo Xiu's intention was to ask how many levels Su Chen had cleared, but to Su Chen, it sounded like something else. Yes, I passed. Su Chen nodded in response, while the others leaned in to listen, but after more than 10 seconds without hearing anything further, confusion appeared on their faces as they looked at Su Chen in astonishment. Why are you all looking at me like that? Su Chen scratched his nose, wondering if it was because he had been inside for too long. He glanced at the sky. Night had already fallen, which made his heart skip a beat. He hoped he hadn't been in there for too long. 2013. Not bad, about 11 hours. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. 11 hours was acceptable. There was no helping it. That bull-headed elder couldn't control his strength and nearly blew him apart twice. If it weren't for his strong will, he might have really been killed by the bull-headed elder. Fortunately, the gains were quite good. According to the bull-headed elder, because Su Chen's body was too weak, he couldn't provide much help, only managing to create a postnatal sword body for him. Later, when Su Chen became a first-tier life form and re-entered the secret realm, he would continue to improve it. That's right, re-enter the secret realm. Because he had cleared this secret realm, Su Chen had now become its master. This meant that Su Chen could completely open or close this secret realm at his personal will. However, because Su Chen's strength was too weak, he couldn't move the secret realm and could only enter and exit freely within a certain range. As for the postnatal sword body the bull-headed elder mentioned, Su Chen didn't quite understand. He only knew that he now had a very special feeling towards swords. His own panel and physical attributes had also changed. Su Chen recalled the panel he had seen in the secret realm. Name, Su Chen Vitality, 8. 5 plus Spirit, 50 plus Physique, Postnatal Sword Body plus Skill, Basic Sword Technique, Stage 3 12% plus, Advanced Skill, Draw Sword Slash, Stage 1 95% plus, Sword Intent Prototype, 1% Energy, 1350. 6. There was no energy consumption. Vitality increased by 0.3 points, Spirit increased by 20 points, Basic Sword Technique increased by 4%, and Draw Sword Slash also increased by 4%. If Su Chen had used energy to increase these, it would have required over 2,000 energy points. The 20 Spirit was a significant boost. However, the most important things were actually the postnatal sword body and the Sword Intent Prototype. Su Chen had heard of Sword Intent before. However, in his previous life, he had never really heard of it in this world. It might exist, but perhaps he just hadn't encountered it due to his limited circle. Regardless of whether it existed or not, from his feelings in the secret realm just now, Su Chen could sense the power of the sword intent prototype. Normally, with his 8.5 vitality, the attack strength of an ordinary punch was around 860 to 870 kilograms. With the enhancement of the third stage basic sword technique, he could easily unleash a force of 1,300 kilograms. Coupled with the sword intent prototype, just that 1% could double the power. This shows the effectiveness of the sword intent prototype. However, Su Chen couldn't yet incorporate this sword intent prototype into the draw sword slash. Or rather, it wasn't that he couldn't, it was just that when using the sword intent prototype, Su Chen couldn't draw his sword that quickly. Su Chen, did you pass the 6th level? Pass the 6th level? Luo Xiu's words interrupted Su Chen's thoughts, and he first showed a look of surprise before realizing that they seemed to be asking not about that, but rather about which level he had passed. How many levels did you all pass? Su Chen did not answer but first asked, we are all at the 3rd level, only Chen Ping has passed the 4th level. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was taken aback. Only the 3rd and 4th levels? In that instant, he dismissed the idea of revealing his own success in the secret realm. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Having passed through a secret realm and holding control over it, no one could imagine how those in power would treat him if they found out. Su Chen did not want to entrust his fate to the kindness of others. Well, I passed the 6th level, Su Chen replied, deciding to say he only passed the 6th level. Passing the 6th level was enough to prove his talent. After all, even Chen Ping had only passed the 4th level. What? You actually passed the 6th level? This was not said by Luo Xiu and the others, but by the soldier Taigu who was watching from the side. He suddenly lunged at Su Chen, his face filled with shock. Su Chen quickly took a step back, a multitude of question marks appearing on his forehead. It was just passing the 6th level. Was such a huge reaction necessary? Yes. Good. Taigu immediately burst into laughter. Xiao Shua noticed Su Chen's confusion and quietly explained, since we in Green City began to record the levels passed in this secret realm over 800 years ago, only 3 people have passed the 6th level until now. In nearly 100 years, not a single one has passed. The highest was only the 5th level. Xiao Yishua's words surprised Su Chen. Was the 6th level that difficult? Fortunately, he had only mentioned passing the 6th level. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. With the ability to pass the 6th level, he was sure to attract attention. Su Chen, what rewards did you receive? After laughing, Taigu looked at Su Chen with anticipation. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Since there was a record, there should be rewards for the 6th level as well, right? 10 blood disaster pills, 7 skill disaster pills, 3 breakthrough disaster pills, and 1 blood baptism. Just as Su Chen was pondering, the voice of the bull-headed venerable echoed in his mind. This made Su Chen once again marvel at the strength of the bull-headed venerable. Truly extraordinary. 10 blood disaster pills, 7 skill disaster pills, 3 breakthrough disaster pills, and 1 blood baptism, Su Chen stated seriously. Indeed, it is the 6th level. Taigu breathed a sigh of relief. Very few people knew about this reward, and even the current director of the Education Bureau would have a low probability of knowing. Great! I will report this information right away. Also, Su Chen, please leave me a phone number. We will provide you with certain resource support. Okay, this is my mobile number. Su Chen gave his number to Taigu, who solemnly noted it down and even called Su Chen once. Su Chen, this is my number. If you encounter any issues in Green City or Haishi, you can call me for help, Taigu said earnestly. Thank you, Su Chen replied, only to see the 5 others nearly drooling. 10 blood disaster pills, 7 skill disaster pills, 3 breakthrough disaster pills. Such a large amount of disaster pills, even an entry-level martial artist might not be able to obtain. Disaster beasts are not so easy to kill. Usually, 3 to 5 disaster beasts would drop 1 disaster beast core needed to refine disaster pills. Moreover, there is a very strange rule. If your blood vitality exceeds a certain percentage of the disaster beasts, no matter how many disaster beasts you kill, you will not drop a disaster beast core. In such circumstances, the number of disaster beast cores becomes even scarcer. If I could get such a large amount of disaster pills, I would be confident to break into the top 20 in the 3rd simulation test. Chao Yang couldn't help but murmur to himself. Talent is one aspect, but resources are also extremely important in the process of cultivation. Just like under the same talent conditions, those who eat basic blood vitality pills every day and those who eat blood disaster pills every day will have a significant difference. But if someone eats the chi blood pill every day and occasionally gets a chi blood disaster pill or a skill disaster pill, the gap would be even larger. A local tycoon once said that for them, they could easily rely on resources to cultivate a top 10 super genius in the province, even if that person is quite ordinary. However, the cost is too high, and such a super genius cultivated this way would almost certainly not be able to advance in rank, making it completely unnecessary. In Haishi City, at the Education Bureau's admissions office. Aren't you participating? Are you saying this event is meaningless to you? The deputy director of the admissions office opened his mouth to say something upon hearing the words on the other end of the line, but thinking of the other party's strength, he couldn't bring himself to speak. Beep beep beep. He just wanted to persuade a bit more, but the call on the other end had already hung up. It seemed the other party made this call just to inform him of their personal thoughts. Hearing the busy tone, the deputy director forced a bitter smile. If it were anyone else who dared to hang up like that, he would definitely be angry, even showing them some color. But facing this person, he couldn't muster any anger. The other party had that qualification. Sigh, if you want to give up, then give up. With your strength, going in would indeed be a slaughter, with no sense of participation at all. But this kind of seed player, just right, we can add Su Chen's name in. The next day, the Provincial Education Bureau issued an announcement. Because seed player Lin Xia has been specially recruited by the imperial capital Martial University, he will not participate in this invitation tournament, so a new seed player has been added. The information of the new seed player is now announced. Green City, Su Chen. As soon as the news broke, the entire province was once again in an uproar. Su Chen? Is he the super skill genius? Yes, it's him. Great, I hope I can be in the same group as Su Chen, then I would have a chance. Same wish +1. Same wish plus 10,086. Su Chen has also become a seed player? Adli City no. 2 High School, Fan Rui saw Su Chen's information and grinned. If this guy got eliminated just because he wasn't a seed player, that would be pointless. Just right, this way we can have a fair match. Su Chen, I believe in you. As the news of Su Chen becoming a seed player spread, the entire high school scene in Haishi province felt like a storm was brewing. As for Lin Xia's withdrawal from the competition, no one was surprised. The only ranked martial artist participating in such a competition indeed had no meaning. However, they also breathed a sigh of relief. With one less freak, it was equivalent to their collective ranking going up by 1, and there was one less death group, creating more opportunities. Amidst this brewing storm, the invitation tournament officially began. On April 22nd, the venue for the invitation tournament was the Sports Square in Haishi City. The Sports Square in Haishi City was naturally incomparable to the Green City Sports Square. The scale was simply different. It is said that the Haishi City Sports Square can accommodate 1 million people. The entire stadium is equipped with high-tech devices, many of which are the latest. Just like the kilometer-long straight track, they can fully utilize high-tech capabilities to allow 300 people to compete at the same time. They did the same during testing. However, their straight track is retractable, and when not in use, it can be covered to free up the space. Besides this, there are many other functions that can turn this stadium into a place suitable for various activities at any time. Before 8 in the morning, all the participants, led by the staff, arrived at their respective venues. There were 624 participants. This number corresponds to those who were admitted to the Dual Key Martial University last year. Because Lin Xia did not come, and Su Chen filled in, the number remains 624. The 32 seed players selected first were displayed prominently on the big screen, with enlarged in bold text. Behind them were 18 to 19 others, randomly sorted through the internet. Aside from the seeded players, everyone else entered randomly, and no one could manipulate the outcome. The first round of the competition was quite simple, a free-for-all. A group of 19 to 20 people would enter a large arena to engage in battle. When only 2 people remained in the group, the free-for-all would end, and those 2 would advance to the second round. The rules were harsh. From 19 to 20 participants, only 2 would advance, and each group also had a seeded player, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty significantly. Is it really that hard? Even Su Chen showed surprise in his eyes upon seeing the competition rules. The rules from previous years were not this brutal. It seemed the rumors online were true. These rules changed every year, completely unpredictable. Naturally, some questioned the competition rules, but the Education Bureau's response was that this was to select truly outstanding combat geniuses, not those who only focused on superficial strength. Moreover, this competition format was suggested by the Imperial Martial Arts and Demon Martial Arts. Once this was said, even those who doubted had little to say. The competition officially began against this backdrop. The leaders of the Education Bureau knew everyone disliked unnecessary chatter, so they spoke a few words before stepping down, handing the time over to the competition. At that moment, the clock struck 8:20. Please welcome the 20 contestants from the first group to the stage, and the second group should also be ready. The big screen displayed the groups. Su Chen was number 6 and the seeded player of Group 6, standing in the first position, particularly eye-catching. Su Chen glanced at the names behind his on the list and indeed saw 2 or 3 familiar names. One was Li Yun, and the other was Yen Shushue. He seemed to have seen these names during training camp, but he couldn't recall the specifics. Awesome, I actually matched with Su Chen this time. In the contestant area, as soon as the match was announced, Yen Shushue began searching for her name. She immediately locked onto Su Chen's group because it was the most promising. Her provincial ranking this time was decent, 62nd. This rank was somewhat awkward. With 32 groups and 2 advancing from each, the top 64 could qualify, but since Lin Xia wasn't participating, it meant the top 65 could advance. However, results didn't represent absolute strength. If those ranked lower had bad luck in matching, and there were several strong contenders in one group, it could be problematic. But matching with Su Chen made things much more comfortable. First of all, with Su Chen's identity, he will definitely be targeted by everyone, because he can't win everyone over. While they acknowledge his talent and skills, his vitality shouldn't exceed 8.5, right? Images of being eliminated by Su Chen twice during training camp unconsciously flashed in Yen Shushue's mind, and for some reason, she felt a bit anxious. Not to that extent, as long as I perform well, my chances of advancing are still quite high. I can't deny Su Chen's talent in this area. I'm not even worthy to carry his shoes, but in a battle of vitality, I won't lose to him. Yen Shushue's confidence returned. The first match then began. The 20 contestants entered the competition arena. As a seeded player, Su Chen had a label that attracted a lot of hostility. Lu Lianhai and Xiao Yang are here, and the seeded player of this first group is the third-ranked Wang Yuntao. Lu Lianhai was the top student from Ting City No. 1 High School. Su Chen's gaze fell on Wang Yuntao. Wang Yuntao was one of the 2 favorites to win this competition. A local from Haishi, he attended Haishi No. 1 High School and was skilled in marksmanship, mastering the point gun technique, earning him the nickname Little Gun God. If it weren't for Lin Xia's overwhelming presence, Wang Yuntao's strength would have qualified him to compete for the provincial champion in previous years. These thoughts surfaced in Su Chen's mind as he saw Wang Yuntao's name. At the same time, a hint of battle intent appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Lin Xia couldn't defeat him for now, but Wang Yuntao's words were worth a try. I just don't know how strong he is. I guess we won't be able to tell later anyway. While pondering, the 20 people stepped onto the stage. Under the referee's instructions, they each took their positions, ready for battle. There were quite a few referees for this competition, 1 main referee, 2 assistant referees, and 2 aides. All 5 were entry-level martial artists, present to avoid any potential crises as much as possible. From the discussions around him, Su Chen also learned who Wang Yuntao was. Wang Yuntao held a bright silver spear, wearing a nonchalant smile on his face. The others tried to avoid Wang Yuntao's direction, even someone like Fan Rui did the same. Lu Lianhai was proud and combative, but he wasn't a fool. Why charge in when he knew it was futile? That would be pure foolishness. At the start of the match, you can concede at any time. As long as you concede, we will immediately ensure your safety. Also, if we notice any threat to your life, we will interrupt the match at any time. Safety first, competition second, understood? Understood. Then the match begins. Begin. As the main referee's voice fell, most of the people on the field moved. The competition was a competition, but many of them did not come to seize the top 2 spots for advancement. Many were self-aware. Their purpose in participating was to showcase their strength in front of those 10 universities, hoping to be selected as special recruits. The treatment for special recruits was much better than for ordinary students. Even those capable of getting into the 2 top universities had a small portion of lower-ranked individuals yearning for the special recruit spots at the other 8 schools. The 2 top martial universities were indeed better, but whether being at the bottom of those 2 was better than being a special recruit at one of the 8 key martial universities was a matter of perspective. Kill. No one charged at Wang Yuntao, not a single person. Wang Yuntao was not surprised by this scene. He leaned casually on his spear, watching the match up close. Lian Yun blade technique. Lu Lianhai swung his great sword, instantly unleashing several strikes. I'm going to die. Lu Lianhai's opponent was stunned by his swordsmanship. He had just randomly picked an opponent, not expecting to hit a solid wall. I concede. He knew that if he didn't concede now, he would really be finished. As soon as his words fell, the great sword stopped less than 3 inches from his forehead. My apologies. The man immediately slumped to the ground, and the next second, he felt a lightness all over. By the time he realized what happened, he had already been thrown out. The man smiled bitterly. Not only had he failed to showcase his strength, but he had also lost face. 1. After defeating one person, Lu Lianhai did not pause and immediately turned his gaze to the surroundings. The previous strike had been blocked, but Lu Lianhai didn't feel much. the referee had done a good job of mitigating the force. The others were also engaged in battle. However, a few who were close to Lu Lianhai noticed his strength and collectively stopped their actions, all rushing towards Lu Lianhai. They all knew that Lu Lianhai's strength was above theirs. If they didn't defeat him first, they wouldn't have a chance. As for their own matters, they would deal with them after defeating Lu Lianhai, otherwise, it was all just empty talk. The entire arena was in chaos, but the area where Wang Yuntao stood was a peaceful land, untouched by anyone. This kind of chaotic battle looked quite interesting and tested a person's overall quality. Being strong did not necessarily mean one could laugh last. Just like Lu Lianhai was eliminated, he was too ostentatious. If he had been a bit more low-key at the beginning, with his score of 58 in the provincial test, he might have had a chance to advance. In the end, Xiao Yang remained. Xiao Yang was more cautious, he knew his strength was decent, and as long as he was careful, he had a chance to stay. At the start, he chose an opponent who didn't seem strong, matching his strength to keep it even, and then waited until Lu Lianhai had eliminated several people. When there were not many left on the field, Xiao Yang suddenly surged and secured second place in his group. The old 6 incident of Xiao Yang also gave many people more ideas, leading to even more scheming later on. The seed player in the second round was Fan Rui, who had acquaintances of Su Chen among them. However, Fan Rui did not have the same intimidating presence as Wang Yuntao. At the start, several people rushed towards Fan Rui, and it wasn't until he used his blood slaughter battle axe to knock down several opponents that everyone began to distance themselves from him. The competition continued, and soon it was the 6th match. The seed players from the previous 5 matches had all advanced, with no one eliminated. Everyone had witnessed the strength of the major seed players, which was indeed impressive, living up to their title. It's my turn. Su Chen stood up, finally able to fight properly. He hoped his opponent wouldn't disappoint him. A hint of battle intent flickered in Su Chen's eyes. It's Su Chen's group. I envy them. The seed players in the first 5 groups were too strong, meaning there's only one spot for so many competitors in the later groups. But in this group, there are 2 spots to compete for. Do you look down on Su Chen that much? After all, he is a genius in skills, and his vitality has increased. Increased? At most, his vitality is only around 8. 2, right? Who here doesn't have a vitality of at least 8? His skills are indeed strong, but Su Chen doesn't have the crushing strength of the seed players in the earlier groups. In that case, several people will definitely team up against him, and Su Chen will surely be at a disadvantage. The speaker was a pale-faced scholar, waving a fan in his hand. I still think Su Chen can secure a spot. Then let's wait and see. Amidst the discussions, the 20 contestants for the 6th match took the stage. The vast majority of the gazes turned towards them, clearly showing that everyone was very interested in Su Chen. Even Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi cast their eyes over, filled with curiosity. They didn't see Su Chen as a rival, they were simply curious about this topic king, nothing more. For the 2 of them, aside from each other, there was no one in Haishi worth considering as a rival. You mentioned Lin Xie? Nonsense, they had never regarded that freak Lin Xie as a competitor. Su Chen, I'm also looking forward to your strength. On the contestant bench, Su Chen had quite a few old acquaintances. Excluding Su Chen, there were 21 participants from Ildu. There were also those who trained together in the training camp last time, such as Fan Rui, Fan Xian, and those like Tu Mingji who looked down on Su Chen. Additionally, there were others from different training camps who had crossed paths with Su Chen and had gone to receive rewards from the governor, all of whom were particularly curious about Su Chen's combat abilities. They had all lost to Su Chen in the virtual space, but many were actually unconvinced. For instance, Tu Mingji was particularly unconvinced. Combat wasn't solely about skills. In the virtual space, everyone's physical qualities were controlled at the same level, which he found particularly unfair. Go for it, Su Chen. Let them see your true strength. Xiao Yixue, Luo Xiu, and others had quite a bit of confidence in Su Chen, as they believed he could clear the challenge in the 6th layer of the secret realm. Even if there were reasons for taking shortcuts, it couldn't deny Su Chen's strength. As everyone watched, the referee announced the start of the match. On the stage, Yan Shushue held a long sword. She did not attack Su Chen immediately. In her mind, there were definitely many people who would attack him. There was no need for her to rush in. As long as she preserved her strength, she could wait for the right moment to explode like Xiao Yang. Kill. Thunder gun technique. Listening snow sword technique. Flame Dragon Dominance Blade. Just as Yan Shushue had anticipated, at the very beginning, 3 people simultaneously charged at Su Chen. All 3 were strong, with the most powerful one likely ranking within the top 100 in the province, while the other 2 could also make it into the top 200. If she were to face such an attack, it would not be easy. She would inevitably have to trade injury for injury. Draw blade slash. Just when everyone thought Su Chen was intimidated by the three's attack, he moved. Not good. The chief referee had not intervened in the previous 5 chaotic battles. For these entry-level martial artists, the movements of these people were too slow. They could easily save themselves with less than 0.1 seconds to spare before the attack landed. As the chief referee, he was naturally the strongest among the 5, belonging to a whole other level of strength. He was here as a precaution. With his strength, as long as he stood there, he could observe the entire situation, serving as the last line of defense. He had been very calm, but at the moment Su Chen drew his blade, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he instinctively made a move. Su Chen's speed was too fast, so fast that even he could not intercept Su Chen's attack in time. Instinctively, he could only swing towards Su Chen. Su Chen sensed the danger, his movement slightly faltering, and the chief referee instantly arrived in front of the 3, blocking Su Chen's draw blade slash. Countless cold sweats appeared on the chief referee's forehead. It was so close, just a little bit. With his strength, he could naturally foresee the outcome. If he had been even a moment slower, Su Chen would have taken out all 3 with a single slash. It was too fast. From the moment Su Chen made his move to the chief referee intervening, everything happened in an instant. Many people present did not notice what had happened, including Yen Shushue, who had been paying attention to this side, and she looked puzzled. Why did the chief referee suddenly intervene? You 3 are eliminated. The chief referee blocked Su Chen's attack, and this time, the impact from blocking Su Chen's attack caused him some embarrassment. We are eliminated? The 3 still did not realize that they had just been hanging by a thread. They were only confused about what had just happened. One of them even seemed to question the referee, as if the chief referee was favoring Su Chen, otherwise, Su Chen might have already lost. However, as a strong figure among entry-level martial artists, the chief referee naturally would not waste time talking to these people and simply waved his hand to send the 3 out. Just now, on the contestants' bench, very few people had seen Su Chen's movements clearly. Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi had seen it, but even they could not grasp it fully. Once they noticed Su Chen's draw blade slash, both stood up from their seats, their earlier calmness gone from their eyes. They exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. His draw blade slash just now seems to be at the minor completion stage, right? Yes, and his blade drawing speed is extremely fast. He must have made some achievements even at the minor completion stage. Their tone was filled with astonishment. After all, even they had only just broken through to the minor completion stage in high-level techniques in the past 2 days. Moreover, seeing Su Chen's blade drawing speed so fast, it seemed to surpass the speed typical of this stage. They found it hard to comprehend. On the high platform, the 2 supreme martial arts universities, along with the teachers from the 8 dual-focus martial arts universities, had originally appeared indifferent. They all had the information on the contestants, and Su Chen was no exception. The teachers from the 8 key martial universities were quite interested in Su Chen, and several of them were considering the possibility of offering him a special admission slot if he performed well in the upcoming competition. As for the 2 top martial universities, they were only interested in Lin Xie, but Lin Xie had already been recruited by the Imperial Martial University. As for Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi, they were decent. They were on the edge of special admission, and such talents were nearly top tier in Haishi province, but on a national level, they were just average. Not many, but not too few either. However, the moment they saw Su Chen draw his blade, all 10 teachers reacted. Who said this kid's vitality wouldn't exceed 8? 2, just that burst just now definitely won't be lower than 8. 5, to go from 3, 5 to 7, 6 in a month, and then use another 10 days to raise his vitality to 8. 5, that's some impressive talent. But what's even more concerning is his talent for high-level techniques. The eyes of the teachers from the 2 top martial universities lit up. Their insight allowed them to see much more than what Wang Yuntao and the others could. While Wang Yuntao and the others were focused on Su Chen's progress in drawing his blade, they were observing Su Chen's understanding of the technique. It seemed he was almost touching the essence of the blade's intent, right? They hadn't expected to encounter such a promising talent on this trip to Haishi. Not bad, they could pursue this. The 2 exchanged glances, both understanding each other's thoughts. Of course, they only felt that Su Chen was worthy of special admission, but just worthy enough. They could try to pursue it. Even if they couldn't recruit him, it wouldn't matter, as it was completely different from Lin Xie's significance. The competition continues. Su Chen and the others in the arena were unaware of the thoughts of those above. After the main referee asked the 3 to leave, he expressionlessly addressed Su Chen. All right. Su Chen nodded, not caring about what had just happened, only murmuring to himself, I should have taken it slower, I overestimated them. Su Chen had originally thought that the entry-level martial artists could easily block his attacks, so he intended to be serious, to make an example and show some strength. Now it seemed their abilities were not as terrifying as he had imagined. What had just happened was completely lost on the other 16 participants. All they saw was the three attacking Su Chen, then Su Chen's hand on the hilt of his blade, and then, the referee intervened. Wait! Many suddenly realized. The scene they had just witnessed seemed to show the referee blocking Su Chen's blade. But when did Su Chen draw his sword? Yan Shushua suddenly recalled that during their time in the virtual space, she had mistakenly thought there was a bug because she hadn't seen Su Chen's blade draw clearly. Now, thinking back, Yan Shushua couldn't help but swallow hard. Can this guy really be that fast outside too? Damn, I must stay away from this freak. At that moment, Yan Shushua completely abandoned the idea of competing with Su Chen for a position. This guy was a monster. The situation just now likely meant that Su Chen had almost taken out those three with a single strike, and the referee had intervened suddenly. It must be like that. Realizing this, Yan Shushue immediately retreated. She just wanted to distance herself from Su Chen. Stay away from danger. The others who realized the truth also moved away from Su Chen. They had misjudged him. This Su Chen was not someone to be easily dealt with. This guy was one of the most terrifying individuals. Only a few naive youths still thought the referee was being unfair and charged at Su Chen. This time, the main referee kept a close watch on Su Chen. As soon as these fools were in danger, he would intervene immediately. Su Chen seemed to sense his thoughts and slowed down his blade drawing speed. These people were too weak. Even among the 624 participants in this competition, the lowest vitality was above 8, and among those charging at him, one even had a vitality of 8.6. But facing these people was as simple as dealing with small monsters. Blade draw. Another strike, 3 down. The referee acted instantly. To make the three feel the crisis, he deliberately waited until the attack was about to land on them before intervening and sending them away. Now everyone could see clearly. Su Chen slightly tilted his body. This time he did not use the blade drawing strike but swung his large knife to block the attacks of the other two. In the next second, with extremely skillful basic sword techniques, Su Chen defeated the two with just 2 strikes. By now, Su Chen had already eliminated 8 people. Everyone finally understood Su Chen's strength. This guy was definitely not a lamb to be slaughtered but a dangerous tiger. The area around Su Chen fell silent. His strength garnered everyone's attention, and many competitors in the audience showed expressions of shock. How can Su Chen be so abnormal? Isn't his vitality only 8.2? Tu Mingji's heart was roaring in frustration. He was unwilling to lose to Su Chen in the virtual space and wanted to regain his honor outside. He had been full of confidence, but now he felt he was no match for Su Chen. The speed of Su Chen's strike was too fast. Asking himself, he realized he couldn't block it. This guy Su Chen. Han Huaping felt it the most deeply because he specialized in the blade drawing strike. He originally thought he had a gap with Su Chen in this area, but it was a gap he could catch up to. But today, he wore a bitter smile. The gap was too large. Countless people were speechless, not knowing what to say. The forums and message boards of the entire Haishi province were once again dominated by Su Chen, but this time no one criticized him or mentioned his insufficient vitality. The screen was filled with praises for Su Chen. Truly impressive. By the way, do you think Su Chen has a chance to compete for the championship? At that moment, a message appeared on the forum that shocked everyone. Championship? Competing for the championship with Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi? Many people instinctively wanted to answer, impossible. But just as they typed it, they deleted it. Impossible? They had thought the same before. The competition continued without any changes after Su Chen revealed his strength. The other person advancing from Su Chen's group was Yan Shushue, but her path to advancement was not easy. There were more than just her in the arena. Besides Yan Shushue, there was another man with a similar ranking who also held back his strength. In the end, this man saw that there were not many people left and was the first to explode. After that, Yan Shushue seized the opportunity and secured the second spot for this round. The subsequent matches had all sorts of situations. Even schemes and undercover tactics were employed. This led to many who could rank in the top 64 of the province being eliminated, including 5 seeded players who were taken down. The 32 matches lasted for more than half a day before concluding. Su Chen watched the entire event. Overall, the competition was quite interesting. The first round of the melee has ended. Now, we invite the 2 members from each group who advanced to the stage to draw lots and determine their opponents. Seated players to the left for the draw, non-seated players to the right. The staff guided the advancing participants to their respective positions, standing according to their groups. The 5 seated players who were eliminated naturally had their seed spots given to the best performers. A total of 64 people, with 32 on each side. Su Chen actually knew quite a few of them. The luck of this year's Green City was relatively good. Jinping, Luo Xiu, and the other 3 all advanced, making it 6 people including Su Chen, 2 seated spots and 4 non-seated spots. There were also Fan Rui from Li City No. 2 and 2 Mingji from Xiang City No. 2, along with a few others from different training camps, such as the 3 heroes from Hai City and Guayaxian. All counted, there were more than 10 people, occupying at least a quarter of the spots. As everyone entered, the atmosphere in the arena grew heavier. The second round of the competition is the traditional head-to-head format, with pairs competing until the final first place is determined. However, to ensure the advantage of the seeded players, the opening of the second round will feature seeded players versus non-seeded players, determining the top 32 before starting the random draw. The match to advance from 64 to 32 will take place at 8 p.m., while the rest of the schedule will be tomorrow. The draw begins. According to the number of each group, the draw started. Only the seeded players would draw lots, selecting non-seeded players to compete against. Su Chen was the 6th, and it was almost his turn. Tu Mingji? Su Chen casually drew a name, not paying much attention. After all, Su Chen's goal was first place. A smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. Regarding Tu Mingji's slanderous remarks about him in the training camp, someone from the elite class had informed Su Chen. Although Su Chen didn't care what others said and wouldn't deliberately seek revenge, since this person had come to him, it would be rude not to treat him well, right? After each seeded player finished drawing, the person in charge would have the results displayed on the big screen, and then someone would fill in the information. What? Tu Mingji's face turned slightly pale when he saw that he had been drawn by Su Chen. Why him? Tu Mingji roared inwardly. If he hadn't seen Su Chen's lightning-fast draw, he might have had some confidence. But now, he really wasn't very sure. My vitality is 8, 9, and my breaking spirit halberd is at 49%. As long as I'm careful, there's still a chance. Tu Mingji forced himself to calm down. He couldn't panic. But why him? Tu Mingji sighed. If it were anyone else, losing would just be losing. But with Su Chen, he had said quite a bit of bad stuff about him in the training camp and even outside of it, claiming that if he faced Su Chen, he would definitely make Su Chen unable to find his teeth. Now, heaven had given him this opportunity, but Tu Mingji wasn't too keen on cherishing it. The draw was completed. The expressions of most non-seeded players were not good, especially those who drew Wang Yuntao and others, their eyes revealing despair. How could they perform? There was simply no way to perform. However, no one wanted to admit defeat. Although this was a competition, for most people, the most important thing was still to showcase themselves, showing their strongest side, letting the 2 major martial arts universities, or even the 2 supreme martial arts universities, notice them was their most important task. Alright, now everyone go back and rest, have something to eat. At 7:50 p.m., be on time for entry, as the random matchups will begin then, and at 8 p.m., the competition will start. Okay. The time was approaching 6 p.m., so it was indeed about time to eat. After eating and resting for a while, they would continue with the next matches. The competition side had naturally prepared meals, but only for the 64 advancing contestants. The others who were eliminated had to go out to eat on their own. The food was plentiful. There was even a lot of disaster beast meat. Su Chen feasted, directly replenishing 15 energy, making his smile exceptionally bright. Although Su Chen had plenty of resources, this time he had also obtained 10 vitality disaster pills, 10 skill disaster pills, 10 breakthrough disaster pills, and 1 source pill from the Bullhead Sovereign. That's right, the Bullhead Sovereign had given Su Chen the 9th level reward he had previously tempted him with, which significantly increased Su Chen's resources. 13 vitality disaster pills, 11 skill disaster pills, 11 breakthrough disaster pills, 1 source pill. These were the pills Su Chen had. As for the vitality pills, Su Chen had directly exchanged for 170 at school, clearing out the school's points. Su Chen originally had 320,000 points at school, and after taking first place in the city and 36th in the province, the school rewarded him with 2 million points as a reward for being first. Besides that, last week's settlement also gave Su Chen 400,000 points. Moreover, the principal told Su Chen that he would continue to give him 400,000 points every week until the college entrance examination. 72 million points correspond exactly to 170 blood chi pills, neither more nor less. The resources Su Chen has are indeed increasing, to the point where he can't use them all. The 185 million in his bank account has no place to be spent. Su Chen transferred 350,000 to his parents and kept 1.5 million for himself. It's not that Su Chen didn't want to transfer more, but his parents wouldn't accept it. It took a long time for them to agree to take this 350,000. There are still 10 million points unused at the club. In addition, due to Su Chen's outstanding performance in the secret realm, the Green City Army also granted him a resource subsidy of 2 million. The City Lord's Mansion even inquired about Su Chen's housing situation and promised that if Su Chen could make it into the top 10 this time, they would gift his family a 150 square meter apartment in the happy community. Naturally, Su Chen was filled with fighting spirit for this. With so many resources, plus over 1,000 energy points on him, Su Chen's resources were still quite abundant. During this time, Wang Yuntao came over to get to know Su Chen. He was very enthusiastic and an interesting genius. As for Chen Ping and the others, they naturally gathered around Su Chen as the core. Even Fan Rui and the three heroes of Haiqing joined in, making it quite lively. At 1950, it quickly arrived. The audience in the evening was even more than during the day, with at least 300,000 to 500,000 spectators. Only the Haishi Sports Square was large enough, otherwise, it would have been really difficult to accommodate so many people. Start. As the 64 contestants took the stage and sat in their respective seats, the big screen began to sort the matchups. 32 matches were lined up in order. The first match, Su Chen vs. Tu Mingji. So soon it's me? Su Chen showed a look of surprise, then smiled. That's good. Finishing early means he can go back to rest. As for the subsequent matches, Su Chen wasn't interested. He really wasn't interested. It wasn't arrogance, it was just that Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi's opponents were too weak. There was no point in staying to observe the enemy. How could he watch them take someone out? Su Chen had no interest in that. The chaotic battle during the day was worth watching, but this was unnecessary. So soon? Tu Mingji's expression wasn't good. He had been comforting and hypnotizing himself all evening, but his inner sense of unease grew stronger. The order for the subsequent matches was also announced. Su Chen glanced over and saw that Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi were both beyond the 20th match, so there was even less reason to wait. Finish early and wrap it up, Su Chen muttered, still sitting in his place. The match officially started at 2000 hours, and there were still several minutes left. They had to wait for the host to call them up. As the matchups were confirmed, the surrounding audience began to discuss. The contestants who had been eliminated naturally could not enter the contestant seats, but the officials, considering their status, still gave them special close positions so they could watch the matchup close. Su Chen, the first match is Su Chen, great. Finally, we can see Su Chen's blade slash. But who is this Tu Mingji? I've never heard of him. Tu Mingji? I don't know what kind of character he is, but he made it to the finals, so his strength shouldn't be weak, right? I know Tu Mingji, he's the top genius from Xiangqingno 2 High School, and his ranking in this provincial quality inspection is not bad, 68th. 68th? If he can advance, his luck is still okay. But do you think Su Chen can take out Tu Mingji in one move? Isn't that obvious? That's true. None of the audience below had any faith in Tu Mingji. After all, Su Chen had taken out someone weaker than Tu Mingji during the chaotic battle. It was likely that only Tu Mingji himself was unable to recognize the reality, still immersed in the self-brainwashing he had done. In fact, many people just can't see themselves clearly. Some think they are the best in their school and can rank among the top 2 in the entire city, feeling quite impressive. But in reality, when placed on a national scale, they wouldn't even make it to the 3rd tier, let alone the top tier. Please have both contestants come to the stage. As the host's voice fell, Su Chen slowly stood up, his demeanor calm and composed. On the other side, Tu Mingji swallowed hard, standing up with a somewhat pale face. The pressure on him was immense, truly immense. The situation of both contestants was clearly imprinted in everyone's eyes. The difference was obvious. The distance from the contestants' seats to the battlefield was very close. The size of the battlefield was also much smaller than the chaotic arena during the day, reduced to a 50 by 50 scale. The 2 contestants entered the stage, about 10 meters apart. The battle begins. Without any hesitation, the referee announced the start as soon as both sides were ready. My strength is definitely not weaker than Su Chen's. Die for me. Once on stage, Tu Mingji suppressed the unease in his heart, gripping his steel broadsword tightly, and with all his might, he swung down hard. Lightning blade slash. It was indeed quite imposing. Unfortunately, in Su Chen's eyes, this strike was far too low in skill. The speed was also too slow. Too slow? Where's your electricity? Su Chen smirked, slightly shifting his body to evade Tu Mingji's attack, casually flicking his wrist, and without even drawing his sword, he sent Tu Mingji's steel broadsword flying away. This casual display was akin to bullying a child. Ha! Tu Mingji was completely stunned. Where was his sword? How could Su Chen possibly have knocked his sword away like that? Shouldn't their battle have been a fierce exchange of 300 rounds, only to barely determine a victor in the end? You lost. Su Chen's sword remained sheathed, the scabbard pointed at Tu Mingji's forehead, his tone flat. I lost. Tu Mingji sat down on the ground in shock, his eyes losing their light. He had been easily defeated by someone he once looked down upon. So strong. Compared to Tu Mingji's inner thoughts, the others were wide-eyed. They had anticipated Su Chen defeating Tu Mingji, but they hadn't expected Su Chen to win without even drawing his sword, just with a flick and a thrust. Tu Mingji lost. Has Su Chen's basic swordsmanship reached the third stage? Tisk tsk, terrifying indeed. The third stage, besides those three, has anyone else reached the third stage this year? Our Haishi is really impressive. Yes, last year our entire Haishi only had 2 people advance to the national top 100, and now with these 3, if Su Chen joins, that makes 4. Don't celebrate too early. This year there are not just our Haishi talents, but many more geniuses from other provinces than before. Su Chen was unaware of the discussions among the crowd. Having won the match, he left the stage. Before leaving, he greeted quite a few people. The matches the next day were more compact. In the morning, 16 advanced to 8, in the afternoon, 8 advanced to 4, and in the evening, 4 advanced to 2. The final championship match, along with the third place match, would naturally take place on the third day. The entire competition process was not long, just 3 days. It is worth mentioning that aside from Chen Ping, the other 4 were eliminated. The seeded players were not to be underestimated. Among the remaining 16 who advanced, nearly half were acquaintances of Su Chen. Chen Ping, the 3 heroes of Haicheng, Guixian, Fan Rui, plus Wang Yuntao, who had greeted Su Chen. The rest, even if randomly picked, were all the strongest geniuses from various cities or super prodigies from well-known high schools in Haishi. In the 16-8 match, Su Chen's opponent was Fan Rui, an old friend. Su Chen remembered that when he first entered the training camp, Fan Rui had given him quite a bit of pressure. Now, however, he seemed quite ordinary. Facing his old friend Su Chen, who had a decent relationship with him, Fan Rui did not immediately take him down but instead engaged in a sparring match, hoping to bring out his full potential. Fan Rui understood Su Chen's intentions and showed a grateful expression towards him. After all, the essence of this competition was to showcase one's strength in order to attract the attention of the 2 prestigious academies. Fan Rui's goal was the same, although he knew the hope was slim. Performing well could still secure him more opportunities, right? The rewards for this competition were quite ordinary, merely symbolic, as most official competitions were. However, the rewards given by their respective cities privately were another matter. Thank you. After more than 10 minutes of fierce battle, Fan Rui displayed the essence of his axe techniques, and in the final strike, he exceeded his usual performance. You're welcome. Su Chen remained friendly towards his friends. Su Chen was in the 4th match, and there were only 4 matches left. He decided to stay and watch. The 5th match featured Wang Yuntao, whose opponent was Su Chen's old acquaintance, the adept sword draw artist Hong Huaping. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between the two was too great. Wang Yuntao hardly showcased any of his abilities. A light jab with his spear unleashed a force that overwhelmed Hong Huaping, resulting in a one-hit knockout. Li Lingxi's battle was similar. Her weapon was quite unique, a rather niche one. The Ziwuyuan Yang axe. The axe is divided into male and female, opening and closing in a dance that resembles Mandarin ducks. It is also known as the Sun and Moon Qian Kuan sword. This type of weapon is extremely niche, and mastering it is no easy feat, but when wielded well, it can be quite troublesome. Su Chen saw Li Lingxi quickly subdue her opponent, and this was without much use of her blood energy. Li Lingxi's ranking is above Wang Yuntao, and with such a peculiar weapon, she might be even more difficult to deal with than Wang Yuntao. Su Chen was not afraid. He actually preferred stronger opponents, as it made things more interesting. As long as the opponent was not a tiered martial artist, everything was negotiable. In the end, there were not many familiar faces among the top 8. Aside from Wang Yuntao, only Deng Wanjie, the leader of the 3 heroes of Haicheng, remained. The rest were all eliminated. There was no helping it. The last batch of participants in the training camp was not the top tier in the province. Among the top 10, only Hong Huaping ranked 10th and Deng Wanjie ranked 7th. The rest were outside the top 10. The remaining 8 participants had all attended national-level training camps. With the top 8 confirmed, they all went on stage to draw lots under the host's voice. This time, all 8 drew lots, with numbers from 1 to 8, 1 would face 8, 2 would face 7, and so on. The match order was directly determined, starting with 1 and 8. After the drawing, Su Chen drew number 6. It must be said that he indeed had a special connection with the number 6, but he did not know who number 3 was. My opponent is Li Lingxi? Deng Shiji drew number 1 and happened to see that Li Lingxi had drawn number 8. Deng Shiji instantly put on a mask of despair. It was truly impossible to compare. Take it easy. Su Chen, standing next to Deng Shiji, cheerfully offered some comfort. Deng Shiji forced a smile and asked, "What number are you?" "Number 6. Number 6? Upon hearing Su Chen's number, Wang Yuntao's voice rang out. What a coincidence. I'm number 3. You're number 3? Wang Yuntao's words immediately drew the attention of everyone present. The other 4 couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Li Lingxi would face Deng Shiji, while Wang Yuntao would meet Su Chen. For the other four, this was undoubtedly great news. Otherwise, no matter who faced these two, they would only have the path of defeat to walk. Although the four of them were all top super talents in the province, they were still quite self-aware. Compared to Wang Yuntao, they were on a different level. While their vitality was similar, their skills were vastly different, not even in the same league. "Yeah, I'm number 3, Wang Yuntao grinned, his gaze shifting to Su Chen, filled with a hint of battle intent. To be honest, he was quite interested in Su Chen. He was the one he most wanted to spar with. As for Li Lingxi, that crazy woman was a no-go. Her Meridian dual edge axe was too annoying, or rather, her Bagua palm was too bothersome. That's right, it was the Bagua palm. Using an axe instead of a palm, the Meridian dual edge axe in her hand was incredibly agile. When his attacks fell within Li Lingxi's range, it felt as if they were stuck to something. He really didn't like fighting Li Lingxi. He preferred a more exhilarating battle. What a coincidence, Su Chen also smiled, showing interest in Wang Yuntao. He had long anticipated a battle with these super talents. The others had also formed their groups, and the competition began. Deng Shiji took the stage with a mournful expression. He had no expectations for this fight. The match held no suspense. Deng Shiji's attacks couldn't break through Li Lingxi's defense at all. After blocking 2 of his moves, Li Lingxi's Meridian dual edge axe, as agile as a palm, easily broke through Deng Shiji's attacks and took him out in an instant. If this had been a life-and-death battle, Deng Shiji would have been finished. The gap was that significant. The second match was much more intense. It was the province's 4th-ranked, known as the Little Martial King, Zhou Zhang, against the 5th-ranked blood butcher, Lian Fengyun. The strength of both sides was not far apart, and they fought fiercely, with neither side gaining the upper hand. In the end, the Little Martial King Zhou Zhang triumphed, defeating Lian Fengyun at the cost of a minor injury, advancing to the top 4. The audience below, as well as those watching the drama on TV, were captivated. The matches from the top 64 to the top 32 were broadcast live, allowing the entire province to witness their prowess on the field. At this stage, the viewers watching the live stream were left in awe. Especially in a city like Ludu, they were all dumbfounded. Wow, is this the strength of high school students now? It's terrifying. I feel like I wouldn't even last a single move against them. Be more confident, just get rid of that feeling. Ahem, what a blunt truth. But the next match is Su Chen's. Speaking of Su Chen, the viewers from Ludo watching the live stream became excited. 8 advancing to 4. It had been many years since anyone from Ludo had made it to the top 8. Even this year, with a super genius like Chen Ping, he had fallen in the top 16. Su Chen will definitely win. Soon, a comment like this popped up in the chat. Although many from Ludo rationally believed that Su Chen's chances of winning were not high, as proud residents of Ludo, the chat was filled with Su Chen will definitely win. However, some still spoke the truth. Ahem, although I really don't want to say this, comparing the strengths of both sides, Su Chen actually has a fighting chance against Wang Yuntao. It's just that the odds are low, but please don't attack me. If Su Chen really defeats Wang Yuntao, I will apologize. Many who saw this comment wanted to retort, but upon reading the last sentence, they held back. Everything depended on the battle between Su Chen and Wang Yuntao. They hoped Su Chen wouldn't let them down. Susu, old Su, Yurakan is on stage. Hong Tienga. The name sounds nice, but it is one of the shantytowns in Ludu, where Su Chen's community is located. However, even in the shantytown, there were small shops with televisions. Upon hearing that Su Chen from their community was on TV, competing in the highest level high school student invitational in the province, how could they not come to take a look? Many people put down what they were doing and gathered in front of the small shop's television, just to catch a glimpse of that familiar figure. As for Su Chen's parents, ever since Su Chen and Su Quan had their late-night talk a few days ago, Su Quan had set aside his burdens and stopped working, instead staying home to take care of Lin Susu. Now that they knew their son was on television, participating in the Haishi Province High School Student Invitation Competition, they were incredibly excited, greeting everyone they met with enthusiasm. How did you know my son was in the Haishi Province High School Student Invitation Competition? If anyone responded, he would reply, did you also know he would be on television in a few days, live across the province? Under Su Quan's enthusiastic promotion, no one in the shantytown was unaware of Su Chen. Ha, that kid. Su Quan, who was not very good with words, found himself laughing and crying at the sight of Su Chen on the screen. Lin Susu's eyes were also frighteningly red, and those around them understood the reason for their tears. Go for it, brother Can. You can definitely win. A clean-faced young boy clenched his fists, the veins bulging from the effort. If there were a narrator at that moment, it would be known that this boy was the one who had given up martial arts at the beginning. Su Chen, go for it. At that moment, many people who knew Su Chen were cheering for him in front of the television. At Lin Ying's home, her uncle and aunt had invited many guests over to watch the television, claiming it was to see their nephew's competition. These guests all knew who the nephew they were talking about was, so they all came. Lining looked at the crowd, many of whom held higher status than her father, and they were all flattering her father because of Su Chen, leaving her feelings very complicated. Su Chen, have you grown to this extent? Even just relying on your uncle's identity can make so many people give face. Lining clenched her fists, realizing deeply at that moment the meaning of genius. Su Chen, go for it. At various places like Green City No. 2 High School, the Star Club, the grocery store near Tianbao Pavilion, and the Holy Hall training camp, many people related to Su Chen were watching him shine on the television, cheering for him. Of course, there were also some who disliked Su Chen and were cursing him, but for now, that had nothing to do with Su Chen. In his eyes, there was only Wang Yuntao. Su Chen from Green City No. 2 High School, please give me guidance. Su Chen cupped his fists towards Wang Yuntao. Wang Yuntao was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a brilliant smile. Wang Yuntao from Haishi No. 1 High School, please give me guidance. With that, the match officially began. Su Chen did not use the blade draw technique. Wang Yuntao also did not use the point steel spear technique. Both of them directly employed basic techniques, preparing to fight using the most fundamental combat methods. In fact, Wang Yuntao had only used basic techniques in his previous matches as well, without employing the point steel spear technique. More than 10 days ago in the provincial simulation, Wang Yuntao's basics had already reached the 3rd stage at 22%. There's no way he hasn't improved in these 10 days. My basic sword technique is only at 14% in the 3rd stage, which is slightly behind Wang Yuntao. My vitality is only 8.6, while Wang Yuntao is already at 9.9, which is a bigger gap. Normally, I wouldn't be his match, but my advanced skills are definitely stronger than his. I also have the embryonic form of sword intent, plus my acquired sword body, so I still have a fighting chance. Before the battle began, Su Chen started analyzing. As soon as they engaged, Wang Yuntao's spear technique was indeed impressive. This was the first time Su Chen had suffered a setback while competing in basic techniques against his peers. Wang Yuntao's basic marksmanship was so solid that every shot gave a sense of inevitability. Under Wang Yuntao's pressure, Su Chen could only bring out all his hidden skills. Fortunately, Su Chen's knife intent prototype was not to be underestimated. With the enhancement of the knife intent prototype, Su Chen managed to hold on and began to exchange blows with Wang Yuntao. Wang Yuntao was originally very confident, believing he could force Su Chen to use his drawing knife strike with his basic techniques and then defeat him with his point steel spear technique. Su Chen's drawing knife strike was indeed very fast, but sometimes speed does not equate to strength. As long as he maintained a distance from Su Chen and did not get too close, with his reaction ability, he could avoid Su Chen's drawing knife strike and even use the length of the spear to attack. Of course, this was under the condition that Wang Yuntao did not intend to fight with a significantly higher health value than Su Chen. If he were to fight with a health value of 9.9, he was confident he could take down Su Chen in just a few moves without even using the point steel spear technique. However, after battling with Su Chen, Wang Yuntao realized how troublesome Su Chen was. Su Chen's knife seemed almost alive, although its power was not as great as his and its intricacy was inferior. It was still able to exchange blows with him without falling behind. This left Wang Yuntao quite alarmed. In the national training camp, he had seen more exquisite knife techniques than Su Chen's, including some as monstrous as Lin Xie, but those individuals were strong, and none were like Su Chen, who, despite being significantly weaker, managed to hold his ground and even counterattack from time to time, making him uncomfortable. What is this? Wang Yuntao couldn't see Su Chen's situation clearly, but the prominent figures in the stands, as well as the teachers from the top 10 academies, had sharp eyes. Upon seeing Su Chen's knife technique, they couldn't help but show expressions of shock. This is the knife intent prototype? Many people couldn't believe they were witnessing a high school student, who wasn't even an entry-level martial artist, displaying something like the knife intent prototype. Knife intent, even in its prototype form, was something only entry-level martial artists were qualified to touch. In fact, many entry-level martial artists couldn't even access such a prototype. It was a very advanced concept. Even Lin Xie, the top genius of Haishi province who had already entered the martial artist realm, had not mastered the prototype. How is this possible? Many prominent figures, including teachers from the 2 supreme academies, wondered if they were seeing things, but upon seeing the reactions of others, they felt it must be true. No wonder this kid was previously unknown and suddenly exploded onto the scene, becoming a so-called genius. It turns out it was like this. The teachers from Diwu and Mo realized everything made sense now. The prototype was too profound. There had been people like this before, initially unnoticed, who soared to greatness after comprehending the prototype, quickly becoming the best of the best. This made the eyes of both teachers burn with excitement. They hadn't expected to encounter such a genius on this trip to Haishi. It was worth it. In their eyes, Su Chen's importance was no less than Lin Xie's. Of course, this was under the premise that Su Chen could successfully enter the entry-level stage and become a formal martial artist in his first year of college. Lin Xie has already been recruited by the capital. I must have this Su Chen. The teacher from Moa thought of this and secretly took out his phone to send a message to the vice principal of Moa. This kid has mastered the knife intent prototype? In the governor's office, Zhang Ligua took a moment to have his secretary open the live stream of Su Chen and Wang Yuntao, wanting to see the level of these two. Both were the future of Haishi province, and as someone who had always paid attention to student education, he naturally wouldn't miss it. With his strength, he could see Su Chen's true abilities at a glance, even through the screen. Zhang Ligua showed an expression of surprise, and after pondering for a moment, he spoke. Xiao Feng, I happen to have a mountain-splitting painting in my collection. Find an opportunity to send it to Su Chen. What? The one called Xiao Feng was indeed the elegant young man from last time. After hearing Zhang Ligua's words, a look of surprise appeared on his face. My lord, that is, good things should be given to those who are suitable. Keeping this in my hands would only make it a collection. Zhang Ligua waved his hand dismissively, and the elegant young man finally responded, yes. If this continues, I will either explode with anger or have to use some steel spear techniques. Wang Yuntao felt increasingly frustrated. Despite having a foundation that was clearly stronger than his opponent's, he was being forced to retreat step by step. Damn it, this is even harder to deal with than that crazy woman Li Lingxi. I can't take it anymore. Wang Yuntao flicked his spear, briefly sending Su Chen flying. First form of the steel spear technique, breaking wind and piercing clouds. Wang Yuntao's hand shook, and he struck out with incredible speed, piercing through the air like a gale, directly aiming for Su Chen's chest. Wang Yuntao was quick. This thrust made Su Chen shudder all over. Suddenly, a memory involuntarily surfaced in his mind, of a man whose face he could not see, resting his hand on a sword. First form of the blade drawing slash, mountain toppling slash. Su Chen unconsciously mimicked the man's movements, mentally uttering the name of the slash. The blade in Su Chen's hand was as fierce as a mountain pressing down on an egg. Wherever the blade light flashed, it seemed capable of cleaving mountains in two. Fast, just as fast. Clang! The clash of blade and spear. A tremendous force collided in the air, producing a violent metallic sound. Both Su Chen and Wang Yuntao felt a great power surge through their hands, their arms going numb, but neither was willing to back down, enduring the pain in their arms as they intertwined once more. In just a few breaths, they exchanged blows more than 10 times again. Blade light and spear shadows. The only referee left was the main one, who was completely focused on the duel, not daring to be distracted. The audience below was left in a daze, especially those competitors who had just entered the competition. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Is this the strength of Su Chen and Wang Yuntao? This is too exaggerated. If I went up there, I'd probably be taken down in seconds. Even 10 of me wouldn't be enough. Han Huaping swallowed hard. He originally thought there was indeed a gap between him and Su Chen, but he believed it was limited. During the provincial simulation, I happened to rank 10th, with a vitality of 9.4, basic technique at 96%, and advanced skills at 58%. For a total score of 609. In these past 10 days, I have not slacked off in my training, and my strength has steadily improved. My vitality increased by 0.1, my basics improved by 2%, and my advanced skills by 1%. I thought that with this, even if I fought Su Chen, I wouldn't lose too badly. After all, my vitality has reached 9.5, giving me an advantage in that regard. As Han Huaping spoke, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had thought that the gap in basic techniques and skills was merely an embellishment, only playing a decisive role when the strength difference was not too great. But he never expected the gap in skills to be this significant. Many eliminated competitors were left in a daze. They could accept Wang Yuntao's strength. After all, even to them, Wang Yuntao was a legendary figure. But Su Chen, they found it hard to accept for a moment. Even with the previous build-up, seeing Su Chen's strength made them feel uneasy. But the facts were laid out before them, and they could only accept it. Interesting, I didn't expect Su Chen to push Xiao Wang to this extent. Li Lingxi put down her phone, a hint of excitement appearing in her otherwise calm gaze. But if it's just like this, you're not Xiao Wang's opponent. As soon as Li Lingxi's words fell, Wang Yuntao erupted. Second form of the steel spear technique, swimming dragon and surprising phoenix. Vitality surged, like the glow of dawn illuminating Wang Yuntao. He knew that if this continued, he wouldn't be able to win against Su Chen. He could only unleash his vitality. He couldn't afford to lose. Unfortunately, he had not mastered this move yet. He had only recently begun to learn about body techniques. The swimming dragon, startled swan, emphasizes the combination of body techniques and spear techniques, akin to a dragon weaving through the air, unpredictable, and when striking, it resembles a fleeting swan, making it difficult for the enemy to grasp the direction of the attack. Wang Yuntao had only scratched the surface. Advanced techniques, learned before reaching 60%, mostly consist of the superficial aspects of the move, and he couldn't even master a single form. Starting from the first stage at 60% progress, paths began to diverge. The first option was to remain superficial, just like Su Chen had done before, focusing deeply on the speed of the drawn blade slash, continuously exploring its potential, and thus steadily increasing the progress of the drawn blade slash. However, this approach was quite challenging. After all, moving from 1% to 60% meant essentially exhausting the potential of advanced techniques to the limits of one's own understanding. Very few people break through the 60% bottleneck using this method. Most adopt the second approach. The second method involves learning the accompanying techniques of the advanced skill. By studying these supplementary techniques, one can understand and enhance the main technique from other aspects, thereby improving progress. However, the latter stages are not as finely divided. There are too many advanced techniques, and they come in various types. Some advanced techniques have 13 forms, some only 11, and some have as few as 3. The number of forms does not determine the quality of the advanced technique. A great person once said that there are no weak advanced techniques, only weak individuals. As long as one cultivates an advanced technique to its utmost, it can unleash terrifying power, capable of easily destroying mountains and rivers. As for why Su Chen did not learn at the 60% stage, it was actually a personal issue for him. Su Chen simply did not know these things. Indeed, he did not know. There was a misunderstanding involved. The drawn blade slash was taught to Su Chen by Teacher Chow. Due to Su Chen's rapid improvement in strength, Teacher Chow had long stopped teaching him, mainly because his level was insufficient. Later, when others saw Su Chen's continuous progress in the drawn blade slash, and since Su Chen rarely displayed it in front of others, no one paid much attention. If it weren't for the fact that the bull-headed venerable happened to have a more advanced drawn blade slash technique, and taught it to Su Chen through memory infusion, transmitting thoughts and images into Su Chen's mind, he might not have discovered these issues until reaching the 100% stage. But this was all fate. If Su Chen had learned the accompanying techniques of the drawn blade slash earlier, he would not have received the teachings from the bull-headed venerable. The drawn blade slash is a relatively special advanced technique with several schools. In Donghuan, there are 3 schools. The first is the flowing heart, drawn blade slash school, which focuses on the speed of the draw. The second pursues the attributes of the drawn blade slash, infusing the power of those attributes into the technique. Even within this school, there are various branches. The third advocates that the power of the mind is the core of the drawn blade slash. This school is the most mysterious and magical, and it has the fewest practitioners. Su Chen had heard of all these but had not yet engaged with them. It was precisely for this reason that Su Chen received the school from the bull-headed venerable, a school that does not exist in Donghuang or even the entire high martial continent. Now let's see how you respond, Li Lingxi said, familiar with Wang Yuntao. Although Wang Yuntao disliked fighting her, they often sparred with each other. This move was one of Wang Yuntao's trump cards, even if she had to concentrate fully. Add points. Energy consumption 100 points, drawn blade slash progress increased by 1%, current progress 98%. From 1 to 60%, it takes 10 energy to increase by 1%. The breakthrough at 60% consumed 100 energy, and from then on, until reaching 90%, it would take 20 energy to increase by 1%. 90% of the breakthrough consumed 500 energy for Su Chen, while the subsequent 1% increase required 100 energy. Originally, before the battle, Su Chen's progress in the blade draw slash was at 96%, but after mastering the mountain cutting slash just before the fight, this progress increased by 1%, saving Su Chen 100 energy. Mountain cutting slash, the same initial move. However, it was just the first time using it, so it felt a bit awkward. But this time, Su Chen seemed to have been tempered through countless trials. What? Wang Yuntao, filled with absolute confidence, believed that with this full-powered strike, he could definitely defeat Su Chen. Yet, at the moment Su Chen made his move, he felt a sense of threat. The clash of blades and spears collided once more. This time, it was not like the previous collision. The scorching aura from their clash spread outwards, blowing Wang Yuntao's hair up. Both Su Chen and Wang Yuntao's hands were injured in this collision, blood flowing down in bright red streams. Impossible! Wang Yuntao's pupils constricted sharply. The calm confidence on his face dissipated. Throughout the previous battles, he had been full of confidence. Even when he couldn't defeat Su Chen using the first form of the steel spear technique, he still believed that way. So, his mindset was strong, as he thought that as long as he exerted all his strength, he could definitely defeat Su Chen. Absolutely. But with this move, he had lost control of his energy and blood, truly unleashing his full power, yet it only gave him a slight advantage? This was hard for Wang Yuntao to accept, and his mindset began to falter. Su Chen, on the other hand, had fewer thoughts than Wang Yuntao. In his eyes, there was only Wang Yuntao and the knife in his hand. That last strike felt exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. It was the first time he had integrated the embryonic form of his blade intent into the blade draw slash, allowing him to unleash such power. Otherwise, that 1-3 difference in energy and blood wouldn't be so easily bridged. Slash. The battle knife in his hand flowed, and Su Chen completely ignored the injuries and pain in his hands, as if he couldn't feel the pain at all. No, I won't lose. Wang Yuntao's mind was in disarray, and as he retreated with his spear, he found he could no longer advance. Su Chen advanced, while Wang Yuntao retreated. Wang Yuntao held on for less than 3 minutes before being defeated by Su Chen. It was only the main referee's intervention that stopped the attack. I lost. When Wang Yuntao heard the referee announce the result, he felt as if his soul had been lost, devoid of spirit. Su Chen, coming back to his senses from that intense focus, finally felt the pain in his hands, which had completely split open. The pain made Su Chen frown, but soon he was distracted by the panel in front of him. Name, Su Chen, energy and blood, 8. 7+, spirit, 50+, physique, acquired blade body plus, skill, basic blade technique, stage 3 18% plus, advanced skill, blade draw slash, stage 1 99% plus, blade intent embryo, 2%, energy, 1260. 6. The blade intent embryo has improved. From 1% to 2%, this deepened Su Chen's understanding of the blade. The progress of the blade draw slash increased by another 1%. This 1% was achieved through his own efforts, meaning that in this battle, Su Chen had improved by 2% through his own comprehension. The basic blade technique improved by 4%, and his energy and blood increased by 0.1 during the battle, all benefits gained from this confrontation. This made Su Chen marvel at how battles truly are the best way to break through, especially under pressure. Of course, such battles cannot be encountered frequently. There needs to be a certain accumulation, otherwise, there is nothing to convert. Su Chen's significant progress in this battle was due to digesting the previous accumulation during the earlier fight. Thank you for the match, Brother Wang. Su Chen looked at Wang Yuntao's dazed expression and once again cupped his fists in salute. Hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Yuntao slowly came back to his senses, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. You won. However, I will definitely not lose to you next time. Wang Yuntao was not an ordinary person. He admitted that he had indeed lost his balance just now, but he had adjusted himself now. This failure was not entirely a bad thing for him. He had indeed been sailing too smoothly. Wang Yuntao comforted himself in his heart. As for Wang Yuntao's words, Su Chen just smiled and did not respond. You two go down and tend to your injuries, the main referee said to the two of them, and Su Chen and Wang Yuntao nodded. If this injury had occurred in a past life, it wouldn't have been considered a serious injury, but it would still affect daily life, and recovery would take a long time. But this time was different. Entry-level martial artists often possessed special powers. To ensure that these contestants could maintain a good condition for battle without being affected by injuries, they had specifically invited entry-level martial artists who had what attributes and were skilled in healing. Su Chen had witnessed the abilities of these people. A minor injury was just a matter of a light touch for them. This time, Su Chen and Wang Yuntao once again experienced this mysterious power. In less than 30 seconds, the injury on Su Chen's tiger mouth completely healed, leaving no trace of a scar. The intense pain also disappeared, as if Su Chen had never been injured at all. It's really amazing. Su Chen looked at his healed tiger mouth, raised his hand, and clicked his tongue in wonder. It is indeed amazing, Wang Yuntao couldn't help but exclaim, his tone filled with longing. Before entering the level and after entering the level, it's like two completely different worlds. After entering the level, one can master extremely mysterious powers, control the forces of nature, wield lightning, fly through the air, transcending the realm of mortals. Listening to Wang Yuntao's words, Su Chen seemed to have a good understanding of what it meant to enter the level, and couldn't help but curiously ask, what is the world after entering the level like? What is the world after entering the level like? Wang Yuntao was taken aback for a moment, then realized Su Chen's identity, and his gaze towards Su Chen became complicated. Su Chen, as an ordinary person, could defeat him. He really felt like he was living like a dog. The world after entering the level is truly wonderful, more wonderful than you can imagine. When it came to this, Wang Yuntao became excited. However, due to certain regulations, I can't tell you too many details, I can only give you a rough idea. Su Chen made a serious listening gesture. Before entering the level, we are collectively referred to as martial practitioners. You should know this without me saying. Only after entering the level can one be called a true martial artist. The life structure within the body undergoes changes, and lifespan will continuously increase as the life structure is completed, and recovery ability is the same. These people usually refer to themselves as extraordinary beings. Su Chen nodded. He had heard this from Yen Jun last time, but all of this is just basic information that many people know. What I am about to say is something that many people do not know. Wang Yuntao lowered his voice and leaned closer to Su Chen's ear. You say, you must have some doubts, right? According to some information released by the authorities, being able to get into a key martial arts university is equivalent to having one foot in the realm of martial artists. Many people can become martial artists before graduation, but the number of martial artists appearing in the human world is actually not that many, right? This point really struck a chord with Su Chen. He indeed had doubts in this regard before. However, Su Chen's understanding of the world was too limited, and coupled with his insufficient social circle, he hadn't delved deeper into it. But now, hearing Wang Yuntao speak, it seemed that it was not like that. In fact, entry-level martial artists are divided into two categories. To be precise, there should be 3 categories. 3 categories? Yes, 3 categories. The first category is those entry-level martial artists that we can see on the surface. They actually fall into the first and second categories. Su Chen did not interrupt Wang Yuntao's words and listened attentively. After all, these things, he certainly couldn't hear from others. How should I put it? There are some things I can't tell you. Explaining them is actually a bit complicated. Wang Yuntao thought for a moment and then transformed it into a way he could explain. These 2 categories can be said to have gone to a certain place and then returned. It's just that the first category escaped from there, signed some kind of contract with the country, and afterward, they can never set foot in that place again, nor can they spread information about these matters. The second category is those who completed their mission requirements, achieved merit, received the country's commendation, and, due to some factional issues, returned to build the country and cultivate more talents. Upon hearing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Having read countless novels in his past life, he naturally thought of many things. These 2 categories of people aren't many, basically accounting for 1/5 of the total, or 1/4. I'm not really sure about the specifics, as this information is something I've learned indirectly, not something someone told me. Wang Yuntao explained, and seeing Su Chen's contemplative expression, he fell silent, waiting for Su Chen to look at him before continuing. The third category is those who enter a certain place, reside there, or sign some kind of contract, allowing them to freely traverse between these 2 places, often wandering between them. However, the risks for the third category are quite high, and the mortality rate is not low. After discussing these 3 categories, I can tell you about the levels of martial artists. Here, we start from the 9 blood limit. After reaching the 9 blood limit, one can communicate with the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth, infuse oneself with these extraordinary powers, allowing one's body to generate attributes and complete a transformation to become a martial artist. There are many types of attributes, and new attributes basically appear every year, but generally, they can be divided into elemental types, enhancement types, realm types, rule types, and others. Of course, this is not limited to a single type. For example, in your drawing sword style, there is a faction that specializes in the combination of drawing sword and elements, but their top practitioners combine elements and realms to unleash even greater power. Then there are enhancement types, which generally include strength enhancement, speed enhancement, etc., and they can also merge with other types. Of course, this doesn't mean that one must merge to be the strongest. Maximizing a single type can also be very powerful. I've heard people say that having multiple extraordinary powers can be difficult to reach a certain realm due to some shortcomings. Wang Yuntao said this and awkwardly smiled, clearly indicating that he didn't know much. So do you know the classification of realms after becoming a martial artist? Su Chen was quite curious about this. The classification of realms after becoming a martial artist? Wang Yuntao's eyes lit up. I actually know a bit about this. Please elaborate. The initial stage of a martial artist is the martial artist realm. The martial artist realm is divided into 4 stages: initial, middle, late, and limit, which correspond to 10 blood, 40 blood, 70 blood, and 90 blood respectively. However, it's worth mentioning that after entering a stage, blood is not the final factor in assessing combat power. Extraordinary power is. It seems that after entering a stage, they all find ways to learn or adapt the high-level skills they learned before to suit their extraordinary powers. I don't know much about this, so I won't elaborate. Let me talk about the subsequent realms. The second realm is the Martial King realm, also known as the King realm among martial artists. So soon it's the King realm? Su Chen showed a look of surprise. What's wrong? Wang Yuntao asked, puzzled. Nothing. Su Chen chuckled awkwardly. It seemed that entering a stage in this world was quite troublesome, and it seemed to grant terrifying power, but it couldn't really be said to be fast, right? It is said that those strong in the martial king realm can briefly walk on air, and with a casual strike, they can easily destroy a mountain, possessing immense power. Of course, I only heard about it, and I don't know much personally, but one thing is certain. Wang Yuntao paused, and seeing Su Chen's gaze fall on him again, he continued, the governor is definitely at the martial king level, and among the martial kings, he is particularly powerful. Su Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wasn't that obvious? The next realm seems to be the martial god realm. I've only heard people mention it, and I'm not clear on the specifics, so I won't say anything reckless. But to end with God, TSK, one can imagine the strength. Su Chen nodded. The martial artist realm, the martial king realm, the martial god realm, 3 realms, right? And there's that place mentioned by Wang Yuntao. Excitement appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Wait for me, I'm coming soon. Su Chen, I'm a teacher from Shuanghua Martial University. I just watched your match, and I think you are very suitable for our Shuanghua University. We have decided to offer you a key special admission quota. Su Chen, don't listen to him. Our Hangqing Martial University ranked 2nd in last year's college freshman competition, and our overall strength is much stronger than Shuanghua Martial University. As long as you are willing to join us, we will offer you extremely generous rewards. As soon as he left the medical office, many teachers who had been sitting in the stands surrounded Su Chen. Their eyes were only on Su Chen, completely ignoring Wang Yuntao beside them. This made Wang Yuntao's forehead twitch. When had he ever been so ignored? How outrageous! Although he didn't care about these people's invitations at all, after all, his goal had always been the invitations from the 2 supreme universities. Like Lin Xia, he wanted to become a special admission student of the 2 supreme universities. However, Wang Yuntao knew it was difficult. After all, each year, the number of special admissions from the 2 supreme universities was not many, probably only 50 or 60 combined. What? You say 50 or 60 is a lot? But the problem is that this quota is for the whole country. On average, a province doesn't even get 2, not to mention the 2 super cities, the imperial capital and the magic city. Although Wang Yuntao had excellent talent, he didn't think he would definitely receive an invitation from the 2 supreme universities and become their special admission student. After scanning the surroundings and finding no teachers from the 2 supreme universities, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they are not from the 2 supreme universities, I don't care how many others come from other martial universities. Although he felt a bit tempted by the benefits offered by these martial universities, he knew well the advantages of the 2 supreme universities, and he would never be fooled. Just like what? Every year, resources worth at least $1 billion for training, plus a teacher who is proficient in the blade draw technique and has reached the 3rd stage of that skill personally teaching. Even having a private villa, priority use of various rare materials, etc. He could ignore it, even proudly lift his head. Just this? Until he saw 2 familiar figures walking over, his head could no longer remain proud. The competition had not yet ended, and the last 2 contestants had just taken the stage when the teachers from the 8 key martial universities began to leave one after another. This made the last 2 contestants twitch their mouths. It was too much. However, when they saw that the 2 most important figures, the ones they cared about, had not left, they breathed a sigh of relief. People from the 2 supreme martial universities are reliable, unlike the key martial universities, which have no face at all. Just as this thought flashed through their minds, they saw a teacher from Magic Martial stand up, smiling awkwardly and saying something before leaving. This made their hearts skip a beat. It couldn't be, could it? But when they saw the smile on the face of the teacher from Imperial Martial disappear, and within 10 seconds, he also left, the 2 instantly felt a sense of dullness. After all, this competition is one thing when it comes to determining rankings, but the most important thing is to show the strength of these 10 people from Wu University and to present their strongest abilities in front of them. But now that these 10 have left, what are they supposed to do? Wang Yuntao didn't know what they were going to do, but Wang Yuntao knew that his mindset had collapsed, the kind that exploded. Hello, classmate Su Chen, I am a teacher from Mo Chen Guangliang. The teacher from Mo Chen Guangliang approached Su Chen with a beaming smile, his face devoid of any arrogance, filled with sincerity. I'm here to invite you to join us at Mo and become a part of our team. Chen Guangliang was bald, with a shiny scalp. His teeth were also very white. If this occasion were under the sunlight, Su Chen felt that both his head and teeth would shine. Are you willing? Chen Guangliang didn't mention benefits because many things couldn't be said in such a setting. Moreover, he had previously investigated Su Chen's background. He was a child from a poor family, and he estimated that if he mentioned some benefits, Su Chen wouldn't understand and would need an explanation. Chen Guangliang, didn't you say you were going to the restroom? How did you end up here? At that moment, a teasing voice interrupted Su Chen's words. When Chen Guangliang arrived, the teachers from the 8 dual universities showed expressions of regret. They knew that once the people from the 2 supreme institutions arrived, there would be no business for them. No matter what conditions they offered, the gap between the schools was there, and it was really hard to reclaim it with resources. Unless MOWA was not offering a special admission quota, but if it wasn't a special admission quota, there was no need for Chen Guangliang to come over. Upon hearing this voice, the bright smile on Chen Guangliang's face disappeared. So close, just a little bit. What a pity. Chen Guangliang knew that this troublemaker had arrived. Ugh, what troublemaker, I misspoke. I just happened to pass by and saw them here, so I was curious and came to take a look. Chen Guangliang chuckled, not shy at all. Those who work in admissions with thin skin had long been eliminated. I still don't know your little thoughts. A teacher from Diwu sneered, then turned his gaze to Su Chen, his smile immediately becoming gentle. Hello, classmate Su Chen, I am a teacher from Diwu, Zhuguangzhu. I am different from this shameless guy, Chen Guangliang. What a coincidence. Both teachers had a character 4 light in their names, though Su Chen only briefly thought about it. Hello, Teacher Zhua. Hello, Teacher Chen. Su Chen immediately responded respectfully. What a polite child, I like it. After Zhuo Guangzhu arrived, it was as if he had become the host, controlling the rhythm here. Since we are here, the old rule applies, you can disperse. Zhuo Guangzhu looked around, and the other 8 teachers from the dual key universities curled their lips but said nothing, obediently leaving. Teacher Zhuo, I am. Wang Yuntao beside him swallowed hard but still spoke up. I know you, Wang Yuntao, but you don't have anything to do here for now, you can leave first, because the next matters involve some confidentiality. Teacher Zhuo's tone was still polite. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuntao opened his mouth, but in the end, he left with a sullen face. Now it's just the 3 of us left. Old Chen, do you want to make the first offer, or should I? Zhuo Guangzhu first glanced at Su Chen before turning his gaze to Chen Guangliang. You go first. Chen Guangliang pouted, then turned to leave. However, Chen Guangliang didn't leave the area, he just retreated about 20 meters and turned his back. Zhuo Guangzhu then took out something that Su Chen had never seen before and threw it on the ground. Instantly, a light blue curtain enveloped Su Chen and Zhuo Guangzhu. This is a device to prevent eavesdropping, mainly because that guy Chen Guangliang is too shameless and very good at doing little tricks to listen in. By the way, you must be very curious about our actions. This is actually an agreement between our Imperial Martial Arts and Demon Martial Arts, to avoid unnecessary troubles. We all use this method to have a private conversation with you, and ultimately, it will be up to you to decide which university to join. You shouldn't feel any psychological burden, everyone specially recruited by our 2 schools is treated this way. Also, Lin Xia from Haishi was recently recruited by our Imperial Martial Arts. Zhuo Guangzhu understood the art of conversation well. With just a few sentences, he not only clarified the situation but also elevated his own status while subtly belittling demon martial arts. If Su Chen were really just an 18-year-old high school student, he might have been swayed by these few words and developed a strong fondness for imperial martial arts. Unfortunately, Su Chen was not. He simply nodded seriously and looked intently at Zhuo Guangzhu. This demeanor caused Zhuo Guangzhu's smile to fade slightly, and he cursed inwardly, "Little fox. It seems I need to put in a bit more effort." Zhuo Guangzhu smiled gently. Before I talk to you about the benefits, I need to educate you on some things you might not know. That is, the realms of martial artists after entering the ranks. After entering the ranks, martial artists are divided into 3 realms: Martial Artist Realm, Martial King Realm, and Martial God Realm. Zhuo Guangzhu originally thought Su Chen would show a look of shock, but to his surprise, Su Chen did not react much, as if he already knew this information. This puzzled Zhuo Guangzhu. He had someone investigate Su Chen's identity yesterday, and he shouldn't be someone who knows these things. Moreover, no one would tell Su Chen, they didn't have that authority. Of course, he was different. Because he needed to recruit Su Chen as a special student of Imperial Martial Arts, even if he wasn't an entering rank martial artist, he could know these things. Thinking of this, Zhuo Guangzhu looked deeply at Su Chen. Resources are also categorized according to these 3 realms, with simple terms being first-tier resources, second-tier resources, and third-tier resources. By the way, resources like blood chi pills are considered non-entering rank resources and are not categorized. However, the disaster pills you have encountered are considered relatively ordinary resources among first-tier resources, and they are first-tier beginner disaster pills, using the cores of first-tier beginner disaster beasts. Su Chen listened attentively, as these were things he had never heard of. First-tier beginner resources are more abundant, and compared to first-tier mid and late resources, their value is significantly lower. Let me use the disaster pills you can understand as an example. A first-tier beginner blood chi disaster pill, which is the one circulating outside, is valued at about 5 million each within our Marshall University, with no limit on the number of exchanges. This means that as long as you have the corresponding points, you can exchange as many as you want. Su Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this. 5 million? It seemed that these Marshall universities indeed had more advantages. After all, outside, it required 8 million Marshall coins and was very hard to purchase, needing connections. Zhuo Guangzhu, unaware of Su Chen's thoughts, continued, even the 8 dual-focus Marshall universities or key Marshall universities are the same in this regard. But for a first-tier intermediate blood chi disaster pill, it is no longer the same. Even dual-focus universities have limited supplies, while our imperial capital has no limit on exchanges, and the price is 30 million each. 30 million, Su Chen exclaimed. That value was quite expensive. A single pill costing 30 million, who could afford that? Zhuo Guangzhu noted Su Chen's reaction and quickened his pace. For a first-tier late blood chi disaster pill, we have also started to limit supplies, and its value is 80 million each. As for the first-tier extreme blood chi disaster pill, besides being limited, there are also certain exchange requirements, priced at 300 million each. If you join our Empire Martial Arts, we can give you an 80% discount privilege, and you can exchange for unlimited first-tier resources. Of course, there is a premise: these resources can only be used by yourself, you cannot give them to others, nor can you sell them. If discovered, we will not only reclaim your resources but also expel you. Zhuo Guangzhu's tone became severe, and Su Chen understood this, feeling not much about it. What about second-tier resources? Second-tier resources? Zhuo Guangzhu was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a playful smile. Second-tier resources are resources of the Martial King realm, so don't aim too high. Zhuo Guangzhu's words made Su Chen frown. Why was it considered aiming too high? Zhuo Guangzhu might have realized that saying this was not appropriate, and immediately added, in the first month after entering the university, we will give you points worth 300 million, which you can exchange for any first-tier resources at an 80% discount. However, our Empire Martial Arts emphasizes earning resources through your own strength, so this resource will only be available for 1 month. Subsequent resources will need to be obtained by yourself. This includes the villa you live in, the resources allocated to you each month, and so on. If you can get first place, you can even earn 2 billion points in a month and get a 70% discount privilege. 2 billion, 70%. Su Chen swallowed hard. Zhuo Guangzhu's promises were indeed too grand. Of course, in addition to the aforementioned benefits, we will also give you an opportunity. 1 month after school starts, we will hold an internal freshman competition. This internal freshman competition is highly anticipated, and many seniors from the Martial King realm will come to watch. If you perform well enough, these seniors will take you as their disciples. Real master and disciple. Of course, you can also use points to ask these seniors from the Martial King realm questions, but I personally do not recommend you do this. It's too wasteful. Actually, some extreme martial artists' teachers are enough, even high-level martial artists. Alright, these are the benefits we offer you at Empire Martial Arts, think it over. After Zhuo Guangzhu finished speaking, he gave Su Chen a smile and turned to leave. He believed Su Chen would choose them. The benefits he offered were not small. Those from Demon Martial could not possibly offer more enticing promises than him. As Zhuo Guangzhu left, he also casually took back the device that prevented eavesdropping. It's your turn. Poof. Chen Guangliang snorted coldly. A few days ago, he had just lost to Zhuo Guangzhu because of Lin Xia, and this time he would definitely not lose. Chen Guangliang approached Su Chen, quickly changing his expression to a sincere smile. At the same time, he did not slow down his movements and threw out a device identical to Zhuo Guangzhu's. Su Chen's mouth twitched. The people from Empire Martial and Demon Martial were indeed very cautious. Ahem, hello, Su Chen. Let me introduce myself again. I am Chen Guangliang, the Deputy Director of the Admissions Office at Demon Martial University. Chen Guangliang's attitude was very sincere, and he extended his hand to Su Chen. Hello, Teacher Chen, I am Su Chen from Green Capital No. 2 High School. Seeing Chen Guangliang's attitude, Su Chen responded friendly, and they both smiled. Ahem, that guy just now probably said some bad things about me, or about Demon Martial. Su Chen smiled awkwardly, and before he could respond, Chen Guangliang spoke first. But these are small matters. Actually, the benefits of Demon Martial and Empire Martial are quite similar. The only difference should be that they are more utilitarian, while we focus more on the students. Utilitarian? Students? Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Yes, Empire Martial mainly emphasizes strength. If you have strength, you can get what you want, including villas, resources, and even teachers, etc. What about Demon Martial? Magic Martial is actually quite similar, but we will be a bit gentler. Chen Guangliang noticed Su Chen's confusion and continued to explain. We will give students more time to grow. Just like the conditions that Emperor Marshall gave you, it should be around 300 million points as soon as you enter, right? That's right, and there's also a 20% discount. Su Chen nodded. After that, it will completely depend on the rankings, but that Gaizhou Guangzhou is quite shameless. He should have told you that if you can get first place, you can earn 2 billion points. A look of disdain appeared at the corner of Chen Guangliang's mouth. Su Chen remained silent, looking at Chen Guangliang. That guy definitely didn't tell you that this first place is the overall first in the school, not just the first among freshmen. Moreover, they only give freshmen 3 months. After 3 months, freshmen will be merged into the overall ranking, and at that time, the points you earn will be greatly rewarded. Additionally, the rewards for the freshman ranking are only 1/5 of the overall ranking. Also, that so-called 20% discount is only available in the first month. These will only be mentioned when you sign the contract later. These are all tricks of Emperor Marshall, but normally, those who can enter through special admissions are all exceptionally talented individuals, and their families have considerable resources as well. As long as you stabilize for a few months, keeping up with most of the older students shouldn't be a big problem. However, we at Magic Marshall will be more lenient with freshmen. After 3 months, you can freely choose whether to join the overall ranking. If you choose to stay on the freshman ranking, the rewards from subsequent rankings will be halved. But as long as you are a freshman, you can remain on this list to help you grow. At the same time, I will also give you the authority for a 20% discount, which will last for a year. After that, you'll need to strive for it yourself. Also, regarding teachers, you basically can only hire them with your points. Our Magic Marshall's Marshall King seniors are quite busy and have their own personalities. Have their own personalities? Su Chen's expression was strange. Yes, their standards are quite high, and they are not easy to recruit. So although we will have a freshman competition, they generally won't come to watch, only a very few will. Overall, the gap between our Magic Marshall and Emperor Marshall is not that big. What they tell you about first-tier resources, we have the same, these are standardized, but we at Magic Marshall will be more sincere. Chen Guangliang's attitude was very good. Su Chen pondered for a moment before slowly saying, what about second-tier resources? Second-tier resources? Yes, the permissions and prices for exchanging second-tier resources. Su Chen said seriously. Second-tier resources, well, they are not easy to exchange. After all, the prices for second-tier resources are too expensive. Even a single second-tier resource starts at 1 billion, like the second-tier initial-grade blood calamity pill, which won't be less than 600 million. 600 million. Su Chen squinted. This price was indeed outrageous. Moreover, this 600 million is also very hard to buy. You basically need to queue up. After all, second-tier calamity pills are also in high demand among the teachers. The other second-tier resources are similar. To obtain second-tier resources, you basically still need to go to that place. That place is? Su Chen heard this term again and looked at Chen Guangliang intently. It's fine to tell you, after all, that place is also where our 2 supreme academies will mainly operate later, and it's also where you will spend the longest time during your 4 years in college. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He was finally going to hear it. However, the information you hear next is absolutely prohibited from being shared with any non-initiated martial artists. If I find out, no matter where you are, I will kill you. Chen Guangliang's tone was very serious, and he exuded an irresistible pressure. Can you keep it a secret? I can. Su Chen nodded earnestly. All right, then I'll tell you. That place is called the battlefield. Literally, it refers to the battlefield, but in that place, it's not just for oneself, but for the entire country, the entire race. It's here. Hearing this, Su Chen felt a familiar sensation wash over him, as if he had stepped into the world of a novel. Indeed, this world was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Specifically, you'll know when you get involved later. I can only tell you that the battlefield is a place where crisis and opportunity coexist, and it's truly exciting in there. Alright, Su Chen, what's your choice? If you choose the Imperial Martial Arts, I won't mind. After all, we haven't done well in that area under our master. But our predecessors in the Demon Martial Arts, Sai. Last time, Lin Xie chose the Imperial Martial Arts for this reason. For these super prodigies, a little less resource is acceptable. What they care about more is the inheritance. However, their predecessors in the Demon Martial Arts were too responsible, so they were more cautious in their choices. At the same time, many of them did not like to teach disciples, which is quite different from the predecessors of the Imperial Martial Arts. Demon Martial Arts. Su Chen made his choice without hesitation, not because of the benefits offered by the school, but simply because he felt that Chen Guangliang was more sincere. What did you say? Chen Guangliang was momentarily stunned, seemingly doubting whether he had heard correctly. I choose the Demon Martial Arts. Su Chen repeated, his tone more resolute. Good. Wait, let's do it again. Chen Guangliang excitedly removed the listening device and deliberately asked in a loud voice. Classmate Su Chen, I will ask you again seriously. Are you preparing to choose the Imperial Martial Arts or our Demon Martial Arts? Su Chen was instantly stunned by Chen Guangliang's antics. Was it really that bold? However, Su Chen's reaction was quick, and a brilliant smile spread across his face. He liked it. Teacher Chen, I have seriously and carefully considered it, and I think the Demon Martial Arts is more suitable for me, so I choose the Demon Martial Arts. Su Chen's response also surprised Chen Guangliang, especially the wink he gave, which made Chen Guangliang very pleased. This child is teachable. He's not bad, he could help with recommendations later. You really won't consider the Imperial Martial Arts? After all, the conditions of the Imperial Martial Arts are quite good, and they value personal strength. With your talent, you could definitely stand out quickly over there. Chen Guangliang feigned hesitation in his tone to persuade. On the side, Zhuo Guangzhu knew Chen Guangliang's intentions as soon as he heard the first sentence, and his expression darkened. Zhuo Guangzhu snorted coldly, glared at Chen Guangliang, and turned to leave. He didn't want to stay here for another moment. At the same time, he comforted himself in his heart. Although Su Chen's talent was good, mastering the power of will so quickly and controlling the initial form of sword intent would be very helpful when he advanced, and he might reach it soon, like a natural progression. But Su Chen had not yet advanced. There were too many geniuses in this cohort. Just in the capital, 2 people had already successfully advanced, and 1 had even advanced with the initial form of sword intent. Su Chen is good, but just good, belonging to the type that is tasteless to eat but a pity to discard. If it hasn't been obtained, then it hasn't been obtained. Earlier, Wang Yuntao had told Su Chen that when martial artists advance, they are divided into 5 categories: elemental, enhancement, realm, rule, and others. But Wang Yuntao didn't know much, just the surface. Elemental and enhancement are the directions most martial artists choose, with the highest success rates. The rule category has a certain element of luck. The others are not discussed, as they encompass too much. Only the realm category relies on absolute strength, so after advancing, those in the realm category are more sought after and usually possess stronger combat power than those in the other categories. Moreover, breaking through with elemental techniques makes it very difficult to comprehend the artistic conception later on. However, if one breaks through with the artistic conception, then integrating elements becomes much simpler. The most important point is that once one comprehends the artistic conception, as long as it is further developed, the bottleneck for advancement basically disappears. This is also the reason why Chen Guangliang and Zhuo Guangzhu rushed to contract Su Chen. But if we really talk about how extraordinary Su Chen's talent is, it's actually just that. After all, the Eastern Huang Kingdom is vast, and the world is also very large. Goodness, old Su, how can your Su Chen be so strong? With this strength, TSK, I'm afraid just a casual push would send me flying to the sky? At the small shop at the entrance of Hong Tian Pavilion, when they saw the battle between Su Chen and Wang Yuntao, they all widened their eyes. Because this completely refreshed their view of martial artists can be this strong? It's unbelievable. Especially the other main character on the television, who is just a child they usually come into contact with, a well-behaved boy they had seen just a few days ago, made them feel even more incredulous. Old Su, what are you talking about? How could such a good child like Su Chen push you to the sky? Yeah, old Su, how do you usually educate your children? You've raised Su Chen to be so outstanding. Lin Mei, I see your Akin is also almost 18 years old. I happen to know a family with good conditions. They have a daughter, and it would be nice for Akan to get to know her. In the past, in the shantytown, Su Chen's family had a relatively low status. Due to Lin Susu's burden, their conditions were quite poor within the shantytown. Therefore, everyone had a bit of pride when talking about Su Quan and Lin Susu, speaking quite loudly. But because of Su Chen, the two directly became the stars of the shantytown, and people spoke to them gently and politely. Su Quan and Lin Susu both understood the reason for this and showed gratified smiles. Lin Susu even hurriedly refused. Sister Cui Cui, Su Chen has been sensible since he was little, he makes many decisions on his own, and I can't manage this aspect. According to Lin Susu's thoughts, she couldn't help Su Chen's martial arts, but at least she couldn't drag him down in other areas, so she refused very decisively. Alas, you all. Sister Cui Cui originally wanted to educate them a bit, saying that one shouldn't treat children like this, but when she thought of Su Chen's achievements, she swallowed her words. On the other side, after Su Chen reached an agreement with Chen Guangliang took out the contract, and after consulting Su Chen's opinion, he wrote down some numbers on it. After entering the Magic City Martial Arts University, starting from July 1st, he would receive points worth 300 million every month, accumulating for 3 months. From May 1st, 2024, until July 1st, 2025, Su Chen would enjoy a 20% discount, whether purchasing resources or using the tools and teacher resources of the Magic City Martial Arts University. At the same time, Su Chen would enjoy a 1-year usage right for a class of Villa, 1 challenge in the Secret Realm, 2 resource Secret Realms. There was also a benefit that Chen Guangliang fought for Su Chen, that after May 1st, the school would invite a forger to specially craft a first-tier knife for Su Chen. All materials and forging costs would be free. Su Chen, our magic martial school start date is July 1st, so that resource worth 300 million will also need to wait until July 1st to be given to you. However, you are special recruits, and we have some policies for you to help them achieve better results in the college entrance examination. So, after May 1st, you can go to Magic Martial University and join as a prospective college student. It's just that the villa will only be available after June 28th, and I hope you can understand this. After signing the contract with Su Chen, Chen Guangliang looked at Su Chen with even more tenderness. Teacher Chen, I understand. Su Chen grinned. The benefits listed above were for them, the special recruits, while regular students could only earn 10 million points each month. Although there was a guaranteed minimum for 3 months, subsequent resources had to be fought for based on rankings. As for the remaining benefits, those were available to everyone and had to be earned through strength. Chen Guangliang had noted this as well. Then it's settled. Hehe, here's my contact information. If you have any questions or issues, you can call the number on this card. And remember to call me when you get to Magic Martial. Chen Guangliang handed a business card to Su Chen. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Su Chen solemnly accepted the card and recorded the number on his phone. Ha, see you in Magic City then. Chen Guangliang laughed heartily, his white teeth and bald head particularly striking. I'm off. Chen Guangliang left. His purpose for coming here was to scout talent, and now that he had found Su Chen, there was no need for him to stay. As for Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi, they had originally been in his consideration, but after accepting Su Chen, there was no need to think about them anymore. The special recruitment slots were limited, and those two were on the borderline of being special recruits or not. After all, these special recruitment slots were not given out lightly, although it wasn't written in the contract. Anyone who was a special recruit could basically enjoy those benefits. Each special recruitment slot needed to be considered carefully. Su Chen watched Chen Guangliang's departing figure, put away the contract, and his smile was exceptionally bright. I didn't expect that in my previous life I had no connection to Tsinghua or Peking University, but in this life, I could be sought after by both schools, entering through a special recruitment slot. Although the Imperial Martial and Magic Martial weren't called Tsinghua or Peking University, their status in the Eastern Huang Kingdom was even higher than that of Tsinghua and Peking University in his previous life. After all, Imperial Martial and Magic Martial were not just showing off in the Eastern Huang, these two martial universities were top-tier worldwide. Next, I should keep a low profile. After saying this, Su Chen saw Wang Yuntao walking over. Su Chen, he. Before Wang Yuntao could finish his sentence, Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately raised his voice. How did you know I was specially recruited by Magic Martial, and that I even signed the special recruitment contract? Su Chen raised the contract in his hand, the words Magic Martial University on the cover very prominent. Ha! Wang Yuntao was completely stunned. How would I know? I just saw Teacher Zhuo leave with a dark face, ignoring my greeting, so I came over to take a look. Although he had prepared himself for Su Chen being specially recruited by Magic Martial, it still felt a bit uncomfortable. Too uncomfortable. The reason Wang Yuntao participated in this competition was not only because the rewards from the school were good, but more so to obtain special recruitment from the two prestigious universities. He knew more than Su Chen and understood the importance of the special recruitment slots, but he didn't expect that the special recruitment slot would be taken by Su Chen first. Wang Yuntao felt miserable. The news of Su Chen being specially recruited by Magic Martial quickly spread. The source was not Wang Yuntao, but Su Chen himself. As the saying goes, wealth and honor do not return home, like wearing brocade at night. Although Su Chen was not the type to be ostentatious, he still enjoyed showing off occasionally. Su Chen was specially recruited by Magic Martial? Just like that, in a small group of only 3 people, a boy using his own name as a username sent out this message. Lin Xia, you found out so quickly? Wang Yuntao immediately replied. Yeah, Teacher Zhuo just called me and said he hoped I could teach Su Chen a lesson. That's right, this boy was Lin Xia. Lin Xia, you didn't agree, did you? Wang Yuntao was immediately anxious upon seeing this message. What do you think? Lin Xia asked back, and Wang Yuntao smiled awkwardly, confused, as Lin Xia's character would definitely not agree. But the next second, Lin Xia's words left Wang Yuntao stunned. I agreed. Ha, Lin Xia, you. Mainly because I'm quite curious about this person. Mastering the intent before entering the next stage, that's something even I haven't achieved. No one knew Lin Ste's true thoughts, but it's too early to say now. With Su Chen's strength, he might not necessarily be a match for Lingxi, right? At Ningjing, Lin Xie directly tagged another person in the group. This small group belonged to the three of them. Very few people knew that the three of them had a very good relationship, having been close since childhood, like childhood friends. Once, their families had a good relationship too, with frequent contact between the parents. However, as time passed, conflicts arose, and the relationship between the parents became distant. Of course, the bond between the three of them remained strong. Ningjing, also known as Li Lingxi, replied with just that. Lin Xie and Wang Yuntao were not surprised, as Li Lingxi was just that kind of person. Just like her online name, Ningjing, which means tranquility. Xiao Wang, but I want to criticize you a bit. Although Su Chen has grasped the rudimentary form of knife intent, he is still too immature. With your vitality, you shouldn't have lost, but unfortunately, your heart was disturbed in the end. Lin Xia watched the livestream. Although he wasn't interested in the competition, he still paid attention to his two only friends and specifically watched the live broadcast. Don't say any more, woo woo woo. Wang Yuntao naturally understood, tears streaming down his face. There was only one chance. If he had handled it better at that time, he might have been specially recruited. A pain that would last forever in his heart. The entire Green City, even the whole Haishi province, knew about Su Chen being specially recruited by the Magic Martial University. The Green City Education Bureau and the Haishi Province Education Bureau, after contacting Su Chen, immediately released the news on their official website. Following Lin Xie being specially recruited by the Imperial Capital Martial University, Su Chen has been specially recruited by the Magic Capital Martial University. Congratulations! This was the message from the Haishi Province Education Bureau. Having two specially recruited students from one province was indeed good news for Haishi Province. After all, the number of special recruits from the Imperial and Magic Martial Universities each year is really not many, and both schools need to consider the relationships with various provinces. Every year, these two schools fill their quotas from all provinces. This means that out of 36 provinces, each province must have at least one person specially recruited by both martial universities. This is an unspoken rule. Regardless of whether a genius has emerged from that province this year, they will still recruit one person specially. Although there is no explicit statement between the two martial universities in each province, everyone operates according to this rule. Under normal circumstances, more than half of the provinces only have one person specially recruited. Only when two particularly outstanding geniuses appear will they recruit two people from the same province. Just like this time, they specially recruited Lin Xie in advance. If it weren't for Su Chen's appearance, neither Chen Guangliang nor Zhuo Guangzhu would have necessarily chosen another person for special recruitment. Even if Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi were both quite good, they might not have been selected either. Having two people specially recruited so early this year was indeed something worth promoting for Haishi Province. As for Green City, over there, it was, congratulations to Su Chen from Green City No. 2 Middle School for being specially recruited by the Magic Capital Martial University. Congratulations, congratulations. The news was directly posted on the homepage of the Education Bureau and was locked in place. What a joke. After so many years, not to mention being specially recruited by the two supreme universities, even getting into the two supreme universities was a big deal for Green City. Last year, only 3 people from Green City were admitted to the two supreme universities, and their rankings weren't high. This was pinned to the official website for 7 days. This time was even more remarkable. Even the entire Education Bureau would gain significant political achievements because of Su Chen's matter. Anyway, Director Chao was definitely going to be promoted. The media in Haishi Province was particularly lively, with news about Su Chen everywhere. However, there was not much attention on the subsequent match between Su Chen and Li Lingxi. At the Xingqian Club, when Muxue once again became the center of attention, with countless envious glances directed at her. Muxue, Su Chen was discovered by you, and you even signed an A-level genius contract with him. Why don't you contact Su Chen and ask him to come to us? No, wait, just find out where he is, and I'll personally go to him with sincerity. The chairman of the Xingqian Club came to Wen Mushue's office, his face full of smiles, which was quite a sight given his corpulent appearance. His status had changed. A-level geniuses were something the Xingqian Club had every year. While important, they weren't that rare. But an S-level genius was something they hadn't signed in years. Especially someone like Su Chen, who had received a special admission spot for the demon martial arts, was unprecedented in the history of their club. Such a genius was worth him personally making an effort, even lowering his pride. If they could successfully sign him and have Su Chen promote a few advertisements for them, their club would definitely become exceptionally popular, possibly even the hottest club in Haishi province, and could even become a national-level club. When Mushue stared blankly at the chairman. This chairman was a well-known martial artist of a certain rank, with significant status throughout Haishi province. She never expected him to speak to her like this. Even her own father would have to smile in front of him. "You Changwon, get over here." The chairman, seeing that Wen Mushue was silent, thought she was angry and immediately roared. Yu Chengwang rushed in, looking terrified, and ran to Wen Mushue's side. Before he could say anything, the chairman kicked him in the back of the leg, causing him to kneel directly in front of Wen Mushue. "You ungrateful brat, I brought you to the club to learn, and you go and create so much trouble. I should have just shot you against the wall back then." Yu Chengwang, kneeling on the ground, didn't dare to get angry because this was his father, his biological father. At the Holy Hall training camp, Hanzei couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing the news. He picked up his phone to call his father, but unfortunately, it didn't go through. "Ha, old man, the training camp is thriving because of me now, right? Hee, it's still me with the foresight. I even borrowed 2 million from Su Chen. These will be great bragging points in the future. No, I need to contact someone first and sort out Su Chen's mother's situation." If Hanzei's father knew that Hanzei wanted to take charge, he would probably return from the battlefield and teach him a harsh lesson about why wolves travel in packs. Adl do know. To high school, when teacher Chow heard the news, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, disregarding the occasion. Then the entire school heard teacher Chow exclaim loudly, "How do you know that Su Chen's blade draw was taught by me?" The elite class students were all stunned, recalling the first day they met Su Chen. Although Su Chen had talent and skills, he was just average and didn't rank high in the class. Of course, Huang Zongbao felt even more complicated. He remembered how Su Chen was almost persuaded to drop out of the martial arts path in the parallel class. But now, Su Chen had come so far on this path, leaving him, who had once been somewhat proud in front of Su Chen, feeling like he couldn't even catch a whiff of the exhaust fumes. Zongbao. Next to him, Lu Zikai had a complex expression. It was indeed very complex, like a classmate who was originally not as good as you suddenly making rapid progress in just a month or two, and then you hear that they have been specially recruited by Tsinghua or Peking University. Meanwhile, you are still struggling to get into a first-tier university. The match for the top 4 had not yet started in the evening, and with Su Chen's consent, when Mushue brought Chairman Yu of the Xingchen Club to the competition venue. In order to avoid affecting Su Chen's match in the evening, Chairman Yu arrived and did not let Wen Mushue contact Su Chen. "Let's wait until Su Chen wins the match to talk. For now, we shouldn't disturb him. Tonight's match is very important for him." The match for the evening had already been announced, and Su Chen and Li Lingxi happened to be drawn together. This meant that tonight's match was essentially the finals. The other two competitors were so excited upon seeing this result that tears of joy streamed down their faces. Great. When Mushue nodded, she was also looking forward to the match between Su Chen and Li Lingxi, curious to see who was stronger. The evening's match was indeed very important for Su Chen. After all, if he lost, many people would have something to say. However, regardless of whether Su Chen won or lost tonight, their star club was prepared to invest heavily in him. It's time to enter. When Mushue and Chairman Yu sat for a while, and soon it was time for the match. The first match was indeed the one between Su Chen and Li Lingxi. The audience was particularly large, and everyone regarded this match as the finals. "Please welcome students Su Chen and Li Lingxi to the stage." As the host's voice fell, the previously noisy audience instantly quieted down, and all eyes turned to the competitors' seats. Su Chen and Li Lingxi stood up. They were not sitting far apart, about 5 or 6 meters away. Su Chen smiled at Li Lingxi, who also showed a lovely smile. Li Lingxi was petite, probably only 1.55 meters tall, fitting the type of a delicate girl. The two did not speak and walked to their respective positions on the stage, facing each other from a distance. "Su Chun from Green Capital No. 2 High School, please give me your guidance." Li Lingxi from Haishi No. 1 High School. The match begins. After both sides took the stage, staff members delivered their designated weapons. To ensure fairness in the competition, the materials used for the weapons were the same. However, competitors could customize their weapons by specifying the type or any requirements to the organizers, who would do their best to accommodate them, as long as the materials remained consistent. Su Chen naturally chose a battle knife, which was 1.5 meters long. Li Lingxi's weapon was the Meridian Mandarin Duck Axe, a very rare weapon that Su Chen had never seen anyone use or even heard of before. It was precisely because he would be facing Li Lingxi that Su Chen took the time to learn about it. The Meridian Mandarin Duck Axe is indeed not easy to deal with, it's too agile. After understanding it, Su Chen grasped the intricacies of this weapon. However, the Meridian Mandarin Duck Axe was extremely difficult to learn, requiring a high level of comprehension, and very few people could master it. Su Chen specifically watched performances by some masters, and the more he watched, the more astonished he became. He never expected that a short weapon could unleash such power. It was truly shocking. As soon as the battle began, Li Lingxi came at him, very clingy. Su Chen immediately felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire, and there might be crocodiles lurking in it, ready to pounce at any moment. Even in my previous matches, dealing with Lingxi's Meridian Mandarin Duck Axe was quite troublesome. I wonder how you will handle it? In the audience, Lin Xie's gaze was fixed on the competition stage, a smile on his lips. Indeed, but this weapon is very suitable for Little Li. Wang Yuntao nodded. Li Lingxi called him Little Wang, so he naturally referred to Li Lingxi as Little Li. However, Su Chen's knife is very fast. Little Li might be at a disadvantage. At a disadvantage? Once Lingxi gets a hold of him, it's not so easy to break free. Lin Xie smiled noncommittally. While it is true that in martial arts, speed is paramount, there are requirements for that speed. It was clear that Lin Xie did not believe Su Chen had reached a level where he could break through Li Lingxi's defenses. Soon, Su Chen and Li Lingxi had exchanged dozens of blows. If it weren't for the fact that his sword intent had improved to 2% and he had gained new insights into drawing his sword, along with an enhancement in his basic sword techniques, he might not have been able to keep up with Li Lingxi at all. Li Lingxi's Meridian Mandarin Duck Axe was used exceptionally well. Even when facing an opponent stronger than herself, she could entangle them, look for an opportunity, and then defeat them. Su Chen grew increasingly alarmed as he fought. Watching the videos alone could not convey the danger of the Meridian Mandarin Duck Axe. Little did he know, Li Lingxi's surprise was no less than Su Chen's, perhaps even more. In the afternoon, she had watched the match between Su Chen and Wang Yuntao, and at that time, Su Chen's strength was not as formidable as it was now. Has he broken through? And his combat awareness and reaction speed are too strong. Even when I had the upper hand and forced him into my rhythm, I still couldn't make the snowball grow larger. This was the first time Li Lingxi encountered such a situation. In the past, as long as she had the upper hand, she could quickly make the snowball grow larger, using the characteristics of the Meridian Mandarin Duck Axe to defeat her opponent. But today, she found it impossible to do so. It seems I have to use it. Li Lingxi remained calm. She did not underestimate Su Chen and had prepared to use advanced techniques from the start. As Li Lingxi made her move, Su Chen sensed it too. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief and immediately seized the opportunity, charging forward with his sword. Fast, too fast. Li Lingxi herself did not expect Su Chen's timing to be so precise. Just a slight movement and he had already closed in. Watching the battle knife slicing towards her, Li Lingxi could only immediately unleash her ultimate move. Clang! In terms of power, there was still a significant gap between short weapons and battle knives. Su Chen seized the opportunity and expanded his advantage. This strike forced Li Lingxi to retreat several steps. Not good. In this collision, Li Lingxi was not injured, she completely blocked it. However, she felt no joy, she had already anticipated the consequences. I need to be quick. Li Lingxi realized she had underestimated Su Chen, and with a push of her feet, she prepared to entangle him again. But how could Su Chen let such a good opportunity slip away? This strike was a normal draw cut, but Su Chen had pushed its speed to his limit. This time, even Wang Yuntao barely saw it clearly. Clang! Sparks flew. The disadvantage in weaponry caused Li Lingxi's blood to surge, her internal organs jolted, and a trickle of bright red blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. Li Lingxi's expression remained unchanged, her gaze serious. As someone who played with the Meridian Mandarin Duck Axe, she naturally understood its advantages and disadvantages. It could contend with most weapons, even battle axes, as long as the distance was closed and the 16-character strategy of the Meridian Mandarin Duck Axe was utilized. It could prevent the opponent from unleashing the power of the battle axe, leading to victory. The 16-character strategy included hooking, capturing, pulling, cutting, thrusting, chopping, and slashing. However, the disadvantages of the Meridian Mandarin Duck Axe were also evident. It was vulnerable to being kept at a distance by long weapons. Just like facing a battle axe, would she dare to directly withstand its strike? Absolutely not. Su Chen's reactions were too quick, completely taking the battle out of her control. She now just wanted to quickly close the distance to Su Chen, regain control of the opportunity, and slowly wear him down. Unfortunately, Su Chen would not give Li Lingxi that chance. Su Chen would rather be injured than allow Li Lingxi to stick to him again. After several exchanges, Li Lingxi's tiger mouth went numb, and finally, with a single draw cut, Su Chen forced her left hand holding the Meridian Mandarin Duck Axe to loosen its grip. I lost. Seeing this scene, Li Lingxi decisively admitted defeat. Due to her misjudgment, she fell into a disadvantage, and against an opponent like Su Chen, she could only watch helplessly as her mistakes were magnified, unable to turn the tide. At that moment, she finally understood why Wang Yuntao had lost in the afternoon. The entire sequence of Li Lingxi suppressing Su Chen, being overturned by him, and then admitting defeat happened within just a minute or two. No one expected the final outcome to be like this. They had thought that Su Chen would win, and that Li Lingxi would lose, but to determine a victor, it should have been a fierce battle, perhaps even resulting in both sides suffering heavy losses, right? There was indeed that feeling at the beginning, but the ending came too quickly, didn't it? Interesting. Lin Xia's expression became quite intriguing. He had originally worn a confident smile, especially when he saw Li Lingxi entering her state, and he remarked, Su Chen lost. At that moment, Wang Yuntao beside him nodded as well. He had fought against Li Lingxi too many times. He knew that when the rhythm reached this point, he was not far from losing. Every time he won against Li Lingxi, well, he admitted that during their senior year, he hadn't won even once. Just as he was familiar with Li Lingxi, she was far too familiar with him and would never give him a chance. But suddenly, when they saw Li Lingxi preparing to use the fierce tiger leaping from the cage to further secure her victory, the outcome changed abruptly. Su Chen suddenly surged up, instantly seizing Li Lingxi's mistake. Or rather, was it a mistake at all? It was something that normally couldn't be caught. Even if Lin Xia controlled his strength at this stage, he wouldn't have been able to do it. But Su Chen caught it, and then directly used that as the core to expand his advantage and quickly defeat his opponent. All of this sounded simple, but in practice, it was truly difficult, even to the point of being nearly impossible. Little Li actually lost? Wang Yuntao felt as if he no longer recognized this world. Su Chen had really defeated Li Lingxi in such a state? That's not scientific. Not scientific? Lin Xia replied, and Wang Yuntao glanced over. Actually, it's very scientific. Su Chen's combat awareness is absurdly strong. He's almost fighting on instinct. Upon hearing the excitement in Lin Xia's tone, Wang Yuntao realized that Lin Xia hadn't sounded like this in a long time. It's a pity that his current realm is too low, but it's fine. Tomorrow I will suppress my strength to the same level and fight him. Are you serious? Wang Yuntao's eyes widened. He had thought Lin Xia was joking in the evening, but it turned out he was serious. What do you think? Lin Xia smirked, his lips curling. Wang Yuntao couldn't help but roll his eyes. What do you think? I originally had little interest. I was just teasing you, but now I'm interested. First, Green City No. 2 High School. The principal of Green City No. 2 High School saw Su Chen win against Li Lingxi and immediately called the advertising company to specially order a banner about Su Chen winning first place in the invitational tournament and being specially recruited by Magic Martial University. He had completely regarded Su Chen as the first place winner. After all, tomorrow's match had no suspense at all. Old Chow, this time our school can apply for more resources from above. I think 400,000 points a week for Su Chen is too little. I think 2 million is more appropriate. Green City Education Bureau. Director Chow's face was flushed. The results Su Chen achieved were quite beneficial for him. As soon as the principal of Green City No. 2 High School sent in the application, the people below passed it to him, and he immediately agreed. Wait, isn't 2 million a week too little? Director Chow waved his hand, preparing to change the 2 million to 3 million, but then he paused. Let's go with this, no need to increase it. Also, arrange the housing in the happiness community quickly. Forget it, I'll talk to the city lord. This 150 square meters definitely isn't enough, at least a 300 square meter unit is needed. And, I need to let Xiao Yang contact Su Chen more. With Su Chen's talent, even if he can't become a strong warrior at the martial king level, he will definitely become an extreme martial artist. An extreme martial artist? For me, that's a big shot worth currying favor with. Su Chen did not know that because he was specially recruited by the demon martial arts and had defeated Li Lingxi, he officially became the first in the invitation competition. Both the school and the Lord's Mansion of Ludo City invested a lot of benefits into him. Now, he had already left the Haishi Sports Stadium and was sitting in a luxurious extended limousine, arriving at the highest building in Haishi City, the 108th floor of Yunding Building for a meal. The decoration was extravagant, resplendent, and quite impressive. However, Su Chen was somewhat hesitant to appreciate such aesthetics. The prices of the dishes inside were also very high, mainly consisting of fierce beast meat or some spiritual plants. Chairman, you ordered a table of dishes, costing over 500,000. Mr. Su Chen, your performance this time was excellent, so we are preparing to sign you up for a higher genius training program. During the meal, Chairman, you saw that Su Chen was not discussing serious matters, and helplessly cursed Su Chen as a little fox in his heart, having to speak up himself. Mu Shui. Okay. When Mu Shui immediately took out a contract from her bag and placed it in front of Su Chen. Mr. Su Chen, I have a contract here, specifically tailored for you. Su Chen continued to pick up a piece of food and send it to his mouth. Although these dishes were not worth much energy, even a mosquito's leg is meat, and it shouldn't be wasted. However, some of the numbers on it have not been filled in yet, and we need to discuss them. Don't worry, we have very few restrictions on you here. You just need to wait until after the college entrance examination, and in the 1 or 2 weeks before the new semester starts, cooperate with us to shoot a few videos and some posters. When Mu Shue's expression was complex. More than a month ago, she was a big shot in front of Su Chen, while he was just a minor character. But unexpectedly, just over a month had passed, and their identities had changed so drastically. Such things could only be achieved by a senior high school student. The college entrance examination and martial arts training could indeed change a person's fate. Su Chen did not know when Mu Shue's thoughts. He put down his chopsticks and looked at Chairman Yu. Chairman Yu, are there any other requirements in this? Yes, I have written the specifics in the contract. You can take a look, and if there's anything you don't understand or need to modify, you can tell me. Chairman Yu now regarded Su Chen as a cash cow. Su Chen responded, picked up the contract, and directly looked at the obligations to be fulfilled. After the college entrance examination, he would shoot a promotional video of about 3 minutes, along with 3 sets of promotional posters. For the next 3 years, in the 1 or 2 weeks before each new semester, he would cooperate with the Star Club to shoot a 2 to 3 minute promotional video and 2 sets of promotional posters. He would also need to cooperate with the Star Club for a promotional event. There were incentive-based competitions organized by the Star Club that he could refuse to participate in, as it was not mandatory. Finally, there was a restrictive clause. Within 3 years, he was only allowed to sign the high school genius contract plan with the Star Club and could not participate in similar activities with other clubs, but there were no restrictions on activities after university. Additionally, the Star Club would obtain the usage rights for the above promotional videos and posters for 10 years. After reading these obligations, Su Chen nodded slightly. It seemed quite reasonable. These were all normal conditions. After all, clubs are not charities, and they would definitely impose some restrictions. Otherwise, if Su Chen turned around and ran to another club, wouldn't the money they spent be wasted? Is there anything that needs to be modified? Let me see the benefits. Okay, Mu Shue. Chairman Yu gave Wen Mu Shue a look, and she immediately leaned in. Due to the close distance, Su Chen could smell the fragrance on Wen Mu Shue. Looking at her, Su Chen couldn't help but recall the first time he met Wen Mu Shue. Back then, she was a very strong and assertive woman. Su Chen, we are signing an SSS-level genius contract with you this time. Such a contract has only been made once since the establishment of the Star Club. When Mu Shue first praised Su Chen before getting to the point. You are an old genius of our Star Club, having risen step by step, and you know the treatment we offer. I know, C-level genius 500,000, B-level genius 2 million, A-level genius 10 million, Su Chen replied decisively, as he had experienced all 3 levels. That's right, but starting from the S-level contract, our Star Club offers customized contracts, and many things need to be negotiated based on your needs to help you obtain what you want. The benefits of an S-level contract are about 100 million in resources. And for SSS level, 1 billion. When Mu Shue held up a finger and said something that left Su Chen momentarily stunned. 1 billion? Fortunately, Su Chen was now someone who had seen the world. The value of what he possessed was considerable, and he quickly regained his composure. After all, he had inquired a bit about what a source dan was during his conversation with Wang Yuntao. A source dan is something that only entry-level martial artists can use, containing extremely pure extraordinary power. After consumption, it can increase the extraordinary power within an entry-level martial artist's body. In other words, those who become martial artists through elemental power will increase their elemental power. Those who become martial artists through willpower will increase their willpower. This is an extremely precious item, so valuable that even Wang Yuntao didn't understand its worth, only having heard of such things. As for Disaster Dawn, even according to the prices in the 2 Supreme Academies, Blood Chi Disaster Dan 5 million, Skill Disaster Dan 6 million, Breakthrough Disaster Dan 8 million, Su Chen's worth was also quite impressive. 13 Blood Chi Disaster Dawn, 11 Skill Disaster Dawn, 11 Breakthrough Disaster Dawn, 170 Blood Dawn, 1,500,000 in cash, 10 million club points. The Green Capital Army also granted Su Chen the authority to exchange for resources worth 2 million points from the Green Capital Military Warehouse. Adding all this up, even at the lowest estimate, it was worth 230 million martial coins. This still didn't include the most precious source dawn. Although the 1 billion Wen Mu Shue mentioned was a lot, it wasn't an unimaginable astronomical figure. Once he joined the Demon Marshal, the resources he could obtain would be even greater. Yes, it's 1 billion. We can exchange this 1 billion based on the resources you want. Just tell us what you need, and we will do our utmost to help you get it, Wen Muxue said sincerely. Having a foundation of cooperation, Su Chen had a good impression of Wen Muxue and agreed. Alright, what about the previous 10 million? Not counted in. Then I agree. Happy co-renting. Happy cooperation. After discussing a deal worth 1 billion, Su Chen felt extremely pleased. Today is April 23rd, and after tomorrow's competition, it will be the 24th. May 1st is approaching, and then we will head directly to Demon Martial. He definitely wanted to go to Demon Martial and hoped to go as early as possible. Su Chen longed for the world after entering the next level and wanted to see the talents of the Demon Capital or the seniors in Demon Martial. Just as Yen Jun said, Green Capital was really too small. In the next few days, train well, going to Demon Martial will be a new beginning. Muxue, when I return this time, I will make you the deputy minister in charge of recruitment for the club in Haishi City. Salary of 500,000 a month. Commission increased by 20%, and this time, Su Chen will give you a bonus of 5 million. After Su Chen left, Chairman Yu's face was filled with smiles. Thank you, Chairman Yu. Upon hearing this, Wen Muxue immediately revealed a radiant smile. Although her father was a shareholder of the Star Club, he was just a minor shareholder, and the family could only be considered to have a bit of money. Being able to receive such a bonus, along with a monthly salary of 500,000 in commissions, made her more confident about stepping into the realm of an entry-level warrior. By the way, Director Yu, Su Chen has a good relationship with Chen Xin from Green City. Su Chen was also discovered by him. Chen Xin, is it? I remember him. This time, it's just right for him to become the true leader of the Green City branch. Director Yu, you are so insightful. When Muxue showed a look of surprise, she was not the type to covet her subordinates' achievements. Do a good job. Chairman Yu laughed heartily. He was different from his son. Although he liked women, he could distinguish between women and career. He would never touch a woman who could help his career or one from the club. The next day's competition arrived as scheduled. The match was just as everyone expected, without any waves. Even standing in front of Su Chen was the 4th place from this provincial mock assessment, whose vitality also reached the 9 limit and scored a high score of 628 in the simulation. He was still no match. He posed no threat to Su Chen at all. Just to make the finals less boring, Su Chen exchanged a few moves with his opponent. Otherwise, with Su Chen's strength, he could have easily defeated him. The battle lasted 5 minutes, and Su Chen only used basic sword techniques throughout, hardly employing any sword intent, to defeat his opponent and win the match. After the competition, it was naturally time for the awards ceremony. All 64 participants gathered, and everyone could go on stage to receive their awards, giving them a chance to shine. Those who made it to the top 64 among all high school seniors in the province were all exceptional talents. Smiles were on everyone's faces. Although the rewards were not much, no one really cared. What mattered was the impact behind the reward and that honor certificate. For Su Chen, the first prize was just a bonus of 200,000 and a certificate of first place. But how much would Green City give him behind that? Su Chen didn't know. After all, before coming, Green City had told him that as long as he made it into the top 10, they would reward him with a 150 square meter apartment in the Happy Community. The Happy Community, after all, started at 200,000 per square meter, a place that was very hard to buy even with money. It was basically impossible for an ordinary person to purchase. Only warriors had the purchasing rights and needed to have made certain contributions to Green City. Of course, someone like Su Chen, who brought glory to Green City, was also qualified. A 150 square meter apartment was worth at least 30 million. And this was just the reward for the top 10. Having taken first place and being specially recruited by the Demon Martial Arts, Su Chen was also curious about what kind of rewards Green City would offer him. After the awards were given and photos were taken, this invitation competition came to an end. Next, Su Chen and the others would return to their respective homes. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, someone called out to him. Su Chen, what's up? It was Wang Yuntao, and Su Chen looked over in confusion. It's like this. Wang Yuntao coughed and leaned in to whisper in Su Chen's ear. I want to introduce someone to you, and Li Lingxi will join us too. Lin Xie? Upon hearing this, Su Chen unconsciously thought of Lin Xie's name. Yes, that's right, Lin Xie. He was also at the competition today. He watched your match with me and Li Lingxi and wants to spar with you. Wang Yuntao explained quietly. Lin Xie. Su Chen repeated the name in his heart. For this top person from Haishi province, who had already become a legendary entry-level warrior, Su-chen was quite curious. Spar with me? He's already an entry-level warrior. Don't worry, Lin Xia definitely won't take advantage of you, and his family has some good stuff. Wang Yuntao winked at Su-chen, looking a bit lewd. Alright then. Su-chen nodded, as he was also very interested in Lin Xia. Then let's set off. Wang Yuntao breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Su-chen was willing to come. This way, he could consider it as fulfilling Lin Xia's request, preventing that guy from always saying he was unreliable. But let me talk to my companions first, Su-chen said as he walked towards Xiao Ishui and the others. The 22 of them had all been brought by the Green Capital Education Bureau on a chartered spaceship. To show their importance regarding this competition, the Bureau had specially sent a deputy director, 2 deputy heads, and 2 staff members to assist. Ishui, I'm going out with them for a bit. There's something I need to do. Please tell Director Ma for me, she replied. Okay. Xiao Ishui obediently agreed, her gaze towards Su-chen filled with complexity. Once upon a time, Su-chen was just an insignificant passerby in her eyes. Aside from being handsome, there was nothing memorable about him. Even when he mastered advanced skills, it was the same. They were simply from different worlds. But now, stop staring, he's already far away, Hong Lin said as she approached Xiao Ishui, noticing her gaze fixed on Su-chen's gradually disappearing figure, her tone complicated. She had never interacted with someone like Su-chen before. I wasn't staring, Xiao Ishui replied, a bit flustered. Hong Lin couldn't help but roll her eyes. Anyone who wasn't blind could see it. Forget it. Hong Lin didn't want to expose her, but to prevent Xiao Ishui from getting deeper into it, she couldn't help but remind her, it's best not to look, after all, you two are from different worlds. He's too dazzling. Xiao Ishui shuddered. Were they really from different worlds? It seems like we never were. Su-chen. Before reaching the entrance of the stadium, Su-chen heard someone calling him. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Brother Feng. Before Su-chen could respond, Wang Yuntao exclaimed in surprise. Brother Feng? Only then did Su-chen realize who it was, the elegant young man who had been beside Zhang Ligua last time. Su-chen didn't know his name and wasn't sure how to address him. Yan Feng seemed to notice Su-chen's confusion and smiled at Wang Yuntao before introducing himself. My name is Yan Feng. I'm the secretary of the governor. Secretary Yan. Just call me Brother Feng like Xiao Dao does. Brother Feng. A smile appeared on Yan Feng's face. He naturally had a good impression of someone Zhang Ligua favored. He was indeed doing better than Su-chen at the moment, but the future was uncertain. Brother Feng, what brings you here? Wang Yuntao looked over, seeming particularly familiar with Yan Feng. The governor asked me to deliver something to Su-chen. What is it? Wang Yuntao's eyes widened in curiosity. Why do you care so much? Yan Feng rolled his eyes before turning to Su-chen. It's this. The governor said it might be very useful to you. Yan Feng pulled out a paper box about 80 centimeters long from his spatial ring. The box looked new and exquisite, likely just packaged. Open it when you get back. I've delivered the item, so I'll take my leave now. Su-chen, don't learn bad habits from Xiao Dao, Yan Feng laughed. Brother Feng, please thank the governor for me, Su-chen said as he accepted the item. Naturally, he would keep something given to him by the governor. However, Su-chen was still curious about what the governor had given him. Of course, make sure to keep it safe. Don't lose it, Yan Feng said before turning to leave. Su-chen, about that thing. As soon as Yan Feng left, Wang Yuntao immediately leaned in, his face full of curiosity. No way. Without needing Yan Feng to finish, Su-chen already guessed what he wanted to say and directly refused, putting the item into his spatial ring. This spatial ring was indeed convenient. Otherwise, with so many precious pills, Su-chen wouldn't dare to carry them around carelessly. So stingy, Wang Yuntao pouted deliberately. In fact, Wang Yuntao was doing it on purpose. He knew Su-chen wouldn't show him, and he was just trying to lighten the mood. Su-chen smiled non-committally. The two then got into Wang Yuntao's car, where Li Lingxi had been waiting. When Su-chen got in, Li Lingxi smiled at him. Xiao Li has this personality, a bit socially anxious, not very fond of interacting with people, Wang Yuntao mentioned, fearing Su-chen might overthink it. Su-chen nodded. No wonder Li Lingxi had come out by herself earlier. He had been puzzled as to why she hadn't come along. It turned out she was a bit socially anxious. Li Lingxi showed no significant reaction to Wang Yuntao's comment about her, instead lowering her head to play with her phone. Old Lu, let's go. Alright, young master. Old Lu, the driver in a black suit and sunglasses, made Su-chen question Wang Yuntao's identity. Could he be some kind of underworld young master? Old Lu's driving was very steady, with no bumps at all, especially since he was driving a flying car. The history of flying cars spans several decades, but they are quite expensive to manufacture and maintain, leading to low utilization rates. However, in recent years, major cities have begun subsidizing the purchase of flying cars. There was no choice, the population was too large. Traffic congestion on the ground was severe, especially during rush hours, making people wish they could just walk. In such circumstances, particularly in the capital and the Magic City, it was said that a few years ago, ground vehicles had already been restricted. Only public transport or official vehicles were allowed on the roads, all others had to be flying cars, or they couldn't be on the road at all. This was unavoidable. Due to the rampant disaster beasts, humans could not survive outside the barrier. The world within the barrier was protected by its power, shielding it from the attacks of disaster beasts. Outside the barrier, disaster beasts would breed according to natural forces, appearing randomly and unpredictably. In such a situation, for humans to survive, they could only live in cities with barriers. As for the barrier, it was established using a natural item called a boundary stone. The size of the boundary stone determined the range of the barrier. For example, Green Capital and Haishi City had boundary stones of the same scale, so purely based on their sizes, the two cities were almost identical. However, Haishi City's population was 1.5 times that of Green Capital, making it overcrowded. The capital and the Magic City were even more exaggerated. Their boundary stones were of a higher grade, but their populations were also extremely high. The capital had a population of 48 million, while the Magic City had 46 million. So many people crammed into one city. Therefore, both the capital and the Magic City had towering skyscrapers. There, you couldn't see any buildings lower than 100 stories. Due to the large population, they had to restrict ground vehicles, allowing only flying cars for transportation. Of course, all of this was what Su Chen had heard. He had never been to those two super cities. However, he would soon be heading to the Magic City, known as the Pearl of the East, the most prosperous commercial metropolis of Donghuang country. The speed of flying cars was indeed fast. With the road planned out, they didn't stop at all. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at Lin Xie's home. "We're here." Wang Yuntao chuckled, and Su Chen got out, looking at Lin Xie's house, his mouth twitching. It was indeed a wealthy household. Before him stood a mansion occupying at least 3,000 to 5,000 square meters, quite luxurious. Su Chen estimated, well, it was beyond estimation. To have such a mansion in the city center of Haishi, TSK, Lin Xie's family was unimaginable. This was definitely not something that could be bought with money. "You're here." Lin Xie stood at the door, smiling as he walked over to Su Chen. "Su Chen, this is Lin Xie, our young master Lin," Wang Yuntao teased from the side. Li Lingxi got out, put her phone in her pocket, and quietly watched. "Hello, Su Chen, don't listen to this wealthy fool, he's the real young master. Lin Xie is different from what I imagined." Originally, Su Chen thought that someone like Lin Xie, a prodigy who quickly succeeded in advancing, would surely have a bit of arrogance, ranking among the top in the country. Unexpectedly, he even jokes around. "Hello." Su Chen shook hands with Lin Xie, and to avoid misunderstandings, there was no vulgar contest of strength in the handshake, just a simple greeting. "TCH, your Lin family just needs to." Wang Yuntao stopped mid-sentence, his expression slightly awkward. "Come on, why are we standing out here? Let's go inside and sit down." Lin Xie subtly gave Wang Yuntao a look, shifting the topic. Su Chen wasn't overly curious, so he smiled and followed them inside. Lin Xie was very talkative, and his conversation was different from Wang Yuntao's nonsense. They chatted about everything, covering various topics, making Su Chen marvel at the educational methods of these prominent families. It's really too hard for commoners to catch up. That kind of spoiled second generation, who only causes trouble, usually only appears among nouveau riche. Families with true heritage would never let their children become spoiled. As they talked, Wang Yuntao steered the conversation towards battles. "Lin Xie, aren't you going to battle Su Chen? Since you brought back a set of equipment from Diwu, why not let us broaden our horizons?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen also showed interest. Before coming, Wang Yuntao had mentioned that Lin Xie's family had good things, and it seemed this was what he was referring to. "All right, but Su Chen, you're not an advanced martial artist and don't have a dedicated account, so you'll have to log in with a temporary account later." Lin Xie's original intention was indeed this, so he naturally continued. "Account?" Su Chen had a vague guess in his mind. "It's similar to a virtual battle space, but this thing is more advanced than a virtual space, capable of fully simulating the user's various data, including vitality and blood value, etc. It also has many functions inside. You'll know the specifics once you enter the magic martial and become an advanced martial artist. For now, you can only log in with a temporary account, and the only function available to you is the virtual martial arts arena." Lin Xie explained briefly. "So, can you two use it together?" "Yes, I specifically spent a lot of money to get 2 sets. When Lin Xie spoke, he glanced at Li Lingxi and Wang Yuntao beside him, clearly indicating that this was arranged for them. It seemed the relationship among the three was indeed quite good. Then let's do it. Su Chen was eager to try. He was quite familiar with the benefits of virtual space. Last time at the Holy Hall training camp, he gained a lot. Later, the Star Club even arranged a machine specifically for Su Chen at the Green Capital Star Club branch for his use. Su Chen's combat awareness improved rapidly, largely thanks to the virtual space. However, this equipment consumes a lot of mental energy, and you haven't advanced yet. No, I was reckless, forgetting that your mental energy is beyond ordinary. When Lin Xie said this, Su Chen could sense a hint of envy in his tone. While speaking, Lin Xie led the three of them to a spacious room. Lin Xie's house was indeed very large, even a random room was over 100 square meters, and the reception room they just left was even more splendid. Inside the room were two robots resembling Gundams. These two guys are it. I only have the right to use them. Once I graduate from Daewoo, I'll have to return them. The usage is very simple. Su Chen, you've used the virtual space, so I don't need to say much, just go right in. Okay. Su Chen looked at the Gundam-like robots and grinned at Lin Xie. Gundams are a man's romance. In this world, Gundams certainly exist too. Then let's go in. I'll set up a local area network, and we can connect directly. Okay. Su Chen and Lin Xie both got into the Gundam and activated it. Having had experience in virtual spaces, Su Chen easily entered the virtual world inside the Gundam. Since it was a temporary account, the features were very simple, and there was only a training arena function. As soon as Su Chen clicked on it, he saw a room in the training arena, and the next second, an invitation came through. Without thinking, Su Chen accepted it. Su Chen, what's your vitality level? Although this machine is temporary, it can scan your vitality and accurately measure your basic techniques and advanced skills based on your performance in battle. Let me see. Su Chen opened the virtual panel, and sure enough, his information appeared. Temporary account, vitality, 8. 7. Basic techniques, unknown, awaiting measurement. Advanced skills, unknown, awaiting measurement. Extraordinary attributes, unknown, awaiting measurement. Evaluation, non-initiated warrior. Please use the machine with caution and be mindful of the time. 8. 7 vitality. Alright, I'll set mine to 8. 7 2. Lin Xie replied. He wasn't using a temporary account and had many more features. He moved his fingers slightly, and Su Chen could clearly feel Lin Xie's aura weaken significantly. Then let's go. Don't worry, I'll control my extraordinary power. Okay. Su Chen nodded, and the training arena transformed into a very ordinary kind of training ground. Come on, once we reach the martial arts university, this is basically the combat method used, so we can go all out without worrying about safety. But later on, if you want to improve your strength, it will still be necessary. You'll understand once you get there. Lin Xie left a hint, but Su Chen didn't feel much. These people were all like this. It's starting. Here it comes. The two instantly launched their attacks. Lin Xie's weapon was an axe, a double-bladed axe, one in each hand, very similar to the weapon used by Chang Yao Jin in a certain game. Su Chen was momentarily stunned when he saw Lin Xie's weapon. It didn't seem to match Lin Xie's style at all. Lin Xie looked like a rather charming young man, with delicate features and a lean build, not muscular at all. Such a person didn't seem like someone who would use double-bladed axes. But the battle had begun, and there was no time to think about that. Lin Xie's double-bladed axe was very agile, not heavy at all. In the blink of an eye, it came crashing down, and Su Chen immediately countered with his sword. Clang! A tremendous force came from Lin Xie's axe, numbing Su Chen's hands. What great strength! Su Chen squinted. Lin Xie had controlled his vitality at 8. 7, the same level as himself, yet he had such terrifying power? Stronger than me, I can't take it head on. Su Chen quickly changed his original fighting style. If he clashed directly, he would probably be cleaved in half by Lin Xie in just a few moves. Dodge. Win with speed. Su Chen immediately accelerated his sword techniques, forcing Lin Xie to be unable to unleash the full power of his double-bladed axe. But how could Lin Xie comply with Su Chen's wishes? After a few axe strikes, Su Chen was forced to retreat step by step, barely holding on. So strong. Su Chen was shocked. It was the first time he had found himself at a disadvantage against someone with the same vitality level. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xie was even more shocked. I've adjusted my basic axe techniques to the second stage at 45%, and I've infused 2% of the power prototype into it. How is Su Chen still holding on? This guy is really a freak. If I were at 8, 7 vitality, I would probably be killed in an instant. Of course, when he was at 8, 7 vitality, he was only in his second year of high school. No, I need to hold back a bit, this is too unfair. Lin Xie smiled awkwardly. He had just lost control of his strength and accidentally exerted a bit too much. Let's keep it at the level I was 3 months ago. Lin Xie thought of this and prepared to adjust, when suddenly, Su Chen erupted. Blade draw, break the mountain. Good timing. Lin Xia's eyes lit up. This strike came with fierce momentum, fast as a rocket. Fortunately, his reaction speed was also absurdly quick, immediately spinning his axe, chasing stars and pursuing the moon. The first axe blocked Su Chen's blade. The second axe, like it was chasing the moon, swung towards Su Chen's body. The two axes attacked almost simultaneously, their speed astonishing. Su Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. At that moment, he felt the threat of death. He quickly rolled towards the ground, barely avoiding the second axe's lethal blow. Moon Splitter. Lin Xie saw Su Chen evade the attack in this manner and was not surprised but rather pleased, directly throwing his right-hand axe at Su Chen. It was fast and fierce. Su Chen's reaction was almost instinctive. At that moment, he had no time to think. Clang! He held the blade, struggling to block the attack. The immense impact sent Su Chen rolling backward, blood surging, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not bad. You actually managed to block it. But it ends here. Lin Xie revealed a satisfied expression. Su Chen's strength was greater than he had anticipated. Wang Yuntao and Li Lingxi were not wrong to lose. Su Chen had no time to pay attention to Lin Xie's trash talk. In this moment of crisis, the figure in his mind reappeared. A shadow emerged, wielding a dark battle knife, striking out at high speed. The essence of the blade perfectly merged within, the blade's aura tearing through the void. Void break! What? While he was talking trash, Lin Xie, with only an axe in hand, suddenly saw a flash of blade light. By the time he reacted, the prompt of his death had already come. I died? Lin Xie's figure reappeared in the training ground, his tone filled with disbelief. What was that move just now called? Blade draw, void break. Su Chen stood up, his eyes shining brightly, because just now, he had once again broken through with his own ability. He successfully raised the progress of blade draw from 99% to 100%, saving 1,000 points of energy. Of course, the main point was not this. The points gained would also be transmitted to Su Chen's mind as if he had gone through countless trials, but that kind of gain was not as solid as what he trained for himself. This was also why Su Chen did not directly use energy to crazily enhance his strength. The foundation was too important. The energy would not run away. Once the foundation was solid, it would be more stable to take off later. Of course, what Su Chen was most worried about was that if his strength increased too quickly, it would easily attract some people's attention, which would not be good. Now, this speed was just right. Blade draw, void break? I see. Lin Xie's expression was complex. He did not say that the previous round didn't count, but that he had lost due to carelessness. If they were to have another round, he would definitely not say such things. Losing was losing. He could take the loss. You won, but shall we play again? Sure. Su Chen grinned. He actually hadn't had enough fun just now. Alright, then let's play again. Lin Xie also liked Su Chen's attitude, and the two began to battle once more. The more they fought, the more surprised Lin Xie became. Su Chen was like a sponge, constantly absorbing the battle, and his strength was continuously increasing. With the initial amount maintained, he found it increasingly difficult to fight, forcing him to increase his strength to continue holding his ground against Su Chen. This guy is really a freak. His blade draw has definitely reached the 100% stage. The foundational technique might be a bit lacking, but it shouldn't be below 30%. Of course, none of this is key. The most crucial part is Su Chen's blade intent. Lin Xie was shocked inside. Although he had unleashed his strength, even maintaining the same vitality as Su Chen, he could easily kill Su Chen. But the problem was, he had achieved this by significantly enhancing his foundation after entering the ranks of martial artists. Before the initiation, or rather the day before, he was not as good as Su Chen. This struck a blow to Lin Xie's heart and made him truly acknowledge Su Chen. No more fighting, that's enough. If we keep going, Xiao Wan won't be able to wait any longer. No, it should be that he can't wait any longer. The two had been battling for over an hour, and even Lin Xie felt a bit mentally exhausted. He originally wanted to wait for Su Chen to speak first, but looking at Su Chen's bright eyes, he decided to bring it up himself. All right. Upon hearing this, Su Chen thought of Wang Yuntao's impatient expression and smiled knowingly, reluctantly sheathing his sword. There was no way around it. With a training partner like this, no one would want to part ways. The gains from this hour were quite substantial. Su Chen casually glanced at the information scanned by the machine. Temporary account vitality, 8. 8 basic technique, basic sword technique, stage 3 30% plus, advanced skill, blade draw slash, stage 1 100% plus, extraordinary attribute, blade intent prototype 3%. The improvements were indeed significant, especially the basic sword technique. Before entering, Su Chen's progress was only at 20%, and now it had directly increased to 30%, a full 10% improvement. It should be noted that all of this was achieved through Su Chen's own insights, without any points allocated. Now I've also reached a certain bottleneck. Breaking through isn't an easy task. Moreover, I have already comprehended 2 moves of the blade draw slash. One is as forceful as a mountain crushing an egg, the other can swiftly tear through the void. Su Chen summarized his current strength. Ordinary martial artists should not be his match anymore. Let's go out. Lin Xie took a deep look at Su Chen before disappearing first. Watching Lin Xie's vanishing figure, Su Chen also stepped back out. Outside. Why are these 2 guys taking so long to come out? It's been over an hour. Wang Yuntao was indeed getting impatient, bouncing around like a monkey. Xiaoli, can't you say something? What's so fun about this game? It's very fun. Hearing Wang Yuntao mention the game, Li Lingxi looked up, her eyes serious as she nodded vigorously in response. Wang Yuntao fell silent. He shouldn't have asked Li Lingxi. If these 2 don't come out soon, don't blame me later. Just like Lin Xie said, you really can't wait any longer. Su Chen pushed open the tall door and jumped out, his tone playful. You guys finally came out. You have no idea how hard I've been waiting. This guy Xiaoli completely ignored me, just playing that game over there. Wang Yuntao showed no signs of embarrassment, immediately accusing Li Lingxi of her misdeeds. You, this guy. Lin Xie also came out, looking at Wang Yuntao with a smile that was not quite friendly. Su Chen, we have a small group of 3 here. Are you interested in joining? Lin Xie turned his gaze to Su Chen, extending an invitation. What? Wang Yuntao, still being silly, froze at this statement. Li Lingxi also put down her phone, her usually calm eyes showing surprise. But soon, the look of surprise faded, and she nodded slightly. If it was Su Chen, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, she didn't talk much. A small group of 3? Su Chen also showed an unexpected expression. Is it convenient? Very convenient. Alright then. Lin Xie took out his phone, and Su Chen scanned it. The small group of 3 instantly became a group of 4. To celebrate our group gaining a new member, I'll treat today. Wang Yuntao excitedly tried to put his arm around Su Chen's shoulders, but Su Chen dodged him in disdain. The 4 didn't go anywhere to eat. Wang Yuntao's treat was simply at Lin Xie's house. Lin Xie's house had everything, including a 5-star chef. Whatever they wanted to eat could be made right away. Su Chen, why did you choose magic martial arts? In recent years, Imperial Martial Arts has been developing better, and in the international competitions every year, Imperial Martial Arts ranks above magic martial arts. Soon, the 4 of them sat at the dining table. Wang Yuntao asked curiously. What? Su Chen looked puzzled. International competitions? He had never heard of them. I almost forgot. You guys basically don't know about international matters. Wang Yuntao slapped his forehead, showing an apologetic expression. Please elaborate. Su Chen didn't feel much. He indeed knew too little about this world. All he knew was that this continent was the high martial continent, which had many countries, and Donghuang was a major country. Also, Donghuang had 36 provinces and 402 cities. Among them, only 34 were real provinces, while the 2 super cities, the imperial capital and the magic capital, each counted as a province. Of course, the imperial capital and the magic capital had the strength to back it up. The strong in each city outnumbered those in the strongest provinces. Our Donghuang is just one country on this high martial continent. You should know that, right? I know. Su Chen nodded. He understood this common knowledge. He just didn't grasp the strength of those countries outside. Enough of this nonsense. Let me speak. Lin Xie, who couldn't stand it any longer, interrupted Wang Yuntao, who was rambling on. On the entire high martial continent, there are a total of 206 countries, and our Donghuang is among the top tier of these 206 countries, one of the 7 major countries. In this context, the strength of imperial martial arts and magic martial arts is naturally not weak. Both martial universities are consistently in the world's top 10, truly giant martial universities. Is it really that strong? Su Chen's eyes showed surprise. Yes, it is that strong, because our Donghuang ranks high among the 7 major countries, firmly in the top 3. However, in the past, the strengths of imperial martial arts and magic martial arts were about the same, but something happened over a decade ago that left the professors of magic martial arts disheartened, leading to fewer students being accepted in recent years, which affected the overall strength of magic martial arts. What happened? Su Chen's curiosity was piqued. It's not much. I don't know too many details since it happened over a decade ago when I was still young, and later the matter was sealed off, so I only know a rough outline. I only know that year, magic martial arts was very strong, pressing imperial martial arts down hard because several geniuses emerged from that cohort. Later, for some unknown reason, these super geniuses betrayed them, resulting in countless casualties among that year's magic martial arts students, and many teachers also died, which severely weakened magic martial arts. Of course, the most important thing seems to be that one of the traitors was a disciple of the principle of magic martial arts at that time. So, over the years, magic martial arts has been declining, but due to their deep foundation, otherwise, they would have been kicked out of the world's top 10 long ago. However, even so, last year magic martial arts barely held onto the 10th position, while Imperial Martial Arts has been improving year by year and is now ranked 3rd. Lin Xie's words made Su Chen realize that there was such a backstory. But you don't need to worry about choosing magic martial arts, it has a deep foundation, and many people choose it every year, so the overall gap with the Imperial capital isn't that big. It's just that it's relatively difficult to find a professor-level strong person as a master in magic martial arts. By the way, in other martial universities, extreme martial artists can become professors, but in Imperial martial arts and magic martial arts, one must be a martial king to become a professor. Basically, teaching assistants are students who have decent grades and stay on campus, with strength around high-level martial artists. Lecturers and associate professors are all extreme martial artists, but there is also a significant gap between extreme martial artists. Only by becoming a martial king can one become a true professor, but professors are also divided into 4 levels, with level 4 being the lowest and level 1 the highest. The professors of level 4 and level 3 are the main body, while those of level 2 are basically the peak powerhouses among the martial kings. Level 1 is referred to as academicians. I'm not sure what level they are, some say they are martial gods, while others say they are still martial kings, but it's undeniable that those who can become academicians are definitely extraordinary powerhouses. Lin Xie spoke more to the point, without much unnecessary talk, which gave Su Chen a better understanding of some of the university's systems. I see. No wonder Yun Tao would say that. Su Chen understood. What about the international competition? The international competition is actually organized by international organizations based on each country's situation, inviting some powerful martial artists to participate in world-class university competitions. However, this competition is different from the national freshman competition. It doesn't happen every year, normally it's held every 2 years. It's a pity for us, there will be this competition next April, and we definitely won't have a chance to participate this time. By the next session, we will be in our 3rd year, and competing with 4th-year students will be very difficult, basically impossible to participate. Wang Yuntao spoke with a tone of regret, seemingly disappointed that he couldn't participate in such a world-class competition. Stop overthinking it, even if you reach your 4th year, you still won't be able to compete with others. Lin Xie directly rolled his eyes at Wang Yuntao, giving him no face at all. Poof! Wang Yuntao scoffed disdainfully. So are you all planning to choose the Imperial Martial Arts? Yes, unless the Demon Martial Arts specially recruits me, otherwise, I can only choose the Imperial Martial Arts. Wang Yuntao replied noncommittally. I choose the Demon Martial Arts. Li Lingxi suddenly spoke up at this moment. Because there is a professor who uses the Meridian Mandarin twin axes. Li Lingxi specifically explained for Su Chen. I see. Su Chen was enlightened, the power of the Meridian Mandarin twin axes was impressive, but it was too niche. Even in places like the Demon and Imperial Martial Arts, professors who could wield the Meridian Mandarin twin axes were extremely rare. It's a pity that the 4 of us can't attend the same university, but it's alright, with our talents and strength, it won't be long before we can venture to that place, and by then, the 4 of us brothers can unleash our fury. Ha ha ha. After having lunch with Lin Xie and the others, Su Chen left. After all, he came with a team this time, and he couldn't keep them waiting too long. Around 4 in the afternoon, Su Chen and his group flew from Haishi to Ludu. As soon as they disembarked from the airship, countless people were waiting below. However, this time the scale was too large, even the city lord of Ludu, Yun Yi, was present. Yun Yi was a very young man, looking to be in his 30s. He stood at the front, followed by a group of prominent figures from Ludu. In such a situation, even the media dared not act recklessly, each one behaving properly. After all, those standing here were the elite of Ludu. The fact that so many people were waiting for Su Chen today showed how high his status had risen in the hearts of these leaders in Ludu. Getting into the demon martial arts wouldn't cause much of a stir. Every year, there are people who get into the imperial and demon martial arts, and they don't care. But being specially recruited by the demon martial arts is a completely different concept. This holds the probability of becoming a martial king, or at the very least, an extreme martial artist. Of course, the main point is still political achievements. Su Chen and the others brought such good results this time, which is a political achievement for anyone. He's here. Student Su Chen, thank you for your contributions to Ludu. As soon as Yun Yi saw Su Chen, he strode towards him, extending his hand, unable to contain the smile on his face. City Lord, you're too kind. Su Chen naturally recognized the elite of Ludu. In Ludu, almost no one doesn't know Yun Yi, as he often appears on Ludu TV. Su Chen naturally extended both hands to shake his. Ha, truly, heroes emerge from the youth. And Chen Ping, Yi Shui, Xia Yang, Luo Xiu, you all did very well this time too. Yun Yi also praised the few people behind Su Chen, which drew a few hesitant responses. After a while, Yun-Yi left. As the city lord, he naturally couldn't afford to waste too much time here. Next was the turn of the other deputy city lords, and about half an hour later, Director Chow walked up to Su Chen with a beaming face. "Shao Kahn, this time you really brought great honor to our green city. Hee, but don't worry, our green city rewards merit. You brought such great glory this time, so Green City will definitely not treat you poorly. This reward was personally overseen by Lord Yun-Yi and approved for you." Director Chow winked at Su Chen, signaling him to come in and talk. Some rewards could be made public, but some could not. Su Chen understood immediately and followed him in. Soon, the two arrived at the basement, where Secretary Wang was waiting in the car for Su Chen. This time, Director Chow got in the car with him, not letting Secretary Wang take Su Chen to the destination alone. "Director Chow, don't be so formal. You and Xiao Yang are good friends, and Xiao Yang is my nephew. Just call me uncle like Xiao Yang does." Director Chow kindly interrupted Su Chen, who obediently called out, "Uncle Chow." "Very good." A satisfied smile appeared on Director Chow's face as he took out a red booklet and handed it to Su Chen. "This is the reward that Lord Yun-Yi approved for you. Take a look." When Su Chen saw the red booklet, his heart skipped a beat. It looked like a property certificate. Could it be a villa in the lucky community? "You'll know when you look," Director Chow teased, and Su Chen immediately opened the property certificate. Boom! When he saw the information on the property certificate, Su Chen's mind went blank for a moment. The certificate had his name on it. The house was also in the happy community. But that wasn't the main point. Su Chen was somewhat prepared for that. What truly left Su Chen's mind blank was the layout. Lucky community, villa area, Villa No. 12. The villa covered an area of 800 square meters, with a building area of 560 square meters, 5 floors above ground and 2 underground. Gulp! Upon seeing this information, Su Chen's brain crashed. How many square meters was that? How much was it worth? He couldn't quite calculate it for a moment, or rather, he couldn't react. But this definitely wasn't something that could be bought for 1 or 200 million, right? The villas in the lucky community are quite sought after. I don't know how many people want to buy but don't qualify. This one was specially reserved by Lord Yun-Yi before, seemingly prepared for someone else. But now that you've emerged, he immediately awarded this villa to you. TSK, do you know how much this villa is worth? Su Chen shook his head. 800 million. So much? Su Chen's pupils contracted, genuinely shocked by this value. 800 million. Even at a value of 21,000 each, how many chi blood pills could that buy? 40,000. How big would a pile of 40,000 chi blood pills be? Su Chen had no idea. Because the quantity was too large, with so many chi blood pills, it could at least form a small mountain, right? Yes, but the houses in the happy community are quite special, especially the ones in the villa area. You can't just sell them whenever you want. The buyer must have the purchasing qualification to buy. Also, this house will only fully belong to you after 5 years, and during this period, it cannot be sold. I need you to understand that. Director Chow clarified the situation to avoid upsetting Su Chen. I understand. Su Chen immediately nodded in agreement. This was quite normal. After all, the lucky community belonged to an official background, and many things inside were also under official control, so having these regulations was understandable. However, this time Green City was really generous. No wonder Director Chow didn't dare to say it openly outside. If this got out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Is this villa really given to me? Su Chen still felt as if he had just woken from a dream. Yes, but after giving you this reward, there won't be many other rewards left. The Bureau will only symbolically give you 5 million as a bonus to congratulate you on this success. Also, Lord Yun-Yi has advanced you the rewards for being the top student in the city and second in the province for your upcoming college entrance examination. Don't be unhappy about it later, haha, Director Chow said jokingly. Upon hearing this, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out there were still subsequent matters, but even if he became the top student in the province, he probably wouldn't receive such a good reward. Su Chen noted this favor. The villa, although not a resource, was something Su Chen cared about greatly. Having a home of his own that could make his parents happy was more important to him than being given billions in resources. Then let me take you to see it. There are many things inside. I'll have someone clean it up, and you can move in with your parents tomorrow. Thank you, Uncle Chow. Su Chen immediately expressed his gratitude. Next, Su Chen and Director Chow chatted all the way to the happy community. After registering the owner information at the entrance, Su Chen became the new owner of the lucky community. There weren't many houses in the happy community, but the overall scale was quite large. The landscaping and public facilities of the entire happy community were impeccable. There were 2 public swimming pools, both heated. There were also several places suitable for exercise, all equipped with the latest equipment. The security force included specialized martial artists, making it arguably the safest and most prosperous community in the entire Green City. Akin, I live here, but not in the villa area. I'm in Building 6, Room 701. You can find me if you need anything. Your villa area is over there. Even I, Uncle Chow, am envious of it. Director Chow introduced the happy community, and Su Chen couldn't help but marvel at how comfortable the lives of the wealthy were. Just like Lin Xia, who owned a large estate in the city center, complete with a 5-star chef, a butler, and servants living like a noble. This is the one. Arriving in front of Villa No. 12, Su Chen was immediately captivated by its exterior. The decoration style was not the gaudy type. Perhaps Yuni had considered this aspect. The decor was relatively simple, giving a sense of understated elegance. The villa was large. As Director Chow led him inside, it was fully equipped with everything. A swimming pool, virtual rooms, a gravity room, a gym, a garage, everything was there. There were also AI robots inside. With just a call, they could help handle many tasks. Su Chen estimated that the supporting facilities in this villa would cost tens of millions, even over 100 million martial coins to set up. He was truly satisfied with this reward. He could already envision the joy of his parents moving into this villa, and thinking of this made Su Chen's lips curl into a smile, unable to contain his happiness. Do you like it? If there's anything you don't like, just tell me, and I'll have it changed for you. Additionally, this villa comes with a butler, a chef, 2 nannies, 2 drivers, and 2 cleaning ladies. Don't worry, these people are arranged by the city lord, and you don't have to pay for them. The costs will be covered by the city lord. Everything is legal and compliant, which is also why the transactions for the villa area are so strict, because purchasing a villa here comes with these complimentary services. However, it can only be maintained for 20 years. After 20 years, you'll need to pay for it yourself. Also, the property fees for the first 3 years are free, but after that, you'll have to pay yourself, which can be a bit expensive. Director Chow said this with a hint of embarrassment. How much? Su Chen was taken aback by Director Chow's words. This benefit was truly too good. 10 yuan per square meter. Your area here is exactly 800 square meters, which means you need to pay 8,000 yuan in property fees each month. Also, living here has a pretty high cost of living. The other miscellaneous expenses are actually quite a lot, Director Chow said awkwardly. 8,000 yuan for property fees? Su Chen was somewhat shocked. It's known that the property fees in those neighborhoods outside are only a few dimes per square meter, and the more expensive ones are just 1 or 2 yuan. To have to pay 8,000 yuan in property fees for 1 month is enough to buy a 100 square meter house outright for 10 years. It's really expensive. But thinking about it, this is still an 800 square meter villa. Along with the public facilities and security forces in this area, it's not a big deal. This property fee seems cheap. Yes, 8,000 yuan for property fees is indeed a bit high, Director Chow agreed. The two chatted for a while longer, and Director Chow left a phone number before departing. Before leaving, he also arranged for cleaning services, a housekeeper, a chef, 2 nannies, 2 drivers, and 2 cleaning ladies, totaling 8 staff members. The house is very large, and according to Director Chow, these 8 people will naturally live in the villa, responsible for various matters at all times. Leaving the villa, Su Chen still felt a sense of unreality. Just yesterday, his family of 3 was living in a shabby room of only 30 square meters, and in the blink of an eye, they had transformed into a large villa covering 800 square meters. Just looking at the livable area, not counting the 2 underground floors, it's only 2,800 square meters. And there's also a housekeeper, a chef, 2 nannies, 2 drivers, and 2 cleaning ladies. Su Chen really couldn't imagine. When I go back, no, tomorrow I'll bring my parents here directly to give them a big surprise. A radiant smile appeared on Su Chen's face. In life, everyone surely has their own pursuits. In the first 18 years, he was still young and lacked the ability to provide a good life for his parents. In the years to come, he would let his parents enjoy life. Go for it, Su Chen. At that moment, Su Chen looked at the sun hanging in the sky, his smile brighter than ever. Green City, Yunli Building. This is one of the iconic buildings in Green City, standing 136 stories tall, over 480 meters high, reaching into the clouds. However, because the building is so tall and entirely made up of office spaces, it's a mixed bag inside, with various forces intertwined. On the 84th floor, an entire floor is occupied by a company called Hunting Sparrow, which has a wide range of businesses. Su Chen is back? A young man with braids and sunken eyes, looking somewhat malnourished, pushed open the door and walked into the general manager's office. Leaning back in an office chair was a person, and this was the question he was asking. He's back, the braided young man replied and, without being polite, directly sat down on the sofa. When do we take action? The Magic Martial Arts Academy starts accepting these special recruits on May 1st, and there's only 1 week left now. The person reclining in the office chair glanced at the time. Indeed, there's only 1 week left, so it seems we need to act soon. The day after tomorrow, right? Tomorrow, Xue Jing will arrive with several fake martial artists. Fake martial artists? That's great. We won't have to expose ourselves. Tisk tsk, it's good to be in a city like Green City. The risks are low. True, the risks are low, but the returns are also low. If it weren't for a genius like Su Chen appearing this time, what about those few people in Green City? I wouldn't even bother. The person in the office chair stood up. He was a short middle-aged man, not even 1.6 meters tall. His tone carried disdain. That's true, just like that Chin Ping before, a B-level genius is already pushing it, and the others are just C-level at best. It really isn't worth the effort to act against them. The braided young man licked his lips. Well, I do quite enjoy killing geniuses. Hee, my favorite part is when my hand passes through their bodies. Watching the despair in their eyes, what a wonderful feeling. The short middle-aged man frowned. Although Green City as a whole is weak, there are still martial artists present, so keep a low profile when the time comes. It doesn't matter if you die, but don't drag the organization down with you. Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. Hee. Back home, Su Chen couldn't wait to take out the item that the governor had sent through Yin Feng. I wonder what the governor gave me. Su Chen was curious about what could warrant such a special trip from Yin Feng. He opened the paper box, revealing a scroll that looked like a painting. Su Chen curiously took it out and unfolded it. It depicted a middle-aged man holding a mountain-splitting knife. Other than that, there was nothing else in the painting, truly nothing at all. But in the next moment, Su Chen felt as if the painting before him had changed. It seemed that this knife was splitting the mountain, splitting this very world. Su Chen quickly became immersed in the mountain-splitting image. Time flew by, and soon 3 hours had passed before he slowly opened his eyes, filled with ecstatic joy. This mountain-splitting image is so profound. In just this short time, my knife intent has risen from 3% to 6%. I've also gained new insights into the drawing knife technique and basic swordsmanship, almost breaking through to the second stage of the drawing knife technique. This gift from the governor is truly invaluable. Su Chen's eyes sparkled. This mountain-splitting image was too profound, but his realm was too low to grasp its deeper meanings. I probably need to improve my strength a bit more to gain further insights. Su Chen carefully put away the mountain-splitting image. The house was too small and unsafe. He decided to wait until he got to the happy community to hang it up. At the same time, he made a note of the governor's kindness. The next day, Su Chen took his parents out early in the morning. Ah Ken, where are you taking us? So mysterious? After some time of recuperation, Lin Susu looked much better, her complexion rosy and no longer that sickly pale. Su Quan's white hair seemed to have lessened, and his previously furrowed brow had not been seen for a long time, occasionally breaking into a smile. There was no helping it, his son was too impressive. You'll find out soon. Su Chen chuckled, feeling like a child only in front of his parents. You little rascal, still keeping us in suspense. The distance was a bit far, so Su Chen took a taxi. To avoid revealing their destination too early, he directed the taxi to a large supermarket near the happy community. The journey was a bit long. After all, the shantytown was near the edge of the city, while the happy community was in the center of Green City. If it weren't for the early hour and no traffic, it would have taken at least 2 to 3 hours. Even so, it took over 40 minutes to reach the vicinity of their destination. Ah Ken, why did you bring us to Manhwa? Just follow me, and you'll find out. Su Chen continued to be mysterious. Manhwa was the largest and most luxurious mall in Green City, right next to the Yunli building. You little brat. Lin Susu and Su Quan exchanged glances and smiled in disbelief. Su Chen led the way, quickly taking them out of Manhwa Square and towards the happy community. The happy community was only a kilometer away from Manhwa Square, and after more than 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at the entrance of the happy community. Happy community? Lin Susu and Su Quan naturally spotted it from afar, and they both swallowed hard in unison. Could it be that Ah Ken was taking them to the happy community? Ah Ken, you. Correct, but unfortunately, there's no reward. Since they had arrived, Su Chen decisively admitted it. What? Lin Susu and Su Quan both showed shock at the words. But soon, Su Quan's face hardened, and his tone became serious. Akin, you need to hurry and cancel the house in the happiness community. You need resources right now. Something like a house is only for living in. There's no need to spend such a huge cost to buy one. At this moment, Lin Susu also reacted and immediately followed up. Akin, you shouldn't do this. I know you're doing it for our sake, but it was a reward from the city lord. Su Chen naturally understood his parents' personalities. If this house was truly bought by him, they would absolutely not move in. That's why Su Chen hadn't done so before. It's not that they are stubborn, it's just their way of expressing love. What did you say? Sukwon's tone froze upon hearing this. It was a reward from the city lord. Because I brought glory to Green City this time, the city lord rewarded me with this house in the happiness community. Suchin spoke earnestly. Really? Sukwon's voice rose, and although it carried a questioning tone, he had already begun to believe what Suchin said. Of course it's true. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the qualification to buy a house in the happiness community. Only after hearing this did Sukwon realize, yes, the happiness community isn't something you can just buy with money. Although he wasn't clear on the specifics, he had often heard that there was a clear stipulation in the purchasing qualifications for the happiness community. Only those who are ranked martial artists can buy. Let's go, and by the way, I'll take you to register as homeowners. Suchen looked at Sukwon and Lin Susu, who had already begun to believe, and secretly smiled. He could already imagine the scene when they arrived at the villa area. Okay. Sukwon and Lin Susu exchanged glances, still somewhat unable to believe that they actually had a house in the happiness community. Sukwon remembered how the foreman he worked for before spoke about having a relative living in the happiness community. He still remembered it very clearly. But now, because of my son, I get to live in the happiness community myself? Great, that's wonderful. If it weren't for maintaining his father's image, Sukwon would have wanted to shout out loud. Amazing. At the entrance, facial recognition, and they entered. As soon as Sukwon and Lin Susu saw this high-tech setup and the tall security guard standing at the entrance, they lowered their heads. This was an instinctive lack of confidence, a sense of inferiority. Suchen took all this in without saying anything. Some things can't be changed with just a few words. His parents had long been bent by society due to life's pressures. They had lost their confidence in many things. But Suchen vowed that he would give his parents confidence, the confidence to talk and laugh freely in front of anyone without showing any timidity. Manager Wu, I brought my parents to register as homeowners. Suchen skillfully led Sukwon to the property management center, which was not far from the entrance. The entire property management center was also exquisitely decorated, not the kind of gaudy decor one might imagine, but rather a very stylish feel. The service attitude was also excellent, with the young lady at the entrance smiling the whole time. Su, why did you come in person? You could have just called me, and I would have come to record it for you. Manager Wu had met Su Chen just yesterday. These two must be your uncle and aunt. Come, sit here. Xiao Zhao, serve tea. Manager Wu was extremely enthusiastic, showing no signs of disdain for Su Chen's parents' demeanor. Of course, he knew Su Chen's identity. First place in the Haishi Province High School Invitation Competition, specially recruited by the Magic Martial Arts. It was even a direct order from City Lord Yun Yicheng to arrange a villa for Su Chen. Any one of these points was not something he could provoke. As the manager of the happiness community, he never dared to have a condescending attitude. Every homeowner in the happiness community was a god in his eyes. Someone like Su Chen was even a god among gods. No need. Sukwon and Lin Susu have never been treated like this before. They even started to stutter while speaking. Manager Wu, there's no need to be so polite. Just record the information directly, Suchen said, noticing his parents' embarrassment, smiling. Alright, I'll do it right away. Although he said that, he still had someone bring tea, good tea. The fragrance of the tea wafted through the air. Then, he had the staff record Sukwon and Lin Susu's facial and fingerprint information, adding them as senior owners of the happy community. Sukwon and Lin Susu remained in a daze until the machine in Manager Wu's hand chimed in. Welcome, comrades Sukwon, Lin Susu, to become the new owners of the happy community. Congratulations. After such a voice, the two finally came to their senses. They exchanged glances, still somewhat incredulous. Are we really becoming owners of the happy community? Yes, indeed, Manager Wu replied enthusiastically. He had seen such things quite often. The path of a martial artist truly offers ordinary people a chance to soar. Although the opportunities are still limited, the green capital is not small, and every year there are so many candidates. Over the years, it is not uncommon for a few children from ordinary families to become martial artists. Many of their parents are just like Sukwon and Lin Susu. Manager Wu did not think this was something to be ashamed of. On the contrary, it was the most impressive thing. He liked it very much. Thank you for your trouble, Manager Wu, Suchen said, expressing his gratitude. After a few polite words, Suchen declined Manager Wu's company and took his parents outside. Akin, what about our home? Lin Susu and Sukwon were excited to accept that they were now owners of the happy community and were now incredibly interested in their new home. Follow me, Suchen said with a mysterious smile, a smile that made Lin Susu and Sukwon feel uneasy. Suchen's smile had been like this before. Could it be that he was going to give them another scare? Indeed, it was a scare. Akin, our house won't be a 150 square meter large suite, right? According to Sukwon's thoughts, the Lord's reward should be 120 square meters, but looking at Suchen's smile, he couldn't help but raise his guess. No, Suchen shook his head. Not that? Then is it 180? Goodness, it won't be a 300 square meter supersuite, will it? Looking at Suchen's still smiling expression, Sukwon blurted out something he couldn't even believe himself. 300 square meters. Even if each square meter was worth only 200,000, that would be 60 million. 60 million was money that they would never earn in several lifetimes. Mom and Dad, stop guessing, you'll know when we get there. Suchen came out, and his parents followed him. They seemed to be heading to the Happy Community. Happy Community? It seems to be a reward from the Green Capital. Their generosity is quite impressive. In the shadows, someone had already begun to monitor Suchen. Their people would arrive tomorrow. They had already started laying plans yesterday when they prepared to take action. Their organization operated this way. If they didn't act, they wouldn't, but once they did, they had to consider all uncertain factors to ensure nothing went wrong. They had no choice. The dealings they were involved in required caution, as it was a matter of life and death. Continue monitoring. Once their people arrive tomorrow, we can look for an opportunity to act. Yes, but Suchun is in the Happy Community, and it's not easy for us to monitor there. There are many patrols around the Happy Community, and even martial artists. It is indeed troublesome inside the Happy Community. It requires more manpower. The short middle-aged man was also a bit troubled. He had not accounted for this situation in his calculations. It is indeed difficult to monitor near the Happy Community. It's too easy to be discovered. But from yesterday's investigation, Suchen goes to the Star Club and school every day. As long as we keep watch at those two places, it should be fine. The young man with braids listened to the exchange between the two, his tone somewhat speechless. As soon as the words were spoken, the short middle-aged man and the person on the other end of the phone fell silent, and soon the sound of a busy signal came through. You talk too much. The short middle-aged man glared fiercely at the young man with braids, which only confused him. It seemed he hadn't done anything, right? When Suchen brought Sukwon and his wife to Villa 12 and told them that this villa was theirs, the couple felt dizzy, taking a long time to process it. This villa is really ours? Sukwon looked at the information on the property deed, still unable to believe it. Indeed, Suchen's smile had shocked them. A 300 square meter suite was something they could accept, but a villa covering 800 square meters? Who could accept that? At least for now, they couldn't accept it, feeling as if they owed someone a huge favor. It was only after Suchen explained a lot that they reluctantly accepted this fact. This made Suchen breathe a sigh of relief. Sometimes, the mindset of the older generation was indeed too difficult, but at least it's settled. In the next few days, I'll spend time with my parents and train at home. After all, this villa has all kinds of equipment. Soon, 5 days passed, and it was April 30th. During these 5 days, Suchen spent a lot of time with his parents and explained to them his plans to go to Magic City. The time was now evening. Naturally, Sukwon and Lin Susu were very reluctant, but faced with their son's future, they could only support him. Kan, you must take good care of yourself in Magic City. Don't make it hard on yourself. Practicing martial arts is very difficult and tough. If you get tired, just come back. These were Lin Susu's words, pulling Suchen close with red eyes before he left. Mom and Dad, don't worry. At the Xingchen Club and outside Green City to middle school, the members of the Sparrow Hunting Organization had been lurking for several days, specifically watching for Suchen to pass by, but by April 30th, they had waited so long that the flowers were wilting, yet they still hadn't seen Suchen's figure. Hunt 3, did you get the intel wrong? May 1st is almost here. Suchen can't have already left Green City, right? Whether at school or the club, we haven't seen Suchen at all. Lurking for someone was exhausting, as it required constant vigilance without a moment of relaxation. After all, if you let your guard down and the person you were watching showed up, wouldn't that be a waste of time? I don't know what the reason is. I can't get close to Happiness Community. What can I do? The short middle-aged man, also known as Hunt 3, was feeling overwhelmed. Those fake martial artists had been here for several days, and staying any longer would easily expose them. The situation with the fake martial artists was quite special. They were a group of people who had lost their minds due to the influence of an evil god, carrying a faint aura of malevolence. If they were seen by some seasoned martial artists, it would be easy to spot the clues. What can you do? You called us here. If we don't act soon. What? They're here? They're here? Click. The phone hung up. They're here? The young man with braids, also known as Hunt 4, felt like he was about to pickle vegetables from waiting. As soon as he heard the news, he stood up excitedly. Where? I don't know. You don't know? He hung up without saying, call back. Tell them not to act rashly. Hunt 4 gritted his teeth. To get closer to their target, Hunt 4 and Hunt 3 temporarily rented an office space between the school and the club. The distance was very close. Driving over, it would only take 3 minutes, no matter where they went. At the entrance of the Xingqian Club, Suchen looked at the magnificent gate, and an image of his first visit here unconsciously flashed in his mind, a bright smile appearing on his face. The things have arrived. I should say goodbye to Brother Dan as well. After signing the contract with Wenmuxue last time, Su Chen had asked her to help him search for elixirs. Using the methods of the Star Club, they really managed to get Su Chen more than 10 different blood chi pills, each type with a few for Su Chen. The most were over 20 pieces, while the least was just one, costing Su Chen over 80 million, a rather expensive price. So, Su Chen's car in the evening had the pills delivered by Wenmuxue yesterday. During this time, although Su Chen spent a lot of time with his parents, his strength continued to steadily improve, without any decline. Although there were many resources, he would soon be advancing, and at that time, he would need even more resources. He definitely needed to collect some new pills to increase his blood chi. During this period, Su Chen also conducted some experiments, swallowing a set of disaster pills to observe the effects. The blood chi disaster pill had the best effect. The market price of the blood chi disaster pill was 8 million each, and one could increase his energy by 10,000. The market price of the technique disaster pill was 9 million each, which also only increased energy by 10,000. The final breakthrough disaster pill had a market price of 12 million each, still increasing energy by 10,000. In other words, the energy increase from these three types of disaster pills was actually the same, which left Su Chen quite helpless. Fortunately, the system determined that these three types of disaster pills were not of the same category, and each brought Su Chen a tenfold increase, causing his energy to surge by 300,000. 300,000 energy made Su Chen's mouth twitch. He was now free in terms of energy. This also gave Su Chen the idea of breaking through to a martial artist soon. If we just look at the cost-performance ratio, the basic blood chi pill is naturally a bit higher. But the basic blood chi pill? Su Chen shivered all over. What a joke. Eating the basic blood chi pill? That would be deadly. Simply looking at the market price, the basic blood chi pill was 100 martial coins each, increasing energy by 0.1, which seemed far less cost-effective than the blood chi disaster pill. But the problem was, although the 8 million for the blood chi disaster pill was the market price, it was very hard to actually buy it. Even raising the price to 10 million, it was still difficult to obtain such a strategic resource. As for the basic blood chi pill, if bought in bulk, the price could be lower than the market price. It could be negotiated down to 80 each, or even lower. That meant purchasing 8 million basic blood chi pills could yield 1 million energy. But the question was, how many basic blood chi pills could be bought for 8 million? At 80 each, 8 million could buy 100,000 pills. 100,000. Just thinking about that number made Su Chen's scalp tingle. It was absolutely impossible to finish them, even if he ate them every day as meals. The cost-performance ratio of the enhanced blood chi pill was also decent, estimated to be negotiable at 850,000 for 1 million energy, but that quantity was also large, 20,000 pills. In any case, Su Chen felt he could no longer eat the basic blood chi pill or the enhanced blood chi pill, not because of poor cost performance, but because he simply couldn't consume that much. As for the blood chi pill, that was completely out of consideration, as it had the lowest cost-performance ratio. Calculating expenses was definitely necessary. No matter how rich one had to account for expenses. Wealth shouldn't be wasted like this. Just as Su Chen was lost in thought, a familiar voice rang out. Su Chen? Su Chen looked up and smiled. Cousin Lining. Lining was accompanied by several people, but Su Chen had no impression of them, even if they were the same group he had seen last time. When these few people saw Su Chen, their eyes lit up, especially the girls. Their gazes seemed to want to devour Su Chen alive. Lining immediately showed a look of surprise and jogged over to Su Chen. What a coincidence, I can't believe. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Chen's heart suddenly tightened. His immense spiritual power sensed a deadly danger. Not good. Without time to think, purely instinctively, Su Chen rolled away. Whoosh! The next second, an arrow shot through the spot where Su Chen had been, piercing straight into the stone pillar at the entrance of the Star Club, embedding itself in the wall, with more than half of the arrow stuck inside. Because the power was too great, it even produced an explosion sound, and a pit was blown into the entire wall. It should be noted that the Star Club had used very hard slate to make this wall for aesthetic purposes. This scene happened too quickly. Lining and the others were still rushing towards the position where Su Chen was. Especially the short-haired girl. The arrow had just whizzed past her ear, and if it had deviated just a little more, with the power of that arrow, she would probably have been blown to pieces. Make a move! Before they could react, more than 10 people dressed in various styles rushed out from all around. directly heading towards Su Chen's location. At that moment, someone let out a scream. Ah! The scream pierced the sky. The entire street instantly fell into panic. Of course, Su Chen didn't care about any of this, because the feeling of impending doom still lingered. Under the deadly threat, Su Chen's brain was racing. There is at least one sharpshooter hiding in the shadows. Judging by the power of that arrow, their strength is definitely not below Wang Yuntao's, perhaps even stronger. And these people rushing over. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he immediately took the knife off his back. Fortunately, he always carried a knife, otherwise, encountering such a situation would have been quite troublesome. Add some points. There was no time to hesitate. If one still cared about adding points at a life and death moment, that would be foolish behavior. Ensuring his own safety was the most important thing. Did you dodge? The young man who had shot the arrow in secret showed a look of surprise in his eyes. Was it a coincidence? Lucky indeed, but you still can't escape death. The young man's gaze turned cold. According to the plan, it would have been best if he could directly shoot to kill. That way fewer dead soldiers would have to die. Let's go. His companion, seeing the shot miss, prepared to get up and leave, still surprised. Shoot another arrow. The young man naturally refused. He had been very confident before coming, and returning in such a disheveled manner would only invite ridicule. Do you want to break the rules? According to the organization's regulations, in such a situation, they had one chance to shoot. If the shot missed, they would retreat from the scene. The rest would be the dead soldiers' business. It wasn't that the organization cared about their lives, but these people all had complete identities. If they were caught, it would be easy for others to trace back to them, leading to casualties. The dead soldiers, however, did not have this issue. This was also the reason why they had survived in hunting sparrows for so long. Don't worry, it's just one arrow. This is Green City, and the response here isn't that quick. The young man scoffed, dismissing the small green city. True, but we can only shoot one more arrow. His companion frowned, but thinking that this was just Green City, he nodded slightly. Don't worry, one arrow is enough. The young man grinned and once again knocked the arrow, focusing intently. Inside the Star Club, with a loud bang, everyone inside was startled. What happened? Chen Chen, knowing that Su Chen was coming soon, was already waiting at the front desk. Upon hearing the sound, he immediately stood up, having become the true leader of the Green City branch. The next second, he heard the scream and immediately ordered, "Something's wrong, a Guang, go calm the guests, a Lu, go call the security personnel and the powerful instructors, tell them to meet me at the entrance. The rest follow me." Chen Chen took the lead and rushed towards the main door. Su Chen is coming at this time, and something like this happens at the entrance. It can't be Su Chen. Chen Chen roared inwardly. For him, Su Chen was not only the person who helped his career rise but also one of his few good friends. He certainly didn't want anything to happen to his good friend. The Star Club was not in a remote location. There were shopping malls nearby, and the foot traffic was considerable. With such an incident occurring here, it didn't take long for concerned citizens to call the police, and the response from the enforcers was swift, especially after hearing the enthusiastic citizens mention the most popular figure in Green City during this time, Su Chen. They immediately reported to their superiors. In less than 2 minutes, the call reached Yuni. What courage! These thieves dare to commit murder in my Green City. I want you dead. Yuni roared madly. To him, the people of this evil organization were slapping him in the face, trampling him into the ground. Su Chen, you must not be in danger. I'm on my way right now. At this moment, Yuni couldn't think of much else. Calling for help? What a joke. Who in Green City is stronger than him? He would go directly, that was the fastest way. 2 minutes, Su Chen, just hold on for 2 more minutes. 2 minutes. Yuni's heart was actually very uncertain. At least 5 minutes had passed since the incident began. Based on his understanding of those organizations, in 5 minutes, Su Chen could be dead. Going out now was purely out of unwillingness. Unwilling that such a talent had emerged in Green City, only two. Because of Su Chen's attack, the high-level officials of Green City, who had already calmed down, were suddenly in an uproar. The leaders of the Execution Bureau were sweating profusely. As leaders of the Execution Bureau, they were naturally very familiar with the methods of these evil organizations. They rarely missed a shot. Now, the evil organization was very cunning, plotting and then acting, rarely failing. With no martial artists protecting Su Chen, it almost represented a dead end. He had already started thinking about how to handle the aftermath, minimizing his own impact. Quick, restrict traffic, prohibit anyone from leaving the city. Also, check all major hotels and short-term rental houses. We must catch the murderer. In his heart, he felt that Su Chen was in grave danger. What he could do was to avoid this incident implicating him too much. At the same time, he had to express his stance, showing that he took Su Chen's situation seriously, and immediately send a team and a second team to the scene. I'm going too. Director Chow's expression also turned ugly. He had actually forgotten about this group of madmen. After all, they had been too comfortable in Green City for too long, making them forget about the existence of these lunatics. Su-chen, you must not die. Director Chow immediately put down the meeting he was in and rushed to the entrance of the Star Club. The Star Club seemed to have become the center for the directors, attracting countless leaders to check it out. All of this had little to do with Su-chen for the time being. He had completely entered a state of combat. Consume 100 energy points, vitality increased by 0. 1. Current vitality 9. 1. Consume 100 energy points, vitality increased by 0. 1. Current vitality 9. 2. Consume 100 energy points, vitality increased by 0. 1. Current vitality 9. 9. In an instant, with 900 energy points spent, Su-chen's vitality directly rose from 9 to 9. 9. Before reaching 9 vitality, 10 energy points increased vitality by 0. 1, but starting from 9, it increased tenfold. During this time, Su-chen's personal strength had improved significantly, especially in terms of skills. Since arriving at the villa in the happy community, Su-chen had hung the mountain-splitting diagram given to him by the governor in the training room, occasionally observing it. Under such circumstances, his foundational skills broke through the 30% bottleneck. The blade draw technique also advanced from the first stage to the second stage, saving Su-chen a total of 10,000 energy points. That's right, it was 10,000 energy points. The energy required to break through from the first stage of blade draw at 100% to the second stage was 10,000. Now, Su-chen's panel had also changed significantly from before. Name, Su-chen, Vitality, 9. 9 plus, Spirit, 100 plus, Physique, Acquired Blade Body plus, Skill, Basic Blade Technique, Stage 3 36% plus, Advanced Skill, Blade Draw Slash, Stage 2 3% plus, Blade Intent Prototype, 6%, Energy, 298,600, with sufficient energy, his strength has also significantly increased. If it were the current Su-chen, he could easily defeat Wan Yuntao without expending so much effort. Blade Draw Slash. It was getting closer. Su-chen instantly allocated points, and his vitality surged to 9. 9 points. Of course, that wasn't enough, but someone had already approached Su-chen. Su-chen immediately drew his blade. Fast. So fast that the blade's shadow was barely visible. It had already sliced through the attacker's throat. The attacker's previously dazed expression became even more bewildered. What was happening? Why did he feel so weak all over? In the next second, his body, following inertia, took 2 steps forward before collapsing to the ground. Is this my body? Where's my head? That was his last thought. Next, Su-chen's attention wasn't solely on these death warriors. He kept part of his focus on the archer. What? The young man, who was secretly looking for an opportunity, was stunned by this scene. Instant kill? How can his blade be so fast? That death warrior just now, although not a fake martial artist, had his vitality at the limit of 9. 9 under the dark erosion. With such strength, even I would find it difficult to deal with him, yet he killed him instantly. So strong, no wonder he's rated as an A-class genius. His companions beside him also showed expressions of surprise. What a pity, such a genius cannot be used by the Lord of the Evil God. Today is destined to be his end. The young man nodded, regaining his composure. Among those death warriors, there was indeed the presence of a fake martial artist. Such a being was not even a match for him. They were originally strong beings at the 9 vitality limit, having withstood the first round of erosion from the Lord of the Evil God, a martial artist who replaced extraordinary power with the power of the Evil God. Although their overall strength couldn't compare to real martial artists, they were not something ordinary practitioners could contend with. Such a genius must die under my arrows. The young man became even more excited, his focus sharper than ever. Lining and the others all collapsed onto the floor. The events that had just transpired were too terrifying for them, having lived in an ivory tower and never experienced virtual spaces. Especially that arrow just now, which had flown right past them. If it had been aimed at them, their bodies would have likely been lying on the ground already. After about a minute, Lining finally came to her senses. She wanted to get up, but her body felt too weak, especially her legs, which wouldn't listen to her at all. Su-chen. Chen Shen's eyes were bloodshot. He had come out. As soon as he emerged, he saw many people surrounding Su-chen to attack. Chen Shen shouted loudly, not saying much, and picked up a nearby person's large knife to charge forward. I'm coming. The group that followed Chen Shen out looked at their leader's actions, exchanging glances, before someone finally followed suit. Kill. Lining then realized that this group seemed to be targeting Su-chen. Su-chen, She immediately turned her gaze and saw the scene of Su-chen beheading someone, her eyes widening in shock. When had she ever seen such a scene? If it weren't for the situation, she might have vomited. A few of her companions were in a similar state, with one boy even worse off, who immediately threw up. And this boy was the best student among them, often bragging about how strong he was. But at this moment, no one cared about that anymore. Whoosh! Another death warrior approached Su Chen, and Su Chen directly sliced open the death warrior's throat, taking his life. Just then, the young man moved. Blood fiend arrow. He concentrated all his strength into the arrow in his hand and shot it out. The arrow flew swiftly, perfectly catching Su Chen in the act of drawing his sword to kill. This arrow was the best he had shot in all these years. It's over. Genius. As the arrow was released, a smile appeared on his face. He seemed to have already seen Su Chen dying from his arrow. Consumption of 90 energy, vitality increased by 0.09, current vitality reaches 99 points. Vitality limit. Su Chen suddenly felt as if a shackle had locked him in place. He knew that this shackle was the barrier that restricted martial artists and warriors, the very thing that had prevented countless martial artists from becoming warriors. However, this thing seemed quite fragile. Su Chen felt that as long as he gently poked it with the initial form of his sword intent, he could break through it. Found it. How strong is 100 mental power? Su Chen wasn't sure, but his mental power had already reached the current limit of what he could enhance. It wasn't that he couldn't continue, but there would be a prompt saying that further increasing his mental power would not benefit his body. With such terrifying mental power in operation, everything around him was laid bare, including the incoming arrow and its trajectory. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He was not the type to be struck without retaliating. Since this person dared to ambush him, he couldn't be spared, he had to die. Draw sword slash, gale sweeping leaves. This was the third form of the draw sword slash. When attacking, it was like a violent hurricane sweeping through, causing leaves to fall and branches to break wherever the blade passed. Against a dense formation of enemies, this move had tremendous lethality and could quickly disrupt the opponent's rhythm. It was a group attack technique. Its power was also considerable, making it suitable for the current situation. Of course, with Su Chen's current strength, he couldn't create a hurricane, but it was still effective for the situation ahead. The two assassins charging forward were killed again, and the rapidly flying arrow was deflected, veering off to the side. Die! Su Chen snatched the large knife from one of the assassins and, using his mental power, prepared to throw the knife in the direction of the incoming arrow. At that moment, Su Chen felt a strange sensation, as if his mental power could control the large knife to fly out. This feeling, time did not allow Su Chen to think too much. He directly used his mental power to throw the large knife. Whoosh! It was incredibly fast, no less than the previously swift arrow. It actually missed? The young man saw his seemingly foolproof attack being evaded by Su Chen, and he was so furious that he jumped up. Then he saw Su Chen actually looking in his direction and throwing a knife at him. The young man revealed a cold smile. I admit your strength is impressive, but at this distance, with just a knife. Whoosh! The large knife accurately pierced through the obstacles, going through the young man's heart, exploding his entire abdomen. The young man's voice abruptly stopped, his eyes wide open in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Su Chen had actually killed him from nearly 100 meters away with a thrown knife over a meter long, piercing through obstacles. He truly couldn't believe it. What? The young man's companion was equally horrified. He had just been nearby, watching it all unfold clearly. The speed and accuracy of the knife were astonishing. Telekinetic master? After a brief moment of thought, this term unconsciously surfaced in the young man's companion's mind. Run, we can't stay here. He turned and fled, not daring to linger for a moment. If Su Chen was indeed a rare telekinetic master, then with the status of a telekinetic master, he would at least be an S-class genius. Su Chen is hiding too deep, run. As long as I can report Su Chen's suspected identity as a telekinetic master, I will receive a handsome reward, enough to make up for this loss. The young man's companion thought to himself, increasing his speed to leave. This feeling? Su Chen suddenly felt the world slow down in his perception, becoming clearer. Everything around him was like this. He seemed to be able to see everyone around him, and in this state, Su Chen could feel his energy being consumed wildly. Is there someone else? In his perception, there was someone quickly fleeing the scene next to the person he had just killed with a single strike. Companions? Then die. Su Chen kicked the long sword on the ground, and it shot towards that person like an arrow. The speed was incredibly fast. The young man's companion didn't feel any pain at all. He was still immersed in the thought of reporting this to his superiors to receive a reward. The next second, the long sword pierced through his chest. The immense force propelled him forward several meters, and his entire chest exploded. Confusion filled his eyes as he felt the world darkening. The young man's companion was dead. After doing all this, Su Chen felt a bit dazed and quickly withdrew his mental energy, causing that feeling to dissipate. From the moment Su Chen killed the two attackers to the young man shooting arrows and the deaths of him and his companions, it all happened in just a few seconds. The events unfolded so quickly that the others didn't even have time to react. Die. A middle-aged man in black, wielding a katana, rushed in front of Su Chen. His movements were extremely fast, and Su Chen hurriedly raised his sword to block, but the tremendous recoil pushed him back. What? Because he had just killed a few people so easily, Su Chen became careless, thinking that those attacking him were merely martial artists and not worth worrying about. He never expected that a master was hiding among them. A martial artist actually came? Who is it? Su Chen roared inwardly, wondering who he had offended to have a martial artist summoned against him. Su Chen, I'm here to help you. Chen Chen rushed in. Don't come over, Su Chen shouted immediately. Chen Chen's strength was indeed not weak, especially in front of Su Chen before, he was an unattainable figure. However, through recent sparring sessions with Chen Chen, Su Chen had come to understand his true strength. His vitality was around 9, and overall strength. Well, how should he put it? He wouldn't even make it to the top 64 in a competition. Alright, in front of the current Su Chen, it would be a matter of a single strike. During this time, Su Chen had been going to the Star Club, and Chen Chen had not brought up the idea of sparring with Su Chen again, as he knew his own strength. Die. The middle-aged man in black didn't care about any of this. His order was to kill Su Chen and eliminate anyone who obstructed him. The strength of the middle-aged man in black was too strong. Chen Chen couldn't withstand it at all. When the middle-aged man turned his target towards him, Chen Chen immediately felt as if he was being targeted by a prehistoric beast, the threat of death looming over him. No! Chen Chen's pupils dilated. Under the pressure of the middle-aged man's overwhelming strength, he felt as if he couldn't breathe. Is this the feeling before death? But how could this person's strength be so formidable? He couldn't even resist under this man's attack. A martial artist. He suddenly jumped. Only a martial artist could possess such strength. No! Su Chen watched this scene, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. To Su Chen, Chen Chen was not just a friend with a good relationship. Recently, Su Chen had often gone to the club, and during that time, he learned something from some members of the club. The matter of advance salary. The Star Club had no such rule, and no one had done this before, at least not in Green City. The reason Su Chen was able to get the money was that it was not provided by the club at all, but was personally advanced by Chen Chen. After learning this, Su Chen remained silent for a long time. He didn't bring it up with Chen Chen, it was too awkward. Su Chen just kept this matter in his heart. Throughout his journey, he had encountered too many benefactors. Brother Chen, Teacher Chao, Uncle Zhao, and others have all helped him in their own small ways, aiding his rapid growth. Many things Su Chen won't say, but he will remember. If these people encounter any trouble in the future, he will definitely act without hesitation. And this time, Brother Chen is facing this life and death crisis to help him. Die. In an instant, the blade intent within Su Chen erupted. The faint extraordinary power drifting in the world seemed to have found its counterpart at that moment, all rushing towards Su Chen's body. The middle-aged man in black sensed a great crisis and immediately redirected his blade towards Chen Chen. But it was all too late. Su Chen's blade was too fast. Su Chen's blade was already fast, and in this moment of breakthrough, it became even faster with the support of countless extraordinary powers. The middle-aged man in black only sensed danger. As he just changed the direction of his blade, Su Chen's blade had already sliced through his body, cleaving him in two. No matter how resilient a warrior's life force is, it is impossible to survive when the body is split in half. However, the warrior's life force is indeed tenacious. In such a situation, his eyes could still turn, dazedly watching his lower half drift further away, ultimately losing focus. The middle-aged man in black died. With his death, the immense sense of oppression instantly vanished, and the feeling of suffocation disappeared as well. Chen Chen felt like a drowning person who had just been rescued, gasping desperately for air. Die. Successfully advanced. Everything around him changed again, and Su Chen could clearly sense two different life forms nearby. Their aura was unlike that of martial artists, seemingly possessing an instinctive sense of aversion. Unable to hold back, Su Chen directly attacked and killed both of them. As for the remaining attackers, they were all martial artists, although they also carried that annoying aura. Their presence felt completely different from these two. They seemed to have been tainted by that unpleasant aura, but it was not strong. These two, however, exuded that annoying aura from within, making them unbearable. We made it, haha. Hunter 3 and Hunter 4 finally arrived late. The two got off a motorcycle, with Hunter 4 driving and Hunter 3 sitting behind, resembling a father with his son, the scene slightly comical. As soon as they arrived, Hunter 4 couldn't wait to park the bike, immediately pulling out his weapon. A pair of sharp wolf claws slipped onto his hands, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he charged towards Su Chen. Wait for me, why so fast? Hunter 3 hurriedly got out of the car. Despite his short stature, he was a swordsmanship genius from the Windward Dojo, exceptionally skilled in dual wielding. Hunter 4 suddenly stopped halfway. Hunter 3 crashed into him, producing a dull sound. Ouch, why did you stop suddenly? Run! Hunter 4 swallowed hard, lowering his voice, his tone filled with fear. Hunter 3 had collaborated with Hunter 4 too many times. He understood Hunter 4's character well. At that moment, he said nothing and turned to run. His legs were short. There are two more? Just after killing the middle-aged man in black, Su Chen saw two people wearing Ultraman masks get off a motorcycle, switch to weapons, and excitedly charge towards him. However, at that moment, Su Chen had no time to deal with them. The people Chen Chen brought had already rushed in. This group was too weak. If they encountered these death warriors, countless would surely die. Although Su Chen had little emotional attachment to them, he didn't want to see them die. There weren't many left, just 7 or 8. These people were all targeting themselves, surrounding him. Su Chen quickly killed them all, including the 2 suspected martial artists. It was only after seeing this scene that Hunter 4's footsteps froze in place. As for Hunter 3, he was too short, his view completely blocked by Hunter 4, and he didn't see Su Chen kill. Want to run? Chen-gu, help me clean up the scene. Su Chen sheathed his knife, his aura condensing, his gaze slightly cold. These people wanted to kill him. If his strength hadn't been greater than they imagined, he would have died at their hands. Su Chen was not the type to just suffer losses. Since these people dared to target him, they had to be prepared to be countered. Okay. Chen Chen swallowed hard. Did Su Chen just instant kill that martial artist? So strong. But soon, a smile spread across Chen Chen's face. See, this is the person Chen Chen, have my eye on. I really have good taste. Split up. Hunter 4 was completely dazed. Just a few days ago, during the invitational tournament, it was only a little past 8, right? How did he become a martial artist today? Damn! At that moment, he wished he had an extra leg. A martial artist? He was one too, and his strength was much greater than those 3 fake martial artists. But even with that advantage, he couldn't easily instant kill a fake martial artist like Su Chen could. Su Chen was a big terror. They had underestimated him. He was definitely at the level of an S-class genius. They had to run. If Su Chen caught up to them, once the execution bureau arrived, even if he wanted to leave, he wouldn't be able to. Hunter 4's mind was clear. His only advantage now was that he had learned body techniques. Body techniques were generally only studied by martial artists or those who had lingered too long at the limits of their vitality. Body techniques took a lot of time. Without spending a significant amount of time, it was hard to master. Before entering the ranks, there was no need to go out into the wild to hunt disaster beasts. They mostly just practiced simple sparring with people in the city, so there was no need to waste a lot of time on body techniques. But for these martial artists, body techniques were very important. Su Chen had just entered the ranks, so he definitely hadn't come into contact with body techniques yet. He could easily shake off Su Chen and escape the scene using the advantage of body techniques. The motorcycle was stolen. He was still wearing an Ultraman mask. As long as he ran fast, he could escape safely. Everything was under his control. Okay. Hunter 3 immediately changed direction, the two of them quickly running off at a 60-degree angle towards their respective directions. Body techniques, huh? Su Chen watched their movements, frowning. Then it can only be this way. Go! Su Chen threw the battle knife directly at the faster-running Hunter 4. Wrapped in mental energy, the speed of the battle knife increased instantly, catching up to Hunter 4 in the blink of an eye. What sound? Hunter 4 heard a gust of wind and anxiously turned to look. No. Whoosh! Hunter 4 reacted extremely quickly, slightly shifting his body to avoid it, but it was still too late. The battle knife struck his left shoulder, carrying immense force, directly blowing off his entire left shoulder. With half a shoulder gone, Hunter 4 instantly lost his balance and rolled on the ground. It was only because the vitality of an entering rank martial artist was extremely strong that, as long as his heart and brain were unharmed, he could recover even from severe injuries. So even after losing half his shoulder, Hunter 4 was still alive. However, his current state was dire, blood flowing everywhere. What's going on? Hunter 4 gritted his teeth against the pain in his shoulder and hurriedly got up to run forward, using his extraordinary power to stop the bleeding and recover from his injuries. Otherwise, if he let the blood keep flowing, he would probably lose too much. But because of his injuries, his speed was very slow. After throwing the battle knife, Su Chen no longer paid attention to Hunter 4. His gaze locked onto Hunter 3, and he directly threw a stone at him. Wow, so strong. Lin Ying and the others were already stunned. From Su-Chen being ambushed to his counterattack in pursuit, it had only taken a few minutes. In just a few minutes, Lin Ying and the others experienced a tremendous shock to their worldview. How can Su-Chen's strength be so exaggerated? Isn't he just a senior like me? Is this the true value of being first in the invitational tournament? Lin Ying felt her mind go blank. Su-Chen was too strong, far beyond her imagination. Or rather, it had exceeded her worldview. So cool. The short-haired girl had stars in her eyes, completely unfazed by the bloody scene. If only I had been more proactive back then. The short-haired girl's words stunned Lin Ying. Proactive? With Su-Chen's personality, it seemed like being proactive wouldn't matter. But regardless, Lin Ying knew her best friend well. Describing her as having high aspirations but low abilities was absolutely accurate. We're almost there, just a bit further. Yuni left the city lord's mansion and immediately summoned all his strength, sprinting through the city. With his power and speed, he was already running at over 300 meters per second, completely invisible to the ordinary people on the street. If it weren't for the numerous obstacles, he could have gone even faster. It's just ahead. I hope Su-Chen can hold on. Yuni roared internally. Though he felt the chances were slim, he still held on to a glimmer of hope. If Su-Chen could create a miracle, then, bang! What was that? Yun-Yi immediately stopped. The figure that had been sprinting came to a halt. Is there another one? City Lord? The first was Su-Chen's voice. The second was from City Lord Yun-Yi. Because right in front of him was Su-Chen. Su-Chen was holding a fainted person in one hand and threw them to the ground, immediately addressing Yun-Yi. City Lord, you finally made it. This group of thieves suddenly attacked me on the road for some reason. If it weren't for my good fortune, you might only be seeing my grave right now. Su-Chen immediately complained, his face full of grievance. Yun-Yi instinctively glanced at Su-Chen, then at the two people lying on the ground like dead dogs, swallowed hard, and asked in a somewhat hoarse voice, what exactly happened? More than 10 minutes later, most of the leaders in the Green City had put down their tasks and arrived at this place, but each of their faces was filled with a strange expression, because in these 10 minutes, they had learned exactly what had happened. Someone had attacked Su-Chen, and among them were martial artists. Then, they were all killed by Su-Chen in return. It was that simple. The situation was simple, but the process was shocking. Su-Chen, you've already advanced? Yun-Yi had arranged for someone to handle the aftermath of this incident, including the Sparrow Hunting Company. However, he still found it hard to believe. It had only been a few days. How had Su-Chen suddenly become a martial artist? He remembered how much effort he had put in to become a martial artist back in the day. Even now, he was still just a high-level martial artist. In a moment of crisis, I had a small breakthrough. Su-Chen smiled shyly. This attack was actually a good thing for him. What was wrong with having a small breakthrough in a life-and-death crisis? Moreover, he did it to save someone. It was reasonable. A small breakthrough? I think it's more like a huge one. Yun-Yi was speechless. He considered himself a genius back in the day, having been admitted to the Magic Martial Academy. But he only managed to become a martial artist after a tough struggle near the end of his second year. Su-Chen hadn't even started school yet and had already become a martial artist. And judging by the battlefield situation, 3 fake martial artists and 2 real martial artists had all died at Su-Chen's hands. The fake martial artists were not worth mentioning. They were useless, neither human nor ghost, and it was embarrassing to call them martial artists. But the 2 real martial artists were indeed seasoned fighters, not newcomers. Although there were 2 people escaping in no direct confrontation with Su-Chen, being able to quickly subdue the 2 was enough to prove Su-Chen's strength. Lord City Master. Don't call me Lord City Master anymore. I also graduated from Magic Martial. Since you were specially recruited by Magic Martial, just call me Senior Brother. Yun-Yi's smile was very warm, and his attitude was exceptionally good. Su-Chen naturally wouldn't embarrass Yun-Yi and spoke up. Senior Brother Yun. Ha ha. The term Senior Brother immediately brought the 2 closer together, and Yun-Yi's smile became even brighter. Old you, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll take my junior brother to the City Master's mansion first. Rest assured, City Master, I will ensure the task is completed. Old Yu was the head of the Execution Bureau and a prominent figure in the Green Capital. He was someone Su-Chen couldn't have aspired to meet just a month ago. While speaking, Old Yu also gave Su-Chen a gentle smile. However, paired with his rugged face, the gentle smile seemed quite out of place. Junior brother, let's head to the City Master now. I will definitely give you an explanation for what happened today, Yun-Yi said seriously. Thank you, Senior Brother, but my spaceship is headed to Magic City later. Su-Chen declined Yun-Yi's invitation, as he had already wasted some time and didn't have much to spare. Going to Magic Martial? Yun-Yi asked, not angry at all. Yes, Teacher Chen Guangliang told me that on May 1st, we special recruits can enter the school and enjoy some privileges. Chen Guangliang? Upon hearing this name, Yun Yi's eyes immediately lit up. Is the Chen Guangliang you mentioned a bald guy? Ha, senior brother Yun, you know teacher Chen? Su Chen asked, surprised. Ha, of course I know him. Back in the day, I was in the same dormitory as the bald guy. Cough cough, Guangliang was a good brother. Hee, you were specially recruited by Guangliang? Yes. Su Chen was quite surprised, not expecting such a coincidence. However, senior brother Yun seemed younger than teacher Chen, and he didn't expect them to be dorm mates. Ha, that's great. I'll call Guangliang right now. Yun Yi was very efficient and immediately called Chen Guangliang. The phone rang a few times before it was answered. Old Yi, you busy man, you actually have time to call me? Chen Guangliang's surprised voice came through as soon as the call connected. You still have the nerve to say that? You recruited a special student in my green capital and didn't even bother to give me a heads up. If it weren't for Su Chen telling me, I wouldn't have known. Su Chen? Green capital? You're in the green capital? Weren't you in Carp City before? Carp City? That was years ago. I arrived in the green capital 2 years ago. A black line crossed Yun Yi's forehead. Ha, so now you're the city master of green capital, indeed. Wow, your promotion speed is so fast? No wonder you're the second young master of the Yun family. You, stop right there, Su Chen is here. I'm calling mainly to tell you that Su Chen is from our green capital, so you need to take good care of him, or else the consequences are on you. Yun Yi hurriedly said, fearing that Chen Guangliang might say something inappropriate. He was on speakerphone. Su Chen is there? Upon hearing this, Chen Guangliang's tone returned to normal. Don't worry, I really like this kid Su Chen. You don't need to tell me. I'll take good care of him. Chen Guangliang assured him. The two chatted for a few more minutes, and Chen Guangliang also mentioned that he would pick up Su Chen at the spaceship station later. He also asked Chen Guangliang to help contact whether there were any suitable high schools in Magic City for exchanges with Green Capital, as he planned to let this year's students from Green Capital see the world in Magic City. Chen Guangliang agreed immediately. Of course, these matters didn't concern Su Chen much for the time being. After the call ended, Yun Yi and Su Chen stayed for a while before preparing to leave. As the city master, he had a lot on his plate and was indeed a busy person. Junior brother, we will give you an explanation for this matter. And once you arrive in the Demon City, you must not leave the Demon Marshal. Although the Demon City has more countermeasures against these evil organizations, the evil organizations there are extraordinarily strong, with even some at the Marshal King level. You performed so well this time, you are probably already on their S-level list, and many people will be watching you then. Yun Yi reminded him, and Su Chen showed a look of confusion. Brother Yun, who are these people? Su Chen was quite curious about their identities. As for these people, I can't tell you the principles, but now that you have become a martial artist, it's fine to talk about it. Yun Yi thought for a moment and organized his words. In this world, there will always be some people with abnormal psychology, or those who will stop at nothing to pursue power. These people will become targets for some powerful disaster beasts, which, for some reason, give themselves all sorts of divine names. Just like those who attacked you, they are the temptations of the evil god. Cough, cough, don't be scared by the name of this evil god. Many disaster beasts seem to be particularly fond of this name, and there are quite a few who take on the name of the evil god. Hearing it too much, I find it awkward. I see. Su Chen suddenly understood, but he still had many questions. Those martial artists? Those martial artists? They can't really be considered true martial artists. You should have interacted with them before. They are quite weak, right? Su Chen nodded. They were indeed weak, but compared to the limit of vital energy, they were much stronger. This group of people has actually stayed too long at the limit of vital energy stage. After realizing they have no hope of breaking through, they developed crooked thoughts, wanting to become martial artists through the means of disaster beasts. Yun Yi said this with a hint of disdain on his lips. But the means of disaster beasts are not so easy to accept? Junior brother, you must remember, our cultivation must be solid and not aim too high, believing in the words of some disaster beasts. No, it should be called disaster, right? Those in the martial artist realm are disaster beasts. Besides their own strong power, they don't have much intelligence, and are no different from wild beasts. But once these disaster beasts break through to the martial king realm, they will transform into disasters, their power will surge, possessing strength beyond ordinary imagination. And once they become disasters, they gain the ability to bestow their power onto others, a power also known as disaster power. This power is quite magical. It can help martial artists at the limit of vital energy cross the stage of communicating with extraordinary power, allowing these people to use disaster power as extraordinary power and successfully advance. But the burden of this disaster power is immense. The vast majority of people cannot withstand it, and those who cannot bear it will become false martial artists with their minds eroded. Their vital energy breakthrough shatters the 9 limit, but their essence is still that of a martial artist, just with their power ceiling broken. However, the cost here is great. They will become followers of the disaster, spending more than half of their day in a state of confusion, only able to follow orders. Just like the 3 you just killed, they are of this kind. However, they still have a significant advantage when facing martial artists because they carry disaster power, which amplifies the ordinary martial artists' inner fear infinitely, leaving them with no courage to confront these martial artists. Yuni explained clearly, and Suchen understood well. Suchen also learned many things he had never heard of before. What if they endure it? Endure it? Then they are not much different from normal martial artists. The only difference is that their core is not extraordinary power, but disaster power. However, their strength will be affected by their own calamities, and they can never surpass the calamity. But the power of calamity is indeed very effective for some ordinary martial artists, allowing them to significantly enhance their strength in a short time, just like those dead soldiers, none of whom are below 9 vitality, each one fearless and quite troublesome. I see. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. Junior brother, why are you being so polite? This information is known to all martial artists, and when you reach the demon martial level, you will know it too, and even more. Yuni laughed heartily, enjoying the role of a mentor, especially when it was for a super genius like Su-chun. This time, Yuni really left. But before he left, Yuni specifically reminded Su-chen, junior brother, for now, don't rush to enhance your vitality. I spoke with Guangliang, and when you reach the demon martial level, he will help you solidify your realm, and we can discuss it then. After Yuni left, Director Chow and the others gathered around, their eyes on Su-chen filled with intense enthusiasm. Their gazes seemed as if they wanted to devour Su-chen alive, making him quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, they all knew Su-chen had many matters to attend to, so they didn't delay him for long, just exchanged contact information before leaving. There were also people from the Martial Arts Bureau. Their director politely added Su-chen on QQ, asking him to send his information so he could immediately arrange for someone to create a martial artist certificate for him. A martial artist certificate can only be possessed by those who have successfully advanced. It is not only a symbol of identity but also comes with many privileges. For instance, if something were to happen, the Execution Bureau would no longer have jurisdiction over Su-chen. Only the Martial Arts Bureau would have the authority. The Martial Arts Bureau is specifically responsible for martial artists and serves them. All of this unfolded before Chen Shen, Lin Ning, and the others, giving them a clearer understanding of Su-chen's current status. Chen Shen opened his mouth to call Su-chen's name but found it hard to speak. Sometimes, changes in status can indeed alter many relationships. Brother Chen, were you okay just now? Su-chen could naturally see Chen Shen's thoughts and immediately smiled, his tone filled with concern. No, I'm fine. Chen Chen felt relieved by Su-chen's caring tone. Su-chen was still the same Su-chen. That's good. It's all because of my matters that you almost encountered such great danger. Su-chen's tone carried an apology, as these people were coming for him. Su-chen, there's no need to say that. I'm fine, right? Chen Shen put on a serious face, pretending to be unhappy. The two exchanged glances and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The friendship between men can sometimes be that simple. Let's go inside and see what Vice Minister Wen sent you. Chen Shen returned to the previous mode of interaction with Su-chen, waving his hand. When Mushue had now been promoted to Vice Minister of the headquarters of the Star Club, holding a high position. Okay. Su-chen was also looking forward to the pills Wen Mushue had sent him. Those were all new pills that could provide him with a tenfold energy boost. After successfully advancing, Su-chen found that his energy requirements had begun to increase. Although he had quite a bit of energy and resources, it was still far from enough. Su-chen casually glanced at his panel. Name, Su-chen, Vitality, 10+, Spirit, 100+, Telekinesis Master, First Stage Beginner, Physique, Acquired Blade Body plus, Skill, Basic Blade Technique, Third Stage 38% plus, Advanced Skill, Blade Draw Slash, Second Stage 5% plus, Blade Intent Prototype, 7%, Energy, 298,500. Of course, what mattered was not this panel, but the changes. Breaking the 9 vitality limit, Su-chen's life level underwent a tremendous transformation, changing from an ordinary life form to an extraordinary one. The most obvious thing is that Su-chen felt an overwhelming vitality within him. He had a sense that even if someone stabbed him, as long as it didn't hit his heart, he could quickly recover using his extraordinary power. Moreover, his consumption had greatly increased, especially in terms of vitality. Before reaching 9 vitality, it took 100 energy to increase vitality by 1. Between 9 vitality and 99 vitality, it multiplied tenfold, requiring 1000 energy to increase vitality by 1. However, there was only a total of 0.99 vitality, so it only took 990 points of energy to reach the limit of vitality, which was a small consumption for Su-chen. But after reaching 10 vitality, perhaps due to the elevation of his life level, it took 1 million energy to increase vitality by 1 point, which was a huge consumption. Fortunately, the consumption of high-level techniques was still acceptable. 1000 energy could increase progress by 1%, and with some casual consumption, he could make significant progress. The key is still these few things. Su-chen's gaze fell on the newly appeared Mind Master. In fact, Su-chen had wanted to ask Yun-Yi about the Mind Master, but after a moment's thought, he held back. Su-chen planned to first look up what a Mind Master was before making any considerations. The crucial point now was that this Mind Master seemed to use mental power as an attack method. I don't know if it's because I've advanced or because of the Mind Master, but my mental power, which couldn't be improved before, has loosened. Even the consumption of this 1 point of mental power is much greater than before. 1 point of mental power actually requires 1000 points of energy, which is ridiculous. Of course, the most exaggerated is this acquired blade body. Although there was a plus sign before, it couldn't be pressed. Now it can be pressed, but the consumption is just too much. Su-chen had just tried it. 1 million. That's right, 1 million. It took 1 million energy to enhance the acquired blade body. Such a huge consumption made even Su-chen unable to help but click his tongue. It must be upgraded. For something like this related to his physique, Su-chen would not be soft-hearted. Moreover, he could afford 1 million energy. The premise was to consume part of the stock he had. Of course, now was not the time to eat those disaster pills. Su-chen planned to wait a while before discussing it. While pondering, Su-chen and Chen-chen arrived at his office. On the way people looked at Su-chen was different from before. Previously, Su-chen was just a genius, a growing genius. But now, Su-chen was a martial artist, a lofty martial artist. Both his identity and status had undergone a tremendous change. I'm leaving. Lin-ning at the door stood up, looking at Su-chen's departing figure with a slight sigh. She knew that she and Su-chen were now from two different worlds. From now on, she could only look up to him. The companions beside Lin-ning also came back to their senses, their eyes filled with excitement. Because today, they witnessed the birth of a miracle. This is the elixirs that Vicewind collected for you, a total of 12 types. There are 94 pieces in total, priced at 22 million. Entering Chen-chen's office, Chen-chen carefully opened a safe and cautiously took out an exquisite box, gently placing it in front of Su-chen. Chen-chen's tone was very complex. This was over 80 million. He remembered that 2 months ago, this young man had come to their club, saying he wanted to register as a sparring partner. At that time, the young man was still struggling for a few $100. Who would have thought that in such a short time, the young man could buy elixirs worth over 80 million? Even novels wouldn't dare to write it like this. Even more exaggerated was that this 80 million was just a part of it. With his status, he knew that the headquarters had given Su-chen 1 billion. 1 billion. It was truly an amount that could never be spent, not even in a lifetime. Su-chen had no idea what Chen-chen was thinking. He turned his gaze to the exquisite box containing delicate jade vials, a smile appearing on his face. With these 12 types of elixirs that I have never consumed before, my energy can surge once again. Most of these elixirs are actually ordinary, with 3 being inferior to the blood chi pill, 6 being similar to it, and only these 3 being the most precious. Inside the exquisite box, there are 12 delicate bottles, but among them, 3 are the most exquisite. Su-chen suspected that just these 3 elegant jade bottles were worth hundreds of thousands. Oh, what are these 3? Su-chen's gaze was primarily fixed on these 3 exquisite jade bottles. The others, even if the first one could multiply tenfold, would only increase energy by hundreds, which Su-chen didn't care much about. This is the Ming Tiger pill. There are 4 of them, with a total purchase price of 18 million. Its main effect is to enhance one's blood chi after consumption, allowing one to feel the essence of the Ming Tiger. Of course, compared to the blood chi disaster pill, its effect is quite inferior, and this type of pill is relatively niche. Very few people have it. This time, it was purely by chance that we managed to acquire it. This is the Tianji pill, with 2 pieces, one purchased for 7.5 million and the other for 7 million. Its main function is to temporarily enhance one's comprehension, making it the best for breaking through bottlenecks. Finally, this one is the Longhu pill, which is also the most expensive among them. Chairman Yu used his connections to obtain it, and this one costs 50 million. 50 million for one? Su-chen couldn't help but gasp. Is it really that expensive? Over 80 million, and just this Longhu pill accounts for more than half. It's truly outrageous. So what is the effect of this pill? To be honest, Su Chen was more optimistic about the Ming Tiger pill among the first two. After previous tests, the energy converted from the Technique Disaster pill and the Blood Chi Disaster pill was the same. It wouldn't convert more just because the Technique Disaster pill was more expensive. This also indirectly indicated that the conversion seemed to purely focus on energy. The Tianji pill, which enhances comprehension, might not be that useful. However, Su Chen wouldn't sell the Tianji pill. The first elixir had a tenfold enhancement, and no matter how poor the cost-performance ratio was, under this tenfold enhancement, it couldn't possibly be low, right? This is impressive. The Longhu pill is refined by the Taoists of Longhu Mountain, and its effect is very clear. It increases blood qi. However, it is not meant for martial artists to increase their blood qi, as they simply cannot withstand the vigorous blood qi power within the Longhu pill. Only advanced martial artists can. This Longhu pill is also referred to by many newly advanced martial artists as the holy pill for solidifying their realm. Even at the stage of advanced martial artists, this Longhu pill is hard to come by. If it weren't for Chairman Yu having a childhood friend who was a Taoist at Longhu Mountain, he might not have been able to get this Longhu pill. Specifically for increasing blood qi? Su Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Increasing blood qi? Great, he loves this kind of pure blood qi enhancing elixir. Taoists from Longhu Mountain? If this Longhu pill is good, then I need to get a few more. Su Chen thought to himself. Yes, specifically for increasing blood qi. I don't know much about it as a martial artist. And these other elixirs, just give them all to me. Su Chen carefully stored the 3 exquisite jade bottles, and with a wave of his hand, he collected the rest into his spatial ring. I must say, this spatial ring is very useful. If it weren't for having this spatial ring, I wouldn't be able to carry so many elixirs at all. Su Chen has become a martial artist. This news quickly spread. There were too many witnesses, and since there was nothing to hide about this news, it soon circulated throughout the entire Green City, even across the entire Haishi province. Countless people were stunned when they learned this news. Especially those who were familiar with Su Chen felt even more so. Su Chen had completely left them behind. What the hell? Su Chen has become a martial artist? Wang Yuntao exclaimed when he heard this news. A few days after being defeated by Su Chen, Wang Yuntao felt that he could not continue like this. He immediately used his family's connections to purchase a large amount of extraordinary spirit liquid. The extraordinary spirit liquid is essentially the liquid form of extraordinary power, and it is extremely expensive. However, the effects are good. With the help of this spirit liquid, Wang Yuntao felt that he was getting closer to a breakthrough. In at most a month, he would become a martial artist. By then, he could crush Su Chen with his martial artist realm. What he did not expect was that Su Chen had already advanced. Whoa, it's too painful. Happiness dripped from the corners of Wang Yuntao's eyes. Time quietly arrived at 10 o'clock in the evening. The spaceship that Su Chen was on finally entered the range of Magic City. The distance between Green City and Magic City is quite far. This time, Su Chen spent a lot of money to take the fastest spaceship, the Flying Eagle, which took over 6 hours to reach the skies above Magic City. After having the evening meal on the spaceship, Su Chen closed his eyes to rest. Although the daytime battle did not last long, the consumption was significant, especially the use of mental power. Just then, Su Chen was awakened by the sound of the broadcast. We will arrive at Magic City Station in half an hour. Please prepare, passengers. Half an hour until we arrive? The broadcast sounded 3 times, and Su Chen slightly opened his eyes. Sitting by the window, he could see the night view of Magic City through the glass. I heard that Magic City is a city that never sleeps. I wonder what it looks like from high above. Su Chen curiously looked outside. Well, he couldn't see anything. The buildings in Magic City were too tall, including the Magic City Pearl, which is over 1,000 meters high. There is also the tallest building in Dongwon Country, the Magic City Central Tower, a super skyscraper over 1,800 meters tall. In addition, there are over 100 buildings in Magic City that exceed 1,000 meters. Under such circumstances, the altitude at which the spaceship needs to fly cannot be too low, especially since their spaceship is a large one. It needs to maintain a distance. I guess we'll have to wait a little longer. Through the window, all Su Chen could see was the clouds. The spaceship was flying above them. After another 10 minutes, Su Chen could clearly feel the spaceship slowing down, eventually coming to a gentle stop in the sky and descending vertically. High, really high. Everywhere he looked were tall buildings. He couldn't see any building lower than 100 stories, which was quite exaggerated. Is this Magic City? A city where, except for a few special areas, there are basically no buildings lower than 100 stories. It was indeed almost non-existent. In this magic city, there are no suburbs. The entire magic city is extremely prosperous, filled with people, packed tightly together. Imagine, the area of Magic City is just a little over 3 times that of Green City, but the population of Magic City? Over 46 million, 9 times that of Green City. Moreover, the area of the university town in Magic City is not small either. Magic City University is a special place, and the buildings there are not as tall. Under such circumstances, the population density is easy to imagine. Fortunately, the transportation in Magic City is via flying cars, and most houses have flying car garages, allowing them to park directly in the sky. It feels a bit like a sci-fi world. In fact, the technological power of this world is also quite strong. It is said that some weapons can kill disaster beasts. The reason humanity can survive the attacks of disaster beasts, aside from their own strength, is largely due to technology. Of course, Su-chen knows very little about this. The authorities control this information quite strictly. It's time to disembark. Watching the spaceship descend lower and lower, the broadcast reminded everyone to prepare their luggage, as they would be getting off soon. Su-chen also got ready to stand up with his luggage. Although he had a spatial ring, its size was not large, only 1 cubic meter. To effectively utilize this 1 cubic meter of space, Su-chen specifically bought a storage cabinet for the spatial ring. Because there were quite a few items to store, mostly bottles and jars, Su-chen didn't stuff his suitcase inside but instead placed his valuables into the spatial ring. The suitcase wasn't heavy, it was filled with clothes. After disembarking from the spaceship, it was similar to taking a flight in his previous life. Su-chen called Chen Guangliang as soon as he got off the spaceship. Following the directions, he walked to the area Chen Guangliang mentioned and soon spotted the conspicuous bald head. Su-chen here. Chen Guangliang also saw Su-chen, and his eyes immediately lit up as he quickly walked over, wanting to take the luggage from Su-chen's hands. Teacher Chen, I can carry it myself. Su-chen naturally refused, as it was already great that he came to pick him up. Alright then, but you really know how to surprise people. Originally, there were still people at school gossiping about the many benefits you received. But once the news of you becoming a martial artist came out, those people all shut up at once. You have no idea what those people's true colors are. It cracks me up. Chen Guangliang laughed heartily. Su-chen wasn't surprised by Chen Guangliang's words. Where there are people, there are factions, and even in a place like school, it was no different. Let's go. I'll take you back to school. Teacher Chen, can't I stay tomorrow? Su-chen originally planned to stay outside for a day and contact Chen Guangliang after arriving at school tomorrow, not wanting to trouble him too much. But many things don't go as Su-chen planned. After the incident with the evil organization, he became a martial artist ahead of time, which attracted Yuni, who happened to be Chen Guangliang's roommate. As soon as Yuni contacted Chen Guangliang and learned that Su-chen was arriving tonight, Chen Guangliang immediately came to pick him up. The theory is like that, but it's almost the first now, isn't it? Chen Guangliang chuckled and took Su-chen to the flying car station. It wasn't Su-chen's first time riding a flying car, so he didn't seem surprised. However, the flying cars in Magic City and Haishi were still quite different. Haishi mainly relied on ground vehicles, and the flying car routes were excellent, requiring no waiting, moving smoothly all the way. But Magic City was the complete opposite. There were hardly any cars on the ground, only a few buses and official vehicles, with very few vehicles on the road and not many traffic lights. But the sky was different. It was divided into several layers, and flying cars had to follow designated routes, complete with sky traffic lights, stopping and going along the way, taking over half an hour to reach Magic Marshal. Is that the Magic Heaven Gate? At the entrance of Magic Marshal, a towering gate stood hundreds of meters high. The gate was entirely made of bronze, rusted and giving off an extremely ancient aura. In fact, this Magic Heaven Gate was indeed very old, with a history of 2,000 years. It was rumored that this Magic Heaven Gate was a product of the merging of secret realms, though Su-chen wasn't clear on the specifics. He had only heard people say that within the Magic Heaven Gate, there were many martial arts, and it seemed to contain mysterious powers that could gather extraordinary strength, making the extraordinary power in this area even denser. That's why Magic Marshal was established behind the Magic Heaven Gate, with the gate serving as the entrance. Yes, that's our Magic City's gate, known as one of the 7 wonders of Dongwon, the Magic Heaven Gate. Chen Guangliang spoke proudly. Let's go down, it's too late today. You can stay at my place for now, I have plenty of rooms. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the dormitory. By the way, you should focus on your training first. Once you're settled tomorrow, I'll let you experience extraordinary power and help solidify it for you. Okay, but Teacher Chen, what does it mean to solidify extraordinary power? Su-chen asked out of confusion. It's like this. After every martial artist successfully advances, the qi and blood in their body are actually the most active. This active qi and blood will gradually stabilize after 7 days. Su Chen nodded. He indeed felt an overwhelming surge of energy, but it was his first time becoming a martial artist, and he hadn't heard anyone talk about such matters before, thinking it was always like this. These 7 days are called the consolidation period, and they are particularly important. Humans have invented some methods for consolidation. As long as it's done well, doubling one's energy is not a problem. Before you came, I had someone prepare this. It's a consolidation gift prepared for every martial arts student. It's a pity you don't have any points now, otherwise, the effect would be much better with a dragon and phoenix pill. Chen Guangliang's tone carried a hint of regret. Teacher Chen, are you talking about the dragon and phoenix pill? Su Chen asked, a strange look appearing in his eyes. Yes, the dragon and phoenix pill. This thing, even we in the martial arts community don't have many, so each person can only purchase one in their lifetime. I've already bought mine, so I can't buy it again, Chen Guangliang explained. Although there is a rule in the martial arts community that resources purchased by oneself can only be used by oneself and cannot be given to others, which would violate the regulations, as a teacher, he could write a report explaining the reason, and the school would approve it. Is this it? Su Chen thought for a moment and took out the dragon and phoenix pill from his space ring. This? Chen Guangliang took the jade bottle from Su Chen's hand, gently opened the cap, and saw the dragon and phoenix pill lying inside, his eyes widening. The dragon and phoenix pill? You actually have a dragon and phoenix pill? You've really surprised me again. A big surprise. In the martial arts community, at the school team villa area. Cousin, how many people did we specially recruit this time? A boy with a youthful appearance asked. The quality of your batch is quite good. We specially recruited 12 people this time, only 3 of whom are non-martial artists. The man's tone was surprised. He was a formal member of the school team and had a small status in the school, and this was the information he got from the admissions office. There are actually 9 martial artists. Cousin, I remember when you were specially recruited the first time, there were only 6 martial artists, right? The youthful boy was a senior in high school, a local from Magic City, and was the man's cousin, Gong Jincheng. He was also one of the specially recruited this year. He had come to hang out with his cousin a few days ago and was now living in his cousin's villa. Yes, there were only 6. Gong Jifeng nodded. Special recruitments for the Imperial Martial Arts and Magic Martial Arts are generally divided into 2 batches. The first batch is the special recruitment before May. These people are either already martial artists or possess exceptionally outstanding abilities at the energy limit stage, making it possible for them to be specially recruited in the first batch. This batch is not numerous. They are basically the best among this year's students and are future members of the school team. Just like Gong Jifeng, he passed the assessment in his freshman year and became a reserve member of the school team, officially becoming a proud member a few months ago. But I'm curious about how many people will come tomorrow. All 9 of us from our batch will be there. Gong Jifeng's batch also had 3 non-martial artists. Currently, only 2 of them have been promoted, while the other is still a reserve member of the school team. As for the second batch, only 2 people have become reserve members, and no one has become a formal member. The second batch is basically after Manhwa the school, to accommodate the provinces, negotiates with 2 schools, giving 1 quota to the province that was not specially recruited. They should all come, after all. Coming early allows them to enjoy the virtual platform of magic martial arts, where they can battle with talents from all sides and hone their skills. Gong Jincheng replied and then curiously asked, Cousin, are there any notable people in our batch? Gong Jincheng asked this, but his tone also carried a strong sense of pride. As a local of the Magic City, he became a martial artist back in January, and he indeed has that pride. Speaking of this, there are really 2 people that need mentioning. Who? Wang Ming from Jinhai. According to the information, he only became a martial artist in March this year. He only became a martial artist in March? Gong Jincheng's tone was filled with disdain. Don't underestimate this person. Although Wang Ming hasn't been a martial artist for long, after he became one, especially during the consolidation phase, his strength skyrocketed, directly increasing from 10 to 18 vitality. What? Gong Jincheng's pupils suddenly constricted. Although he became a martial artist in January, after nearly 4 months, his vitality had only reached 21 points. This was still due to his good consolidation effect, which brought him directly to 16, otherwise, his strength would be even worse. It is said that before entering the ranks, although he was a genius, he was rather inconspicuous compared to other super prodigies. But after entering the ranks, his potential seemed to have exploded, and his strength advanced by leaps and bounds. According to resource estimates, this person's vitality may have already broken through to 20, and he has mastered a very powerful gun technique. Gong Jifeng looked at the introduction above, and surprise appeared in his eyes. One must know that those who can become martial artists are almost all those who have fought their way out from countless martial artists. Each one is a genius. Even so, during the first consolidation, the vast majority of people only increased their vitality by 1 or 2 points. To be able to increase by 3 points at once is already considered a genius among geniuses. Gong Jinsheng increased his vitality by 6 points at once, which is already considered a prodigy among prodigies, and this is also what Gong Jinsheng is particularly proud of. After all, once stepping into the realm of martial artists, increasing vitality is not that easy. With resources in place, it took nearly 5 months to raise his vitality to 21 points, deducting the initial increase of 6 points. The subsequent increase was almost just 1 point per month. Gong Jifeng's situation was similar, except he was not as good as Gong Jinsheng, as he only raised his vitality to 15 points during his first consolidation. It was only during his junior year that he successfully broke through the bottleneck of a beginner martial artist and became an intermediate martial artist, passing the assessment to become a formal member of the school team. What about the other one? The other one? The other one is even more exaggerated. Gong Jifeng couldn't help but click his tongue upon seeing this person's information. She became a martial artist during the summer of her sophomore year, and her first consolidation increase was also 8 vitality. TSK, so much time has passed, I wonder how strong she is now. Your class really produced a super genius. What's her name? Shou Yue. Taking blood fusion pill, energy plus 18, since it's the first time taking it, triggering tenfold effect, energy increases by 18. Taking dark tiger pill, energy plus 4200, since it's the first time taking it, triggering tenfold effect, energy increases by 42,000. Taking Tianji pill, energy plus 4,400, since it's the first time taking it, triggering tenfold effect, energy increases by 44,000. By the time they arrived at teacher Chen Guanliang's house, it was already past 11. Chen Guanliang's house was indeed very large, a villa with many rooms. After arranging a room for Su Chen, he washed up and then selected some pills from his spatial ring to consume. They were all good pills, and naturally, they tasted good. Without the strong plastic taste of the basic vitality pills, they melted in the mouth, and Su Chen was very satisfied, especially when he looked at the total energy on the panel. The smile on his face couldn't stop. Energy, 832, 412 vitality disaster pills, 3 skill disaster pills, 3 breakthrough disaster pills, 3 dark tiger pills, 2 Tianji pills, plus another 9 types of pills that could gain a tenfold increase. The effect was very obvious. A disaster pill has a universal energy of 10,000, and since Su Chen has only consumed one of each of these 3 types of disaster pills, this means that just the 18 disaster pills have brought Su Chen an effect equivalent to 39 pills, increasing his energy by 390,000. 3 nether tiger pills, with an 18-fold effect, provide 75,600 energy. 2 Tianji pills, with a 15-fold effect, provide 66,000 energy. Just these alone have given Su Chen 531,600 energy, and adding his original 298,200 energy, that directly amounts to 830,100 energy. Plus, with a few new varieties, he has gained over 2,000 additional energy. It's a pity it's still a bit short. Should I eat a bit more? Su Chen thought about needing 1,000,000 energy to transform his acquired knife body into an innate knife body, and he felt quite conflicted. He still had pills on him, including 7 skill disaster pills, 7 breakthrough disaster pills, over 100 blood energy pills, and the most precious dragon tiger pill. Well, the blood energy pills could basically be ignored. Over 100 of them would only add less than 2,000 energy. Forget it, I'll hold off for now. The multipliers for the skill disaster pills and breakthrough disaster pills are gone. Eating them would be a waste. It would be better to exchange them later for blood energy disaster pills. Most people should be willing to trade skill disaster pills and breakthrough disaster pills for blood energy disaster pills, and I could exchange for a larger quantity. This is a different gap from the thousands or hundreds. This is a million level gap. Looking at the market price outside, blood energy disaster pills are 8 million, skill disaster pills are 9 million, and breakthrough disaster pills are 12 million. These 7 breakthrough disaster pills and 7 skill disaster pills could be exchanged for 21 blood energy disaster pills, and there would still be some money left over. How much is the difference here? A gap of 70,000 energy. 70,000. Thinking of this, Su Chen still held back. Tomorrow, I'll have Wen Mushue help me ask around to see if anyone is willing to exchange with me, and have her increase the effort to acquire pills. It's a pity that the types of pills in this world are too few. Basically, they are all those with high cost performance ratios, and those that don't are eliminated. The next morning, Chen Guangliang took Su Chen to the school cafeteria for breakfast. The breakfast in the Magic City cafeteria is very rich and not expensive, basically just selling at cost price. Su Chen ate a lot and only spent 22 martial coins. If this were outside, it wouldn't come down without 50 martial coins. After breakfast, Chen Guangliang first took Su Chen to the admissions office to process his student card. The student card is particularly important in the magic martial world, whether eating in the cafeteria, using some equipment or props within Magic Martial, or even logging into the internal network of Magic Martial, all require a student card. Yes, logging into the internal network also requires it. This student card is not like the modern kind, which is just a single card that only beeps. This student card is a high-tech product. It has buttons, and pressing one will bring up a virtual interface that can be operated on, very advanced. After completing all this, Chen Guangliang took Su Chen to the dormitory. When school officially starts on July 1st, you special recruits will be able to move into exclusive villas. But for now, your villas haven't been vacated yet, so you'll have to stay in the dormitory for the time being. It's a two-person room, not too crowded, and it will be convenient for you to communicate. Along the way, Chen Guangliang introduced and explained a lot of things to Su Chen. Like this. Su Chen nodded. He had no aversion to sharing a dormitory with one other person. It was just right to get to know someone better and learn about the magic martial world and even the world of martial artists. Coming from a common background, he knew too little about the world of martial artists. I wonder if your dorm mates have arrived. As Chen Guangliang spoke, he led Su Chen into the dormitory, walking all the way to the 7th floor. He stopped in front of room 708. This is it. The door is open, so it seems your roommate has already arrived. Chen Guangliang said with a smile, as he did not plan to go in. You go in, I'll wait for you outside downstairs. Okay. Su Chen nodded and walked inside. As soon as he entered, Su Chen saw a boy in a blue short-sleeve shirt playing on his phone. The dormitory was the kind where you could just move in with your luggage. The sheets and blankets were all new. Su Chen? The boy smiled and stood up, extending his hand when he heard the footsteps. Classmate, you? Gong Jinsheng, a local from the Magic City, and also your roommate for the next 2 months. The boy was indeed Gong Jinsheng, very enthusiastic. Hello, Gong classmate, I'm Su Chen, from Haishi. Su Chen shook hands with Gong Jinsheng and then let go. Haishi, huh? Haishi is great. But didn't your Haishi have someone called Lin something this year? Lin Xie. Yes, that's right, Lin Xie. Gong Jinsheng slapped his forehead and laughed heartily. What's his situation? He got into the Imperial Martial Arts. Su Chen replied with a smile. Imperial Martial Arts. Gong Jinsheng curled his lip, seemingly unimpressed with the Imperial Martial Arts. But that was quite normal. The Magic Martial Arts and the Imperial Martial Arts never really got along. There was a strong sense of rivalry. You, Su Chen, have good taste, choosing our Magic Martial Arts, hee. After chatting a bit with Su Chen, Gong Jinsheng went back to his own business. From their conversation, Su Chen had a slight understanding of Gong Jinsheng. He spoke well enough, but there was an underlying pride that made him not take Su Chen too seriously. Moreover, he seemed to know himself quite well. Su Chen wasn't wrong about this. He had a cousin who was a formal member of the school team, so he could gather quite a bit of information. Last night, he already knew who his roommate was and also gathered some information about Su Chen. Upon learning that Su Chen wasn't even a martial artist, he lost much interest in him. If it weren't for maintaining his persona, he wouldn't have bothered to greet Su Chen just now. Su Chen quickly organized his things and prepared to leave. Teacher Chen was waiting for him downstairs. Gong Jinsheng didn't mind Su Chen leaving the dormitory in such a hurry. After leaving the dormitory, he and Chen Guangliang arrived at the consolidation room of the Magic Martial Arts. That's right, the consolidation room. This place was specifically for students to consolidate their vitality. According to the process described by Chen Guangliang, once you step into the realm of martial artists, you can come here to apply for the materials needed to consolidate your vitality. Normally, it would take 1 or 2 hours to get approved. Once approved, as long as the room is available, you can enter at any time to consolidate your vitality. There would be a dedicated teacher to assist, preventing any issues. However, with Chen Guangliang here, these steps could be skipped. Chen Guangliang directly took Su Chen into the consolidation room. The room wasn't large, only about 20 square meters. Inside the room was mainly a large barrel made of an unknown material. As the two entered, staff quickly began filling it with water and adding some materials, and in about 10 minutes, it was ready. Take off your clothes and sit inside, then adjust your state, circulate your vitality, and connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And give me the Dragon Tiger Pill. I will time it to put the Dragon Tiger Pill in your mouth later. Just cooperate then. Chen Guangliang was familiar with the process of helping others consolidate their vitality. Okay. Su Chen didn't hesitate, they were all guys. Stripping off his clothes, Su Chen jumped directly into the large barrel and sat cross-legged. Breathe deeply and focus. Activate your vitality. Connect with the extraordinary power. As Su Chen entered the barrel, Chen Guangliang began to guide him step by step. The vitality rolled within Su Chen's body, and at that moment, it felt as if it had come to life, with his bones resonating. Blade intent embryonic form. After completing this step, Su Chen began to activate his extraordinary power. Su Chen's extraordinary power was the embryonic form of blade intent, and with the enhancement of his postnatal blade body, he easily transformed into an incredibly sharp blade. This blade intent. Chen Guangliang narrowed his eyes. This kid was indeed surprising. How long has it been, and this blade intent embryonic form has already become so much stronger. I wonder how much this kid can improve his vitality this time. This time, 2 people have increased their vitality by 8 points, while the others are mostly above 5. Su Chen's initial mastery of the blade intent is quite good, and with his vitality surging like a tide, he shouldn't be too far off, right? Chen Guangliang thought to himself, watching Su Chen adjust his state to be better and better. As the slightly black liquid in the barrel began to surge into Su Chen's body, he took a deep breath. Dragon and Tiger Pill. Su Chen suddenly opened his mouth, and with a flick of Chen Guangliang's hand, the dragon and tiger pill was sent into Su Chen's mouth. The roar of the tiger and the chant of the dragon. As the dragon and tiger pill entered, it was as if Su Chen could hear the roar of the tiger and the chant of the dragon in his ears. Soon, the power of the dragon and tiger pill was transformed into energy. Taking the dragon and tiger pill, energy plus 300,000. Since it is the first time taking it, the tenfold effect is triggered, energy increases by 3 million. Looking at this number, Su Chen's brain momentarily froze. 3 million energy? Su Chen was completely stunned. This energy was just too much, far beyond his imagination. In the outside market, a vitality breakthrough pill is worth 8 million, which is 10,000 energy. This dragon and tiger pill is worth 50 million, a price difference of 600. Su Chen originally thought he would get around 60,000, but unexpectedly it was 300,000. With the tenfold effect, it directly became 3 million energy, simply invincible. I've hit the jackpot. Su Chen's eyes sparkled, now his strength could be greatly enhanced. Innate blade body, upgrade. Let's upgrade first. Consume 1 million energy, upgrade the acquired blade body to innate blade body. Buzz. As the acquired blade body transformed into the innate blade body, Su Chen felt as if he had become a blade. All the misunderstandings he had about the blade melted away in that instant. His vitality surged, suddenly jumping from 10 to 18. But that wasn't the key. The basic blade technique, the draw blade slash, and the initial blade intent were all rapidly improving, as if he had entered a state of unity with heaven and man. The basic blade technique jumped from the third stage at 38% directly to 60%. The draw blade slash jumped from the second stage at 5% directly to 30%. The initial blade intent also rose from 5% to 15%. Su Chen felt that this was just the beginning of his improvement. In the following period, he could also rapidly enhance himself. So refreshing, so exhilarating. Is this the innate blade body? Ha ha, if it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, Su Chen would have laughed out loud. However, he quickly calmed down. Wait, my vitality only increased by 8 points, that seems too low. It seems my talent isn't that great. Su Chen thought, recalling that teacher Chen had mentioned yesterday that as long as one consolidated well, doubling the vitality was not a problem. With the assistance of the dragon and tiger pill, I only increased by 8 points of vitality. It really is a lack of talent. Sigh, let's add some points. Just right to take this opportunity to add points. That would make sense. How much should I increase? Teacher Chen said that doubling is quite normal. I have the dragon and tiger pill and I'm a genius. So how about doubling it? Su Chen thought to himself and then began to allocate new points. Consume 120,000 energy, vitality increases by 12, current vitality value is 30 points. Vitality soared, and Su Chen felt his strength rapidly increasing. This feeling was so wonderful that a comfortable expression appeared on his face. The initial blade intent has become stronger again. Chen Guangliang, who was watching Su Chen's transformation from the side, was constantly paying attention to Su Chen's changes. Vitality is also starting to surge wildly. I wonder how much it has increased. Chen Guangliang swallowed hard. He had previously assisted someone whose vitality increased by 8, but it didn't seem to be as crazy as Su Chen, right? Could it be that Su Chen's vitality has increased by more than 8 points? It shouldn't be, right? Chen Guangliang himself began to feel a bit uncertain. Still immersed in his own world, Su Chen had no idea what Chen Guangliang was thinking. Since all aspects of strength have improved, let's enhance the spirit as well. Su Chen tried to see if he could continue to increase his innate knife body, but the prompt he received was that his current physical quality was insufficient and he should continue to enhance his vital energy. So, he temporarily gave up and focused on the spirit. 1 point of spirit requires 1000 energy, so let's raise it to 1000. Su-Chen grinned. Previously, this 1000 energy was a considerable amount for him, but now it felt trivial. Energy consumed, 300,000, spirit increased by 300 points, current spirit value, 400 points. Prompt: Spirit has reached the limit, please unlock the level of the telekinetic master to continue improving. In Su-Chen's perception, the world became clearer, and he felt as if he could see extremely minute things. With his eyes closed, he could sense everything in the room, even directing his mental power towards a specific direction, and it could continue to extend. Su-Chen wanted to test his limits but thought better of it. I'll try again when I get out. This place is a consolidation room for magic and martial arts. Who knows how many old monsters are inside? Better not stir up trouble. But I've actually reached the limit? Su-Chen shook his head. Let's check my panel. Name: Su-Chen Vital Energy, 30 plus Spirit, 400 Telekinetic Master, First Stage Beginner plus Physique, Innate Knife Body Skill, Basic Knife Technique, Third Stage 60% plus, Advanced Skill, Blade Draw Slash, Second Stage 30% plus, Knife Intent Prototype, 15% Energy, 2543, 900 having consumed 1,220,000 energy. Su-Chen's original energy should have been 2,512,400. However, due to absorbing that unknown waistline, his energy increased by over 30,000. Unfortunately, this unknown potion, along with the blood and flesh of disaster beasts, could not trigger a tenfold effect. It seemed that only pills could trigger such effects. Otherwise, Su-Chen had no idea how much energy he would have. I need to collect more pills, and I need one Mushue to gather more. Unfortunately, pills are too precious. This time, I was able to collect the Longhu pill thanks to Director Yu's favor. To exchange for mid-stage, late-stage, or even limit-stage pills later, I can only start from the school. Outside the school, Su-Chen was well aware of how difficult it was to acquire entry-level pills. Everyone needed them, and they rarely circulated in the market. Only the entry-level Vital Energy Disaster pills circulated relatively more, while most others were held by major forces. Just like magic and martial arts, their pills could only be obtained through points, and once acquired, they could only be used personally and not traded outside. Of course, under normal circumstances, no one would really take pills out for trade. Money, at a certain level, truly becomes just a number. Many entry-level items cannot be easily bought with money, even at double or triple the price. There are still over 2.5 million energy left, not sure how to use it. Hee. Su-Chen chuckled, then noticed a plus sign appearing after the telekinetic master. Spirit has reached the limit, and there's an extra plus sign. Could it be that clicking it allows a breakthrough? Increase the spirit limit? Let's not click it for now. I'll go back and learn more about the telekinetic master first. It's about time. I can't let Teacher Chen suspect too much. With that thought, Su-Chen immediately opened his eyes. As a modern person, Su-Chen had a strong sense of crisis. He always tried to be reasonable in improving his strength, not daring to go too far. This was to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, even if he could quickly enhance his strength, no matter how fast, he couldn't become the world's number one. Being cautious was safer. This is Su-Chen's philosophy. How much vitality has been increased? As soon as Su-Chen opened his eyes, he saw Chen Guangliang rushing over, looking anxious. Su-Chen was a bit puzzled, not understanding why Teacher Chen was acting this way. 20, Su-Chen replied honestly. 20, huh? Good. Chen Guangliang's eyes immediately lit up, extremely excited. As expected of someone I have high hopes for, you've actually increased your vitality by 10 points. Several question marks appeared on Su-Chen's forehead, but seeing Teacher Chen's excited expression, he thought Teacher Chen must have misspoken and didn't pay much attention. After his excitement, Chen Guangliang's gaze towards Su-Chen became gentler. Su-Chen, although you've increased your vitality significantly, don't be arrogant or complacent. A temporary lead doesn't mean much. In my generation, there were also some people who weren't very noticeable at first, but later encountered some fortuitous events on the battlefield and soared to great heights. Like this year's senior, who is about to be a junior. He was just an ordinary student in his freshman year, and it was only near the end of last semester that he became a martial artist. But during the first semester of his sophomore year, he entered the battlefield and obtained a legacy there, and from then on, he soared to great heights. Now he is already a member of the school team, and it is said that he has recently become a high-level martial artist. A legacy? Upon hearing the word legacy, images of the Bullhead Elder unconsciously surfaced in Su-Chen's mind. It seemed that the Bullhead Elder had told him that when he stepped into the martial artist realm, he should visit a secret realm. I actually forgot about this. Su-Chen felt a bit of a headache. It couldn't be helped. When he became a martial artist, the spaceship was about to take off, and he had no time to visit the bullhead elder. I can only wait until I have time next time. For now, I'll focus on magic martial arts. Su Chen thought that the bullhead elder would likely set some assessments for him, so it was better to wait until he was stronger before going. I understand what you said, Teacher Chen. Su Chen nodded seriously. Having read so many novels in his past life, he was well aware that there are always people beyond others, and there are heavens beyond the heavens, so he naturally wouldn't be arrogant or complacent. That's good to hear. Chen Guangliang showed a satisfied smile, then seemed to think of something and immediately said, Su Chen, I remember you excel at drawing the sword, right? Yes. Have you learned any movement techniques? Not yet. Su Chen shook his head. That's great. Don't learn it just yet. I'll ask someone for you. Ask someone? Yes, I'll give you a specific answer in 2 days. Okay, then you can go back. By the way, you've become a martial artist now, so you can go play on the virtual combat platform later. You don't have any points right now, so you can earn some there. Although it won't be much, it can help you gain quite a few resources. Alright, where is the virtual combat platform? Su Chen was completely unfamiliar with magic martial arts. The student card has a navigation function, you can navigate there, it's not far. Okay, Su Chen replied and left the consolidation room. After Su Chen left, Chen Guangliang immediately took out his phone to share his joy with his master. Just as he picked up the phone, someone called. Yan Yu? Chen Guangliang saw the name and was a bit puzzled, but soon he seemed to remember something and muttered, that was pretty quick. I asked yesterday, and today there's news. Chen Guangliang answered the call. Director Chen, I have news regarding the exchange you asked about yesterday. Go on. Recently, a few provinces contacted Magic City No. 2 High School, saying they wanted to have an exchange with us. The exchange is scheduled for May 8th, and there will be 7 geniuses from various provinces coming to Magic City No. 2 High School for exchange and learning. If you need it, Director Chen, I'm quite familiar with the person in charge and can ask them to add Green City. Magic City No. 2 High School exchange? Chen Guangliang instinctively wanted to refuse, because Modu No. 2 High School was a strong school in Modu, and having someone from Uldu come over would be embarrassing, right? But thinking about Su Chen also being from Uldu, and given his understanding of Uni, it was highly likely that he would let Su Chen go, right? I'll ask and get back to you soon. Chen Guangliang decided to ask Uni. Okay, Director Chen. After hanging up, he immediately called Uni. Modu No. 2 High School? Sure. When the time comes, you can bring Su Shidi along. With his strength, even facing the geniuses of Modu No. 2 High School, he won't be at a disadvantage. By the way, how about this year's Modu No. 2 High School? Uni asked, still a bit uneasy. This year's Modu No. 2 High School only has one person specially recruited, named Gong Jinsheng. His strength is quite good, a bit stronger than Su Chen, but not by much. As for the others, there are 6 people from Modu No. 2 High School with a blood energy limit of 9, and besides that, there are many others with blood energy above 9, totaling over 30. As the deputy director of the admissions office, Chen Guangliang was quite familiar with local schools in Modu. It must be said that the quality of students from Modu was indeed very high. Just like the entire Haishi province, only 4,800 people were admitted to Wuda last year. But Modu? With a population of 46 million, there were 440,000 students in the last year's senior class. Of course, not all of them applied to Wuda, less than 1/10, nearly 40,000, did. Out of these 40,000, over 10,000 were admitted to Wuda. In addition, many more were admitted to key universities, double key universities, and even Moduwu, more than the entire Haishi province. In the last invitation competition in Haishi province, there were only a few people with a blood energy value of 9, and only about 40 or 50 with a value over 9. But Modu? Just Modu No. 2 High School alone had 6 people, almost more than the entire Haishi province combined, which shows the strength. Hearing this, Junyi calculated the strength of Uldu in his heart and fell silent. The only ones they could rely on in Uldu were Chen Ping, Luo Xiao, Honglin, Xiao Yang, and Xiao Ishua. But even the strongest Chen Ping seemed to have a blood energy value around 9, 5 or 9, 6. The other 4 should barely reach 9, at most not exceeding 9, 1. With such strength going to exchange, it indeed felt a bit overconfident. Are you coming? Chen Guangliang heard silence on the other end of the phone and waited for a moment before asking. Yes, we must go. With Su Chen backing us, why not go? By the way, when we get to Modu, can you arrange some training or let them visit Moduwu? Sure, just right, you have several good candidates over there. Chen Guangliang naturally agreed directly, these were small matters for him. Alright, after a while, when I have time, I'll go to Modu to find you, the usual place, and treat you to a drink. Ha, Then I'll be waiting for the grand arrival of young Master Yoon. Get lost, Yoon-yi said irritably. The two were not very polite. After all, they had a good relationship in college. After hanging up with Yoon-yi, Chen Guangliang called Yen-yu to ask him to reserve a spot. Yen-yu naturally agreed happily and set a time. He told them to contact him when they arrived on May 6th, and he would arrange accommodation. After doing all this, Chen Guangliang finally called his teacher. The call was picked up just before it was about to hang up. Teacher, is that you, Xiaoliang? What's up? The voice on the other end was a bit chaotic. Teacher, it's like this, I've found a good candidate here. I just led a blood energy consolidation session, and this young man directly increased his blood energy by 10 points. Wait, what did you say? The noise on the other end of the phone immediately diminished significantly. Teacher, I just led a blood energy consolidation session, and a young man increased his blood energy by 10 points. Increased by 10 points of blood energy? That's not bad. It's been 2 years since Magic Martial has seen such a good talent. A satisfied voice came from the other end of the phone, and then Chen Guangliang heard the question, what are you good at? Swordsmanship. Swordsmanship, what a pity. Pan Xian's tone was regretful. It's a pity because he specializes in the sword. Teacher, his major skill is the draw and slash. Chen Guangliang sensed his teacher's disappointment and continued. Draw and slash? Pan Xian asked, somewhat surprised. What is your relationship with this kid? Ahem, it's related to Yoon-yi. Yoon kid? No wonder, if it's him, it's no surprise you're so invested. But your master uncle. Pan Xian's tone was a bit hesitant. Teacher, Su Chen is a good person, with a great character. That beast back then was the same. Chen Guangliang fell silent. Alright, since he's from Yun's side, I can help recommend you, but I can't guarantee whether your master uncle will accept you. Thank you, teacher. Chen Guangliang was immediately overjoyed. You kid. Pan Xian couldn't help but smile, then said, I'll give your master uncle a call. He's just about to take a break and has some free time. After saying that, Pan Xian hung up the phone, and not long after, he called again. Your master uncle said it's fine. We can go over tomorrow. Great. I'll tell Su Chen this news right away. Chen Guangliang was so happy that he hung up the phone and called Su Chen. Pan Xian looked at the hung-up call, touched his nose, and thought, did my disciple just hang up on me? This little rascal. After bidding farewell to Chen Guangliang, Su Chen followed the navigation on his student card and arrived at the location of the virtual combat platform. It was a large place filled with small rooms. From Su Chen's observation, each small room had a virtual combat machine that could access the virtual combat platform. Su Chen swiped his student card and was just about to enter the virtual combat machine when he saw that senior brother Yoon-yi had called him. Senior brother. Su Chen, there's an exchange study on May 7th, and we will have more than 10 people coming from Green City. Do you have time? If you have time, help senior brother hold the fort. By the way, Chin Ping and the others will also be there. Yoon-yi's tone was suggestive, and Su Chen felt very comfortable hearing it. Okay, if I have time, I will go. That's great. With you holding the fort, we won't be so embarrassed this time, haha. Yoon-yi chatted with Su Chen for a few more minutes before hanging up. Su Chen put his phone away and was just about to enter the virtual combat machine when the phone rang again. Su Chen frowned. Who could it be now? He picked up the phone and saw it was Teacher Chen, so he answered directly. Chen. Su Chen, good news, tremendous good news. I just told my teacher about you, and he is preparing to introduce you to his senior brother. By the way, you might not know who my master uncle is. My master uncle is Ji Chang, an academician of the Sword Path. Ji Chang? Upon hearing this name, Su Chen unconsciously added an uncle in the middle, but after hearing Sword Path academician, he immediately stood in awe. An academician? That's a super big shot. Su Chen had heard Lin Xia mention it before. Professors of Magic Martial and Imperial Martial are all at least at the Martial King level. Among them, the majority are level 3 and level 4 professors, while level 2 professors are peak powerhouses among Martial Kings, possessing great renown in the Martial King realm. Level 1 professors are academicians. As for academicians, Lin Xia didn't know much. He only knew that academicians are usually extremely proficient in one path. At the very least, they are limit martial kings, and they could even be martial gods. The martial god realm, Su Chen didn't even dare to think about it. According to descriptions, limit martial kings are beings that can fly and escape the earth, capable of destroying heaven and earth. With a casual strike, he could destroy a mountain range. If given time, he could even break through the city's barrier and annihilate an entire city. Yes, back then, Master Ji was the head of the Demon Martial Dao, the vice president of the entire Demon Martial, a true powerhouse. However, some events occurred back then that left Master Ji disheartened, leading him to abandon his position at the school and remain on the battlefield. In the past 2 years, things have improved somewhat. He has come out of the battlefield, but after all these years, he still hasn't moved on from what happened back then and refuses to take on disciples. Upon hearing this, Su-chen couldn't help but think of what Lin Xie and the others had mentioned. Is it about the traitor? You know about it? Well, it's true that the events from back then were kept under wraps, but too many people know about it, so it's normal to have heard some rumors. Chen Guangliang sighed. Teacher Chen, can you tell me about it? Su-chen was still very curious about the events of that year. I can tell you, but you mustn't spread it outside. After all, the people involved back then were all big shots in the demon martial, and it concerns the reputation of the demon martial. Su-chen immediately agreed. He was someone who kept his mouth shut. The events of that year were like this. That cohort of demon martial was truly glorious, as several extraordinary geniuses emerged, overshadowing the other academies and securing first place in international competitions. Among them, 3 were the most outstanding. One of them was Master Ji's disciple, a genius in the sword path, who had perfected the art of drawing the sword and became an ultimate warrior in his 3rd year, with 1 foot already in the martial king realm. During their graduation assessment, because of these 3 and several other geniuses, they went to a secret realm for evaluation. Who would have known that these people had long since allied with foreign races, setting up a trap in that secret realm, slaughtering countless students from that cohort? If it weren't for the dean and a few others caring for their disciples and being there, that cohort might have been completely wiped out. What happened afterward, I don't know much. It was all sealed off, but it was precisely because of that incident that our demon marshal suffered a great blow. The old dean was injured at his source, and several martial king seniors died. Alas! Chen Guangliang's tone was filled with sadness, but unfortunately, he was powerless in this matter. He was just an ultimate warrior, not even having been promoted to the title of associate professor. So that's how it was. What was his name? Su-chen had never had a good impression of traitors. They could clearly be decent people but chose to become dogs instead. Such people were as good as dead. Shui Jing. Alright, you keep this to yourself. If it weren't for the fact that I have to take you to meet Master Ji tomorrow, I wouldn't have told you. Chen Guangliang reminded him. Don't worry, Teacher Chen. Su-chen committed the name Shui Jing to memory. Then it's settled. Come to my place at 8 tomorrow morning, and I'll take you over. Okay. After hanging up, Su-chen took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and stepped into the virtual combat machine. Identifying identity, detecting that challenger Su-chen is entering the virtual combat platform for the first time, scanning body information, constructing. Construction successful. Would you like to use a pseudonym? Su-chen felt as if he had entered a starry sky, as if he were entirely immersed in it. His vitality, spirit, and physique all existed, as if he had truly transported himself into this world. This was completely different from the virtual space at the Holy Hall. The virtual space had fixed vitality, and only basic techniques and advanced skills could be brought in, nothing else could be taken along. It was somewhat similar to what he experienced at Lin Xie's house, except last time he was using a temporary account, and many functions were unavailable. This sense of reality is so wonderful. Su-chen sighed inwardly and responded to the virtual combat platform. Use. Please confirm the alias. Volcano. Su-chen originally wanted to use the previous name, but thinking of Ji Chang's name, he gave up. After all, that person was very likely to become his master, and he needed to maintain respect. Su-chen was terrible at naming, so after some thought, he simply split his own character and took the name Volcano. Name successfully taken. Constructing data. Nickname, Volcano, Vitality, 30, Spirit, 400, Physique, Unknown, Basic Magic, Unknown, Waiting for Measurement, Advanced Skills, Unknown, Waiting for Measurement, Extraordinary Attributes, Unknown, Waiting for Measurement, Rank, Not Yet Unlocked, Sky Tower, Level 0, Points, 0, there are quite a few unknowns, it seems these cannot be obtained through scanning. Su-chen muttered, then noticed that this interface had a few more sections than the one at Lin Xie's house. Spirit, Physique, Rank, Sky Tower, and Points. In addition, a palm-sized little sprite appeared beside him. Little sprite, can we construct a battlefield here? Su-chen thought of the virtual space at the Holy Hall and curiously asked. Yes, you can construct any battlefield you want, and you can also visit others' virtual spaces. You can visit too? Yes, provided you are friends with the other person and have their consent, then you can enter their virtual space. You can also use points to decorate your virtual space, buy virtual food, etc. You can completely treat the virtual space as a second world for humans. What? It can be like that? Su-chen's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting so many additional functions. So, what's the mental consumption of staying in here? Using this virtual combat space within the magic martial realm, as long as you are at the martial artist level, the mental consumption is very small. As long as you don't keep dying inside, staying for 2 or 3 days without going out is no problem. Below the martial artist level, it's not recommended to come in. Why is the consumption so small within the magic martial realm? Because there are secret treasures for protection. I see. Su-chan was enlightened. So, how do I earn points? The arena, climbing the sky tower, both can earn points. What do you need now? Let's try the sky tower first. Su-chan thought for a moment and decided to check out the sky tower first. Okay, here are the detailed rules of the sky tower. Detected that you are a beginner martial artist, so the rewards issued here are for beginner martial artists clearing the sky tower. Soon, the rewards appeared before Su-chan. For levels 1 to 10, defeating monsters with the strength of a beginner martial artist can earn a reward of the square of the level number * 10,000. For levels 11 to 20, the reward is the cube of the level number * 10,000. For levels 21 to 30, the reward is the fourth power of the level number * 10,000. When Su-chan saw this, his eyes widened. What the hell? A fourth power * 10,000 reward? If I clear the 30th level, how many points is that? 30 to the fourth power is 810,000, and then multiplied by 10,000, that's 1 billion? Su-chan felt a bit dazed. The number was just too enormous. There are also rewards for levels 31 to 40 and 41 to 50. Wow, 5th power * 10,000, 6th power * 10,000, how many points is that? Su-chan was completely unsettled. The rewards were just too outrageous, too exaggerated. If I clear all 50 levels, what would the reward be? Let me calculate. If it weren't for his exceptionally strong mental power, Su-chan might not have been able to figure it out. 50 to the 5th power is 312. 5 million points. That multiplied by 10,000 means 3 trillion points? If that really happens, can the school even provide that many points? Su-chan was very skeptical about this. Little spirit, can this reward really be obtained? You'll know if you try. Also, only by challenging at a higher level can you get so many rewards. If you challenge the tower with the strength of a high-level warrior, you can only get rewards equal to the square of the layer number times 10,000 for layers 21 to 30, which means only 9 million points for passing 30 layers. Only by passing layer 31 can you get points equal to the cube of 31 times 10,000, which is close to 300 million points. However, let me inform you that among warriors of the same realm, being able to pass the 5th layer of the same stage is considered extremely excellent. The little spirit's hint brought Su-chan back to his senses. So that's how it is, no wonder the rewards are so generous. Su-chan chuckled. Then let's start the challenge. I want to see just how difficult this Tower of Heaven really is. Phew, this Tower of Heaven is really too difficult. Gong Jinsheng exhaled, glancing at his cousin. Not bad, you managed to pass the 3rd layer on your first try. That's already quite excellent. Gong Jifeng sighed, knowing that his cousin was better than him in many aspects, and he might really have a chance to become a martial king, the second martial king of the Gong family. Cousin, how many layers did you pass when you were at the junior warrior stage? Me? Gong Jifeng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Not many, I only passed the 7th layer, and I did it at the cost of being heavily injured. Just the 7th layer? What about the difficulty of the 8th layer? The 8th layer? Gong Jifeng showed a bitter smile. The 8th layer is too difficult. Even after I became a mid-level warrior, I had to settle for a while before I could pass the 8th layer. Even now, I have only just barely passed the 10th layer. What? Cousin, haven't you been a mid-level warrior for a while now? How have you only just passed the 10th layer? Isn't the 10th layer for junior warriors? Gong Jinsheng was very shocked. Junior warrior? Gong Jifeng smiled bitterly. I don't know who designed this tower. The difficulty is outrageous. Don't be fooled by the great rewards over there. They are actually misleading, and you can't really get such incredible rewards. Almost everyone only dares to come back for the earlier rewards after reaching the next realm. Just like me now, if you pass the 10th layer as a junior warrior, you can get 1 million points, but if I pass it, I can only get 1/10, which is 100,000 points. And our school team's captain, when he was a junior warrior, only passed the 8th layer. So, don't be deceived by the rewards of this tower. It is actually just a place to test our combat power. Gong Jinsheng listened to his cousin's words and nodded slightly, realizing how it was. What about the arena? You can give it a try, with your strength. It's not hard to reach the silver difficulty. The arena is our main source of points. Especially for newcomers like you, you can receive a reward of current rank star number times 100 times the points daily. TSK, if you can reach silver, that would be quite impressive. How many points does silver give in a day? Once you enter silver, you get 2,000 points a day, and for each additional star, it increases by 20%. Silver 5 stars give 4,000 points a day. However, this arena has 100 times points benefit for you special recruits, lasting until the end of September. When you first enter silver, you can get a reward of 50 million points, and if you reach gold, TSK, you get a direct 100 million points. This is a special reward for you super newcomers. Once you pass the super newcomer period, you can only get 1/10 of the rewards. Hee, I racked up quite a few points back then. Gong Jifeng's words made Gong Jinxing's eyes blaze with excitement, and he immediately prepared to start the challenge. By the way, your roommate should be here, right? Gong Jifeng suddenly thought of something and asked. Su Chen? A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Gong Jinxing's mouth. He's not even a martial artist, I just casually greeted him. I guess you know him now. Jinsheng, someone who can gain the admissions office's recognition with the strength of a martial artist is quite capable. You should be a bit nicer to others, Gong Jifeng frowned. Cousin, don't worry, my attitude is still acceptable, but it's really hard for me to take an interest in a country bumpkin like him. Gong Jinsheng had learned about Su Chen's background yesterday. He was from Haishildu, a small city, and he really didn't think much of it. In such a small city, there probably wasn't even a martial king, right? A place like that could easily be wiped out by their Gong family. As long as your attitude is acceptable, just don't let others think our Gong family is overbearing, Gong Jifeng said, not caring much. Just as his cousin said, it's much harder for people from small cities to develop. Can they really rely on the school's resources to grow? Dream on. The school can indeed provide a lot of resources, but to continue on the path of a martial artist, much more is needed. Which martial artist isn't built up by resources? Especially for families like theirs, being a martial artist is really not a difficult thing. Every year, many people emerge. What they need to do is to showcase their talent and potential as much as possible, competing with their kin for more family resources to achieve their own path to becoming a martial king. Alright, adjust your mindset and enter your arena. If you can reach the silver rank in a week, the family will reward you. Cousin, just watch me. Gong Jinsheng grinned confidently. Welcome Challenger Huoshan to the first level. The monsters on the first level are being generated. As the voice fell, a shadow resembling a stick figure appeared in front of Su Chen, holding a spear. As soon as the stick figure appeared, it immediately launched an attack on Su Chen without saying a word. Or rather, the opponent probably wouldn't say anything. So fast? Su Chen showed a look of surprise, but the stick figure's speed was too slow, and its spear technique was quite ordinary, allowing Su Chen to easily dodge. This stick figure is not bad, it probably has 15 health points, and its spear technique is decent, Su Chen muttered, and subtitles appeared on the stick figure's forehead. Stick figure with a spear no. 1. Health, 15, basic technique, basic spear technique, stage 3, 30%, advanced skills, shadow edge spear technique, stage 2, 10%, shadowless spear technique, stage 2, 1%, movement technique, shadow follows like a shadow, stage 1, 30%, I can actually see the information? Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, 15 health points, but it actually has 2 advanced skills? Wow, it even has a movement technique? Su Chen was left dumbfounded, but fortunately, his strength could easily crush the stick figure. After testing the stick figure's attack methods a couple of times and finding it uninteresting, he directly defeated it with a single strike. I wonder how strong the monsters on the second level are, Su Chen muttered as he moved to the second level. Stick figure with a spear no. 2. Health, 20, basic technique, basic spear technique, stage 3, 40%, advanced skills, shadow edge spear technique, stage 2, 20%, shadowless spear technique, stage 2, 10%, movement technique, shadow follows like a shadow, stage 1, 40%, the strength has increased quite a bit, but it's acceptable. After testing a couple of moves, he easily defeated it. On the third level, it had 25 health points, and its overall strength increased again. Gong Jinsheng fought through the third level with all his might, paying the price of serious injury. But this third layer was like a piece of cake in Su Chen's hands, easily defeated. The fourth layer had 30 health points. The health points matched Su Chen's, and his basic gun technique had also reached the third stage at 60%, on par with Su Chen. The advanced techniques were at the second stage 40%, second stage 30%, plus first stage 60% for body movement, which caused Su Chen quite a bit of trouble. Fortunately, Su Chen's blade drawing slash was even better, and he still managed to defeat the fourth layer. The difficulty is really not small, no wonder the rewards later are so outrageous. What can be done? Seeing the monster of the fifth layer, Su Chen fell silent. Gun-wielding stickman no. 5, health, 35, basic technique, basic gun technique, third stage 70%, advanced techniques, shadow edge gun technique, second stage 50%, shadowless gun technique, second stage 40%, body movement, shadow follows like body, first stage 70%. The key point is that this stickman not only had strong health but also impressive basic techniques, advanced skills, body movement, and combat awareness. If the data in various aspects were slightly lower, this stickman would have easily defeated them. Su Chen was indeed not mistaken. Just the stickman from the first layer had blocked many with 25 health points. Many who barely reached the intermediate martial artist level couldn't get past the 5th layer. Gong Jifeng could pass the 10th layer, which was already quite excellent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become a formal member of the Magic City school team. Their data in various aspects was not low, far exceeding that of ordinary martial artists. Let's try the ability of the telekinetic master. It just so happens that flying knives can be generated here. I'll try to attach the knife intent prototype to the flying knives later. After all, these flying knives are still knives. With a thought, 3 small flying knives immediately floated beside Su Chen. Using flying knives feels really different. His mind opened, and everything around him slowed down. Go! Whoosh! One flying knife quickly flew forward, accurately heading towards the stickman under Su Chen's mental control. The stickman swept its long spear, and the immense force from the flying knife immediately knocked it back. Continue! With another thought, the other 2 flying knives also began to dance, shooting towards the stickman at high speed. The speed was too fast. With the stickman's strength, it could only block one of them, while the other pierced directly through its chest. The stickman looked down, and its figure vanished. Congratulations to challenger Huoshan for passing the 5th layer. Do you wish to challenge the 6th layer? Challenge! A look of surprise appeared on Su Chen's face. This telekinetic flying knife was even more useful than he had imagined. If it weren't for this telekinetic flying knife, although Su Chen could defeat this stickman, it definitely wouldn't have been so simple. I'm still not very familiar with using this telekinesis. Once I get used to it, my strength can improve another level, especially in battle. Combining the blade drawing slash with the telekinetic flying knife, as long as the coordination is good, there will definitely be no problem. By the way, Su Chen suddenly thought of it, this little sprite was by Xiaoshang. If there was anything he didn't understand, he could just ask directly. I'll ask as soon as I go out. The health points of the 6th layer reached 40, and all aspects of strength improved again. With such strength, even Su Chen wasn't confident he could win. But with the assistance of the telekinetic flying knife, the stickman of the 6th layer was defeated after 2 minutes. The 7th layer. Gun-wielding stickman no. 7. Health, 40. Basic technique. Basic gun technique. 3rd stage 90%. Advanced techniques. Shadow edge gun technique. 2nd stage 70%. Shadowless gun technique. 2nd stage 60%. Body movement. Shadow follows like body. 1st stage 70%. The health isn't even 45? Su Chen showed a look of surprise. He originally thought the difficulty of the 7th layer would greatly increase again, breaking through the intermediate martial artist's bottleneck. But this is also good. If it really reached 45 health points, even with the assistance of the telekinetic flying knife, it would be hard to fight. After all, my control over telekinesis is too rusty now, and I understand too little. Then let's continue. The 70% advanced skills and 70% body technique were far more troublesome than Su Chen had imagined. It was truly like a shadow following him. Su Chen's telekinetic flying knives couldn't pose a fatal threat to the stick figure. In the end, the stick figure closed in on Su Chen, enduring his attacks and defeating him at the cost of serious injury. I lost. Su Chen watched as his figure became illusory, knowing he had lost. This time, you cleared 6 levels and earned 910,000 points. Only 910,000? Looking at such a small amount of points, Su Chen pouted, feeling it was too stingy. No wonder Teacher Chen didn't mention the Tower of Heaven when talking about earning points. The difficulty is just too high. Let's leave first. After exiting the Tower of Heaven, Su Chen glanced at the data assessment of himself on the virtual battle platform. Nickname, Volcano, Health, 30, Spirit, 400, Physique, Innate Blade Body, Basic Technique, Basic Blade Technique, Stage 3 60% plus, Advanced Skill, Blade Draw Slash, Stage 2 30% plus, Extraordinary Attribute, Blade Intent Prototype 15%, Rank, Not Yet Unlocked, Tower of Heaven, 6 levels, Points, 910,000, the analysis is quite accurate. Su Chen smiled and began to inquire. Little sprite, do you know what a telekinetic master is? I do. A telekinetic master is in existence with outstanding mental power. They can use their mental power to manipulate objects for attacks, and they are extremely rare. I see. Then what about the strength of a telekinetic master? The strength of a telekinetic master is usually invincible at the same level, and when combined with some telekinetic techniques, they can even threaten beings of higher realms. The strength of a telekinetic master is divided into first level beginner, first level intermediate, first level late stage, and first level limit, followed by the second level. I understand now. Su Chen suddenly realized, his gaze falling on his panel, especially on the plus sign after the beginner telekinetic master. By the way, if one is a beginner warrior and also an intermediate telekinetic master challenging the Tower of Heaven, which one does it count as? It counts as an intermediate telekinetic master. Alright, Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes revealed a look of regret. What a pity, he originally thought he could exploit a bug, but since the little sprite knew about telekinetic masters, it must be a restriction aimed at them. He had overthought it. Well then, let's not become an intermediate telekinetic master for now. It's better to improve my strength a bit more and challenge the tower more. Are there any techniques for telekinetic masters? No, there are too few telekinetic masters. They usually have to directly apprentice under a master for teachings. What a shame. Su Chen shook his head. Since that was the case, he could only train by himself first. I'll ask Teacher Chen about it when I go out later. He should have some relevant knowledge. For now, let's practice the combination of telekinetic flying knives and blade draw slash. If these two can be well combined, I can definitely clear the 7th level. As for now, let's go check out the arena. I wonder how many points I can earn there. Su Chen was also full of anticipation for the arena. Open the arena. Open successfully. Since you are a super newcomer, you will receive 10 times the rank reward and 100 times the daily reward. 10 times the rank and 100 times the daily reward? Let's see. Rules are being sent. Because Su Chen's rank was too low, he could only see the bronze and silver ranks. Each rank is divided into 5 stars, winning adds a star, and losing naturally deducts a star. In the bronze rank, there is a guaranteed 200 points, with 100 times, that means 20,000 points, and there is no rank promotion reward. If promoted to silver, the reward is 5 million points, and with 10 times the boost, that's 50 million. With 100 times boost, I can receive 200,000 points daily, and each star increase adds 20%. Silver 5 stars yield 400,000 points a day. The rules are very clear, and Su Chen understands them well. The rewards are decent. If I can advance to silver 5 stars, I could earn 20 million points this month. If that's the case, then let's get started. Su Chen smiled and directly activated the arena mode. Do you want to conceal your appearance? Conceal. Su Chen thought for a moment. It's better to keep a low profile. Fame can be dangerous. With his talent and strength, there won't be many opportunities to stay low-key, so he should take advantage of this time. Phew, this arena feels comfortable. After winning 3 consecutive matches, Gong Jinsheng revealed a smile. Wins in placement matches, 3. Based on the overall performance in the placement matches, the final rank is bronze 5 stars. How can I only be bronze 5 stars after winning all 3 matches? Gong Jinsheng initially thought that 3 consecutive wins would directly place him in the silver rank, but reality splashed cold water on him. Gong Jinsheng's face turned pale. Damn it, then I can only start the promotion matches. The promotion match from bronze to silver isn't difficult. Winning just 1 out of 2 games is enough. However, the opponents are all players like him, who are also trying to rank up, so the difficulty will be a bit higher. Let's start. Congratulations on winning 3 placement matches. Based on the overall performance in the placement matches, the final rank is silver 0 stars. Congratulations on receiving the rank up reward, 5 million points. Detected that you are a super newcomer, receiving a 10-fold reward, 50 million points. With 50 million points credited, Su Chen's smile became radiant. Great, I can check what elixirs can be exchanged for on the magic martial side later. For now, let's continue. The opponents in the placement matches aren't real people. Su Chen is still more interested in battling real opponents. Match successful. On the other side, Gong Jinsheng successfully advanced from bronze to silver after 2 consecutive promotion matches. Finally ranked up. My luck has been terrible. I encountered opponents with 25 plus health in the last 2 rounds of promotion matches. How am I supposed to fight that? Fortunately, the opponent in the last match had less health than me, which is how I won. But since I've reached the silver rank, let's try facing opponents at that level. Gong Jinsheng's condition was decent. In this virtual arena, that's one of the better aspects, as the damage taken in battles translates into mental exhaustion. After dying a few times, his overall condition was still okay. Match successful. Your opponent is Volcano. Volcano? What a strange name. Gong Jinsheng couldn't help but curl his lip upon seeing the name. Soon, a masked man appeared before him, still wearing a mask. Gong Jinsheng didn't conceal his appearance, he used his real face. If he had concealed it, a mask would have automatically appeared on his face. Gong Jinsheng? As soon as Su Chen saw his opponent, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He had just seen him that morning. How could he forget his opponent's name? But since I concealed my appearance, the other party can't see me. That's good, otherwise, it would be a bit awkward if we ran into each other. Just in time to see the strength of the other special recruits this year. Su Chen also became interested in Gong Jinsheng's strength. Gong Jinsheng also used a knife, but his knife was completely different from Su Chen's. Su Chen used a battle knife, about 1.4 meters long. Gong Jinsheng, on the other hand, wielded a long-handled knife, nearly 1.8 meters in length. The match begins. Die! As soon as the battle started, Gong Jinsheng unleashed his full power, his large knife roaring with might, a tiger shape appearing behind him. Tiger slash. Too slow. Just with that one strike, Su Chen could see the depth of Gong Jinsheng's skill, disappointment flashing in his eyes. There was no need to test such strength. Blade draw slash. Su Chen casually drew his knife, and the dazzling blade light instantly cut through the air. He struck after Gong Jinsheng, the blade arriving first. Before Gong Jinsheng's knife could land on Su Chen, the tiger shape behind him had already dissipated. After winning the match, your current rank is Silver 1 star. Would you like to continue matching? Continue. The opponent was too weak. They didn't even force out any of Su Chen's techniques as a mind master, and he felt nothing at all. What just happened? How was I killed so quickly? Gong Jinsheng appeared outside the arena, looking completely bewildered. How did he suddenly lose? Fortunately, after reaching the silver rank, even if he lost again, he wouldn't drop in rank, otherwise, he would have to play the promotion matches all over again. I refuse to believe this. Gong Jinsheng, not willing to give up, started matching again. His strength had indeed reached the silver rank, but at most, he was only Silver 1 star. After fighting continuously for 7 or 8 matches, he still remained above Silver 1 star. Gong Jinsheng died too many times and eventually felt a bit dizzy, so he decided to exit. Gong Jifeng was waiting outside for Gong Jinsheng, and as soon as he saw him come out, he rushed over. Jinsheng, what's wrong? Seeing Gong Jinsheng's pale face, Gong Jifeng's tone was filled with concern. It's nothing, it's just that the opponents at the silver rank are too strong. I've been killed too many times. What? You're already at the silver rank? Gong Jifeng showed a look of surprise. Yeah, Silver 1 star. Impressive. You just entered and are already Silver 1 star. With your talent, the gold rank is within reach. Who knows, by the time the super rookie phase ends, you might even be able to compete in the platinum rank promotion matches. Platinum rank? I remember you seem to be at the diamond rank, right? Yeah, I'm at the diamond rank, but once you reach the diamond rank, the global ranking matches begin, facing the strongest warriors from around the world. After I reached the diamond rank, I basically lost all the time, only winning a few matches. Although Gong Jifeng said this, there was a proud look on his face. Impressive, cousin. It's just average. With your talent and strength, becoming a diamond rank is just a matter of time. Would you like to start the promotion match from silver to gold? Promotion match rules, best of 3. Start. After defeating 5 opponents in a row, Su Chen quickly reached Silver 5 star. The opponents at the silver rank are too weak. I won easily without even using my mind master techniques. I hope the gold rank can give me some challenge. Su Chen didn't feel much pride. It was just silver and gold ranks. There were still platinum, diamond, king, and the strongest king. He would save his pride for when he reached the strongest king. Of course, Su Chen knew that with his current strength, not to mention the strongest king, even reaching platinum or diamond was uncertain. His strength was still too weak. Su Chen didn't wait long and quickly matched with an opponent. It's so hard. This is already my 20th time starting a promotion match. Just let me succeed once. Woo woo. At Daewoo, a long-haired girl pressed the switch for the promotion match. She was Kang Yuan, who ranked first in Ildu last year and got into Daewoo with a score over 20. She originally thought that with her rank as first in Ildu, her strength should be quite good in Daewoo, but reality gave her a harsh slap. It was difficult. Too difficult. The competition at Daewoo was too fierce. So fierce that she only dared to sleep 4 hours a day. The rest of the time, she was either training outside or practicing on the virtual combat platform. She had been stuck at Silver 5 star for half a year, and during this time, she had attempted to break through 20 times, but unsurprisingly, all had failed. It wasn't that she didn't want a breakthrough, but because of dying multiple times in the arena, the mental toll was too great, affecting her training for the day. The competition at Daewoo was intense. Everything here required competition. Rankings represented everything. Those with higher ranks could cut in line. Just like eating, those with higher ranks could go to the front even if they arrived later. There were also points to purchase lessons from the teachers. Good teachers were rare and usually fully booked. It was as if she wanted a teacher to guide her, having made an appointment 3 months ago. At that time, she was ranked 8th, but here she was today, still in 5th place. As for the reason? Naturally, it was because those ranked higher had taken the spots, and those ranked too low, with little change in their rankings, were even sent to sweep the ground and clean the toilets. This was the rhythm of the imperial martial arts, forcing everyone to train hard. Match successful. Your opponent is Volcano. Volcano? What a strange name, never heard of it. Could it be someone who just reached Silver 5? She, Kang Yuan, had been mingling in Silver 5 for half a year and had joined quite a few silver groups. Although she didn't talk much, she was somewhat familiar with certain people, especially those from Imperial Martial and Demon Martial. I hope so. Kang Yuan silently prayed, and indeed, heaven heard her plea, matching her with a particularly new newcomer. A rookie who had just started using the virtual battle platform today, also known as a super rookie. Kang Yuan? With the match successful, Su Chen entered the arena again. Upon seeing the opponent's name and then the beautiful face of the other party, Su Chen's expression turned strange. If he remembered correctly, this Kang Yuan was the top student from their Green City last year, who had entered Imperial Martial with an impressive provincial ranking of 27. That year, only 3 people were admitted to the 2 prestigious academies. This Kang Yuan was the city's top student, and she was quite popular in Green City for her beauty. Although she was a student from Green City No. 1 high school, the teachers from Green City No. 2 high school had also shown them Kang Yuan's video and talked a lot about her. Who would have thought he would run into her? But isn't this Kang Yuan the top student from last year? It's been almost a year, how is she still Silver 5? Su Chen was a bit puzzled. Do you know me? Su Chen was wearing a mask, but the mask only obscured his face, his eyes were still visible. Kang Yuan noticed the look in Su Chen's eyes and felt a bit confused. It's normal to know me, after all, I'm an old hand in Silver 5, sigh. Kang Yuan sighed, and then her expression became serious. Come on, let me see your skills. As soon as Kang Yuan finished speaking, a weapon appeared in her hand. It was a golden spear. It was indeed a large spear, taller than Kang Yuan herself, about 2 meters long, shining gold. This spear was much thicker than an ordinary spear and had a rather unique design. However, Su Chen was not surprised by Kang Yuan pulling out this weapon. Many had tried to imitate her before but ultimately gave up. Its power was indeed great, but it was difficult to use. This spear was also referred to by Kang Yuan as the Golden War Spear. Kill! The Golden War Spear, infused with a solid killing intent, truly gave off a feeling of a dragon emerging from the spear. If hit by it, it would be quite damaging. No wonder she was the top student from Green City last year. Her spear technique, well, it's too heavy. Su Chen wanted to compliment her a bit. After all, Kang Yuan was the goddess in the hearts of countless people in their cohort, their goal. But now that this goal was right in front of him, it felt a bit lacking. Actually, it couldn't be considered lacking. Kang Yuan's vitality was not below 25, and her other qualities were also decent, not far from Su Chen. Plus, with Kang Yuan's agility, she could indeed pose a significant threat to Su Chen. It was just that her spear technique was too cumbersome. Facing this strike, Su Chen only drew his sword. Su Chen sidestepped, the blade's light swept past. The next second, Kang Yuan's head was gone. Instant kill. Next match. After doing all this, Su Chen sighed inwardly. Green City is indeed too small. Last year's top student from Green City, and at Imperial Martial, she is only at this level, even worse than me. I hope the next opponents can put more pressure on me. Kang Yuan lost, instantly killed in her first match, her face filled with disbelief. Why did I encounter such a terrifying existence? Whoa, this is just wasting my opportunity. Heaven, Earth, why are you treating me like this? Congratulations, you have won the promotion match, your rank has been upgraded, and your current rank is gold. Congratulations, you have received the rank promotion reward, 10 million points. Detected that you are a super newcomer, you have received a 10-fold reward, gaining 100 million points. Congratulations, you have won the promotion match, your rank has been upgraded, and your current rank is platinum. Congratulations, you have received the rank promotion reward, 20 million points. Detected that you are a super newcomer, you have received a 10-fold reward, gaining 200 million points. In less than an hour, Su Chen had a crazy winning streak, directly reaching Platinum 5-star. So fast to Platinum 5-star. Su Chen looked at his rank and was ready to start the promotion match. The promotion match for Platinum rank is best of 5, 3 wins. Each match requires matching with someone who has the corresponding wins, and the matching time may be longer. You can hang in the queue and wait until it's your turn, then we will contact you by phone. Is the matching time really long? Su Chen saw this information and had no choice but to wait. I hope I won't have to wait too long. Looking at the matching countdown interface, Su Chen began to check his points. Over 350 million points. This amount should be able to buy a lot of things. Just right to do some more experiments. However, in order to challenge the tower more and earn more points, I should take it slow. Thinking about the things behind the tower challenge, Su Chen felt he couldn't be too hasty. Also, with Platinum 5-star, I can earn 200,000 points a day, and with a 100-fold increase, that's 20 million. 20 million? Su Chen was stunned by this number. So much? If I reach Diamond, wouldn't that be over 100 million points a day? That's really exaggerated. Su Chen chuckled. But I like it. Now, little spirit, open the shop for me, the elixir section. Okay. The little spirit acted quickly, instantly bringing up the elixir section for Su Chen. There were no entry-level elixirs here, but even for magic martial arts, the variety of elixirs was limited. First tier initial grade elixirs. Blood Disaster Elixir, 5 million, stock 9,999. Skill Disaster Elixir, 6 million, stock 9,999. Breakthrough Disaster Elixir, 8 million, stock 388. Tianji Elixir, 2 million, stock 122. Underworld Tiger Elixir, 4 million, stock 189. Yun Elixir, 8 million, stock 109. Break Poison Elixir, 3 million, stock 9,999. Detoxification Elixir, 2 million, stock 9,999. There were only 8 types in total, and Su Chen had eaten the first 5. Too few, let's fill up 4 of each. Disaster elixirs are enough, no need to buy. I've eaten 4 Underworld Tiger elixirs, so I won't need those either. That means 2 Tianji elixirs, and 4 each of Yun elixir, Break Poison elixir, and Detoxification elixir. Su Chen immediately added them to the shopping cart but did not place the order. These were all first-tier initial-grade elixirs, and the first-tier middle-grade ones were on the second page. Let's see the first-tier middle-grade ones. Okay. The first-tier middle-grade elixirs were quickly brought up, and the prices had increased significantly, making Su Chen unable to help but click his tongue. The quantity was even less, with only 5 types. First-tier middle-grade Blood Disaster Elixir, 30 million, stock 1432. First-tier middle-grade Skill Disaster Elixir, 36 million, stock 341. Dragon Tiger Elixir, 30 million, stock 7, lifetime limit of 1 purchase. Tianyuan Elixir, 42 million, stock 11, limit of 1 purchase per month. Fengshen Elixir, 50 million, stock 0. With these prices, even if I have over 350 million points, I can't buy 4 of each. But the Dragon Tiger Elixir and Tianyuan Elixir are both limited purchases, only one can be bought. The last Fengshen Elixir is the most expensive, and while it doesn't have a purchase limit, its stock is actually 0. Su Chen pondered for a moment and then spoke to the Little Spirit. Little Spirit, look for the first-tier high-quality elixirs. Okay, I will present them to you right away. The first-tier high-quality elixirs are all limited in purchase. The quantity is even less, with only 4 types available. First-tier high-quality Blood Disaster Elixir, 80 million, stock 65, limited to 3 per month. First-tier high-quality Skill Disaster Elixir, 100 million, stock 11, limited to 2 per month. Breaking Yuan Elixir, 110 million, stock 4, limited to 1 per month. Diamond Elixir, 120 million, stock 7, limited to 1 per month. These prices are simply outrageous. With all these purchase limits, even with points, it's hard to buy. It seems that even the mid to late first-tier elixirs are quite precious, even in a place like Magic Martial. Little Spirit, check the first-tier extreme elixirs. I'm sorry, you currently do not have the permission to access that. No permission? Su Chen recalled that Zhuo Guangzhu seemed to have mentioned that the first-tier extreme elixirs not only have limited quantities but also certain requirements. If I can't access it, then forget it. According to Zhuo Guangzhu, the Blood Disaster Elixir costs 300 million each, which is simply unaffordable. Right now, I need to think about how to make a purchase. I have an 80% discount privilege, which gives me a purchasing power of over 430 million for 350 million. However, I have to go to Teacher Chen's master tomorrow, and I don't know what the situation will be like. Su Chen pondered for a moment and then had the Little Spirit pull up the advanced techniques for swordsmanship and body techniques. The prices of the books are not expensive, basically not exceeding 1,000,000 points. However, this is the price for the books, not for guidance. The price for guidance varies. A lecturer charges 50,000 points per class, an associate professor 200,000, and a level 4 professor 2 million. Beyond that, it goes up to 3 million, 5 million, and even 10 million. One class is just an hour. These prices are really steep. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, but this is private guidance. In the magic martial side, there are often large classes, which are completely free and can be attended when encountering difficulties and bottlenecks to seek private guidance. I have enough energy for now, so I won't exchange it yet, but I can improve my strength a bit. Add points. Su Chen opened his panel and directly added points to the Blade Draw and Blade Intent Embryo. Consume 150,000 energy, Blade Intent Embryo increased by 15%, current Blade Intent Embryo at 30%. Consume 20,000 energy, Blade Draw Bottleneck opened, current Blade Draw at second stage 31%. Consume 290,000 energy, Blade Draw increased by 29%. Current Blade Draw at second stage 60%. Name, Su Chen, Vitality, 30+, Spirit, 400, Mind Master, First Tier Beginner Plus, physique, innate blade body, skill, basic blade technique, 3rd stage 72% plus, advanced skill, blade draw, 2nd stage 60% plus, blade intent embryo, 30%, energy, 2,183,900, in an instant. Su-chin felt that his understanding of the blade deepened significantly. If he were to challenge the 7th level of the Heavenly Tower now, even if he couldn't pass, he wouldn't be far off. But Su-chin didn't go in. That's enough for today, I have to go to apprenticeship tomorrow. Su-chin is very interested in the sword path scholar that Teacher Chen mentioned, as that person truly walks their own path in the realm of blades. Su-chin estimated that Ji Chang could split the barrier of green capital with a single strike, instantly dividing green capital in half. I can head out now. It was getting late, so Su-chin went to the cafeteria for dinner and decided to give himself a break. It was just right to learn some knowledge about the martial artist world in the evening. The student card is very useful, as it has access to a dedicated internal network for martial artists. Su-chin's understanding of the martial artist world is too limited, so it's a good opportunity to learn. I should also call Wen Muxue to ask her to help collect some mid-quality elixirs, even if they are at a premium, and also sell the Skill Disaster Elixir and the Breakthrough Disaster Elixir. In the outside world, money can't buy good things. After eating and returning to Su-chin, Gong Jinsheng had not yet come back. Su-chin didn't mind using his student card to gather information. After casually washing up, by around 10 o'clock, Su-chin was ready to sleep. After sleeping for a while, it was about midnight when Gong Jinsheng returned, dragging his exhausted body. Upon returning to the dormitory, Gong Jinsheng thought Su-chin hadn't come back, but when he turned on the light and saw Su-chin asleep, his brows furrowed involuntarily. He opened his mouth to say something, but remembering what his cousin had said, he held back. Forget it. It has nothing to do with me whether others work hard or not. We are originally from two different worlds. Back in this unfamiliar environment, Su-chin was still vigilant. As soon as Gong Jinsheng entered the room, Su-chin sensed it. Gong Jinsheng replied, his tone very flat. Seeing the other person's attitude, Su-chin didn't continue the conversation. Gong Jinsheng's manners were decent. Knowing Su-chin was going to sleep, he changed into his sleepwear and turned off the light. A night without conversation. The next morning, before 5 o'clock, Gong Jinsheng got up, washed up, and found Su-chin still asleep. He couldn't help but say something. Su-chin. Su-chin didn't open his eyes, responding casually. If talent is lacking, hard work will make up for it. Several question marks appeared on Su-chin's forehead. What was he talking about? You, take care of yourself. After saying this, Gong Jinsheng turned around and left the dormitory with a flourish. Su-chin looked strange and touched his nose. Goodness, does he think my talent is too poor and I'm so lazy? Su-chin smiled bitterly. This person is actually quite nice. After this commotion, Su-chin lost the mood to continue sleeping and sat up. Teacher Chen's appointment is at 8, and it's only just 5. This is too early. Forget it. I'll have some breakfast to warm up. Having gone to bed early yesterday, Su-chin was full of energy. At 7:40, Su-chin arrived at Chen Guanglian's doorstep. Seeing Su-chin at the villa, Chen Guanglian came out directly. You came quite early. By the way, there was something I forgot to tell you yesterday. Didn't I say that when you arrived at school, I would have a first-tier knife made for you? Su-chin's eyes lit up. A first-tier battle knife. He learned from the little sprite yesterday that first-tier weapons are not cheap. Even a first-tier initial grade 1 requires over 10 million points, not to mention the subsequent qualities. Last night I inquired, and that master craftsman happens to be available these days. However, the school only sent this master craftsman to custom make a first-tier initial grade battle knife for you. This master craftsman's prices are not cheap. I personally suggest that you better stock up on some points, and then let this master craftsman forge you a first-tier middle grade battle knife. At that time, you just need to make up the price difference. Chen Guanglian thought for Su-chin. Teacher, how many points are needed for this master craftsman to forge a first-tier middle-grade battle knife? 30 million, but you can get it at an 80% discount, plus the first-tier initial-grade battle knife, it will be 16 million. What about the first-tier later grade? Su-chin felt completely unfazed hearing it was only 16 million. First-tier later grade? That would be expensive. The original price for a first-tier later grade battle knife is 100 million. So you would need to make up at least 70 million points. That's too many points. A first-tier middle grade is enough. I see, teacher, I just happen to have a bit over 100 million points, so I can just get a first-tier later grade. Su-chin grinned. A bit over 100 million points? Chen Guanglian was taken aback. You have 70 million points? I just earned some points in the arena yesterday. Su-chin replied flatly. Did you reach the silver rank? No, the silver rank only has 50 million points. Chen Guanglian's eyes suddenly widened. You didn't directly reach the gold rank, did you? Su Chen shook his head. He was not at the gold rank. I told you, how could you possibly jump straight to the gold rank on the first day? No, if you're not at the gold rank, then how do you have this many points? Chen Guangliang couldn't understand. I reached the platinum rank. Chen Guangliang felt like he couldn't quite grasp what Su Chen was saying. Platinum rank? How could that be? With only 20 health points, it was impossible to reach the platinum rank. The promotion matches from gold to platinum were all matched with players close to 30 health points. How could Su Chen possibly reach the platinum rank? It was impossible. He must have misheard. So I received a reward of 350 million points. No, a platinum 5-star can receive 200,000 points daily, and with a 100-fold boost, that's 20 million. In that case, I should have 390 million points. This time, Chen Guangliang understood, but he was left speechless by Su Chen. What the hell? Not only had Su Chen reached the platinum rank, but he was also a platinum 5-star? How could that be? Teacher, it should be possible, right? Actually, if possible, I would also like to ask the master to help me get 3 flying knives. I wonder how much extra that would cost. Su Chen said to himself, seemingly oblivious to Chen Guangliang's shock. Aren't you only at 20 health points? How could you possibly reach platinum 5-star? Even if your advanced skills are good, without mastering body techniques, it's not just platinum 5-star, even reaching the platinum rank would be quite unlikely. Chen Guangliang's tone was filled with doubt. 20 health points? Su Chen was taken aback for a moment, then realized. It turned out he hadn't misheard yesterday, it was Teacher Chen who misunderstood. But didn't Teacher Chen say that doubling health points was quite normal? Su Chen was a bit confused. Teacher Chen, what I said yesterday was that I increased by 20 health points. Ha! Chen Guangliang was once again left speechless by Su Chen. After nearly a minute of silence, Chen Guangliang's voice suddenly shot up. You said you increased by 20 health points yesterday? Yeah, didn't you ask me yesterday how much I increased? Su Chen looked puzzled. Seeing Su Chen's confused expression, Chen Guangliang couldn't help but swallow hard. You said you increased by 20? The main thing is that being able to increase by 10 health points would already be incredible. It hadn't happened in 2 or 3 generations. You suddenly said you increased by 20 health points. Who could have expected that? Chen Guangliang's heart was bleeding. How could such a monstrous existence only be introduced to a master uncle? If the master found out, would he beat him to death? For those of their professor-level figures, even if the disciples were not practicing the same type of weapon, they could still provide guidance. Just like the Grandmaster played with knives, but among the 5 disciples he took in, only 2 played with knives, while the other 3 used swords, guns, and staffs. Chen Guangliang wanted to cry but had no tears. But there was no way, since this introduction had been made. With Su Chen's talent, there was indeed a high possibility that the master uncle would take him in. Let's go. Regarding the forging of the battle knife, after all, the master uncle is known for being generous, and he will definitely give you good stuff. Su Chen nodded, and the two headed towards the professor's residential area, which was filled with high-end villas. As a former vice president and an academician, Ji Cheng's residence was naturally in a special area, a super luxurious manor-style villa. Senior brother. Just as they reached the villa's entrance, a sweet-looking girl, who appeared to be a university student, appeared at the door. Euro, you also came to find the master uncle? Chen Guangliang was a bit surprised. The master asked me to bring something over. But this must be the future little junior brother, right? The girl smiled sweetly, her voice somewhat mismatched with her name, sounding a bit like a lark. Su Chen, this is the disciple of the little master uncle. On the way here, Chen Guangliang briefly introduced himself. His master had taken in 5 disciples, 3 men and 2 women. His master ranked 3rd, and the owner of the villa is the 2nd. Among the 5 disciples taken in by his master, except for the first who died in battle, the other 4 have all achieved great success. 1 is an academician, 2 are associate professors, and 1 is a 3rd-level professor. You can just call me senior sister. Senior sister. Su Chen immediately called out, his tone very sweet. Hee, finally a junior brother. Now I'm not the youngest anymore. Alright, we can talk about this later, we shouldn't keep the master waiting. Chen Guangliang saw that Ning Yurua still wanted to speak and quickly interrupted. He knew how chatty this junior sister was. If he didn't stop her, she could drag Su Chen into a conversation that would last half an hour, asking about everything, even his birth date. Okay. Ning Yurua reluctantly stopped when she heard this. Chen Guangliang was about to knock on the door, but before he could, the door opened. Coming towards them was an exceptionally handsome young man, with long flowing hair, giving off a vibe reminiscent of an ancient sword immortal. Master. The first master was called by Chen Guangliang, and the second by Ning Yurua. Is this Ji Chang? Su Chen's eyes showed surprise. this was not what he had imagined Ji Chang to be like. Su Chen had thought Ji Chang would be an old man, or at least a middle-aged one, but he never expected him to be such an extraordinarily handsome young man. However, Su Chen quickly realized that becoming a martial artist extends one's lifespan. He had checked yesterday, an entry-level martial artist has a lifespan of at least 200 years, while an elite martial artist can live up to 300. As for a martial king, there wasn't much said in the forums, but descriptions of martial kings were like land deities, with lifespans ranging from 500 to 1,000 years. Based on this lifespan, it was normal for Ji Chang to appear youthful. At 70 or 80 years old, he was indeed very young for a martial king. Teacher. Su Chen naturally couldn't call him that, but since Ji Chang was a professor at the school, calling him teacher was definitely acceptable. Oh, Ji Chang responded lightly, his gaze falling on Su Chen, revealing a look of surprise. With his martial king strength, he could see Su Chen's condition at a glance. Wasn't this supposed to be 20 qi blood? Clearly, it was 30 qi blood, right? Could it be that Guangliang was referring to the previous state? No, that didn't make sense. Chen Guangliang seemed to sense Ji Chang's confusion and stepped forward to explain. Master, I made a mistake yesterday. Chen Guangliang clarified the misunderstanding, and Ji Chang's expression brightened. Ning Yurua beside them was even more colorful with excitement, not expecting her little junior brother to be such a genius. He had consolidated and increased his qi blood by 20, which saved a lot of time compared to others. Many special recruits in their second year didn't even have this level of qi blood, hee. It seemed that today's freshman competition would yield good results, and the school team could also bring in fresh talent. As the vice captain, she naturally hoped to see a genius among the freshmen who could support a whole team. I see. Your name is Su Chen, right? Yes, teacher. Su Chen replied respectfully, holding a sense of reverence for these seniors. A very polite young man. I heard you excel at blade techniques. Would you like to give it a try? Sure, where? Right here, just use it against me. By the way, you probably don't have a good battle blade, right? Looking at the one you have on your back, I'll give you this one as a meeting gift. Without any visible movement from Ji Chang, a green-brown battle blade, about 1.4 meters long and 14 centimeters wide, floated in the air. Teacher, Su Chen, just accept the gift from your master. Chen Guangliang immediately stepped forward to take the blade down and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen was not one to hesitate. Since Teacher Chen had done this, he decisively accepted it. Then thank you, Teacher Ji. Su Chen took the battle knife, which was not light, and he couldn't tell what material it was made of. It weighed at least 1,000 pounds. Holding it in his hand, Su Chen felt its heaviness. A knife this heavy, if he had not yet become a martial artist, he would have barely been able to lift it with all his strength, let alone launch an attack. After becoming a martial artist, it was no longer just about strength and speed, but such a heavy battle knife was still unwieldy for Su Chen and would severely affect his attack speed. This knife, it is indeed a bit heavy for you at the moment, but it is quite suitable for our drawing technique. Once you reach the mid-level of a martial artist, you will be able to use it more comfortably. By the way, this knife is called meteorite iron, and its quality is first-tier limit. What? First-tier limit? Not only Su Chen, but even Chen Guangliang and Ning Yuru beside him showed expressions of shock. This was a first-tier limit knife. A knife like this, even the cheapest, would cost at least 3 to 500 million points. Not to mention that what Master Uncle offered was definitely not ordinary among first-tier limits. This knife can amplify its weight by 10 times. Right, it's 10 times against the opponent, not for us users. It contains a gravity formation. The weight of this knife is not only due to its special material but also because of the gravity formation. This knife technique can adjust the gravity formation to control the knife's weight between 500 to 2,000 pounds. When launching an attack, it can also activate another gravity formation to amplify the knife's weight by 1 to 10 times. The more the amplification needed, the less the consumption on oneself. You can use 500 pounds now, and you can barely exert some power. Come, give it a try. Teacher Ji explained, and Su Chen immediately thanked him again. The price of this knife was too high, definitely not less than 800 million points. Outside, it would be priced at least over 1 billion martial coins. Teacher Ji's gift was too precious. Thank you, teacher. Su Chen's tone was sincere. Since Teacher Ji treated him this way, he naturally responded in kind. Come on. Teacher Ji was indifferent. This item was very precious to Su Chen and Chen Guangliang, but to him, it was just something relatively ordinary, not particularly precious. All right. Su Chen took a deep breath. Since Teacher Ji had given him such a good battle knife, he certainly couldn't let Teacher Ji down. Su Chen held his breath and focused entirely. Chen Guangliang and Ning Yuru also put away their envious expressions and turned their gazes over. Such a good weapon was almost on par with the weapons they had struggled so hard to obtain. it was truly infuriating how people could be so different. Not bad. As Su Chen immediately got into the zone, with the faint outline of knife intent emerging from him, Teacher Ji subtly nodded. But he seems a bit like Xiao Jing. Teacher Ji sighed inwardly. Back then, Xiao Jing was also exceptionally talented, mastering the drawing technique to perfection. He still remembered how Xiao Jing was before entering the school. He originally didn't want to take on disciples. He couldn't forget about Xue Jing. Yesterday, he had not intended to agree, but thinking of the current dean, who was also his friend, who had asked him a few days ago to help mentor a couple of students because the results in the Demon Martial Academy had been too poor in the past 2 years. If this continued, they might not even make it into the top 10 in the next world-class competition. Considering all these factors, he finally agreed. Drawing technique, surging waves. The knife in Su Chen's hand seemed to transform into a towering wave, its momentum overwhelming. This drawing technique, Su Chen's drawing technique brought Teacher Ji back to his senses, and surprise appeared in his eyes. This drawing technique was something he had never seen before. It seemed this kid had his own opportunities. Slash! The blade light flashed, and Su Chen's knife struck directly at Teacher Ji. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was shocked. Why didn't Teacher Ji move? Even an extreme martial artist wouldn't dare to take it head-on like this. Oh, the opponent is a martial king, so it's fine. The attack fell on Ji Chang, yet he showed no reaction, allowing Su Chen's blade draw to strike him without any defense. Then, there was nothing more. It was as if a feather had landed on Ji Chang, causing him no harm and leaving his clothes unscathed. Su Chen, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils constrict sharply. Is this the power of the extreme martial king? Terrifying. Not bad, you have your own understanding of the blade draw, which means you've carved out a path of your own, Ji Chang remarked, his tone filled with admiration. The increase of 20 in vitality was even 5 points higher than Xiao Jing's at the time. The blade draw was slightly lacking, but overall, it was still a rare talent. Ji Chang was quite satisfied. Are you willing to take me as your master? To become my 6th disciple? Are you willing to take me, Ji Chang, as your master and become my 6th disciple? Ji Chang's expression was serious, his tone quite earnest. Master. Su Chen was naturally willing. The extreme martial king was among the strongest in this world. After saying this, Su Chen prepared to perform the bowing ceremony but was stopped by Ji Chang. I personally dislike these formalities, just follow your heart. Yes, master. Come in with me. As for you two little ones, Ji Chang began to dismiss them, as he was about to start teaching. With his keen eye, he could see that Su Chen was quite clean. Aside from learning the basic sword techniques and the blade draw, he had no other advanced skills, just some body techniques. Such cleanliness made teaching much easier. Master uncle, master said you like this osmanthus cake, so I brought it for you. Ning Yurua took out a delicate basket from her spatial ring, inside which were exquisite small boxes. Very thoughtful, Ji Chang said gently as he accepted the basket. Then master uncle, I've delivered it for you, so I'll take my leave now. Ning Yurua and Chen Guangliang turned to leave, but before they did, Ning Yurua playfully winked at Su Chen. Come in. Once the two left, Ji Chang led Su Chen into the large villa. The villa, styled like a manor, was naturally vast, covering an area of 2,000 square meters. There were also quite a few staff members inside, arranged by the school to take care of Ji Chang and manage the villa. Along the way, these staff members greeted Ji Chang respectfully. Lord Ji Wang. This title made Su Chen unable to hold back a bit of sarcasm. Lord Ji Wang? That name is too much. Ji Chang brought Su Chen to a spacious room, where dozens of weapons were displayed on the shelves. Your talent is quite good. To reach this level of understanding of the blade draw at this stage, with about 30% of the blade intense embryonic form, you rank among the top 5 swordsmanship geniuses I've seen in my life. However, having good talent is just that, good talent. Whether you can truly grow and unleash that talent, rather than waste it, is what matters most. For the next period, you will stay in this villa, and I will specifically guide you. There are many differences between martial artists and martial practitioners. A single high-level technique cannot fully unleash one's strength. Usually, there is a primary high-level technique, along with a secondary high-level technique that can complement the primary one. Coupled with a suitable body technique, you can better unleash your own strength. I see your mental strength seems quite strong. This high-level technique can be worth a try. Ji Chang took out a high-level technique called the round dance blade technique from his spatial ring and handed it to Su Chen, explaining, the round dance blade technique has certain requirements for mental strength. Strong mental strength enhances your perception of the surroundings, allowing for better defense. The round dance blade technique, combined with the blade draw, can defend while attacking and attack while defending, achieving a balance where you are in me, and I am in you. It suits you very well. Su Chen took the round dance blade technique, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke truthfully. Master, actually I am a thought manipulator. Thought manipulator? Ji Chang suddenly looked up, his gaze towards Suchen filled with complexity. The same blade drawing strike, one a thought manipulator. How could these two be so alike? Suchen replied, then turned his gaze to the dagger on the shelf, channeling his mental energy. The dagger flew up and, with a swish, landed in Suchen's hand. Sigh. Ji Chang sighed inwardly. After much effort, he had been persuaded by a friend to take on a disciple, only to find someone so similar to that rebellious disciple. It truly troubled him. Ji Chang knew that Suchen was Suchen, and Xuejing was Xuejing. Their talents were similar, but they were not the same person. He shouldn't treat Suchen this way, but thinking of how well he had treated Xuejing, he couldn't help it. Suchen. Ji Chang's face turned serious. What's wrong, master? Suchen could clearly sense that Ji Chang's mood seemed to have worsened, his tone a bit cautious. Could it be that thought manipulators and blade drawing strikes were not good? No, nothing. Who was Ji Chang? He could see Suchen's caution at a glance and couldn't help but shake his head. After all these years, you should move on. Ji Chang thought to himself, his state returning to normal. Since you are a thought manipulator and also skilled in blade drawing strikes, I actually have a technique that suits you very well. It's a complete set of techniques, including body techniques, and this high-level technique can be both offensive and defensive, so you won't need to learn supplementary high-level techniques. This way, you only need to learn the blade drawing strike in this. Ji Chang's attitude was much gentler than before. Suchen was puzzled, but upon hearing Ji Chang's words, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, what is it? The Thought Blade Divine Array and the Thought Body Technique. Ji Chang took out two ancient books from his spatial ring, both slightly yellowed. These two, along with your blade drawing strike, are all core techniques of mine. You can ask me anything you don't understand. However, I have a warning, you can refer to me, but you absolutely must not imitate me or walk the exact same path as I did. Although imitating me can help you progress more smoothly and quickly in the martial artist realm, it will create significant obstacles for you in breaking through the martial king bottleneck. Since he had decided to meet Suchen yesterday, Ji Chang naturally had someone investigate Suchen's background. An ordinary family. People from such families know too little about the martial artist world, and he felt he needed to say more. Master, please speak. Suchen's tone was respectful. This was the difference between having a master and not having one, allowing one to avoid many wrong paths. To advance from a martial artist to a warrior, you just need to communicate with extraordinary power, allowing it to reside in your body for your use. The warrior realm is about continuously enhancing your extraordinary power, making it stronger and stronger. But becoming a martial king is not so easy. A martial king represents having carved out one's own style and path on a journey. Imitation can certainly help you progress more smoothly in the warrior realm, but it can lead to major setbacks when you reach the peak of martial artists. Ji Chang's words were simple and easy to understand, and Suchen grasped the meaning immediately. So that's how it is. Alright, now let me tell you about the Thought Blade Divine Array. The Thought Blade Divine Array was not created by me. I obtained it in a secret realm. It mainly integrates our understanding of the blade drawing strike into flying daggers. It allows the flying daggers to possess part of the power of the blade drawing strike, and by continuously increasing the number of flying daggers, it ultimately forms a divine array. When cultivated to perfection, 81 flying daggers infused with thought power float around you, each possessing power not weaker than the blade drawing strike. The effect is unimaginable, right? An image of 81 flying daggers floating around him unconsciously appeared in Suchen's mind, and he felt a surge of excitement. If every blade could possess the power to slash through 7 or 8 layers, then not only would it be unmatched among peers, but it could even dominate across levels. However, this Mind Blade Divine Array is too difficult to learn. Each layer is harder than the last, requiring a significant amount of time to study. Let me first teach you the basics of the first layer. This set of flying knives is a gift for you, totaling 9 pieces, enough for you to use for a long time. Ji Chang then took out a set of equally impressive flying knives from his spatial ring and presented them to Suchen. Master, just accept what I give you. What you need to do is to raise your strength as soon as possible, so you can help me share the pressure in the future. Our human situation. Why am I telling you this? These things are trivial to me, not worth much. Alright, Suchen replied, keeping Ji Chang's kindness in mind. This set of 9 flying knives looked extraordinary. Suchen estimated that each one was a first-tier ultimate weapon. Such a set would probably cost 20 billion points to acquire. While this amount might not mean much to Ji Chang, it was a significant sum for Suchen. Okay, let's look at the first layer. The first layer is the simplest. The requirement is to control a single flying knife. With your talent, a month is enough to master the first layer. I'll give it a try. Suchen took the Mind Blade Divine Array and began to study according to the requirements. The difficulty was indeed high, much more challenging than the basics of the slash. However, Suchen was much stronger than when he first learned the slash. In just a few minutes, he successfully grasped the basics. The combination of the slash and the flying knife merged in that instant, and the power of the flying knife was now 3 layers stronger than before. A look of surprise flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Truly, the Mind Blade Divine Array was remarkable. Just at the entry level, it had such power. If you reached the second layer, wouldn't that be extraordinary? The second layer requires controlling 4 flying knives. There's no rush, first master the first layer. Now let me tell you about the mind-body technique. Ordinary body techniques use the feet to move, but the mind-body technique utilizes mental and spiritual power, allowing your movements to be more subtle and agile. Moreover, once your mind-body technique reaches a certain level, combined with your mental power, you might even be able to master instant movement, or something like that. As Ji Chang's words fell, Su Chen felt a darkness before his eyes. When his vision returned, he found himself beneath the Demon Heaven Gate. This, bringing someone along for instant movement. Ji Chang smiled slightly, and then Su Chen's vision darkened again, and he was back at the villa. For now, don't think about instant movement. It's not something you can achieve in a short time. Right now, just focus on the basics. The way to get started is simple. Wrap your entire body in mental power and control your movement through it. At first, it will be very uncomfortable and may cause some trouble, but once you get the hang of it, your combat ability will improve significantly. From today on, you can rely entirely on mental power for your actions. Want to give it a try? Ji Chang had an amused smile on his face. Controlling his body with mental power for a series of actions was completely different from controlling flying knives. When he first learned, he had quite a few funny mishaps. All right, Su Chen said, filled with anticipation for the mind-body technique. Instant movement. How many modern people aren't interested in instant movement? Wrapping his mental power around his body was not difficult for Su Chen, as his spiritual power was 400, not just 100. Rise. Su Chen's body slowly began to float. Controlling oneself was far more challenging than controlling a flying knife, and it consumed much more energy. It was only because Su Chen's spiritual power was strong enough and he had sufficient talent in this area that he could manage it. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether he could succeed. This spiritual power. A hint of surprise appeared in Ji Chang's eyes. His disciple's talent for drawing the sword was not as good as Xue Jing's, but his mental power was stronger than Xue Jing's. In just a few minutes, Su Chen was able to control himself to perform various operations using his mental power. Good. Next is the practical combat. I happen to have a virtual combat machine here. You can go in and give it a try. If you have any questions, you can come out. I've been in the villa during this time, and you can stay here too. There are plenty of empty rooms. Thank you, Master. Su Chen immediately expressed his gratitude. No need to be polite with me. If you need anything, you can call Xiaolan. It's the intelligent housekeeper of the villa. Okay. Xiaolan, take Su Chen to his room. Yes, Lord Ji Wang. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. It turned out that his master had instructed people to call him that. Indeed, strong individuals often have their quirks. The villa was really large, and the room arranged for him by his master was on the 3rd floor, nearly 100 square meters in size. There were floor-to-ceiling windows, a balcony, a huge bed, a sofa, a television, and a series of other items. Most importantly, there was also a virtual combat machine. However, Su Chen only glanced at these things and didn't pay much attention. His gaze fell on the virtual combat machine. Since yesterday, I've received 7 challenge invitations, but I've had to decline them all due to lack of time. Now that there's this virtual combat machine in the room, I should be able to quickly level up to Diamond. Su Chen smiled as he turned on the virtual combat machine. There were currently no promotion matches available, and Su Chen did not challenge the Sky Tower. There was no rush for the Sky Tower. First, he would simulate some scenarios and familiarize himself with his abilities. Let's simulate a person with 30 health points, with stats similar to mine. 3 hours later, a message came through the match. Matched with an opponent for the promotion match, would you like to challenge? Proceed. After 3 hours, Su Chen had gained a certain level of control over himself. He casually opened his virtual space to check his information. Nickname, Volcano, Health, 30. 3. Spirit, 400, Physique, Innate Sword Body, Basic Technique, Basic Sword Technique, Stage 3 81% plus, Advanced Skills, Blade Draw, Stage 2 60% plus, Mental Blade Divine Array, Stage 1 18%, Body Technique, Mental Body Technique, Stage 1 14%, Extraordinary Attribute, Blade Intent Prototype 30%, Rank, Platinum 5-star. Today's points not yet claimed. Sky Tower, Level 6, points, 370,910,000. Indeed, my strength has increased, and the progress is fast. If it were before, how could I have improved so quickly without adding points? At this rate, even without adding points, it won't take long to max out the first stage and advance to the second level, right? Su Chen sighed and entered the arena. starting the first promotion match from Platinum to Diamond. Promotion matches are really tough, especially the third win, which is matched globally. Mo Wu, Guo Zhanggang wore a worried expression. He was a special recruit, but he was part of the second batch. After joining, he worked very hard. However, the gap in talent made him fall further behind those in the first batch, especially those who entered as martial artists. He was already in his third year, and in just over a month, he would be in his fourth year, yet he was still stuck at Platinum 5-star, not having become a Diamond. It was known that those in the first batch had, at the slowest, reached Diamond rank by the first semester of their third year. I hope this time goes smoothly. Guo Zhanggang sighed and clicked to match. Unexpectedly, just as he clicked, he received a message that the match was successful. Lucky, just in time for someone to match. Guo Zhanggang's eyes lit up. That's good. It will save me a lot of time. He didn't take the first match too seriously. The probability of encountering a strong opponent in the first match is not high, and the entire Eastern Huang Kingdom is stuck at Platinum 5 stars. He believes he can rank in the top 3. Why is he so confident? Because those stronger than him have basically all become diamonds, and he has already fallen at the third victory 3 times in a row. In the first 2 victories, he basically won in one go. In a best of 5, he won twice in 2 opportunities, so it should be stable for the remaining 3 matches. But he ended up losing 3 times in a row, and Guo Zhanggang felt quite helpless. Volcano? Not those 2, this match is stable. But when hunting a lion, one must use full strength. I cannot be careless. So strong. In the arena, Su Chen was originally not very concerned. Even the battles from Platinum 4 stars to Platinum 5 stars had not posed much difficulty for him. The strength was about the same, roughly 35 health points, high-level skills similar to his own, and agility around 50% at the first stage. With such strength, Su Chen defeated them without using his full power. Now, with the Mind Blade Divine Array and the Mind Body technique, his strength had improved further, so it should not be difficult. However, the way his opponent used both sides was too skillful, and their agility made it hard for Su Chen. Fortunately, Su Chen's control over his body was continuously improving, and he also used energy to enhance his abilities, quickly boosting his strength through battle. In this situation, after more than 10 minutes of fighting, Su Chen's flying knife forced Guo Zhanggang back, and then he drew his sword to end the battle. Phew, that was not easy. Winning the match, Su Chen wore a smile. It seems my strength is within this range. I hope to push into the diamond rank. Then I can keep matching continuously. Waiting like this is too troublesome. Congratulations on winning the match. Current matches consumed 1 wins 1. Would you like to continue matching? Continue. Matching begins. The arena will match you with an opponent who has 1 win. Match successful. Would you like to battle? So fast? Su Chen was taken aback. He originally thought he would have to wait a few more hours, but unexpectedly, he was matched immediately. Yes. Guo Zhanggang stared wide-eyed at his loss. I lost? Who is this person? His strength is clearly weaker than mine, yet I can feel his strength rapidly increasing, and in the end, he defeated me. No, I need to ask in the group. Guo Zhanggang immediately sent a message in the Platinum group. Does anyone know Volcano? Congratulations on winning the match. Current matches consumed 2 wins 2. Would you like to continue matching? How is the opponent with 1 win even weaker? Su Chen was stunned. He thought this match would be another tough battle, but unexpectedly, the opponent was not as strong as the last one. A flying knife forced the opponent back, and then a quick draw ended the match easily. Let's continue. Matching begins. The arena will match you with an opponent who has 2 wins. Notice, the matching range for opponents with 2 wins has expanded to the entire world. Match successful. Another instant match success. Su Chen also noticed the information in the prompt. Worldwide range? A brilliant smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Good, just in time to see the standards of geniuses from other countries. Dio Rivers, this name really sounds foreign. Seeing the opponent's name, Su Chen muttered, and in his mind appeared a girl with fair skin, yellow hair, and brown eyes. She looked very much like a Caucasian, quite rugged. Su Chen didn't like it much. He preferred the girls from the Eastern Huang Kingdom, who conformed more to his aesthetic. Behind the girl's name, there was a smaller font displaying her nationality, the United States. In these days, Su Chen had also learned which 7 countries were the strongest in the world. The United States, the Eastern Empire, the Giant Kingdom, the Empire of the Setting Sun, the Wool Nation, the Romantic Nation, the Northern Ocean Nation. 7 countries, each with its own characteristics. The United States, primarily inhabited by people of white skin, is a country with strong technological power, where many geniuses have fused their bodies with technology, integrating technology with martial artists, rapidly enhancing their strength, making it the country with the most core power. The Eastern Empire has relatively balanced data in all aspects and possesses a strong will, being the country with the most peak experts. The giant kingdom is not inhabited by giants as one might imagine, rather, the humans there are generally quite large, with an average height above 2 meters, regardless of gender, so their country mainly focuses on strength. These are the 3 recognized strongest countries, while the remaining 4 also have their own characteristics, with overall strength slightly inferior to the top 3. This is the first time I've seen a genius from the Eastern Empire. Dio River's demeanor and actions were extremely exaggerated, making Suchen feel slightly uncomfortable. Suchen didn't want to engage, he just wanted to quickly end the battle. The battle begins. As the battle commenced, Dio Rivers immediately launched an attack. The technological influence was strong. The United States does not simply rely on the power of technology, although technology is powerful, it is not mainstream in this world. Relying solely on technology cannot contend with the disaster beasts. They have taken a different approach, merging extraordinary power with technology to amplify its strength. Dio Rivers instantly transformed into a robotic-like existence, a silver white wing appearing behind her, a silver long sword in her left hand, and her right hand taking the form of a cannon. As the match began, her right hand lifted. Boom! An energy cannonball shot out instantly. Is this how you play? The speed of the energy cannonball was extremely fast, but fortunately, Su Chen's reaction was also quick. With his mind power enveloping his entire body, Su Chen flew up, dodging the attack of the energy cannonball. Oh my, amazing Easterners, you can actually fly? Could it be that you have installed thrusters on your feet? But doesn't the book say your bodies are not suitable for modification? Dio Rivers' voice was loud, accompanied by an exaggerated expression on her face. Go! Su Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. He was preparing to adapt to the foreign fighting style to avoid any mishaps. Amazing power. The flying knife was blocked. A light blue protective shield appeared in front of Dio Rivers. Her tone was filled with shock. Such a small flying knife could actually create a hole in her protective shield. It was too incredible. If this comes again, it's really coming. Dio Rivers saw the flying knife change direction and rush towards her again, her expression changing drastically. Su Chen did not rashly move forward. He had little understanding of the foreign fighting style. Regarding the United States, he had only seen others mention it during his search yesterday, without delving deeper. Mainly, Su Chen himself did not expect to encounter an international friend so soon. No one had mentioned this. Let's use the flying knife to test the waters. Su Chen maintained his distance, fully controlling the flying knife. It was also a good opportunity to practice with the flying knife. Amazing flying knife. Dio Rivers was not feeling well. That flying knife was too incredible, fast and powerful. In the face of this flying knife, she could only occasionally find time to shoot a few energy cannonballs at Su Chen. The battle continued for more than 10 minutes, and Dio Rivers went berserk. She knew that if this continued, the energy within her would be nearly exhausted. Destruction impact. Dio Rivers' whole body lit up, charging the light cannon in her hand, her mechanical wings vibrating as her body left behind afterimages, flying towards Su Chen at an absurd speed. Draw sword, surging waves. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. After more than 10 minutes of battle, he had roughly figured out some of Dio Rivers' fighting methods. Was this going to be the final clash? Boom! The energy cannon fired at close range, its speed too fast to evade. Su Chen didn't think about avoiding it, he struck with a knife, focusing on 3 things at once. His mental power enveloped his entire body, forming a mental armor. At the same time, Su Chen controlled the flying knives to swiftly head towards Dio Rivers. Congratulations, you have won the promotion match, your rank has increased, and your current rank is Diamond. Congratulations, you have received the rank promotion reward of 50 million points. Detected that you are a super newcomer, receiving a 10-fold reward, gaining 500 million points. Victory in the match. However, Su Chen also suffered a bitter victory. The power of the energy cannon was too strong. Even though Su Chen managed to cut through the energy cannon with his blade, the released high temperature made him feel unbearable pain. It was only because of the protection of the mental armor that he didn't lose. Dio Rivers unleashed all his power, losing his own defense, and was pierced through the body by Su Chen's flying knives, losing his life. At least I won. 500 million points, plus this diamond rank can earn 1 million points a day, so 100 times that is 1 billion points? Su Chen swallowed hard. Damn, 1 billion points a day, this magic martial is too generous. It seems the super newcomer status lasts until the end of September? Does that mean, even if I don't get promoted anymore, I can still earn 1 billion points a day for 5 months, which is 15 billion points? Su Chen couldn't help but swallow again. These points are so satisfying. Awesome. Thank you, Magic Marshal. Magic Marshal Logistics Department. Why is there another expenditure of 500 million points? The deputy director of the logistics department, Lin Jindong, showed a look of confusion. For large expenditures over 100 million points, he would always receive a notification. Just yesterday, there was an expenditure of 350 million, which he found out was due to a newcomer dominating in the arena. This made Lin Jindong very curious, but he could only check up to this point. He couldn't access specific information. This was to protect the students. Could it be this newcomer again? But this one-time expenditure of 500 million points, could it be that he has been promoted to Diamond? Lin Jindong swallowed hard. A special recruit promoted to Diamond the next day? Lin Jindong felt a chill run down his spine. If he remembered correctly, this super newcomer could receive 100 times the daily points. Just being Diamond means a reward of 1 million a day, and 100 times that is 1 billion a day. Reaching Diamond so quickly, doesn't that mean at least 15 billion points will be taken away? My God! 15 billion points, such a large number, even for the deputy director of the logistics department, it was a significant amount. I must report this, check this student's information, if there's a bug, it would be a huge loss. Thinking this, he immediately contacted the director. He couldn't make decisions about checking students' specific information alone, only the director could do that. What? A special recruit promoted to Diamond the next day? Do you suspect there's a bug? Okay, I'll check right away. The logistics department director also understood the seriousness of the matter and immediately applied to the dean. After receiving the news, the dean curiously checked. Su Chen, from Uldu, Haishi province? Is he a new disciple of Ji Chang? The dean originally wanted someone to check Su Chen's specific information and also have him called in for questioning. But upon seeing that Su Chen was actually Ji Chang's disciple, he immediately dismissed that idea. Ji Chang actually took in a new disciple, that's great. A brilliant smile appeared on his face. Don't be fooled by his current position as the Dean of Magic Martial. There are two people in the entire Magic Martial more qualified than him to hold this position. One of them is Ji Chang. More than a decade ago, Ji Chang was already the deputy dean. If it weren't for that incident, Ji Chang would have remained in his position. Otherwise, with Ji Chang's prestige and strength at that time, he would have become the dean years ago. Of course, the most important thing is that he has a very good relationship with Ji Chang. They are good friends. I didn't expect this guy to be so lucky. He actually took in a disciple with such an incredible talent. He reached Diamond in just 2 days. That's even faster than that guy. The dean immediately called Ji Chang to share the news. He became a Diamond? Ji Chang's tone was filled with surprise. You didn't know? I have only been his master for a little over 4 hours. Although Ji Chang said this, the smile on his face couldn't be contained. With a powerful disciple, those of them who are masters naturally have face. Your luck is just too good to have. The dean started but immediately stopped, his expression turning ugly. Oh no, I spoke too freely. It's fine, I've moved on. Su Chen is Su Chen, Shui Jing is Shui Jing. I have so many disciples, aside from Shui Jing, the others are quite filial, Ji Chang said nonchalantly. Hearing this, the dean couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that he's moved on. Yes, especially that girl Shaoan. She's also applying for the academician assessment this time. If she passes, your branch will have 2 academicians. The dean's tone was filled with envy. Cultivating a martial king? It's indeed very difficult for others, but at their level, cultivating a martial king disciple isn't hard. The challenge lies in cultivating a level 2 professor or even an academician. For other martial universities, they mainly look at the number of professors. But for a powerhouse like Mo Wu Diwu, ordinary level 3 or 4 professors really don't cut it. Only level 2 professors can be included in the assessment criteria, and what truly matters is the number of academicians. Even for a strong entity like Mo Wu, the number of academicians is just over 20. Don't think that's a lot. Academicians have lifespans of 1,000 years. These 20 plus represent the foundation of Mo Wu over so many years, and in nearly 100 years, only 3 have become academicians. One can imagine how difficult that is. Speaking of Shaoan, a smile appeared on Ji Chang's face. That girl Shaoan is indeed impressive, but becoming an academician isn't that easy. She still lacks a bit of seasoning. You're just being modest, the dean said with a laugh. The two chatted for a few more moments before hanging up. Let's keep this Su Chen under wraps. An academician's disciple, SSS rank shouldn't be too much, right? Not every disciple of an academician can become an academician. After all, besides talent, one also needs enough opportunities and luck to become an academician. But as a disciple of an academician, as long as they develop normally, a level 3 professor is a given. Moreover, with Su Chen's outstanding talent, after 2 years of training, he could stand on his own. What a pity, if only Su Chen were in the next batch, he could just catch the international competition in his senior year. The dean shook his head, but this year's freshman competition is stable. Almost forgot to reply to old Ma. The student is fine, and he is Ji Chang's direct disciple. Be cautious about matters concerning him. By the way, His name is Su Chen. The logistics department head, Ma Yue, had been waiting for the dean's news. After waiting for more than 10 minutes and growing a bit impatient, he finally received the dean's message. Ji Chang's disciple? Ma Yue swallowed hard. He and Ji Chang were from the same era, but not the same batch. He was 1 year above Ji Chang. He was the best in his batch, and logically, he should have been quite glorious. In fact, before his 3rd year, he had always been the most outstanding. Until he was defeated, crushed, and annihilated by Ji Chang. The gap between him and Ji Chang grew wider and wider. Later, he chose to stay at Mo like Ji Chang, but while Ji Chang became a martial king before graduating, he was still lingering as an extreme martial artist. By the time he became a martial king, Ji Chang had already passed the level 2 professor assessment and become the dean of the Blade Path Institute. Later, he even heard that Ji Chang had become an academician, hailed as the most brilliant star in a century, possessing the potential to reach the strength of a martial god. But after that incident, Ji Chang vanished without a trace. It shouldn't be described as vanishing. At that time, he was already the deputy minister of the logistics department, considered a high-ranking member of the magic martial arts, privy to many insider secrets. Due to the betrayal, magic martial arts suffered significant losses. Although they did not blame Ji Chang for the incident, he couldn't get past the mental barrier knowing it was caused by his own disciple. Thus, Ji Chang resigned from his position as the vice president and plunged alone into the battlefield. Years later, Ji Chang returned from the battlefield. However, after coming back, he often went back to the battlefield, staying away for months at a time, rarely remaining in magic martial arts. I didn't expect that Ji Chang actually took on a disciple. Su Chen, right? Very good, I've noted it down. His feelings towards Ji Chang were quite complex. Initially, he felt anger and shame, but after Ji Chang achieved such great accomplishments, he could only admire him. Later, when that incident occurred, he felt some sympathy. No problem. Ma Yue picked up his phone and sent a message to the deputy minister. Congratulations on winning the competition, you have gained 1 star, your current rank is Diamond 1 star. Your rank has failed, you have lost 1 star, your current rank is Diamond 0 star. At the Diamond rank, the matching range is global. The matching speed is quite fast, usually taking just a few minutes for a match. During this time, Su Chen also inquired a lot about the characteristics and strengths of foreign martial artists from the Little Sprite, and combined with practical combat, he quickly grasped the situation in most countries. However, at the Diamond rank, the difficulty of the matches increased. The opponents matched at Diamond 0 star had a 50% chance of being mid-tier martial artists. It should be noted that these were mid-tier martial artists among geniuses, capable of easily defeating ordinary mid-tier martial artists. When facing mid-tier martial artists, Su Chen lost more than he won. Against beginner-tier martial artists, Su Chen was guaranteed to win. But once he reached Diamond 1 star, the opponents were mostly mid-tier martial artists. Su Chen had matched over 30 times at Diamond 1 star and had only won twice. The opponents were too strong. However, with such a high frequency of battles, Su Chen's progress was also remarkable, especially in combination with the point allocation. Thus, time reached the evening of May 7th. A phone call came to Su Chen's mobile. Luo Xiao? Seeing this name, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Luo Xiao was his benefactor and friend. Without Luo Xiao, his progress would not have been so rapid. Su Chen, we've arrived in Magic City. As soon as the call connected, he heard Luo Xiao's excited tone. Where are you? At a hotel near Magic City. No. 2 high school, the hotels here are so expensive. A standard room costs 3,000 martial coins, and the environment is quite average. You know, with 3,000 martial coins in our green city, you could stay in a luxury suite. Tisk tsk, I used to hear others say that the expenses in Magic City were high, but now that I'm here, it's really high. Su Chen couldn't empathize with Luo Xiao's words for the moment. Staying at Magic Martial Arts was free for accommodation and meals, so there were basically no daily expenses. Send me the address, I'll come find you now. Okay, Xiaoishue is so happy to see you in Magic City. Ah, Xiaoishue, what are you doing? Hearing the sounds of scuffling from the other end of the phone, a bright smile appeared on Su Chen's face. He had to admit that humans are social animals. Often, chatting with friends can indeed help relax one's mindset. After hanging up, Su Chen informed Xiaolan and his master that he had some matters to attend to in the evening and might not return tomorrow. Su Chen? In the school team villa area, Gong Jincheng and Gong Jifeng walked out of the villa. Gong Jifeng was preparing to take his cousin to see the training place of the school team and to get familiar with the vice captain. Just as they came out, Gong Jincheng saw Su Chen riding a flying motorcycle zoom past them. Flying motorcycle, as the name suggests, is a motorcycle that can fly. The magic martial arts is too vast. If one were to rely solely on walking, it would take days and nights to traverse. Therefore, there are free-flying motorcycles available for use all over the school. To make things convenient, Suchen casually chose one. The flying motorcycle is much easier to handle than a flying car, very user-friendly, and quite fast. In the blink of an eye, the flying motorcycle zipped past them quickly. Suchen, is he that useless roommate of yours? Gong Jifeng casually asked upon hearing Gong Jinsheng's words. Yeah, that's him. Gong Jinsheng frowned. He originally thought that after what he said that day, Suchen would start to work hard and cherish the opportunity to be specially recruited by the magic martial arts. That night, when he returned to the dormitory and found no sign of Suchen, he even smiled with relief. But when it reached 3 or 4 in the morning and Suchen still hadn't returned, Gong Jinsheng began to realize, could it be that this kid was too scared to come back after what I said? In the following days, he completely did not see Suchen's figure, and the dormitory didn't seem like anyone had been there, which further confirmed his thoughts. This made Gong Jinsheng very disappointed. He didn't expect to see Suchen riding a flying motorcycle now. Don't take it too seriously, some people are just like that. They clearly have good opportunities but refuse to put in the effort, and in the end, they blame others. Gong Jifeng smiled. Yeah, I'm not taking it to heart. Gong Jinsheng's frown relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. By the way, the second high school of Magic City is holding an exchange tomorrow. You should go, right? I will go. This time, they invited people from Chong'an and Ziji. Both cities have martial artists this year and have joined our magic martial arts. If I don't go, the second high school of Magic City won't be able to hold the event. Gong Jinsheng said with a smile. Yeah, Chong'an and Ziji have indeed done well in the past 2 years. The 2 students they specially recruited this time are also quite strong. If you take action, the second high school of Magic City really won't be able to hold the event. Gong Jifeng nodded. Is there any other place this time? I'm not sure about that. The teacher only told me about these 2 places. I suppose the other places shouldn't be a concern. That's true. With the strength of your second high school of Magic City, as long as it's not a martial artist taking action, it should be able to hold its ground. Riding the flying motorcycle of magic martial arts can directly exit the school gate. However, it must be ridden back. It cannot be parked anywhere like it can within the school. After more than half an hour, Suchen arrived at the address sent by Luo Xiao. This time, the team leader was Suchen's old acquaintance, Director Chao. The participants in this exchange were basically from the capital cities of various provinces. Even those that weren't were all well-known big cities. Therefore, Director Chao had to lead the team here. Green City cannot compare to these cities. The number of leaders in Green City who have reached the martial artist level is not many. Director Chao ranks among the top 5 in strength within the leadership. Knowing that Suchen would come, Director Chao waited directly at the door. Uncle Chao. Suchen also showed respect to Director Chao. This brought a smile to Director Chao's face. Suchen. There weren't many other participants. Counting them all, there were only 9 people. Adding Suchen and Director Chao, that made 11. Most of them were familiar faces, as they were all among the top 10 in Green City. Everyone was excited to see Suchen. There was no way around it. Arriving in a super big city like Magic City, they felt a bit inferior. They heard that martial artists were everywhere in Magic City. If you randomly threw a brick down, you could hit a martial artist. They had no confidence in the exchange because they had heard Director Chao talk about it. Chong'an and Ziji, what kind of places are those? Both are capital cities of super large provinces that can rank in the top 10. In terms of strength, they are even stronger than Haishi City in Haishi Province. Moreover, if we look at city rankings alone, none of them are below the top 30. And what about Green City? Among the 402 cities, it can't be considered bad, but it's just at a mid-level standard, stuck at around the 200th position. What can we compare? Fortunately, there is Suchen. They have long known that Suchen has become a martial artist. Suchen is their confidence. Come on, you arrived just in time for dinner. That night, Suchen did not go back. After eating and drinking to their fill, he stayed with Luo Xiao and the others. This exchange visit to Magic City No. 2 is a huge event for Green City, and the funding is naturally ample. The rooms are more than enough. Early the next morning, Suchen followed the group to Magic City No. 2. Wow, it's so big. Upon arriving near Magic City No. 2, looking at the scale and luxury of the school, Luo Xiao and the others felt like country bumpkins entering the city. Even comparing their Green City No. 1 to Magic City No. 2, there was no point of comparison. Suchen was relatively fine. After spending a few days in the martial arts academy, his horizons had broadened significantly. At the school gate, there was a banner that read, "Welcome friends from Enchong City, Ziji City, Qinghui City, Xiaoming City, and Fu City, Lingchu City, Baiyan City, and Green City to our school for exchange." Green City was listed last, and this ranking was basically based on the city's standings. Below the banner, there were teachers from Magic City No. 2. However, Green City was not the first to arrive. There were already people from 2 other cities there. Which city is this batch from? I don't know, they look unfamiliar, giving off a rustic vibe. They might be from Green City. Green City? What kind of 18th tier small city is this that they dare to come and exchange with us? These students were quite speechless. Didn't this lower the standard of the exchange? But they were just participants and had no choice but to vent their frustrations verbally. As for whether it would be awkward if they were overheard, what does it matter? Strength is what counts. Do you think you can fight us? That would suit me just fine. Director Chow, they. The volume of their conversation was not high, but everyone had a blood pressure above 9, so they could all hear it. Director Chow's expression was not very pleasant, but when he thought of Su Chen, a smile appeared on his face. Let them talk. When the time comes, let Su Chen slap them in the face. Sure enough, upon hearing Director Chow's words, everyone was no longer angry, and smiles appeared on their faces. Yes, there would definitely be an exchange competition. If there was a competition, then strength would reign supreme. With Su Chen around, what were they afraid of? The more they talked now, the more painful their faces would be later. They could already imagine how awkward these people would look later. You must be from Green City. You wait over there first. Once everyone is here, we will go in together. The teacher from Magic City No. 2 glanced at Director Chow, speaking in a flat tone. Okay. Director Chow replied and did not comment on the other party's poor attitude. These things were earned through strength. I just hope Su Chen can hold up. This time, including Su Chen, there are 3 martial artists, especially the one from Magic City No. 2, who became a martial artist in January. Director Chow thought. However, he did not expect Su Chen to lead Green City to dominate. As long as they could secure 4th or 5th place, that would be enough. Protecting 5th and striving for 3rd was his and Yun Yi's task. Director Chow led everyone to their seats, which happened to be 11 spots, neither too many nor too few. The seating arrangement was the same as the other cities, with no preferential treatment. Green City? Gong Jinsheng also arrived. As the host and the strongest and most outstanding student of this year's Magic City No. 2, he naturally came early. He casually glanced at the 8 cities that had come this time and quickly spotted Green City's name. Isn't this the city where Su Chen is from? Gong Jinsheng frowned. Could it be that Su Chen is also here? He should be here. After all, he is the strongest of this year's Green City. Gong Jinsheng muttered, not paying much attention. Even if Green City's top student was specially recruited by the Martial Arts Academy, he did not take it too seriously. Su Chen and the others did not wait too long. After more than 10 minutes, the people from the 8 cities had arrived. The number of people from each city varied. Some cities sent over 30 people, while others had nearly 20. By the way, only 11 people came from Green City. Once everyone was gathered, they began to tour the school, exploring the various facilities. It must be said that the facilities at Magic City No. 2 High School were exceptional, far surpassing those of Green City No. 1 High School. There were various high-tech devices for testing vitality. Just standing in them would yield results. There were also virtual spaces, neatly arranged, with a considerable number, at least 100 units, more than at the sanctuary. This made Su Chen sigh. Compared to Magic City, even Haishi City could only be considered a small city, and the gap between the 2 sides was too vast. No wonder it was said that Magic City and the imperial capital could easily overshadow most provinces with just 1 city. The area of Magic City No. 2 High School was also 5 times that of Green City No. 1 High School. After touring for a whole morning, they had only managed to see most of the places. At noon, they ate in the cafeteria. After eating and drinking to their fill, they began the most crucial part of the exchange competition. In the world of martial artists, no matter how good your school's facilities are or how grand your words may be, nothing is more important than strength. Strength is the hard truth. However, before the official exchange competition, there had to be a demonstration battle to warm up. Each school sent 1 person to participate in an all-out brawl. On Green City's side, Director Chow was somewhat troubled, unsure of whom to send. Su Chen definitely couldn't go. He was the trump card. If he went up too early and revealed his strength, what would happen if they were swarmed? The others had no advantage at all. Even Chen Peng, originally the top student from Green City, could only be considered decent here, far from excellent. I'll go, Luo Xiu said first, seeing everyone's reactions. No, I should go. This is just a warm-up match, it doesn't count for points, and my strength is the weakest, so it's best for me to go. The student ranked 10th in Green City's assessment also spoke up. Alright, just make sure to protect yourself, Director Chow said, interrupting as he saw Luo Xiu wanting to say more, allowing the student ranked 10th to go up. Su Chen was the trump card, and the remaining capable fighters were just the 5 of them. To ensure a spot in the top 5, they had to use them wisely. The rules of the exchange competition were also simple. It was an 8-way battle. It wasn't just an all-out brawl, it was an 8-way contest. There would be a draw to determine the order of the 8 factions' representatives. If you won, you stayed on the stage, earning 1 point for your faction. If you lost, you stepped down and waited for your faction's turn to send someone up again. This method of competition was the most commonly used in exchange competitions. It not only tested the school's strength but also required a certain level of strategy. If one was too arrogant, even if ranked first, they could be brought down and fail to make the top 3. However, this time, Magic City No. 2 High School introduced high-technology virtual arenas. The virtual arena could project everyone's complete status, allowing for unrestricted combat. Such high technology made the people from Green City envious. There were hardly any in Green City who even knew about virtual spaces, let alone such virtual arenas. The warm-up match began with an all-out blood battle. The people from Green City were far too weak compared to the other 7 factions. They were quickly eliminated as soon as they stepped onto the stage, drawing laughter from many. Although this was just a demonstration match and didn't count for points, sending such weak participants was indeed embarrassing. Director Chow, however, maintained a calm demeanor. This was a tactic to feign weakness. Each faction sent 10 people, totaling 79 matches, which meant 79 points. To ensure a spot in the top 5, they needed to secure at least 7 or 8 points to be safe. After the demonstration match, the people from Magic City No. 2 High School had the last laugh, showcasing their strength, which was indeed formidable. After the performance, they moved on to the draw for the main competition. Su Chen went on stage to draw lots. Naturally, it was Gong Jinsheng who came from Magic City No. 2 Middle School. When he saw Su Chen, he couldn't even be bothered to greet him and just started drawing lots. He and Su Chen were not from the same world. He had talent and was willing to work hard. Someone like Su Chen would soon be left far behind. Moreover, Gong Jinsheng felt that with Su Chen's strength, it was very likely he couldn't even defeat Zhang Yurong. Who is Zhang Yurong? She was the second-ranked student in their school, not weak at all, and was just a step away from breaking into the martial artist realm. Seeing this scene, Su Chen naturally wouldn't stick his warm face to a cold but. Number 7. Su Chen saw the number he drew, it was acceptable. Number 8. Gong Jinsheng also showed his number, and the others followed suit. Lingxiu City, number 1. Anchong City, number 2. Qinghui City, number 3. Baiyundu, number 4. Mingqiao City, number 5. Ziji City, number 6. Ludu, number 7. Magic City No. 2 Middle School, number 8. The numbers were announced. The various forces also arrived at their corresponding positions in order. Director Chow's expression was not good. Su Chen's luck was really too bad. He was stuck between Ziji and Magic City No. 2 Middle School, which was quite unfortunate. Shen Ping and the others also looked displeased. They could tell that this position was very poor. It was hard to say who was first among Magic City No. 2 Middle School, Ziji, and Anchong. But the top 3 were definitely these 3, no doubt about it. Being sandwiched between Magic City No. 2 Middle School and Ziji was too uncomfortable, because both sides were definitely thinking about scoring points and getting more points. Being in the middle, if one was strong enough, they might still score a few points, but if weak, it was possible to be completely wiped out. Sorry. Su Chen smiled awkwardly at everyone's reactions. However, he didn't take it too seriously. Being stuck in the middle was uncomfortable, unable to score points? Sorry, he wanted them all. The competition begins. Lingxiu City sends out a contestant first. The people from Lingxiu City also didn't look good. Their situation was similar to Ludu, also sandwiched in the middle. However, they were between Magic City No. 2 Middle School and Anchong City. Their overall strength was also on the weaker side, making this draw very unfavorable for them. The person in charge of Lingxiu City hesitated for a moment but decided to send someone out first. Each person only had one chance to compete. What if they sent out a strong one, and Anchong sent out a strong one too? It would be better to send someone first. Once Magic City No. 2 Middle School sent out someone relatively weaker, they could then send someone up to score points. The person from Lingxiu City went on stage, and it was Anchong City's turn. There was still a considerable gap between the two cities, and the outcome was as everyone expected. Anchong City easily took the first point. The person sent by Anchong City wasn't very strong, only ranking in the middle in Anchong. To secure points, Qinghui City sent out a fierce warrior. Qinghui City's strength was not weak, ranking just behind the top 3, making it 4th. The people from Baiyundu saw the contestant sent by Qinghui City and felt hopeless, so they sent up a relatively weak one. Mingqiao did the same. The person sent by Qinghui City had a vitality of 9, and their basic skills were clearly at the 3rd stage, with high-level techniques not being bad either. On Lidu's side, aside from Su Chen, the others were no match for him. This strength, aside from martial artists, left few opponents. Qinghui City is really going all out this time, actually sending out a powerhouse of this level. The team leader from Ziji City was quite troubled. This person's strength was not weak, and in their team, only Xiling could definitely win, while the rest, like Lui Chen, were only slightly stronger, but limited. If Lui Chen went on stage, he could indeed win, but it would be a Pyrrhic victory. But now to let Xiling take action? They were also unwilling. However, they were equally reluctant to just give away points. Please have Ziji City send a contestant on stage. As they hesitated, the host spoke for the second time. Just send them. In the end, Ziji City chose to send someone, giving Qinghui City some face. This person was considered the strongest in Qinghui City, so letting them score a few more points wasn't a big deal. In such circumstances, Qinghui City won 4 times in a row, earning 4 points and ranking first. Liao Jun, are you ready? Upon arriving in Ldu, Director Chao sighed when he saw the people from Qinghui City. Let it go. Uncle Chao, let me go up. The people from Qinghui City were the ones who had spoken ill of Ldu in the waiting area, and Su Chen naturally couldn't let that slide easily. Are you coming? Director Chao was taken aback. No, you are our trump card. If you go up now, what if Deputy Commander Gong Jinsheng is sent out? Gong Jinsheng was recognized as the strongest, and even Director Chao thought so. Uncle Chao, don't worry. Do you think I would do something reckless? Su Chen's smile was very confident. But Director Chao wanted to say more, but seeing Su Chen's confident smile, he agreed. All right, you must be careful. Su Chen made a reassuring gesture and walked up. He didn't like the idea of his side being completely wiped out, only for him to appear as the savior and dominate the scene. Su Chen had tested Gong Jinsheng's level. He had defeated him in the virtual arena a few days ago. Since Gong Jinsheng was the strongest, what was there to worry about? Su Chen was completely fearless. You're up so soon? As Su Chen took the stage, many people in the audience showed surprise. Although Ldu was a weak city, since they were here to exchange, others had naturally gathered some intelligence. They were quite surprised to learn that Ldu actually had a student specially recruited by the magic martial arts. But it was just surprise. This time, Magic Martial had recruited 12 people, 9 warriors and 3 non-warriors. 3 of the warriors were already here, and the other 3 non-warriors were also present. That's right, the first place from Chaoming City and Anfu City, like Su Chen, had also been specially recruited by Magic Martial. Just trying to show off. Gong Jinsheng scoffed. He had a lot of opinions about Su Chen. What about later? Su Chen has a better chance of winning. After all, he was specially recruited by Magic Martial, so he must have some skills. But his strength shouldn't be much different from Qinghui City. Even if he wins, it will be a narrow victory. We can just send someone up to take him down, Gong Jinsheng said casually. The strength of their Magic Martial second school was quite formidable. There were 6 with a blood limit of 9, and among those, 3 had broken through the basic level to the 3rd stage. With such strength, unless Incheong and Ziji City teamed up, their first place was secure. Really can't keep calm. Several who knew Su Chen was a special recruit from Magic Martial couldn't help but sneer. If Ldu could hold back and let Su Chen appear later, they might actually achieve good results. But now, Magic Martial Second School would definitely not let Su Chen have it easy. Ldu Su Chen. Everyone had to say this when taking the stage, and Su Chen followed suit. Qinghui Su Buochao. Su Buochao's expression became serious. He naturally knew Su Chen was a special recruit from Magic Martial and did not underestimate him at all. The battle begins. Die. Su Buochao used a trident-type weapon and launched a fierce attack on Su Chen as soon as the battle started. Blade draw slash. Facing Su Buochao's attack, Su Chen couldn't even be bothered to pretend. With a casual blade draw slash, it was so fast that Su Buochao didn't even have a chance to react, and the battle ended. It was just that this battle used virtual arena equipment, so dying inside only caused slight mental damage and some pain, but otherwise, it was fine. Otherwise, it was very likely that the referee wouldn't even have a chance to react before Su Buochao was dead. Next, sheathing his sword, Su Chen stood on the stage, his gaze calm. Was he excited? Not at all. This exchange was indeed hard to pique his interest. If it weren't for senior brother Yun-Yi, Su Chen wouldn't even bother to participate. As Su Chen defeated Su Buochao in an instant, the scene fell silent. A warrior? Has Su Chen become a martial artist? After about 10 seconds, many people seemed to awaken from a dream, looking at Su Chen with complex expressions. He is actually a martial artist too? Gong Jinsheng's reaction was also significant. He originally thought Su Chen was just at the limit of his vitality, possessing some decent skills, but he didn't expect Su Chen to have already become a martial artist. So what if he has become a martial artist? If you don't put in the effort, it doesn't matter how talented you are. Gong Jinsheng snorted coldly, and then he heard someone beside him ask, "Brother Shang, what about us?" Gong Jinsheng frowned. If Su Chen was a martial artist, then he was the only one left on his side. "Let me do it." Zhang Yurong stepped forward. I broke through yesterday." Zhang Yurong was as proud as a swan, lifting her head high. "Broke through? But Su Chen must have gone through. Last night, my dad helped me consolidate my vitality. It's no worse than yours, and I even increased my vitality by 5 points. Zhang Yurong interrupted Gong Jinsheng. "You also increased your vitality by 5 points? That should be fine. With your strength, plus 15 points of vitality, taking down Su Chen shouldn't be a problem. But Su Chen is extremely skilled at the blade draw, and the power of the blade draw is still very strong. You must be careful. Don't worry, in this small green city, I can handle it easily." Zhang Yurong held her head even higher, showcasing her snow-white neck. "Sister Jiang is mighty." "Ha, as expected of Sister Jiang, even if the people from the other 7 cities join forces against us, we are not afraid at all." Magic City No. 2, Zhang Yurong. Zhang Yurong took the stage. Proud and imperious, it was hard to understand what nonsense was going on in her head. Such people are everywhere, especially in high school, where their worldview is not fully mature, teetering on the edge of adulthood and adolescence, lacking consideration for many things. The battle begins. "You go first, or you won't have a chance. I'll fulfill your wish." Since you asked like that, how could Su Chen not comply? Blade draw. A very ordinary blade was drawn, and then Zhang Yurong's eyes widened. Because she lost. That blade was clearly drawn so slowly, but why did she not even have time to react? Next, Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. Defeating such a foolish girl gave him no sense of achievement. Another instant defeat. Impressive. Sister Z, who do you think is stronger compared to Su Chen? Since Zhang Yurong was defeated before she could even make a move, everyone didn't know her true strength, only assuming she was at the limit of her vitality. Although they didn't understand what Magic City No. 2 was doing, why they sent Zhang Yurong out. "I don't know, you only know after fighting." Ziling thought seriously. Su Chen's blade speed was very fast, but her movement technique was not bad either. If it really came to a fight, as long as she avoided the blade draw, the outcome was hard to predict. What is Yurong doing? Others didn't know, but the people from Magic City No. 2 did, especially Gong Jinsheng, who was now completely unsettled, standing up from his seat. "Su Chen's blade is so fast, even I have to be cautious when facing him. Was this guy really just a martial practitioner before, and only recently became a martial artist?" Gong Jinsheng felt pressure from Su Chen. The second round was about to begin. Lingxiu City was out. Su Chen's strength was too strong. They had no choice but to concede. Anchong City held back. Their only martial artist, Tang Haochang, had no certainty of victory against Su Chen. Moreover, Tang Haochang felt that even if he defeated Su Chen, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, unable to contend with Ziling or Gong Jinsheng. So Anchong held back. With Anchong conceding, what could Qinghui, who had already lost their strongest fighter, do? They could only concede as well. Baiyun and Mingqiao also had no way to deal with Su Chen, continuing to concede. Ziling, let's hold back for now and see what Magic City No. 2 does. Okay. Ziji also conceded, so Su Chen directly won a round, securing 7 points. However, the faces of Director Chao and the others did not show much happiness, as the warriors from the other 3 major forces had not made a move. Although they had now scored 7 points and temporarily ranked first, if Gong Jinsheng from Magic City No. 2 stepped in and defeated Su Chen, their final score would remain at 7 points. "Brother Shang, let it go." Gong Jinsheng was eager to take the stage, but he knew this was not the time to be reckless. If Zhang Yurong had just gone on stage, with her presence, he would have dared to challenge Su Chen. After all, Zhang Yurong's strength was not weak, and with the cooperation of the others, they still had a good chance of taking first place. But now, Gong Jinsheng glanced at the others, sighed slightly, and could only concede for now. "All right." The others showed humiliation on their faces upon hearing Gong Jinsheng's words, but facing Su Chen, who had already become a warrior, they had no way to respond. "Yurong, what happened just now?" Gong Jinsheng turned his gaze to Zhang Yurong, who looked pale, like a defeated rooster. "I don't know either. I just felt that I had no time to react to that slash." Zhang Yurong came to her senses, revealing a bitter smile. How could she lose to a country bumpkin? This was something hard for the proud Zhang Yurong to accept. No time to react? It seems that Su Chen's speed in drawing his sword is faster than expected. To defeat him more easily, we need to make good use of our agility and the advantage in vitality. Gong Jinsheng thought that Su Chen had probably just become a warrior recently, so his skills and agility must not be great, which presented an opportunity. Did Magic City No. 2 also concede? And Chong and Ziji exchanged glances, both feeling helpless. If they conceded like this, how could they play? There was no choice, this was the home ground of Magic City No. 2, and since they had conceded, they might as well give up. After all, it would be interesting to see who would end up more embarrassed. As for the other 4 cities, facing warriors, what else could they do besides giving up? They certainly couldn't win in a fight, so they could only survive by conceding. After a round, it was back to Magic City No. 2. The score for Green City had also risen from 7 to 14 points, leading by a large margin and ranking first. Sigh. Gong Jinxing sighed. There was nothing he could do, and Chong and Ziji could afford to lose face, but Magic City No. 2 could not. I'll go. Brother Sheng is mighty. The previously dejected crowd perked up immediately upon seeing Gong Jinxing take the stage. Gong Jinxing was the pride of Magic City No. 2. Even when facing Magic City No. 1, he could still stand out among the crowd. It was just that this year's Magic City No. 1 had produced a madman, otherwise, Gong Jinxing would have been the best in Magic City. He's on stage. Everyone was not surprised to see Gong Jinxing take the stage. After all, this was the home ground of Magic City No. 2, and if they really let Green City take first place in the exchange competition, it would be like rubbing their faces in the dirt. I wonder how strong Gong Jinxing is. Xiling and Tang Haoqiang exchanged glances, both recognizing each other's thoughts. Both were warriors, but their reputations could not compare to Gong Jinxing's. After all, Gong Jinxing had become a warrior in January, while the two of them had only become warriors in March. There was a 2-month gap in their timelines. While 2 months might not seem long later on, it felt significant now since they had only been warriors for a total of 2 months. After all, the year after becoming a warrior is when one's strength improves the fastest. This rapid improvement in strength does not refer to an increase in vitality but rather in foundational techniques, advanced skills, agility, and extraordinary power. Once one reaches the warrior stage, vitality is no longer the main factor determining strength. In other aspects, being strong means that even a difference of 10 in vitality can turn the tables. Su Chen, I didn't expect to see you in this setting. As soon as he arrived on stage, Gong Jinxing began to lament. I originally thought you were just a martial artist who slacked off every day and wouldn't spend time on training. I didn't expect you to have already become a martial artist, and your strength is quite good. However, I will make you understand that there is a gap between martial artists, and there is also a gap between you and me. With a flick of his hand, a nearly 2-meter-long polearm appeared in Gong Jinxing's grasp, the silver rings clinking. Facing this strike from Gong Jinxing, Su Chen felt an uncanny resemblance, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Gong Jinxing, I wonder how familiar you are with this strike. The attack came after the words, the blade arriving first. This time, the speed was faster than the last time on the virtual combat platform, as both Su Chen and Gong Jinxing had improved in strength. Especially Su Chen, who had improved much more than Gong Jinxing. This strike, fast, too fast. The blade's shadow magnified in Gong Jinxing's eyes, and the next second, he found himself dead in the virtual space. He lost. Gong Jinxing's pupils dilated. This scene felt so familiar. Su Chen, volcano scorch. After losing the match, Gong Jinxing appeared outside the virtual space. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze towards Su Chen filled with shock. He understood now. Then Gong Jinxing revealed an awkward smile, as he recalled what he had said to Su Chen. Looking back, it was truly embarrassing. He wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. Social death. However, Gong Jinxing couldn't understand how Su Chen, who should have been at his limit just half a month ago, could exhibit such exaggerated strength on sight. Lost? Xiling and Tang Hao exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Not a match. That was their first reaction. Although they didn't know how strong Gong Jinxing really was, they both asked themselves if they could withstand that last strike from Su Chen. Absolutely not. Even with their agility, they could not block that strike. Director Chow was also stunned. He had thought Su Chen's strength would surpass his own, even leaving him far behind. After all, his talent was quite average. He had barely become a martial artist in his senior year at a double-point university. After graduating, he spent 3 months on the battlefield before leaving. He knew that with his talent, he wouldn't go far on the path of a martial artist, and after completing his tasks, he got out. After all these years, his strength still lingered at the beginner martial artist level. But no matter what, he had been a beginner martial artist for over 20 years, and he thought that even if Su Chen was stronger, it would still take some time. How long has it been since he became a martial artist? Not even 10 days, right? Director Chow forced a bitter smile. Is this what a prodigy is? Sigh. Indeed, it's beyond what ordinary people can imagine. But that Gong Jinxing was defeated in an instant. The remaining 2 martial artists should be about the same, right? Director Chow turned his gaze to Enchong and the people from Ji City, a smile appearing in his eyes. The first match should be secure. Referee, next contestant. Suchin waited on stage for nearly a minute, and seeing the referee still not moving, he couldn't help but remind him. Ah, okay. The referee finally came to his senses, looking deeply at Suchen, wanting to remember him well. With such strength, even compared to that little madman from No. 1 high school, he might even be stronger, right? Ling Chu concedes, and Chong concedes too. Xing Hui as well. A unanimous concession, even the recognized top 3 from Magic City No. 2 high school, and Chong, and the people from G City conceded decisively. It was precisely because of Su Chen's appearance that this battle of the 8 directions had such a dramatic scene. This scene made the teachers from Magic City No. 2 high school turn dark. What the hell is going on? They originally thought that with Gong Jinxing's strength, he could definitely lead them to victory. The reason they held this exchange was also due to this idea. But now all the attention has been stolen by this unexpected Green City, especially the vice principal in charge of this area at Magic City No. 2 high school, whose face was frighteningly dark. Green City, it seems that Yen Yu had a hand in bringing them in. Good for you, Yen Yu. He snorted coldly, and he would definitely find Yen Yu to settle the score later. At that moment, Yen Yu, who was handling documents at the Magic City Education Bureau, suddenly sneezed. Who is thinking of me? Is it someone from Green City? Yen Yu rubbed his nose. Today was the day of the exchange competition at Magic City No. 2 high school. That group from Green City must have been thoroughly beaten down. Sigh, a small city coming to join the fun at the exchange competition of Magic City No. 2 high school. I really don't understand what they're thinking. Yen Yu muttered, continuing to focus on his documents, seemingly unaware that the vice principal of Magic City No. 2 high school had already set his sights on him. Congratulations to Green City No. 2 high school for winning first place in this exchange meeting. Congratulations. The host reacted quickly, his face immediately filled with a fake smile. Thank you. Thank you. Director Chao's face was glowing red. He had exceeded his task, and he should be able to receive quite a few rewards when he returned, right? With this promotion to Executive Vice City Lord, he felt even more assured, but unfortunately, there was only one position for Executive Vice City Lord, so for now, he could only raise his rank or elevate Green City's status. The official positions within a city in this world are still quite different from reality. The highest is naturally the City Lord, the master of a city. The second is the Executive Vice City Lord. The third includes Vice City Lords who can enter the Standing Committee, Office Directors, and some directors of departments that can enter the Standing Committee, such as the Executive Bureau, Education Bureau, Finance Bureau, etc. Below them are the Vice City Lords who cannot enter the Executive Committee and the directors who cannot enter the Standing Committee, and so on. These are all considered high-level positions. However, the Standing Committee is the decision-making level, which can vote on the city's development. Generally, there are only 11 such positions in an ordinary city. Of course, this varies by city. Most cities are distributed this way. The City Lord, the Executive Vice City Lord, 2 Vice City Lords who enter the Standing Committee, the Office Director, the Director of the United Front Work Department, plus the directors of the 5 major bureaus, Finance, Executive, Education, Logistics, and so on, make up the 11 members of the Standing Committee. Their ranks mainly depend on the city's strength. The stronger the city, the higher the rank. Green City's rank is not high, only considered a 3rd-tier city. Just like Green City, the City Lord is a 4th rank, the Executive Vice City Lord is also from the 4th rank, and the subsequent ones are 5th rank and from the 5th rank. Well done! Chen Ping and others excitedly ran towards Su Chen, tossing him into the air. If the strength gap among them was not too great, they might have had some thoughts about Su Chen, but after seeing Su Chen's strength, even Chen Ping had no such thoughts. Su Chen was too strong. When a person is so much stronger than you, all that remains is admiration. Looking at the smiles on his companions' faces, Su Chen felt genuinely happy. The exchange was not over yet, but for Su Chen, it had already ended. He directly took Luo Xiu and the others to Magic City, showing them around. Naturally, he couldn't take them to his master's villa, as that place wasn't his, but Su Chen described those things and the benefits of martial arts, exciting everyone. This made them even more determined to work hard and strive to come to martial arts and be Su Chen's schoolmates. The next day, they all returned, not staying long in Magic City. May 11th was the provincial simulation, the last simulation before the college entrance examination. They prepared to go back to participate. As for Su Chen, he had no interest in this simulation at all. Or rather, for them, who were becoming martial artists, it didn't hold much interest. Su Chen planned to return only when it was time for the college entrance examination, conveniently collecting the rewards from the barbarian bull venerable. The exchange was not over yet, but Gong Jinsheng left in a dejected manner. Back at school, As soon as Gong Jifeng saw Gong Jinsheng, he burst into laughter. So, how was it? You made quite an impression this time, right? There must be a lot of junior girls, heh. Upon hearing this, Gong Jinsheng immediately put on a pained expression. Cousin, don't mention it. Just look at my face. It's so swollen it's ridiculous. Swollen? What happened? Gong Jifeng looked surprised, and only then did Gong Jinsheng recount what had happened, growing more aggrieved as he spoke, his eyes turning red. Cousin, you tell me, that Suchen is really something. He's clearly so strong. Why does he have to pretend to be a rookie? Woo, I ended up saying so many embarrassing things in front of him. Sigh, I can't go back to the dormitory. Cousin, you can't abandon me. Gong Jifeng rubbed his temples. This situation was indeed awkward. However, he really hadn't expected Su Chen's strength to be so terrifying. May 11th. While the current senior students were all working hard on their simulations, Su Chen was training on the virtual combat platform. It was not much different from usual. However, his friends far away in Ldo still called to inform him about the simulation situation. This time, the number of participants was even lower, nearly 10% fewer. Chen Ping's ranking had improved significantly, directly breaking into the provincial top 10. However, Chen Ping didn't feel happy at all because so many people hadn't participated. Su Chen didn't. Lin Xia, Wang Yuntao, and others also didn't participate. It seemed they were all busy with their own matters, which made Chen Ping work even harder. After chatting with his friends for a while, Su Chen continued his training. The comfortable time passed like this for more than half a month until a phone call interrupted him. Su Chen? Who is this? It's me, Ning Yuruo. A voice like a lark came from the other end of the line, and Su Chen felt it was somewhat familiar but still couldn't recall. I knew it, you heartless guy must have, beep. In the school team training office, Ning Yuruo listened to the busy tone on the phone, her forehead filled with countless question marks. This guy actually dared to hang up on her? Too much. Ha. In the office, there were two others, a man and a woman, who couldn't help but burst into laughter at Ning Yuruo's expression. It was quite rare to see her in such a predicament. Laugh, go ahead and laugh. I'm doing this for the development of the school team. Ning Yuruo glared fiercely at the two. Alright, we won't laugh anymore. The girl stifled her laughter. Her sense of humor was quite high, and she usually didn't laugh unless she couldn't help it. Poof! Ning Yuruo snorted coldly and turned her head away. However, she continued to call Su Chen. Su Chen was her junior. Although not a blood relative, he was still within 3 generations. Of course, the most important thing was that she was finally not the youngest anymore. However, she still held a grudge against Su Chen. They had clearly agreed to keep in touch. But how long had it been? About 20 days, right? Su Chen hadn't contacted her at all. If she hadn't been unable to resist and gotten Su Chen's contact information from Senior Chen, she was sure Su Chen would never have contacted her. Just from that recent call, Ning Yuruo realized that Su Chen seemed to have forgotten about her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hung up so decisively. Wait. On the other end, after Su Chen decisively hung up the phone, he suddenly realized he had indeed heard that name before. It seemed to be from his master. Headache. Su Chen thought, a look of embarrassment appearing on his face. He picked up his phone, ready to call back, but the call had already gone through. Su Chen took a deep breath. He was prepared to be scolded. As soon as the call connected, Su Chen didn't wait for the other party to speak and immediately apologized. Senior sister, I swear I accidentally pressed the button, do you believe me? Half an hour later, Su Chen arrived at the entrance of the school team training room, where Ning Yuruo was waiting. Beside her stood a man and a woman, both looking quite elegant. Senior sister, Su Chen immediately approached with a smile on his face. Little junior brother, you really are hard to invite. Out of the 12 specially recruited, only you and that little demon king haven't joined our school team. That little demon king hasn't come to school yet, still outside, but you completely ignored us. Ning Yuruo still spoke with resentment, her tone thick with it. I'm sorry, senior sister. I don't really understand this stuff. I've been training seriously during this time, Su Chen replied awkwardly. He truly didn't know much about these matters, as Teacher Chen hadn't mentioned it to him. In fact, it wasn't that Teacher Chen hadn't told him, but with the college entrance exams approaching, those responsible for recruitment were very busy. Moreover, Chen Guangliang thought Su Chen had already connected with Ning Yuruo. It was only today, when he saw Ning Yuruo asking for Su Chen's contact information and saying that Su Chen hadn't contacted her at all, that Chen Guangliang realized. Alright, Yuruo, don't be angry. Su Chen really doesn't understand these things. It wasn't intentional, right? The woman beside them immediately stepped forward and winked at Su Chen. I'm not angry about that. Mainly, forget it. Little junior brother, if there's anything in the future, you can contact your senior sister, Ning Yurua said, not really angry but rather upset that Su-chen hadn't contacted her and didn't treat her as a senior sister. She cared a lot about this little junior brother. Since returning from Ji Chang's place that day, she had started preparing a gift for Su-chen, spending several days on it. Su-chen could sense Ning Yurua's sincerity, and he was slightly taken aback before nodding seriously. Alright, everyone, let's go in. In a moment, it's the selection for the reserve members of the school team. Yurua, make sure to explain the rules to Su-chen later. By the way, Su-chen, I'm the captain of the Magic City school team, Lu Xiang. You can just call me Brother Lu. And she, like your senior sister, is also the vice captain of the school team and a main player, named Nie Xiaoyu. But right now, most of the school team matters are handled by your senior sister. Xiaoyu and I are both fourth-year students, busy with battlefield matters. When Lu Xiang introduced Nie Xiaoyu, she smiled at Su-chen. Brother Lu, sister Xiaoyu, Su-chen naturally greeted politely. However, he didn't expect that his senior sister was actually the vice captain, not a teacher from the magic martial arts. Let's go, why be polite with these two slackers? Ning Yurua snorted coldly and strode ahead. Lu Xiang and Nie Xiaoyu exchanged awkward smiles with Su-chen and quickly followed. Su-chen watched the scene with an amused smile. It seems the atmosphere of the magic martial arts school team is quite good, Su-chen thought as he walked in. Once inside, he saw several familiar faces. Well, familiar enough, since he had seen them at Magic City No. 2 High School, but he only remembered Gong Jinxing's name. He's here. As Su-chen entered, Gong Jinxing seemed to put on a mask of pain, turning his head to the side. Brother Shang, what's wrong? Next to Gong Jinxing was a young man with dyed yellow hair and ear piercings, looking quite unruly. Nothing much. Gong Jinxing certainly couldn't say that he had been defeated by Su-chen in an instant, but too many people knew about that incident, and the yellow-haired guy quickly guessed. Is this the Su-chen who defeated you? Gong Jinxing's anger trembled. What does it mean to be defeated by Su-chen? My strength has improved during this time, the yellow-haired guy said, momentarily confused, as if he hadn't meant to ask that. This guy really came too. Ziling and Tang Haoqiang's expressions darkened upon seeing Su-chen. This time was different from the last 8 Directions battle. The 8 Directions battle didn't hold much significance for them. Losing was just losing, at most a matter of face. But this selection of reserve members for the school team is very important to them. It is worth their all-out effort to compete. The spots are limited, and only the strongest among them can obtain one. Once they do, they not only receive school points as assistants but also gain more resources from the forces behind them. Resources, to a certain extent, equate to strength. Many present know Su-chen. Besides these 3 martial artists, the 2 other practitioners also recognize him, having seen his prowess at the exchange meeting of Magic City No. 2 High School. Alright, since everyone is here, let's begin the selection of reserve members for our school team, Ning Yurua announced as she entered the venue, transforming into a cold-faced queen, her expression stern and devoid of emotion. Except for Yu Miao Miao, who is delayed due to some matters and has not yet reported to school, everyone else is present. This selection of reserve members follows the long-standing rules of the magic martial arts. We will select a few individuals from among you whom we deem suitable for training. These individuals will not only become reserve members but will also enjoy benefits equivalent to those of formal members for the next year. Apart from Su-chen, the other 10 already knew that this was clearly directed at him. They had all shown their skills to come to the school team back in early May, aiming to become the first batch of team members. A step fast, every step fast. Listening to Ning Yurua, they were not impatient. Their eyes were all filled with enthusiasm. The selection for the reserve team is also very simple. We won't bother with any fancy stuff, just combat. Gong Jifeng, Wang Yu, Ning Captain. Upon hearing Ning Yurua's words, 2 people immediately stepped forward. Ning Yurua acknowledged them before turning her gaze to the rest. The method of combat is also straightforward. You will fight against either of these 2. Don't worry, it won't be too difficult. I will ensure they control their strength. The main focus is on your performance. I, along with the band and team leader Nya, will score your performances, and the top 3 scorers will be selected. By the way, during the battle, your displayed strength will be evaluated through data assessment. If you don't want to showcase it, only the 3 of us will see the data. Alright, who wants to go first? I'll go first. As soon as the words fell, Wang Ming raised his hand eagerly. Then you go first. Ning Yurua tossed the virtual wristband to Wang Ming. This is a virtual wristband, specially made for the formal members of our school team. The function is simple. Wearing this wristband allows you to enter the virtual combat platform. If both parties wear the wristbands, they can adjust to the corresponding channel, allowing you to enjoy the effects of the virtual space while battling each other in the real world. Ning Yurua explained, and surprise appeared in Su-chen's eyes. Has virtual technology developed to this extent? Impressive. Okay. Wang Ming immediately put on the wristband. Now you can choose your opponent. Pick one of the two. I choose. Wang Ming glanced and chose Gong Jifeng. He didn't want to fight against a girl, Wang Yu. Gong Jifeng naturally wore a wristband as well, and both adjusted their frequencies, which quickly matched. Junior, feel free to attack me. I will cooperate with you. Gong Jifeng wore a confident smile. He had been a mid-level martial artist for half a year, and dealing with a rookie who had just become a martial artist for less than 3 months was a piece of cake. Thank you, senior brother. Wang Ming grinned foolishly. He indeed looked quite silly, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, giving off a clumsy giant vibe. After expressing his thanks, a battle axe appeared in Wang Ming's hand, perfectly fitting his style. The battle begins. As the battle commenced, the blood and energy within Wang Ming surged. At the same time, a large screen appeared ahead, displaying the information of both combatants. Vitality, basic techniques, advanced skills, agility, and extraordinary power were the 5 data points shown. Of course, there were also the names of the 2 participants. However, Wang Ming's wristband was temporary, so the name field was blank. On the large screen, the section belonging to Wang Ming suddenly displayed his current vitality. 21, 2, 21, 5. So high? Upon seeing Wang Ming's vitality, those present were somewhat surprised. They had all investigated Wang Ming's information. He had only become a martial artist in March, and it had been less than 3 months since then, yet his vitality had reached 21, 5. That speed was impressive. Wang Ming's vitality is not weaker than mine, Su Chen's strength is above mine, and Xiao Yui's strength is also not bad. There are only 3 spots available. Gong Jinsheng sighed. He had long lost the arrogance he once had, along with his previous confidence. The former Gong Jinsheng felt that he was destined for greatness, believing that apart from that madman from Magic City one high school, no one else was his match. But after being killed by Su Chen twice in a row, his confidence was shattered. Gong Jinsheng instinctively turned his gaze to Ning Yuru, the cold-faced beauty vice-captain his cousin had mentioned, who was also the true leader of the school team. After all, the band and Team Nya were both 4th-year students, rarely present at school, spending most of their time honing their skills on the battlefield. Now they were about to graduate. By the end of June, they would officially graduate from magic martial arts. Only Team Ning was mostly at school, and her own strength was also very formidable. Although she was only a 3rd-year student, her strength was on par with Team Nya, consistently ranking in the top 3 of the entire school team. Moreover, Team Ning was particularly serious and responsible, earning everyone's respect. It's really cold. Gong Jinsheng saw Ning Yuru's icy expression, which sent chills down his spine. On the other side, facing Wang Ming's attack, Gong Jifeng remained particularly calm, with low fluctuations in vitality, using only 18 vitality to engage in a scuffle with Wang Ming. As the battle progressed, various data points emerged. The crowd shifted from their initial shock at Wang Ming to being astonished by Gong Jifeng. Wow, so strong. Is this the strength of a school team member? If Gong Jifeng had defeated Wang Ming with stronger vitality and skills, they wouldn't have felt anything. But the issue lay in the information displayed on the screen, which clearly recorded the current situation of both sides. On the left was Wang Ming, vitality 21, 5, basic techniques 3rd stage 60%, 2 advanced skills, one at 2nd stage 30% and the other at 2nd stage 2%. Agility was at 1st stage 100%. Finally, his extraordinary power had reached 30% of its initial form, which essentially summarized Wang Ming's personal information. Very strong. It was truly impressive for someone who had just become a martial artist less than 3 months ago to possess such strength. On the right was Gong Jifeng, whose display showed his performance in this battle. Vitality 18, 8, basic techniques 3rd stage 40%. He had used 2 advanced skills, both controlled at 1st stage 100%. Agility was at 1st stage 0%. Finally, his extraordinary power was only at 20% of its initial form. With these 2 sets of data side by side, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the left side was destined to win. Yet the current situation was that the right side was overpowering the left, leaving the owner of the left side's data blushing and unable to mount an effective offense. The battle continued for a few more minutes, and Wang Ming had some relatively impressive performances, but ultimately he was defeated by Gong Jifeng, who had weaker overall strength. I actually lost like this. Wang Ming was in a daze. Losing wasn't terrifying, but the problem was losing to an opponent with inferior data in every aspect, which was hard for Wang Ming to accept, especially since this battle was particularly important to him. Next, Ning Yuru's tone was devoid of any emotion. Gulp. Just now, everyone wanted to go on stage, and Wang Ming was just a bit faster, but now seeing Wang Ming lose so badly, everyone fell silent. After all, no one wants to go up and be tortured like that. Suchen glanced around. Since no one was stepping up, he might as well go himself. Although Suchen wasn't particularly interested in joining the school team, he felt he should support his senior sister's efforts. He wondered how much strength he should display later. This was a question worth pondering. Just as Suchen was about to go up, someone else raised their hand. It was Gong Jinsheng. I also choose senior brother Gong. Gong Jinsheng gritted his teeth. Even though he lacked confidence, he still wanted to go up. Then it's you. Gong Jinsheng took the stage. Gong Jifeng smiled at Gong Jinsheng, his eyes filled with appreciation. In this selection, strength was the most important aspect, but when the differences weren't too great, other factors could also play a crucial role. His situation was similar to Wang Ming's. The data they displayed was quite comparable, though he had a bit more vitality, at 21.8. As for the other data, he was slightly stronger in the second advanced skill, reaching 8% progress in the second stage, while everything else was the same, all stuck. Their performances were also similar, as the strength Gong Jifeng had forced out of them hadn't changed much. Next, I'll go. Suchen didn't want to waste time and went straight to the stage. Go ahead. Seeing Suchen take action, Ning Yuru's frosty expression softened considerably, and her gaze became relatively gentler. After all, Suchen was her junior, her little junior. As Suchen took the stage, his gaze fell on Gong Jifeng. I also choose senior brother Gong. Gong Jifeng noticed Suchen's gaze, his expression complex. He had heard Gong Jinsheng talk about Suchen and knew that Suchen's strength was extraordinary. Not long ago, he had even taken out his cousin with a single strike twice in a row. Gong Jifeng stepped forward and smiled at Suchen. Suchen put on the wristband, and the match began. Junior Suchen, you can make your move. This senior brother Gong was a formal member of the school team. He should be a mid-tier martial artist, right? A mid-tier martial artist from the Demon Martial School team. His strength must be considerable. In that case, a normal attack should suffice. Hide? He indeed needed to hide. Suchen didn't plan to reveal that he was a thought mover here. But there was no need to hide his martial artist's strength. Senior Gong, be careful. Come at me. Blade draw, thunderous strike. This was a new technique Suchen had learned recently. It felt as if thunder was rumbling in his ears. Immediately, everyone witnessed a scene they would never forget. Thunder enveloped Suchen's battle blade, and in an instant, blue lightning streaked across. When Gong Jifeng saw this, he sensed something was wrong and immediately activated all his vitality. On the big screen, Suchen and Gong Jifeng's vitality began to surge wildly. 34, 47, Zizizi, boom! It was like the rolling thunder descending from the heavens, swift and domineering. Suchen's blade draw was already fast, and with the acceleration from the thunder, the speed became even more outrageous. With Gong Jifeng's mid-tier martial artist strength, he could only barely raise his weapon to block Suchen's blade. But because he was too rushed in his preparation, Suchen's blade draw was too powerful, carrying the force of thunder, and he couldn't withstand the attack. He barely defended for less than a second before the thunderous force engulfed him. He frantically mobilized his vitality, but it was of no use. Fortunately, this was a battle in a virtual wristband. Otherwise, with that strike, he would have been dead. One-hit kill? Suchen sheathed his blade. Was he really that weak? He hadn't even used his full strength. Suchen had made significant progress during this time. First, he had maxed out his vitality, raising it to 40 points. Suchen planned to wait a few days, to push all aspects of his strength to the limit and break through to mid-tier martial artist by climbing the tower. But now, Suchen had used only 34 points of his vitality to take down Senior Gong in an instant, which left Suchen feeling quite helpless. It seemed that his strength was a bit exaggerated. Instant kill? In contrast to Suchen's surprise, the others were in shock. One by one, even Ning Yuru's eyes widened in disbelief. Instant kill? How could that be possible? Although a significant reason was that Gong Jifeng had been too careless and unprepared. However, the strike Suchen had just delivered had also reached the level of a mid-tier martial artist. Is my little junior brother really that abnormal? Ning Yuru swallowed hard, and then her eyes immediately lit up. Great! With a little junior brother like this, isn't this year's freshman competition a sure win? The freshman competition is held by the Eastern Huang Kingdom for all martial universities nationwide. However, this freshman competition is particularly important for other schools, as preparations begin in October. It involves selection matches and elimination rounds. But for them at Demon Martial and Imperial Martial, they only need to participate in the final competition. For Imperial Martial and Demon Martial, the only opponents in this freshman competition are each other. The other martial universities simply cannot compete. Demon Martial also places great importance on this freshman competition, but over the years, the first position has been occupied by Imperial Martial. Demon Martial has consecutively taken second place for 7 years, which has left the people of Demon Martial with little hope for the freshman competition. Chen Guangliang also did not mention the freshman competition to Su Chen for this reason, only talking about the internal freshman competition in the Magic City and the rankings. Rankings, as the name suggests, are based on various data of the students. The rankings are scored through big data based on aspects such as arena rank, the number of levels in the Sky Tower, vitality, skills, movement techniques, etc. The higher the ranking, the more points one can earn. Currently, Su Chen and the others are not yet considered official students of Demon Martial, so they naturally do not have this ranking. This ranking will only begin on July 1st, when the students officially enroll. At that time, there will be separate rankings for freshmen and the entire school. According to Teacher Chen, within a year, all students are considered freshmen and can only participate in the freshman rankings. However, if you are confident in your strength and feel you can compete in the overall school rankings, you can opt to go out early. But once you do, your name will be removed from the freshman rankings, and you will only compete for the overall school ranking. The resources for the freshman ranking are only half of those for the overall school ranking. This means that the first month's points reward for freshmen is 1 billion, while for the overall school ranking, it is 2 billion. In addition, there are corresponding villas. I wasn't prepared just now, it doesn't count. Gong Jifeng's figure returned to normal, and his expression was quite grim. Being taken down by a freshman like this, how could he not look bad? Gong Jifeng. Ning Yuru coldly snorted upon hearing Gong Jifeng's words. Gong Jifeng then seemed to realize that saying this was even more embarrassing. Alright, the rest of you can start now. Su Chen, you're done. Okay. Su Chen nodded. In fact, he didn't mind having another match with Gong Jifeng, just to test the level of the Demon Martial school team. But since his senior sister had spoken, he decided to let it go. To be honest, Su Chen felt that participating in any school team selection here was not as comfortable as on the virtual combat platform. Let's head back after this. Su Chen yawned widely and casually glanced at his current stats. Name, Su Chen, Vitality, 40+, Mentality, 400, Mind Master, First Stage Beginner Plus, Physique, Innate Blade Body, Skill, Basic Blade Technique, Third Stage 60% plus, Advanced Skills, Blade Draw Slash, Second Stage 90% plus, Mind Blade Divine Array, Second Stage 90%, Movement Technique, Mind Body Technique, Second Stage 90%, Blade Intent Prototype, 60%, Energy, 293,900, Strong, really strong, much stronger than before. This is still due to Su Chen's restraint. Otherwise, with Su Chen's current resources, it would be absolutely no problem to challenge a high-level warrior, let alone an extreme warrior. The subsequent selection was quite boring. The only one worth watching was Qiu Yui, whose vitality had reached 28, and her other aspects were also quite good. The selection ended, and the 3 spots were confirmed. Su Chen, Qiu Yui, and Wang Ming were selected, while all others were eliminated. Even Gong Jinsheng was eliminated, which would turn his face green with anger. Alright, the 3 of you have become reserve members of the school team, follow me. Okay. Wang Ming and Qiu Yui were ecstatic, especially Wang Ming. After seeing how powerful Su Chen was and realizing that Qiu Yui was stronger than him, he had been feeling anxious. Since his strength was about the same as Gong Jinsheng's, he never expected to be selected. This was great. He would gain a lot more resources. Ning Yuro took the 3 to the office and began to explain the benefits of becoming reserve members of the school team. Although they were reserve members, they could enjoy the welfare benefits of official team members. 200 million points a month. Su Chen immediately became interested. 200 million points? Although this wasn't much compared to the points he already had, free points were always worth taking. 70% discount purchasing rights. Su Chen's interest deepened. Fortunately, he hadn't spent his points yet, so he could save a significant amount of resources now. Limited purchase resources tripled. This is great. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing this. Limited purchases, various limited purchases. This made Su Chen quite troubled. With limited purchases, he couldn't consume all the pills to the maximum of 4. Now, with this, he could consume 10 times, 5 times, and 3 times. The remaining 2 times didn't matter much. If he could get the best, that would be great. If not, Su Chen wouldn't mind too much. Is this good? Su Chen's reaction surprised the 3 of them, and they looked at him in astonishment. Ahem, it's nothing. You all continue. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. Ning Yuro glanced at Su Chen but didn't say much and continued. At the same time, you can directly live in the school team villa, where a large villa of 300 square meters will be specially prepared for each of you, and a virtual combat machine will be provided for you. In addition, as school team members, we have 10 opportunities each month to consult professors for free. By the way, this includes second-level professors. Moreover, second and third-level professors often come to our school team, and if you perform well, you can completely win their favor and become their disciples. When Ning Yuro said this, she looked at Su Chen with a strange expression. While others were striving to gain the favor of second or even just third-level professors, Su Chen had already become a disciple of an academician. This was something even Ning Yuro envied to death. It should be noted that her own master was only a second-level professor, and there was still a long way to go to reach the level of an academician. Wang Ming and Xiao Yue reacted relatively calmly to the previous rewards. Although they were excited, they remained composed. However, upon hearing about the opportunity to be taught by second and third level professors, they showed a fervent expression. Alright, the resources and privileges will be credited to your student cards tomorrow. However, your ranking for this session will not start until July 1st, and you won't be able to earn ranking points or use the ranking function for now. Of course, it's not that you can't use it, it's just that if you want to join now, you can only enter the overall school ranking. Once you enter the overall school ranking, even when the new student ranking opens on July 1st, you won't be able to go back. You'll have to stay in the overall ranking, which would be quite a loss. Ning Yuro's last two sentences were just casual remarks, but no special student would be foolish enough to enter the ranking at this stage. They were still too inexperienced. In this year's junior class alone, there are 200 to 300 people whose vitality is stuck at 40, and their overall data is not bad. In the senior class, there are also over 100 who have become mid-tier martial artists. How can I compete with them? Alright, you can all leave now that you understand. Su Chen, stay behind. Okay, Team Ning. Wang Ming and Xiao Nui naturally knew Ning Yuru's name and were aware of some of her information. They didn't feel much about Ning Yuru only keeping Su Chen behind. After all, Su Chen had conquered them with his strength. Once the two left, Su Chen immediately asked, "Senior sister, can I really participate in the school rankings?" Ning Yuru was about to complain to Su Chen for not seeking her out, but his words immediately stunned her. "You can, but I can't participate in the freshman rankings, I know that." Su Chen grinned. Senior sister, can you tell me what rank I need to achieve to get 1,000,000,000 points? You need to be in the top 10 to get 1,000,000,000 points. Ning Yuru instinctively replied, then immediately added, "Junior brother, you mustn't think too negatively. There are quite a few prodigies in this senior class, with more than 10 high-tier martial artists, not to mention the mid-tier martial artists stuck at 70 vitality." Only more than 10 high-tier martial artists? Su Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Only? Ning Yuru was taken aback. She thought her junior brother should be scared upon hearing this. How could he think it was only that? Isn't more than 10 a lot? I'm only talking about the senior class. What about the junior class? There are only 3 high-tier martial artists in the junior class. And you, senior sister? I'm one of those 3. Ning Yuru said this and then felt it made her seem inadequate, quickly adding, "But I will soon become an ultimate martial artist." Su Chen directly ignored this statement and asked, "So, senior sister, I'm very curious, how many ultimate martial artists does our school have?" 3, and you've met 2 of them, the band leader and Teen Nya. Su Chen nodded. Only 3, that's not too bad. This ranking is only confirmed on the last day of each month, and today is the 28th, so there's still a chance to push for it. So, there are a total of 3 ultimate martial artists and more than 10 high-tier martial artists? Combined, the junior and senior classes might have close to 20 high-tier martial artists, Ning Yuru corrected. Then let's say 20, that makes 23 people. Su Chen's words made Ning Yuru even more troubled. "Junior brother, the reason you could defeat Gong Jifeng so easily was entirely because he wasn't prepared. In fact, Gong Jifeng's strength can barely place him in the top 100 in the school. He can be on the school team solely because he is a junior and can consistently rank in the top 10 in this junior class. There are many people in this senior class who are stronger than him. Ning Yuru paused at this point. Su Chen looked at Ning Yuru's expression and smiled. "Senior sister. The school team should have virtual combat machines, right?" "Yes, we do. Why do you ask? Let's add each other as friends, and I'll invite you in to take a look." "Okay." More than 10 minutes later, Ning Yuru arrived in Su Chen's virtual room. Looking at the panel he displayed, her whole being fell into a daze. Nickname, Volcano, Vitality, 40, Spirit, 400, Physique, Innate Blade Body, Skill, Basic Blade Technique, Stage 3 60% plus, Advanced Skill, Blade Draw Slash, Stage 2 90% plus, Blade God Array, Stage 2 90%, Body Technique, Mind Body Technique, Stage 2 90%, Extraordinary Attribute, Blade Intent Prototype 60%, Rank, Diamond 3 stars. Today's points not claimed, Sky Tower, level 11, points, 4, 807 billion, 4, 8 billion points? Damn, you already have 40 vitality? What the hell, 400 spirit, pre-heavenly blade body, diamond 3 stars, Tower of Heaven, level 11, 4, 8 billion points? After a long time, Ning Yuruo was in a state of shock. No matter which one of these items was taken out, it would cause countless people to be astonished. But the fact that all of these were piled together left Ning Yuruo utterly stunned. The most important thing was that Su Chen was just a high school senior. A high school senior who still had a few days before the college entrance examination, yet possessed such incredible strength, made Ning Yuruo feel as if all her years of cultivation had gone to waste. She had thought of herself as a peerless genius. Now, comparing herself to her little junior brother, she felt like a waste. Senior sister, do you think I can report my ranking in the whole school now? Su Chen wore a faint smile, revealing this to Ning Yuruo without a care, because soon, his strength would become even stronger. Ning Yuruo looked at Su Chen with a complex expression. You can, but with your current strength combined, it's still quite difficult to defeat high-grade martial artists. Unless you become a mid-grade martial artist or a mid-grade telekinetic, then there would be a chance to compete with them. But aiming for the top 10 is still too difficult. Senior sister, you forgot one thing. What thing? Ning Yuruo was taken aback. That is, the senior students of this year will officially graduate after receiving their ranking rewards in June. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuruo suddenly raised her head to look at Su Chen. Yes, the senior students of this year were about to graduate. So, once they graduate, it will definitely be no problem for me to secure a spot in the top 10. In that case, I can also collect the points rewards for May and June, right, senior sister? Su Chen's smile was radiant. What you said is true, I was thinking too little. Ning Yuruo smiled wryly, acknowledging it was indeed her oversight. In that case, I'll urge the people at the school to get your privileges sorted out immediately. Let's work hard in this month. With your talent, it's really possible to secure a top 10 spot before they graduate. As Ning Yuruo said this, she became excited herself. Achieving a top 10 ranking in the whole school at this stage was unprecedented. There had been people who entered the school rankings at this stage before, but their rankings were not high, with the strongest barely making it into the top 100. If Su Chen could really break into the top 10, it would be a monumental event. Su Chen looked at Ning Yuruo, who was even more excited than he was, and couldn't help but smile. His senior sister was quite interesting. I'll call right now. According to the process, Su Chen and the others had just been confirmed as reserve members of the school team, but it would generally take until tomorrow to get the results. However, if Ning Yuruo urged them, it would be no problem to get the information today. Su Chen watched as Ning Yuruo immediately picked up her phone and called the logistics department, and he couldn't help but sigh. She was indeed decisive and had the demeanor of a strong woman. Ning Yuruo held a significant position in the school. After all, her identity was not just the vice captain of the school team, her master was a high-ranking official at the school, and her master's uncle was an academician. With such a presence, the logistics department would certainly give her some face. Alright, the logistics department said they will review it immediately, and someone will bring it over soon, along with taking you to the school team's exclusive villa. After hanging up, Ning Yuruo smiled and said, "Thank you, senior sister. Why are you being so polite with me?" Ning Yuruo waved her hand dismissively, her face beaming with a bright smile. Junior brother, you can now check your ranking. Your rank and the level of the Tower of Heaven. Looking at your current panel, TSK, you're just a bit away from breaking into the top 100. As the vice captain of the school team and its true leader, Ning Yuruo was naturally very familiar with the situation at the school. Hearing Ning Yuruo's words, Su Chen also felt a bit of anticipation as he had the little sprite sign him up for the school ranking. Registration successful. Determining ranking. Current ranking is 124th. 124th, with monthly settlement, can earn 88 million points. Only 88 million? Su Chen frowned at the points being so little. Ning Yuruo's mouth twitched at his words, and she opened her mouth to say something, but thinking of Su Chen's 8 billion points, she fell silent. Over 80 million is actually quite a lot. It's just that Su Chen's personal points are too many. It's like those ranked from 100 to 200 in the school, who are mostly mid-tier martial artists. When they team up to go to the battlefield, they can only earn 1 or 2 billion points each time. If they're lucky, they might get a bit more. But going to the battlefield is very dangerous. It's a matter of risking their lives. After that, Su Chen and Ning Yuruo went out. The logistics personnel arrived quickly, immediately taking the three of them to the villa area for official team members. A 300 square meter villa, equipped with various high-tech amenities. Fortunately, Su Chen was already familiar with this high-tech stuff from his master, so he handled it with ease. The 30% discount privilege and 200 million points were also delivered after more than half an hour. After finishing all this, Su Chen let out a breath. This month has 31 days, and it's already the afternoon of the 28th, there's not much time left. That's fine. Next is the time to convert resources into strength. Before the 31st, raise my strength to the limit of a beginner martial artist, and break through the bottleneck on the 31st. Getting into the top 100 is definitely not a problem. The current goal is to raise my rank as much as possible. Starting now, tower climbing operation. Su-Chen had always had ideas about the multiples of the Sky Tower. Enter the 12th level. A few days ago, out of boredom, Su-Chen had cleared the 11th level. With Su-Chen's strength, it was naturally easy to clear the 11th level. Exquisite Stickman No. 2 Vitality, 50 Basic Technique, Basic Staff Technique, Stage 3 100%, Advanced Skills, Shadowless Staff Technique, Stage 2 100%, Destruction Staff Technique, Stage 2 100%, Extraordinary Power, Staff Technique Prototype 60% Body Technique, Shadow Follows Body, Stage 2 100%. This is the Stickman of the 12th level. Starting from the 11th level, the Stickmen no longer use a fixed weapon. The 11th level used a sword, while the 12th level used a staff. The design of the Stickman is also more exquisite than the first 10 levels. Die. This panel is really not enough to look at. With all his strength, Su-Chen struck with a knife, and the exquisite Stickman No. 2 didn't even have the strength to resist and was instantly defeated. Cleared the 12th level. The challenger's strength is assessed as a beginner martial artist, earning points of 12 cubed * 10,000, totaling 17.28 million points. Do you wish to challenge the 13th level? Facing 17.28 million points, Su-Chen remained unfazed. During this time, he had earned too many points. A mere 17 million was nothing. Do you wish to challenge the 13th level? Continue. The monsters in the 13th level were a bit more difficult. Simply using a sword slash wasn't enough to defeat them, so Su-Chen used the Mind Blade Divine Array. But with just one flying knife, he easily defeated it. The 14th level had 60 vitality, and the rest was the same as the 12th level. The difficulty wasn't high, it was still just one flying knife. The power of a Mind Master, through the Mind Blade Divine Array skill, Su-Chen truly understood its strength. It was really strong. Otherwise, simply using a sword slash would require a great cost to pass the 14th level. He might fail at the 15th level. But for a Mind Master, the 15th level was just the beginning. The 15th level. This time, it wasn't the vitality that was enhanced, but the other fundamentals. Exquisite Stickman No. 5 Vitality, 60 Basic Technique, Basic Stick Technique, 4th Stage 1%, Advanced Skills, Shadowless Stick Technique, 3rd Stage 1%, Annihilation Stick Technique, 3rd Stage 1%, Extraordinary Power, Stick Technique Prototype 70% Body Technique, Shadow Follows Like Body, 3rd Stage 1%, with the Basic Stick Technique reaching the 4th stage. Su-Chen could clearly feel that this stickman in front of him was much tougher. Coupled with the 2 advanced skills at the 3rd stage and the body technique at the 3rd stage, Su-Chen used 3 flying knives to defeat the stickman on the 15th level. The 2nd stage of the Mind Knife Divine Array could already control 4 flying knives. However, Su-Chen's current Mind Knife Divine Array was only mastered to 90% of the 2nd stage, so he wasn't very proficient with the 4th knife yet. 16th level. The increase in strength wasn't significant, mainly in terms of vitality. The vitality rose to 65, and he defeated it with 3 flying knives. On the 17th level, the vitality reached the limit of a mid-tier martial artist, which was 70 vitality. This battle was very arduous for Su-Chen. He fought hard for more than 10 minutes before breaking through the 17th level. First, enhance my strength before continuing. With my current strength, I definitely can't pass the 18th level. Vitality and spirit can't be enhanced, only the others. First, let's raise all advanced skills to 100%. Consume 50,000 energy, blade draw breakthrough opened. Current blade draw at 2nd stage 91%. Consume 180,000 energy, blade draw raised to 99%. Current blade draw at 2nd stage 99%. Insufficient energy, unable to break through the bottleneck. Not enough? Su-Chen was taken aback, glancing at his panel, and found that he only had 43,900 left. Using it like this is indeed refreshing, but now this energy is insufficient. I can replenish it well. Su-Chen licked his lips. With so many resources, he finally started to consume them. Su-Chen looked at the resources on him. During this time, Su-Chen worked hard to let the club consume his points, exchanging for pills worth at least 1,000,000 points. Unfortunately, the club's efficiency was too low. Even now, Su-Chen still had 800 million points in the club. Of course, this was also because Su-Chen had consumed the disaster pills for breakthroughs and skills. This also brought Su-Chen 32 vitality disaster pills. Not eating them for now, eating so many would make me full. Let's exchange for more multiples first. He directly exchanged for 3 Longhu pills. One must say, the privileges of being on the school team are great. For items limited to 1 per lifetime, he could buy 3. he also directly maxed out 3 Tian Yuan pills. Even the Fengshen pills, which originally had 0 stock, now had 14 in stock, and Su Chen also maxed out 3. In fact, not only this, but the stock of various other pills also increased after he became a member of the school team. This made Su Chen marvel. These were all hidden privileges of the school team. Naturally, he wouldn't miss the first-tier mid-grade vitality disaster pills and skill disaster pills, buying them all. In addition, he also bought 3 of all the first-tier high-grade pills. No, for the first-tier high-grade vitality disaster pills and skill disaster pills, he bought 4 instead of 3. Awesome! Su Chen looked at his shopping cart, his eyes bright. For the first-tier mid-grade, there were 4 vitality disaster pills. For skill disaster pills, 3 Longhu pills, 3 Tianyuan pills, and 3 Fengshen pills. For the first tier high grade, there were 4 vitality disaster pills. For skill disaster pills, 3 Boyuan pills, and 3 King Kong pills. A total of 31 pills. They were indeed expensive. The original price was actually 2.04 billion points. Fortunately, Su Chen had a 30% discount privilege, saving him 612 million points. With 1.428 billion, he got so many pills, and Su Chen couldn't stop smiling. Let's see the cost effectiveness. First tier mid-grade vitality disaster pills, I hope the cost effectiveness is high. Su Chen prayed in his heart and started eating them in order. Taking a first tier medium grade chi and blood disaster pill, gained energy plus 50,000. Since it was the first time taking it, the tenfold effect was triggered, increasing energy by 500,000. Taking a first tier medium grade skill disaster pill, gained energy plus 50,000. Since it was the first time taking it, the tenfold effect was triggered, increasing energy by 500,000. Taking a first-tier medium-grade Heavenly Origin pill, gained energy plus 62,000. Since it was the first time taking it, the tenfold effect was triggered, increasing energy by 620,000. Taking a first-tier high-grade Chi and Blood Disaster pill, gained energy plus 120,000. Since it was the first time taking it, the tenfold effect was triggered, increasing energy by 1,200,000. Taking a first-tier high-grade Diamond pill, gained energy plus 150,000. Since it was the first time taking it, the tenfold effect was triggered, increasing energy by 1,500,000. Except for the Dragon and Tiger pill, Su Chen swallowed one of each. The cost-performance ratio was quite average, far inferior to the first-tier low-grade Chi and Blood Disaster pill, which disappointed Su Chen. Fortunately, it was all the first time taking them, and the effects were astonishing. A total of 7.53 million energy was gained from this round. Excited, Su Chen started the second round, this time gaining more than half. This time, Su Chen took the Dragon and Tiger pill. The Dragon and Tiger pill had the best cost-performance ratio, but unfortunately, it was hard to buy. Dragon and Tiger Mountain, huh? I must visit Dragon and Tiger Mountain when I get the chance. The cost-performance ratio is simply unbeatable. The Dragon and Tiger pill, worth 30 million points, directly increased by 300,000 points, with effects better than a diamond pill priced at 120 million. This made Su Chen exclaim that only such pills filled with chi and blood power could provide such significant increases. After considering these pills, Su Chen understood clearly. The highest cost-performance ratio was the Dragon and Tiger pill, containing the power of the Dragon and Tiger, worth 30 million points for 300,000 points. The second best was the first-tier low-grade chi and blood disaster pill, worth 5 million points for 10,000 points. The third was the first-tier medium-grade Chi and Blood Disaster pill, worth 30 million points for 50,000 energy. The fourth was also a Chi and Blood Disaster pill, but a first-tier high-grade one, worth 80 million for 120,000 energy. The rest were not worth mentioning, as they were all inferior to the first-tier high-grade Chi and Blood Disaster pill, though their cost-performance ratios were not much worse. Only the Dragon and Tiger pill had an exceptionally high cost-performance ratio, 6 times higher than the second. After consuming them all, it was just that Su Chen's strength was strong, otherwise, he would have definitely been overwhelmed before. Now I'm rich, haha. Looking at the energy on the panel, Su Chen's eyes were almost squinting with joy. Energy, 17,017,900 over 17 million. Incredible, this should be enough to significantly enhance his strength, right? Moreover, he still had nearly 4 billion points. Unfortunately, the remaining 4 billion points wouldn't bring him such good effects unless he obtained new pills. Let's not think about that for now. I might as well buy the first-tier low-grade pills I didn't get. And when the first round was over, he could also fill up the limited purchase pills to 4. There were more types of first-tier low-grade pills, so Su Chen directly filled them all to 4. The consumption wasn't much, after all. First-tier low-grade pills weren't expensive, and with a 30% discount, he only used a little over 33 million points. For Su Chen's point weight, that was just a drop in the ocean. Let's continue to improve. Consumed 200,000 energy, blade drawing technique bottleneck opened. Current blade drawing technique upgraded to second stage 100%. Consumed 200,000 energy, mind-body technique bottleneck opened. Current mind-body technique upgraded to second stage 100%. Energy was being consumed wildly. This was the first time Su-Chen consumed energy so crazily. There was no choice, as the energy consumption later was indeed much larger. 2 high-level skills and 1 movement technique were all upgraded from 90% to 100%, consuming only 29 million energy from Su-Chen. Continue. There was still 15,953,900 energy left, far from being used up. Consumed 2 million energy, the knife intent prototype broke through a small bottleneck. Current knife intent prototype is 61%. Consumed 45 million energy, the knife intent prototype increased by 29%. Current knife intent prototype is 90%. Consumed 500,000 energy, the knife intent prototype broke through a small bottleneck. Current knife intent prototype is 91%. Seeing the consumption of the knife intent prototype was so high, Su-Chen's eyes showed a hint of surprise. As expected of extraordinary power, the consumption is indeed significant. But it's fine, I can hold on. Continue. Consumed 800,000 energy, the knife intent prototype increased by 8%. Current knife intent prototype is 99%. Consumed 1 million energy, the knife intent prototype broke through the bottleneck. Current knife intent prototype is 100%. With 95 million energy spent, it only raised the knife intent prototype from 60% to 100%, which made Su-Chen feel a bit pained. The consumption is really high. Fortunately, I still have over 10 million energy left. Let's not break through for now, let's test the limits of this state. Su-Chen casually glanced at his panel. Name, Su-Chen Vitality, 40 plus Spirit, 400 Mind Master. First stage beginner plus physique, innate knife body skill, basic knife technique, third stage 100% plus, advanced skill, blade draw slash, second stage 100% plus, mind blade divine array, second stage 100%, body technique, mind body technique, second stage 100%, knife intent prototype, 100% energy, 12003 900. Let's give it a try. On the 18th level, for flying knives were deployed, easily passing through with the 100% knife intent prototype. On the 19th level, the strength of the stick figure increased again, posing a significant threat to Su-Chen. Fortunately, Su-Chen's strength was also considerable, and he fought through. Finally, he arrived at the 20th level, which was the last level for mid-grade martial artists. Exquisite stick figure No. 10 Vitality, 70 Basic Law, Basic Knife Technique, 4th Stage 31%, Advanced Skill, Blade Draw Slash, 3rd Stage 31%, Chain Slash, 3rd Stage 31%, Extraordinary Power, Knife Technique Prototype 100% Body Technique, Shadow Escape Technique, 3rd Stage 31%, this level actually also is Blade Draw Slash? Su-Chen immediately became interested. I wonder how its Blade Draw Slash compares to mine. The battle began. The exquisite stick figure No. 10 was still very strong. Its blade draw slash was not only more powerful than Su-Chen's, but also faster. This was the first time Su-Chen was pushed back by a blade draw slash. Fortunately, Su-Chen had the mind blade divine array, and the 4 flying knives could already form a simple knife array, demonstrating part of the power of the mind blade divine array. However, to truly unleash the power of the mind blade divine array in terms of formations, it still needed to reach the 3rd stage. The first 2 stages were just foundational. This battle was extremely intense. The exquisite stick figure No. 10 was really too strong. The improvement in all aspects significantly enhanced its overall strength. Su-Chen could clearly feel that after the advanced skills entered the 3rd stage, every percentage increase brought a considerable enhancement to the overall strength. Su-Chen fought with all his might and, at the cost of serious injuries, defeated the exquisite stick figure No. 10. I need to increase my strength a bit more. On the 21st level, with Su-Chen's strength, it was absolutely impossible to pass. The 21st level was the realm of high-grade martial artists, and the improvement in realm brought not just a slight breakthrough in vitality, but more importantly, a qualitative enhancement. Add some points. Consumed 1 million energy, blade draw slash broke through the major bottleneck. Current blade draw slash increased to 3rd stage 1%. Consumed 1 million energy, mind blade divine array broke through the major bottleneck. Current mind blade divine array increased to 3rd stage 1%. Consumed 1 million energy, mind body technique broke through the major bottleneck. Current mind body technique increased to 3rd stage 1%. 3 million energy thrown down. Su-Chen felt that his understanding of the knife intent deepened significantly. Many previously unclear principles were understood in this moment. Along with this, the basic knife technique at the 3rd stage reached a sublimation, elevated to the 4th stage at 1%. Not enough. Feeling the increase in strength, Suchen still shook his head. Continue. Consuming 5 million energy, the embryonic form of knife intent was comprehended, gaining a huge boost. You have comprehended knife intent. Currently knife intent is at 1%. Buzz. At this moment, Suchen felt as if his body had transformed into a knife. He felt like a knife itself. This is, having just elevated his advanced skills and body technique to the third stage, the increase in strength was indeed considerable. But compared to the breakthrough of the embryonic form of knife intent, Suchen felt it was completely insignificant. The gap was too obvious. Suchen believed that the embryonic form of knife intent and the enhancement of strength were a qualitative leap. It's about time to stop the enhancement. I feel like I can save a bit now. The breakthrough of knife intent will likely provide a significant boost to the blade drawing strike and the thought knife divine formation. Suchen had this feeling. But let's see how much this enhancement requires first. Suchen glanced at the energy balance, which was already low. Energy, 4,003,900. The shrinkage is severe. Suchen sighed, but he felt a bit displeased seeing the decimal point after the energy. I'll go out later and eat some basic blood essence pills to round this off. Suchen muttered, then began to try. Consuming 100,000 energy, blade drawing strike increased by 1%. Current blade drawing strike increased to third stage 2%. Consuming 100 energy, knife intent increased by 1%. Current knife intent increased to 2%. How much? Suchen's eyes widened. Originally thinking he had a lot of energy, Suchen was dumbfounded upon seeing this consumption. The advanced skills are fine. 100,000 can increase by 1%, reaching 30% is just over 2 million. But this knife intent is just too exaggerated, right? In fact, it wasn't exaggerated. Suchen simply didn't know how difficult it was to evolve the embryonic form into true intent. In the entire school, including the soon-to-graduate seniors, there were no more than 10 people who could reach this step. One of the requirements to become an extreme martial artist is to master true intent, not just the embryonic form. And to become a martial king? That requires breaking through the intent realm to become a martial king. So, wanting to become a martial king is that difficult. I can take it slow now. The remaining points are hard to get new things with 10 times the effect. Let's save this energy. Now, let's start a new challenge. Starting from the 21st floor, it's the 4th power. And Suchen was looking forward to the points here. The 20th floor only had 80 million, but starting from the 21st floor, it all begins at 1 billion. Just the 21st floor has over 1.9 billion points. It's almost the end of the month, time to sprint for the rankings. This time I must strive to break into the top 100. Those qualified to compete for the top 100 were all pumped up, wanting to secure a spot in the top 100. The points in the top 100 were one thing, but mainly, being in the top 100 could get a 10% discount privilege, which could save a lot of points. Suchen? Who is this person? A junior. In the virtual battle platform, there was a ranking list of the top 100 in the school, updated in real time. Only those who entered the top 100 overall could leave their names on it. Those hovering around the 100th place, or those qualified to compete for the top 100, were quite familiar with each other. Even if not personally, they recognized the names. A strange name appeared at the 99th position, and they were certainly a bit surprised. A junior? It should be. Being able to break into the top 100 as a junior, it's not too difficult to rank in the top 20 in that junior class. Yeah, his ranking has improved. 87? It's moving again. 81. In the following time, they saw Suchen's name jump every now and then, finally stopping at 23rd place, leaving everyone dumbfounded. I asked a junior in the 3rd year, and there isn't anyone named Suchen over there. There isn't one in the 2nd year either. But it can't possibly be a first-year student, right? That's absolutely impossible. At that moment, Dong Jifeng saw the news everyone was discussing and was momentarily stunned, his whole body frozen in place. Suchen? 23rd in the whole school? Dong Jifeng had been very unconvinced about losing to Suchen, but now, he was convinced. To break into the top 23 in the whole school, that strength was already far beyond his own. His strength barely ranked in the 40s in the whole school, and he knew well how strong those in the 20s were. He lost. Suchen ultimately fell on the 25th level of the Sky Tower. The gap was quite large, the kind that he really couldn't compete with. Suchen then gave up. The points he earned from so many levels ahead were already enough, and now the problem was that the elixirs in the school were no longer satisfying for him. Mysterious Power Holder, Stickman No. 5 Vitality, 90 Basic Technique, Basic Sword Technique, 4th Stage 71%, Advanced Techniques, Shadowless Gun Technique, 3rd Stage 71%, Thunder Gun Technique, 3rd Stage 71%, Extraordinary Power, Gun Intent 10% Body Technique, Dragon Body Technique, 3rd Stage 71%, with the 10% Gun Intent boost, he simply couldn't fight. I wonder how many points I have now. Suchin curiously opened the virtual space panel and saw his points increasing more and more, unable to help but click his tongue. Nickname, Volcano Vitality, 40 Spirit, 400 Physique, Innate Sword Body Technique, Basic Sword Technique, 4th Stage 12% plus, Advanced Techniques, Blade Draw Slash, 3rd Stage 2% plus, Mind Blade Divine Array, 3rd Stage 1%, Body Technique, Mind Body Technique, 3rd Stage 1%, Extraordinary Attribute, Blade Intent 2% Rank, Diamond 3 stars. Today's points not yet claimed, Sky Tower, 24th level points, 14. 7 billion 14. 7 billion points, that's a lot. If I could exchange all of it for Dragon Tiger pills, how great would that be? Suchin sighed, but he also knew that this was impossible. If I just exchanged it all for first-grade initial blood disaster pills, how many could I buy with 14? 7 billion? With a 30% discount, that would be 5 million each, so I could buy 4,200 pills? Suchen fell silent. Even though the taste of the blood disaster pills was indeed good, just thinking about 4,200 pills made his scalp tingle. Looks like I need to use these points quickly. Eating 100 blood disaster pills a day would take over a month. Sigh, I'd really eat until I vomit. But if all these are converted, one is 10,000 energy, 42 million energy? That could work. His eyes lit up. He originally thought there wouldn't be a tenfold effect, and that the increase shouldn't be that exaggerated, but he didn't expect it to be so much. 42 million could last for a while. I won't have to worry about energy for the time being. Now, let's go. It's time to level up. Consume 200,000 energy to break the blood limit. Current vitality remains 40, but the upper limit has increased. Consume 1 million to break the mental barrier. Current spirit remains 400, but the upper limit has increased. Consume 300,000 energy, vitality increases by 10, current vitality rises to 50. Consume 2 million energy, spirit increases by 200, current spirit rises to 600. Insufficient energy, unable to upgrade. I don't want to eat today, insufficient energy is insufficient. Let's continue tomorrow. May 31st, around 9 p.m. After 2 or 3 days of effort, Suchen still hadn't managed to elevate his rank to king. The main reason was that the promotion matches from Diamond to King were just too difficult. He needed to win all 5 matches to be promoted. Winning 5 matches in a row was not an easy feat, even for Suchen. There was nothing he could do, he had to let it go for now. The blood disaster pills were making him feel nauseous. He had to consume 100 a day, and on top of that, he had taken 4 of the other first-tier pills, all to increase his energy and enhance his strength. Time froze. Ultimately, Suchen's ranking settled at 17th place, earning him a reward of 650 million points. Suchen was personally dissatisfied with this result. However, what he didn't know was how much of a sensation this ranking had caused throughout the demon martial world. Even the higher-ups at the school were stirred. Ji Chang, you've really taken on a good disciple this time. He directly pulled nearly 2 billion points from the school. Wow, your disciple is impressive. Ji Chang learned about Suchen's situation through others' calls, and he looked puzzled. Top 20 in the whole school? This kid. Several calls came in to congratulate him, and after hanging up, Ji Chang was left in shock by Suchen. Get in touch with this kid, something so big happened, and I'm the last to know as his master. Ji Chang shook his head helplessly and immediately called Suchen. On the other side, after receiving the reward, it was June 1st, and the limited purchase items were released. Without hesitation, Suchen made up for the one he was short of, and on top of that, he bought another 1,000 blood disaster pills and a space ring with a capacity of 10 cubic meters. The price of this space ring was quite expensive, costing Suchen 80 million points. Of course, this was a small issue for Suchen. At Diamond 5 stars, he earned 200 million points just from signing in each day. Plus, with the 650 million ranking reward, after these purchases, Suchen's points were still above 10 billion. His points totaled over 7 billion. As for why he only had 7 billion points, that was because on the 28th, Suchen had already bought 500 blood disaster pills. You should take a good rest, eat them again tomorrow morning. Looking at so many pills, Suchen really had no appetite at all. The next morning, Suchen consumed all the pills, and his energy increased a bit more. He also gained a little more, which gave him some improvement. Name, Suchen Blood, 70 plus Spirit, 700 Mind Master, First Tier Middle Grade plus Physique, Innate Blade Body Skill, Basic Blade Technique, 4th Stage 16% plus, Advanced Skill, Blade Draw Slash, 3rd Stage 2% plus, Mind Blade Divine Array, 3rd Stage 1%, Body Technique, Mind Body Technique, 3rd Stage 1%, Blade Intent, 5% energy, 200,000. Besides that, Suchen had consumed all the pills worth millions, except for the blood disaster pills, of which he still had 1,200 left. 1,200 pills, let's try to finish them in 12 days. But the college entrance examination is on June 10th, so I'll definitely have to return to Green City for a few days. I'll exchange for another 2,000 blood disaster pills then. The points shop had no new pills, and the first tier extreme permissions hadn't been unlocked, so Suchen planned to exchange for more blood disaster pills to speed up his consumption. Now, Suchen's 10 cubic meter space ring was completely filled with blood disaster pills. 3,200 blood disaster pills. With such a large purchase, his points naturally shrank again, leaving him with only 3.7 billion points. Suchen felt no panic at all. Just from signing in for a day, he could earn 200 million points. He truly felt no sense of urgency. Before heading to Green City, I'll try to push to the king stage. Suchen did not know that those who could reach the king stage were either super geniuses among high-grade martial artists who comprehended the intent realm or extreme martial artists. Moreover, by the fourth victory era, the matching range was no longer limited to students but included people from all over the world at this stage. Now, the teacher's call? Suchen showed a look of confusion upon seeing the phone, but he still answered it. Okay, I'll head over right away. After hanging up, Suchen rushed towards Ji Chang's villa, riding his exclusive flying motorcycle. That's right, an exclusive flying motorcycle, which was also a benefit provided by the school for team members. It was much better than those parked outside. It was said that this single motorcycle was worth over 2 million points. After more than 10 minutes, Suchen arrived at Ji Chang's villa. Master, you're here. Ji Chang smiled faintly upon seeing Suchen's figure. Shao Kahn, listen. How powerful was Ji Chang? He immediately sensed Suchen's change, and a shock flashed deep in his eyes. This strength has improved so quickly? Suchen noticed Ji Chang's reaction and was taken aback. It seems my strength has been discovered by my master. Indeed, this improvement has been a bit too fast. He had only just begun his journey as a martial artist, and not only had he become a mid-grade martial artist, but he had also reached the limit of mid-grade martial artists, which was much faster than others. Even the vast majority of the school team only reached this step in their senior year. Recently, I was lucky to have a breakthrough. Lucky? Ji Chang looked deeply at Suchen. Everyone has their secrets, and Suchen's ability to improve so quickly must have its reasons. Kahn, since you have become my disciple, you don't need to worry too much. As long as you don't break the law or betray humanity, no one dares to touch my disciple. Suchen was taken aback. He thought his master was trying to test him, but unexpectedly, he was expressing concern for him, which made Suchen feel a warm current. I won't ask too much about your matters. Let's try it out. I'm quite curious about your strength. Here, master. All right. With Ji Chang's consent, Suchen felt indifferent. How strong was Ji Chang? Suchen didn't understand, but he knew that no matter how he attacked, he could not inflict any harm on Ji Chang, and he couldn't even destroy anything around them during the battle. Master, I'm coming. Suchen took a deep breath and focused entirely. Draw sword / thunderous might. After the sword intent took shape, Suchen realized that the true power of the draw sword / was finally manifested. It truly fell like a thunderous strike. Facing Suchen's draw sword /, Ji Chang merely raised his hand slightly and blocked it with a finger. Not bad, this power is already stronger than some high-grade martial artists with 90 vitality. Ji Chang showed a satisfied expression. Indeed, he was a genius of the sword path. Even the former Xuejing was not as good as Suchen at this stage. Suchen's progress was too fast. Let's try the Mind Sword Divine Array. Okay. Suchen, having received praise, did not feel overly happy but exhaled. Go! 5 flying knives shot out from the spatial ring. The limit of the third stage was 9 flying knives, but Suchen had just stepped into the third stage, so 5 was his limit. 5. Ji Chang's pupils constricted. The power of the Mind Sword Divine Array was naturally far superior to the Draw Sword / but the difficulty of learning the Mind Sword Divine Array was also the same. How long had it been since Suchen obtained the Mind Sword Divine Array? A month? It was about a month, right? According to Ji Chang's thoughts, being able to break through the Mind Sword Divine Array to the second stage in a month would be quite impressive. But Suchen not only broke through to the second stage but also surpassed it? Back then, it took him half a year to reach the third layer of the Mind Sword Divine Array, and he was called a once-in-a-century sword path genius by his master. But Suchen was even more outrageous. Go! 5 flying knives danced quickly, which brought Ji Chang back to his senses. Ji Chang's expression was complex, given the strength displayed now. If a high-grade martial artist with 90 vitality had not mastered the realm, they would definitely not be a match for Suchen. Even an extreme martial artist without control over the realm might not be able to defeat Suchen. His disciple was too extraordinary. Not bad, not bad, Ji Chang praised casually before he began to guide Suchen. The effect of Ji Chang's guidance was excellent. many of the confusion Su Chen had seemed to clear up with just a point from Ji Chang. In the following days, Su Chen stayed at his master's place to solidify his realm and save some energy. The speed of progress was naturally not as fast as leveling up, but it was a genuine improvement based on Su Chen's own strength. On June 10th, Su Chen exchanged a batch of resources, cleared his points, and boarded the ship to Green City. For Su Chen's safety, Ji Chang specifically sent his fifth disciple to accompany Su Chen to Green City. Although with Su Chen's strength, even an extreme martial artist might not be his opponent, it's better to be safe than sorry. Who knows what those deceived by disaster might do? In a dark basement in Green City, several masked individuals dressed in black were present. The college entrance examination is the day after tomorrow. Su Chen will definitely return from Magic Martial in these 2 days. This is the perfect time to act. But as an unparalleled genius, Yuni will definitely send someone to protect Su Chen. Protect Su Chen? Someone scoffed. As long as we are willing to pay the price, what is Yuni? Just a high-grade martial artist. Su Chen's identity is that of a mind master. Think about the terror of a mind master. If Su Chen becomes a first-tier extreme mind master, how many of us will die when we go to that battlefield? Make a decision quickly. Their gazes fell on the masked man in the center, waiting for him to give the order. Tomorrow, I will take action myself. As long as there is no martial king protecting Su Chen, he will undoubtedly die. They were unaware of Su Chen becoming Ji Chang's disciple. After all, even within the Magic City, only a few high-ranking individuals knew about it, let alone it being leaked. Now, you all keep a close watch on Green City. As soon as you find Su Chen's whereabouts, inform me. Yes, the other masked individuals became excited. For them, being able to kill such a genius would be a tremendous achievement. Senior brother, this is Green City. After getting off the ship, Su Chen introduced it to his fifth senior brother, Wu Jianwei. Wu Jianwei nodded, his expression not changing much. This was not because Wu Jianwei had any issues with Su Chen. In the past few days, Su Chen had learned what kind of person Wu Jianwei was. He was serious, not fond of talking, and silent. Even so, through observation, Su Chen could feel that Wu Jianwei was actually a good person. He was just more introverted and not very good at expressing his emotions. It was like when they first met, Wu Jianwei had shown a pure smile like that of a child. It was genuine happiness. Senior brother, later I'll take you to my home. The environment there is decent, and I'll take you out for a stroll in the evening. But compared to Magic City, Green City is too small. There might not be anything interesting. No need, my task is to ensure your safety, junior brother. Wu Jianwei shook his head, showing no interest in shopping. The two chatted for a while when Wu Jianwei suddenly stopped speaking. There's a situation. What? Su Chen was taken aback, then he also noticed something was off. Senior brother, wait a moment before you take action. Okay. Wu Jianwei had no intention of acting immediately. Before coming, his master had instructed him that his main task this time was to protect Su Chen's safety. But it wasn't just about protection. Unless he encountered an opponent that Su Chen couldn't defeat, he would intervene. Wu Jianwei sensed that there were quite a few people coming, but there was no martial king among them. Without a martial king, everything was under his control. Even if the attack from an extreme martial artist was about to land on Su Chen, he could still save him. Su Chen flicked his hand, and the fallen iron appeared in his grasp. He found out. Make your move. The masked man, who was now unmasked, revealed an ordinary appearance, the kind that would be hard to recognize in a crowd. He immediately launched an attack towards Su Chen. At the same time, the moment the masked man acted, another person also moved. Su Chen has only been a martial artist for a little over a month. Even if he is a thought manipulator, he absolutely cannot be a match for a mid-grade martial artist. The person next to Su Chen should be from the demon martial faction. He looks unfamiliar, likely an extreme martial artist. I am an extreme martial artist. A Biao is a high-grade martial artist. I will go first to block that extreme martial artist, and a Biao will quickly deal with Su Chen. The plan is perfect. The demon martial faction was vast. Although they had some understanding of it, Wu Jianwei was the type obsessed with martial arts. For over a decade, he either stayed in his villa or charged onto the battlefield. He also liked to wear a mask, and today he wasn't wearing one, so the masked man naturally couldn't recognize Wu Jianwei's identity. No obstruction? The masked man initially thought Wu Jianwei would intervene to stop him. He was already prepared to be blocked. But to his surprise, the other party just glanced at him and took a step back. Not good. This step did not bring joy to the masked man. His pupils suddenly constricted. Could there be someone else? A Biao didn't think as much as he did. The moment the masked man attacked, he acted immediately. Die. A Biao seemed to envision Su Chen's head being crushed by his claws. Facing a Biao's attack, Su Chen remained unfazed, focusing all his attention on the knife in his hand. He drew the knife. Thunderous strike. At the same time, he activated his thought power. The The man with claws posed little threat, a knife strike was enough. It was the other ordinary-looking man who posed a significant threat to Su Chen and needed to be cautious. Wu Jianwei did not intervene, but all his energy was focused on Su Chen. If Su Chen showed any sign of danger, he would act immediately. With his strength, he was capable of handling any crisis. Die! Biao's face was still filled with excitement, but in the eyes of the masked man, Biao's head had already separated from his body. What? The masked man was horrified. Is this really Su Chen? Could it be that the demon martial faction predicted someone would plot against Su Chen, so they specially sent someone to impersonate him? It must be. This is a trap. Run! The masked man turned and fled. Running away? Su Chen had just taken down Biao and was ready to focus entirely on battling the masked man, but unexpectedly, this masked man turned and ran? Fought Blade Divine Array. Su Chen would never let the masked man escape. With a shift of his thought power, 6 flying knives shot towards the masked man from different angles. If it had been 10 days ago, Su Chen might not have been a match for the masked man. After 10 days of effort, Su Chen's strength had significantly increased. Of course, if the masked man had chosen to confront Su Chen head-on, it wouldn't have been easy for Su Chen to defeat him, but who could blame the masked man for being cowardly before the fight? 6 thought power flying knives? The masked man was greatly alarmed, but after he turned to flee, his fate was sealed. Regret filled his eyes. Why did he have to act? If he had let his subordinates act first and observed from a distance, he wouldn't have fallen into the trap. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Until his death, the masked man believed Su Chen was a pawn sent by the demon martial faction, unable to close his eyes in peace. Impressive. Wu Jianwei's eyes also held shock. From the master's words, Wu Jianwei realized that his junior apprentice was extraordinary, with a talent even higher than that of the previous beast. He had been mentally prepared for this. However, no amount of preparation could have anticipated that Su Chen could so easily kill an extreme martial artist. According to Wu Jianwei's thoughts, Su Chen was definitely not a match for the extreme martial artist, and he was ready to step in. Yet, in less than half a minute, a high-grade martial artist and an extreme martial artist had died at Su Chen's hands. This made Wu Jianwei have to give Su Chen a thumbs up. "Senior brother, you flatter me. They were just careless," Su Chen replied with a smile, then continued, "I'll call someone to handle the situation here." This place was not far from the spaceship field. Although it was on the outskirts of the city, there were still many shops and passers-by. The pedestrians were frightened by what had just happened, and with a death involved, it definitely needed someone to take care of it. Wu Jianwei nodded and stood beside Su Chen. Su Chen directly contacted the director of the execution bureau, and soon someone arrived to control the scene. However, news of Su Chen's return spread quickly, and soon many people sought him out, including senior brother Yunyi and Luo Xiu among others. June 12th. The highly anticipated college entrance examination had arrived. In fact, the liberal arts exam had concluded a few days earlier. Now it was time for the martial artists' entrance examination. At the Green City Sports Plaza, this was Su Chen's third time coming here for the exam, and everything felt familiar. Compared to his second visit, Su Chen's identity and status had changed significantly this time. Even the teachers responsible for the assessment greeted Su Chen with warm smiles upon seeing him. "Su Chen, your advanced skills should have reached 100% in the first stage, right?" Chen Ping stood beside Su Chen, looking at the now completely surpassing Su Chen with a complex tone. 100% in the first stage? Su Chen was slightly taken aback by Chen Ping's words. He felt a sense of distance. "Yes, I've been stuck at 90% for over half a month, unable to break through. Now that you all are back, I estimate I won't make it into the top 10, Chen Ping said with regret, having been stuck at 90% for quite some time. I have, Su Chen finally responded after a moment of silence. The gap between him and these people seemed to have grown significantly. After chatting with everyone for a bit, the entrance examination officially began. The entrance exam was much stricter than the previous tests, with twice as many participating teachers. The first segment, like before, was a speed test. This time, by coincidence, Su Chen and Chen Ping were together again. Wait, what was the full score standard again? Having become a martial artist over a month ago, Su Chen had almost forgotten the standards for the entrance exam. It seems 9 blood energy corresponds to a speed of 33 meters per second. There doesn't seem to be a standard for martial artists? Standing on the starting line, Su Chen glanced at Chen Ping beside him, thinking to himself. Indeed, outside there were only standards for speed and strength at 9 blood energy, but not for martial artists. The problem was that 9 blood energy only scored 290 points. Only those rated as martial artists scored 300 points. 50 meters per second should count as a martial artist, right? Su Chen had tested his speed in the virtual world, relying solely on his physical body, he had already reached over 160 meters per second. If he used telekinesis, that speed would be even faster, reaching over 250 meters per second. This speed was completely overkill for the entrance exam. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, Su Chen did not rush out immediately but waited for everyone else to go before he slightly exerted himself and ran forward. Where's Su Chen? Chen Ping performed excellently, running out as soon as the gunshot sounded. He originally thought Su Chen would be ahead of him, but after running over 100 meters, he was still in first place. Confusion appeared in Chen Ping's eyes. What was going on? Just as he had this thought, he saw Su Chen's figure and immediately rushed past. So fast? Chen Ping was shocked. Just as he wanted to sprint with all his might, he saw the distance between him and Su Chen growing further apart, quickly widening into a significant gap. This made Chen Ping's lips curl into a bitter smile. The difference was too great. Number 1022, 1 kilometer test time 19.27 seconds, average speed 51.9 meters per second. This impressive result appeared on the screen, leaving everyone who saw it in a daze. As Su Chen reached the finish line, it took Chen Ping about 10 seconds to cross it. Number 1025, 1 kilometer test time 29.33 seconds, average speed 34.1 meters per second. Seeing the gap between them, Chen Ping felt even more bitterness in his heart. However, he quickly regained his composure. Su Chen and I are no longer from the same world, the gap is too large. Chen Ping shook his head, and his mindset calmed down significantly. Next was the strength test. Su Chen casually demonstrated over 1,500 kilograms of strength, directly earning a martial artist's score of 300 points during the evaluation. Chen Ping, of course, reached the limit of 9 in vitality, only scoring 290 points. Basic technique test. The teacher's level was somewhat lacking, not as good as his own, and overall strength was also inferior. This was the feeling Su Chen had right at the start of the battle. Fortunately, Su Chen wasn't aiming to defeat the teacher. After scoring full marks, he stopped. The teacher in charge of the test breathed a sigh of relief. Is this really Su Chen? Truly monstrous. He was specifically sent as a martial artist examiner just because of Su Chen, and he never expected Su Chen to be so extraordinary. Full marks. He directly wrote down full marks for Su Chen. Chen Ping also did well, entering the third stage, currently at 2% in basic technique, scoring 272 points. For advanced techniques, Su Chen naturally scored full marks easily, and soon Su Chen's total score was announced, 750 points, full marks. Chen Ping's score was also decent, 130 points. The final total score was 692 points. This score was already quite high, as about 620 points would be enough to get into the 2 top universities. His score was close to making it into the top 10 in the province. Luo Xiu and the others had scores that weren't far apart, all between 645 to 660. This ranking could push them into the top 50 in the province. This was also the result of their hard work during this time. But when they saw Su Chen's score of 750 points, they were all left in a daze. 750 points, full marks. This year, there were indeed quite a few people with full marks nationwide, totaling 37. However, some achieved full marks simply because they could only score full marks. Others scored full marks because there were only so many points available for full marks. All these people were divided among the 2 top universities, without exception. Su Chen didn't pay much attention to this, as he was fulfilling his agreement with the club. Originally, according to the agreement, Su Chen was supposed to go to the headquarters of the Xingqian Club in Haishi for a shoot, but because Su Chen scored full marks, being one of only 2 in Haishi to do so, the headquarters directly sent someone to Ildu for Su Chen's shoot. Director Yu even personally came to Ildu, providing Su Chen with the remaining resources. These were all connections he had spent considerable effort to obtain, including 3 Longhu Dan, which made Su Chen very satisfied. Although he wasn't too concerned about these points, he was still very pleased with Director Yu's attitude. By the time the shoot was done and various matters were dealt with, it was already June 17th. Finally done, I can head to the secret realm now. Regarding the secret realm, Su Chen had mentioned it to Yuni a couple of days ago. Su Chen's status was completely different from before. If it were the old Su Chen, he would never have dared to speak about the secret realm. With his strength, he couldn't protect it and would only have it snatched away. But now, Su Chen could openly talk about it. No one dared to take Su Chen's things, even if they originally belonged to the official authorities. Similar to what Su Chen was thinking, Yuni also knew about it afterward and contacted the higher-ups. After investigating Su Chen's background, they decided to grant him the rights to use the secret realm. This made Su Chen sigh, realizing the benefits of having connections. The preparations before entering are almost done. Su Chen burped, checking his current information. Name, Suchen Vitality, 70 plus Spirit, 700 Mind Master, 1st stage middle grade plus Physique, Innate Blade Body Skill, Basic Blade Technique, 4th stage 30% plus, Advanced Skills, Blade Draw Slash, 3rd stage 12% plus, Mind Blade Divine Array, 3rd stage 9%, Body Technique, Mind Body Technique, 3rd stage 10%, Blade Intent, 14% Energy, 16. 77 million. There had been quite an improvement compared to before, but this enhancement was not solely from points, it also included Suchen's own efforts. To prepare for this secret realm, Suchen had made many preparations. First, he had nearly cleared all the points from school, exchanging them all for Vitality Disaster Pills. Recently, Suchen had been consuming these pills like crazy, averaging at least 200 a day. He was truly going all out. The effects were excellent. From the end of May until now, Suchen had exchanged a total of 6,000 Vitality Disaster Pills. On June 10th, after exchanging the remaining points and a few space rings, he converted everything into Vitality Disaster Pills. After consuming them, he still had 3,800 left. In addition to the pills exchanged for the 1 billion points from the club, Suchen had consumed all of those as well, resulting in a significant amount of energy. If not for the consumption, Suchen's energy would have exceeded 25 million. Sigh, I can't finish them, really can't finish them. Now, seeing the Vitality Disaster Pills made Suchen want to vomit. There were still 3,800 left. Moreover, after 7 days of accumulation, his points had reached 1.4 billion again. Before I left last time, I conveniently pushed the tower to the 30th floor and earned quite a few points. It's a pity that the difficulty of the 31st floor has increased too much. I can't handle it. Otherwise, I would have wanted to stay at my current level and go back to grind. Suchen showed a look of regret. The monsters on the 31st floor were at the level of extreme martial artists. The difficulty was truly outrageous. Suchen felt that probably the vast majority of extreme martial artists wouldn't be able to pass it. Suchen still clearly remembered that the stick figure on the 31st floor not only had 99 vitality, but its stats were simply absurd. The basic technique was at 100% of the 4th stage. All advanced skills and body techniques were at 71% of the 3rd stage, along with 60% of gun intent. Suchen was completely crushed. He had found the 30th floor quite easy, but he didn't expect the difficulty of the 31st floor to increase so much. What Suchen didn't know was that only one person in the entire school could pass the 31st floor. Let's go in. Suchen brought Wu Jianwei to the secret realm area. This time entering was quite different from the last. Last time, it was Secretary Chao who brought Suchen and the others in, and at that time, Suchen had a sense of awe towards everything around him. After all, his strength was weak back then, and everything around posed a deadly threat to him. But today, with Suchen's strength, he was already capable of facing most dangers. Moreover, this time, it was the city lord Yunyi who personally brought Suchen in. Suchen, the one guarding the entrance to the secret realm, was Taigu, and his gaze towards Suchen was quite complex. That little brat had actually grown to this extent. He was truly a prodigy. Taigu. Suchen greeted with a smile and spoke to Yunyi and Wu Jianwei beside him. Senior brothers, I'll go in first. Go ahead. Yunyi and Wu Jianwei responded with smiles. Suchen nodded and stepped into the secret realm. Yunyi and Wu Jianwei watched Suchen's disappearing figure, feeling a deep sense of emotion. Especially Yunyi, who originally thought that Suchen becoming a special recruit for the Demon Martial Academy was already impressive, but he never expected him to become that person's disciple. Moreover, that person actually values Suchen so much that he sent Wu Jianwei to protect him. Yunyi was once a student of Mo Wu and had a good relationship with Chen Guangliang. Coupled with the strength of the Yun family, he naturally knew quite a bit. Bullhead's secret realm. As Suchen entered the secret realm, the Bullhead Elder immediately sensed it. Is it here? Ha! Your strength? The Bullhead Elder appeared right in front of Suchen, and upon seeing him, a look of surprise emerged on his face. Senior. Having met the Bullhead Elder again, Suchen gained a deeper understanding of his strength. Incomprehensible, truly incomprehensible. Suchen originally thought that with his strength having improved, he should be able to perceive something, but just like before, he still couldn't see anything. TSK. Not only has your vitality reached 70, but you've also mastered mental power. Not bad, not bad. The Bullhead Elder showed a satisfied expression. Originally, Suchen had only passed the first level of his assessment by taking shortcuts. He had no hope that Suchen could pass the second level. That's why he wasn't very enthusiastic towards Suchen last time. Although the first level of the assessment was difficult, he had deployed tens of thousands of secret realms across the universe. In such circumstances, while not many passed the first level, over the years, there were still some who did. Passing the first level only granted the right to become his registered disciple, receiving very minor benefits. Only by passing the second level could one officially become his formal disciple and learn the way of power. Kid, you've made quite a bit of progress this time. Are you ready to take the assessment? But you know my assessment, the stronger your strength, the stronger the monsters in the assessment. If you had come for the assessment as a beginner martial artist, it would have been the easiest. As a mid-level martial artist, well, it's still manageable. The bullhead elder chuckled. I'm ready to give it a try. In response to the bullhead elder's words, Su-chen nodded seriously. Last time he went out, the bullhead elder had mentioned this to him, but it was delayed, and Su-chen couldn't possibly hold back his strength for too long just for the bullhead elder's assessment. Then let's go. I remind you, the difficulty is really high. After the bullhead elder said this, his figure disappeared. What appeared next was a vast ancient battlefield. The battlefield was surrounded by enormous barbarian bulls, each giving off an overwhelming presence. And Su-chen was right in the middle of this battlefield. So many barbarian bulls? Su-chen looked at the at least 300 to 500 giant barbarian bulls, the shortest of which was probably over 10 meters tall. Kid, as long as you can survive in this battlefield for more than an hour, you will have passed the assessment. The longer you survive, the higher your assessment score, and the more benefits you will receive. By the way, if you can kill more than 20 barbarian bulls, that also counts as passing the assessment. The more you kill, the greater the rewards. Good luck, hee hee. The bullhead elder's voice echoed through the heavens and the earth, and as his words fell, the eyes of the surrounding giant barbarian bulls suddenly turned blood red. The earth trembled. As the eyes of the giant barbarian bulls turned blood red, it was as if an earthquake had occurred. No, it should be said that it was an earthquake. The ground shook violently. Su-chen swallowed hard. None of these barbarian bulls had a breath lower than that of a high-level martial artist. Especially in the distance, there was an ultra-large barbarian bull, much larger than the surrounding giant barbarian bulls, standing in the middle. Only its eyes were clear. Su-chen could sense a deadly threat from it. Roar! The closest giant barbarian bulls, each wielding massive battle axes, charged towards Su-chen with a roar. Ha! Su-chen took a deep breath, knowing that at this moment he was facing a tremendous crisis. This assessment was indeed ridiculously difficult. If he couldn't add points, relying solely on his current strength, Su-chen had little confidence in passing. Rise! 6 flying knives soared into the air, forming a knife formation under Su-chen's mental control. Mind Blade! The 6 flying knives began to spin rapidly. The size of the giant bulls was too enormous. If there were only one or two, Su-chen could rely on the blade draw to bleed them out and continuously expand the damage. But with so many, the blade draw was basically useless. He could only rely on the Mind Blade Divine Array to break through. This knife formation is quite interesting, the bull elder said, a look of surprise appearing in his eyes upon seeing Su-chen's knife formation. But is it just for defense? Well, facing so many giant bulls, defense is the only way to pass. Killing 20 is basically impossible. The bull elder recalled those who had passed the second level before, all relying on defensive methods, managing to hold out for an hour to get through. In his view, Su-chen should be no exception. If he were to fight with all his might, 10 would be his limit. What he can do is to fully defend after realizing the gap in strength. There's no chance of passing. But this time, there's definitely no hope, the bull elder analyzed. However, I seem to have forgotten to tell Su-chen that everyone has 3 chances to challenge. Forget it, it doesn't matter. We can just see his limit after he fails. The bull elder's attention was entirely on Su-chen. The 6 mind-powered flying knives danced, speeding towards one of the giant bulls under Su-chen's control. The giant bull's size was too massive. The only offensive method Su-chen could think of was to use the mind-body technique to move among the herd and then attack with the Mind Blade Divine Array. 6 in 1. 3 focused on offense, 3 on self-defense. However, the size and defense of these giant bulls were astonishing. After several minutes of maneuvering, Su-chen had exhausted a considerable amount of energy before barely managing to wear down one giant bull. This won't do, at this rate, not to mention killing 20, even 10 seems unlikely. Su-chen dodged an attack from a battle axe that was several times larger than himself, his eyes flickering. I need to improve my movement and the Mind Blade Divine Array. Then let's start adding points. Su-chen exhaled and began his journey of adding points. 10,000 energy could increase progress by 1%, a cost he could still afford. However, Su-chen didn't add too many points at once. Instead, he continuously increased the progress of the Mind-Body technique and the Mind Blade Divine Array as the battle continued. At the same time, he also kept adding points to his blade intent. This kid's strength is increasing, and the rate of improvement is surprisingly fast. The bull elder had been watching Su-chen. Initially, when he saw Su-chen choose a stance of attacking while defending, he couldn't help but shake his head. With Su-chen's strength, he could at most kill 10 and hold out for half an hour. But what the Bull Elder didn't expect was that Su Chen's strength was continuously increasing. In less than half an hour, he had already killed 14 giant bulls. Interesting, I didn't expect this kid to be the type that can constantly break through himself in battle. Such a prodigy is the most terrifying, the hardest to explain with common sense. The Bull Elder seemed to think of something, his tone filled with admiration. In that case, he can be considered a yellow-level genius. To become a yellow-level genius in a place like this, if he goes outside and gains more inheritance, then. The Bull Elder didn't finish his sentence, but from his eyes, it was clear he was very pleased with Su Chen. Finally killed 20. As time progressed, Su Chen finally killed 20 giant bulls. However, his current state was not good, his complexion was pale, and he had expended too much energy. It's almost time to break through, otherwise, I can only barely pass this assessment, which isn't very meaningful. Add more. Su Chen knew that with the strength of a mid-tier martial artist, reaching this level was already close to the limit. Consume 1 million energy to break the blood chi bottleneck. Current blood chi remains at 70, but the upper limit has increased. Consume 5 million to break the mental barrier. Current mental state remains at 700, but the upper limit has increased. With the breakthrough of the bottleneck, Su Chen could feel that although his blood chi and mental state had not changed from before, his strength had significantly improved. It was like being able to exert 50% of his strength before, and now he could exert 100%. Not enough, still not enough. Consume 600,000 energy, the mind blade formation increases by 6%. Current mind blade formation upgraded to the third stage at 30%. Consume 2 million energy, the mind blade formation breaks through the bottleneck. Current mind blade formation upgraded to the third stage at 31%. The breakthrough in realm and the mind blade formation directly made the originally difficult battle much simpler. The Bull Elder saw Su Chen's state and casually remarked, almost at the limit, at most, we can kill 1 or 2 more. But just as he finished speaking, the Bull Elder's eyes widened. A breakthrough? What the hell? Not only a breakthrough in blood chi, but also a breakthrough in mental state? Damn! This mind blade formation has directly reached mastery in the third stage? Watching Su Chen's control of flying knives increase from 6 to 7, each one significantly more powerful than before, the Bull Elder was shocked. Originally, these giant bulls were very difficult to kill, but after Su Chen's breakthrough, he could easily smash them. This kid, the Bull Elder, despite being well-versed in many things, had never seen someone like Su Chen. Although geniuses who break through in battle are rare, he had seen some. But someone like Su Chen, who broke through in such a manner, was unheard of. Even the so-called strongest combat race can't be this exaggerated, right? Moreover, this kid doesn't possess any racial powers, yet he has such exaggerated combat strength. It's truly unfathomable. As Su Chen's various breakthroughs occurred, the battle situation became clear. Ordinary giant bulls were no match for Su Chen's blade, easily pierced through and losing their lives. Su Chen's frenzied slaughter of these giant bulls also caught the attention of the enormous bull, which had originally been indifferent, now looking at Su Chen. That's enough. The Bull Elder's figure reappeared. That enormous bull was not the target of this assessment. He had brought it out to save effort, letting it handle this assessment. But, full marks. The Bull Elder tried to keep his tone calm. Then that's fine. Su Chen sheathed his blade. Getting full marks was good enough. The energy consumption was increasing, and he definitely needed to find more channels to obtain pill resources. Su Chen casually glanced at his panel again. Name, Su Chen Blood Chi, 70 plus mental state, 700 mind master, first stage high tier physique, innate blade body skills, basic blade technique, fourth stage 30% plus, advanced skills, blade draw slash, third stage 22% plus, mind blade formation, third stage 31%, body technique, mind body technique, third stage 24%, blade intent, 20% energy. 270,000. That's right. In this battle, Su Chen had already consumed all the energy he had accumulated over these days. Out of 77 million consumed, only 270,000 remained. There was no way around it. Breakthroughs in various aspects consumed a lot of energy. Although he still had 3,800 blood chi disaster pills, plus 1.4 billion points, and a daily reward of 200 million points, the consumption of these points was still not enough. You kid can pass the second layer of the assessment. You now have the qualification to take me as your master. The tone of the barbarian Bull Elder became serious. Su Chen hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, but I already have a master, and he is a Blade Dao Academician. Blade Dao Academician? The barbarian Bull Elder was somewhat puzzled by the title. What is that? Well, it's the peak among the extreme martial kings. Su Chen noticed the barbarian Bull Elder's confusion and explained. To his surprise, the barbarian Bull Elder scoffed at this. Senior, what are you laughing at? Su Chen frowned. Ji Chang treated him very well, and he didn't like the barbarian bull elder laughing at his master like that. Hee, I just couldn't help it, sorry. Mainly because a second-tier extreme dares to be known for the blade Dao, I really couldn't hold back. But your world has only just established contact with the universe, so it's somewhat understandable. The barbarian bull elder smiled apologetically and explained. Just established contact with the universe? Senior, what does that mean? Could it be those disaster beasts? But they have already appeared for over 2,000 years. Yes, it's those disaster beasts. The barbarian bull elder chuckled. However, these disaster beasts are known as cosmic destroyers in the universe. Of course, I'm talking about the high-tier disaster beasts, not the cosmic trash that has appeared in your world. Cosmic destroyers? Cosmic trash? Su Chen's confusion deepened. Forget it, let me explain a bit to you. The barbarian bull elder looked at Su Chen's puzzled expression, waved his hand, and everything around them changed, as if they had entered the starry sky. Cosmic destroyers are the final evolutionary form of these disaster beasts. They are considered the enemies of the entire universe because they are powers created by the universe's origin, meant to balance the forces of the universe, keeping the number of living beings in the universe within a certain limit to avoid overpopulation. Because the universe has a limit on the population it can accommodate, exceeding a certain limit would pose a huge threat to the entire universe. Now that I've said this, you should have thought of something, right? The barbarian bull elder looked at Su Chen, his tone testing. So, we are the ones to be cleaned up, the excessive population? Su Chen frowned. If that were the case, it would be troublesome. The barbarian bull elder nodded and then shook his head. Yes and no. What do you mean? Let's put it this way, the will of the universe won't miss opportunities. Under normal circumstances, it will select thousands of planets within a time frame and give them certain tests. The planets that pass the tests will survive, connect with the universe, and become cosmic races. The failed planets will be devoured by cosmic trash, and all the inhabitants of the planet will become nourishment for the cosmic trash. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. Then, are there many planets that can pass the assessment? The bullhead elder shook his head. From the information I have, the probability of passing is not high. Perhaps out of 100 planets, only 2 or 3 might succeed. By the way, the will of the universe has a peculiar interest in matters of the battlefield. You probably don't know much about it, but I can tell you a bit. Su Chen sat up straight. In the earlier periods, it was simply the invasion of these disaster beasts. The intensity of the invasion wouldn't be very strong, allowing the planets time and opportunity to react. Of course, those that couldn't react in time were directly wiped out. The planets that survived this initial invasion began to rise in martial arts, and after a period of martial arts rising, the so-called martial kings would appear, opening a passage that connects to a battlefield. Of course, each planet has a different name for it. In the universe, it is more common to refer to martial kings as second-tier life forms. In this battlefield, there are abundant resources, and humans want to enhance their strength again, becoming so-called martial gods, establishing their own bases within the battlefield, and passing the assessments of this stage. If he doesn't pass, he'll basically be swallowed by the disaster beasts or other forces, becoming nourishment. What about us? Su Chen hurriedly asked. You should have passed this stage now. You've reached the 4th stage, the bull sage said with a smile, glancing at Su Chen. The 4th stage? Yes, the first 3 stages were all foundational stages. Now that the foundation is solid, those who can survive on the battlefield are all planets with martial gods. Next, there will be a long period of stability. Once this stability passes, the extraordinary power between heaven and earth will become dense, making it much easier to become a martial artist, and the difficulty of becoming a martial god will also decrease significantly. The real war stage will begin. Congratulations, this stage is about to start. It should be in about 2 or 3 months. Hee, you don't have much time left. What? How have you considered it? In the imperial capital, the highest administrative building. In 2 or 3 months, the time that person mentioned will arrive. How is the preparation going? It's almost ready. Many seniors have awakened for this moment. In the conference room of the administrative building, 9 people sat. They are the 9 highest-ranking individuals in the Eastern Huang Kingdom, also known as the 9 Elders. Very well, but a few days ago, that person sent new news, saying that before the opening, a new battlefield will appear, where only first-tier life forms can enter. We need to hurry and select talented individuals for training to gain an advantage in that battlefield. It is said that there are transcendent secrets within. Time is too tight. First, select a batch of outstanding first-tier limit martial artists and high-grade telekinetic masters from across the country, and utilize resources to train them well. Good. This matter is the most important. It concerns the future fate of the entire Blue Star. As the meeting concluded, a series of orders were transmitted out. All first-tier limit martial artists received invitations to enter the virtual space and participate in the corresponding assessments. At the same time, high-grade telekinetic masters were also invited. Ning Yuru and 2 other captains were naturally among them. "Master, please accept your disciple's bow." Su Chen decided to pay his respects to his master. The world described by the bull sage was too vast, and the power he displayed far exceeded Su Chen's imagination. Based on Su Chen's estimation, the bull sage's strength was at least that of a martial god, right? He was happy to take a martial god as his master. "Good disciple." The bull sage smiled with satisfaction. The time he mentioned that was running out for Su Chen was actually also running out for himself. "Since you've decided to take me as your master, I must give you something real. However, your realm is too low. How about this? Feel this. How much you can sense depends on your ability." The bull sage thought for a moment and pointed forward. With the bull sage's gesture, everything around them changed again. Heaven and earth intertwined, creating a chaos. Su Chen found himself in this chaos. Suddenly, a gigantic figure rose from the ground, wielding a battle axe and cleaving forward. The heavens opened. The chaos dispersed. The sound of the great path echoed in Su Chen's ears, filling his mind. The 3,000 great paths resonated in Su Chen's mind, with the first to appear being the path of the sword, the most brilliant, representing Su Chen's core power. But soon, a new great path emerged, shining like a light in Su Chen's mind. Su Chen was completely immersed in this new great path. Outside world. Su Chen had been in the secret realm for a week, and both Yun Yi and Wu Jianoi's faces were filled with worry. "It's been so long, I wonder what happened to Su Chen." During this time, Yun Yi had also brought martial artists here, hoping to open the secret realm for them to enter, but the result was that they simply could not get in. This made Yun Yi even more anxious. However, apart from waiting for news outside, they had no other options. In the week that Su Chen had disappeared, the world outside was in turmoil. It wasn't just the Eastern Huang Kingdom, the entire world was the same, with the source being that battlefield. News also came from the Holy Land. The Holy Land was built by the strongest from the 7 great nations, preserving the spark of humanity, and it contained the bloodlines of those people. This meant that the battlefield had a limit on the number of participants, which would be allocated to each country. However, the allocation method would be based on actual combat, selecting the strongest 1,000 martial artists to enter. Consequently, people from over 200 countries around the world were competing for these 1,000 spots, with some even mobilizing their entire nation. The time was set. The ranking competition would begin on July 1st and last for a month. During this period, anyone whose strength reached the first-tier limit could participate in the competition through a virtual combat platform. The final ranking of the top 1,000 would secure their spots. Of course, none of this was particularly relevant to Su Chen at the moment. In the secret realm, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. He didn't know how long it had been. He only felt utterly exhausted, especially his spirit, which had been severely depleted. If it weren't for his willpower, he might have fainted. The embryonic form of power? However, Su Chen wore a smile on his face because he had comprehended a new extraordinary power. It wasn't an attribute or a physical type, but the embryonic form of power that Su Chen had never heard of in this world. "Have you comprehended it?" "Yes, thank you, master." Su Chen's tone was weak as he barely propped himself up. "Not bad, being able to comprehend the embryonic form of the path of power. I truly did not misjudge you." The bull-headed elder showed a satisfied expression. "All right, I will pass the seed to you. It has consumed all the power I left behind, so the next path will depend on you." As the bull-headed elder said this, his figure slowly became ethereal. "Master, if fate allows, we will meet again. As for the techniques, I will not pass them on to you. Extraordinary power is the source of strength. I will leave some things for you, and when you evolve the embryonic form of power into the path of power, I will naturally appear again. Also, this power is left for you to save your life. It will manifest when you are in deadly danger." The bull-headed elder's figure completely vanished, and immediately after, Su Chen felt a tremendous repulsive force, and in the next moment, he was expelled from the secret realm and returned to the outside world. This expulsion caused the already weak Su Chen to faint immediately. "Su Chen, what happened to you?" Just before fainting, Su Chen heard his senior brother Wu Jianoi's surprised voice. Then there was nothing more. "Junior brother, you finally woke up." After an unknown amount of time, Su Chen slowly regained consciousness. This time, waking up felt completely different from the last. Su Chen felt incredibly refreshed. "Junior brother, you're awake." As soon as Su Chen opened his eyes, he heard Wu Jianoi's excited voice. "Senior brother, how long was I unconscious?" Su Chen felt quite good and jumped up immediately. "You were unconscious for more than 3 days. More than 3 days? Su Chen quickly took out his phone and, upon seeing the time, stood up in shock. The 27th? Senior brother, I stayed in the secret realm for 7 days? Yes, Wu Jianwei nodded in response, and Su Chen was astonished. He had never imagined he would stay in the secret realm for such a long time. Senior brother, what about my mother? Su Chen had originally planned to take his mother for surgery as soon as he came out of the secret realm to completely improve her health. Ah, your mother called a few days ago, but I said you were in seclusion at a critical moment. When Wu Jianwei mentioned the word aunt, he felt a bit awkward, because by age, he was actually not younger than Su Chen's mother. But the problem was that he and Su Chen were of the same generation, which made him, who didn't quite understand social nuances, quite troubled. Alright then, Su Chen sighed in relief. 2 days after the college entrance examination, Su Chen dealt with matters concerning his mother, Lin Susu. He didn't ask Han Zhe for help. With Su Chen's current status, he could provide his mother with a better recovery method. However, Su Chen didn't completely cut ties with Han Zhe. He specifically went to the chapel to see Han Zhe, returned the money to him, and told Han Zhe that he could reach out to him for anything in the future. Su Chen remembered Han Ze's kindness. Not just Han Zhe, but everyone who had helped Su Chen would be remembered in his heart. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. This was Su Chen's principle in life. Then let's resolve this matter completely. Lin Susu's health had always been a major concern for Su Chen. Okay, I'll help you get in touch. Thank you, senior brother. The next day, Lin Susu and Su Quan boarded a spaceship to Magic City with Su Chen. On July 1st, the chief surgeon of the first hospital of Magic City performed surgery on his mother. The operation was very successful, completely improving her health without leaving any aftereffects. Su Chen was very satisfied with this and felt a sense of relief. He wanted his parents to stay in Magic City, but they still planned to return. Su Chen respected their wishes and provided them with plenty of resources so they could continue their cultivation without worrying about resources. After doing all this, it was already July 2nd when Su Chen returned to school. As soon as he arrived, Wu Jianwei said to him, "Junior brother, the master said you should find him after you get to school. He has something important to discuss with you." "Okay, I'll go right away." "Senior brother, thank you for taking care of me during this time." Wu Jianwei was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a brilliant smile. "In the villa area, have you gotten stronger again?" Ji Chang looked at Su Chen, his eyes filled with shock. His disciple was simply unbelievable. Every so often, his strength would leap forward, as if he were riding a rocket. It was too exaggerated. "I think I've gotten a bit stronger, hee." Seeing Ji Chang's reaction, Su Chen's smile was radiant. "You little rascal, but the reason I called you here is that I have something particularly important to discuss with you." "What is it?" Su Chen was very curious. "Take a look." With a wave of his hand, Ji Chang had the robotic butler project a screen. Su Chen looked over, and it displayed a notice for the Global First-Tier Extreme Martial Artist Ranking Competition, which would start on July 1st and end on July 31st. Those who could enter the top 1,000 in the final ranking would receive a mysterious grand prize. Participation requirements: First-Tier Extreme Martial Artist, First-Tier High-Grade Thought Manipulator. First-Tier Extreme Martial Artist Ranking Competition? Yes, this competition is particularly important. Ji Chang nodded seriously. "Originally, I called you over to take you to a place to help you break through to a first-tier high-grade thought manipulator, but since you've already become one, there's no need for that." Ji Chang's tone was filled with satisfaction. Su Chen's progress was truly remarkable, and as his master, he was very pleased. "So how do I participate, master?" "The way to participate is very simple. After entering the virtual combat space, your strength will be tested. If you meet the standards, an invitation will naturally be issued to you, and you can participate. I mainly want to tell you that you must secure this spot. During this time, I will also conduct special training for you, taking you to some places to enhance your strength, ensuring you can secure the spot." As a scholar-level powerhouse, he knew a lot, but he didn't plan to tell Su Chen too much, lest it worried him. "Thank you, master. No need to be so polite with me. You can first enter the virtual space to challenge the tower, compete, and earn more points. These past few days, I will help you open the first-tier Extreme Point shop, which has quite a few good items. If you have any needs, you can also tell me." "The first-tier Extreme Point shop permissions are going to be opened?" Su Chen was overjoyed. "Yes, the first-tier Extreme shop. That's great." Su Chen showed a delighted expression. He could finally get new pills again. Seeing Su Chen so happy, Ji Chang also smiled. "Then master, I'll go in and take a look." "Go ahead." After saying that, Su Chen returned to his original room and did not go back to the school's team villa. Lost again, this top 1,000 is really too difficult. On the virtual battle platform, Chen Guangliang looked at the failure message that popped up, his expression not looking good. "It seems I underestimated the heroes of the world before. After all, the world is so big, and first-tier extreme warriors can live at least 200 years. How many strong ones have accumulated over the years? Chen Guangliang sighed. There are over 200 countries in the world. Even though many are small nations, the number of first-tier extreme warriors is still considerable. Just in the Eastern Huang Kingdom, there are probably tens of thousands of first-tier extreme warriors, right? I really haven't focused much on cultivation these years. Chen Guangliang had quite good talent, otherwise, he wouldn't have become a first-tier extreme warrior. I need to train hard during this period and strive to break into the top 1,000. Chen Guangliang glanced at his ranking again, 7,882nd. Congratulations, you have won the promotion match, your rank has increased, and your current rank is King rank. Congratulations, you have received the rank promotion reward, 1 billion points. Notice, the King rank has left the novice stage and will no longer receive the tenfold super novice reward. Notice, after reaching the King rank, the daily points received will also cancel the super novice's 100-fold receiving qualification, but to accommodate newcomers, the points will be open to the highest receiving method. The daily points that a King 0-star can receive is 100 million, and a Diamond 5-star can receive 200 million with the 100-fold boost, so your daily points can be 200 million. Notice, at the King rank stage, every time you increase a star, the points received will get a 20% increase. As Su Chen won the promotion match, a series of notification sounds rang in his ears. The increase has been cancelled? Su Chen was slightly taken aback upon seeing this message, but he also felt it was reasonable. If the increase continued, the school really couldn't handle it. 100 billion points a day? How could that be possible? What Su Chen didn't know was that this rule was added because of him. The school had discussed it, believing that Su Chen had a particularly high probability of reaching the King rank. If he really reached the King rank and received over 100 billion points in a day, even the wealthy magic marshal couldn't handle it. Let's continue. Su Chen did not claim the points reward. His goal was not merely to reach the King rank but to achieve a higher star level. With the accumulation during this time, his previously emptied account had increased again, now holding 4 billion points. Looking at so many points, along with the upcoming Tower Challenge and various other points, Su Chen cancelled the idea of continuing to exchange for the first-tier initial grade blood disaster pill. It was too much, he really couldn't consume it all. Even though the cost-performance ratio of the first-tier initial grade blood disaster pill was good, Su Chen couldn't continue to exchange for it. Since waking up, Su Chen had been crazily consuming blood disaster pills, even skipping meals. Now, just seeing the blood disaster pill made him want to vomit. Yet there were still 2,500 pills in his spatial ring. 2,500 pills. Even if he ate crazily, it would take him about 10 days to finish them, and just thinking about it made Su Chen's scalp tingle. It was too disgusting. The subsequent exchanges need to be for more expensive pills with decent cost performance. I must exchange. Su Chen clenched his fists. Let's continue. The strength of opponents at the King rank had clearly increased. Most of them are first-tier limit martial artists, and the opponents here are no longer students, but all the first-tier limit martial artists from around the world. As the star count increases, the strength of the opponents also continues to grow. Repeatedly, Su Chen also went out to grind in the Sky Tower, and just like that, 2 days passed. Su Chen's rank has also risen to King 15 stars, but he has stopped there, unable to move forward. The daily points he receives have also turned into 300 million. In the Sky Tower, Su Chen has reached the 36th floor, earning a total of 27 billion points. Hint: the first-tier limit shop has been opened. Has it opened? I now have 11 billion points, I should buy something. I still haven't claimed today's 300 million points, it should be enough, but my stomach feels a bit queasy, I've eaten too many chi blood disaster pills. Su Chen rubbed his stomach, revealing a bitter smile. In these 3 days, he has consumed 600 chi blood disaster pills, leaving him with 1,900 pills. The energy on him is not much, only a little over 2 million. There's no way around it. The consumption is too great. In these 3 days, Su Chen has also been continuously using energy to allocate points, especially focusing on the power of the embryonic form. No, it should now be called the will of power. The consumption of the will of power is 3 times that of the knife intent. This means that at this stage, adding a point to the knife intent requires 1 million energy, while the will of power requires 3 million energy. Fortunately, the requirements for breakthroughs earlier were not too many, and those 1900 chi blood disaster pills converted into 19 million energy, otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to handle it. Name: Su Chen, Chi Blood, 70+, Spirit, 700, Telekinesis Master, First Tier High Grade, Physique, Innate Knife Body, Skill, Basic Knife Technique, 4th Stage 30% plus, Advanced Skills, Blade Draw Slash, 3rd Stage 30% plus, Telekinesis Blade Divine Array, 3rd Stage 31%, Body Technique, telekinesis body technique, third stage 30%, extraordinary power, knife intent, 30%, will of power, 2%, energy, 2. 87 million. Fortunately, the effect of the will of power is amazing. As long as it merges with the knife intent, the effect of the knife intent can be amplified by more than twice. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with joy. This is more than double. Although the consumption will increase, the twofold increase still counts towards the final enhancement, which is extremely exaggerated. This is also the capital that allows Su Chen to reach King 15 stars. Without the support of the will of power, reaching 10 stars would probably be his current limit. The embryonic form of power has an enhancement of 1.2 to 1.5 times, and now that it has become the will of power, the enhancement starts directly from 2 times, and the upper limit is estimated to reach 3 times. Let's check the shop first. Su Chen had little interest in resources other than pills and directly focused on the pill section. So many? Originally, Su Chen thought there were only 4 types of first-tier high-grade pills, and the first-tier limit pills should be even fewer. But to Su Chen's surprise, there are actually 7 types of first-tier limit pills. First-tier limit Chi blood disaster pill, 300 million, stock 336. First-tier limit skill disaster pill, 380 million, stock 7. Yuan dream pill, 440 million, stock 2. Mixed origin pill, 480 million, stock 13. Purple mushroom pill, 530 million, stock 9. Soul condensing pill, 580 million, stock 11. Complete restoration pill, 1.2 billion, stock 88. And they are all unlimited purchases? And what the hell is this complete restoration pill? 1.2 billion each? And there's still a stock of 88? Does this first tier limit pill really have such a name? Su Chen looked a bit speechless. Buying 4 of each is definitely out of my budget. I can only buy 1 of each to test the effect. I'll slowly replenish later. Su Chen calculated a bit. Even with a 30% discount, the whole set would still cost 737 billion points. He could buy at most 2 sets, but after thinking about it, Su Chen decided to buy 1 set first to see. Purchase 1 of each. Purchase successful. With the deduction of 737 billion points, Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. These points were really too easy to spend. The elixirs arrived quickly, not making Su Chen wait long, just over 10 minutes. Looking at the 7 exquisite jade bottles placed in front of him, Su Chen adjusted his state. Just 7, stomach, hold on a bit longer. If there are good ones in the future, I'll buy you expensive ones, so you won't have to eat so many. Su Chen comforted himself and first took out a first-tier extreme blood disaster pill and tossed it into his mouth. Taking the first-tier extreme blood disaster pill, gaining energy plus 500,000, since it's the first time taking it, the tenfold effect is triggered, energy increases by 5 million. 300 million only increases 500,000 points. The effect is completely inferior to the first-tier initial blood disaster pill. Su Chen sighed slightly at this effect. It seemed that switching to this first-tier extreme blood disaster pill was a bit too much of a loss. Then he could only exchange for the first-tier medium blood disaster pill. Let's continue. The situation with the first-tier extreme skill disaster pill was as Su Chen thought. The effect was the same as the first-tier extreme blood disaster pill, only increasing energy by 5 million. The 440 million yuan dream pill increased even less, only adding 3.8 million energy. The 480 million mixed yuan pill was similar, adding 4 million energy. The effect of the purple mushroom pill was quite good, adding 6.2 million energy, but compared to the previous 2, it was still inferior to the first-tier extreme blood disaster pill. The name of the soul condensing pill indicated that even at a price of 580 million, it only increased energy by 5.2 million. In total, the increase wasn't much, adding up to 29.6 million energy. With the tenfold boost, it only increased this much, which indeed wasn't much. Without the boost, it would only be 2.96 million, not enough for Su Chen to click a few times. Su Chen's gaze turned to the last pill with a peculiar name, the all-encompassing restorative pill. Actually, the name wasn't that peculiar, it just seemed a bit abrupt when placed among the first-tier extreme pills. I hope it lives up to its name and gives me a good boost. Su Chen didn't have high hopes, but if the cost-performance ratio of this all-encompassing restorative pill was good, at 1.2 billion points each, it would be much more comfortable to consume. Moreover, the stock of this all-encompassing restorative pill was plentiful, making it easy to exchange. Consumed. This taste. A strange look flashed in Su Chen's eyes. This flavor was a strong herbal taste. Taking the all-encompassing restorative pill, gaining energy plus 2.8 million, since it's the first time taking it, the tenfold effect is triggered, energy increases by 28 million. How much? Su Chen was still immersed in this unique taste when he was suddenly shocked by this energy. 2 billion points for 28 million? That's not bad. The cost-performance ratio is even better than the first-tier initial blood disaster pill. A look of surprise flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Since this was so cost-effective, he could just exchange for this all-encompassing restorative pill in the future. In that case, it seems unnecessary to exchange for all the other pills. Just like the soul condensing pill, 580 million for 2 million energy, averaging 100 million for 12 million energy. Even with a twofold increase, the cost-performance ratio is only 79 million energy. This all-encompassing restorative pill, without any increase, can exchange to 33 million energy for 100 million points. So, with a few more types, just buying 3 times would be enough. Su Chen glanced at his balance and casually claimed today's 300 million points, totaling 673 billion. First, buy a set, then additionally buy 1 all-encompassing restorative pill and 2 first-tier extreme blood disaster pills. In this way, he would only have 236 million points left. In that case, I just need to buy 1 more soul condensing pill, 1 more Yuan dream pill, and 1 more soul pill. I can buy 2 skill disaster pills, and the remaining can all be spent on the all-encompassing restorative pills. The premise is to first take the double dose of the all-purpose pill, and with that done, I still need 793 billion points. After deducting the points I have, I still need 557 billion points. 300 million a day, at most 9 days will be enough. In that case, a total of 234 billion points will be consumed, which will exchange for 3 million points. Calculating this number, Su Chen couldn't help but swallow. The remaining amount isn't much. In the next 9 days, I can convert 98 million. In total, that's 110 million energy. Now it's really taking off. Su Chen's smile was extremely radiant. What? Junior brother has rushed to 3rd place? As Su Chen's ranking in the arena continued to rise, Ning Yurua was left in a daze. During this time, due to the start of the first-level extreme competition, Ning Yurua had shifted all her focus to this competition. Unfortunately, she had just entered the first-level extreme not long ago, and it was completely a struggle for her. Her ranking had dropped significantly, and now she was even beyond the 100,000 mark, with her rank not even displayed. In desperation, she exited the competition and heard the school team members discussing Su Chen. She immediately logged into the virtual space to check the rankings. Upon seeing that Su Chen was indeed in 3rd place, Ning Yurua fell silent. Her original ranking was 5th. After becoming an extreme warrior 2 weeks ago, she remained in 5th place. Junior brother is really too exaggerated. Ning Yurua forced a bitter smile. She knew Su Chen was abnormal and was likely the most extraordinary recruit in the past few years. But she really couldn't imagine that Su Chen could be this extraordinary. This couldn't even be described as genius, could it? What? In just a moment, she saw Su Chen's ranking change again, moving up 1 place to become 2nd. 2nd place? Doesn't that push the band down? I remember the band said yesterday that they were stuck around the 1000th place. Junior brother pushed the band down, which means Ning Yurua swallowed. She couldn't dare to think. A student who just finished the college entrance examination participating in the first-level Extreme Warrior assessment, if this got out, no one would believe it, right? Though U.S. is boasting about having a super genius who became an Extreme Warrior before the end of their sophomore year and participated in this Extreme Warrior battle. Such a person is called a once-in-a-thousand-years super genius. What about Junior brother? Why is Junior brother's ranking gone? Just as Ning Yurua was lamenting, she suddenly saw Su Chen's name disappear. What is going on? Ning Yurua immediately called logistics to inquire about the reason. Logistics naturally did not provide Ning Yurua with a satisfactory answer, but soon she received a call from her master. Do not inquire about Su Chen's matters, nor spread them. Upon hearing this, Ning Yurua couldn't help but swallow. What on earth had her junior brother done? Magic Martial, conference room. Today, those who could sit here were at least level 3 professors. Anyone below that didn't qualify to sit here. The president of the Magic Martial Academy, or it would be more appropriate to call him the principal, sat in the center of the conference room. To his left was Ji Chang, and to his right was a middle-aged woman in a red qipao. The others were either branch deans or department heads, sitting on either side of the conference room. In such meetings, Ji Chang normally wouldn't participate. Although there were over 20 academicians in Magic Martial, many of them were over 100 years old and had basically stopped concerning themselves with the affairs of Magic Martial. They would only come out if Magic Martial faced a crisis. Ji Chang had been in a similar state in recent years, hardly involving himself in the development of magic martial. But today was different because this meeting was primarily held for Su Chen. Today's meeting is mainly for Lao Ji's disciple, Su Chen. Many of you may not know much about Su Chen, so here is some information about him. Take a look. With a wave of his hand, the principal brought up Su Chen's information on the screen. The screen was large, and the text was densely packed. This was the world of high martial arts. If it were in the real world, it would be impossible to read clearly. But who among this group wasn't a big shot? With a casual glance, they absorbed all the densely packed text on the page. The originally calm expressions of most people turned to shock as they read the information. Is this real? Many people became unsettled. Even Ma Yue, the logistics department head who had some prior knowledge of the matter, couldn't help but swallow hard. This kid is even more monstrous than I expected. What do you think? The principal shot a glare at the person who asked. This is Lao Ji's disciple. Although he is not yet a first-tier peak martial artist, he is a late-stage telekinetic master, practicing Lao Ji's telekinetic sword formation. According to Lao Ji, he has already mastered the third stage of proficiency in the telekinetic sword formation. His understanding of sword intent has also reached a level that is hard for his peers to achieve. What I mean is, we should mobilize the entire school to help Su Chen become a first-tier peak martial artist this month, preferably retaining his telekinetic master abilities, so that Su Chen can be included in the list. Agreed. After some thought, everyone concurred. They knew that there were people from the magic martial arts on the battlefield, and naturally, they were aware of much information that outsiders did not know. This battlefield was both an opportunity and a crisis. Then it's settled. Soon, Su Chen learned of the school's decision through his master, Ji Chang. Naturally, Su Chen also put forward his own requests, wanting more varieties of elixirs, 4 of each type. In addition, he also needed the 10 full restoration pills. The school readily agreed, and with its strength, it easily helped Su Chen collect over 70 different types of first-tier elixirs. The 10 full restoration pills were also given to Su Chen, allowing his energy to undergo a qualitative leap. Under such circumstances, the time came to July 31st, the last day of the ranking competition. Akin, you can start now. On this day, most of the rankings had basically been determined. The last day was not very useful for those who couldn't break into the top 30 in the previous 30 days. The most intense battles were among those on the edge. Some wanted to stabilize their rankings, while others aimed to break into the top 1,000. Not many from the magic martial arts made it into the top 1,000 this time. There were only 2 students. One was Lin Hai, the top of the school. The second was Lu Xiang, but neither of their rankings was very high. Lu Xiang was ranked 972, on the edge of elimination and advancement. Lin Hai was ranked 715, quite stable. Besides these 2, many teachers from the magic martial arts also advanced, totaling more than 10. This also showed the strength of the magic martial arts. Nearly 20 people advanced from just one school. It should be noted that there were only 1,000 spots in the world, with the 7 major countries occupying 500 to 600 of those spots, and the entire Donghuang country had just over 100. Okay, master. Su Chen's demeanor had also changed significantly from a while ago, becoming more reserved. Detected challenger strength as a first-tier peak martial artist, qualifying for participation in the first-tier peak martial artist ranking competition. Do you wish to participate? Participate. Participation successful. Your current score is 1,000 points, ranking over 100,000. Note, ranking will only be displayed once it enters over 100,000. Note, winning a match will earn 10 points, losing will deduct 10 points, and after 3 consecutive wins, you will receive a bonus to your points. Do you wish to start matching? Match. Su Chen learned from his master that currently, a score of 1450 is needed to be among the top 1,000. To stabilize his position in the top 1,000, a score of 1,500 would definitely suffice. 50 matches a day is no small feat, but if there are score bonuses for consecutive wins, then it won't be a problem. Match successful. Soon, he was matched with a very robust man who appeared before Su Chen. Student, looks like I'm lucky. The robust man had fair skin, a tall stature, and abundant body hair, clearly not a person from the Eastern Huang Kingdom. Su Chen glanced at the man's information. Shini Vasquez, Giant Nation, score 1080. Giant Nation, huh? No wonder he's so huge. Su Chen had matched with people from the Giant Nation in the arena before. The people from this country are quite special. They are extremely proficient in strength, each one powerful, with astonishing defense and exaggerated recovery abilities, several times stronger than ordinary martial artists. They are tough opponents. However, their weaknesses are also quite obvious. They are lacking in speed and reaction, and their mastery of techniques is generally lower. They are more adept at brute force combat. Die. Faced with such a low score, Su Chen couldn't be bothered to waste time. With a single slash, a casual draw of his sword, he killed the opponent instantly. The opponent's eyes still held a hint of a smile, showing just how fast Su Chen was. Continue. After defeating his opponent, Su Chen showed no emotion and began a new match. Sakura Nation. Over 2,000 years ago, the Sakura Nation was quite strong. However, due to the various disasters caused by the arrival of the calamity beasts, this island nation sank halfway, suffering a tremendous blow. More than 2,000 years have passed, and they are barely surviving, unable to even rank among the top 100 nations. Jairu, you are the pride of our Sakura nation. Whether you can enter that secret realm this time and gain the hope of Sakura to restore our nation's former glory depends on you. Master, don't worry. I, Yagyu Jairu, as the most outstanding dual-wielding swordsman of this generation in the Sakura nation, will definitely break into the top 1,000 and secure a spot for our nation. Yagyu Jairu spoke earnestly. He was the last hope of the Sakura nation. Their nation was too weak. The entire country had only a handful of martial kings, and while there were about 100 first-tier limit martial artists, only he had the ability to break into the top 1,000. Go for it. Yagyu Jairu also encouraged himself. My current score is 1450, just at 1,000 in first place. As long as I win one more match, I can break in. But to stabilize my ranking, I need at least a score of 1470. Congratulations on defeating your opponent. Because of your 7 consecutive wins, you have received a bonus for consecutive wins, earning a total of 60 points, bringing your current score to 1220. Your score has entered the top 100,000, currently ranked 78892. In less than 10 minutes, Su Chen completed 7 consecutive wins, each match ending in an instant kill. His opponents were too weak. Not to mention the sword god formation, Su Chen defeated all his opponents with a casual draw of his sword. At this rate, winning 4 more matches should secure it. This promotion is indeed very easy. Su Chen muttered. If Ning Yuru and the others knew Su Chen's thoughts, they would probably be unable to resist wanting to beat him up. Ning Yuru had worked so hard for so long, and her final score was only 1320, ranking over 13,000. Chen Guangliang also did not break into the top 1,000, but his score was 1440, currently ranked 1789. Continue matching. Sakura Nation? What small country is this? I've never heard of it. This match should be secure. Chen Guangliang felt a slight relief upon seeing the short man ahead. Today is the last day, and if he can't break in, he would truly cry. He knew that this time was crucial for whether he could become a martial king. Becoming a martial king is incredibly difficult. Although his talent is decent, becoming a martial king still requires a certain amount of opportunity. This is his opportunity. Kill. Soon, Chen Guangliang began to fight with Lu Shang-Shirlang, and the more they fought, the more shocked Chen Guangliang became. This little shorty's dual-wielding skills are so strong and agile. Fortunately, he hasn't been idle during this time and has made significant progress. After battling for more than 20 minutes, he managed to defeat the little shorty by a narrow margin. Great, just one more win will be enough. With this victory, his ranking rose to 1240, getting closer to the top 1,000. On the other side, Lu Shang-Shirlang looked disappointed after losing the first match. I lost the first match. I feel guilty towards my master and my master's wife's expectations, but I still have hope. As long as I win 3 matches, it's possible. Lu Shang-Shirlang started matching again, and when he saw that his opponent this time was a very youthful and handsome boy, his face lit up. Awesome! This is the divine fortune granted to me by His Majesty. This time I draw slash. What responded to Lu Shang-Shirlang was a slash he couldn't see. This slash shattered Lu Shang-Shirlang's hopes and also crushed the only hope of Sakura country. Congratulations on defeating your opponent. Because of your 11 consecutive wins, you have received an 11-win bonus, earning a total of 100 points, bringing your current score to 1560 points. Your current ranking is 672. 672, this ranking should be stable. Just as my master said, it's too easy. Su Chen sheathed his sword and exited the virtual space. From start to finish, he hadn't used his full strength, not even the full strength of his draw slash. The opponent was too weak, not worth his effort. During this time, with countless resources invested, even though Su Chen had restrained his progress, the speed of improvement was still astonishing. Name, Su Chen, Chi and Blood, 99, Mentality, 999, Mind Master, First Stage Limit, Physique, Innate Sword Body, Skill, Basic Sword Technique, 4th Stage 100% plus, Advanced Skills, Draw Slash, 3rd Stage 100% plus, Mind Sword Divine Array, 3rd Stage 100%, Body Technique, Mind Body Technique, 3rd Stage 100%, Extraordinary Power, Sword Intent 100%, Power Intent 90%, Energy 176280000, both chi and blood and mentality have reached the first stage limit, and with one more step, he can become a martial king. However, becoming a martial king is not that easy. The plus sign behind chi and blood has disappeared. According to Ji Chang, one needs to push the power of the realm to its limit and break through the power of the realm to become a martial king. From this, one can see how difficult it is to become a martial king. Under such circumstances, Su Chen is also stuck at the 100% stage of sword intent, and the difficulty is evident. Of course, if Su Chen wants to become a martial king now, it's not impossible. However, according to his master, it's best not to become a martial king during this time. It would be better to wait until entering that secret realm to become a martial king, as that would bring great benefits. TSK. But to break through sword intent to sword domain actually requires 50 million energy. That's just outrageous. And those wanting to break through to the 4th stage, each requires 20 million energy. If it weren't for the school supporting me with so many resources, not to mention the future, just to grow to where I am now would still take a long time. Su Chen sighed. Sometimes when opportunities come, they really can't be blocked. But I can't be arrogant. According to Master Nyo, the 4th crisis belonging to our blue star has arrived. Whether we can survive depends on how many martial gods can be born from my gains in this secret realm. Su Chen frowned tightly. Master Nyo had told him a lot, especially about the upcoming disaster beast tide and the 100-ball war, which made it hard for him to relax. Let's go out. Having completed the promotion task, Su Chen no longer needed to stay here. According to his master's words, as long as one was among the top 1,000 limit martial artists before entering, the Holy Land would send someone to pick them up and take them to the simulated battlefield for training, allowing them to adapt to the environment of the battlefield in advance. During this time, this was the most important matter on the entire blue star, and everything had to yield to this. No one would stop them, except for those remnants who had sided with disaster. After all, this was related to the survival of the entire planet. So soon? Ji Chang was somewhat surprised to see Su Chen come out so quickly. It seemed he had underestimated his disciple, Master, mainly because the opponent's strength was too weak. All right, Ji Chang didn't mind and directly called out to Su Chen. Since you've been promoted, then take a rest. Once the clock strikes 2400 hours and the slots are confirmed, I will take you over to gather. The people from the Holy Land will also be there, and they will take you over immediately. Currently, including you, there should be 19 people from the entire school who have been promoted, and they will all go to the Holy Land with you. Master, what? What kind of place is the Holy Land? Su Chen was not unfamiliar with the term Holy Land. However, he had only heard it in novels from his previous life, and he never expected that this world would actually have such a place, which made him very curious. What kind of place is the Holy Land? Ji Chang was taken aback for a moment, then a serious expression appeared in his eyes. It is the last pure land for humanity, a place that has not been invaded by disaster beasts and calamities. It also carries the last spark of humanity. Midnight. The rankings were confirmed. Su Chen's rank dropped by more than 10 places, becoming 688. But it didn't matter, as he had been promoted anyway. Come on. At 11:50, Ji Chang called Su Chen out. Now that the list was confirmed, Ji Chang let Su Chen follow him out. The gathering place was where the school team trained, and by the time Su Chen arrived, there were already quite a few people there. Su Chen? Chen Guangliang was also in the crowd. He had just made it into the top 1,000, which made him particularly happy. He was excitedly chatting with his colleagues over there. The people who were promoted this time could be divided into 3 categories. The first category was students, the smallest group, with only 2 people. The second category consisted of the in-service teachers, but most were associate professors, with only 2 being lecturers, totaling just 7. The rest were old seniors. The term old seniors referred to those retired associate professors and lecturers. Their ages were all over 80. And they had not broken through, still stuck at the limit martial artist level. It was incredibly difficult for limit martial artists to break through to become martial kings, and even among the associate professors in the magic martial arts, only a small portion could break through. In such circumstances, many were stuck at the limit martial artist level. They had been stuck there for a long time, accumulating enough experience, so their strength was not weak. More than half of the 1,000 people promoted this time were in this situation. There were 9 of this type in magic martial arts. 18 people. Our magic martial arts level is still pretty good. I just wonder how many people from Imperial Martial Arts were promoted this time. Chen Guangliang mumbled, just in time to see Ji Chang bringing Su Chen in, and he was quite puzzled. What was his master doing here? All of his master's disciples, except for Su Chen, were martial kings. His master usually didn't care much about such matters, so he shouldn't have come, right? But the next second, he heard his master's words. "Akan, you should go over too." Chen Guangliang had a lot of question marks on his forehead. Go over for what? What was Su Chen coming for? To see the world? During this time, Chen Guangliang had been busy improving his own strength and had no time to pay attention to Su Chen's matters. Of course, the main reason was that Su Chen had already become Ji Chang's disciple, so he didn't need to worry about him at all. Adding to the fact that Su Chen had been out for a while, he hadn't seen Su Chen for 2 months. Su Chen? Lu Xiang naturally saw Su Chen too, but he had only seen Su Chen once and thought he looked a bit familiar, though he believed he must have been mistaken. Su Chen was just a junior who hadn't enrolled yet. How could he possibly appear in this place? Su Chen is here, now everyone is present. The principal smiled brightly when he saw Ji Chang bringing Su Chen in. Principal Liao. Su Chen immediately showed respect upon seeing Principal Liao. During this time, Su Chen had met Principal Liao a few times. He was a very kind principal and treated him well. Very polite. Principal Liao's tone was gentle, which surprised many nearby. When did their principal become like this? It was unscientific. Wasn't Principal Liao known for his stern demeanor? The people from the Holy Land should be arriving soon. The people from the Holy Land have already arrived. Ji Chang raised his head and looked at the sky. Principal Liao was momentarily stunned and also looked up, seeing a figure approaching. Indeed, it was walking. As if taking a stroll in the air, it came closer. Su Chen's gaze followed, and he saw a woman dressed in pure white, appearing to be just over 20, like a fairy, walking through the sky. You've already touched the realm of the martial god? The fairy-like woman descended from the air, her gaze landing on Ji Chang, with a hint of surprise in her tone. You're about there too. Ji Chang replied lightly, his expression serious as he looked at the woman. Nearby, Principal Liao's heart jolted. Old Ji had already touched the realm of the martial god? This guy had hidden it so deeply, but this was good news. As long as Su Chen gained something in the secret realm this time, their magic martial could have another martial god. I'm not the same as you. The woman shook her head, saying something that Su Chen and the others found hard to understand. Did she look down on Ji Chang? But it didn't seem that way. Ji Chang nodded and then changed the subject. I'll leave them to you. You can rest assured, I will safely deliver them to the Holy Land. The woman replied, her expression softening a bit. Everyone, follow me. Master. Su Chen looked at Ji Chang. Follow her, she will take you to the Holy Land. Okay. Su Chen responded and walked up to the woman. Your disciple? The woman seemed to only have eyes for Ji Chang and Su Chen, completely ignoring Principal Liao. Yes. Very good. Let's go. The woman turned to leave, but as she did, she waved her hand, and Su Chen felt an irresistible force controlling his body. Not just him. Su Chen saw that everyone who had advanced was lifted into the air under the woman's control, each showing a look of horror. They all realized they couldn't move at all. The woman flew up directly, taking Su Chen and the other 19 people with her into the sky. This power left everyone astonished. Was this the power of the Holy Land? Telekinesis? It doesn't seem like it. This feeling is completely different from telekinesis, like another kind of power. Since resistance was futile, they might as well enjoy it. No, it was to feel this unprecedented magical power. The speed increased, but under the wrap of that magical power, Su Chen and the others felt no discomfort at all. Old Ji, you have already? Once the people from the Holy Land took Su Chen and the others away, Principal Liao immediately turned his gaze to Ji Chang, his tone filled with excitement. Soon, it should be a matter of this period. Ji Chang said lightly, making Principal Liao excited like a 7-year-old child, jumping up in joy. That's great! Such scenes were happening all over the world. Dozens of powerful individuals from the Holy Land arrived in various places around the world to take people away. Each person's speed was exceptionally fast. Su Chen did not know how long it had been, wrapped in this mysterious power. He could not move at all. He only saw that as a hint of morning light appeared on the horizon, they descended. At the same time, that force also disappeared, and Su Chen regained his freedom. This area temporarily belongs to your Donghuang Kingdom. There will be people from Donghuang Kingdom coming over later, so please don't run around. If you're hungry, just eat this, one for each person will do. After the woman finished speaking, she waved her hand, and pills, about the size of Luo Dihuang Wan, accurately flew in front of everyone. After doing all this, the woman turned around and left without looking back. So scary. Once the woman was far away, Su Chen and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. The woman's aura was too strong. They were so powerful that they had no ability to resist. This pill. Su Chen took down the pill that was floating in the air. It was very light, carrying a faint fragrance, crystal clear, and looked extraordinary. Is this the Binggu Dan? Indeed, it's a true alchemist's pill. No wonder it's called the Hunyuan Tian Tian Chang. Just as Su Chen was curious about what this pill was, he heard exclamations. Binggu Dan? Su Chen was slightly taken aback, Wasn't this a pill for cultivating immortality, something that could fill one's stomach with just one? Why did it sound so high-end from this person's tone? What? This is actually Bingu Dan? It's said that just one can satisfy the daily needs of a martial king-level expert. The Holy Land is being too generous. This thing is one for each person? Countless eyes turned fiery. Su Chen immediately put away the Bingu Dan. Su Chen, it really is you. Lu Xiang was beside Su Chen when they landed. As soon as he put away the Bingu Dan, he leaned closer to Su Chen, his tone shocked. Lu Band. Su Chen recognized Lu Xiang and immediately called out, "Hey, why are you calling me Lu Band? We're all the same here. But how many places did you get in with?" Su Chen, you really surprised me." Chen Guangliang also came over, his expression particularly exaggerated. But he was indeed shocked by Su Chen. How long had it been since Su Chen became a martial artist? Not only had he become an extreme martial artist, but he also fought his way out among the extreme martial artists of the world and secured a spot? This was something even novels wouldn't dare to write. Too outrageous. Teacher Chen. Calling me Teacher Chen? Chen Guangliang raised an eyebrow, and Su Chen finally reacted. Senior brother Chen. That's more like it. But how did you cultivate? Chen Guangliang looked at Su Chen with shining eyes. Teacher Chen. Lu Xiang, who was beside them, naturally recognized Chen Guangliang and immediately greeted him with a smile, curiously looking at Su Chen. He was also very curious about how Su Chen cultivated. At his stage, he wasn't even a mid-grade martial artist, let alone an extreme martial artist. Su Chen was really too exaggerated. How did you cultivate? Su Chen's expression was strange. Wasn't this putting him on the spot? Ahem. Mainly just hard work. Su Chen added two words in his heart. A bit. Hard work? Who doesn't work hard? It mainly depends on talent. Chen Guangliang sighed, and Lu Xiang nodded along. Usually, others envied his talent. He had always been very confident in his own talent, but unexpectedly, now it was his turn to envy Su Chen. Sigh. Indeed, there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Is this Su Chen? Little G's disciple? Little G? Su Chen was curious upon hearing this title. Who referred to his master like that? Old you. Chen Guangliang immediately showed respect. Why are you being so polite to an old man like me? This is your young people's era now. Old you had gray hair and wrinkles on his face. His appearance was quite out of place among the surroundings. After all, it was normal for someone who could become a martial artist, especially an extreme martial artist, to live to be 300 years old. Old you is already over 200 years old. Not only is he the strongest extreme warrior in our magic martial arts, but even in the entire world, there are very few who are stronger than Old you. Su Chen was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Over 200 years old? And still recognized as the strongest extreme warrior in magic martial arts? Old you was also a super genius in their era, but it was precisely because his talent was too strong that he prepared to take the path based on the 5 elements to become a martial king. But this path is too difficult. Not only must one cultivate the 5 elemental realms of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to the domain level, but one must also integrate the 5 elements. This step is too hard. Lu Xiang whispered a reminder in Su Chen's ear. 5 elemental realm? No wonder. Su Chen realized that to become a martial king, an extreme warrior must break through the ultimate power of the realm and evolve it into the power of the domain to succeed. Most people cultivate single attribute powers, refining one type of power to its peak, which is more conducive to breaking through. Very few choose 2. And those like Old you who directly choose the power of the 5 elements are even rarer, because this is essentially equivalent to cutting off one's own path to becoming a martial king. While everyone was chatting, someone flew in from the horizon. From a distance, Chen Guangliang sought his old acquaintance and smiled. This group landed again, and Chen Guangliang and the others immediately went to greet them. This group was from the Imperial Martial Arts. Magic martial arts and Imperial martial arts are old friends, and everyone is quite familiar with each other. Even the older seniors in the team recognized familiar faces from the Imperial Martial Arts. Leading the Imperial Martial Arts was a middle-aged man who, after bringing everyone over, gave each person a pill for fasting and then left. Chen Guangliang, you actually came too? Zhuo Guangzhu looked at Chen Guangliang with surprise in his eyes. If you can come, why can't I? Chen Guangliang rolled his eyes. Are we the same? You're a defeated opponent. Defeated opponent? Let me introduce you to someone. Chen Guangliang wasn't angry upon hearing this because he thought of something interesting. Introduce someone? Zhuo Guangzhu looked at Chen Guangliang's radiant smile with suspicion. He always felt that Chen Guangliang had ulterior motives. Su Chen, come over and greet Teacher Zhuo. Teacher Zhuo. Su Chen didn't expect to run into another acquaintance and smiled broadly. Su Chen? Zhuo Guangzhu felt the name was somewhat familiar, but upon seeing Su Chen and his signature smile, he immediately reacted. Zhuo Guangzhu jumped up, incredulously saying, "It's you. How did you get here?" "I came in the same way Teacher Zhuo did." Su Chen's smile remained bright. "Old Zhuo, why are you so surprised? This place is a holy land. Be mindful of your influence." Someone beside Zhuo Guangzhu reminded him, but after hearing Zhuo Guangzhu's words, his reaction was even more exaggerated. "Why am I so surprised?" Zhuo Guangzhu smiled wryly. "If I told you this kid just finished his college entrance examination, what would you think?" "Just finished the college entrance examination?" The person was clearly taken aback. "Impossible, how could a student who just finished the college entrance examination come here? Are you joking? You're not joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Holy crap!" Soon, everyone from the Imperial Martial Arts knew that this year's magic martial arts had produced a super prodigy. A truly super prodigy, unprecedented. This made them look at Su Chen as if he were a monster, and their gazes towards Zhuo Guangzhu became somewhat fearful. At this moment, Zhuo Guangzhu also dared not speak. He couldn't help it, the seniors' gazes were too sharp. Of course, Zhuo Guangzhu himself hadn't figured out why Su Chen was so abnormal. He only felt that Su Chen's talent was decent. If he could sign him, that would be best. But if not, it didn't matter. After all, Su Chen was the type that could be either essential or dispensable. But now Su Chen has proven his strength and talent, unprecedentedly powerful. This made Zhuo Guangzhu feel quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, his discomfort didn't last too long, as more and more people arrived over time. Among them were individuals from other countries. In reality, although it was Su Chen's first time seeing these people, he was not unfamiliar with these foreigners. After all, on the virtual combat platform, Su Chen had interacted with quite a few foreigners, and he had seen people from most countries. It must be said that Su Chen still found the people from Donghuang country more pleasing to the eye, with their black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin. As the number of people increased, the people from the Holy Land came out again. This time, it was an elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane, giving off a frail impression. But no one present dared to underestimate this old man. "Welcome everyone to the Holy Land. You have come here for the crisis of our blue star." The old man looked frail, but his voice was full of strength, echoing like rolling thunder in everyone's ears. "You are all heroes of humanity, the pride of Blue Star. Let me inspire you." The old man's words seemed to carry a magical power, and many felt a surge of blood and passion upon hearing them. "Alright, I won't waste more words. The main reason for bringing you here is to adapt to the opening of that battlefield, which is expected to open in a month or two. As for the specific time, even we in the Holy Land are not too clear. I can only tell you what we have learned from some sources. This battlefield is like this. When the battlefield opens, it will connect 100 planets. That's right, planets. Some of you may not understand the concept of planets, but our blue star is one such planet, meaning there will be 100 forces like blue star connected together, forming a new battlefield. What? 100 blue stars? Many people showed shock at this statement. 100 blue stars? That seemed too exaggerated. About that, but some of the planets have completely fallen to disaster beasts, and once connected, these disaster beasts will continuously surge out, attacking the territories of the other planets inside. What we need to do is to defend our territory while trying to enhance our strength, occupy more strongholds, or defeat the territories of others. Strongholds and territories can provide us with points at regular intervals. The higher the points, the higher the ranking, and the better the rewards we can ultimately obtain. These rewards are particularly important, as they are basically related to the survival of our blue star, so it's up to you. The old man spoke passionately. Additionally, killing disaster beasts or killing people from other forces can earn personal points. Personal points can be exchanged for various resources in there. These are the functions of the battlefield. To help you adapt better to the battlefield, our Holy Land has launched a virtual world that simulates the battlefield. We called you here for this. Moreover, during this time, we will provide you with resources to assist you in becoming stronger. But one thing is that you must not break through, as the Martial King cannot enter this battlefield. In the Holy Land, in the control room. In the control room, there was a huge screen displaying the scenes outside. Old Su, is it really necessary to bring these people here? Their strength is so weak, I could easily wipe them out. A young man, looking to be in his 20s, scoffed at the Holy Land recruiting so many people. Alright, although the people in the Holy Land are strong, we have too few of our own, and they are too precious. We still need some cannon fodder. A middle-aged man said with a smile, his tone also filled with disdain for those outsiders. In fact, this situation is quite normal for the people of the Holy Land. They have always felt that they are the true masters of this planet, while outsiders are merely their slaves. However, due to ancestral teachings and the intimidation of the old patriarch, they do not dare to act so openly. Of course, there are factions that are more open to the outside world, but their numbers are relatively small. Xiao Yun, it's fine to say such things here, but if those outsiders hear it and cause a ruckus, it would be detrimental to the development of our Holy Land. This battlefield is too important for our Holy Land. It concerns our very survival. I understand, I'm not foolish, I can still put on a show. But will Lord Sunbin really awaken this time? When the name Sunbin was mentioned, a fervent look appeared in the boy's eyes. Everyone in the control room felt the same way. Naturally, over 1,000 years ago, Lord Sunbin had already reached this point, sealing himself away, waiting for this opportunity, leading many predecessors on the battlefield to become the martial king, and leading us to glory. Upon hearing this, everyone in the control room had a fervent look in their eyes. If this plan succeeds, they would undoubtedly gain vast resources, strengthening the power of their Holy Land, allowing them to survive even when entering the 5th or even 6th stage, making Blue Star a high-level civilization in the universe. Alright, for Lord Sunbin's plan, let's make good use of this batch of people from the outside. Most of them may not be capable, but there are still a few promising ones. Training them will also help reduce our consumption, as death on that battlefield is truly death. Understood. Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. A day later, the people of the Holy Land took them to tour the real Holy Land. It was a city floating in the air, extremely prosperous. However, this city was very small, really very small. Not to mention comparing it to Green Capital, it didn't even measure up to 1/10 of it. Suchen also learned from some people that the birth rate in the Holy Land is very low, which seems to be related to their bloodline. The entire Holy Land has only over 3,000 inhabitants. However, among these 3,000 people, the vast majority, except for a few, are martial kings. This means that the Holy Land has 3,000 martial kings. Suchen couldn't help but be astonished upon hearing this news. It's truly exaggerated. However, after interacting with the people of the Holy Land, Suchen found that they seemed extremely proud, feeling superior, and this was particularly evident when they spoke with him and others. This left Suchen with a rather unfavorable impression of the people of the Holy Land. They seemed to not recognize him and his companions. In a moment, the virtual battlefield will open, and we will divide the personnel into 10 large teams to simulate that battlefield. We will also simulate death. Dying in the virtual battlefield will result in elimination. At the same time, we will simulate people from 99 other planets based on different races and disaster beasts. The main goal is to train our cooperation and familiarize ourselves with the battlefield. Of course, when the real battlefield opens, it will definitely differ from our simulated battlefield, and many special races that we have never seen before will appear. Everyone must respond seriously. Additionally, this time, there will be 1,200 participants in the battlefield, and our Holy Land will send 200 people. Each team will consist of 6 people, with one person from the Holy Land serving as the team leader. 20 teams will form one large team, which will have a team leader. 10 large teams will form a whole, with one president and 2 vice presidents. The main focus will be on the actions of the large teams. Alright, now everyone, according to the groupings on the screen, find your team leader and large team. A middle-aged man standing in front spoke in a serious tone. Soon, everyone found their respective teams. 3rd Brigade, 7th Squad members. Suchen also arrived at his squad, and coincidentally, Yulao and Zhuo Guangzhu were in the same squad as him. As for the other few people, Suchen didn't recognize them. One was black, one was white, and another was from the Holy Land. There was a fairly handsome young man, but his face was too unpleasant, with a lot of nose hair visible because he always looked at people through his nostrils. Alright, now I will send you into the virtual space. You will have 10 minutes to get to know each other. To ensure the squad leader understands everyone's strength, our simulation will be done in steps. You'll know the specifics once you get inside. Of course, the initial adjustment phase is randomly assigned. After several adjustments, I will match people from the same country together based on their performance inside. Go in. With a wave of the middle-aged man's hand, the world before Suchen and the others changed in an instant, bringing them to a new world. In this world, there were only the 6 members of their squad. Lian Yun stood in the middle, raised his head, and looked at them through his nostrils. My name is Lian Yun, and I will be your squad leader from now on. You need to listen to me during the simulation, understand? His tone gave the impression that he was speaking to Suchen and the others as if he were bestowing a favor. The black and white men immediately fawned over him. Strangely, in this place, it seemed there were some rules. Everyone could communicate, even if they spoke languages they didn't understand. It would be transformed into something comprehensible. Captain Lien, I am David O'Neill, an American, skilled in heavy firepower, especially with the cannon in my hands. Under full power, even an ordinary first-tier extreme warrior can't withstand a shot. In this ranking competition, I achieved a good result of 776th place. Captain Lien, I am Connor Hoover from Black Cliff Country. I excel in physical defense, with extremely strong defensive capabilities. Ordinary extreme warriors' attacks hardly harm me. If it weren't for my slightly weaker offense, I could have made it into the top 100. Then what rank are you? Seeing the enthusiasm of the black and white men calling him captain, Lien Yun lowered his nostrils slightly and casually asked. 991st place, Connor Hoover said proudly. Several question marks appeared on Lien Yun's forehead. How could 991st place be related to almost making it into the top 100? Put. Zhuo Guangzhu couldn't help but laugh, drawing a fierce glare from Connor Hoover. But who was Zhuo Guangzhu? He was completely unafraid. Lien Yun didn't say anything further but turned his gaze to the remaining three. However, he waited for a long time without hearing the three speak, which made him curious, and he looked over. Yu Lao, Zhuo Guangzhu, and Su Chen all looked at each other and nodded in unison. They didn't get along with Lien Yun's arrogance. They weren't here to be bullied. Of course, if it were a strong opponent, bowing down wouldn't be a problem. But for a young man? Su Chen had no interest in that. What do you three mean? Before Lien Yun could speak, O'Neill took the lead. Aren't you going to introduce yourselves to Captain Lien? Are you planning to disobey the Holy Land's orders? Annoying. As soon as O'Neill finished speaking, Yu Lao snorted coldly, and the next second, O'Neill was sent flying, unable to resist at all. So strong. Su Chen barely caught a glimpse of Yu Lao's movement, the speed was too fast. Su Chen imagined that if it were him, without using telekinesis, he would probably be taken out in one move. Lien Yun's pupils suddenly constricted. This old man's strength was formidable. Even he had little confidence in being able to block that kick. This made Lien Yun put away his previous condescending attitude, and his head returned to a normal angle. I'm sorry, my attitude was bad just now, I apologize to you. Hee, little brat, this attitude of yours is just right. I didn't quite like your previous demeanor, Old Ju replied, and he casually introduced himself. The reason for participating in this battlefield was not for anyone else, but for himself. A hint of fervor was hidden deep in his eyes. His only hope of becoming a martial king lay in this battlefield. Yu Changjie, Donghuang Kingdom, proficient in the power of the 5 elements, ranking, should be ranked 98. Oldju, also known as Yu Changjie, said casually, rank 98. Lien Yun took a serious look at Yu Changjie. Rank 98 didn't seem to match this level of strength, but he didn't say much more and instead turned his gaze to Su Chen and Zhuo Guangzhu. Su Chen, Donghuang Kingdom, proficient in swordsmanship, ranked 688. Since Oldju had introduced himself, Su Chen also gave him face and briefly introduced himself. Zhuo Guangzhu showed a look of shock again upon hearing Su Chen's name. He originally thought Su Chen had barely made the cut, but he didn't expect his rank to be even higher than his. This made Zhuo Guangzhu feel a bit embarrassed to mention his own rank, so he simply said, Zhuo Guangzhu, Donghuang Kingdom, proficient in boxing. Seeing that everyone had introduced themselves, Lien Yun continued. Lien Yun, proficient in spear. Lien Yun's attitude had changed significantly from before, although he still carried a hint of pride, at least he no longer looked down on others. Next is the coordination of our small team. The main rules are. You'll find out soon. Lien Yun thought for a moment and realized he seemed to have forgotten, feeling a bit awkward. Fortunately, his awkwardness didn't last long, and the rules quickly emerged. Welcome to the Virtual Battlefield Phase 1, Virtual Stronghold Simulation. The third squad is attacking Stronghold No. 36. Your team's task is to capture a point within it. Simulation begins. The world before them changed once again. It resembled scenes from ancient warfare, with a small stronghold ahead. There were quite a few people around, but most of those figures were illusory. Only about 10 people in front of them were real. Kill. As the words of the simulation began to fall, the surrounding shouts of battle erupted. The 10 or so people with real forms charged directly towards Su Chen and the others, their momentum overwhelming. Is this the simulation? Su Chen was momentarily stunned but quickly got into the zone. Lien Yun's reaction was also extremely quick. They often conducted such simulations, having started from a young age, so they were naturally familiar with this kind of battlefield. His spear technique was like a dragon, indeed very strong. Lien Yun's strength made Su Chen feel threatened. If he didn't use telekinesis, he would likely not be Lien Yun's match. This made Su Chen's heart tighten. This Lien Yun was just one of the 200 extreme martial artists sent by the Holy Land, and the strength of the others should not be much different from Lien Yun. Of course, the most important thing was that the vast majority of people in the Holy Land were martial kings, and the number of extreme martial artists was probably only this many. Is this the strength of the Holy Land? It's really exaggerated. Su Chen marveled inwardly as he saw Lien Yun easily defeat an opponent. The others also moved. Su Chen didn't use his full strength, instead observing everyone's abilities while fighting. He was just coasting. That black man was indeed very tough, but it seemed he was just a bit tough, very resistant to blows, while his other aspects were quite lacking. Too weak. The white man was somewhat better than the black man. The power of his cannon was still quite strong, although it posed little threat to him. What Su Chen didn't expect was that teacher Zhuo Guangzhu's strength was also a bit lacking, about on par with that black man. These three struggled against the simulated opponents, especially that black man, who was getting beaten throughout. Old Yu was also coasting, with only Lien Yun putting in real effort. In just a short while, Lien Yun was almost able to string together candied hawthorns. As time passed, the simulations in the Holy Land became increasingly rich. There were simulations for local battles, base battles, ambush battles, city battles, and so on. During this time, Su Chen showcased all his abilities except for those of a mind master, and the team changed several times, gaining an understanding of the battlefield rules through continuous simulations. Under such circumstances, after more than 20 days, a fixed team was formed. Due to his outstanding abilities, Su Chen was assigned to the 1st Brigade, 8th Squad. The captain of the 1st Brigade was also the commander of the entire team, and he was the captain of the 1st Squad as well. However, on the day the team was finalized, about 10 new members appeared, none of whom had been seen before. These individuals exuded a strong aura, especially the one leading them. Su Chen felt that this person could easily kill him, even if he unleashed all his firepower. This person feels strange. Su Chen squinted. There were too many unknowns in the Holy Land for him. Fortunately, the Holy Land was generous, providing a pill of absorption every day, allowing Su Chen to reap great rewards. Indeed, he was reaping a lot. Su Chen opened his panel. Name, Su Chen Vitality, 99 Spirit, 999 Mind Master, 1st Stage Limit Physique, Innate Blade Body Skill, Basic Blade Technique, 4th Stage 100% Plus, Advanced Skills, Blade Draw Slash, 3rd Stage 100% Plus, Mind Blade Divine Array, 3rd Stage 100%, Body Technique, Mind Body Technique, 3rd Stage 100%, Extraordinary Power, Blade Intent 100%, Power Intent 100% Energy, 34,728,000 with the Power Intent also raised to 100%, Su Chen's energy had increased by nearly 2 million, which was quite exaggerated. The effect of the pill of absorption was excellent. One could increase energy by 5 million. In 24 days, plus the enhancement from the previous 4 pills, Su Chen gained a total of 200 million energy. It was quite satisfying. Su Chen's personal strength had also reached a certain limit. It wasn't that he couldn't improve, but he planned to wait until the battlefield truly opened before making further advancements. The official battlefield will open in 3 days. There are many opportunities within the battlefield, but to allow our blue star to develop, we still need to be organized and disciplined, striving for excellent results and earning more ranking rewards. Rest assured, our Holy Land will definitely not treat you poorly. The next 3 days will be for the fixed team's adjustment. This adjustment was quite formal, and Su Chen learned the name of that man, Sun Bin. Su Chen could sense that everyone in the Holy Land held great respect for Sun Bin, even a kind of fervor. Su Chen didn't understand. It was one thing for some young people to feel this way, but even many martial kings did. It seemed that Sun Bin's status was quite special. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the battlefield arrived as promised. In the last few minutes before entering the battlefield, the Holy Land distributed a golden pill to everyone. What is this? This is the 3 transformation golden pill, which contains 3 pill patterns. Taking it will deepen your understanding of the extraordinary powers of heaven and earth, allowing you to break through to the martial king realm more quickly. Soon, the people from the Holy Land provided an answer. Upon hearing this, many people's eyes lit up with excitement. However, Su Chen noticed that Old Yu's gaze was very calm and did not show any excitement over the 3 transformation golden pill. Many other powerful extreme martial artists were similarly unaffected. This made Su Chen frown slightly, but he quickly relaxed. Any pill he took had no effect. He could only convert the pills into corresponding energy. So, Su Chen wasn't too concerned about the pill's effectiveness. He just hoped to convert more energy. The battlefield has opened. Everyone can enter now. As the voice fell, a towering gate appeared, reaching a height of 100 meters. The moment the gate emerged, countless beams of light shot out from it. Each person struck by the light vanished in an instant. Soon, the gate closed, leaving only a handful of people behind. Among them was the black man. Why didn't I get in? The black man exclaimed anxiously. More than 10 others shared his urgency. You have been eliminated. One of the people from the Holy Land glanced at the group and casually explained, then ignored them, regardless of what they said. Welcome to the 100-ball battlefield prologue first stage. There are a total of 100 main cities, 200 secondary cities, and 1,000 strongholds on the battlefield. Each main city is worth 100 points, each secondary city 50 points, and each stronghold 20 points. The battlefield lasts for 2 months, and points will be calculated based on the number of cities and strongholds owned at the final settlement. which can be done in two ways. First, if your main city is not lost, you will receive the full points. Second, if your main city is lost, you can only receive 80% of the points. Every day, a certain number of soldiers will be added to assist in battles at your strongholds, secondary cities, and main cities. Please explore the remaining rules on your own. As Su Chen and the others arrived at the 100-ball battlefield, a voice resonated through the heavens and earth, explaining the basic rules before dissipating. Only then did Su Chen and the others have the time to observe their surroundings, which indeed resembled the scenes simulated by the Holy Land, with similar rules as well. Of course, the most important thing was that Su Chen felt the extraordinary power in this realm was much denser than that of Blue Star, at least 5 to 6 times the difference. Being in such an environment felt very comfortable. Those who feel they are on the verge of a breakthrough or are close to breaking through can take the third-grade golden pill to achieve it. Those who are still some distance from a breakthrough should stay in the main city for now and not run around. Sun Bin soared into the air, his voice booming like thunder. After he finished speaking, the vast majority of people from the Holy Land took out a golden pill, but their pills had not just 3 lines, but 6. They all threw the 6-line golden pills into their mouths, and immediately, the entire main city began to whirl, crazily absorbing the extraordinary power from the surroundings. Many outsiders witnessing this scene also threw their third-grade golden pills into their mouths. Is this the battlefield? The power of the 5 elements is indeed dense. Only in a place like this can one become a martial king with the power of the 5 elements. It's a pity that the effect of the third-grade golden pill is greatly reduced after the second use, not enough for me to break through. Old Ju sighed, glancing at the third-grade golden pill in his hand before swallowing it. Seeing so many people swallowing theirs, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to martial king, Su Chen thought for a moment, and a determined look appeared in his eyes. Then I'll break through too. This world is too dangerous. It's better to break through sooner for safety. Su Chen murmured and joined the ranks of those breaking through. However, Su Chen's method of breaking through was different from the others. His breakthrough was straightforward, simply adding points, not so complicated. The speed was also quick. Su Chen kept an eye on everyone's situation to maintain the rhythm. First, eat the third-grade golden pill. Taking the third-grade golden pill, gaining energy plus 20 million, since it's the first use, triggering 10 times the effect, energy increases by 200 million. With 200 million energy credited, the smile in Su Chen's eyes grew even brighter. Regardless of any schemes the Holy Land might have, these benefits were tangible. 87 fasting pills. In the last 3 days, the Holy Land also provided 1 fasting pill per person. When the third-grade golden pills were distributed, each person was also given 60 fasting pills to ensure they wouldn't starve inside. 87 pills, plus the enhancement from the previous 4, each worth 5 million energy. How much energy is that? 515 million energy. Adding the 200 million from the third transformation golden pill, that directly amounts to 715 million in energy, which is even more than what I gained in the demon martial realm. This fasting pill is quite special. After I convert it into energy, this fasting pill can still ensure my feeling of fullness, even though the energy provided for vitality has disappeared. Of course, the energy on Su Chen at the moment hasn't increased that much. Naturally, Su Chen plans to eat 1 fasting pill a day. After all, he doesn't know if there will be any food available here. What if there isn't? He can't survive 2 months without food. Su Chen has consumed 27 pills, and with the 200 million from the third transformation golden pill, his current energy is 56,228,000. Plus, he has 60 fasting pills. I haven't eaten today's fasting pill yet. It's just the right time. Su Chen poured a fasting pill from the bottle into his mouth, and the feeling of fullness surged in, followed by an additional 5 million in energy, raising his total energy to 56,728,000. No need to rush, stay steady, and observe everyone's situation. However, I can first break through the knife intent and force intent to the domain stage. Only by breaking through to the domain stage can one achieve the martial king realm. Let's add some points. Consuming 50 million energy, knife intent greatly breaks through. Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the knife domain. As soon as the knife domain was comprehended, Su Chen felt that his understanding of the knife deepened significantly. At the same time, he felt that he could release a knife domain space with a diameter of about 3 meters. Within this space, other intents weakened considerably, and the knife intent increased several times. Using knife-type techniques within this range would greatly enhance their power. Continue. Su Chen focused on the final force intent. Consuming 150 million energy, force intent greatly breaks through. Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the force domain. Buzz. With the successful comprehension of the force domain, Su Chen felt his mind clear up significantly. It seemed he could sense the extremely subtle changes in the world. After comprehending the Force domain, Su Chen could no longer suppress his own realm, and both broke through. His vitality broke through the limit of 99, reaching 100, becoming a martial king. Su Chen felt that the world's constraints on him had diminished greatly. He had a feeling that with a casual strike, he could easily annihilate his former self. Is this the power of a martial king? It's truly terrifying. Su Chen raised his hand, feeling the immense power he held, filled with excitement. And is this the second-tier telekinetic master? His spirit also broke through, from 999 to 1000, breaking the limit. Both of these breakthroughs were not due to adding points but occurred naturally. The increase in combat power is immense. No wonder they say that no matter how many extreme martial artists there are, they cannot match a martial king. I've just broken through, and I haven't even updated my skills, yet I can easily kill my former self. The level of this power is completely different. So exhilarating. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He now felt that even without using telekinesis, he could briefly float in the air with the power of a martial king. As Su Chen broke through, others gradually succeeded as well. The first to break through was naturally Sun Bin, who was floating in the air. His breakthrough was quite dramatic, with countless extraordinary powers surging into his body. Thunder rumbled. Bolts of lightning were absorbed into his body, and Su Chen deduced from this that Sun Bin's comprehension must involve thunder intent. As for the others, Su Chen was not clear. However, through observation, Su Chen found that the people within the Holy Land were generally not breaking through with a single intent. Most had 2 or even higher level intents. In contrast, many of the martial artists outside had only a single intent. No wonder the strength of these people in the Holy Land is significantly greater. But it seems that after becoming a martial king, one can cultivate new intents. Su Chen muttered to himself, slowly shifting his gaze to his own panel. The innate sword body can break through again? Su Chen saw that another plus sign had appeared behind the innate sword body, and his eyes lit up with joy as he immediately clicked on it. Consume 100 million energy, innate sword body upgraded, currently pure elemental sword body. With the enhancement of the innate sword body, Su Chen felt that his understanding of the sword had deepened again. Not to mention the changes on the panel, just the same attack, under the enhancement of the pure elemental sword body, could be 3 times stronger than the innate sword body. One must not underestimate this threefold increase. It was an increase out of thin air, enough to elevate Su Chen's combat ability to a new level. Next, I won't waste energy, because I feel that I am entering my explosive period, and I can improve a lot just by relying on my own insights. Just like that, as soon as Su Chen focused on the sword drawing slash for a while, the sword drawing slash directly broke through to the 3rd stage, reaching the 4th stage. It was too easy. The previous awkward and difficult feeling had completely disappeared. In the future, should I focus on breaking through the sword domain? Once the sword domain is elevated, my understanding of these techniques will deepen as well. The breakthrough in realm is the same. With the improvement in realm, the understanding of these will naturally be faster. It seems I need to plan the relationship between them well in the future. The energy later will be hard to manage, so I need to conserve it. Su Chen clicked on his panel again. Name, Su Chen, Vitality, 100+, Spirit, 1000+, Mind Master, 2nd stage Beginner, Physique, Pure Elemental Sword Body, Technique, Basic Sword Technique, 5th stage 1%+, Advanced Technique, Sword Drawing slash, 4th stage 1%+, Mind Sword Divine Array, 3rd stage 100%, Body Technique, Mind Body Technique, 3rd stage 100%, Extraordinary Power, Sword Domain 1%, Force Domain 1%, Energy, 36,728,000, plus 60 Spirit Resolving Pills, that adds up to just over 660 million energy. Let's see this Martial King's enhancement. Consume 100,000 energy, Vitality increased by 1 point, current Vitality 101 points. Consume 100,000 energy, Spirit increased by 1 point, current Spirit 1001 points. 100,000 can increase Vitality by 1 point? Is it really that cheap? Su Chen was unexpectedly surprised to see such a small consumption for Vitality. Was it really that conscientious? Then what about myself? Never mind, let's take it slow. The energy is still with me, and it won't disappear. Let's assess the situation first. The people from the Holy Land are strange, especially that one called Sun Bin, who definitely hides a big secret. Moreover, Su Chen always felt that the intentions of the people from the Holy Land were not so simple. Even if he used all his energy, he probably wouldn't be a match for these people, so it was better to hold on and figure things out first. According to Master Niu, the rewards obtained at this stage are mainly resources for breaking through from the 2nd to the 3rd stage, along with some 3rd stage resources, to prepare for the next stage and the final divine battle. The divine battle, as Master Niu said, is a new battlefield that has emerged. In that battlefield, resources are truly abundant, with countless precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Once that battlefield is opened, various forces will engage in a real war just to compete for those heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The martial god is the main force on that battlefield. Non-martial artists are mere cannon fodder. It is said that the divine battle is to select the true gods, those who are above the martial god. Of course, when Master Neo spoke of this, there was a strong smile on his face, seemingly disdainful of it. Su Chen continued to ask, but Master Neo did not intend to say more, only telling Su Chen that he would understand in the future. Work hard to stockpile resources and enhance your strength. Even if you can't become a martial god before this divine battle, you need to have a certain level of strength to keep yourself on the edge of a breakthrough. Su Chen's expression was serious. He didn't want to die, nor did he want his friends and family to die. For that, he could only strive to enhance his own strength and protect everyone well. The collective breakthrough has ended. Soon, the people from the Holy Land came to tally how many had completed the breakthrough. Apart from the people from the Holy Land, a total of 154 individuals had completed the breakthrough, and all 154 were registered by the Holy Land. No new groups were formed. Next, we will execute tasks according to the previous groupings. The temporary task for the third squad is to guard the main city, while the first squad is on standby at all times. The members of the other 4 squads will each be responsible for a route, working in teams to gather information on nearby forces, cities, and strongholds. The strongholds are not too difficult. If we encounter one, we can easily attack and send a small team to occupy it. If we come across a sub-city, relay the information to me, and I will lead the team over. Additionally, if we encounter forces from other planets, do not act rashly. Sun Bin immediately issued the tasks. The battlefield does not wait for anyone. According to the intelligence gathered in the simulated battlefield, the main city produces 10 martial kings and 100 extreme warriors every day. The sub-city produces 5 martial kings and 50 extreme warriors daily. Strongholds yield 2 martial kings and 20 extreme warriors. Moreover, the strength of the martial kings and extreme warriors produced will adjust according to the strength of the martial kings and extreme warriors on their respective planets, generally averaging out. This compels everyone to develop quickly and occupy as many cities and strongholds as possible. If enough cities and strongholds are occupied early on, even if the planet's strength is somewhat weak, a good ranking can still be achieved. Of course, luck plays a significant role in this. Those with good luck may find themselves surrounded by weak forces, allowing them to easily occupy enough cities and strongholds to enhance their own strength. Conversely, those with bad luck may find themselves surrounded by active forces, making it difficult to occupy cities and strongholds, which can severely impact development. Therefore, gathering intelligence on the nearby situation is extremely important. Yes, the various squads received their orders and hurried out according to their respective routes. The 8 squads dispersed in 8 different directions. Since the area was relatively large, each squad divided into 3 or 4 teams, which allowed for better terrain exploration, thorough record keeping, and reduced chances of missing strongholds. Strongholds are quite different from cities. Strongholds consist only of a few tents, are small in scale, and some may even be hidden in forests or mountains, making them easy to overlook if not searched carefully. Our squad will be divided into 4 groups, each following one direction. Listen to my instructions. Group according to multiples of 4, with 5 teams per group. Understood. After nearly a month in the simulated battlefield, everyone was quite familiar with these commands. Su Chen was in the 7th team, naturally following the 3rd team, under the leadership of the 3rd team's captain. As the team set out, the maps visible on everyone's wristbands quickly increased, no longer just a dark blur. 7th squad, a stronghold has been discovered. Should we occupy it? Occupy it, and also live stream the situation inside the stronghold to observe the enemy's strength. Yes. At the same time, a live video feed appeared on everyone's wristbands. The captain of the 7th squad was from the Holy Land, a force of great strength. They easily charged into the stronghold. The others followed suit, fiercely entering the stronghold. The number of enemies inside the stronghold was not large. The live stream revealed 22 individuals, matching the number produced by the stronghold each time. As all the enemies in this stronghold were defeated, the map indicated that this stronghold had become part of the Blue Star forces. Simultaneously, the dilapidated stronghold was instantly refreshed, becoming intact, and 22 individuals appeared inside the stronghold, 2 martial kings and 20 extreme warriors. However, since it was the first day, the 1 martial king was only at the beginner level, with weak strength. Very good, leave 1 team to guard it, and the rest continue advancing. Seeing the stronghold fall so easily, Sun Bin revealed a satisfied smile. According to his distribution, every squad leader was a martial king, most of whom were from the Holy Land, with only a few exceptions. However, apart from the 1st brigade, only the 1st squad of their brigade had more than 1 martial king, the others had only one. Yes, on the first day, they occupied the stronghold and the subcity in the easiest phase. After all, everyone was frantically capturing strongholds and subcities, avoiding battles with people from other planets. The dead cannot be resurrected, whether they are from the planet or newly added to the stronghold each day. To raise their rankings as much as possible, normally, they would not easily attack people from other planets. Especially in the first few days, there would basically only be some localized wars, unless they had absolute confidence in conquering the opposing planet. In fact, this was indeed the case. There were no formal battles with people from other planets in the first 3 days, only minor skirmishes with no casualties, just simple probing before retreating. The command of Blue Star was quite good, and with a bit of luck, they occupied a total of 3 subcities and 14 strongholds. Adding the main city, they produced a military force of 53 martial kings and 265 extreme warriors daily. Such a massive output significantly enhanced Blue Star's strength. Lord Sunbin, we are surrounded by people from other planets. After reconnaissance, there are a total of 6 planets. What should we do now? After 3 days of development, the strongholds and subcities on the battlefield were basically occupied. At this point, development had reached a bottleneck. To continue, they could only launch attacks on the people from the other main cities. What is the strength of these 6 planets? Sun Bin's expression was serious because he knew this stage was crucial. How to handle the relationship with the other planets was very important. It was impossible to attack all, they could only ally with some and strike others, ideally forming an alliance to gain more points and achieve a higher ranking. However, this involved many factors, but these had little to do with Su Chen. Su Chen was just a foot soldier. As long as he followed the orders from above, the rest was not his concern. Do your best to protect your own safety. The members of the 7th squad included 3 martial kings. After 3 days of observation, he found that the other 2 martial kings were not as strong as him. Well, to put it more accurately, even without using his field of power or telekinesis, he was still stronger. Su Chen had also observed many people, and there were not many stronger than him. If they unleashed their full firepower, only Sun Bin was above him, with a few others comparable to his full power. Pure Yuan blade body, and the comprehension of blade domain, indeed provided a significant boost to my swordsmanship. In just 3 days, without using any enhancement methods, I have improved quite a bit. Skill, basic swordsmanship, stage 5 12% plus, advanced skill, blade draw slash, stage 4 7% plus, telekinetic blade formation, stage 4 5%, movement technique, telekinetic body technique, stage 4 3%. His movement technique also saw considerable improvement as it was driven by telekinesis, and he had become a second-tier telekinetic master, naturally not weak. A skirmish has occurred with the people from Ryan Planet ahead. Please hurry to the coordinates at strongholds B7, B8, B9, and the subcity A2. Also, those patrolling nearby should hurry over. Just leave 1 martial king to guard the stronghold and 1 squad at the subcity. As the number of occupied strongholds and subcities increased, it was impossible to distribute the military force evenly. The edge strongholds and subcities naturally occupied the vast majority of the military force. After all, these strongholds and subcities are in contact with people from other planets. If a large military force is not dispatched, they can easily be captured. Some in between, which have not connected with the planets, basically only send a small team to guard, and the troops produced daily will be sent to the front lines. As for the main city, there are not many people left there, only 2 small teams remain, plus the main city will retain 3 days' worth of production. Normally, the main city is considered very safe, and it is difficult for enemies to break in. After all, Sun Bin has dispatched quite a few people for patrols. Yes, finally, we can fight. Su Chen glanced at the coordinates, which were not far from their B8 stronghold. It was the patrol team that encountered people from the Ryan planet, and there were quite a few of them, currently engaged in a fierce battle. The people at the B9 stronghold had 7 small teams, plus 10 martial kings and 50 extreme martial artists. After all, the position of the B9 stronghold is quite awkward, right at the intersection of 3 forces. Leave half of the people behind. Wang Yu, the captain of the 3rd small team and the highest ranking person here, immediately issued the order. Yes, Su Chen happened to be among the team staying at the stronghold, which made him show a look of regret. Soon, the people from the B9 stronghold rushed towards the coordinates at great speed. At the same time, the Blue Star, which received the order nearby, also dispatched a team immediately. People from the Ryan planet, do you really want to clash with us from Blue Star, to the point of mutual destruction? At the sight of the ambush, Xian Bushwan was still making a final struggle. There were too few people on their side. If a real fight broke out, they might not even last until the team arrived for support. Mutual destruction? The appearance of the Ryan planet people was quite different from that of Blue Star. Although both walked on 2 legs, They had 4 arms and a pair of differently colored antennae on their heads. You think you are worthy? The people from the Ryan planet showed disdain at the corners of their mouths. Attack! Not good, everyone hurry. Shenbuxuan's face changed drastically when he saw how decisive the other side was, and he immediately organized the team for defense. However, they only had a small team, plus about 10 produced troops, which were simply no match for the Ryan planet. Fight and retreat. By the time the people from the B9 stronghold arrived nearby, that small team had already been completely wiped out. This made Sun Bin furious. When the reinforcements arrived, they immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the people from the Ryan planet. But soon, Sun Bin received the bad news. The B6, B8, B9, and B10 strongholds were all under attack. The B6 stronghold was being attacked by the people from the Ryan planet, while the other 3 were under attack from the Snowfield planet. Not good. Sun Bin realized immediately upon receiving the news. The people from the Ryan planet and the Snowfield planet had joined forces, but he was currently at position A1, a certain distance away, which made Sun Bin very anxious. Quick, do not send anyone except for the edge strongholds, just leave one extreme martial artist to guard the rest. Sun Bin himself led most of the forces over. The stronghold cannot be lost. Even losing just one would be very painful. Especially with the Ryan and Snowfield planets joining forces, it would be easy for the 2 factions to slowly encroach. If that happens, not to mention getting a good ranking, even surviving until the end would be a question. This time, we will take down the Blue Star planet, their main city will belong to us, and the rest we will divide. The people from the Snowfield planet and the Ryan planet had indeed joined forces. Coincidentally, the people from these 2 planets knew each other. They were allies on the battlefield outside. The Snowfield planet was somewhat stronger than the Ryan planet, and under such circumstances, the people from the 2 planets naturally hit it off immediately. Their first target was Blue Star. As long as they could capture the territory of Blue Star, their territory would increase significantly, allowing them to have more troops to launch attacks on the other forces. Sure, but the strength of Blue Star is not weak. If we want to quickly swallow them up, the losses will probably be significant, said the person in charge of the Ryan planet with a worried tone. It's okay. According to the intelligence we've gathered, the first beast tide will erupt in 6 hours. The power of this beast tide is not very strong. We can completely give the people of Blue Star the illusion that we are going to engage in a great battle with them, making them gather the majority of their forces at the edge. This way, there won't be many left behind in their rear, making it easy for them to lose those strongholds. At this time, we can send elite troops to rush into their interior, quickly occupy their strongholds and subcities, and then use the mechanism of troop replenishment to gain more forces. In that case, our forces can increase significantly under such circumstances. The people from the Snowfield planet let out lewd laughter. Indeed, it's a pity that this troop replenishment mechanism can only be used at the beginning or when a stronghold is breached by disaster. Otherwise, if our 2 forces teamed up to replenish troops, the competition for dominance would be much easier. Yeah, the leaders of both sides sighed. So, should we replenish troops at our strongholds and dungeons? The leader of the Snowfield pondered for a moment and said, the parts close to the main city can be released, and the strongholds where our 2 sides connect as well. The rest can be ignored to avoid bringing wolves into the house. Okay, then let's pretend to concentrate a large number of troops at the border. B9 stronghold. There were not many people left at this stronghold, only 3 small teams, plus 5 martial kings and 25 extreme martial artists. The rest had been dispatched. Although the people from Snowfield and Ryan were preparing to put on a show, this show had to be convincing enough to occupy 1 or 2 strongholds, creating a greater sense of crisis for Blue Star, making it easier for them to fall for the trap. B9 stronghold was the point they planned to occupy. The Ryan people would attract most of the firepower outside B9 stronghold, and then attack points B6, B8, and B10 to occupy B9 stronghold. Therefore, they sent a considerable number of people. 50 martial kings and 200 extreme martial artists were the main force sent over. Quick battle, quick resolution. Timo Peak was the highest commander of the Snowfield planet in the attack on B9 stronghold. Not only was he a strong commander, but he was also extremely powerful himself. Among the personnel dispatched to the battlefield from Snowfield this time, his strength ranked in the top 5. Kill. Not good. Everyone quickly organize a defense. The battle was about to break out. In such a great battle, the defenses organized by Blue Star were quickly breached. Die. With many martial kings from the Snowfield planet, 2 or 3 martial kings directly dealt with 1 martial king from Blue Star. Under such circumstances, the people of Blue Star simply couldn't withstand it. Not good. Su Chen thought to himself that things were not looking good. He had originally planned to develop cautiously and conserve strength. But under such circumstances, Su Chen had no choice. Explode. Soldiers, hold the rear, the rest quickly run. After the third team left, the responsibility for this side naturally fell to the seventh team. Now the one giving orders was naturally the captain of their team, Lien Tianfeng. He turned and ran, not wanting to stay for even a moment. He didn't want to die. Consume 3,700 energy, increase vitality by 370 points, current vitality 500 points. Consume 9,100 energy, increase spirit by 910 points, current spirit 2,000 points. Consume 2,000 energy, blade domain increased by 1%, current blade domain 10%. Countless energies poured in, and Su Chen's strength surged again. Draw the blade and slash. With a single slash, under 500 vitality and 10% blade domain, the two martial kings rushing in had no ability to resist and were all slain by Su Chen in one stroke. The people who entered this battlefield had only been extreme martial artists 3 days ago. In 3 days, even if their improvement was rapid, their vitality would only be a little over 100, making it basically impossible to reach 200. With Su Chen's 500 vitality, combined with his exaggerated stats, there are really very few who can withstand him. Continue. Su Chen was surprised to see that the points gained from killing these planetary beings were actually 20 times more than those from killing the soldiers at the stronghold. Since that's the case, let's start the slaughter. Die. The speed at which his strength increased was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. This group from the snowfield planet simply couldn't withstand Su Chen. Even the strongest among them, Pick, could only block one of Su Chen's strikes. After more than 10 minutes, the survivors from Blue Star looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Su Chen, you. Everyone, clean up the battlefield. Su Chen glanced at the remaining people. There weren't many left, as there hadn't been many to begin with, and with 6 having fled, there were only 5 left, including him. Moreover, none of the remaining 5 belonged to the Holy Land. The 3 from the Holy Land had run away at the first opportunity. This battle was won entirely due to Su Chen's efforts. Understood. The 4 exchanged glances and immediately obeyed. No matter where one is, strength is always the most convincing. Su Chen demonstrated power far beyond the 4, and coupled with his recent actions, they had great faith in him. Wait, Su Chen had originally planned to let the 4 clean up the battlefield, but suddenly an idea struck him. Our people need to carry the pill of absence. What about theirs? They should also have similar pills. Moreover, since they are all from external forces, they probably have many pills that we from Blue Star don't possess. Doesn't that mean I can obtain their pills by killing people from different planets? Su Chen's eyes lit up. He seemed to have found a way to quickly enhance his strength. Act immediately. Su Chen had not been particularly interested in such battles before, but now he was filled with enthusiasm. Just as Su Chen had guessed, these people from the snowfield planet indeed carried pills he had never seen before. The most numerous was a pill similar in appearance to the pill of absence, called the Snow Valley pill. Su Chen took all these pills from the other 4, who had no major objections. If it weren't for Su Chen, they would have all died at the hands of these snowfield people. More than 20 types of pills, but the most numerous is this Snow Valley pill, with over 1,000 of them. I wonder how much energy this Snow Valley pill can increase. Su Chen thought for a moment. Since this pill had no effect on him, aside from providing a sense of fullness, he directly swallowed the Snow Valley pill. Taking the Snow Valley pill, energy plus 3 million. Since it's the first time taking it, a tenfold effect is triggered, energy increases by 30 million. Upon seeing this information, Su Chen was overjoyed. His mind was filled with one thought: he had struck it rich. Really struck it rich. It seems this plan can be completely changed. Su Chen had originally intended to accumulate strength here slowly, but now it seemed he could continuously fight to gain more, kill more people, and obtain more pills. Moreover, killing people grants personal points, which seem to contribute to the final ranking. At the end, there seems to be a personal points shop where various resources can be exchanged. In that case, let's kill. Su Chen grinned. He knew this battlefield was a tremendous opportunity for him. No doubt about it. With so many people to kill, how many pills would that mean? How much energy? Su Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. This was the real takeoff. September 1st. It had been 2 months since the new students of the Magic Martial Arts Academy had started. The enrollment date for the Eastern Huang National Martial Arts University was uniformly set for July 1st. Magic Martial Canteen. Luo Xiao, Xiao Yishua, Xiao Yan, Hong Lin, and Chen Ping were sitting together eating. Phew, this freshman training is finally over. I'm exhausted. Yeah, but have you been able to contact Su Chen? School started on July 1st, and they arrived on June 30th. At that time, they had contacted Su Chen, but he was quite busy and only chatted briefly. On July 2nd, they began a 2-month-long closed training session for freshmen. The training was tiring, but the results were really good. All 5 felt that their strength had significantly improved. Now, on the afternoon of August 31st, the training had ended, and they wanted to contact Su Chen, but found they couldn't reach him at all. Couldn't get in touch, but I asked the teacher, and it seems Su Chen went to participate in some event. That guy Su Chen, I wonder how strong he is now. Shin Ping sighed. He had become a martial artist in mid-August, but he no longer had any thoughts of competing with Su Chen. He knew he couldn't compare to him. He probably ranks in the top 10 nationwide, maybe even higher. I estimate he could be in the top 3. The freshman competition for the Demon Martial Arts is on October 1st, and we'll get to see Su Chen then. He's very likely to take first place. First place? That seems unlikely. I heard that Wang Ming and Xiao Yui gained huge opportunities in his secret realm recently and both became mid-tier martial artists. Su Chen shouldn't be stronger than those two. Hong Lin immediately retorted. She thought her words would be affirmed by everyone, but the others just glanced at her and didn't continue the topic. Seeing their attitude, Hong Lin felt quite dissatisfied. Besides, there's not much news about Su Chen in the whole school. The current freshman ranking has Qiu Yui in first place, Wang Ming in second, and Gong Jinqing in third. Su Chen's name isn't even on the list. Upon hearing this, everyone smiled faintly, and it was finally Chao Yang who replied, Hong Lin, with Su Chen's strength, it's impossible for him not to be in the top 10. Hong Lin was taken aback. It was indeed like that, but it didn't explain anything. Could it be that Su Chen had already? I asked the teacher, and he said Su Chen is fine, just delayed by some matters and can't come out for now. Xiao Yixue saw Hong Lin's thoughts and spoke first. Alright, Su Chen is definitely fine. With his strength, when he appears before us again, he will surely shock us. Su Chen was unaware that Luo Xiu and the others were discussing him. He was currently at the B9 base, consuming the resources he had gained this time. Su Chen had originally planned to save some, but with so many resources at hand, there was no need to hold back. After leaving enough pills for fasting, Su Chen stuffed a bunch of pills into his mouth and directly overindulged. His energy surged wildly, and he poured all the gained energy into his domain. The consumption of the domain was indeed substantial. Blade domain, 20 million energy increases by 1%. Power domain, 60 million increases by 1%. This was still the cost to raise it to 30%. If it weren't for the massive resources he had gained this time, Su Chen felt it would be very difficult to quickly enhance his strength. Consume 100 million energy. Blade domain upgraded to proficient stage. Current progress 31%. Consume 30 million energy. Blade domain progress increased by 1%. Current progress 32%. Consume 30 million energy. Blade domain progress increased by 1%. Current progress 38%. Insufficient energy. Upgrade failed. Is the energy not enough? Su Chen was taken aback, not expecting that over a billion energy would be consumed so quickly. He shook his head and couldn't help but check the current panel. Name, Su Chen Vitality, 800+, Beginner Second Stage, Spirit, 2200+, Telekinetic Master, Beginner Second Stage Physique, Pure Yuan Blade Body Skills, Basic Sword Techniques, 5th Stage 13%+, Advanced Skills, Blade Draw Slash, 4th Stage 30%+, Telekinetic Blade Divine Array, 4th Stage 30%, Movement Technique, Telekinetic Body Technique, 4th Stage 19%, Extraordinary Power, Blade Domain 38%, Force Domain 30% Energy, 280,000. This strength has become even stronger, and there's also an additional Beginner Second Stage in Vitality. But is 800 Vitality still just Beginner Second Stage? Su Chen frowned, not knowing much about the Martial King. Su Chen originally thought that 999 was the limit for a Martial King, but now it seems that 1000 is probably just intermediate second stage. No wonder the martial god is so strong, Su Chen muttered, not paying too much attention. At that time, I can allocate more energy to vitality and see where the limit of the second stage lies. It's a pity that the energy contained in these pills is too vast. I can't consume much in a day. Su Chen smiled wryly, but there was nothing he could do. They're coming. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. The increase in strength had significantly enhanced his perception. Several strong auras were rapidly approaching. Where are the people? The first to arrive was Sun Bin, who landed on the ground and frowned as he looked around. Lord Sun Bin. The other four immediately showed respect upon seeing Sun Bin. What just happened? Sun Bin's gaze swept over them, finally resting on Su Chen. It's like this. One of them immediately recounted what had just happened, giving Sun Bin some face by not mentioning that the three from the Holy Land had turned and fled, instead saying it was a strategic retreat. Is that so? Sun Bin's frown deepened, his gaze remained fixed on Su Chen, but he did not confront him. He sensed a threat from Su Chen, which he found incredible. He was a person from over 1,000 years ago, who had sealed himself using crystals after learning about the battlefield. After being suppressed for over 1,000 years, his strength had increased rapidly after becoming a martial king. According to his estimation, once he left this battlefield, he would become a mid-grade martial king. With the resources from this place, he believed he could break through the martial king bottleneck within a year and become a martial god. Moreover, with the help of various resources, he was confident he could quickly establish himself in the martial god realm and become the strongest in Blue Star. It should be noted that there were only about 20 martial gods in the entire Blue Star, and their Holy Land had as many as 7. This was also the reason for their Holy Land's high status in Blue Star. Everything was going according to his plan. He just didn't expect that Ryan and the people from the Snowfield planet would join forces to attack Blue Star, which made Sunbin extremely angry. These two planets were disrupting his plans. But what surprised him even more was that a person like Su Chen had emerged from Blue Star. Sunbin stared at Su Chen for several minutes, and after thinking of something, he revealed what he considered a friendly smile. "You are a hero of our Blue Star. Thank you." Su Chen smiled non-committally, and his attitude caused a cold glint to flash in Sunbin's eyes. Sunbin had already sentenced Su Chen to death, but since there were still uses for Su Chen on this battlefield, he held back. "Once we get out, I will definitely kill you." Su Chen naturally noticed the fleeting killing intent in Sunbin's eyes and smiled slightly. "This Sunbin has something that can threaten me. I'll wait a couple of days until my strength increases a bit more, then find a way to kill him. For now, I'll take it slow and see what the people from the Holy Land are up to." Su Chen thought to himself, but his smile grew even more radiant on the surface. Failed? The people from the Snowfield planet and the Ryan planet showed shock as they learned that B9's occupation plan not only failed, but their dispatched forces also suffered heavy losses. What's going on? Is there a particularly powerful presence on their side? We miscalculated. We didn't expect that Blue Star would have such individuals. The leaders of the Snowfield planet and the Ryan planet furrowed their brows. What about us? Continue the attack on them. After all, we have already offended them. But we need to change our strategy. The two of us must take action as well. The beast tide arrived as promised. Aside from the situation with B9, everything else basically followed the rhythm of the Snowfield planet. Blue Star, apart from some outposts on the fringes, one subcity, and the main city, had been completely overrun by disaster. The forces from Snowfield and Ryan split into 3 routes. One route stealthily infiltrated the interior from the left, while another confronted Su Chen and his group at the front. At the same time, they began their previous plan, abandoning some outposts within their territory, allowing the last group to reclaim these outposts and train soldiers. The information gap made their plan particularly successful. Soon, Sunbin's face darkened. The A3, A2, and A1 subcities had all been occupied, and most of the outposts on the fringes had been seized. Unfortunately, it was too late to realize all of this. Blue Star was left with only one main city and the 2 outposts B8 and B9. However, the main city and the B8 and B9 outposts were completely separated, and now they were trapped on the B9 side, isolated and helpless. After all, there weren't many people on the B8 side. The only reason it hadn't been captured yet was to keep them complacent. Lord Sunbin, what should we do? Lian Yun, the squad leader of Su Chen's initial team, looked panicked. Not just him, one could say that the vast majority of people in the Holy Land felt the same way. They had sailed smoothly since childhood and had never faced any hardships. This made it difficult for them to maintain their composure in such adverse circumstances. Sunbin was also flustered. Everything was turning out differently than he had imagined. According to his plan, shouldn't he be leading Blue Star to sweep the battlefield? The only chance we have now is to take advantage of the fact that their forces haven't gathered yet and break out, killing as many of them as possible. Head east. Once we reach the territory of the North River planet, we'll explain the situation to them and seek their acceptance. That way, we might have a glimmer of hope. Soon, someone offered a suggestion that many accepted, thinking it was quite good. If that's the case, then let's break out. Sunbin breathed a slight sigh of relief. With his strength, he felt that his chances of survival were still quite high. As for whether they could reach the North River planet's territory and form an alliance, that was no longer his concern. He just wanted to survive. Sunbin secretly contacted a few people who had come out of the crystal with him, as well as some outstanding individuals from the Holy Land. Let's hang back a bit and let these useless ones charge out first. We'll wait for the right moment to break through. We are the hope of the Holy Land and also the hope of Blue Star. We cannot die here. Sunbin shamelessly praised himself. Fortunately, those with him were just as shameless, so they naturally agreed with his idea. Su Chen, what about us? Because of Su Chen's previously displayed strength, he had clearly become the core of the Demon Martial and Emperor Martial factions. Although the Demon Martial and Emperor Martial factions were at odds outside, once they entered the Holy Land, everyone added each other as friends and established a group. Of course, the group included not only members of the Demon Martial and Emperor Martial factions but also some from the Eastern Huang Kingdom, totaling over 100 people. I suspect Sun Bin will definitely find a way to escape on his own. The people of the Holy Land are not trustworthy. Su Chen voiced the speculation in his heart. So what should we do? The exit is just outside the Holy Land. If we don't follow Sun Bin's words, once we get out, we won't stand a chance against those people at all. Many spoke with concern. You can rest assured about this. At that moment, the person in charge from the Eastern Huang Kingdom, also a member of the state, stepped forward. We have long known about the Holy Land's ambitions, but the people from the Holy Land are indeed powerful. Moreover, since the entrance is right on their side, we really need their help to have any hope of achieving good results on the battlefield. We have discussed many strategies before. We contacted the Giant Kingdom and the Sun Never Sets Kingdom. The martial gods from our 3 countries will arrive at the Holy Land in the near future. Really? Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of surprise. If that were the case, even if they really fell out with the people from the Holy Land, they wouldn't be afraid. Of course, but it's best if we unite with the Giant Kingdom and the Sun Never Sets Kingdom. Together, our 3 countries will not be weak. What do you think, Su Chen? Hua Zhengguan, who was specifically sent by the Eastern Huang Kingdom for this mission, asked. I will follow your arrangements, Hua Chang. Su Chen still respected such an elder. Alright, I will contact their person in charge. Soon, our 3 countries will unite and break through together. Hua Zhengguan was delighted to hear this. Although he had also become a martial king, he could only be considered quite ordinary among martial kings and was not strong at all. Without Su Chen's agreement, it would have been very difficult for him to organize the alliance. Aren't the people from the Holy Land the ones who established it together with the 7 great nations back then? How could they be like this now? Chen Guangliang muttered, genuinely unable to understand. He had previously thought the people from the Holy Land were quite good, but now he felt blind. It's been too long, and with the 7 nations living together, a new nation has long been formed. It's only natural that they don't take us seriously. That's true. Thus, a group of ill-intentioned people headed straight for the territory of the Snowfield planet. Unfortunately, the distance from the B9 base to the North River planet was a bit far, separated by 2 bases, making it not so easy to break through. Soon, this group reached the territory of the Snowfield planet. The people of the Snowfield planet naturally organized a counterattack, and a great battle was about to break out. At first, the momentum was strong, but after a while, Sun Bin led the Holy Land and the soldiers produced by the base to break through towards the east. This breakthrough directly severed the original line of defense of the Blue Star, allowing the people of the Snowfield planet to rush in. These beasts. Fortunately, Su Chen and the others were well prepared. Su Chen immediately erupted, killing several people in the blink of an eye, temporarily holding the defense. We should retreat, head towards the mountains. Su Chen and the others' original goal was not to attack this base. Although they had nearly 300 people, the number of martial kings was too few, only about 60. With such strength, even if they took this base, they would be attacked from both sides. Their goal was to retreat to the nearby mountainous area. The terrain in the mountains was complex, and as long as they established a defensive mechanism inside, relying on Su Chen's strength to occasionally harass the people of the Snowfield planet, it would definitely make things difficult for them. As long as they waited for time to pass, wars would break out between the major planets. The outbreak of war would mean casualties, and that would be the moment for them to emerge from the mountains. Su Chen also agreed with this plan. Although his strength was great, how many could he kill? With so many martial kings, they could exhaust Su Chen to death. Moreover, there were many senior figures in the team who were truly considering the Eastern Huang Kingdom, and Su Chen did not want to see them die. To fight and sustain through battle, that was Su Chen's thought. He believed that as long as he gave himself some more time and consumed more elixirs, his strength would rapidly increase. By then, what would the Snowfield planet be? Just a bunch of insignificant characters. The plan went smoothly. Under Su Chen's protection, their breakout was very successful, and the number of casualties was minimal. They quickly retreated into the mountains. The people of the Snowfield planet, seeing this situation and under the pressure brought by Su Chen, had no choice but to stop their pursuit. Next, Su Chen and the others found a hidden cave and all settled inside. They all had fasting pills on them, so there was no need to worry about food. This place was very concealed, making it difficult for the enemy to find them, so Su Chen felt at ease leaving. Olju, if you encounter any crisis, let me know in time. I will come back. Go ahead, Su Kid. Olju looked at Su Chen with a sense of admiration, not expecting that this time it would be such a junior who would turn the tide. Su Chen laughed. The others watched Su Chen's departing figure, remaining silent for a long time. We finally escaped to the North River planet. Sun Bin and the others had successfully fled. However, their losses were extremely heavy. All the soldiers they brought out were dead, and only about 30 members of the Holy Land survived. Sun Bin's current state was also quite miserable. Damn it, it's all Su Chen's fault. If Su Chen had been willing to come with us and protect us, we definitely wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Sun Bin cursed angrily. Once we get out, I will definitely wipe out the people of the Eastern Huang Kingdom. Absolutely. Who are you? With Sun Bin's furious outburst, a group of vigilant scouts was quickly attracted, causing Sun Bin to immediately change his demeanor. Great people of the North River planet, we are from Blue Star. We have suffered heavy losses in the battle against the Snowfield Kingdom and the Ryan Kingdom, and we wish to seek refuge with you. Sun Bin quickly recounted what had happened, but he altered some details, portraying himself and his group as heroes, claiming that it was due to the betrayal of Su Chen and others that they ended up in this state, utterly shameless. Su Chen was unaware of Sun Bin and the others' shamelessness, but this time it had little to do with him. Having left the group, Su Chen felt like a bird flying into the sky, finally able to spread his wings. The Snowfield and Ryan planets, huh? A ruthless glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Let's start with you. The battlefield continued. As time passed, the major planets were fully engaged in fierce battles. Countless people died every day. On the 30th day, the planetary rankings were released, showing the standings of the planets. However, there were not many ranked planets, with only 32 in total. Blue Star was not among them, as during this time, the people of Blue Star had been recuperating and cultivating in the cave, accumulating strength. Su Chen had no intention of occupying any strongholds. He would kill and seize resources before leaving, not staying at any stronghold. Under such circumstances, Blue Star's score was naturally 0 points. First place, Ziyun Star, 5,200 points. Second place, Pasang Star, 4,820 points. Third place, Paydaxing, 4,500 points. Su Chen looked at the scores of the top three, his brows slightly raised. He had not encountered any of these three planets yet. The battlefield was truly vast, and Su Chen mainly wandered around the area he had initially been in. One main city is worth 100 points, one subcity 50 points, and one stronghold 20 points. Looking at it this way, it's really not easy for us from Blue Star to make it into the top three. However, in the next couple of days, I can definitely wipe out the Ryan Star as well. In these 20 days, Su Chen had not been idle. Su Chen continued to look down the list. 31st place, Ryan Star, 50 points. The Snowfield Star had already been wiped out by Su Chen single-handedly. Although a few people had managed to escape, there was nothing Su Chen could do about it. With so many people, it was already quite good that they had no stronghold to fight from. The people of the Ryan planet were all huddled in the subcity, waiting for death. The inhabitants of the Snowfield planet and Ryan planet probably never dreamed that their schemes against the Blue planet would bring them such great disaster. If they had known, they would definitely not have dared to provoke the Blue planet. Notice, there are 30 days left until the battlefield ends. The battlefield has entered the mid to late stage. To speed up the progress, the battlefield will continuously shrink in the coming time. In the last 10 days, the area will be fixed to 1% of the original range. At the same time, the personal leaderboard will be opened in the last 10 days. Another announcement rang out, and a smile appeared in Su Chen's eyes. Shrinking the circle? Hee hee, I like it. Since that's the case, there's no need to look for trouble with them. Just stay around here. Su Chen muttered, and soon another announcement sounded. Notice, in one day, disaster will descend. This disaster is extremely powerful and will also be accompanied by the appearance of some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Please prepare for protection. Attention, this disaster will fully descend, and regardless of whether you are in a stronghold, you will encounter the attack of the disaster. Killing the disaster this time will yield double points. The disaster fully descends? Double points? Heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Upon seeing this news, a smile immediately appeared on Su Chen's face. Resources are something Su Chen would never have too much of. Although his spatial ring was already filled to the brim with resources that he couldn't possibly consume, Su Chen still wanted more. It would be best to obtain more precious elixirs, so he could convert them into energy faster and accelerate his strength enhancement. Otherwise, even if he diligently consumed elixirs every day until he was stuffed, the energy he could convert daily was only around 5 to 600 million. When there was a tenfold increase, it would be a bit more, but the opportunities for that tenfold increase were still too few. As the number of people killed on the planet increased, Su Chen found that many elixirs were just different names for the same thing, making it impossible to gain an increase. Of course, 5 to 600 million a day, with a total consumption of over 10 billion, Suchen's strength was also growing rapidly. Name: Suchen Vitality, 9999, second stage limit. Spirit, 9999, second stage limit. Physique, Pure Yuan Blade Body Skill, Basic Blade Technique, 5th stage 13% plus. Advanced Skill, Blade Draw Slash, 4th stage 90% plus. Blade God Array, 4th stage 90%. Body Technique, Thought Body Technique, 4th stage 90%. Extraordinary Power, Blade Domain 60%, Power Domain 60% Energy, 12,318 million. Once Vitality reached 1,000, it entered the intermediate second stage. The subsequent 1 Vitality would require 200,000 energy, so Suchen directly maxed it out to 3,000 Vitality, consuming 400 million energy. 3,000 Vitality became Advanced second stage, requiring 300,000 for 1 Vitality, increasing to 6,000 Vitality, consuming another 1.8 billion energy. 6,000 was raised to 9,999 Vitality, or 1 point of Vitality required 500,000 energy, consuming nearly 4 billion. The consumption of Spirit was even greater than that of Vitality, using over 7 billion energy. The remainder, Suchen allocated to the Blade Domain and Power Domain. To break through 60% in the Blade Domain requires 1 billion, and the Power Domain requires 3 billion. The demand is too great, and it will take several more days to break through both. To become a martial god, I must continue to enhance the Blade Domain and Power Domain, and continue to evolve. It seems I will be stuck for quite a while, unless I can obtain more precious elixirs to speed up the process, Suchen estimated. In the 30 to 60% stage, it takes 30 million to increase by 1%, and breaking through 60% requires 1 billion. In the 61 to 90% stage, it is estimated that 60 million is needed to increase by 1%, and breaking through should require 2 billion. In the 91 to 99% stage, at least 1 billion to start. Breaking through 100% at 99% might require 3 billion. Calculating this way, going from 60% to 100% would need nearly 9 billion. The realm of power is even 3 times that, adding up to around 36 billion in energy. This is just to get everything to 100%, not even breaking through to a new level. Even if it converts to 600 million energy in a day, it would still take at least 2 months to start. That's a long time. Suchen sighed. If people knew Suchen's thoughts, they would probably want to kill him. 2 months to complete this step is still considered too long. It's really excessive. Let's not think about so much for now. While there's still a day left, let's wipe out the people of the Ryan planet first. Suchen smiled, pinpointing the direction where the people of the Ryan planet were hiding, and directly killed his way over. Lord Lillard, should we escape? In the last territory of the Ryan planet, a pale-faced middle-aged man looked at the man sitting in the main seat. Let's retreat. The man pondered for a long time before he sighed. He really couldn't believe that they would hit a wall after teaming up with the snowfield. Everything had gone smoothly, but it was all because of that boy. That boy had wiped out their ally, the snowfield planet, leaving them in disarray. Recently, he had even set his sights on them, killing them with an overwhelming strength that they couldn't resist. He couldn't understand why that boy was so strong. Clearly, everyone started from the same point, all entering as extreme martial artists, and became martial kings as soon as they entered. But why was his strength so exaggerated? Lillard was truly baffled. Then where do we retreat to? Anywhere, as long as it's far from that madman. Lillard was scared, really scared. Then let's hurry. Lord Lillard, not good. At that moment, a voice came in. What happened? Lillard immediately stood up, panic in his expression. That killing star is coming. What? Lillard's face changed drastically, and he turned to run. What a joke. The killing star is coming. That's not good. Run. If they didn't run faster, by the time that killing star arrived, even if he wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to. Whoosh! Unfortunately, it was still too late. Suchen's Mind Blade Divine Array had already reached the 4th stage at 90%, and he could control 16 flying knives very well. To prevent too many people from escaping, Suchen had opened fire from the start, releasing all 16 flying knives. The 16 flying knives danced in the sky, killing anyone they saw, turning Suchen into a killing machine. Even ordinary martial kings could be taken down with a single knife, let alone extreme martial artists. No one could withstand a single strike from Suchen. Even the remaining few mid-tier martial kings of the Ryan planet couldn't endure a single knife. In less than 3 minutes, Suchen had directly killed his way to the main hall, casually striking down Lillard with a knife. As the flying knife pierced Lillard's heart, his face still bore an expression of disbelief. He regretted why he had come in. Clearly, their luck had been so good, just happening to be with the people of the Snowfield planet. Moreover, they knew a lot of insider information. As long as they utilized this insider information well, even if they couldn't break into the top 3, getting into the top 10 would definitely be no problem. He regretted it, but unfortunately, it was all too late. Lillard died unwillingly. It's over. In Suchen's perception, there were no survivors left in this subcity. As for whether there are any wandering outside, I don't know, but having killed to this extent is enough. Let's collect the spoils. Suchen began to harvest the space rings of these people. Each person had at least one space ring, and there were plenty of resources inside. Suchen picked out a few larger space rings, took out a rope, strung these space rings together, and tossed them into a sack. The remaining smaller space rings, Suchen simply threw away. There was no choice, he had killed too many people and collected too many space rings. Due to their special nature, space rings couldn't be placed in spatial devices and had to be kept outside. With so many space rings, Suchen really couldn't hold them all. He selectively retained the resources inside. Some items with poor effects or that were useless, he directly discarded. In such circumstances, Suchen still kept a large sack of space rings, at least with a volume of 10 cubic meters. Is this the 9-turn golden pill? Suddenly, while sorting through Lillard's space ring, Suchen discovered a golden pill with 9 patterns on it, pausing for a moment. And what is this water? Just the smell gives a refreshing feeling. Suchen's attention was drawn to a transparent bottle containing water, which was sealed. Even so, he could still smell the fragrance emanating from the bottle. Suchen picked up the bottle. The water was indeed very pure, crystal clear, and quite beautiful. After pondering for a while, he opened the cap to see what this water was. But the moment he opened it, a fragrant aroma rushed out. Moreover, this scent was not at all pungent, giving a particularly comfortable feeling. Let's give it a try. Suchun used his telekinesis to lift a drop of water and let it fall into his mouth. Consuming life water, gaining energy plus 1 million. Since it's the first time consuming, triggering 10 times consumption effect, energy increases by 10 million. Life water? Suchen was taken aback. Just this one drop of life water increased my energy by 1 million? Suchen looked at the water bottle. It was about the size of a 1-liter bottle of mineral water, but its weight was at least 100 times heavier. How many drops are in this bottle? This drop of water is about the same size as the first 10 drops of natural water. According to calculations from my previous life, 1 milliliter can yield 20 drops, so 1 liter would be 20,000 drops. 1 drop increases 1 million energy, so 20,000 drops. Suchen couldn't help but swallow. 2 billion energy. In fact, 2 billion energy wouldn't shock Suchen that much. If all the pills in his space ring were converted into energy, it wouldn't be surprising to produce even 2 trillion energy. But the issue was the conversion efficiency. Although the effects of the pills would convert into energy when Suchen consumed them, the feeling of fullness couldn't be converted, especially since most of the pills he had just obtained were similar to the fasting pills, which were specifically for satiety. Suchen could only manage to consume about 100 of them a day, which was nearly his limit. He really couldn't eat too much. Moreover, through consumption, Suchen found that their fasting pills were the most effective, each adding 5 million energy. The others that increased satiety were not as effective in terms of energy, with each adding between 2.8 million to 4.8 million energy. However, Suchen also obtained other pills from these people's space rings, some of which had better effects than the fasting pills, though they were fewer in number. In this situation, on average, Suchen could gain 5 to 600 million energy each day. With this bottle, I should be able to show off, right? Suchen rubbed his belly, still feeling quite full. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up the bottle and started drinking. The energy was abundant. After just 2 or 3 sips, Suchen felt his stomach was about to burst and quickly stopped. Consuming life water, gaining energy plus 1 million. Since it's the second time consuming, triggering 5 times consumption effect, energy increases by 5 million. Consuming life water, gaining energy plus 1 million. Countless energy acquisition messages were frantically activated, and just 2 or 3 sips gave Suchen an increase of 1.8 billion energy. Refreshing. Today I'll find a way to drink a bit more, and by tomorrow morning, I should be able to finish it. That's another 20 billion in energy coming in. Suchen's eyes sparkled. If only he could have more of this life water, he would quickly reach the second tier limit. But I can't try the 9 turns golden pill now. Suchen looked at the 9 turns golden pill, a hint of regret in his eyes. He really couldn't eat another bite, he was too full. I'll talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, there's still a month left, so I can take my time. Burp. Suchen let out a satisfied burp. If he weren't a transcendent life form, constantly eating like this would either make him sick or turn him into a big fat guy. Wait a minute. Suchen suddenly realized. Wasn't it only by consuming pills that he could get a multiple boost? And the effects of the pills were better. so why could this life water also provide a boost with such amazing effects? Could it be that heavenly materials and earthly treasures work too? Suchen suddenly thought that he really hadn't tried heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Clearly, after I eat the 9 turns golden pill, I can try the effects of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Suchen murmured to himself. The next morning, Suchen finished the life water. By noon, he felt less full and took out the pill that resembled the 9 turns golden pill and tossed it into his mouth. Consuming 9 turns golden pill, gaining energy plus 200 million. Since it's the first time consuming it, the tenfold effect is triggered, energy increases by 2 billion. 200 million? Suchen was slightly taken aback when he saw this information. So much? Although it couldn't compare to the life water, this 9 turns golden pill was equivalent to what he could eat in 3 or 4 days. Looking at the additional 2 billion energy on the panel, Suchen smiled with satisfaction. Let's add some more. Consuming 1 billion energy, breaking through the small bottleneck of the blade domain, current blade domain at 61%. Consuming 600 million energy, blade domain increases by 1%, current blade domain at 62%. Consuming 3 billion energy, breaking through the current bottleneck of the blade domain, current blade domain at 100%. With nearly 9 billion resources poured in, the blade domain directly reached 100% perfection. Suchen now expanded the blade domain, which could cover a range of several hundred meters. Within this range of the blade domain, Suchen felt like a deity. Is this the intent of the blade at perfection? If I had encountered my previous self, even if I unleashed all my power and used the field of strength, I wouldn't be a match. The gap is too great. Suchen sighed and continued to add points. With over 13 billion energy left, Suchen poured it all into the field of strength. The field of strength had only one effect: to amplify his final power without any restrictions or influences. Unfortunately, over 13 billion energy wasn't enough to elevate the field of strength to its peak. It could only be raised to 90%. After all, breaking through from 90% required a direct 6 billion energy. Suchen currently had only 26 billion energy, insufficient to complete the breakthrough of the field of strength. Unprecedentedly powerful. If I gain some more opportunities later, it's really possible to elevate my realm to martial god before I go out. I just don't know what stage Master is at, Suchen muttered, remembering how Master had waved his hand and instantly teleported from the villa to the Skygate. Let's give it a try. Suchen activated his mental power and enhanced it on himself. Teleport. Suchen's figure vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already several kilometers away. Is this teleportation? It feels pretty good, but since it's my first time using it, I'm a bit unskilled, Suchen murmured, and after trying a few more times, he stopped. According to the announcement, disaster was about to descend, so Suchen prepared to conserve his strength and see if there were any opportunities. In the territory of the Purple Cloud Star, the people of Purple Cloud Star and Blue Star were not much different, except that they had purple eyes, purple hair, and a purple cloud mark on their foreheads. Your Highness, the disaster will arrive in 3 hours, and we are ready, said a voice in the grand hall of the Purple Cloud main city, where a golden throne stood, and a young boy sat upon it. Very well, General Yunxian. Upon returning, I will certainly inform father of your contributions, the boy said with satisfaction. Since arriving on the battlefield, Yunxian had truly been like a god of war, demonstrating the essence of strategy and planning. Various schemes and tactics had allowed them to easily seize many planets' territories. Most importantly, out of the 1,200 who entered, only 7 had fallen. Yes, just 7. Besides that, the number of soldiers they currently possessed was quite substantial. 5,200 points was no joke. They now had 18 main cities, 32 secondary cities, and 90 strongholds. With so many territories, they could produce 520 martial kings and 5,200 ultimate martial artists in a single day. Under such circumstances, they hardly needed to deploy their own forces in battles against nearby factions. Now, under Yunxian's management, excluding their original 1,100 or so, they had over 10,000 martial kings and around 100,000 ultimate martial artists. Such a massive force was enough to sweep away the vast majority of factions. However, they had no intention of doing so for the time being. They only needed to earn enough points and gather rare resources in the upcoming disaster battle. As for everything else, as long as they could secure the first position, there was no need for excessive killing. With Yunxian around, there was no need to worry too much. Your Highness, what is mainly needed now is for you to take action and kill more disasters to push you to the top of the leaderboard. That is also His Majesty's task, Yunxian quickly added, fearing the boy would disagree. Ah, you want me to kill the disasters? The boy, named Zishuan, was the prince of the Purple Cloud Empire, with a high status. Yes, His Majesty's task is to use this opportunity to make you a martial god. Alright then, since it's father's task, You can arrange it, Zishuan said with a tone of resignation. To be honest, he wasn't very interested in these matters. As for taking over his father's position, Zishuan had no such thoughts. With his father's strength, he would probably still be alive even if Zishuan died. As for rebellion? Forget it. With his father's power, it would truly be seeking death. Of course, the main reason was that he really had no great desire for the throne. He just wanted to be a leisurely prince. Unfortunately, their family had a hard time reproducing. His father only had him as a son. Understood. The disaster descended. The entire world fell into darkness, and countless terrifying cries echoed through the heavens and the earth. The ground began to tremble, and the entire world continued to shrink in this tremor. Streams of black mist seeped out from who knows where, adding an eerie quality to the world. In a cave, after nearly a month of recuperation, the Eastern Huang Kingdom, Giant Kingdom, and the never-setting Sun Kingdom had also made significant progress. The extraordinary power in this place was too dense. Many of them were already on the verge of breaking through. During this quiet period of cultivation, the effects were naturally excellent. Coupled with the resources left by Su Chen, 60% of the people had become martial kings, including the elder Yu Changjie. "I've finally become a martial king," Yu Changjie couldn't help but cry. God knows how long he had waited for this day. If he hadn't broken through soon, he would have died. Fortunately, heaven did not disappoint those who worked hard. He had finally succeeded. Is this the power of the 5 elements? Yu Changjie felt the power in his hands, and his thoughts involuntarily returned to his freshman year. He was the NO1 of his cohort, with unparalleled talent. It was precisely for this reason that he saw a description in an ancient text. The extraordinary powers between heaven and earth are divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower. The lower level consists of the 5 elemental forces, ordinary enhancements, individual concepts like swords and blades, as well as some weaker rules and special types of elements. Such extraordinary powers, even if one becomes a martial king, are merely ordinary martial kings. The middle level includes the most mutated elements, where swords and blades are combined with one's own elements, or some powerful rules, allowing one to become a martial king through this method, belonging to the strong among martial kings, capable of defeating ordinary martial kings at a higher level. These martial kings are currently the main force of various universities in major countries. However, the above 2 types are insignificant in the vast universe. Only the upper grade is the mainstream of the universe, with a 2-fold increase in the probability of stepping into the martial god realm. The essence of the 5 elements, the meaning of yin and yang, etc., are all of the upper grade. It was because he read this that he immersed himself in the path of the 5 elements, unable to stop. During his university years, due to the power of the 5 elements, even the geniuses a year ahead of him were no match for him, enjoying boundless glory. But all of this changed after he became an extreme martial artist. He hit a wall, with no clue at all. This blockage lasted for 200 years. If it weren't for entering this secret realm, he estimated he would have died without a breakthrough. Yu Changjie felt the life force surging within him, his somewhat gray hair returning to black, and his entire mental state underwent a tremendous change. Now, I can finally strive for a higher level. The battlefield has arrived. This is the best era. A genuine smile appeared on Yu Changjie's face. Old Yu, congratulations. Everyone was very happy for old Yu's breakthrough. This meant that their overall strength had improved a bit. They looked at the rankings, and their blue star was not on the list, which made them quite anxious. If it weren't for their self-awareness of their strength, coupled with the threats from Ryan and the snowfield, they would have wanted to go out. But when they saw the rankings yesterday, with the snowfield already gone and Ryan reduced to just a sub-city, they knew the opportunity had come. This disaster is our chance. Many strongholds will definitely become vacant. As long as we withstand the disaster's attacks, we can develop rapidly. Yes, but it mainly depends on Su Chen. He is our core. Ryan also disappeared yesterday. It should be Su Chen who wiped them out. Su Chen seems to be just a freshman, right? To have such powerful strength as a freshman is truly impressive. Speaking of Su Chen, everyone sighed, their eyes filled with shock. Su Chen's performance was simply astonishing. They had never seen such an outstanding young man before, never. Previously, not to mention becoming a martial king as a freshman, they had never even heard of anyone becoming an extreme martial artist. North River Territory. Sun Bin's expression was grim. The people of North River Territory completely disregarded their men as human. Every battle, they sent their people to the front lines, making them cannon fodder. After so many battles, their ranking on North River Planet did indeed rise to 5th place, but all his subordinates were dead. That's right, all dead. Currently, he was the only one left alive. The only reason he could survive was due to his own powerful strength. Too much bullying. Sun Bin cursed inwardly, but apart from cursing in his heart, he had no other way. Cursing out loud? What was he thinking? The place was full of North River people. If he dared to curse out loud, even if his strength was not weak, he wouldn't be able to leave North River territory alive. Sunbin glanced at the rankings and sighed. The only good news is that the people from Ryan and the Snowfield have been wiped out. Sunbin said fiercely, if it weren't for the alliance of these two planets, how could he have fallen to such a state? The rest must be dead too. The absence of Blue Star's name on the rankings eased Sunbin's mood significantly. No matter how much he endured humiliation, at least he was alive. The disaster is about to descend. I hope I can survive it. It would be best to obtain some rare treasures to elevate my strength to the next level. Although Sunbin was shameless, the extraordinary power he cultivated was the Yin-Yang power, a high-grade extraordinary force. Though he only grasped the basics, in terms of combat strength, as a mid-tier martial king, he could firmly place in the top 3 within the North River territory. This was also why North River accepted him, allowing him to survive until now. It's about to descend. Watching the world turn dark and feeling the earth tremble, a glimmer of hope arose in Sunbin's heart. He hoped this disaster would be stronger, so he could seize a stronghold and, relying on his own strength, achieve a good ranking. Everyone, gather. It was precisely because this disaster was formidable that North River abandoned many strongholds, concentrating their forces in the main city. North River had 7 main cities, so their strength was divided into 7 parts. The leader of North River, worried about Sunbin's betrayal, specifically had Sunbin follow him, keeping him under his watchful eye, which made him feel at ease. Sunbin had no choice in this matter. Announcement: the disaster has descended. This disaster is divided into 7 colors, corresponding to red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The later the color, the stronger the power, and the more points that can be obtained. Beneath the disaster are the disaster beasts, all of which are white, with scarce points. By the way, the overall strength of this disaster is generated based on everyone's strength. Please enjoy yourselves. The announcement rang out again, and a multitude of disasters appeared outside countless cities. The vast majority of the disasters were enormous in size, with bizarre appearances, giving off a fierce aura. The announcement just mentioned red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The later the color, the stronger the disaster's power. Sunbin swallowed hard. If he wasn't mistaken, he saw purple light among the group of disasters outside the city. I wonder how strong this purple one is. What responded to Sunbin were dark energy balls, rushing towards the city, each carrying terrifying power. Quick, get out of the way. North River ranked 5th, so their strength was naturally not weak. Although they couldn't compare to the purple cloud, they still had over 2,000 martial kings, plus more than 10,000 extreme martial artists. However, these forces were divided into 7 parts, and even the strongest force in this main city only had 500 martial kings. Under the assault of so many disasters, the city was soon breached. Sunbin also got to witness the strength of the purple disaster as he wished. Strong, too strong, he was no match at all, and with just one strike, he was sent flying. Run, I must run. The moment he was knocked away, Sunbin was dazed. He considered his strength to be among the top tier on this battlefield. Even if there were those stronger than him, it shouldn't be possible for someone to send him flying with a single blow. Thus, Sunbin made a decision to turn and run. The leader of North River, Hitsuinjun, was also stunned. Their North River planet was powerful, having received many inheritances, and through those inheritances, he understood the strength of the disasters descending on this battlefield. This wave of disasters was indeed very strong, and the strongest purple disaster was related to the 10 strongest individuals currently on the battlefield, being an average of their strengths. Although Itsuinjing was not the strongest, he believed his personal combat strength should still rank in the top 10 without much issue. But how could the strength of this purple disaster be so formidable? As soon as he engaged, Hitsuinjing felt that this was beyond his capability to contend with. The other disasters were also set based on the battlefield's combat strength. In general, the stronger the strength on the battlefield, the stronger these disasters would be. Under normal circumstances, each time the 100-star battle occurs, about 20 planets worth of power would remain. But this time, the force of the disaster is so strong that he feels the crisis for Beha has arrived. If this continues, we will really be annihilated. Sun Bin, hurry! He Cheng Zheng has divided everyone into 7 groups this time. The only one who can help him here is Sun Bin. If Sun Bin cooperates with him, they might barely survive this purple disaster. But just as He Chengzheng called out Sun Bin's name, he saw Sun Bin's figure quickly running away from the battlefield, fleeing. Seeing this scene, He Chengzheng's face darkened. This useless fool! He Chengzheng cursed inwardly before being sent flying by the purple disaster. The immense force caused his blood to surge, leaving his face pale. No, I have to run too. Staying here is just asking for death. With that thought, He Chengzheng immediately sounded the horn. At the same time, he sent a message in the group. Everyone, retreat quickly. Retreat. Everyone retreated. The other 6 main cities of Beha did not all encounter the purple disaster, but those that did suffered extremely heavy casualties, with only a very few managing to escape. The teams that did not encounter the purple disaster were able to hold their main cities. However, the cost of holding on was not small, and with He Qingjing's orders, they fought while retreating. By the time they regrouped, the casualties were extremely heavy. The soldiers were basically wiped out, all fallen in the cover. Originally, there were 1,200 people, and they had retained about 900, but in this retreat, only a little over 200 remained. He Qingjing looked at the few people left, his face dark with anger. There were still 29 days left until the end, and they had already become like this. Moreover, the entire battlefield was filled with disasters. These disasters would not disappear, they would occupy cities and strongholds as their territory. Furthermore, they could sense the presence of humans and would continuously launch attacks on the surrounding humans. In such a situation, their difficulty in occupying cities and strongholds had greatly increased. It's all Sun Bin's fault, that traitor. If he hadn't run away so fast, the losses wouldn't have been so heavy. He Qingjing cursed angrily. He had been seriously injured during the retreat, and his current state was quite poor. Compared to the dire situation on the Beha planet, things were much better on the Ziyun side. Although the intensity of this disaster was far stronger than they had anticipated, their strength was still there, and they managed to withstand the disaster's attacks. Coupled with Yun Xian's command ability and their understanding of the disaster, they quickly gained control of the overall situation. They abandoned some cities and strongholds, mainly relying on soldiers to fight. At the same time, Yun Xian also rated the strength of the disaster based on the situation in battle. Your Highness, in this battle, we lost all strongholds, plus 18 sub-cities and 12 main cities, and have condensed our formation within this circle to form a defense. Yun Xian took out a map, showing their original territory and their current territory. We lost over 7,000 martial kings, more than 60,000 extreme martial artists, and over 100 of our own people also died in battle. Yun Xian's tone was heavy. So many? Zixuan's face looked grim. All the people who came in this time were the Empire's elite, and with so many casualties, it would be hard for him to explain. Yes, the strength of this disaster was much stronger than expected, especially the purple disaster, which reached level 12. Yun Xian said gravely. What? Level 12 strength? Originally, according to the plan, Yun Xian intended to let Zixuan go out to kill enemies and gain more points, but the strength of this disaster was too strong, disrupting his plans, and he didn't dare to let Zixuan take risks. Yes, level 12 strength. And based on my assessment of the other colored disasters, I found that the strength of the other colors of disasters was also much stronger than predicted. How much? Zixuan asked gravely. As the prince of the Ziyun Empire, he was well aware of the intensity levels. Their Ziyun star had developed well, and through a legacy, they had learned about the grading of the Martial King stage. There are 18 levels of intensity. For example, a typical breakthrough of a single extraordinary power, a newly promoted Martial King would be at the first level of intensity. After stabilizing at the Martial King realm for a while, one could step into the second level, and normally, before breaking through to the mid-tier Martial King, the limit would be the third level of intensity. The mid-tier Martial King corresponds to levels 4 to 6 of intensity. The late-stage Martial King corresponds to levels 7 to 9 of intensity. The limit of the Martial King corresponds to levels 10 to 12 of intensity. Level 12 is basically the limit for the vast majority of Martial Kings. Those who can possess two types of extraordinary powers and merge them would have a limit of about level 14 intensity. Levels 15 to 16 are generally achievable only by those who can control high-level extraordinary powers. Level 17 intensity has only appeared 2 or 3 times in their Ziyun stars several thousand years of history. As for level 18, they had never seen it. However, level 17 intensity is said to be able to briefly contend with a martial god, so level 18 is likely not weaker than a newly ascended martial god. Of course, all of this is Zixuan's speculation. Although the purple disaster is merely the limit of an ordinary martial king, the problem is that how long has it been since this group became martial kings? Even Zixuan himself, with abundant resources, only became a mid-tier martial king 10 days ago. In terms of combat power, he is at high-level extraordinary power, with impressive data in all aspects, but according to estimates, his level is at most level 9, and he is even a bit short of that. The strongest warriors they sent in, at this stage, whether they can reach level 10 is still a question. According to the order of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple, they correspond to levels 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, and finally the purple disaster, level 12 intensity. Zixuan swallowed hard. Indigo has level 9 intensity, not much weaker than him. What a joke! He had just seen many indigo disasters in the live battle video. The number was at least 200 or 300. With so many level 9 indigo disasters, how could this disaster be so strong? General Yun Xian, based on previous experience, the purple disaster should be level 10, and indigo level 7, right? Why is it so exaggerated? According to the intelligence they had gathered, it should be like that. Yun Xian frowned. Normally, it should be like that, but the intensity of this disaster is specifically divided based on the average strength of the top 10 strongest individuals. The top 10 strongest? Zishuan was taken aback and immediately said, "Doesn't that mean there are particularly powerful individuals among those who came in this time?" Maybe. Yun Xian and Zishuan both became serious. But I tend to think that several powerful individuals have raised the intensity. After all, if it were just one person, that strength would be too terrifying. But whichever it is, it's not a good thing for us, because regardless of which, that person is not from their Ziyun Empire. Let's check the rankings. Zishuan immediately pulled up the rankings. They were still in first place, but their score had dropped significantly. First place, Ziyun Star, 1300 points. Second place, Pasang Star, 640 points. Third place, Paydaxing, 480 points. The score for third place had dropped to 480 points, and originally there were 31 positions in the rankings, but after this ordeal, only 7 remained. Looking at this ranking, Zishuan and Yunxian's brows furrowed even deeper. Because this ranking revealed nothing, the 7 currently existing rankings were all from the previous top 10, with no new contenders emerging. Your Highness, we must be cautious from now on. There are still 29 days left, and I will definitely proceed with caution while ensuring your safety, said Yun Xian. For him, ranking was indeed important, but the life of Zi Sun was the most crucial matter. Then I will trouble General Yun Xian, Zi Sun said, his brow slightly relaxing. He did not want to die in this place. This sudden change made him feel a sense of crisis. Fortunately, the strength of their Ziyun Empire was still formidable. Even if there were truly strong individuals at level 14 or even level 15, relying on the battle formations developed by the Ziyun Empire, they could still exhaust them with sheer numbers. Weak, too weak. Elsewhere, Su Chen arrived near the cave at the last moment of the disaster, and coincidentally encountered the purple disaster. Upon seeing this purple disaster, Su Chen became interested. The announcement hinted at a powerful disaster, and Su Chen was curious about its strength. How many moves could it withstand from him? But the result was too disappointing for Su Chen. He hadn't taken it seriously, he merely tested it with a quick draw and instantly killed the purple disaster, which made him show a look of disappointment. How can it even have the audacity to announce that the disaster's strength is formidable? After defeating the disaster, a purple disaster core fell from its body. The core was the size of a fist and entirely purple. Su Chen glanced at it, hesitated for a moment, but still picked it up and tossed it into his spatial ring. He had already collected too many of these disaster cores. However, he was too lazy to pick up those cores, as he had far too many items. Dozens of spatial rings were stuffed full. Additionally, he was carrying a sack filled entirely with spatial rings. All these spatial rings had been carefully selected by Su Chen, each with a volume of at least 10 cubic meters. Any below that had been discarded. Unfortunately, the largest of these spatial rings was only 50 cubic meters, just this one. If only I could get a particularly large spatial ring, I could throw everything in there. Wait, I now have the ability to teleport. I could have them help me store the spatial rings and give them back to me when we get out. The items in this spatial ring, even if they aren't worth much outside, would still be worth a few 100 billion, right? Then I'll collect them all. A group of over 30 disasters fell without much effort under Su Chen's flying knives. The drop rate wasn't high, perhaps it was because Su Chen's realm was too high, resulting in only 4 disaster cores dropping. Su Chen casually placed these 4 disaster cores somewhere and turned his gaze toward the cave. Although the previous battle was quick, it still alerted the people inside the cave who had long been prepared for battle, and they cautiously emerged. Su Chen! Yu Changjia was at the forefront, and as soon as he saw Su Chen, his eyes lit up. Old Yu. A smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Old Yu, you broke through? Yes, thanks to the resources you left behind, I was able to break through. Yu Changjia's smile was radiant. After this breakthrough, his entire state had undergone a tremendous change. Congratulations, congratulations. Su Chen immediately congratulated him and exchanged a few words with Old Yu and the others before getting to the main topic. Old Yu, what are your thoughts on the upcoming developments? What do we think? Yu Changjie and the others exchanged glances and expressed their opinions. We have too few people. The number of martial kings is even fewer. Now, including you, there are only a little over 120 martial kings. Competing with others with such strength is too difficult. Yu Changjie sighed. It was a hard truth. In fact, their strength in Blue Star was not weak. When they first entered, there were nearly 400 martial kings. If they had developed well since then, they might not have reached 800 martial kings, but 700 would definitely have been possible. Coupled with the soldiers gained from occupying cities and strongholds, their strength would not necessarily be weak. Too difficult? Su-chen smiled and then opened the ranking list. If it were before the disaster struck, it might have been like this, but given the current situation, we might not be that weak. This ranking. After the disaster, Yu Changjie and the others hadn't looked at the ranking list, and now, upon seeing it, everyone was stunned. Previously, there were 31 forces on the ranking list, with the first place having 5,200 points. But now, the first place only has 1,300 points, and the scores behind it are even lower. Especially for the 5th, 6th, and 7th places, all three have the same score, 100 points. This basically means that these three ranks only have one main city left. It seems that due to the high difficulty of this disaster, the losses of the major forces are extremely severe. We can completely do this now. Su-chen had been to many places during this time, unlocking a large area of the map, covering about 1/10 of the entire battlefield. The explored map shows whether the cities and strongholds within this range are occupied. If not, the color of the city and stronghold is gray. But if they are occupied, then it turns red. Su-chen had previously hunted people from the Snowfield planet and the Ryan planet using this method. Otherwise, how could he determine where people might be? This area is all empty, and our main city is not far from here. We can definitely start attacking from the main city, continuously occupying cities and strongholds, and slowly expand outwards. We don't need to take too much. If we can take 1/5 of the territory here, our points will push us into the top 3, and then we can slowly expand out. The display of strongholds, sub-cities, and main cities on the map is different. Strongholds are a point, sub-cities are a small circle, and main cities have a small point inside the small circle. This idea is good, but the problem is, our manpower is limited. If we lose even a few people while attacking the cities, it would be a huge loss for us. Yu Changjie expressed his concerns. You don't need to worry about this, Yu Lao. Just leave the task of attacking the cities to me. You just need to settle in, Su-chen said confidently. Isn't that very dangerous for you? Yu Lao's tone was worried. Don't worry, my strength is quite good. Su-chen released some of his aura, fearing that Yu Lao would still be uneasy. What? As this aura emerged, everyone present changed their expressions drastically. They all felt an irresistible force, truly unable to resist. If the owner of this power wanted to kill them, they would only have a dead end to choose. It was too strong. Even Yu Lao felt this way. He had a sense of suffocation. Fortunately, this power came quickly and left just as fast. Yu Lao, everyone, do you believe in my strength now? Su-chen's smile remained. Everyone nodded, their expressions complex. Su-chen's strength was so strong that they felt both happy and complicated. They were happy that their own had such strength, making them safer and able to gain more benefits. But Su-chen was too young. Having such strength in his first year of college made them feel like they had lived like dogs for so many years. It was too abnormal. I believe it. Then let's set off. Because he was with everyone, Su-chen couldn't use teleportation. After all, he sensed the strength of Yu Lao and the others, and they were indeed too weak. Without his protection, let alone encountering a purple disaster, even a blue disaster could cause them heavy losses. In this situation, he could only escort them all the way. He would also take down some strongholds along the way. During this time, Su-chen discovered a trick. Cities occupied by disasters could spawn troops. It's just that you can only farm when disaster strikes. Afterwards, if you want to abandon the city to let disaster descend, you can't do that. Indeed, how could the will of the universe allow such a loophole to exist? You all stay here. I'm going to wipe out this stronghold, Su-chen said, raising his hand before anyone could respond. There were quite a few disasters inside the stronghold, at least 20. The strongest was a blue disaster, whose aura made the old man Yu and the others show a serious expression. They realized that facing such a stronghold, if they wanted to take it down, they would likely have to pay a heavy price. Perhaps half of them would have to die or be injured for it to be possible? I wonder what Su-chen. In the next moment, they witnessed a scene that left them utterly shocked. Su-chen raised his hand, and 16 flying knives danced in the air. In an instant, these knives flew towards the stronghold at an incredible speed. They couldn't even see the speed. In an instant, all the disasters inside the stronghold were taken away by these flying knives, without any ability to resist. At that moment, they truly recognized Su-chen's strength and swallowed hard. What kind of power is this? So strong. Alright, we've taken this stronghold. There are too many disasters in this area. We shouldn't leave anyone to guard it. It's too dangerous. Just leave one extreme warrior soldier here. Even if the disaster attacks again, it doesn't matter. With the stronghold conquered, 2 martial kings and 20 extreme warrior soldiers were born just like that. Su-chen sensed the strength of these newly born martial kings, They seemed to be stronger than many of his own martial kings. They could probably rank in the top 20. This left Su Chen quite helpless. It seemed these people were basically unreliable and could only be tasked with some logistical matters. Let's go. Seeing the others still in a daze, he called to the 2 martial kings and 19 extreme warrior soldiers and walked forward. These soldiers were quite useful. With just one command from Su Chen, they picked up the 2 disaster crystals that had just dropped and followed in his footsteps. Only then did the others wake up from their stupor, exchanging glances and quickly following Su Chen. This was a big shot. They had to hold on tight. Everyone saw the shock and excitement in each other's eyes. Next, they gained a deeper understanding of Su Chen's strength. They originally thought that there were many disasters in the subcity, and with the appearance of indigo disasters, it might take Su Chen some time. But under Su Chen's flying knives, even the indigo disasters couldn't withstand a single strike and were easily wiped out. Each time they occupied a stronghold or subcity, they only left 1 extreme warrior soldier to guard, taking the rest with them. In such circumstances, in less than 2 hours, they had occupied 8 strongholds and 2 subcities, and their forces had grown to 26 martial kings and 250 extreme warriors. This number was almost more than before. After all, they originally had only a little over 300. Ahead is our original main city. The group of 600 arrived in front of the original main city, and everyone's expressions were quite complex. They didn't expect to return so quickly. Olju, I will leave all the soldiers and most of the resources I have here. You just need to guard this place. Next, I will go into battle myself. Don't worry, I will occasionally send soldiers over, and I will also come back from time to time. If you encounter any dangers that you can't handle, just call me. I will come quickly. We should sacrifice fewer of our own people and let the soldiers act more. Later, he would clear a large circle of disasters around, and by then, he would also send many soldiers back, greatly improving their safety and allowing him to feel at ease. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Yu Chang's attitude towards Su Chen had also become much more polite. In this world where strength reigns supreme, power is the most convincing. The way others looked at Su Chen was no longer that of a junior, but filled with respect. Their gazes were akin to those directed at a leader. They truly recognized Su Chen. Within the main city, there were many calamities, probably over 200. However, there were still no purple calamities. Su Chen only sensed the presence of 3 indigo calamities. Along the way, aside from the initial encounter with a purple calamity, he had not seen any new ones. It seems the number of purple calamities is even fewer than I imagined. Contemplating this, Su Chen took action against the calamities in the main city. 16 flying knives danced through the air, each carrying the terrifying power to instantly kill indigo calamities. In less than 10 minutes, all the calamities in the main city were cleared. Following this, 10 martial kings and 100 peak martial artists appeared in the main city. This meant that Blue Star once again possessed a main city, which now belonged to Blue Star. At that moment, Yu Changjiet and the others couldn't help but open the ranking list, and as they saw Blue Star appear on the rankings for the first time, their eyes turned red. Ranked 4th, Blue Star, with 360 points. Blue Star had jumped straight from unranked to 4th place. Moreover, based on Su Chen's displayed strength, this 4th place was only temporary. They had a great chance of aiming for 1st place. That was 1st place. Even from what they had learned from various sources, achieving 1st place on the battlefield was extremely difficult. Finally made it out. Sun Bin was covered in injuries, especially his right shoulder, which was completely gone. These injuries were sustained while fleeing. If it weren't for his decent strength, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. As long as I'm alive, that's enough. This level of injury would be fatal for an ordinary person. But for him, who had already become a martial king, it was just a minor injury. He took a recovery pill from his spatial ring, tossed it into his mouth, and his injuries quickly stabilized. I wonder how many ranks North River can still hold after such a battle. After adjusting his injuries and resting for a while, Sun Bin checked the rankings. Only 7 left? Upon seeing that only 7 remained, shock appeared in his eyes. It seemed the damage caused by this calamity was too great. Everyone's losses were extremely heavy. North River's name has disappeared. Great. Seeing North River's name vanish from the rankings, a sense of relief washed over Sun Bin. Such a trash force deserved to be wiped out. It's a pity that our Blue Star only has, Blue Star? Just as Sun Bin was about to close the rankings, he saw the words Blue Star on the list and immediately looked over. Ranked 4th, Blue Star, with 360 points. Confusion filled Sun Bin's eyes. What was going on? Wasn't he the only survivor of Blue Star? How did it become 4th place? Soon, Sun Bin realized. It's him. The image of Su Chen appeared in his mind. Only Su Chen could have survived until now and occupied so many cities. Damn it, how dare this guy? I am the true leader of Blue Star. The good mood from North River's exclusion from the rankings vanished in an instant, replaced by even more irritation. Sunbin quickly opened the map and found that the area originally belonging to Blue Star had all turned blue. Blue, representing his own planet's territory. This guy. Sunbin was filled with rage. It was one thing for Suchen to occupy new territory, but he had also taken over the main city that originally belonged to him. I will kill him. Sunbin's eyes turned red. He could barely contain his fury, but there was no way to suppress it. He had to hold it back. He knew very well the strength of those martial king soldiers. Individually, they were not strong, and he could easily kill them. But these kings of war possess a unique ability, which is to form battle formations that belong solely to them. He had previously tested the power of this formation. 2 or 3 dozen was manageable. He could handle it, though it was somewhat difficult. However, if paired with 100 extreme warriors, it would become challenging, not to mention a larger number. This time, the fact that Ziyun was able to hold so many strongholds and control losses within a certain range was due to the efforts of these soldiers. Those who achieve great things do not fuss over small details. Suchen, let you laugh a little longer. Once my injuries are healed, it will be your death day. Sunbin snorted coldly and closed the rankings. Your Highness, a new force has risen. Ziyun Main City. Yun Xian habitually opened the rankings and saw the name of Blue Star appearing at the top, directly climbing to 3rd place. Yun Xian's face changed drastically, and he immediately ran to the palace of Zi Sun. During this run, he noticed that Blue Star's points had increased by 20. This further confirmed Yun Xian's belief that Blue Star was the culprit behind the significant increase in strength during this disaster. There must be exceptionally strong individuals or teams within Blue Star. Time continued to pass. The rise of Blue Star could not be stopped by anyone. As Blue Star began to counterattack, forces like Ziyun could no longer sit idly by and started organizing their own forces, sounding the horn of counteroffensive. Originally, Yun Xian planned to proceed slowly to preserve most of his strength, ensuring that they would have enough combat power to deal with various crises in the final stages. However, the emergence of Blue Star directly disrupted his rhythm, forcing him to accelerate. He was afraid. He feared that if he lagged even a moment, he would fall behind step by step. In his frantic expansion, he managed to stabilize the first position. However, under such expansion, Ziyun's military strength began to dwindle, suffering severe losses. They occupied strongholds in cities, especially in areas marked indigo and purple. To prevent losses among his men, he relied on sheer numbers of soldiers. In this situation, the remaining kings of war and extreme warriors were already few. There were over 1,700 kings of war and more than 8,000 extreme warriors left. That was all that remained. Yet, they now occupied more territory than before: 21 main cities, 39 secondary cities, 132 strongholds, with a total of 6,690 points, which was quite astonishing. Check the rankings. Despite having so many points, Yun Xian's expression was still not good. First place, Ziyun Star, 6,690 points. Second place, Blue Star, 5,100 points. Third place, Broken Star, 3,170 points. 12th place, Beha Star, 50 points. 18th place, Yunqing Star, 20 points. The number of rankings had increased to 18. Many that were not previously ranked had appeared, as many forces from various planets began to mobilize after the disaster. However, due to the heavy losses everyone suffered, like Beha Star, their remaining personnel were few, and such strength was insufficient to occupy much territory. Blue Star's speed is quite steady. The expansion speed of Blue Star was very stable, consistently so. Even at this current stage, when they had to slow down, Blue Star maintained that speed, steadily closing the gap between the two sides. Yun Xian glanced at the current map distribution. On that map, 3/4 of the area was clear, indicating that these had been explored by their people. This 3/4 of the area was not fully occupied. After all, there were a total of 100 main cities, 200 secondary cities, and 1,000 strongholds. Combined, they accounted for 40,000 points. Yet, the total points of their 18 forces barely exceeded 20,000. This meant that about half of the cities and strongholds remained unoccupied, belonging to a situation of being unclaimed. There are only 4 days left, and tomorrow the personal points ranking will be released. By then, we will know what the situation with Blue Star really is. After this period of confirmation, he had indeed verified that everything was normal except for Blue Star. This meant that this incident was entirely caused by the people of Blue Star. General Yun Xian, what should we do next? Zixuan had long lost his ideas. Although he was the prince, his personality was not really suited for the role. He could only say he was fortunate to have been born into this position. His father, the emperor, had only given birth to this one boy. We can only fight them with all our might. There is enough territory left, and we are quite far from them. With only 4 days left, if we want to maintain our first position, we can only take the risk and go all out. But it requires your decision, Your Highness. Yunxian's gaze turned to Zixuan. This course of action carried considerable risk and would result in some losses for the citizens of the Ziyun Empire. Zixuan hesitated. The reward for first place in total points was truly important for the Ziyun Empire. The reason they had developed so quickly was due to their complete inheritance and sufficient resources. However, even in such circumstances, the number of martial gods within the Ziyun Empire was very limited, with fewer than 50. Moreover, most of them experienced very slow power increases after reaching the martial god stage. The reward for achieving first place in points could accelerate the growth of the Ziyun Empire, giving them enough confidence to face the next crisis. This crisis was localized. It was merely about selecting 1,200 people from the planet to participate in the battlefield. Even if they were completely wiped out, the loss to the overall strength of the Ziyun Empire would be minimal, truly minimal. For the Ziyun Empire, only martial gods could affect the foundation. But the problem was that the ranking in this battlefield was related to the resources for martial gods and their advancement, which made it seem so important. As for personal rankings, the benefits gained were individual and did not bring significant advantages to the entire planet. This was also the reason why Yunxian had previously advised Zixuan against taking risks when he noticed something was off. Let's take action. After a long silence, Zixuan finally gave the order. Before setting off, his father had told him to preserve their ranking as much as possible, even at the cost of their lives. All right, Yunxian responded seriously. It wasn't just the Ziyun Empire that began to erupt. In the last 3 or 4 days, everyone started to explode with activity. Is there still this much difference in points? Su Chen looked at the rankings. He hadn't specifically targeted the strongholds. He was just looking for opportunities while casually destroying some and picking up a few spatial rings, sending the piles of spatial rings back to the main city. Because of the disaster, too many people had died. Those who died were consumed by the disaster, but the spatial rings were something the disaster could not digest. Most were eaten by the disaster and then expelled undigested. So Su Chen didn't dare to use his hands. Instead, he used his telekinesis to pick up the spatial rings, then washed them with clean water before tossing them into the large bamboo basket he was carrying. The bamboo basket was very large. There was no choice. There were too many spatial rings, and making it a bit bigger was really necessary. Then we need to speed up. Su Chen glanced at his current panel. Name, Su Chen, Vitality, 9999, second stage limit, Spirit, 9999, second stage limit, Physique, Pure Yuan Blade Body, Skill, Basic Blade Technique, 5th stage 100% plus, Advanced Skills, Blade Draw Slash, 4th stage 100% plus, Blade Divine Array, 4th stage 100%, Body Technique, Mind Body Technique, 4th stage 100%, Extraordinary Power, Blade Domain 100%, Force Domain 100%, Energy, 35. For Billion, about 10 days ago, Su Chen already had this panel, and his strength had reached the limit of a martial king, unable to improve further. During this time, Su Chen's gains were indeed considerable. Various heavenly materials and earthly treasures had transformed into massive amounts of energy. Not only had he filled the force domain, but he also had an excess of 35.4 billion energy. However, he was stuck on how to advance to the martial god realm. To advance to the martial god realm, a divine factor *1 in 10 billion energy are required. Su Chen had inquired about what this divine factor was with Old Yu and the others. They were not very clear on what a divine factor was, but through them, Su Chen learned a bit. For a martial king to become a martial god was not an easy task. A martial artist must communicate with extraordinary power, construct extraordinary power within their body, and operate that extraordinary power to become a martial artist. After becoming a martial artist, due to the extraordinary power, one transforms from an ordinary person into an extraordinary being, elevating the level of life. For a martial artist to become a martial king, they need to push the power of intent to the extreme and develop the power of the domain. Once the power of the domain is developed to the extreme, what follows is something related to the divine. According to Oldju, it seems that establishing a connection with that thing is necessary to take that crucial step. However, this step is too difficult. In the entire history of Blue Star spanning 2,000 years, very few have managed to take that step. Something related to the divine? Su Chen muttered, unconsciously picturing his master's figure in his mind. My master is an academician and possesses great strength. He should have some understanding of this. I'll ask him when I get out. With that thought, Su Chen stopped dwelling on the matter of the divine factor. After all, it was only a few days away, so there was no rush. For now, I should occupy more cities, kill more people, and gather more resources. With so many resources, Su Chen felt that once he got out, he would definitely be the richest person in the world, without exception. Even the entire Eastern Huang Kingdom's high-level resources might not compare to what he had. After all, he had harvested tens of thousands of spatial rings. What does tens of thousands of spatial rings mean? Especially considering who could enter this place? Most of them were geniuses, and naturally, they had a lot of resources on them. It's just that many among them might have thought that there was a chance of death after entering, so they didn't carry particularly important items. Otherwise, Su Chen's gains would have been even more outrageous.